Only a few days earlier, he had been an ordinary young man, full of life and casually enjoying the warm spring breeze. Then, without warning, a speeding bus tore that peaceful life away. Because he died before ever finding true love, the gods offered him another chance at life, but not in his own world. He opened his eyes in a realm created by gods, a dangerous land filled with terrifying magical creatures where humans survived only by proving their strength. But his second life came with a cruel twist. Instead of being reborn as a powerful warrior or noble human, he became a goblin, a weak, filthy creature despised by everyone. Even so, he still held on to the compassion he had carried as a human, foolishly believing that people were naturally righteous and kind. That innocence became the reason he died all over again. From that day on, hatred for humanity burned inside him, and he swore that every man would one day suffer through nightmares while every woman would be forced beneath his control. The story opens inside a rough stone cave, where a faint golden glow spills across the damp walls. In the darkness, a panicked goblin suddenly cries out that the leader is dead. Before the echo can fade, another voice breaks into a greedy cackle, claiming that the leader's weapon now belongs to him. Farther inside the cave, 3 green-skinned goblins with long pointed ears stand near the corpse of their fallen leader. Several weaker goblins crowd around the body, watching the chaos unfold. One goblin grips a crude wooden club and proudly announces that he is the new leader. Another goblin, furious at the claim, glares at him and snaps that he is talking nonsense. Without another word, the enraged goblin throws itself forward and clamps its teeth onto the club wielder's long nose, biting down with savage force. Die! The attacker snarls as it keeps tearing into him. The goblin with the club twists and writhes on the ground, letting out helpless cries of pain, but he cannot break free. Completely overpowered, he is pinned beneath his opponent while the weaker goblins surrounding them erupt into excited cheers. With their leader dead, every one of them is ready to tear the others apart for power. Amid the commotion, one goblin lets its gray tongue hang from its mouth and speaks in a low, greedy voice. The leader left behind a human prey, so they should steal her while no one is paying attention. Another goblin glances around nervously and reminds him that someone is guarding her. Both goblins suddenly go stiff. Their ears twitch as though they have caught the sound of approaching footsteps somewhere in the tunnel. In a frightened whisper, they realize that the guard is coming back. A strange-looking goblin soon emerges from the darkness. Unlike the ugly, low-level creatures around him, this one has actual hair beneath his hood and wears a cloak over his body. Even among goblins, his appearance is far less grotesque than the rest. He passes silently through the crowded cave, while the other goblins stare at him from the shadows. They quickly recognize him as the one guarding the human prey. Whispering among themselves, they mock the hooded goblin for covering his body like a human, convinced that he is only protecting the woman because he wants her for himself. From every dark corner of the cave, hundreds of red eyes begin glowing as they fix on the hooded goblin. Several goblins murmur that they should attack him together and seize the prey for themselves. Yet the hooded figure keeps walking forward without stopping, almost as though he has not noticed their hostile stares at all. 2 of the weaker goblins hesitate instead of rushing in. They whisper that it would be wiser to wait, because the goblins who previously tried taking the prey were not easy targets. Rather than fighting first, they decide to let the others clash with the hooded goblin, then move in afterward to take advantage of whoever survives. Beneath the edge of his hood, the goblin's large pointed ears twitch sharply. His expression tightens as an uneasy feeling settles over him. Something inside the cave is clearly wrong. Then a woman's terrified scream suddenly rips through the stone tunnels. Her voice echoes through the cave as she desperately cries for help and begs whoever is there not to touch her. The hooded goblin instantly breaks into a run toward the scream. As he races through the passageway, he shouts for them to leave her alone while the woman's frightened cries continue echoing ahead of him. He bursts into a side chamber and freezes at the sight before him. 2 low-level goblins are clawing at the woman's clothing, tearing at it while she struggles beneath them. 4 goblins have surrounded her, holding her down as though she is nothing more than prey. Her clothes have been ripped apart, sweat clings to her frightened body, and terror fills her face as she looks toward the hooded goblin. With tears in her eyes, she begs him to save her, pleading that she has nowhere else to turn. The hooded goblin rushes forward, breathing hard from the sprint. Rage flashes through him as he raises his voice and screams at them to let her go immediately. The largest goblin steps out from the group and faces him with a smug grin. It recognizes the hooded goblin and sneers that the leader is dead now, meaning the human prey belongs to them. Behind the creature, the nearly naked woman lies on the cave floor, surrounded by the scattered bones of victims who were taken before her. The large goblin leans closer with a cruel sneer, its long pointed nose nearly brushing against its chin. It mocks the hooded goblin, demanding to know how he dares try to steal prey that belongs to the others. The large goblin suddenly launches itself at him, and the others immediately rush in behind it, closing the distance from every side. Lin Tian is forced backward until the cold stone wall presses against his back. Surrounded by snarling goblins with nowhere left to retreat, he curses them inwardly as the danger closes in. He tightens his grip around the small knife in his hand and raises it in front of him. Fear pounds through his body, but he forces himself to stand firm. He cannot die here. No matter what happens, he has to survive. Just as the goblins prepare to pounce, something makes them suddenly hesitate. Their eyes widen into pale circles, and the confidence in their faces is replaced by raw fear. In that brief opening, Lin Tian has already moved. His small knife slices across one goblin's throat, cutting it down before the others can understand what just happened. The hood slips back enough to reveal Lin Tian's human-like hair. With blood still on his knife, he points the blade straight at the remaining goblins and stares them down without blinking. He gives them one final warning: leave now, or die in terror. The goblins immediately lose their nerve and scatter through the cave, screaming that he has a weapon as they flee from him. Once the danger passes, Lin Tian's strength finally gives out, and he slumps onto the stone floor in exhaustion. The woman slowly approaches him, still wearing what remains of her torn clothes. Looking down at him with relief and concern, she asks whether he is all right and thanks him for saving her again. She says he is different from the other goblins because he protected her, then begs him not to die. Still trying to catch his breath, Lin Tian lowers his eyes and silently repeats her words in his mind. Different from a goblin. At that moment, a translucent interface suddenly appears before his eyes. A cold message flashes across it, announcing that the system is initializing. The hooded goblin's true name is Lin Tian. He was originally a human being who had crossed over from another world and awakened inside the body of this goblin. Even though he possesses a system, it activates painfully slowly. For now, it does nothing except display his basic attributes, offering no useful ability or explanation beyond that. Lin Tian studies the numbers with a grim expression. Even compared with other goblins, his attributes are unbelievably low. He is weak, far weaker than he can afford to be. The interface shows his information clearly. Lin Tian, race, goblin. Divine blessing, none. Level, 5. Class, none. His health stands at 20 out of 20, his mana at 5 out of 5, and his defense is only 5. His racial ability is Devour, and his only equipment is a crude stone knife. His total combat power is a mere 30. Looking at those pathetic numbers, Lin Tian thinks that the only way for him to grow stronger may be through mating with human women. His gaze briefly shifts toward the woman standing nearby, but he quickly lets out a quiet sigh. No matter what body he wears now, he reminds himself that he was once human. The woman watches him with a hopeful look in her eyes. She tells him not to worry because she understands that he is not like the other goblins. She believes he does not want to stay with creatures like them either. Lin Tian says nothing in response. He simply remains still, listening while his thoughts continue turning inside his mind. The woman brightens as she speaks about the knights who will eventually come to rescue her. She promises that when they arrive, she will tell them that Lin Tian saved her life. According to her, the knights are fair and righteous people, and they may even allow him to return to the village with her. Her words lift Lin Tian's spirits slightly. She may be right. Even if his system has barely started working, all he needs to do is survive until someone rescues them. After that, he can figure out what this system is truly capable of. Before he can think any further, a heavy rumbling shakes the entire cave. Dust falls from the ceiling, and Lin Tian quickly looks around, his body tensing in alarm. He immediately assumes the goblins have returned. Turning to the woman, he tells her to hide before they can find her again. A green foot slowly steps into view at the entrance of the chamber. Lin Tian lifts his knife at once, ready to strike the moment the creature comes closer. The goblin spots the woman and instantly loses its mind. Its eyes light up with madness as it cries out for the human to come closer, repeating that it wants to mate with her. Lin Tian does not hesitate. He lunges forward with a furious yell and cuts across the goblin's throat before it can reach the woman. After killing it, he turns back toward the woman and tells her that it looks like humans really have come to rescue her after all. The woman's face lights up in sudden relief. She cries that it must be the Holy Order, then runs toward the cave entrance without waiting another second. Lin Tian follows closely behind her. But the moment he reaches the entrance, Lin Tian abruptly stops. The sight in front of him leaves him completely stunned. Outside the chamber, a knight dressed in shining white armor cuts through the goblins with effortless ease. With only a single swing of his sword, he sends the creatures crashing down one after another. The knight is tall, handsome, and wrapped in a flowing blue cloak that makes him stand out even more against the filthy cave. Power radiates from him as he curses the goblins for daring to tear the clothes of the Holy Order. Lin Tian's interface reveals the knight's information: name, Loa, race, human, level 25, class, swordsman, HP, 200 out of 200, MP, 30 out of 30, defense, 50. His skills include sword aura slash, holy sword technique, and heaven returning sword. His equipment consists of the judgment sword and platinum armor. His total combat power reaches an overwhelming 4,100. Lin Tian stares at the numbers in disbelief. Compared to his own miserable combat power, Loa's strength feels completely unreal. He cannot help wondering whether a human can truly become this powerful. The woman rushes toward the armored knight and cries out in relief, calling him captain and announcing that they are here. As Kilia ran toward Loa with relief written all over her face, the knight suddenly lifted his sword and brought it down without hesitation. Lin Tian's eyes widened in shock. He shouted for her to stop, then threw himself forward and tackled Kilia out of the way just before the blade could strike them. The two of them hit the ground hard and quickly scrambled back to their feet. Kilia clutched her stomach, still shaken from how narrowly she had escaped being cut down. Kilia stared at Loa in complete disbelief. He had supposedly come to save her, yet he had just tried to kill her. For a moment, she wondered whether he had mistaken her for a goblin in the darkness. But Loa only sneered in irritation, saying it was unfortunate that the goblin had managed to dodge his attack. Then he stepped toward them, clearly humiliated by the miss. "Captain, it's me," Kilia pleaded desperately. "It's Kilia." Loa's face remained cold as he replied that he knew exactly who she was. But after being captured by goblins, she had been defiled, and she might even be carrying their offspring. In his eyes, that was already unforgivable. He told her she should repent before the Holy Mother for her sins. Kilia dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she begged him to wait. She insisted that the goblins had not done that to her. Then, through her sobs, she explained that Lin Tian was the one who had protected her. Still kneeling on the cave floor, she raised a trembling hand and pointed directly at Lin Tian. Loa gave Lin Tian a brief, contemptuous glance. He accused them of making up a ridiculous story and asked whether they truly believed he was foolish enough to trust it. Then he raised his sword again. Lin Tian immediately grabbed Kilia by the arm and shoved her away from the knight. He told her to run, saying there was an exit nearby and that she needed to get out of the cave while she still could. With no time left to think, Lin Tian snatched up a wooden club from the ground and charged straight at Loa. Before he could reach the knight, a brilliant flash of light suddenly burst from the cave entrance and filled the dark chamber. Lin Tian stopped in place as a gentle female voice called out for Loa to wait. A glowing golden sphere formed around Lin Tian's body, trapping him in place and leaving him unable to move. Even Loa paused when he saw the magic. Standing behind him was a beautiful woman with long golden hair flowing over her shoulders. Her hands cradled the sphere of light, and a holy aura surrounded her entire body. Several knights stood behind her as she looked toward Lin Tian and quietly questioned what this strange goblin was. Kilia desperately called out to the holy maiden, saying there was something unusual about the goblin and begging her to save him. Crying as she crawled forward, Kilia reached the holy maiden. The woman gently helped her stand, then shifted her gaze past Kilia and looked directly at the trapped Lin Tian. In a calm voice, the holy maiden asked him whether he could understand what she was saying. Unable to move inside the glowing sphere, Lin Tian stared at her in stunned silence. This was the holy maiden, Evely, the one person he believed might finally become his chance to escape this nightmare. Lin Tian quickly answered that he could understand her. He asked whether she was the holy maiden everyone had been talking about. He explained that he was not originally from this world, and that he had once been human. Something had happened to him, leaving him trapped in the body of a goblin. He promised that he could explain everything once they returned somewhere safe. Evely and Loa exchanged a quiet glance. Loa admitted that this goblin seemed far more intelligent than the others, which made him unusually rare. Evely smiled gently and suggested that perhaps he had been sent as a gift from the Holy Mother. Evely turned toward Kilia and asked whether the goblin had truly never harmed her. Kilia immediately shook her head and said that Lin Tian had protected her from the other goblins. She even explained that he had given her food. Evely considered the answer for a moment, then said that if the goblin was truly that special, they should bring him back with them and study him. She faced Lin Tian again and calmly asked whether he agreed to go with them. For the first time, Lin Tian felt that someone might actually listen to him. He eagerly agreed, believing he had finally found a way out. Evely said that they would return at once, then flicked her wrist. The golden sphere around Lin Tian disappeared, freeing his body from its restraints. Overwhelmed with relief, he thanked her for showing him kindness. Lin Tian began to say that he would repay her someday, but Evely's expression changed so suddenly that his words trailed off. "Of course you will," Evely replied, her voice turning cold and emotionless. In the next instant, Loa drove his sword into Kilia's stomach. Her breath caught in a painful gasp before her body collapsed to the cave floor. Lin Tian stood frozen in horror, staring at Kilia as blood spread beneath her. They had killed her, even after everything she had done to defend him. Evely turned toward Lin Tian with a cruel smile slowly forming on her face. She told him that once they returned, he would have plenty of chances to repay her properly. 1 week later, Loa stood in the town square before a large gathering of citizens. He announced that the cowardly goblin attack had caused terrible harm to their town and claimed that the creatures had used cruel, despicable methods to slaughter innocent people. The crowd erupted with rage, shouting that the goblins deserved death. They demanded blood for blood and a life for a life, declaring that humans and goblins could never coexist because they were sworn enemies. Loa raised both hands, calming the crowd as he proudly declared that the Holy Order, acting under the authority of the Holy Church, had wiped out the goblins. According to him, the fallen townspeople had finally been avenged. Evely stepped forward with her arms spread wide, presenting herself before the cheering crowd. She promised that the Holy Church would always protect its faithful believers, and the citizens responded by shouting praise for the knights. Later, inside her private chamber, Evely sat at her desk wearing a thin nightgown. A report concerning holy law lay open in front of her. She remarked that the day's sermon had been a success and laughed at how easily the people continued to believe whatever they were told. Then she picked up a small red vial and said that this would make them even more devoted, causing them to offer even more to the church. Nearby, Lin Tian hung chained against the wall, his mouth restrained and his body covered in wounds. His voice came out weak and rough as he cursed Evely through the pain. Evely glanced over at him with mild surprise and remarked that he was still alive. She commented on his stubborn life force, saying that it was no wonder the church had never managed to eradicate every goblin. Then she decided that a goblin would make the perfect subject for testing the effects of her poison. Lin Tian pulled desperately against the chains cutting into his body. He accused Evely of deceiving him, deceiving the entire town, and murdering Kilia after pretending to save her. Evely pressed a rod against his mouth and looked down at him with disgust. She mocked him for being a lowly goblin driven by vile instincts, yet still daring to question human righteousness. In her eyes, Kilia had been bewitched because she spoke in Lin Tian's defense. That made her a traitor, and Evely claimed that dying was simply Kilia's final act of loyalty. A sinister glow appeared in Evely's eyes as she stared at him. She called goblins nothing more than vermin, and said that using his disgusting body for experiments was a favor he should feel grateful for receiving. A glowing magic circle slowly formed behind Lin Tian, filling the chamber wall with an ominous light. Flames erupted from the circle and swallowed Lin Tian's body whole. Bound by chains and unable to escape, he screamed as the fire consumed him. As agony tore through him, Lin Tian finally understood how foolish he had been. He had been reborn as a goblin, yet he still believed that humans could show genuine kindness. His own naivete had become his downfall. They had tortured him, treated him like a disposable object, and stripped away every remaining hope he had. In that final moment, he could only wish that he might somehow be reborn again. At that moment, a familiar interface appeared before him. The Goblin Life simulation system had finally activated. Its assessment stated that he died because he was foolish, because he had forgotten that he was a goblin. Humans would never trust goblins, and they would never show mercy. He had died through torture and abuse, and the pain of that ending would remain with him forever. The interface declared that his fate was among the most tragic of all transmigrators, then offered to restart his life. It asked whether he wished to be reborn. Lin Tian stared at the floating interface through the flames, unable to believe what he was seeing. This was his system. He had another chance to live, but even if he accepted it, he would still return as the same weak and despised goblin. The interface gave him one final warning. If he chose no, his soul would disappear completely and he would die forever. But if he chose yes, he would keep every memory from this life and return to the Goblin Cave exactly 1 week earlier. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he absorbed the system's warning. Returning to 1 week earlier meant going back to the very beginning of everything. After a brief silence, his expression hardened. He understood exactly what that meant. A dark, chilling smile slowly spread across Lin Tian's face. This was no longer just another chance to survive. It was his opportunity to make every person who had betrayed him pay for what they had done. I'll take everything away from Loa and Evely, Lin Tian muttered with hatred in his eyes. Without hesitating any longer, he raised his hand and pressed his finger firmly against the option marked yes. Blue light immediately wrapped around Lin Tian's burning body, swallowing his surroundings in a cold glow. The system confirmed that he had chosen to return. As the light pulled him backward through time, Lin Tian knew that his second life as a goblin was finally beginning. A new message appeared before him. In order to improve his chances of surviving longer this time, the system had received a slight enhancement. Lin Tian felt a small rush of strength flow through his body. It was not enough to make him powerful, but compared to having nothing at all, even this minor improvement was better than before. The system issued another warning. Although he had been reborn, the danger had not disappeared. The Holy Order was already approaching, and Lin Tian needed to remain cautious. If he died again, the system would no longer be able to revive him. Lin Tian's gaze turned serious. So they were coming again. He could not afford to lower his guard. Then he asked the system what else it was capable of doing. The system identified itself as the Goblin Life simulation system. It could simulate Lin Tian's life and reveal possible future outcomes based on the choices he made. Every decision would create a different result. However, each simulation required a 24-hour cooldown before it could be used again. Once a simulation ended, Lin Tian would receive points that could be exchanged for useful items. Lin Tian's eyes lit up as he understood what that meant. The system could let him look ahead and glimpse the future before he made a real decision. Without wasting any more time, Lin Tian ordered the system to activate the life simulation. The interface responded at once and began simulating his current situation. A new prompt appeared before him: escaping the Goblin Cave. The cave had already been discovered by Loa, and Lin Tian needed to choose how he would respond if he wanted to get out alive. The system gave him 3 possible choices. First, he could warn the other goblins and fight Loa alongside them, earning 10 points. Second, he could abandon the goblins and flee by himself, earning 5 points. Third, he could hide somewhere inside the cave and pray that Loa failed to find him. With 0 points in his possession, Lin Tian carefully weighed the options. Even if every goblin in the cave joined the fight, they would never be strong enough to defeat Loa. Escaping was clearly the safest way to survive. Still, he decided to test the option with the highest reward first. If points could be exchanged for weapons, then gathering more of them might eventually give him a chance to fight back. He selected the first option. The result appeared instantly. He died. The simulation showed Lin Tian leading the goblins into a desperate battle against Loa and the Holy Knights. But the difference in strength was far too great, and he was quickly killed. The system warned him that he had overestimated the strength of the goblins and reminded him to judge his own power carefully before making decisions. Even though the simulated life ended in death, Lin Tian still received 10 points as the reward. Just as he had expected, relying on the goblins in this cave would never work. But at least the failed attempt had earned him something useful. Lin Tian opened the item shop, and a dazzling collection of goods appeared before his eyes. Weapons of every kind filled the interface. But after looking through the prices, he realized that his 10 points were nowhere near enough for most of them. Then he spotted a dagger priced at exactly 10 points. It was called the Dagger of Agility. The weapon granted 10 additional speed and 15 additional MP, and it was described as a thin, delicate blade crafted by elves. The dagger was sharp enough for what he needed, so Lin Tian exchanged his points immediately. The purchase succeeded, and he felt both his speed and his MP increase. As he examined the fine blade in his hand, he thought about how pathetic ordinary goblin weapons were. With something this sharp, one clean strike might be enough to kill. Then another thought suddenly crossed Lin Tian's mind. If he had returned to the past, where was Kilia now? The system explained that because Lin Tian had gone back in time, the timeline had changed. Kilia had not yet been captured by the goblins. At this moment, she was still alive and living safely in the village. A faint smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. By returning to the past, he had already fulfilled his promise to Kilia. She was safe now, which meant he no longer had anything holding him back. Lin Tian turned and ran toward the cave entrance. He needed to escape before the Holy Order could trap him again. The exit led through a narrow passage, and he guessed that the guard stationed there would not be especially strong. Outside the cave, 2 knights stood watch near the entrance. One of them looked toward the darkness with disgust and complained that the goblins inside were revolting. The other told him to endure it, saying their lives were much easier than most people's. The second knight then reminded his companion about Loa's orders. If any women escaped from the cave, they were to kill them immediately. They could not allow the truth to spread back into the village. Listening from the shadows inside the cave, Lin Tian understood their intentions perfectly. The Holy Order would murder anyone necessary to protect its authority, so they would show even less mercy to a goblin like him. Knowing that, he decided to take a dangerous risk. Lin Tian changed his voice and imitated the frightened cry of a young woman. He called out for help, claiming that he was a girl from Bright Town who had been captured by the goblins. The 2 knights immediately turned toward the cave entrance. One of them reacted with annoyance, saying that here they went again, as though killing another helpless stray was nothing more than routine work. The other knight smirked and said that Loa would reward him for handling it. With that thought in mind, he began walking toward the dark entrance. As he approached the shadows, the knight called inside and told the supposed girl to come out. He urged her not to be afraid, claiming that they were knights who would safely take her back home. The moment the knight came close enough, Lin Tian struck from the darkness and drove his dagger into him. The second knight heard the sudden noise and became suspicious. Startled, he cautiously moved toward the entrance and called out, asking what the other knight was doing and telling him to hurry up. Lin Tian kicked the first knight's dead body out of the cave and sent it crashing toward the second man. Before the knight could react, Lin Tian lunged forward and slashed across his body with the dagger. The wounded knight gasped in horror as he realized what had attacked him. He barely managed to say the word "Goblin" before collapsing onto the ground. Desperate to live, the knight begged Lin Tian to spare him. He pulled out a locket containing a picture of his wife and daughter and pleaded that he had a family waiting for him at home. For a brief moment, Lin Tian hesitated. The knight quickly claimed that he had only been following orders and that he had been forced into it. He promised Lin Tian gold and even offered him a woman in exchange for his life. He continued, describing her as young and beautiful, and tried to convince Lin Tian that the deal would benefit both of them. But while he spoke, his hand slowly reached behind his body and quietly gripped a hidden dagger. Lin Tian instantly understood what the knight was trying to do. The man believed he had managed to distract him. Before the knight could pull out the hidden weapon, Lin Tian swung his dagger and sliced through the man's throat. Once the knight stopped moving, Lin Tian bent down and took the locket along with the hidden dagger. Looking at what had happened, Lin Tian understood the holy order even more clearly. They were willing to sacrifice even their own people, and their promises of righteousness were nothing but lies. Just then, a voice suddenly shouted from somewhere deeper in the forest. Lin Tian quickly turned toward the sound, and his face tightened. Loa and the others had arrived. Without wasting another second, Lin Tian stripped the dead knight of his uniform and put it on himself. Then, using the disguise to hide his identity, he fled quickly in another direction through the forest. Loa and Evely soon arrived at the entrance of the cave and found both knights lying dead. Loa demanded to know what had happened, and someone reported that a goblin had managed to get past the guards. Loa crouched down and carefully examined the wounds left on the bodies. After studying the cuts, Evely concluded that any goblin capable of killing two knights had to be some kind of mutant. The word lingered in the air. A mutant goblin. Loa said that allowing such a creature to escape would be dangerous. He kicked one of the dead knights in disgust and called them useless, furious that they could not even deal with a mutant goblin. Evely slowly licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with interest. A mutant goblin sounded far more entertaining than an ordinary one. She said that catching it would be fun. As night fell, Lin Tian rested alone in the forest while wearing the stolen knight's uniform. Killing the two guards had earned him both points and levels. With the uniform covering his goblin body, he looked much more human than before, almost handsome at a glance. At last, Lin Tian let out a slow breath and bit into the apple in his hand. If humans hated goblins so deeply, then he would stop trying to live by human rules. Goblins became stronger through devouring and breeding, so he would use those very methods to build enough power for himself. He raised one hand to cover part of his face, but the darkness in his eyes could not be hidden. Loa and Evely had only seen the beginning of what was coming for them. A sudden rustle came from the bushes nearby. Lin Tian's entire body tensed as he turned toward the sound. His first thought was that Loa and the Holy Order might still be hunting him. A hooded figure stepped out from the brush. Lin Tian chose not to wait and see who it was. He rushed forward first, dagger clenched tightly in his hand. The figure let out a frightened yelp and stumbled backward. As the hood slipped aside, Lin Tian saw that it was a young female goblin. Lin Tian stopped in surprise, keeping his dagger raised but no longer advancing. A female goblin had appeared alone in the forest. She shrank back from him and begged him not to hurt her. In a trembling voice, she explained that she had only come out to collect water. Lin Tian checked her status. She was a small goblin at level 3, with the race goblin and the class divine messenger. Her title identified her as the fallen god's pure soul goblin, one blessed by divinity. She had 10 HP, 2 MP, 1 defense, the racial devour ability, and wild growth as another skill. She carried no equipment, and her total combat power was only 10. Yet the system revealed something extraordinary. When a male goblin bonded with a female goblin, he could become a legendary goblin. Lin Tian took a cautious step closer. The female goblin immediately pleaded with him not to come any nearer. She whimpered and backed away, explaining that the chief had ordered her to fetch water. If she returned without any, he would kill her. She apologized over and over, as though she expected punishment from everyone she met. Lin Tian softened his voice and told her that he had not meant to frighten her. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder and told her not to cry. Instead of fleeing, the small goblin slowly leaned against him. Surprised, she asked whether he could really speak. Lin Tian answered that he could, while quietly realizing that ordinary goblins usually could not speak this clearly. He figured she probably had almost no one to talk with, then started to walk away. But she quickly caught the edge of his cloak and asked him to wait. She told him he was kind, unlike the other goblins who only beat her. It was the first time anyone had treated her gently. Then she invited him to come back to her tribe with her if he had nowhere else to go. Lin Tian's eyes widened. There was a goblin tribe nearby. He still did not know whether Loa remained on his trail, and this was not the time to think about becoming stronger through breeding. First, he needed shelter and a place where he could hide. He told her to lead him to the tribe. Before long, they arrived at a goblin village filled with faintly glowing huts scattered through the darkness. Goblins emerged from the huts and stared at Lin Tian suspiciously. They immediately noticed the human clothes he was wearing and called him a strange freak. Seeing that the female goblin had brought him back, they decided he should be captured and dragged before the chief. Lin Tian stayed where he was and did not step back. Lin Tian faced them calmly and stated that he had come to join their tribe. Then he demanded to be taken to their leader. The surrounding goblins raised their spears and pointed the sharp ends toward Lin Tian and the female goblin. The female goblin quickly hid behind Lin Tian's back and pleaded with the others not to attack yet. She insisted that he was not a bad person. Then a deep, booming voice thundered through the village, demanding to know what all the noise was about. A massive goblin stepped out from the huts, carrying a staff decorated with skulls and bones. Lin Tian checked his status at once. This was a large goblin at level 25, a goblin priest with the title Breeding Machine and Mockery of the Gods. He had Divine Blessing, 100 HP, 29 MP, 17 defense, and a total combat power of 200. His skills included Devour, Summon, and Thorn Control, while his equipment consisted of a skull staff and a bone chain. Lin Tian's expression tightened. This goblin was high-level and far stronger than anyone he had faced since returning. He quietly raised his dagger, ready for trouble. The chief turned his attention toward the female goblin and demanded to know why she had brought an outsider into the tribe. The female goblin stammered that Lin Tian had nowhere else to go. The chief immediately roared that this was perfect. They should kill him and eat him. At the chief's command, the nearby goblins surged forward, tightening their grip on their weapons as they closed in around Lin Tian. Wait! Lin Tian shouted before they could attack. He claimed that he could make weapons and asked to join the tribe. If they spared him, he could help make every goblin there stronger. The chief paused in place. His hostility did not disappear, but interest briefly flashed across his face. He moved closer to Lin Tian and sniffed the air around him. The chief said Lin Tian smelled different, then demanded to know what kind of weapons he could make. Lin Tian held up his dagger and said he could make iron weapons. All he needed were the materials, and he could make far more than the crude tools the goblins already used. The chief looked at Lin Tian's dagger and noted that this goblin could speak in complete sentences. Lin Tian understood that a goblin's intelligence increased with its level. The chief decided to give him one chance and allowed him 3 days. The chief ordered Lin Tian to find iron ore and make iron weapons. If he failed, he would not be spared. Then the chief pointed toward the female goblin as well. He coldly declared that both of them would die if Lin Tian failed. After giving that warning, the chief and the other goblins turned away and left them behind. Lin Tian pulled the female goblin close and thought bitterly that the old chief was truly vicious. When angered, he would not even spare members of his own tribe. Lin Tian was still too weak to challenge someone like that directly. For now, he needed to make iron tools, buy himself time, and grow stronger before the chief turned on him. The following day, the goblins spread out and began searching the surrounding area for iron ore. By nightfall, the full moon hung high over the forest as Lin Tian led the search group farther from the village. The female goblin began falling behind, exhausted and barely able to keep walking. She cried out for them to wait because she could not go on anymore. One goblin turned around and kicked her, ordering her to move. He called her useless and threatened to kill her if they failed to find iron ore. 2 more goblins joined in, kicking and beating the female goblin as she curled up on the ground. Lin Tian grabbed a rock and threw it hard, striking one of the attacking goblins in the head. He snapped at them that they had been sent to search for iron ore, not waste time fighting. Then he demanded to know whether any of them even understood what iron ore looked like. If they wanted to stay alive, they needed to go into the valley and bring some back. Lin Tian drew his dagger and made the threat clear. If they refused, all of them would die. The goblins scattered at once, shouting that Lin Tian had an iron weapon. As they ran, they cursed him and warned that once they found iron ore, the chief would never forgive him. Lin Tian watched them flee and understood that they were right about one thing. Even if he succeeded in making iron weapons, the chief might still kill him afterward. He slid his dagger back into its sheath, then looked down at the crying female goblin. The system's message returned to his mind. A male goblin who bonded with a female goblin could become legendary. Lin Tian knew he needed more strength if he wanted to survive. He gently held her face, wiped away her tears, and told her not to cry. Then he asked whether she would come with him. He promised to protect her, give her meat to eat, provide a warm place to sleep, and make sure no one ever bullied her again. The female goblin stared at him with wide, uncertain eyes and asked whether he truly meant it. Lin Tian told her that he did, but he also admitted that they were both too weak to live safely on their own. He said he needed her help to become stronger. When she asked how, he told her that having children together could make him stronger. He quietly repeated that this was how he could gain the strength he needed. The female goblin's face turned red. She covered her mouth with one hand and admitted shyly that she had never done anything like that before. Lin Tian's face reddened too. He pulled his hood lower over his head and told her it was all right, as long as she truly agreed. Then Lin Tian pulled her gently closer and kissed her. The system confirmed the result. Lin Tian had fathered 7 children with the female goblin, and his level had risen all the way to its maximum limit. Because his potential was limited, Lin Tian's growth stopped at level 7. Even so, the gains were substantial. His attack increased by 9 points, his HP rose by 100, and his defense improved by 10. 2 hours later, Lin Tian lay on the ground breathing heavily, sweat covering his entire body as he tried to recover his strength. His status had changed. Lin Tian was now level 7, with a level limit of 17. His race remained Goblin, his class was none, and his titles included Lowly Creature, Blasphemer, Divinely Blessed, and Procreator. He had 40 HP, 10 MP, 9 defense, and the racial skill Devour. He carried no equipment, while his total combat power had risen to 65. Lin Tian stared at the new numbers with surprise. His level had increased, but it was not only his status that had changed. Looking down at his hands, he could feel real power running through his body. His muscles had become firmer and more defined, and even his overall appearance now seemed far more imposing than before. With this much strength, Lin Tian believed he now had a better chance of standing against the chief. He draped his cloak over the female goblin and told her that she belonged with him now, promising that he would protect her. She quietly called him kind and leaned closer against his side. Suddenly, a terrified goblin came running toward them, screaming for help while clutching a piece of iron ore. Behind him, a gigantic wolf with four glowing purple eyes burst through the trees. The goblin had found iron ore, but he had also dragged a dangerous monster straight back with him. Lin Tian immediately drew his dagger and told the female goblin to stay where she was. She watched him with fear in her eyes and begged him to be careful. The monstrous wolf was about to tear into the fleeing goblin when Lin Tian sprang into the air. His dagger flashed through the moonlight and sliced cleanly across the beast's throat. The wolf crashed heavily onto the ground, its massive body going still. The goblin who had escaped death stared at Lin Tian in trembling disbelief, still holding tightly onto the iron ore. Lin Tian looked at him and calmly praised him for finding the ore. Then he held out his hand and told the goblin to give it to him. The following morning, smoke rose steadily from a fire as Lin Tian worked nearby. Looking into the heat, he decided that the metal should finally be ready. Lin Tian stood over the fire and stirred the heated material while goblins gathered around him in a curious crowd. They whispered among themselves that he had actually done it, though many still doubted whether this strange process would truly work. Once the weapon was finished, Lin Tian drove the newly forged iron spear directly into the dead wolf's skull. The goblins stared at the result in stunned silence. Lin Tian grinned as he lifted the freshly made spear, letting them see the sharp metal point glinting in the light. He proudly told them to look closely at a weapon forged from iron. Before he could continue, the goblin from the expedition rushed forward and shouted that Lin Tian had used that weapon to kill the wolf which attacked them. He announced that Lin Tian really could create weapons and that this spear was far better than the stone ones they usually carried. The goblins immediately began cheering. Lin Tian raised the iron spear high above his head and asked whether they wanted weapons like it. The goblins roared back at once, shouting yes as greed filled their eyes. From a distance, the chief watched the celebration with a dangerous look in his eyes. Lin Tian could really make iron weapons, and that made him a direct threat to the chief's control over the tribe. The chief slammed the end of his staff against the ground with enough force to silence the entire crowd. Every goblin stopped cheering and turned toward him. The chief forced a smile onto his face, but the anger behind it was impossible to hide. He admitted that Lin Tian's work was impressive, but warned him that staying in the tribe would not be so easy. Then he gave Lin Tian a new order: create 50 more iron weapons within 2 days. After making the demand, the chief turned and walked away with his teeth clenched in frustration. One goblin quietly wondered why the chief was always so cruel. Then the purple-haired goblin whom Lin Tian had saved earlier stepped forward and offered to help him make more weapons. Lin Tian simply nodded, hiding the amusement on his face. He was curious to see how the chief's little game would unfold from here. 2 days later, Lin Tian stood before the chief with a large pile of finished iron spears laid out in front of him. The chief looked down at them in disbelief. Lin Tian had actually completed the task. The chief forced another smile and praised him for doing well, even though the sight clearly irritated him. Then the chief raised his staff and declared that the tribe would feast that night to welcome Lin Tian among them. The goblins erupted in celebration, waving their new iron weapons through the air. Lin Tian said nothing, but a plan was already taking shape inside his mind. Later, the female goblin brought Lin Tian a portion of roasted boar. Blushing faintly, she told him that the chief had agreed to let him remain in the tribe. Lin Tian accepted the meat and began eating. But after only a moment, Lin Tian suddenly gasped and clutched his chest. The female goblin panicked and asked what was wrong with him. The chief appeared nearby, laughing loudly at Lin Tian's condition. He called Lin Tian a foolish outsider and said he should never have believed he could challenge the chief's authority. The chief grabbed the female goblin by the hair and pulled her close. He told Lin Tian that she cared about him, so she would be forced to watch him die by his own blade. He pressed one sharp nail against the female goblin's throat. Tears filled her eyes as she looked helplessly toward Lin Tian. The chief laughed and asked whether Lin Tian had any final words. Then Lin Tian suddenly stood up. A blade flashed in his hand, and in one swift motion, he cut the chief's hand completely off. The female goblin stared in shock while the surrounding goblins gasped in disbelief, unable to understand how he could still move. The chief staggered backward, clutching his bleeding wrist as panic replaced the confidence on his face. Lin Tian stared at him with cold eyes and called him a fool. He said he had known from the beginning that the chief planned to poison him. He had only pretended to fall for it so the chief would expose himself. In desperation, the chief ripped the necklace from around his neck, revealing a skull-shaped weapon hidden beneath it. The chief roared that he would kill Lin Tian, but Lin Tian easily dodged the attack. Then, with a single swift strike, he cut off the chief's head. The goblins stood frozen in horror as the chief's severed head rolled across the ground. Lin Tian looked over the terrified tribe and declared that from this point forward, he was their leader. Lin Tian raised his voice and announced that they would attack the elves. After that, they would attack the humans as well. For a moment, the goblins only stared in fear. Then their fear quickly turned into wild excitement, and they began shouting for their new boss. Lin Tian helped the female goblin back onto her feet. He told her that knives were sharp now, meat would be plentiful, and then pointed toward the chief's dead body. That body, he said, belonged to her. The goblins rushed toward the corpse in a frenzy, swarming over it and tearing it apart. Lin Tian watched them with a sinister smile. Taking control of this goblin tribe was only the first step. Next, he intended to use the elves to build an even stronger army. From deep within the shadows, an unseen figure watched the scene unfold and quietly wondered what was happening there. Under the full moon, deep in the forest, the elven village glowed quietly beneath the silver light. A swift figure moved through the treetops and over wooden structures, climbing toward the highest level of the settlement, where grim trophies of goblin heads were displayed. When the figure reached the top, a cheerful elf greeted her with a smile and welcomed the princess back. Kasana, the elven princess, made her way toward the queen's chambers. Before she could enter, a servant hurried over and asked her to wait. Kasana ignored the servant and pushed directly into the room. She called out that she had something important to report to her mother, but the moment she stepped inside, she froze. Inside the room, the elven queen rested comfortably on her bed, while several shirtless male elves surrounded her. One held fruit out for her, another leaned close to whisper sweet words, and a third gently massaged her shoulders. Kasana's eyes widened in complete surprise. She had not expected to walk into anything like this. Blushing awkwardly, she apologized to her mother and said she would come back later. The elven queen noticed her daughter standing at the entrance. She signaled for the male elf beside her to move away, then rubbed her temples before addressing Kasana. In a tired but calm voice, she asked why her daughter had rushed in so suddenly and what could possibly be urgent enough to interrupt her. Kasana turned serious and told her mother that she had important information about the goblin tribe living deep within the forest. The queen only gave a lazy wave of her hand, brushing the concern aside as though it were nothing. Goblins were filthy, weak little creatures in her eyes, mere pests crawling through the forest. What kind of real trouble could creatures like that possibly cause? Kasana saw the disbelief written across her mother's face, so she pressed the matter more firmly. This morning, while I was in the haunted forest, I found the body of a massive black bear. The ground around it was torn apart from a fight, and goblin footprints covered the area. It looks like the goblins killed it. Her expression tightened. That bear was the strongest monster in the forest. Goblins should never have been able to bring down something like that. Still staring directly at her mother, Kasana continued in a serious voice. And a few days ago, I watched a younger goblin kill their own chief. Something has changed among them. There is definitely something strange happening with those goblins. The queen remained completely unconcerned, lifting one brow as if the answer were obvious. So they have a new chief. Reclining comfortably on her bed, she crooked a finger toward the male elf beside her. Then she turned back to Kasana with a faint smile. It appears their numbers are finally recovering. Kasana, take a few warriors and deal with them. But do not wipe them out this time. Leave several alive. She let out a soft, amused laugh as her fingers traced over the male elf's toned abdomen. Then her eyes settled on Kasana with a cold, predatory gleam. Their hearts make wonderful tonics for our male elves. We should not waste such useful creatures. Kasana's cheeks immediately turned red. She lowered her gaze, keeping her posture respectful as she answered quietly, "Yes, mother." The queen noticed her daughter's obedient attitude and smiled with obvious affection. My hardworking princess has been pushing herself so much lately. Her tone turned teasing. Tonight, I will reward you with a male elf. Will one satisfy you, or would you rather have two? Kasana's eyes widened at once, and the color rushed deeper across her face. Mother, I still have more scouting to finish tonight. I will return and report later. Without waiting for another word, she hurriedly excused herself and rushed out of the chamber. Back at the goblin camp, Lin Tian sat beside the crackling fire while the tribe gathered close around him. A collection of twigs had been arranged across the ground like a crude map. One goblin pointed at them eagerly. Boss, every twig stands for one elven treehouse. There are around 30 of them in the Whispering Woods, and all of them are incredibly high up. Lin Tian looked pleased by the scouting report, a grin spreading across his face. Excellent work. Once we conquer the elves, every one of you will get 2 elves. The purple-haired goblin's eyes lit up instantly. 2 elves, he shouted, while the rest of the goblins burst into excited cheers around the fire. Drool nearly slipped from the purple-haired goblin's mouth as he sprang to his feet and hurried away. I will tell the others to start preparing the weapons right now, boss. Lin Tian lowered his eyes to the twigs spread out before him and began calculating carefully. 30 tree houses, with roughly 2 elves in each one, meant about 60 elves in the village. Add another 10 stationed at the mine, and there should be 70 in total. He picked up one twig between his fingers. With our iron weapons and all the training we have gone through, we are stronger than we have ever been. Lin Tian raised his spear high above the firelight. From this moment on, we hunt inside the haunted forest. The goblins answered together without hesitation. Understood, boss. Their voices rolled through the camp, and before long, they marched beneath the dark night sky and disappeared into the forest. With Lin Tian leading from the front, the goblins quickly surrounded a wild boar and brought it down without much difficulty. As the creature fell, a new ability appeared before them. Skill acquired, spear thrust. They did not stop there. With the forest growing darker and denser around them, the goblins continued pushing deeper into the haunted forest. Battle after battle sharpened their teamwork, and their coordination became smoother with every creature they defeated. A new defensive ability appeared. Skill acquired, stone skin. Defense increased by 15. Lin Tian and Goblin Mun fought side by side, easily taking down even panthers and apes that once would have posed a serious threat. More abilities followed one after another. Skill acquired, nimble movement. Skill acquired, venomous bite. Through their Devour ability, the goblins kept absorbing skills and growing stronger at an alarming pace. The purple-haired goblin was the clearest example of that progress. Goblin San had already reached level 18, and his total combat power had risen to 250. Watching the tribe improve, Lin Tian's thoughts returned to the coming attack on the elves. Their average combat power was only around 200. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes as confidence settled into his chest. We can win this. A satisfied smile crossed Lin Tian's face. We are ready. At that moment, the Goblin Life simulation system activated. Lin Tian quickly read the result that appeared before him. You lead a confident attack on the elven village. However, you walk into an ambush, are captured, and are executed. Your body is displayed as a warning to the remaining goblins. Reward, 0 points. Lin Tian's expression darkened as he stared at the result. An ambush, he muttered, his brow drawing together. How could that happen? He suddenly shot to his feet. The goblins around him immediately became nervous, turning their heads in every direction as they tried to understand what had disturbed their boss. Lin Tian held still and focused every bit of his enhanced senses on the forest around them, carefully scanning through the darkness for anything out of place. Then he caught it, a faint rustling sound drifting through the trees. His eyes snapped toward the noise. Hidden among the branches, cloaked elves were moving quickly through the forest. Kasana led the group with a grave expression, her face tense beneath the shadows of the trees. The goblins are preparing another attack, she said firmly. We have to warn Mother immediately. The elves behind her nodded. Yes, Princess. Without warning, poisoned arrows sliced through the air from the darkness. One of the arrows struck Kasana directly in the backside. Kasana cried out in shock as her body gave way beneath her and she collapsed to the ground. From the darkness, a goblin shouted excitedly, Boss, direct hit. The poison spread through Kasana's body almost immediately, leaving her unable to move. She could only lie there, furious and helpless, as the goblins began closing in around her. Lin Tian stepped forward with a satisfied grin. You came at exactly the right time. He looked down at the fallen princess and gave the order without hesitation. Take every one of them alive. The goblins answered together. Yes, boss. The goblins let out rough cheers and splashed water across Kasana's face. Her eyelids slowly fluttered as consciousness returned. One goblin leaned closer and called out, Boss, she is waking up. The purple-haired goblin bent down beside her, examining the elf princess as though he had discovered a valuable prize. A special elf for the boss, he said eagerly, licking his lips. Just wait until he sees what we caught. Another goblin eagerly joined in, his eyes shining with anticipation. Lin Tian understood what they meant. The goblin's secretions could paralyze other species and cause an intoxicating secondary reaction, giving his tribe a greater advantage against the elf queen and her people. Kasana glared at the goblins, rage making her entire body tremble even though the poison still held her down. You filthy lowlifes. How dare you kidnap me? And now you are actually planning to attack the elves? Her furious eyes shifted toward Lin Tian. If my mother had not shown mercy, your entire tribe would have been wiped out long ago. Harm even a single hair on my head, and she will destroy every one of you. Lin Tian only chuckled at her threat. Amused by Kasana's boldness, He shoved her back down onto the ground. Mercy, he repeated with a mocking smile. That is interesting. The goblins around him immediately burst into laughter. The goblins you elves talk about and the goblins standing in my tribe are not the same, Lin Tian said. He gestured toward the purple-haired goblin beside him. My tribe may be foolish at times, but they do not lie. Tell me, did the elves not eradicate the goblins living in this forest? Kasana's eyes widened at the question. She remembered her mother saying that a few goblins should be left alive. Lin Tian continued before she could answer. Yet there are still goblins living throughout this forest. So it was not mercy after all, was it? Kasana was still reeling from what he had revealed, and the realization slowly sank in. She understood now that she was in far more danger than she had thought. Tonight, I will take my tribe and investigate the truth for myself, Lin Tian said, a dark smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Then his gaze shifted toward the captured elves. But first, we still have these bodies to deal with. He faced his goblins and gave a cold command. Consume the remaining elves. Absorb their skills. Yes, boss, the goblins shouted in excitement. What? Kasana cried out in horror. Lin Tian turned his cold eyes toward her. And as for you, he said as he stepped closer. Kasana desperately tried to scramble backward, her body shaking with fear. No, please no. Her cry rang through the darkness, then suddenly stopped. A series of notifications appeared. Congratulations. Level increased by 30. Maximum level achieved. Bonus HP increased by 50. Energy increased by 10. Defense increased by 10. Skill acquired, Elven Stealth. Skill acquired, Elven Night Vision. Meanwhile, back in the Elven village, the queen rested in her chambers with a male elf beside her, his body drenched in sweat and completely exhausted. Queen, I cannot, he managed weakly. That is enough for tonight, the queen replied, though disappointment colored her voice. The potions are gone. What a shame. I should have captured more goblins. Her hand moved slowly over the elf's sweat-soaked body. This is still not enough. The queen's expression shifted as another thought crossed her mind. Kasana should have returned by now. She looked toward one of the guards. Has Kasana come back? No, queen, the guard answered. She has been gone for quite some time. Should we send a search party? Someone asked. We could also capture more goblins for the warriors while we are out there. The queen considered the suggestion for a moment before giving a firm nod. Yes, send a detachment to assist Kasana. Your Kasana will not be coming back, a voice suddenly said from somewhere nearby. Who is there? The guard shouted as he drew his sword. The queen slowly turned her eyes toward the window. A volley of arrows suddenly tore through the air. The arrows struck the guard, and he dropped without making another sound. The queen stared at the shafts in horror, her face turning pale as she recognized them. Lin Tian casually walked into the chamber with two goblins at his sides, his expression calm and confident. He looked straight at the queen and declared, Kasana is my prisoner now. Before long, she will carry my child. A smug smile spread across Lin Tian's face as he met the queen's furious stare. That makes us family now, he said, clearly enjoying the shock on her face. The queen's expression twisted with rage. She seized a sword and rushed at Lin Tian without hesitation. What have you done to my daughter? She shouted as she swung the blade at him. You will see soon enough, Lin Tian replied with a low chuckle. He easily slipped away from her attack, and the queen lost her balance, stumbling forward after missing him. Lin Tian stood over her and looked down coldly. Your village is already surrounded. Surrender now, and I may show you mercy. The queen tried to raise her sword again, but her body no longer responded to her commands. I coated the arrows with goblin fluids, Lin Tian explained, watching the paralysis spread through her limbs. They caused the body to lock up. His voice hardened. So I suggest you cooperate, damn it. The queen could barely move her lips as she whispered under her breath, her anger giving way to alarm. Lin Tian crouched down and used the tip of his dagger to lift her chin. I overheard you talking about enhancement potions, he said with a sharp grin. So this is what the elves do. You use goblins to make yourselves stronger. The queen's thoughts flashed back to Kasana's warning about a new goblin leader. As she stared at Lin Tian, a terrifying possibility rose in her mind. Could this really be the one Kasana had feared? Kill them all, someone shouted from outside the chamber. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as the noise grew louder. Looks like we are out of time. The purple-haired goblin hurried toward the window and pointed outside. Look, boss. Lin Tian grinned and pulled the helpless queen toward the window. Perhaps it is time for us to discuss cooperation, he said, forcing her to look outside. The queen's eyes went wide with horror as the sight below came into view. Her elven village was burning, with flames swallowing the buildings she had ruled over. Queen, save us. Please, terrified elves cried out from below. We do not want to be taken by the goblins. Elven bodies were scattered across the ground while goblins stormed through the village, laughing wildly and shouting in triumph. What have you done to my tribe? The queen screamed, her voice cracking as she watched the destruction unfold. Lin Tian remained calm beside her. We are not as weak as you believed, he said. And now you cannot fight back. His expression turned colder as he continued. When the elves were powerful, you slaughtered goblins without mercy. Now the situation has changed. This time, it is our turn. Lin Tian leaned close enough for his voice to reach only her ears. I need stronger goblin warriors, and that is where you come in. He pressed the dagger lightly against her cheek, making her eyes tremble with fear. Whether you live or die after this depends entirely on your cooperation. His gaze stayed fixed on her as he repeated himself in a low, dangerous tone. I need more powerful goblin warriors. That is why I need you. Slowly, he lowered the dagger. And when I am finished, your fate will depend on how well you serve me. Below them, the slaughter and chaos continued without stopping. The queen watched in numb disbelief as the village she had built was torn apart before her eyes. At last, the queen crawled toward Lin Tian and clutched desperately at his leg. Please, do not kill my children, she begged, her voice breaking. I will do anything. Anything at all. With trembling hands, she began to remove her clothing, using a scrap of fabric to cover herself. Her face was pale with humiliation as she forced the words out. I agree. I will bear your children. The following morning, Kasana's voice echoed through the goblin camp, carrying both fear and fragile relief within it. Mother, Kasana cried from inside a cage, clinging tightly to the elven queen as tears streamed down her face. They captured you too. What are we supposed to do now? The queen held her daughter close, her heart aching. I am sorry, Kasana. I underestimated them. I should have listened to you, the queen said with deep regret in her voice. But now we are trapped with the goblins. Our people have become prisoners, and we are completely helpless. Kasana sobbed harder and buried her face against her mother's chest. The queen wrapped both arms around her daughter and whispered quietly, for now, surviving here is the only thing we can do. Outside the cage, Lin Tian watched the two of them in silence. Do not worry, Kasana, Lin Tian said from outside the cage. You will be fed 3 meals every day and kept alive. Then his expression hardened. But try anything clever, and you will die. Tears slid down the queen's cheeks as she bowed her head. I understand, she answered in a quiet, defeated voice. The queen gripped the iron bars tightly and looked directly at Lin Tian. But I have one request. Those children are mine. Please allow me to care for them. Kasana stared at her mother in surprise, while Lin Tian himself paused, clearly caught off guard by the request. Lin Tian's eyes shifted toward Goblin Mon, who was nearby trying to play with and watch over the goblin and elf children at the same time. Then a notification appeared before him. Trait acquired, endless maternal love. That was why the queen had made such a request. Lin Tian looked over the children and understood their value to the tribe. Goblin Mon spoke up from nearby. Lin Tian, I cannot take care of all of them by myself. Let her help. Lin Tian considered the idea for a moment. The elf children could become useful to the tribe once they grew older. He turned toward the queen and gave a short nod. Fine. She can care for the children. Trait, endless maternal love. HP increased by 200. Energy increased by 30. Defense increased by 30. Lin Tian looked over the new gains with surprise. His strength was increasing automatically now. A thought formed in his mind. If he continued having children with strong individuals, then he could keep becoming more powerful. A confident smile slowly appeared on Lin Tian's face. I am strong enough to defeat Loa now. His eyes narrowed with determination. Once the elves give birth, I will go find him. Half a month later, the sharp cry of a newborn goblin echoed through the camp. The goblins crowded around the cage to watch as another goblin baby was born. The goblin father beamed with pride, took the child into his arms, and walked away, leaving the exhausted elf mother behind in the cage. That is my child, the elf mother whispered, shrinking back in horror. I do not want it. It is disgusting. Nearby, another elf with a swollen belly trembled in fear and whimpered softly. Lin Tian and Goblin Mon watched everything from outside the cages. How many newborns do we have now? Lin Tian asked as he looked around the crowded camp. About 30 or 40, Goblin Mon replied. Suddenly, a desperate scream tore through the air. Kasana. Lin Tian and Goblin Mon rushed toward Kasana's cage. Inside, the queen was holding a newborn while trying to support her daughter. Kasana, do not give up. Push, she cried. Kasana screamed in agony, her face twisted with pain. The queen turned toward Lin Tian in panic, tears in her eyes. Help her, please, she is going to die. Without wasting another second, Lin Tian quickly moved to Kasana's side. Goblin Mon, help me. You know what to do, Lin Tian ordered. The queen looked at him in shock as Lin Tian and Goblin Mon began helping Kasana through the delivery. You know how to do this? She asked in disbelief. A little, Lin Tian answered, keeping his eyes fixed on Kasana. Do not. Kasana moaned weakly through the pain. I do not want you here. Be quiet, Lin Tian said firmly. This is my child too. After some time had passed, Lin Tian wiped his hands with a cloth and finally stepped back. It is all right, he said. She is safe now. You saved her, Goblin Mon said, her eyes shining with admiration. Lin Tian only shook his head. It was nothing. Kasana lay unconscious nearby, surrounded by her newborn goblin children, while the queen wept with relief. "Let me out," a voice suddenly shouted from another cage. Lin Tian and Goblin Mon turned toward the disturbance and saw goblins trying to force themselves onto a newly delivered elf in a nearby cage. A blade flashed through the air. One of the goblins dropped dead instantly, while the other froze in terror at the sight. Lin Tian slowly withdrew his dagger and stared at the remaining goblin. "I told you already," he said coldly. "Wait until they recover." Lin Tian's eyes burned with anger as he fixed his gaze on the terrified goblins. "Anyone who disobeys my orders dies," he said, his voice cold enough to make the entire cage area fall silent. He turned his glare toward the goblin still cowering nearby. "From now on, every elf gets extra fruit with their meals. Do you understand?" The goblin shook nervously and stammered. "Why, yes, boss." "Understood." The queen looked at Lin Tian differently after hearing that. For the first time, there was a trace of respect in her eyes. "You are not like the other goblins," she said quietly. Lin Tian barely reacted. "I am only doing what should have been done. Cooperate, and you will be treated properly," Lin Tian said, his tone flat and final. At that moment, the goblin life simulation system activated again. You capture the elves, raise a new generation of stronger goblins, and then decide to seek revenge on Loa. You secretly enter Bright Town and finally locate Loa. However, the Sword Saint appears and kills you before you can finish your revenge. Reward, 30 points. Lin Tian's eyes widened as he absorbed the result. The Sword Saint was here, and Loa was preparing to leave Bright Town. His thoughts began racing. "Then I do not have much time. I need to move quickly." Lin Tian turned to Goblin Mon. "I am going to scout the human territory. You will be in charge while I am gone." Goblin Mon's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you crazy? You will get yourself killed out there." "I still have a score to settle," Lin Tian replied, glancing toward the queen. Before Goblin Mon could argue again, the queen spoke up. "You cannot simply wander into human territory like that. I can place a stealth spell on you." Goblin Mon looked at her in surprise. Lin Tian's mouth curved into a faint smile. "That is exactly what I was hoping for." "You care about my safety now?" Lin Tian asked with a teasing edge in his voice. The queen kept her expression guarded as she began casting the spell. "I only do not want the other goblins mistreating us if you die. And my children are here." The queen continued as she draped an enchanted cloak over Lin Tian's shoulders. "We need you alive to protect us." Lin Tian nodded slowly, a sharp glint passing through his eyes. "I understand." He could tell she was far smarter than she first appeared. "Be careful, Lin Tian," Goblin Mon said as he prepared to leave. "I will handle everything here." The queen watched him in silence, and something unexpectedly gentle flickered in her eyes. "Come back safely." Lin Tian waved dismissively. "I will." Then he slipped into the darkness and disappeared into the night. Bright Town, which was normally crowded and loud with merchants, travelers, and adventurers, had changed completely. Soldiers now patrolled the streets in tense groups, and an uneasy silence hung over the town. Guards carefully watched every major road and intersection. Yet inside a dark alleyway, hidden from all their eyes, a lone figure stood quietly observing their movements. Lin Tian leaned against the wall with his arms folded across his chest. The heavier patrols and tightened security immediately caught his attention. Security has increased this much. Has the Sword Saint already arrived? He stepped out of the alley and began searching for information among the townspeople. But no matter where he listened, he heard nothing definite about the Sword Saint. Lin Tian frowned. What is going on? As he passed a fruit stand, the vendor called out warmly. "Want an apple, young man?" Lin Tian only shook his head and continued walking without stopping. Eventually, Lin Tian reached the town square, where an unusually large crowd had gathered around something ahead. "Something is happening," Lin Tian muttered. He pushed his way through the tightly packed crowd, moving closer so he could see what had drawn everyone there. It was the Adventurers Guild leaderboard. Names and rankings filled the board. Bloodfang Brigade, Platinum Rank 2. Boss Brigade, Silver Rank 3. Savior Brigade, Silver Rank. Prophet Brigade, Gold Rank 1. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed when he spotted Loa's name listed among the strongest. Gold Rank 1. He has become stronger, Lin Tian thought as urgency built inside him. "I need more information." He wandered through the busy streets, but finding one person in a town this large was not easy. Maybe asking locals would help. Then a familiar booming voice rang out from a nearby tavern. "Drinks are on me tonight." Lin Tian stopped in place, and his expression sharpened. He recognized that voice immediately. A grin formed on his face. Loa. Without hesitation, he headed straight into the tavern. Inside, Loa sat at a table surrounded by companions, bragging loudly over drinks. "You would not believe it. I was nearly killed by 4 ghouls. But Angela and Boss Loa saved me." "Boss Loa is the best," Evely giggled, clearly impressed by the story. "That is nothing worth bragging about." One member of the Boss Brigade scoffed from another table. "What did you just say?" The adventurer snapped, slamming his fist down hard enough to rattle the cups on the table. Loa merely chuckled. completely unbothered by the growing tension. The two adventurers stood up and faced each other, their bodies tense as though a tavern fight was about to break out. The bartender wiped a glass with a grim expression and spoke in a low voice. The dragons from Dragon Island are breeding. They have been stealing livestock and attacking people outside the town. If you are all so tough, why not go kill a dragon? Someone challenged from nearby. Lin Tian glanced toward the bartender, his attention catching on one word. Dragons. The bartender's serious expression made it clear this was no drunken rumor. If the dragons attack Bright Town, the capital will not be able to send reinforcements in time, he warned. The adventurers in this town cannot deal with dragons, another voice said grimly. Bright Town is in danger. A heavy silence spread through the tavern. Then someone scoffed. Dragons? What is there to be afraid of? Loa smirked and raised his glass confidently. I have a secret for all of you. The Sword Saint is on her way here, and she is my master. His voice rose with pride. We will kill the dragons together. There will be no need for reinforcements. The entire tavern erupted in shocked excitement. The Sword Saint. Is that really true? With her here, we have nothing to fear. Loa will become a hero. Loa laughed loudly at the crowd's reaction. Drinks are on me. We are celebrating the Sword Saint's arrival and our coming victory over the dragons. He tossed a bag of gold onto the table, and the tavern exploded into cheers. Lin Tian quietly paid for his drink and turned toward the exit. He had barely taken a few steps when someone called out behind him. Leaving so soon, Loa called after him from the table. Lin Tian stopped at the doorway, his face mostly hidden beneath his hair. A faint smile touched his lips. There is no need. There will be other opportunities. He slowly turned his head, and a sinister glint flashed through his eyes. Plenty of them. Loa and his companions watched him leave with annoyed expressions. One of them muttered under his breath, ungrateful bastard. Before long, news of the Sword Saint's arrival spread across Bright Town. The people poured into the streets in celebration, convinced that their greatest protector had finally come. Inside the cathedral, sunlight poured through the stained glass windows, casting brilliant colors over a figure seated at the center of the hall. Loa entered quietly and dropped to one knee. Master. The dragons are getting closer, Loa reported. They have been attacking livestock outside the town, and it will not be long before they attack Bright Town itself. The figure slowly opened her eyes and rose to her feet, gripping her sword with calm authority. And the preparations I ordered? The Sword Saint stood in shining armor, her presence so striking that she looked almost like a goddess. The Dragonbane crossbows are ready, Master, Loa answered. They are being deployed throughout the town now. Make sure they are positioned correctly, the Sword Saint replied coldly. Otherwise, you will be useless to me. When they stepped outside the cathedral, they found a crowd of townspeople and adventurers waiting eagerly. Voices rose all around them. The Sword Saint is so beautiful. Who could ever win her heart? Not even the king would dare approach her. The Sword Saint remained completely unmoved by the praise. Her face stayed cold as she looked over the crowd. What are all of you doing here? Disperse. Loa immediately lowered his head, sweat appearing on his brow. Yes, master. Suddenly, terrified screams echoed across the town. A dragon swooped down from above and snatched a townsperson in its claws. Run, dragons! Help me! Panic exploded through the streets as people scattered in every direction. The Sword Saint and Loa both drew their swords, their attention snapping toward the creature overhead. A scout dragon, the Sword Saint said, narrowing her eyes. It is here to lure us out. Her gaze shifted toward Loa. To the walls, boss. Dragons, a goblin shouted as he ran toward Lin Tian in alarm. There are soldiers stationed on the walls, the goblin continued anxiously. What are we supposed to do now? Lin Tian turned toward the anxious goblin without a trace of panic on his face. I know, he said calmly. Stay here and wait. He walked toward the edge of the cliff, his enchanted cloak whipping behind him in the wind. From that high ground, Lin Tian looked down over Bright Town with a faint smile. Enjoy the show. Behind him, the goblins gripped their weapons and roared in approval. To them, this was going to be fun. Back in Bright Town, dragon roars tore across the sky as enormous shapes descended through the clouds, casting dark shadows over the streets like the beginning of an apocalypse. One massive dragon dove straight toward the town walls, only to be struck in midair by a devastating blast of force. The dragon roared in agony and spiraled down toward the earth, but the others did not retreat. More dragons pressed forward, continuing their assault on the town without hesitation. Evely and Loa stood frozen with their mouths hanging open as they witnessed the terrifying destructive power of the Dragonbane crossbows. On top of the town walls, the Sword Saint remained perfectly calm. She turned toward a nearby knight and asked, Do you understand how to operate the crossbows? Prepare every unit. Yes, Sword Saint, the knight answered immediately. Inspired by the weapon's power and the Sword Saint's unshakable confidence, the soldiers hurried into position. Some soldiers kept their eyes fixed on the darkening sky, watching for the next wave of dragons. Others worked together to load the huge crossbows, their hands moving quickly as the tension rose. Fire. Heavy bolts rained into the sky, striking dragons one after another and sending their enormous bodies crashing down outside the walls. Yet the attack did not stop. More and more dragons kept descending upon Bright Town in relentless waves. The Dragonbane crossbows are incredible, a young man shouted in amazement. Then his expression suddenly changed, his eyes widening as he looked above the town. Wait, look, the sky began to crackle with violent lightning. Out of the storm clouds came a colossal figure, its wings stretching wide enough to blot out the sky. Every roar shook the foundations of Bright Town itself. The heavens turned a threatening purple, and an overwhelming aura crashed down on everyone below, forcing people to their knees. My head, what is that thing? Loa and Evely trembled where they stood, their faces drained of all color as terror took hold of them. It is the dragon from the lightning storm, Loa stammered, covering his ears against the deafening roars. Purple electricity crackled across the dragon's body, and every roar called bolts of lightning down from the clouds. The purple lightning dragon mother, someone screamed. Prepare to fire. But the creature was far too distant. The Dragonbane crossbows could not reach it. The dragon mother opened her jaws and began gathering energy inside her mouth. A blinding light spread through the darkened sky, growing brighter with every passing second. Then a massive torrent of fire erupted from her maw. The blazing inferno swept toward Bright Town, threatening to consume everything in its path. Run! The walls are collapsing. Help us! Do not panic, the Sword Saint shouted, her voice cutting through the terrified cries. A shimmering green barrier suddenly rose around the entire town. The Sword Saint drove her sword into the ground and poured her power into the shield. Hold the line. The Dragon Mother's flames slammed into the barrier, and the impact shook Bright Town from end to end. The lesser dragons remained trapped outside the glowing shield. They clawed at it, slammed their bodies against it, and hammered at the barrier in a desperate attempt to break through. On a nearby hilltop, Lin Tian watched the battle unfold while his goblins gathered quietly behind him. Quite a display, he murmured, his eyes following the destruction below. But it is exactly what I expected. Status. Name, Purple Lightning Dragon Mother. Total combat power, 2,900. Powerful, Lin Tian thought, but still only a pawn on the board. Then he checked the Sword Saint's strength. A bead of sweat slowly ran down his forehead. Status. Name, Sword Saint. Total combat power, 4,000. She is a monster, Lin Tian thought grimly. It is a good thing I am not the one fighting her. The Sword Saint cut through the lesser dragons with effortless precision before launching herself toward the Dragon Mother. Her sword pierced deep into one of the creature's wings, drawing out a furious roar. The Dragon Mother was weaker in direct combat, but her regeneration and endurance were far superior. This battle was not going to end quickly. A dragon passed overhead as Lin Tian and his goblins continued waiting in silence. His eyes moved toward the Sword Saint, who was fully occupied with the Dragon Mother. Now is my chance, he thought. A sinister smile slowly spread across Lin Tian's face. It is time. Start the plan. One group will create a diversion. The other will ambush the humans. Yes, boss. With the dragon attack providing perfect cover, the goblins quietly split into groups and moved into position. Inside Bright Town, the invading dragons continued their assault, filling the streets with smoke, destruction, and terrified cries. These wyverns just will not stop. Loa gasped, exhausted from the fighting. He glanced at a dead dragon nearby and forced a grin onto his face. But I am a dragon slayer. Struggling through the pain in his injured right arm, he pushed himself back to his feet. Goblins! Goblins are attacking! A panicked voice rang out from the streets. Loa immediately turned in that direction, his eyes narrowing. Goblins? Here, people shouted in disbelief. Impossible. We are already fighting dragons, and now this too. The knights were still trying to hold back the dragons. Evely was casting spells, and Loa was wounded. Desperate cries began rising from every side. Help! The goblins are here. Loa finally saw them. Goblins were flooding through the streets, chasing terrified townspeople as panic spread through Bright Town. Damn it! Loa cursed through clenched teeth. Just when we thought this could not get any worse. You too. Hold the line, he shouted toward the remaining knights. Then he looked at Evely. Evely, come with me. We are dealing with the goblins. Loa and Evely ran straight toward the disturbance. You filthy goblins. Loa yelled as he charged forward. You are not getting away with this. As they rushed around a corner, a goblin suddenly sprang out from the shadows. Now, Captain, help me. Evely's cry rang out as a net snapped shut around her, trapping her in place. Loa was quickly surrounded by goblins, and with his injured legs slowing him down, he could only watch helplessly. Captain, we are back. The two knights rushed in to help, but the goblins overwhelmed them almost immediately. Lin Tian stepped out through the flames, his figure emerging from the fire like a demon. He walked toward the struggling knights with his dagger flashing in his hand. Two swift strikes cut through the chaos, and both knights fell silent. Loa and Evely stared at him in horror. Lin Tian pulled back his hood, revealing a cruel smile. I was not expecting to find you this easily. His goblins dragged Loa and Evely forward and forced them down before him. You damned goblins. Loa snarled, struggling desperately against the hands holding him. Lin Tian kicked him hard in the face. Know your place. Then he turned to his goblins. Take them through the sewers and bring them to the outskirts. The rest of you come with me. We are taking the walls. Lin Tian turned and led his goblins toward the ramparts, leaving Loa unconscious, tightly bound, and gagged behind them. Yes, boss. There are so many goblins. Someone help us. Screams echoed through Bright Town. Even the Sword Saint looked around in confusion. Goblins now. The Dragon Mother gave a low, taunting purr as she shifted into her human form, radiating an alluring and dangerous presence. Looking down at the distracted Sword Saint, she smiled. Where are you looking, Sword Saint? With a deafening roar, the Dragon Mother charged at the Sword Saint, her body wrapped in a crimson aura. The Sword Saint did not retreat or flinch. Her eyes remained fixed on the approaching enemy with calm disdain. Even at that speed, the Dragon Mother's movements looked slow in the Sword Saint's eyes. She calmly drew her sword. Worry about yourself, she said coldly. Let us see how much more dragon blood you can spill. Then, with blinding speed, the Sword Saint unleashed a storm of sword strikes. Her blade formed a merciless net of steel, slicing again and again into the Dragon Mother's flesh. For a moment, the only sound was the sharp ringing of her blade cutting through the air. The Sword Saint smoothly sheathed her sword, and the force of the motion sent her hair swirling around her. The Dragon Mother roared in pain, clutching at her wounds as blood spilled from the cuts. The Sword Saint frowned slightly. You are no longer a problem. It is only a matter of time now. Then her thoughts turned toward Loa. I wonder how he is doing. Can he handle the remaining dragons and the goblins? Without warning, a massive explosion rocked the church and sent violent shockwaves through the town. Smoke filled the air along with the sharp smell of gunpowder. Knights and adventurers were thrown backward by the blast. An explosion? The Sword Saint muttered as she turned toward the sound. Have they not finished yet? The Dragon Mother, battered but still standing, stared at her with burning hatred. Perfect timing, she cackled. The Dragon Mother transformed back into her dragon form and soared into the sky, leaving a long trail of smoke behind her. I will be back, Sword Saint, the Dragon Mother roared as she pulled away into the sky. Once I have recovered, you will not escape me again. The Sword Saint watched her flee with both fists clenched tight. Damn it, she got away. Her eyes hardened with fury. I will purge this world of your filth, dragon. She wiped the blood and ash from her face, her expression turning colder by the second. Just wait, she muttered. I will go to Dragon Island myself and wipe out your entire race. Inside Bright Town, the survivors were already struggling to contain the damage. People rushed through the smoke-filled streets, putting out fires, carrying the wounded, and searching through the rubble for anyone still alive. The Sword Saint walked through the ruined streets with a grim expression. Her thoughts quickly returned to Loa. Those useless fools could not even handle a few goblins. She sneered as she stepped past fallen bodies and burned debris. Sword Saint, a wounded knight cried out from the ground. Loa and Evely were captured by the goblins. Beside him, a young woman knelt shakily, trembling from fear. The Sword Saint stopped in place. Loa and Evely, captured? Her eyes narrowed in disbelief. How is that even possible? Those goblins were different, the knight explained weakly, describing the sudden attack. They were far too strong. Even Loa could not defeat them. The young woman nodded through her tears. The Sword Saint's face darkened as humiliation and anger rose inside her. Captured? What a disgrace. She turned toward the haunted forest, murderous intent filling her eyes. I will slaughter every goblin in that forest. Sword Saint, please do not leave, the young woman pleaded, grabbing onto her hand. What happens if the dragons or goblins attack us again? Sword Saint, please protect us, the crowd cried as people fell to their knees around her. We are citizens of the Empire and followers of the Church. The Sword Saint hesitated as she looked at the frightened people surrounding her. They were right. Protecting them was her duty. She let out a frustrated breath. Loa, you are useless. You cannot even deal with goblins. Her expression cooled. I will have to ask the royal family for help. Back in the Goblin village, Lin Tian received a report from one of his subordinates. They are back, boss. They captured 2 humans. The goblins gathered excitedly as a man and a woman were dragged toward the mountain. They are back, some shouted. They brought humans with them. Loa glared at the goblins with his teeth clenched, while Evely trembled nearby, her face flushed from the lingering poison. Loa looked around the camp and froze when he saw the elves. Why are there so many elves here? He asked in disbelief. It is over, Evely whispered quietly. Her voice shook as she stared at the camp. There is a powerful goblin leading this tribe. Have you recovered? Loa asked her in a low voice. Not yet, Evely replied. This poison is powerful. My holy magic needs more time to remove it. Even so, she could feel its effects slowly beginning to fade. Your recovery is impressive, Lin Tian said as he approached them. Loa immediately snarled, "Damu," and tried to attack, but a goblin held him firmly in place. Evely shrank back onto the ground, trembling. Lin Tian stepped closer to Evely, and she screamed in fear. "How do you know my name? What do you want from us?" Her terror only seemed to deepen the anger in Lin Tian's eyes. He gave a cold sneer, tightening his grip as his fingers dug in. The fear on Evely's face did nothing to soften his expression. Lin Tian suddenly forced her down. "Stop!" Evely cried out in panic. "You filthy beast!" "Evely!" Loa roared, struggling desperately against the goblins holding him back. One of the goblins drove a fist into Loa's face and sent him sprawling. "Do not shout at the boss," the goblin snapped. Loa's face throbbed from the blow, but he still glared fiercely at Lin Tian. "You are the intelligent goblin, are you not? You have not thought this through. The Sword Saint can wipe out your entire tribe with one swing." Lin Tian only smirked at the warning. The Sword Saint? She is prey too. It simply is not her time yet. He looked toward the dark forest beyond the camp. "Besides, I have already hidden our tracks. No one will find this place." He turned toward a nearby goblin and wiped blood from his hand. "Take the second-generation goblins into the forest. Hunt and grow stronger." "Yes, boss," the goblin answered with a bow. Lin Tian stepped onto Loa's chest and pressed him down into the dirt, leaving him unable to rise. "Now then," Lin Tian said, leaning closer through the shadows. "Which part of you should I take first?" One eye gleamed beneath the darkness around his face. "Humans enjoy torturing goblins, do they not?" "What are you talking about?" Loa gasped, barely able to breathe beneath Lin Tian's foot. Too slow. Lin Tian's dagger flashed through the air. Loa screamed and clutched the side of his head. Evely stood frozen in terror as Lin Tian calmly inspected what he had done. He had cut off Loa's ear. "We were only doing our duty," Loa hissed through the pain, holding his bleeding ear. "We were protecting humanity by getting rid of monsters like you." Lin Tian let out a cold laugh. "Protecting humanity? Duty? Do not make me laugh. You use those words to justify whatever gives you more power. You kill prisoners and monsters more eagerly than you save people. You are the reason other races hate humans." His voice grew harsher. "You forced us to fight back, and now you will pay the price." Loa and Evely stared at him in stunned silence. How could a goblin possibly know so much about humanity? Lin Tian's eyes glowed with a dark, hostile light. He raised his clawed hand and spoke without any warmth. "This conversation is over. We are not the same." His gaze fell on Loa. "I am not some righteous hero. I am a monster." His voice dropped lower. "And this monster is going to teach you a lesson." Then Lin Tian turned his attention back toward Evely. "No, do not touch her," Loa screamed. Evely's body stiffened with terror as tears ran down her face. "Goblin, damn you," she whispered weakly, her voice shaking. Loa remained tied up, yet he continued struggling against his restraints. "Stop. You animals, stop," he shouted desperately. Still weakened by the poison, Evely could only cry and whimper. Lin Tian looked down at her, his voice low and merciless. "Evely, this is for everything you have done." His eyes did not soften. "And this lesson has only begun." 30 minutes later, the camp had fallen grimly quiet. Evely lay exhausted and barely conscious. Lin Tian held her in place, his face close to hers, then turned toward Loa with a cruel smile. "Now, Loa, watch carefully. See what happens to your precious Evely when you are powerless to protect her." Lin Tian stepped back and gestured toward the goblins. They crowded forward around Evely while Loa struggled helplessly against his restraints. Morning light slowly reached into the goblin camp. It was time for the guards to change shifts. "My turn to guard," a goblin called out. Evely, chained and exhausted after 2 days of cruel treatment, barely reacted to the change. The goblin grinned down at her. "Do not worry. She is still alive." The chief said to keep her breathing, the goblin added. Nearby, Loa lay bruised and battered beneath a goblin's foot. Having witnessed Evely's suffering, he could do nothing but rage in helpless silence. "Evely, hold on," he said desperately. "You have to stay strong." "I am. All right," Evely gasped weakly. The goblin kicked Loa in the head. "Shut up. Who said you could talk?" Not far away, the elven queen and Princess Kasana sat with their goblin babies in their arms. They watched the humans being tormented with grim expressions. "Does Lin Tian truly hate humans that deeply?" the queen asked. "They are worse off than we are," Kasana replied quietly. "At least we have fruit to eat," Kasana added. Goblin Mun entered carrying a basket full of fruit. "I heard Lin Tian is planning to seek revenge on the humans," she said. The goblin babies immediately swarmed toward her, eager to be picked up. The queen's expression turned thoughtful. "He is a goblin unlike any I have ever met. He always keeps his word." A faint blush reached her cheeks as an unfamiliar warmth spread through her chest. "Even in that respect, he is remarkably powerful." "Why do I feel this way?" the queen wondered. "Why do I want to be near him? This is strange." Kasana let out a weary sigh. "Mother, please." Elsewhere, the purple-haired goblin hurried up to Lin Tian. "Boss, the second-generation goblins have returned from hunting." "What?" Lin Tian asked, surprised. He turned toward the approaching group of goblins, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. Why are you back so early? Was the hunt successful? Boss, we're back, the leader of the second-generation goblins announced as he stepped forward and dumped a heap of monster remains at Lin Tian's feet. The system immediately revealed the creature's details. Violent Goblin, level 33, a goblin warrior bearing the titles Elf Slayer, Divinely Blessed, and Monster Slayer. With 470 HP, 142 strength, 168 defense, and skills like Snake Venom, Petrification, Silent Steps, Climbing, Iron Blood, Wolf Giant Teeth, and Battle Cry, its total combat power had reached 500. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed with approval. These goblins had already crossed level 30 and evolved into greater goblins. Their attributes were getting dangerously close to his own. Lin Tian looked over the pile of trophies, then raised his gaze toward the returning goblins. Why are you back this early? He asked, his voice calm but clearly suspicious. We wiped out every monster around the area, the violent goblin quickly explained. After that, we headed west to keep hunting, but that's when we found a group of greater goblins attacking a goblin tribe and slaughtering everyone there. Lin Tian's expression shifted at once. To the west, he repeated. Which tribe was it? I know which one, another goblin hurriedly said. It was the Bloodfang tribe. The attackers were all greater goblins. We spotted their markings while we were out hunting. A sharp gleam flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. Greater goblins had appeared, and that immediately caught his interest. If he could seize their leader and use that bloodline to produce an even stronger third generation, then every greater goblin under his command could become far more powerful. With that kind of force, their odds of standing against the humans would rise dramatically. You idiot, Lois sneered with a bitter laugh. No matter how strong your goblins become, they'll never stand against the knights. Just wait and see. Lin Tian slowly turned toward him, his eyes turning cold. You really are testing my patience, he said. I nearly forgot you were still here. Then he faced his goblins and casually called out. We have a human who needs roasting. Is anyone free? The goblins immediately rushed toward Loa, their eyes shining with cruel excitement. What are you doing? Loa screamed as they closed in around him. You monsters! The knights will wipe out your disgusting race. One goblin shoved a filthy hand into Loa's mouth, silencing his shouting. Finally, it's my turn, the creature muttered greedily. Humans really are delicious. Loa choked and thrashed in panic, still trying to scream through the pain. You monsters! The knights will destroy every last one of you. Evely stood frozen nearby, horrified by what she was witnessing. Fear locked her body in place, and no matter how badly she wanted to interfere, she had no power left to stop them. Several agonizing hours passed before Loa finally gave in to the relentless torment. By the end, there was nothing left of his resistance. Later, Lin Tian and the goblins gathered around roasted boar, celebrating their latest victory with a noisy feast. Lin Tian sat between his two wives, the Elven Queen and Goblin Mon, while the tribe ate and drank around them. The queen raised her voice over the commotion. Lin Tian, are you planning to strike the Bloodfang Goblin tribe next? Lin Tian took a slow drag from his smoke and answered without hesitation. That's right. To become the strongest, we have to keep moving forward. I don't just want to attack them. I want their leader alive. Lin Tian fell quiet for a moment, clearly turning something over in his mind. Then he looked up at the gathered goblins and spoke with certainty. I've decided on a name for our tribe. From this day onward, we will be known as the Heaven's Fury Tribe. The second-generation goblins erupted the second his words landed. Amazing, boss, they shouted, jumping to their feet. Boss is mighty. Boss is brilliant. Soon, every goblin in the settlement was caught up in the excitement. They jumped, waved their arms, and shouted until the whole area echoed with their voices. Our tribe finally has a name. Heaven's Fury Tribe. Heaven's Fury Tribe. Heaven's Fury Tribe. Goblin Mun repeated softly, but worry filled her face as she looked toward Lin Tian. They've destroyed so many tribes already. They must be incredibly powerful. Are you sure it will be all right to attack them, and even try to capture their leader? Lin Tian lazily tore into another piece of meat and gave her a relaxed look. My goblin wife, don't worry. I know exactly what I'm doing. Then he turned toward Evely. Her clothing was still torn, chains held her in place, and she remained kneeling on the ground in exhausted silence. Lin Tian's expression grew thoughtful. Besides, he added, I still have a trump card. I just can't use it yet. The following day, Lin Tian entered the western forest and peered toward the distant enemy territory. Activating Eagle Eye, he studied the shapes moving through the trees. Not bad, he murmured. I can see them clearly from here. Let's find out what kind of strength we're dealing with. From his hidden position in the demonic forest, Lin Tian watched the distant goblins eating and drinking without a care. There were certainly plenty of large, powerful goblins among them, but after observing their movements, he quietly judged that the situation should still be manageable. Then the atmosphere below suddenly changed. The goblins who had been laughing moments earlier began trembling in fear as another figure emerged. Lin Tian immediately noticed the reaction and narrowed his eyes. Hold on, he thought. They're terrified. Their leader must have arrived. The leader stepped into view with a towering body, broad shoulders, and rows of sharp teeth. Lin Tian's eyes widened slightly as he recognized what he was seeing. The leader of the Bloodfawn Goblin tribe. He's actually hero class? The system displayed the enemy's information before him. Warlord Goblin, also known as Bloodfawn. Level 50. Goblin race. High-ranking warrior. Titles: Goblin Monster Slayer and Hero. Divine Blessing, Bamboo God's Blessing. Skills included Ferocious Mace Strike, Giant Strength Enhancement, Petrification, Climbing, and Silent Steps. His weapon was a bone mace. HP: 700. Strength: 239. Defense: 142. Total combat power: 900. Hidden behind a thick patch of trees along the cliffside, Lin Tian remained crouched low as he watched the camp below. They're not as overwhelming as I expected, he assessed. With combat power around 900, a dozen goblin warriors should be able to bring him down. But taking him alive will be a much bigger problem. The huge body made the problem even worse. With so much muscle and thick flesh protecting him, poison arrows would be hard to land properly, and even successful hits might barely affect him. Lin Tian watched closely, judging the enemy's physique. Poison probably had limited effect on these massive goblins. Right now, enough of his own forces could probably bring down 2 of those monsters together, but the losses would be too severe. As he watched the Bloodfawn leader crush smaller goblins beneath his mace, Lin Tian let out a quiet breath. If paralyzing poison won't work, then I'll need another method. Then an old memory surfaced in Lin Tian's mind. He remembered his previous life, the time he encountered Loa and Evely, and the spell Evely had used to trap him so completely that he could not escape. His eyes brightened as an idea formed. That's it, he thought. Evely's holy prison spell. If I can use that against those monsters, it would solve everything. A smile appeared as he rubbed his chin. Looks like the problem already has an answer. Time to visit Evely. With that decision made, Lin Tian turned around and strode back toward the goblin settlement with full confidence. Under his control, the settlement had become far more orderly than before, with the tribe's huts packed neatly together and the goblins moving through the camp with purpose. A purple-haired goblin hurried over carrying a basin of steaming water, wearing a fawning smile as he approached Lin Tian. Boss, I did exactly what you ordered, he said eagerly. That human is barely holding on now. Lin Tian only gave a faint nod. Good work. He took a warm cloth from the basin and walked toward Evely, who lay weakly on the ground. Standing over her, Lin Tian looked down with cold satisfaction. In my past life, you imprisoned me and used me for your experiments, he said. But things have changed now. Look carefully. This time, you're the one dying and begging for mercy. He moved closer one step at a time. Evely was bound in chains, her breathing shallow and unsteady, her eyes dull with exhaustion. She looked as though she had already lost the strength to fight back. In a faint voice, she could only plead, Please, I want to repent to God. Lin Tian crouched beside her and softly said, Hello, Evely. Still trapped in despair, Evely continued praying for mercy. Then she suddenly felt warmth against her shoulder. Someone was carefully wiping dirt from her skin. Her body reacted before her mind could understand it, and she slowly turned her head. Warm, she murmured. Who was that? The moment a goblin's face came into focus in front of her, terror flooded Evely's eyes. Her breath caught, and the little piece she had felt disappeared instantly. Evely jerked upright and violently pushed Lin Tian's hand away. Her entire body shook as she cried out, No, I don't want this. Stay away from me. She stared at him with desperate fear, trying to pull herself back and make herself as small as possible. Lin Tian watched her panic without changing his expression, calmly observing every movement she made. To Evely, it felt like she had been trapped inside a nightmare with no way to wake up. Overwhelmed by terror, she grabbed her head and screamed, Demon, I'm going crazy. I can't take this anymore. Lin Tian frowned at the noise, clearly irritated. She screamed at every little thing, and the sound was becoming unbearable. Worse, it could interfere with what he needed to do next. Without warning, Lin Tian struck her across the cheek. The sharp slap cut through her hysteria at once, and Evely went completely silent, too stunned to speak. Lin Tian immediately used that opening to pull her small, trembling body into his arms. Dropping to one knee, he held her carefully and ran a hand through her hair in a soothing motion. Your punishment is over, Evely, he told her in a quiet voice. Evely's eyes widened as if she could barely believe what she had heard. Her shoulders trembled, and her hands slowly reached toward Lin Tian like someone grasping for the last lifeline in a storm. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at him, seeing him as her only remaining hope in that living nightmare. Really? She whispered, clinging to him with shaking hands. Once Evely began to calm down, Lin Tian gently helped her sit upright and brushed his hand across her face. His gaze softened as he looked directly into her eyes. I always keep my promises, he said. But first, I want you to choose your faith again. Evely was still lost in a haze, captivated by the gentleness in his expression and barely able to process what he was asking. Faith? Evely murmured weakly. What faith are you talking about? She lifted her brow slightly, tears still trailing down her cheeks. Lin Tian answered in an even, reassuring tone. Choose the God you want to believe in. He patted her head as though offering comfort, then gave her a simple choice. Believe in me, become mine, and free yourself from this suffering. Evely's body trembled at his words. She clasped her hands together as if she were praying, lowered her head, and silently wrestled with the decision. Then, after a long and trembling pause, Evely made a small barking sound, imitating a dog. Slowly, she crawled toward Lin Tian and carefully took his hand as though it were something precious. She pressed herself close, whimpered softly, and called him master. The moment Lin Tian realized his plan had worked, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He quickly smoothed Evely's tangled hair, maintaining the same gentle expression. Very good, Evely, Lin Tian said as he stood and looked down at her kneeling form. A faint smirk crossed his face. From now on, I am your only master. I'll call you little puppy. Evely barely seemed to hear the name. In her deepest despair, all she understood was that the person standing before her felt like her only path out of suffering. She was willing to do anything to escape the misery surrounding her. Her empty eyes slowly brightened, and a fragile smile spread across her face as she crawled closer, desperate to please him. Woof woof, master. Her complete obedience clearly pleased Lin Tian. Lin Tian bent down and lifted Evely into his arms with ease. Follow me, he said simply as he carried her away. He walked toward the steaming hot bath, while Evely clung tightly around him for support, still too weak and shaken to stand on her own. Lin Tian removed her ruined clothing, and the chains that had held her captive fell away with a loud clatter across the floor. Lin Tian carefully lowered Evely into the warm water and began cleaning away the dirt and grime left from her suffering. Evely held her hands tightly against her chest, overwhelmed by the heat and comfort surrounding her. In that dark period of her life, the warm bath felt like the first kindness she had received in a long time. She closed her eyes and let herself sink into the warmth. My kind God, she whispered. You're so good to me. I'll do my best to serve you. After she had been cleaned, Lin Tian adjusted Evely's position so she could sit more comfortably in the bath. The warmth slowly returned color to her pale skin, leaving a soft rosy flush across her body. Hearing her words, Lin Tian knew the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He leaned closer with a smile and whispered into her ear. Really, Evely? What a coincidence, Lin Tian said, seizing the opening immediately as his expression brightened. Evely, I want to see you use your holy prison spell. Still dazed by everything around her, Evely stared at him blankly. Holy prison? Master, what is that? Lin Tian led Evely to a quiet spot within the settlement and took out the spell book he had recovered from the elf tribe. He turned through its worn pages until he found the right passage, then laid the open book across a stone table. Evely stared down at the page for a moment before her eyes widened in recognition. Holy prison, is this the spell? She whispered. She began chanting the incantation while Lin Tian stood nearby with his arms folded. Golden runes rose from the pages one after another, multiplying in the air around her. All at once, a beam of golden light wrapped around Evely and lifted her body slightly off the ground. Her chanting became quicker and sharper, every word echoing with growing power as the glowing symbols spun around her. Then Evely swept both hands through the air. A huge magical prison formed in front of her, shaped like a towering cross and sealed in brilliant golden light. From behind her, Lin Tian watched every detail closely. The sight removed any doubt he had about her ability. This was exactly the kind of prison he needed. With this spell in hand, his next move would become far easier to carry out. Lin Tian smiled faintly and rubbed his chin, clearly pleased by the result. Yes, that's exactly it. Evely, you did well. Once he had confirmed what he wanted, Lin Tian's mood visibly improved. He brought Evely back toward the goblin settlement, already thinking ahead to what came next. As they passed the prison cells, their footsteps drew the attention of Loa, who was somehow still alive despite everything he had endured. He lifted his head sharply and looked through the bars. The moment he saw Evely, his eyes widened. Evely, it really is her. Loa rushed up to the bars in agitation and reached through them as far as he could. Evely, you're recovered, he shouted. Quickly, kill that goblin and restore my body. Hurry up. But Evely did not react at all. She stood there as though Loa were a complete stranger. Lin Tian laughed when he saw Loa's pitiful state behind the bars. Can't you see it? He said mockingly. She surrendered to me willingly. Loa's rage exploded. He gripped the bars so tightly that they groaned under the pressure. The daughter of the Holy Order's high priest had been tamed by a goblin so easily. As if to make the humiliation even clearer, Lin Tian calmly patted Evely on the head. Evely immediately lowered herself and knelt before him. Lin Tian glanced toward Loa, clearly enjoying the reaction he was getting. Evely, he said, Tell him, did you surrender to me of your own will? The moment she heard his voice, she pressed herself against his leg and answered softly, of course, master. It was Evely's own decision. Watching her cling to Lin Tian so willingly, Loa could not believe what he was seeing. The strength drained out of Loa's body. He slowly sank down onto the prison floor, his face turning pale as the last flicker of hope inside him was crushed by reality. His hands loosened from the bars, and his body shook uncontrollably. For a few seconds, Loa sat there in silence. Then he suddenly began laughing in a broken, hysterical way, like someone whose mind had finally snapped. What you're doing will bring about the extinction of goblins everywhere, he screamed. His laughter caught in his throat, saliva dripping onto the floor while his face twisted into a crazed expression. Despair had already pushed him to the edge, leaving him with nothing but wild shouting. You were born only to be slaughtered by humans. The Holy Order will kill every single one of you. Loa's words about Evely's identity caught Lin Tian off guard. He had not expected her to come from such an important background. So Evely carried that kind of status. While Loa raged behind the bars, Evely paid him no attention at all and simply leaned against Lin Tian, clinging close to him. Lin Tian smiled as he looked at the desperate prisoner. Thank you for giving me such useful information, he said. You deserve a generous reward. Then he turned toward a goblin guard standing nearby. Don't let this man rest for the next few days. The guard grinned darkly, stepping toward the cell while cracking his whip. Don't worry, boss. I'll take very good care of him. Loa looked toward Evely for help, but her complete indifference only made his fingers clamp harder around the bars. With that matter dealt with, Lin Tian's smile returned. Good, he said lightly. Now it's time for the real work. Follow me, Evely. He tucked the spellbook away and began walking forward, while Evely silently followed behind him. As he moved through the settlement, he announced to the goblins around him, we're going to destroy the Bloodfang Goblin tribe. Far away at the Bloodfang Goblin tribe settlement, the entire place felt dark and oppressive. The air carried a suffocating weight, giving the camp the appearance of a living hell. A hunched old goblin wearing a cloak decorated with deer antlers slowly approached the chieftain. Leaning heavily on a staff, he bowed and spoke in a trembling voice. Chieftain, all preparations have been completed. Hearing that report, the enormous chieftain rose to his feet with his mace in hand. He looked down at his followers and bellowed, Good. Today, we attack the southern tribe. The announcement immediately stirred the fighting spirit of the goblins below. Then the chieftain added something that sent them into an even greater frenzy. Bring those elves back for our amusement. He swung his mace with a vile grin, showing off his strength. At the mention of elves, the goblins erupted like they had been filled with madness, shouting and cheering all around him. The chieftain is mighty. Their celebration was suddenly interrupted by a distant shout. Chieftain! Chieftain! The massive goblin rested his mace across his shoulder and turned toward the voice. A large goblin came running toward him with a thick bone club in hand, pointing anxiously toward the edge of the settlement. A goblin has broken into the tribe, he reported. He says he wants to see you. The chieftain's eyes widened as if he had heard something impossible. What? Someone actually dares to invade my territory? The chieftain's voice boomed through the camp. Heavy footsteps echoed from the distance as a lone figure approached. Seeing him, the chieftain sneered with open contempt. What kind of low-level goblin is this supposed to be? The curious goblins hurried forward to see who had entered their territory alone. Then Lin Tian stepped directly before the chieftain. He removed his hood, revealing a handsome face, cold indifferent eyes, and a faint smirk at the corner of his lips. Bloodfang chieftain, he said calmly. I know you're a hero-class goblin with intelligence comparable to a human's. That's why I came here to speak with you. Seeing a thin goblin walk into their territory without backup, the chieftain's followers quickly raised their weapons and spread into formation on both sides. They were ready to attack at any moment. But the chieftain studied Lin Tian more carefully. This goblin did not move or carry himself like the others. Something about his manner made him stand out immediately. What kind of goblin are you? He asked. To walk into enemy territory alone without showing even a trace of fear was not normal. Lin Tian continued moving forward at an unhurried pace. Nothing special, he replied. I'm just a little smarter than the average goblin. Not wanting to waste any more time, Lin Tian put both hands into his pockets and went straight to the point. I'm the leader of the Heaven's Fury tribe. I'm taking your leader with me. His words were not a request. They were a declaration and a challenge all at once. Does anyone object? A tense silence settled over the gathered goblins. Lin Tian stood where he was, his cloak shifting slightly in the breeze. His voice remained calm as he addressed the tribe. I'll give you two choices. Submit to me. He straightened his posture, his gaze moving across the crowd as an overwhelming sense of authority rolled off him. Then he raised one hand and pointed down toward the ground. Or die here. His words carried a cold, bloody weight. Strands of hair fell across his eyes, but the sharp gleam beneath them held the pride and pressure of a king. The chieftain exchanged a glance with the deer-antlered goblin beside him. Under Lin Tian's pressure, a thought suddenly surfaced in the chieftain's mind. His teeth clenched as he stared at the thin figure standing before him. "You're the one who captured the elves?" he realized. "You're the leader of that tribe." Lin Tian ignored the question completely. Instead, he spread his arms and smiled as if he were offering something generous. "Your bloodline isn't bad. Come with me." To Lin Tian, it was a straightforward invitation to join his tribe. But to the chieftain, this small, weak-looking goblin was speaking complete nonsense. Bloodline? Come with him? Was this runt mocking him? The chieftain looked Lin Tian up and down, taking in his smaller and thinner frame. Then he let out a derisive laugh. What a foolish little thing. His huge hand suddenly shot forward and grabbed Lin Tian by the head, as though he could crush it like a watermelon with only a little pressure. The chieftain's irritation was obvious. "Shut up," he roared. "I can't believe you delivered yourself right to me." He leaned down until his face was close to Lin Tian's, tightening his grip just enough to threaten him. "After I kill you, every elf and every human you own will belong to me." Seeing their chieftain holding Lin Tian's head in one hand, the surrounding goblins jumped and shouted in excitement. "Crush him! Crush him!" Even under that massive hand, Lin Tian's expression did not change. "Just as I thought," he said flatly. "Talking to you was a waste of time. I said everything I needed to say. Since you refuse, then that's enough." Those words made the chieftain even angrier. Bloodshot fury filled his eyes as he glared down at Lin Tian. But Lin Tian remained completely calm. "If I didn't need you alive," he said, "I wouldn't have bothered wasting so many words on you." In the next instant, Lin Tian moved. He launched himself into the air, his blade cutting a flawless arc through the space between them. Blood burst outward like red flowers opening in the air, beautiful for only a moment before becoming deadly. The chieftain screamed in agony. Lin Tian's speed had been far beyond what he could follow. The strike came too suddenly, and by the time he understood what happened, it was already too late. The chieftain's severed hand fell onto the blood-soaked ground with a heavy thud. Every goblin nearby stared at it in horror, their mouths hanging open as they froze in complete shock. The chieftain staggered backward, clutching the bloody stump of his arm as pain ripped through him. "That bastard," he howled. "Kill him." One of the goblins shrieked and pointed toward Lin Tian in panic. "Avenge the chieftain." Lin Tian had been waiting for the fighting to begin. "If you'd taken any longer," he said, "I would have died of boredom." One hand stayed in his pocket while he lifted the other. His fingers moved slightly, then snapped. A thin thread of light appeared around his arm, coiling like something alive before shooting away through the air. Lin Tian smirked. "Go." Without warning, a blade pierced straight through the deer-antlered goblin's heart. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he collapsed before he could even understand where the attack had come from. Another goblin saw the blade appear from nowhere and recoiled in terror. "How is that possible?" he cried. The attack had been completely silent. A chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat slid down his back. When he turned around, he saw another goblin fall. This time, Lin Tian's subordinate had appeared directly in front of him, swinging a spear with lethal force. Of course, the reason was the silent step skill. More of Lin Tian's goblin subordinates began appearing from the shadows around the settlement. One of them shouted loudly, "The chieftain has ordered the complete annihilation of the Bloodfang tribe." Realizing the situation had turned against them, the Bloodfang goblins rushed to protect their wounded chieftain. Lin Tian stood tall in the middle of the chaos and gave a single command. "Go. Destroy them all." His followers answered with a thunderous roar. "Attack! Attack! Kill! Kill! Kill!" After only a few shouted commands, Lin Tian's goblins vanished as their silent steps skill activated. A few seconds later, a massive force emerged behind Lin Tian, their numbers so overwhelming that the Bloodfang chieftain could only gasp in horror. So many goblin warriors, clutching his wounded arm, he stumbled backward and watched helplessly as his followers were cut down. "We were tricked, that bastard." The truth was brutal. His followers could not withstand the sudden assault. Within minutes, their forces were nearly wiped out. The chieftain glared at Lin Tian as he slowly walked closer. "That bastard. He negotiated with me just to lower my guard." With every step Lin Tian took, the chieftain understood the trap more clearly. Everything had been planned by that thin goblin from the start, waiting for them to walk straight into it. Damn him. The chieftain knew his chance of surviving would be much better if he fled alone. Revenge could always come later. He was not weaker than them, and if he decided to escape, nobody should be able to stop him. "Just wait," he thought. "I'll come back for you." But before he ran, he wanted to release some of the rage burning inside him. The chieftain suddenly lunged at Lin Tian and threw a powerful punch, hoping to land one final blow before escaping. "Even if I run," he thought, "I'll take this bastard down with me." But Lin Tian did not flinch, retreat, or even attempt to dodge. He simply crossed his arms and watched the huge fist rush toward him, a calm smirk spreading across his face. From somewhere in the distance, Evely's soft voice answered at once. "Holy prison." The instant she spoke, glowing runes flickered into existence in midair, spreading outward like radiant chains preparing to close around their target. A dazzling cage of golden light suddenly formed around the chieftain, sealing him inside before he could react. "What?" he roared, slamming against the shining prison in disbelief. Lin Tian stood calmly in front of the cage with a cold sneer on his face, completely unconcerned by the chieftain's threats. He simply watched as the massive goblin struggled uselessly against bars that would not bend or break. "Light magic." The chieftain growled through clenched teeth, glaring furiously at Lin Tian from inside the cage. Goblins can't use light magic. But as the words left his mouth, something finally clicked in his mind, and his expression began to change. His eyes opened wider and wider as disbelief washed over his face. Furious now, he threw himself toward the cage again and demanded, "What is this supposed to mean?" The answer was standing right in front of him. A human mage was kneeling obediently at the feet of a skinny goblin, addressing him as her master and behaving like a loyal puppy waiting for approval. Lin Tian looked completely unfazed by the chieftain's stunned expression. He casually praised Evely like an owner rewarding a well-trained pet. "Good girl, Evely. You really are a good dog. When we get back, I'll make sure you receive a reward." Evely's face immediately brightened at the sound of his praise. Clearly delighted that her master had acknowledged her, she lowered herself even more respectfully and answered with open happiness, "Thank you, master." Inside the golden prison, countless rays of light twisted together and became glowing chains. They wrapped tightly around the chieftain's body, dragged him down, and forced his heavy frame onto the ground. He stared up at Lin Tian in pain and rage. "This is despicable." But Lin Tian only hummed lightly, pleased that everything had gone exactly as planned. "Be a good hero for me, Bloodfang chieftain." Back in the Heaven's Fury tribe settlement, Lin Tian's subordinates wasted no time. They hauled the captured Bloodfang chieftain into the prison and bound him to a huge stone slab with thick chains. His massive body sagged against the cold rock, while blood slowly ran down his legs. Looking down at the defeated hero, Lin Tian let out a quiet sigh. "Who you?" It really took a lot of work to bring him down. Lin Tian wiped the blood from his blade with a cloth, his eyes resting coolly on the chieftain like he was inspecting a valuable prize. "At last, it's over. Now there's nothing left that can threaten us." From inside a nearby cell, Loa clutched the iron bars with trembling hands. His eyes were wide as he watched the unbelievable sight in front of him. That damned goblin had returned without a scratch, and somehow, he had even captured the chieftain. Questions raced through Loa's mind faster than he could answer them, and every answer only made his heart grow colder. He had captured a hero. How could that monster possibly have done it? Shuddering uncontrollably, Loa slowly stepped away from the prison bars. Lin Tian noticed the elf queen approaching with Goblinmon, both of them smiling as they came closer. He handed the bloodstained cloth to Goblinmon and gave her a direct order. "Goblinmon, leave the impregnation work to the other goblins. You'll be in charge of supervising everything here." Goblinmon accepted the cloth happily and nodded without hesitation. "I'll do exactly as you say." Lin Tian then glanced at Evely beside him and pushed her toward Goblinmon. "Leave her with you for now. Evely, you'd better behave yourself. Understand?" The sudden shove caught Evely off guard, and fear flashed across her face as she looked back at him. She quickly nodded and answered, "Yes, master." Goblinmon caught her before she could fall, then stared at the human mage in surprise. All right," Goblinmon said, accepting the arrangement. Lin Tian then turned toward the elf queen, who was walking over with a basin of water in her hands. He picked up a cloth and began wiping his hands clean. "Help me get dressed. I'm going to meet someone." The elf queen blinked at him in surprise. "Someone?" Without answering right away, Lin Tian slowly rubbed his tired shoulders. His long hair hung loosely around his face, hiding his eyes as he stood there in silence. "That's right," Lin Tian said at last with a faint smile. He removed his cloak, revealing his tall and slender frame beneath it. As the cloak dropped to the ground, a sharp light gleamed in his eyes. "Someone extremely important." He explained that, judging by Loa's arrogance, human reinforcements would probably reach Brighttown soon. Waiting around helplessly was not his style. With his current strength, he could still fight the Night Order, but facing the Sword Saint herself would mean certain death. Raising another hero-class goblin would take time, so he needed someone capable of keeping the Sword Saint occupied. His smile deepened. "The enemy of my enemy is my best friend. It's time to visit the Dragon Mother." Lin Tian made his way to the seashore, where the cool ocean wind swept across the sand. 2 butchered oxen had been placed near the water, their bodies lying open beneath the sky. Looking toward the distant horizon, Lin Tian thought through his plan carefully. Dragon Island was at least 100 kilometers away, far too distant for him to reach quickly on his own. That meant he would need another way to get there. Blood slowly stained the pale sand, and before long, scavenging seagulls began gathering overhead. They circled above the carcasses, drawn by the smell. That was exactly what Lin Tian had been waiting for. Lin Tian looked over the lavish bait he had prepared, wiped his hands clean, and quietly muttered to himself, The fastest way to reach Dragon Island is to let a dragon carry me there. With the sea stretching endlessly before him, he folded his arms and waited with complete confidence. It was only a matter of time before something powerful noticed the blood and came searching for an easy meal. As though answering his thoughts, a heavy rush of wings suddenly rolled through the air. The sound grew louder with every second. Then a large dragon covered in red scales descended toward the beach, lured in by the rich scent of fresh blood. The moment Lin Tian saw that the bait had worked, he moved quickly. One of the ox carcasses had already been cut open, and he slipped inside before the dragon could notice him. Hiding in the hollow body, he smirked to himself. Now all he had to do was wait for the rest of the plan to unfold. The beating wings grew louder until the ground itself seemed to tremble. Then Lin Tian suddenly felt the carcass rise into the air. Seeing no one nearby, the dragon had grabbed the ox with its sharp talons and lifted it clean off the beach. Inside, Lin Tian held tightly to the flesh and bone around him, carefully keeping his balance as the dragon soared upward. The dragon gave a proud roar as it carried its prize away toward Dragon Island. Wind rushed past Lin Tian's ears from inside the carcass, but he only smiled to himself. His gamble had worked perfectly. Flying at terrifying speed, the dragon crossed more than 100 kilometers in a short time. Land and sea blurred beneath its wings as it carried the stolen prey farther and farther from the coast. At last, the dragon reached its destination and dropped the ox carcass into a dark, rocky cave. Still protected by the thick carcass around him, Lin Tian hit the ground with a violent jolt. The landing left him briefly dizzy, but he was otherwise completely unharmed. After listening carefully to the silence around him, Lin Tian crawled out of the carcass and dusted himself off. Looking around the cave, he gave a satisfied smile. Just as I expected, these dragons don't hunt only for themselves. He was about to explore the cave when a cold, sinister voice spoke from behind him. There's something strange inside the food. Lin Tian spun around immediately. From the darkness of the cave, a giant eye with a brilliant golden pupil stared directly at him. At the same time, a suffocating pressure filled the air and pressed down on him from every direction. After looking more closely, Lin Tian recognized the one he had come all this way to find, the Dragon Mother herself. She rose from the darkness, staring at him with a spark of recognition in her eyes. I remember you. You're the goblin leader who attacked Bright Town. Her gaze traveled over his small body with open amusement. What are you doing sneaking into my territory? You're barely enough for one bite. And sneered. Should I eat you? Nearby, another dragon noticed what looked like easy prey and began drooling. Its eyes gleamed hungrily as hot breath poured from its nostrils in steaming bursts, making the threat painfully clear. Even while surrounded by hungry dragons, Lin Tian remained calm. As the beast slowly closed in around him, he raised one hand toward the Dragon Mother and spoke without hesitation. Wait, I came here to propose a partnership. The Dragon Mother looked genuinely surprised. How rare. She stepped down onto the cave floor, her attention fixed on him. A tiny goblin actually wants to form a partnership with me? Her enormous dragon body began to change. Scales receded, wings disappeared, and her massive frame gradually took on a human form. She remembered that this goblin had helped her before, and now he had crossed such a distance just to speak about joining forces. That alone made him interesting. Before Lin Tian stood a strikingly beautiful woman, smiling with clear amusement. Since you came all this way, tell me about this partnership. I'm curious what a little goblin thinks he can offer me. You have courage, coming into the territory of the dragon clan. I'll give you that. Her smile remained, but a sharp glint appeared in her eyes. She leaned closer until her face was near his, wearing a playful smile. If what you say satisfies me, I might decide not to eat you. At the mention of food, the dragons around them edged closer to Lin Tian. Their breath steamed in the cave air, and each one looked ready to tear him apart at the slightest signal. The Dragon Mother's threat did not shake Lin Tian at all. He had expected this, and his eyes remained steady as he met hers. You want revenge against the Sword Saint, don't you? When she did not immediately respond, Lin Tian knew he had struck a nerve. The Dragon Mother simply watched him, waiting for him to continue. Let's join forces. I helped you escape last time, after all. The look in the Dragon Mother's eyes changed. Curiosity and interest quickly replaced her earlier amusement. A low-level monster like you wants to plot against the Sword Saint. Her smile slowly returned. You've caught my attention. Interesting. Very interesting. With her arms crossed, the Dragon Mother began circling Lin Tian while her interest continued to grow. A tiny goblin daring to challenge the Sword Saint was clearly entertaining to her. She smirked and asked, Tell me then, how exactly are you planning to deal with that bitch? The mere thought of the Sword Saint seemed to make her want to tear someone apart. Lin Tian turned toward the Dragon Mother and answered simply, It's easy. I just need you to send your dragon soldiers to harass Bright Town from time to time. Oh, the Dragon Mother placed one hand curiously on Lin Tian's shoulder. Lin Tian ignored the touch and waited for her to finish speaking. She looked down at him with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. And what about you? What can such a small group of goblins possibly do against a madwoman like that? She stepped closer with a wide, excited smile spreading across her face. What exactly are you planning, little goblin? The more she looked at him, the more interested she became. The dragon mother chuckled softly and lifted Lin Tian's chin with one finger. Brute force won't be enough to deal with someone like the Sword Saint. Lin Tian grinned at her words, confidence flashing in his eyes. Then we won't attack her strength. We'll attack her heart. The best way to defeat her is to kill the people around her. His answer pleased the dragon mother immediately. So that's your plan. She laughed, her eyes shining with excitement. Using goblins to kill people without sacrificing my own forces, I like it. Seeing her reaction, Lin Tian knew the agreement was already secured. Then we have a deal. The dragon mother smiled gently. Of course. But instead of stepping away, the dragon mother moved her hand toward Lin Tian and pressed closer to him. I never expected to find something this clever among the goblins. Hunger shone openly in her eyes as she looked over the tall, slender goblin standing before her. She stroked his chin with one finger and smiled. The more I look at you, the more I like you. I have a gift for you. Standing in front of the dragon mother, Lin Tian gave an awkward smile and tried to ignore the claw resting against his face. Inwardly, he could only think that the dragon mother during mating season was far more troublesome than he had expected. The dragon mother glanced over his small frame, then scoffed lightly. Yes, your tiny body certainly isn't enough for me. Once their agreement had been settled, the dragon mother turned toward her followers and looked around the cave. Lin Tian used that moment to quietly observe the dragon lair for himself, standing with his arms crossed as he studied the dragons and the space surrounding them. After a brief pause, the dragon mother suddenly seemed to remember something. She chuckled and rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Well then, before anything else, I'll give you another gift. Her eyes moved across the dragons around her as she considered the choice. Now then, which one should I choose? Back in Lin Tian's Heaven's Fury tribe, the settlement had changed dramatically after its living conditions improved. What had once been a rough goblin camp now looked much more like a human town. A huge wooden cross stood in the middle of the settlement, reserved for punishing and executing serious offenders. Loa was currently bound to it. The former knight captain of Bright Town hung there, while armed goblin soldiers patrolled nearby in armor. Within the designated area, pregnant elves were allowed to move around freely. The blazing heat and the long days of captivity were slowly destroying Loa's sanity. His only remaining hope was that the Sword Saint's Knight Order would eventually arrive and rescue him. It's been so long. Why haven't they come for me? Every passing day wore down his hope a little more. If I stay here much longer, I'll lose my mind. I have to escape somehow. But how? Goblins were everywhere around him, and Loa was nearing the limit of his endurance when a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. These goblins were small. Maybe he could somehow use that weakness to his advantage. He slowly raised his eyes toward the sky, his exhausted brow tightening. If I could just get higher up. Then he noticed something in the distance. What's that? Squinting through the heat, Loa tried to focus as the shape moved closer and closer. That couldn't be real. Loa's pupils suddenly shrank, and the confusion on his face twisted into shock before turning into pure terror. A dragon was descending from the sky, its enormous wings pounding the air with terrifying force. Loa remembered exactly why he had been captured in the first place. He had killed a dragon in town. Now, after being imprisoned by goblins, another dragon had appeared right above him. It felt like the same nightmare had come back to haunt him all over again. Staring at the approaching beast, Loa screamed in panic. Fish, that's a dragon. Get me down. I don't want to be burned alive. Loa's desperate cries startled the goblin guards nearby. They turned toward him with annoyed, disdainful looks, clearly irritated that a prisoner was making such a scene. In their eyes, he was just another captive trying to cause trouble. The goblins quickly gathered together and moved into defensive positions. Even so, as the dragon came closer, many of them instinctively stepped back. One of the goblin leaders shouted toward the settlement, "Sound the alarm." The warning rang throughout the entire settlement, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The elves looked up in fear at the dragon looming overhead, unable to understand why it had come. Then someone suddenly noticed something unusual. Wait, look closely. There's someone riding on its back. Every eye turned toward the figure standing on the red dragon's back, a cloak whipping wildly in the wind. The silhouette looked strangely familiar. Then the dragon descended with a thunderous roar, its huge wings kicking up dust and sending gusts through the settlement. Goblin soldiers gripped their weapons tightly. They knew they had no chance against a dragon, but they were still ready to fight. Dying in battle was better than being reduced to ash by dragon fire. The dragon's claws finally touched the ground, and its wings slowly folded behind its back. The familiar figure riding on top came into clear view. "I'm back," a familiar voice called out. The goblins froze in disbelief, blinking again and again. Boss? Boss. It really was Lin Tian. But beside him stood the red dragon, completely calm and obedient. Then, Before anyone could recover from that shock, they witnessed something even more unbelievable. Lin Tian reached out and gently patted the dragon on the head as though it were nothing more than a large pet. Rest here for now. Don't wander off. The goblins stood there stunned. Their boss was actually giving orders to a dragon. This was easily the biggest piece of news their tribe had ever seen. The dragon responded by breathing out a small puff of smoke, its eyes soft and obedient, almost as if it were answering. Okay, boss. The goblins immediately burst into loud cheers. Boss is incredible. He actually tamed a dragon. Goblin Mun, who had rushed outside as soon as she heard the alarm, watched her husband climb down from the dragon's back with shining pride in her eyes. To the goblins, Lin Tian had become something close to an idol. In the middle of all the celebration, Goblin Mun hurried over and wrapped herself around his arm, unable to hide her happiness. The goblins crowded around Lin Tian, congratulating one another for making the wise decision to follow him. Their excitement filled the settlement, but Loa, still hanging from the wooden cross, could only grit his teeth. He struggled to breathe and tried desperately to calm himself. When he looked at Lin Tian, his eyes were filled with terror. This was impossible. The goblin he once knew could not possibly possess power like this. Was that creature truly a goblin? Yet the truth stood directly in front of him. The figure surrounded by cheering followers and treated like a god was, without question, still a goblin. The irony made Loa's world feel like it was collapsing. More than ever, he knew he had to escape. Night Order, save me. The scene shifted to the town square of Bright Town. After the earlier dragon attack and goblin raid, the damaged town had been rebuilt, and the former calm of the place had finally begun to return. The townspeople gathered near the gates, watching a column of armored knights approach from the distance. The royal insignia shining on their armor made their identity obvious. The Royal Knight Order had arrived. The knights rode straight to the temple, dismounted in formation, and knelt before the Sword Saint. Holy Sword Master, they said respectfully. The Sword Saint gave a dismissive wave of her hand, her voice cold and commanding. There's no time for formalities. Rise. She made it clear that their priority was rescuing Loa and the mage Evely. Without wasting another moment, she issued the next order. Begin preparing the rescue operation immediately. Back in the forest, the system displayed a long series of messages before Lin Tian. The life simulation system had activated the current storyline. Through the attacks on Bright Town and the Bloodfang tribe, he had made major progress in cultivating the third generation of goblins. To resist the Sword Saint and the royal family, Lin Tian had led his goblins and Evely deeper into the demonic forest to level up. 1 month later, Lin Tian had reached level 50, Goblin Mun had reached level 60, and Evely had reached level 45. The system then presented several choices. The first choice was to remain in the demonic forest and continue leveling because his strength was still insufficient, but its evaluation was 0. The second choice was to capture more human prisoners and breed more goblins, showing that expanding the tribe was becoming the main focus. Then Lin Tian understood the meaning of the third choice. It meant the Sword Saint would not launch a surprise attack during this period. Since there was no immediate danger, he decided to skip ahead in time. Lin Tian selected the third option, and time acceleration immediately activated. A bright light swallowed the surrounding space as he waited for the result. Then a message appeared, stating that insufficient experience could be gained in the demonic forest because there were not enough enemies available. Lin Tian frowned at the message. Not enough experience? What does that mean? Before he could fully process it, the system updated again. The final evaluation was only 20 points out of 100. His reward was 20 life points, and the life simulation came to an end. Time passed. 1 entire month had vanished, and Lin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could even react properly, another prompt appeared before him. 1 month later, Lin Tian woke up in his room and rubbed his temples, still feeling strangely unsettled. So this is what time skipping feels like, he murmured. It's really strange. Lin Tian sat up as his thoughts gradually cleared. Another message appeared in front of him. Congratulations on reaching level 50. HP, 850. Strength, 270. Defense, 300. Total power, 1000. He studied the numbers with a satisfied smirk. My stats improved quite a bit, but my total power didn't increase that much. His voice trailed off as he fell into thought. Boss, a voice suddenly called out, pulling Lin Tian back to reality. He looked up and saw Goblin Mun rushing toward him, completely out of breath. She pointed outside, panic filling her eyes. Something's wrong. A lot of the newborn goblins have died. Lin Tian immediately stood up, his expression darkening. What? Without hesitation, he followed Goblin Mun outside. Before he even reached the area, the sound of crying and mourning filled his ears, making a heavy sense of dread settle in his chest. When Lin Tian arrived, he saw the elves who had recently given birth gathered around their newborn children. Many of the babies lay motionless on the ground. Some elves clutched their dead infants tightly against their chests, crying so hard that their bodies shook. Others covered their faces while their sobs echoed through the air. The sight left Lin Tian stunned. He stared at the lifeless newborns, unable to understand what had gone wrong. How could this happen, he thought. The previous generation was completely healthy. Lin Tian crouched down and examined the dead babies closely, trying to figure out where the problem had begun. Where did we go wrong? Nearby, the elf queen had been comforting the grieving mothers. She turned toward him with the same confusion in her eyes. I don't know what happened. Only 3 babies survived in this generation, and even they're extremely weak. She looked toward the surviving infants, their fragile bodies barely holding on, and worry filled her face. Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter tore through the heavy silence. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw Loa laughing hysterically. You foolish goblin, he mocked. You thought you could create some powerful bloodline through breeding. How naive. Lin Tian simply raised one eyebrow and looked at Loa with an emotionless expression. So it seems you actually know the reason, Lin Tian said coldly. Loa smirked, his face full of smug satisfaction. Let me enlighten that tiny brain of yours. The higher a goblin's level becomes, the harder it is for their offspring to survive. You thought your breeding abilities would let you rule the world. Lin Tian finally understood. It was a flaw he had never considered before. So that's it, he said quietly. I see. Then I should thank you. He gave a low chuckle as he looked at Loa's triumphant expression. The knight still believed he was something noble and important, but to Lin Tian, he was already nothing more than a dead man waiting for his turn. Still, his words had given Lin Tian the answer he needed, even though the timing could not have been worse. But you told me a little too late, Lin Tian said indifferently. He turned his back on Loa and gestured toward a large goblin nearby. This one is yours. Just don't let him die too quickly. The large goblin's eyes lit up, and a bloodthirsty grin slowly spread across his face as he stared at Loa. Thank you, boss. The goblin slowly approached Loa, who immediately began struggling against his restraints in desperation. One look at the goblin's malicious expression was enough to make Loa understand how grim his future would be. You monster! Loa screamed. Even if I become a demon, I'll haunt you forever. His body shook violently with fear, and he bit down so hard that blood began seeping from his gums. He watched in horror as the goblin reached toward him, completely overwhelmed by humiliation and helplessness. Lin Tian walked away without paying any attention to Loa's screams. His mind was already focused on the future of his tribe. Time was running out, and there was no longer enough time to slowly raise new heroes from scratch. He needed a large number of hero-class goblins, and he needed them quickly. Where am I supposed to find more manpower? He wondered. Without enough powerful goblins, his chances against the Sword Saint and the others would be far too low. Is there some way to level them up quickly? As Lin Tian walked along, lost in thought, a strange gust of wind brushed against his back. He paused. Something was behind him. A huge shadow with glowing eyes loomed over him from the rear. Feeling the powerful presence, Lin Tian immediately went on guard and turned around. But when he saw the red dragon he had brought back with him, his tense posture gradually relaxed. The red dragon moved closer and rubbed against him, clearly seeking affection. Lin Tian looked confused but allowed it to continue for a moment. Finally, he reached out and patted its head with a helpless expression. What's wrong with you? Before Lin Tian could even finish processing the situation, the dragon's claws began to transform into long, slender legs. Its enormous head shifted shape as well, gradually forming the face of a young woman. Within seconds, a beautiful girl with twin tails and a curvy figure stood in front of him. Her large, expressive eyes were fixed on Lin Tian with open admiration. Lin Tian suddenly remembered the dragon mother's knowing smile from earlier. His body began to tremble as fear crept into his heart. This is the dragon mother's doing, he realized. Staring at the girl in front of him, he instinctively took a step back. What is this? This is terrifying. Sweat ran down his face as he understood. So this was the special gift the dragon mother had left behind for him. Before Lin Tian could react, the dragon girl suddenly pounced on him with the hunger and speed of a wolf going after prey. Lin Tian was no match for her overwhelming strength. In an instant, he was pinned beneath her, and the entire situation had completely reversed. I'm supposed to be the tribe's idol, he thought desperately. But please don't look at me like that. It's terrifying. He swallowed hard and pleaded. Please, have some self-respect. A new achievement was unlocked. HP increased by 1,500. Strength increased by 520. Defense increased by 1,200. Later, Lin Tian walked around with one hand resting on his hip while the other casually twirled a blade of grass. Damn, he muttered. Just one dragon, and she's like a ravenous wolf. Then he suddenly burst into laughter, his mood noticeably brighter. So this is dragon power. I'm a goblin who had relations with a dragon. Being a tribe leader is seriously exhausting work. He stretched his sore back and sighed. The dragon mother had clearly said he could evolve by consuming dragon blood, but instead, the dragon girl had turned him into her personal plaything. Lin Tian was enjoying the fresh air when he suddenly felt a predatory stare fixed on his back. Cold sweat slid down his spine as a girl's laughter echoed from behind him. He shuddered. He had to find some way to redirect her attention. Lin Tian quickly pointed toward a nearby group of goblins. No, you need to finish your work before you use me to relieve stress again. The dragon girl's bright eyes followed the direction of his finger. The goblins looked up, completely unaware of what their boss was planning. Lin Tian then gave her an order. Give them some dragon blood first. Then you can come find me. Before the goblins could even understand what he meant, a figure rushed toward them. It was the dragon girl, and the hungry look in her eyes immediately made the goblins panic. They feared they were about to be swallowed whole. Too stunned to move, they could only shout, "What's happening, boss?" As night fell, the goblins gathered around a blazing bonfire. They flexed their newly strengthened muscles, laughed loudly, and proudly boasted about the power they had gained. After drinking dragon blood, we're all so powerful now. We've evolved. The goblins continued celebrating around the fire. Nearby, the dragon girl had returned to her original dragon form and was sleeping peacefully on the ground beside Lin Tian. He watched the goblins cheer with a satisfied smile as he felt power flowing through his own body. Dragon power truly lived up to its legendary reputation. Not only had he become stronger, but the other goblins had also evolved into hero-class warriors. It was a huge success. Still, as Lin Tian looked up at the night sky, something continued to bother him. My total power is still a little too low. I need equipment, Lin Tian said decisively. System, open the shop. A long list of items immediately appeared in front of him. Lin Tian looked through the options carefully. As the leader of a hero-class tribe, I need enough strength to maintain my authority. Is there anything useful here? He continued scrolling through the available items. This one looks interesting, Lin Tian said when an item caught his attention. It cost 180 points. He stroked his chin, clearly intrigued. That should be enough to get some practical, high-level equipment. This one isn't bad at all. Lin Tian paused when an image of a divine-looking crossbow appeared in front of him. It was called the Elemental Hand Crossbow, a compact weapon capable of absorbing water, fire, lightning, and poison elements before firing them back as elemental arrows. Lin Tian's eyes lit up immediately. Jackpot! This is perfect. It was small enough for ranged combat, yet flexible enough to absorb different elements. At that moment, he finally understood why so many of his enemies had been vanishing without a trace. He continued scrolling until another item caught his attention. A blade appeared in the list. Let's see. It was the Void Hand Blade, a weapon that could nullify up to 3 incoming weapon attacks using only bare-handed contact. The cost was 80 points. Lin Tian studied it carefully. It looked flashy, and while it was cheaper than the crossbow, its unusual ability could become extremely useful against the Sword Saint. Even if it could not defeat her, it might still save his life at the right moment. I'll take both. After looking through countless items, these were the only two that felt both practical and affordable. Exchange. The purchase went through immediately. Both items were successfully transferred into Lin Tian's inventory. Lin Tian grinned as he took out the crossbow and examined it closely. The weapon looked far more powerful in his hands than it had on the list. A high-level weapon like this. I really want to know what it can do. His fingers tightened around the grip as a testing idea formed in his mind. In the distance, Loa heard those words despite being half dead from torture. A terrible feeling suddenly washed over him. His face stiffened as he thought, did I hear him correctly? He wants to test it out. Lin Tian's eyes slowly shifted toward Loa, and a cruel gleam appeared in his gaze. You're the perfect candidate. Loa watched in horror as Lin Tian walked closer with the crossbow in hand. He struggled violently against his restraints and screamed, What? What are you going to do? Lin Tian gave him a calm, cold smile. You'll find out soon enough. No need to rush. And just like that, Loa became the first person to experience the power of Lin Tian's hero-class crossbow. Deep in the demonic forest, frantic cries suddenly echoed through the darkness. Help! 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 The desperate voices drifted between the trees, sounding like the wails of ghosts in the night. Hidden behind a cluster of bushes, a group of humans was hunting in the forest after dark. A young mage girl sat there wearing a witch's hat and gripping a wooden staff, looking completely bored. She half-heartedly shouted, Help! Help! While glancing around the forest. Beside her, a female archer yawned and complained. These low-level monsters are so boring. I seriously don't understand why this job is so popular. A muscular knight in polished armor stood nearby, and all of them looked like they were merely wasting time. I should have stayed in town with the Sword Saint and fought the dragon, the archer grumbled. Hearing that, the knight immediately saw a chance to impress the two women. He flexed his muscles and said confidently, The Dragon Mother is keeping the Sword Saint occupied right now. This is an easy way for us to earn merit. It's much better than fighting a dangerous dragon. Hunting goblins was considered a low-risk, high-reward assignment, and the knight was clearly pleased that he could earn credit while traveling with two beautiful women. Stay focused, he added. Don't waste the opportunity Loa created for us. Just as he finished speaking, something rustled in the bushes nearby. The mage's bored expression vanished at once. Her eyes sharpened as she raised her staff. Captain movement. The group immediately shifted into defensive positions, gripping their weapons and watching the shadows carefully. A giant spider suddenly descended from the branches above, lowering itself toward them on thick strands of web that shimmered under the moonlight. The mage girl shrieked the second she saw it. A spider? I hate spiders. Unlike the mage, the archer barely reacted. She calmly knocked several arrows and fired, cutting through the webs flying toward them before they could wrap around anyone. It's only a level 3 insect, the archer said with a dismissive look. What's the big deal? But the knight was not convinced. As he watched the spider and the dark forest behind it, something felt wrong. Wait, he said cautiously. Something isn't right. The armored soldiers behind him quickly raised their shields. Then a goblin's face emerged from the darkness. Sharp teeth appeared beneath a menacing grin as it stared directly at the humans. The creature suddenly leapt down from the trees and landed in front of the armored soldiers. It was a 4-armed goblin, and not an ordinary one. The humans instantly recognized the pressure coming from it. A hero-class goblin had appeared. The 4-armed goblin's eyes glowed red as it looked over the humans like prey. Excellent, it growled. We found the leader. The humans grinned after realizing what stood in front of them. Capturing a hero-class goblin would bring them a huge reward, and they believed this would be an easy victory. All right, they said eagerly. This time, all the merit is ours. The 4-armed goblin answered with a loud roar. Brothers, attack, the captain shouted. Then he turned toward the archer. Archer, cover me. An armored knight stepped forward with complete confidence. Don't worry, Captain. I've killed plenty of goblins. Let me handle this one. The captain looked at him cautiously. Are you sure? The knight only smirked. I've killed countless giant goblins, including hero-class ones. This will be over quickly. With that, the knight strode toward the 4-armed goblin as though he had already won. Watch carefully, he said. I'll show you how it's done. He raised his spear and activated his skill. Intermediate martial skill, Storm Spear. The knight hurled the spear forward with all his strength. But instead of dodging, the goblin simply reached out and caught the weapon in midair as if it weighed nothing. The knight froze. The captain's eyes widened in disbelief as well. He caught it. The 4-armed goblin grinned and prepared to throw the spear right back at them. Realizing the danger, the captain shouted, "Shields up." Now, the mage quickly raised a barrier in front of the group, but the returning spear struck with such force that cracks spread across the magic shield. Damn it, he's strong, the captain shouted. The knight stared at the damaged barrier in shock. Just his physical strength nearly broke through it. The archer quickly knocked another arrow. If his strength is all he has, then we can deal with him from a distance. My arrows are no joke, she said confidently. But before she could fire, a goblin hand suddenly burst out through her stomach. Behind her stood another goblin, its face hidden beneath a hood. It grinned as its tongue slowly ran across its lips. The archer realized too late that she had made a fatal assumption. She had believed there was only one hero-class goblin. A goblin assassin, she gasped. Damn it, it was an ambush. Hold the formation, the captain shouted in panic. Protect the ranged attackers. Then the mage suddenly gasped, her face turning pale. Captain, look. Countless hero-class goblins and goblin assassins stepped out from the darkness, weapons already in their hands and bloodlust burning in their eyes. The humans were surrounded from every side. Oh God, someone whispered. Then screams and cruel laughter filled the forest as the goblins launched their attack. The battle did not last long. It was short, savage, and completely one-sided. When it was over, the captain and the knight lay motionless on the ground, utterly defeated. The mage was still alive, but she had been captured by the 4-armed goblin. It held her tightly and grinned. She's ours. Then its expression shifted as its eyes narrowed. No, she's mine. Another goblin stepped forward and placed a hand on the 4-armed goblin's shoulder. Don't be greedy. These humans are spoils of war for the tribe. The boss said every human must be captured. You let one escape because you were playing around, so you don't get any spoils. The 4-armed goblin stomped its foot in frustration. Why? We killed so many of them. We're strong enough now. We should be allowed to decide what happens to our own spoils. Several other goblins murmured in agreement. He's right. We're the strongest now. We should decide for ourselves. But one goblin who remained loyal to Lin Tian stayed silent. It had already made up its mind. Take them back to the tribe. Back at Lin Tian's tribe, a loud voice rose from the crowd. They're back. Our heroes have returned. The returning goblins marched into the settlement, led by the 4-armed goblin carrying the captured captain. The tribe erupted into cheers when they saw how many humans had been brought back. They captured so many humans. Amazing. Voices soon began chanting, Lin Tian. Lin Tian. The elf queen looked at Lin Tian with visible concern. Are you sure you can still control them? Lin Tian did not answer her. His gaze remained fixed on the goblins. Deep in thought, the 4-armed goblin lifted the captured captain higher and grinned at him. This is my prize. I want to eat him. Lin Tian stepped forward, with Goblin Mun and the Elf Queen standing beside him. His voice remained calm. This one has information that I need. Release him, the four-armed goblin sneered. Give me your women, and I might consider it. What? Goblin Mun and the Elf Queen both cried out in shock, instinctively stepping backward. Lin Tian remained completely calm. He stared at the four-armed goblin and asked, Do you understand what you're saying? I'm your leader. The four-armed goblin glanced toward the mad goblin standing nearby. Mad Goblin is stronger than you. From now on, we follow him. The four-armed goblin folded his arms across his chest and stared at Lin Tian with open defiance. Lin Tian's gaze then shifted toward the mad goblin. So you're the one backing them, he said evenly. I'll give you one chance. Take down the four-armed goblin, and I'll forgive you. The mad goblin said nothing. His face darkened, and both fists tightened at his sides. The four-armed goblin burst into laughter. Mad Goblin won't listen to you anymore. He's our new leader now. His voice rose with arrogance as he pointed toward Lin Tian. We'll kill you, and then he'll take your place. Without warning, a huge hand suddenly reached out and seized the four-armed goblin by the head. It was the mad goblin. His grip tightened with terrifying force, and murderous intent burned in his eyes. The four-armed goblin's confident expression vanished as sweat began running down his face. What are you doing? He cried. A split second later, blood sprayed across Lin Tian's face. The four-armed goblin's headless body collapsed heavily onto the ground. The other goblins froze in shock, unable to understand what they had just witnessed. Mad Goblin, why? One of them finally asked in disbelief. The mad goblin turned toward Lin Tian, his expression still grim. Chieftain, ever since I evolved, I've started to understand many things. His body slowly relaxed, though his eyes remained sharp. I'm not like these arrogant fools. I respect you, but I also believe that absolute strength decides everything. Lin Tian stayed silent, still unsure where the mad goblin was going with this. The mad goblin stretched his shoulders and loosened his body as if preparing himself for a fight. Chieftain, you defeated the previous leader and became the new leader yourself, the mad goblin said. Now I want to challenge you. A system window appeared, displaying his strength. Mad Goblin. Level 50. Race, Goblin. Class, 4-symbol warrior. Title, child favored by fortune and blessed by the gods. HP, 1000. Strength, 340. Defense, 280. Skills, Fury, Mountain Crushing Strike, Steadfast Shield. Equipment, none. Total power, 1200. Lin Tian immediately understood his intention. The Mad Goblin had reached 1200 total power and wanted to test him. Flames ignited around Lin Tian's hands. Lin Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. Your growth pleases me. His eyes glowed as he looked directly at the Mad Goblin. Are you certain that you want to challenge me? The goblin assassins around them began cheering loudly. Mad Goblin, kill him. Show him who's really in charge. Some of them shouted even more wildly. Kill him and take his women. Lin Tian slowly closed his eyes as the noise continued around him. It seems quite a few of them are willing to follow you. The flames around his hands gathered tighter and brighter. Then Lin Tian opened his eyes again, his stare burning with authority. But before we begin, I need to make one thing clear. Any hero-class goblin who wishes to keep following me should stand by my side now. Otherwise, I will show no mercy. The captured captain watched from the ground, his eyes narrowing as he tried to understand what was happening. So this is a test, he thought. The leader of these hero-class goblins is more calculating than I expected. A faint grin appeared on his face. Their internal conflict felt like his chance to escape. If they start killing each other, even magic may not be enough to stop me. Once their leader falls, I'll make my move. After a brief pause, the goblins began choosing sides. Most of them stepped toward Lin Tian, while only a small number remained with the Mad Goblin. Lin Tian looked over the result calmly. It seems I'm still the more popular choice. His gaze settled on the few who had stayed behind. Only a handful were willing to follow you. This was exactly what he wanted, a clean way to expose the disloyal goblins. After the 1-month time skip, too many changes had happened for Lin Tian to fully understand them all. The Mad Goblin drew his sword and released his power. We are not the same, he said. I only seek strength. I was never trying to rebel against you. I wanted to know whether you could make me even stronger. With no further hesitation, the Mad Goblin swung his sword at Lin Tian. Lin Tian avoided the strike with a quick, agile movement, slipping out of range just in time. You're not bad, Lin Tian said as he pulled out his flaming crossbow. Try this. He fired immediately. The projectile shot forward so fast that the Mad Goblin could barely follow it with his eyes. A weapon? It's too fast. I can't dodge this, the Mad Goblin realized. He raised his sword and blocked the attack head-on. Sparks erupted as the fire arrow shattered against the blade. But the Mad Goblin had already deflected it and rushed toward Lin Tian with frightening speed. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed in surprise. He closed the distance that quickly? The Mad Goblin was suddenly right in front of him, his body glowing with purple energy. With all of his strength gathered into the strike, he swung his sword down at Lin Tian. Lin Tian planted his feet and raised one hand. Void Handblade. A massive explosion shook the entire settlement. Flames and violent shockwaves burst outward in every direction, forcing nearby goblins to recoil. For a moment, everyone stared through the smoke in stunned silence. The captured captain and Loa were both left speechless by what they saw. The elf queen, Goblin Mun, and the other goblins watched anxiously, unable to tell what had happened inside the blast. As the smoke cleared, Lin Tian was still standing in place. He had stopped the mad goblin's powerful sword strike with only one hand. The mad goblin's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Lin Tian raised his crossbow and aimed it directly at him. That was a powerful attack, Mad Goblin. You actually surprised me. His voice remained calm. But unfortunately for you, your opponent is me. He activated the power of the Void Handblade. This technique nullifies weapon attacks. Lin Tian pulled the trigger. The crossbow fired, and the arrow struck the Mad Goblin. He screamed as blood splattered across the ground. Do you want to continue? Lin Tian asked. The Mad Goblin lowered his head, beaten and bleeding. No, it's over. He dropped to his knees before Lin Tian, his eyes dim and his body covered in blood. I accept my death. Lin Tian looked down at him, quietly judging his resolve. The Mad Goblin had some courage, at least. Around them, the other rebellious goblins had already begun begging desperately for their lives. Please, chieftain, we don't want to die. We'll never do it again. Lin Tian gave a cold scoff. A bunch of useless cowards. The goblins continued crying and pleading. Please spare us. We'll follow you forever. Suddenly, a gentle healing light surrounded the Mad Goblin's wounded body. Get up, Lin Tian said. The Mad Goblin's injuries began closing, and strength returned to his body. It was Evely's healing magic. Lin Tian looked at him calmly. You have spirit. As long as you remain loyal, I won't kill you. The Mad Goblin stared at him in stunned joy. Really, chieftain? Lin Tian nodded. Of course. Lin Tian then turned his attention toward the remaining rebellious goblins. But I can't forgive these ones. Mad Goblin, kill them. The Mad Goblin immediately lowered his head. As you command, chieftain. Thank you for sparing me. From today onward, I will follow you forever. Then he faced the terrified goblins, his eyes turning cold. This is your end. The rebellious goblins fell to their knees and begged for mercy, but it was already far too late. The Mad Goblin executed them one by one, leaving their bodies piled before Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at his followers and gave a new order. Devour these traitors. I want all of you to become stronger. The goblins roared back in response. Yes, boss. The captured captain watched the entire scene unfold with a pale face. He turned toward Loa in horror. What have you done? He isn't just some mutant goblin. He's a monster. Lin Tian walked toward Loa with a calm expression. Sorry you had to see all of that. Then he looked down at him. Loa, did you honestly expect those fools to save you? Isn't that a little naive? Loa snarled through clenched teeth. That damn sword saint is hiding in town like a turtle. Loa suddenly laughed bitterly. Useless. They're all useless. The captured captain spoke up from nearby. I underestimated you. But don't get too cocky. Once the sword saint finishes dealing with the dragon mother, she'll come after you with the royal knights. Lin Tian walked over to the captain and sat down beside him. You don't seriously think the dragon clan attacked Bright Town on their own, do you? Then his expression eased slightly. But your words reassure me. It seems things are going well with the dragon mother. The captain gave a dry, bitter chuckle. So the Night Order and Bright Town were both manipulated by you from the beginning? You can kill me now, the captain said. I can't live with this humiliation. You already have the information you need. Just give me a quick death. I'd rather die than suffer the same fate as Loa. Lin Tian looked at him without revealing what he was thinking. After a brief silence, Lin Tian finally answered. All right, I'll grant your request. Elsewhere, the sword saint suddenly jolted awake. What is it? Wasn't the dragon attack already repelled? Have the royal knights returned? A knight was kneeling before her, waiting anxiously for permission to speak. Yes, sword saint, but it isn't them. The sword saint's expression tightened. What do you mean? The silver knight delivered the report in a heavy voice. They were wiped out. Only one person survived. The sword saint's expression changed instantly. What? The sword saint's voice carried open disbelief. Not long afterward, deep inside Bright Town's sacred church, where the wounded were usually brought to recover, harsh coughing suddenly echoed through the hall. A knight in battered armor lay gasping on a bed, his body covered in wounds and blood. After checking his condition, a nun hurried over to the sword saint, worry written all over her face. He's critically injured. The healing potions aren't working anymore. The sword saint's brow tightened as she inspected the wounded knight. She stepped closer and asked in a steady voice, what happened? Where are the others? A trained Night Order had been nearly destroyed. Something far more dangerous than an ordinary goblin raid had happened out there. The knight struggled to speak through his pain. Sword Saint, we ran into a group of hero-class goblins. He forced out another desperate sentence. Save the captain. He's the only other survivor. The knight coughed, barely able to breathe. Be careful. They aren't normal. The nun's panic grew as she watched him fade before her eyes. Everyone in the room realized how serious the situation had become, but none of their questions received an answer. The knight drew one last breath, then fell silent forever. "No, stay with me," the nun cried as she rushed to his side. Nearby, the mage crossed her arms and scoffed. "They're only goblins. How much trouble could they really be?" But the large knight stood trembling with rage, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles whitened. The sword saint remained silent, with her hair hanging low enough to hide her eyes. "Hero-class goblins, or not, we'll wipe them out," the large knight roared as he turned toward the exit. "Wait!" The sword saint stopped him with a single word. Even with anger rising inside her, she stayed calm enough to think clearly. The dragon attacks are becoming more frequent. They could invade Bright Town at any time. And now the goblins may attack us as well. She paused, her expression hardening. "I cannot defend this town by myself." She quickly made her decision. "Send a group to gather reinforcements and strengthen Bright Town's defenses. I'll personally deal with the goblins and the dragon mother." "But what about the Silver Knights?" the large knight protested, still thinking about the comrades who had just been lost. "Do you truly think they have any chance of surviving?" the major asked quietly. While they discussed their next move, someone entered the room and drew everyone's attention. "Sword Saint, there's no need to send reinforcements." The newcomer wore a cloak, with a wide-brimmed hat hiding his face and several weapons strapped across his back. It was Kumos, captain of the Death Knight Order. He walked forward with complete confidence. An arrogant army is destined to fail. The Silver Knights being destroyed comes as no surprise. He had clearly overheard everything. Then he calmly added, "Leave the rescue mission and the extermination of those goblins to me." The Sword Saint looked at him with obvious doubt. "An entire order couldn't deal with them. Yet you think you can go alone? Don't make us come rescue you too." The cloaked figure removed his hat and laughed. "I faced the Titan warriors by myself and survived." The knight and mage immediately gasped as they recognized who was standing before them. Kumos then took off his cloak, revealing a scarred face and one sharp, piercing eye. "Even a group of hero-class goblins can't hurt me now." With that, he turned away and left, fully expecting everyone to soon hear good news. Deep inside the demonic forest, within the Heaven's Fury tribe settlement, Lin Tian opened the life simulation interface. Words began appearing across the glowing display. The current storyline was confronting humanity. Lin Tian had successfully led his hero-class goblins and formed a powerful tribe after mating with the female dragon. He had also eliminated the rebellious goblins, tightened his authority, and secured the loyalty of both the goblins and the elves. But under the Sword Saint's command, Kumos, the god of death, would launch a solo night attack against the tribe and begin a massacre. Even though Lin Tian would eventually subdue Kumos, the tribe would suffer severe losses in the process. Lin Tian frowned as he read the warning. A single person attacking alone was supposed to cause that much damage? Something did not add up. How could one man inflict such heavy losses? He looked over the choices in front of him. He could relocate the tribe and avoid pursuit for 10 points. He could prepare for Kumos's night attack for 10 points. Or he could launch a preemptive strike and capture or kill Kumos for 20 points. A calculating glint appeared in Lin Tian's eyes. The best defense was always offense. He selected the third option. The interface confirmed the choice. Confrontation with Kumos, 20 points. Then the simulation ended, and 3 days passed. Lin Tian's expression grew serious. "This Kumos is dangerous. I need to find out more about him before he arrives." Suddenly, a scream rang out across the settlement. "Kumos is here," Loa cried out, his laughter sounding almost manic. "You're all going to die," he shouted at Lin Tian. "Your time has finally come." Lin Tian folded his arms and walked toward Loa without any urgency. "You seem very confident in this, Kumos." Loa grinned viciously. "Just wait. Every one of you will be skinned alive." Thinking about the simulation warning and Loa's confidence, Lin Tian realized he still did not have enough information. He needed to know exactly how strong Kumos was. "I should send someone to test him first," he thought. Under the cover of darkness, a lone rider entered the demonic forest. Kumos remained alert as he rode onward, but he did not encounter a single monster. That only made him more suspicious. This was supposed to be a forest crawling with monsters, yet the path ahead was completely empty. "Something's wrong," he muttered. He continued deeper into the forest until he found signs of a recent battle. Bodies belonging to Silver Knights were scattered along the ground. Kumos looked down at them with contempt. Useless bunch. So much for their training. The deeper he went, the stronger the smell of blood became. Broken weapons and damaged armor littered the forest floor. Kumos grinned as the scent of blood stirred his appetite for battle. What a delightful smell. He began imagining the slaughter ahead of him. "I wonder if I'll get to have some fun this time." Then, from somewhere in the darkness, he heard a desperate voice cry out, "Help! Someone please help me!" Kumos immediately turned toward the sound, his single eye scanning the shadows between the trees. A plea for help in the middle of the demonic forest was obviously suspicious. Still, the The cries of a young woman continued echoing through the darkness. Kamos urged his warhorse forward, and the beast immediately charged ahead at full speed. After riding some distance, he finally found the source of the crying. A lone blonde girl sat on the cold ground ahead of him, sobbing as her whole body trembled violently. Kamos pulled on the reins and stopped cautiously, studying the fragile figure from horseback. "Who are you?" he asked in a low voice. At the sound of his voice, the girl shuddered and curled in on herself. Tears streamed down her beautiful cheeks as she slowly turned around. Her large, round eyes were filled with fear as they stared directly back at Kamos. Kamos froze for a brief moment. He recognized the young woman immediately. It was Evely. The instant she saw him, she reached toward him for help, trembling from head to toe. Her voice was hoarse, weak, and full of misery as she pleaded, "Save me. Please save me, Kamos." Kamos looked her over several times and confirmed that she really was Evely. His surprise was obvious. "Evely, you're still alive." But that surprise did not last long. He quickly noticed that there were no monsters nearby and no other humans in sight. The entire situation felt wrong. He looked back at Evely and narrowed his eye. "You're alive. The information said you and Loa were captured together, yet you're here alone. What happened?" Evely lowered her head without answering at first. Her eyes reddened again, and tears began falling down her cheeks. She wiped them away with one hand as though terrible memories had suddenly returned to her. With the other hand pressed against her chest to steady her breathing, she finally said between sobs, "I escaped from the Goblin tribe. Loa is dead." Seeing how devastated she looked, Kamos did not press her about what she had endured. "Loa is dead. Then he's dead. It isn't worth discussing." His brow furrowed slightly, but he continued speaking with patience. "Fine. Can you tell me where the tribe is?" When Kamos asked where the Goblin tribe was located, Evely fearfully raised one trembling hand and pointed into the deep forest ahead. "Over there, it's not far." "They're terrifying." Kamos followed the direction of her finger and stared into the thick darkness beyond the trees. "Is that so?" Now that he knew the tribe was supposedly just ahead, Kamos decisively spurred his horse forward. Hooves pounded against the ground as he galloped away, leaving Evely behind. She ran after him in fear and shouted, "Kamos, please, take me with you." But he never looked back. All she received was the straight, unshaken outline of his back and his deep voice carried by the wind. "Run along the path ahead. Don't slow me down. I have a mission." Kamos raced along the dark forest road, with pounding hooves tearing through the wind and cold gusts howling past his ears. His ability was perfectly suited for this kind of mission. Kamos was a transcendent knight. Whenever he fought alone, all his stats increased by 30%. Every enemy he killed then granted him another 20% increase, and those boosts could keep stacking without limit until the battle ended. As he headed toward the Goblin tribe, Kamos felt secretly delighted. His eye gleamed with excitement, and a smug smile formed on his lips. "Loa is really dead. The heavens are helping me." With Loa gone, nobody could interfere with his transcendence effect. To Kamos, Loa had only been dead weight dragging the group down. Now that burden is gone. Once I launch a sneak attack and stack my passive ability, it won't matter what kind of hero class tribe they have. With my experience, I'll deal with every last one of them. Kamos continued forward in high spirits, but then a sharp thwack cut through the darkness. A rope had been stretched across the path. His warhorse was charging too fast to notice the obstacle before it was too late. In the middle of congratulating himself, Kamos suddenly felt danger crash over him. Before he could react, the force of the fall threw him from the saddle. Before hitting the ground, Kamos twisted his body and performed a perfect roll, landing safely on his feet. His warhorse, however, was not so fortunate. It crashed hard onto the ground behind him. Kamos quickly regained his footing and scanned the darkness around him. His eye widened as he spotted the rope. A trap. His expression hardened. A sneak attack. Then footsteps sounded behind him. Kamos turned and saw Evely approaching through the trees with her staff in hand. She was supposed to have fled in the opposite direction, yet somehow she had returned. His voice turned cold. "Evely, why haven't you left?" She gave no answer and continued walking silently toward him. Without saying a word, Evely raised her staff and pointed it directly at Kamos. Holy Light Smite. A powerful beam of light burst into existence and slammed into him before he could react. The blow drove Kamos down, forcing him to his knees as he roared in pain. Once the violent attack finally died down, Kamos staggered back and clutched his chest in fury. His glare burned into Evely as he shouted through gritted teeth, "Evely, what the hell are you doing?" Evely did not even flinch. She stood quietly before him, staring down at Kamos as though he were nothing more than an uninteresting object lying in the dirt. Her eyes were empty and cold. Threads of holy light wrapped around her body, rising higher and higher like waves about to crash, while she slowly lifted her staff once more. Her lips barely moved as she delivered the order without emotion. "Master has ordered your death." The moment those words left her mouth, another strike came crashing down from above. A bolt of brilliant light split through the darkness like lightning, turning the entire area bright as day. Holy light smite. Thick smoke exploded outward and swallowed the battlefield. Evely kept her staff raised as she narrowed her eyes, trying to peer through the haze, but the swirling smoke blocked nearly everything from view. Then, without warning, a hand burst out from inside the smoke and seized Evely by the hair. The movement was so quick and forceful that she cried out in pain. Kumose emerged through the smoke with rage twisting across his face, his expression ugly and savage as he roared, "You damned woman! What kind of demonic influence got into your head that you actually dared to attack me?" In the blink of an eye, the situation had completely reversed. Kumose now had Evely under his control, and he had no intention of pretending he would let such an opportunity pass. With a sharp sword pressed against her neck, he leaned close with a cruel grin, openly looking her over with disgusting interest. "Fine," he sneered. "Then I won't hold back anymore, Evely." Evely turned her face away in revulsion, trying to avoid looking at him, but that only made Kumose laugh louder. "You think I only enjoy killing monsters?" he mocked. "Women like you can be just as entertaining once they're stripped of their pride." Delighted that he had captured her, he laughed to himself like he had just found treasure. What a perfect chance to stack my passive. But unlike Kumose, who was practically celebrating his victory, Evely remained frighteningly calm. She did not struggle or beg. Her lips simply moved in silence, as though she were continuing some kind of chant under her breath. It was almost as if she had been waiting for someone. Kumose was about to make his next move when something suddenly hit the ground with a heavy thud. He froze. Wait, what was that? His expression changed instantly as he looked down and realized his sword was gone. Before he could make sense of it, a voice sounded from behind him and sent a chill down his spine. "You really thought you could come here alone and wipe us out, Kumose?" Kumose spun around in horror. Standing behind him was Lin Tian, who had appeared without a sound. Lin Tian held Kumose's sword casually in one hand, turning it slightly as he inspected the blade. "Your class attributes and equipment are honestly a pain to deal with," he said with a relaxed smile. The moment Evely saw him, the emptiness in her eyes disappeared. Her face immediately brightened with uncontrollable joy. "Master." Only then did Kumose understand what had happened. His teeth clenched as his furious eyes shifted from Evely to Lin Tian, the goblin he despised most. "So you had her sneak attack me?" he spat. "You're truly pathetic. You actually made yourself a slave to a lowly goblin." Kumose's insults did not affect Evely in the slightest. She acted as though she had not heard a single word, standing obediently at Lin Tian's side, while happily allowing him to stroke her hair. Lin Tian ignored the insults too. To him, they were nothing but useless noise. He looked at Kumose with a dismissive smile and replied, "So what? She's simply a good dog." Lin Tian slowly looked Kumose over from head to toe, then narrowed his eyes with obvious disappointment. "I expected much more from you," he said coldly. "But this is all you are? I thought you were some terrifying opponent. Yet you're just a man who depends on assassination kills to stack his passive." His expression turned even more contemptuous. "A twisted, bloodthirsty freak. That's all you ever were." Kumose stood there trembling with resentment, his eyes filled with murderous hatred as he stared directly at Lin Tian. "I don't know how you learned about my attributes," he growled, "but I've already played with garbage goblins like you for long enough." The humiliation of failing to kill Lin Tian was unbearable to him. His pride had been crushed, and all he wanted now was to tear this goblin apart with his own hands. Kumose kicked hard against the ground and launched himself forward. His voice rang through the clearing as he charged. "Even without my sword, and without my passive, I can still send you straight to hell." He pulled a dagger from his waist and aimed the blade directly at Lin Tian's heart. "After I finish killing you," he snarled, "that bitch Evely will be next." With all his strength behind the attack, Kumose shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. But before he could get any closer, movement appeared behind the nearby bushes. Under the glow of the holy light, a massive group of goblins stepped into view, and beside them stood a dragon. Kumose stopped dead in his tracks, his face stiff with disbelief. A dragon here? Before Kumose could recover from the shock, Lin Tian's eyes began glowing crimson red. He looked at Kumose with open amusement, then let out a low laugh. "Today, we'll find out which one of us goes to hell first." The instant Lin Tian finished speaking, the red fire dragon made the first move. Its jaws opened wide, and a blazing torrent of fire erupted across the battlefield. The goblins watched with wild excitement, cheering loudly as the dragon's breath of fire swallowed Kumose whole. A horrifying scream tore through the night and echoed across the forest like the cry of a demon. Kumose's body was consumed by wave after wave of unbearable pain as the stench of burning flesh filled the air. At last, his legs gave out. He dropped to his knees, and his endless shrieks gradually weakened until they faded into the darkness. Back at the tribe, the goblins heard the sound of many approaching footsteps from far away. They rushed outside, and the moment they saw Lin Tian returning, their eyes lit up with excitement. "Boss! The boss is back! Quick, look! Look what the boss brought back!" Their voices rose one after another as they crowded together in celebration. Inside the cold, dark prison, Lois suddenly heard a heavy object strike the ground. The dull thud made him recoil in terror. His eyes widened as he stared toward the darkness, barely able to believe what had been thrown in front of him. A terrible realization slowly crept into Loa's mind. His body shook as he crawled closer, inch by inch, toward the skeletal remains lying on the ground. Lin Tian walked toward him, each step making Loa's horrified expression grow worse. Lin Tian looked down at him with a sneer. "So this is the unstoppable death you kept bragging about." His voice was full of mockery. "What a shame. In the end, he overestimated himself and died by my hand." Loa could not take his eyes off the skeleton. Lin Tian's words seemed to strike something deep inside him, and his face slowly twisted into a crazed grin. His body shook violently, whether from fear or true madness, no one could tell. "Dead. Another one is dead," he muttered. "Sword Saint, that bastard." His voice grew more unhinged as he continued. "To protect that useless rabble in Bright Town, you sent them here one after another, only for them to become goblin food and upgrade material. What kind of monstrous plan is this? You and her. You must be working together." Lin Tian ignored Loa's deranged rambling in the darkness and ordered Kamoz's remains to be carried out before the tribe. The goblins quickly gathered around, staring eagerly at the pile of flesh and bone before them. Drool nearly ran from their mouths as they looked at the feast waiting to be divided. Lin Tian stood before them like a predator observing its prey. Although there were many goblins in the tribe, he knew their overall quality was still uncertain. From now on, he needed to focus on cultivating rare goblins. Kamoz was no ordinary human. His body had to contain far more nutritional value than common prey. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed as he thought, "This premium material cannot be wasted." Lin Tian scanned the crowd before choosing one nearby goblin. "Goblin-san, you'll eat this prey first. Once you're finished, give whatever remains to the others." Goblin-san's face instantly lit up with joy. He bowed again and again, barely able to contain himself. "Thank you, boss. Thank you so much, boss." Goblin-san immediately rushed toward Kamoz's roasted skeletal remains and began gnawing on them with frantic excitement. The other goblins watched with envy burning in their eyes, but none of them dared step forward. Out of respect and fear for Lin Tian, they held themselves back and waited obediently for their turn. Lin Tian watched Goblin-san devour the remains and felt deeply satisfied. To evolve into a rare goblin, talent and bloodline both mattered. He had chosen Goblin-san for this first experiment because, among all his underlings, Goblin-san had shown the greatest potential. With Lin Tian's understanding of his tribe, he could judge each goblin's qualities clearly. Goblin-san's fake arrogance, mixed with his genuine perversity, made him a particularly interesting specimen. A wide grin spread across Lin Tian's face as he watched. "This one is a promising seed." He took a crisp bite from a bright red apple, savoring the juice as he quietly considered his next move. As for the Sword Saint, Lin Tian had already checked her situation through the system. She only had 3 knight squads under her command, and now the Silver Knight squad had been wiped out. He sat back in a soft chair covered in fur, his expression thoughtful. Once news of Kamoz's defeat reached her, the Sword Saint side would definitely suffer a severe blow to morale. To recover from that loss, she would have to act. Rather than staying here and waiting for her to attack first, Lin Tian decided it was time for him to seize the initiative. In the next instant, Lin Tian entered the system space. His eyes turned serious as he prepared to investigate the future. "This is the perfect time to use the simulation system," he said. "System, begin the simulation." With the system's support, the results soon appeared before him. Lin Tian stared at the displayed information, then broke into loud laughter. His red eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked over the outcome. "Sword Saint, you really are a greedy saint." His smile widened. "Looks like I won this gamble after all." Lin Tian rose to his feet and faced the gathered goblins. His voice rang out through the tribe. "Goblins, assemble. Tomorrow, I will lead you on a grand expedition." The goblins had been noisily feasting on roasted meat, but the sudden order immediately snapped them to attention. They hurriedly gathered themselves and shouted back, "Yes, boss." Lin Tian watched as his subordinates quickly carried out his command. Lin Tian stood tall as his thoughts drifted toward Bright Town. Fighting spirit surged through his body, and his eyes glimmered with the color of fresh blood. "This time," he thought, "it's my turn to annihilate them." Back in Bright Town, the remaining humans and the Sword Saint were met by a cold, unfamiliar voice. "Report, where was it discovered?" A soldier dropped to one knee. His face was pale, and fear was impossible to hide in his eyes. "Reporting, sir, it was found outside the city walls." From above, a figure looked down, her hair hanging low enough to obscure her eyes. On the ground lay a skeleton. The sight silenced the Sword Saint completely. Just yesterday, Kamoz had confidently declared that he would charge into battle without fearing even a titan. Now, nothing remained of him except bones. "Now all that's left of him is a skeleton," someone said bitterly. "I warned him he might be captured, and now we have another hostage to save." Then the voice paused. No, not safe. We need to prepare a funeral for him. The beautiful mage stared at the skeleton in stunned silence, her body trembling uncontrollably. What? He really became a skeleton in just one day? The tall knights clenched their fists in rage at the sight. Those filthy beasts. How could they kill Komos and even send his bones back to us? The soldiers, who had been confused moments earlier, were now overwhelmed by fear. Nobody dared speak loudly. The entire area became so tense that even the smallest sound seemed deafening. After linking together everything that had happened recently, the dragon's attacks, the goblin ambushes, and now Komos' death, the Sword Saint slowly raised her head. Her voice was ice cold. Our repeated failures to eliminate the goblins, the dragon constantly harassing us. None of this can be a coincidence. The more she thought about it, the hotter her anger became. She was the Sword Saint, and yet her elite knights had been pushed back again and again by goblins and a dragon. This has to be a conspiracy between that vile dragon and those goblins, she said through clenched teeth. They want to use the civilians of Brighttown to restrain us. Her expression hardened. We cannot remain passive any longer. Keeping troops stationed in the town has accomplished nothing. We are changing our strategy. If they attack, we retaliate. If they provoke us, we answer. And if they truly intend to destroy us, then we will drag them down with us. Her fighting spirit flared as she immediately began issuing orders. Go. Every available member is to leave for the Imperial capital and request reinforcements. There is no time to waste. Yes, Sword Saint. The knights answered without hesitation and quickly set off toward the Imperial capital. Horses thundered through the dense forest, their hooves pounding hard against the earth as the knights rode at full speed. The horned helmet knight rode in silence for a while, clearly troubled by the plan. After thinking it over, he urged his horse forward until he caught up with the tall knight ahead of him. Captain, the horned helmet knight said urgently. Even if we ride at full speed, a round trip to the Imperial capital will still take several days. What happens if all of us leave and Brighttown is breached? He tightened his grip on the reins. I'll ride to the Imperial capital alone and call for reinforcements. You should return and help the Sword Saint defend the city. The mage quickly pushed her horse forward to join them, immediately disagreeing with the horned helmet knight's suggestion. She frowned sharply. Do you understand what you're saying? This is the Sword Saint's plan. If the goblins attack us, at least someone among us needs to survive, report what happened, and bring back reinforcements. Seeing that the horned helmet knight still looked doubtful, she explained even more clearly. With the Sword Saint's strength, directly fighting the goblins or the dragon would not normally be difficult. But the real problem is that neither the goblins nor the dragon can currently be handled by a single knight squad. Her voice remained serious. The Sword Saint cannot risk leaving Brighttown behind, only for one of them to attack after she is gone. Right now, the enemy is hidden in the shadows while we are exposed in the open. Under these conditions, it is almost impossible to make a safe arrangement. The only choice is for the Sword Saint to remain behind and protect Brighttown while the rest of us seek reinforcements. Don't you understand? After hearing the mage's explanation, the knight captain nodded in agreement. That's right. The Sword Saint chose this escape and rescue plan to protect both the Warcry squad and Brighttown. His expression turned urgent. We need to get out of here as quickly as possible. The horned helmet knight finally understood. His eyes widened slightly as he nodded to himself. Oh, so that's what this is. The group continued riding forward, but suddenly the captain yanked hard on the reins and brought his horse to a stop. Wait! The wind howled through the trees, rattling the wooden bridge ahead of them. Their expressions darkened when they saw the damage. The bridge is destroyed, someone said. This is the only way across, and now it's been ruined. Are you kidding me? The mage looked toward the broken bridge in alarm. Captain, the bridge is gone. What do we do now? We're already running out of time. The mage quickly grabbed the reins, preparing to turn her horse around. Captain, someone destroyed this on purpose. We should take a detour. But the captain studied the area and shook his head. No, that could be exactly what they want. A detour may be bait meant to lead us straight into an ambush. He looked back toward the broken bridge. The most dangerous place can sometimes be the safest one. This bridge has already been destroyed, so they probably won't expect us to remain here or return to it. He made his decision. This is the safest place. That makes sense, the others agreed. The captain immediately gave the order. Cut down trees and rebuild the bridge. We have to cross before nightfall. Yes, sir. The knights quickly spread out through the forest, gathering wood and materials while working together to rebuild the destroyed crossing. After half a day of exhausting work, a new bridge finally stood in place. By then, dusk had already arrived. The captain looked over their work with satisfaction as the fading light settled across the forest. We finally finished it. As the group reached the middle of the newly rebuilt bridge, the mage suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked around at the dimming forest, her face tightening with unease. This is strange. Why is it getting dark so suddenly? The captain raised his head and stared into the sky. A huge shadow was moving closer and closer overhead, growing larger by the second. His eyes narrowed as he muttered, "That thing, it's coming this way." When the shape finally became clear, the captain's expression changed completely. His brows drew together, and he shouted in alarm, "Not good." A massive dragon swept across the sky with its wings spread wide, flying directly toward them. Its crimson eyes glowed with hungry light as it descended from above. "A dragon!" the knights cried out. Then someone noticed another detail. "Wait, there's something on its back." They squinted upward, struggling to see through the distance. At first, they thought it was a person standing on the dragon's back. Then one of them shouted, "No, look again. That's not a human." Everyone stared harder, and their faces stiffened. Perched calmly on the dragon's back was a goblin. The moment the captain saw the goblin, rage surged through him. His blood boiled as he clenched his weapon and roared toward the sky. "Just as I thought. Those goblins and that dragon are working together." Lin Tian stood casually atop the dragon's back, looking down at the knights as though they were tiny insects beneath him. His expression was relaxed, almost amused. "You're sharper than I expected," he said. "But instead of taking the detour, you rebuilt the bridge. Were you afraid there was an ambush waiting on the other side?" The captain's face twisted with anger as he finally understood what had happened. He pointed furiously at Lin Tian and yelled, "So you're the one who blocked our route to the reinforcements. You were the one playing tricks and destroying the bridge." His voice rose even louder. "I'll kill you." But he had barely finished shouting when the dragon opened its jaws. A short but terrifying blast of fire shot toward them like a blazing missile, tearing through the air with a roar. Flames spread across the bridge almost instantly. The captain and his squad hurriedly turned their horses around and fled back toward the grass. "Run!" The fire dragon's breath chased after them, swallowing the wooden bridge from end to end. What had taken them half a day to build burned away like dry paper, collapsing beneath the roaring flames. In the middle of the chaos, the knights had no choice but to leap from their horses to save themselves. They landed hard on the grass as the burning bridge crackled behind them. The captain grabbed his injured arm and winced in pain. Beside him, the mage stared at the flames with horror in her eyes. "Our bridge." The mage could only whisper in disbelief, "Those damned goblins." The captain's anger exploded. His face darkened as he roared toward Lin Tian. "I'll catch every one of you and torture you to death." At that moment, the sky seemed to turn into a sea of fire. Hearing the captain's threat, Lin Tian remained completely calm atop the dragon. He looked down at the trapped knights and replied without the slightest concern, "Then let's see whether you can defeat my goblins and the dragon mother who is on her way." In the blink of an eye, goblins poured in from every direction and closed the gap around the knights. Their numbers surrounded the group completely. Lin Tian's words, combined with the encircling goblins, sent panic through the squad. "We're surrounded," one of them cried. "Is the dragon horde coming too?" The mage looked nervously toward the captain. "Captain, if more dragons arrive, we won't stand a chance against them." The armored captain forced himself to remain steady. "No," he said, trying to calm her. "This may be an opportunity. If we can hold them here, it could become our chance to settle the problem in Brighttown once and for all." He quickly turned toward the horned helmet knight and shouted over the noise, "We'll hold them back. Use your speed to break through the encirclement and report what happened." "Understood, Captain." The horned helmet knight answered immediately. He pushed his horse to maximum speed and charged straight toward the weakest point in the goblin encirclement. "You damn monsters," he shouted as he crashed through the goblins, forcing them aside while his horse plowed through their ranks in a desperate attempt to escape. The captain watched him break free and gritted his teeth. "Just hold on until the sword saint arrives. Then we can capture every last one of them." The goblins watched the horned helmet knight ride away with visible regret, yet none of them chased after him. The mage noticed that strange reaction immediately. Her eyes widened as unease crept into her voice. "Something isn't right, Captain. Something is definitely wrong." The goblins continued closing in around them, grinning greedily as they licked their lips and stared at the trapped knights like prey. The mage's face turned pale. "That wasn't a real breakthrough," she said urgently. "They let him escape on purpose. This could be a trap." The moment she finished speaking, Lin Tian descended lower on the dragon, looming over the battlefield and casting an even darker shadow across them. The trapped knights felt dread settle into their chests. They had fallen straight into the enemy's plan. "You're right," Lin Tian said from the dragon's back, looking down at them with a faint smile. "There is no dragon mother. That was only a lie to lure that fool away from Brighttown." His gaze sharpened. "Now think about it. What do you believe will happen to Brighttown once the Sword Saint leaves?" The captain's rage finally overwhelmed him. He raised his weapon, charged forward, and roared at his remaining companions. "Take down that dragon rider." "Brighttown is lost if we fail here," the captain shouted. "We have to hold out until the Sword Saint arrives." "Yes," the mage answered with determination. She moved into a defensive stance beside the bald warrior, both of them preparing themselves for the coming fight. The captain lunged forward and attacked with all his strength. The mad goblin did not retreat or dodge. Instead, he raised his own sword and met the captain's attack head-on, answering every strike with a fierce slash of his own. Their weapons collided again and again, each impact sending heavy shockwaves through the air. The captain quickly realized that the mad goblin was not weaker than him at all. In fact, the goblin was fully capable of matching him blow for blow. Damn it, he's actually equal to me. The captain ground his teeth in frustration as he struggled against the mad goblin's attacks. Then his eyes shifted toward the goblin's sword, and something about the blade made his expression change. He jumped back in shock, staring at the weapon in the mad goblin's hand. That sword, it's Kamos's. From above, Lin Tian watched the captain with disappointment in his eyes. I thought you were someone special, he said coldly. But you're just average after all. Lin Tian reached for his divine crossbow and looked across the battlefield. Everyone, he said calmly. Time is limited. He jumped down from the dragon with killing intent burning in his eyes. Finish these knights quickly, Lin Tian ordered. The sword saint could arrive at any moment. In the next instant, the captain and his remaining companions were all brought down. The battle ended so quickly that they barely had time to react before the goblins overwhelmed them. Lin Tian released a powerful gust of wind that slammed the captain against the ground and held him there. No matter how hard he struggled, the crushing force kept him pinned in place. Damn it, I can't hold on. The captain gasped helplessly as he watched his comrades being devoured alive nearby. Despair filled his face as he realized the terrible mistake he had made. It's my fault, he muttered bitterly. I underestimated these goblins. Lin Tian ended his words with a single shot from the divine crossbow. The bolt struck the back of the captain's neck, and his body went limp as he fell unconscious. I got a new weapon, boss. The mad goblin raised the captain's weapon with excitement shining in his eyes. He held it up proudly and shouted, Look at this. Isn't it great? Lin Tian ignored the mad goblin's excitement and turned instead toward Goblin San. Goblin San, we're out of time, he said. Hurry up and devour those bodies. We need to retreat before the sword saint gets here. Yes, boss. Thank you, boss. Goblin San replied eagerly before continuing his feast without slowing down. 15 minutes later, the sword saint finally arrived. She reached the edge of a deep chasm and immediately raised a hand, signaling her troops to stop. The path ahead had completely disappeared. The sword saint looked across the chasm and saw the aftermath of the battle on the other side. Her jaw tightened as she realized how close they had been. Too late, she said coldly. We only needed a few more minutes to rebuild the bridge. After making their way across, they finally reached what remained of their fallen comrades. Captain, the horned helmet knight dropped to his knees beside the skeletal remains. Tears filled his eyes as he stared at the bones before him, his voice shaking with grief and rage. This evil, I swear I'll avenge you. The sword saint looked down at the remains with a grim expression. Not even their bodies are left, she said quietly. Her eyes soon moved to the enormous footprints pressed into the ground nearby. The dragon and the goblins truly are cooperating, she concluded. Yes, the horned helmet knight said immediately. I saw it myself. There was a goblin among them, standing on the dragon and controlling it. He has to be their leader. What? The sword saint's eyes widened sharply at his words. He commanded the dragon to burn the bridge. The horned helmet knight continued. The captain and the others must have been killed by the goblins first, then burned by the dragon's fire. His voice trembled with fury. Sword Saint, you have to destroy them. The Sword Saint fell silent and examined the battlefield more carefully. Her gaze passed over the bones, the goblin tracks, and the scorch marks left by the dragon fire. This is strange, she said slowly. Only a small area was burned by dragon fire. The rest of these bones look as though they were gnawed apart by goblins. Her eyes narrowed. Could it be that there were not many dragons here at all? The moment that thought formed, the Sword Saint's eyes widened in realization. Damn it, she hissed. This was a diversion? She turned around at once and began running back the way they came. Retreat to Brighttown immediately, she ordered her troops. Something is wrong. The horned helmet knight stood there in confusion, completely unaware that his escape had unknowingly helped Lin Tian's plan succeed. The view returned to Brighttown, a place that had once been peaceful beneath the Sword Saint's protection. Now, that same town had been reduced to a nightmare of shattered streets, broken homes, and destruction everywhere the eye could see. The Sword Saint stood frozen amid the wreckage, unable to believe what lay before her. Rubble covered the roads, smoke drifted through the ruined town, and bodies were scattered across the ground in every direction. Her strength suddenly left her. She dropped to her knees among the ruins, staring blankly ahead as shock numbed her entire body. No, this isn't real, she whispered helplessly. This can't be real. Around her, the cries of the survivors would not stop. Nearby, a young boy knelt beside his unconscious father, sobbing desperately as he tried to wake him. Daddy, Daddy. The Sword Saint heard the boy's broken voice and turned toward him, sadness filling her eyes. She slowly approached, reaching out gently as she tried to comfort him. Don't be afraid, little one. Everything will be. But before she could finish, the boy fiercely slapped her hand away. Get away from me, he shouted, his face twisted with anger and grief. You pretend every day that you're protecting us, the boy cried through his tears. But when the goblins attacked, you weren't here. You're a bad person. You're a liar. The sword saint stood completely still, stunned by every word. She could only stare at the child as his accusations struck deeper than any blade. Then the other survivors slowly turned toward her as well. Their accusing eyes locked onto the sword saint, and their voices came one after another like sharp daggers. Don't apologize. You couldn't protect us. You have no right to call yourself our sword saint. We raised you for nothing. Brighttown doesn't need someone like you defending it. Just as Lin Tian had expected, there was no attack more devastating than turning the people against the one meant to protect them. The sword saint could barely process what she was hearing. The endless stream of blame and hatred made her head spin, and her body began to tremble. Her lips parted as though she wanted to answer, but no words would come out. Before she could defend herself even once, blood suddenly spilled from her mouth. Her body collapsed helplessly onto the ground while the townspeople continued shouting at her from all sides. Useless. Why did this happen? Was this your plan all along? You destroyed Brighttown. You should just die? High above, the Dragon Mother watched the entire scene unfold in silence. She looked down at the broken sword saint and let out a quiet sigh. Lin Tian had truly succeeded. Without facing her directly in battle, he had turned the human sword saint into a complete failure and crushed her spirit from within. The Dragon Mother felt a deep sense of satisfaction as she watched the sword saint fall apart. Her goal had been achieved. A faint smile crossed her face as she thought of Lin Tian. I'm looking forward to seeing him again. That evening, back at the Goblin tribe, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the camp. Lin Tian and his goblin troops had finally returned. The boss is back, a goblin guard shouted excitedly, his voice spreading quickly through the tribe. As Lin Tian walked closer, he looked toward Gobi and asked directly, Gobi, how did today's mission go? Did anything unexpected happen? Gobi pointed proudly toward the front. Boss, the attack was a success. We brought back plenty of loot and prisoners. He gestured toward a cage where 2 girls in bunny outfits were being held. Some of them even surrendered on their own to save their lives. Then Gobi remembered another important matter and quickly added, also, just as you ordered, we sent a cart full of gold to Kilia. We escorted her and her family safely out of the city. Kilia was the girl Lin Tian had once protected with his life in his previous life. Lin Tian paused for a moment, then turned back toward Gobi with approval in his eyes. Well done, Gobi. Starting today, you'll be given priority alongside Goblin San when it comes to devouring monsters. Thank you, boss. Gobi scratched the back of his head with a wide, happy grin. Lin Tian looked ahead quietly, lost in thought. Kilia had been the only person who trusted him in his previous life. Sending her away from this conflict was his way of repaying that trust. As for the Sword Saint, Lin Tian's expression darkened slightly. By now, she should have been completely shattered. Elsewhere, inside the Dragon Mother's lair, scout dragons flew in and out through the vast cavern, carrying food back for their leader. Lin Tian had arrived at the lair once again. This was already the second time he had entered the Dragon Mother's domain. He looked toward her respectfully and said, Thank you, Dragon Mother. With your help, the entire plan was a complete success. The Dragon Mother moved closer, her expression pleased. I heard the Sword Saint is better than now. That makes me very happy. Lin Tian sat down before replying. But I still need your help, Dragon Mother. Please keep sending your dragons to harass Brighttown and continue pressuring the Sword Saint. The Dragon Mother leaned closer to him, her eyes carrying a playful gleam. And what reward will I receive? She asked. Flying back and forth so often is quite tiring. Lin Tian had already prepared for that question. He had brought several plump cows as an offering and gestured toward them. What do you think of these? He began, presenting the reward he had brought for her. But before he could finish speaking, the Dragon Mother suddenly grabbed him and pulled him into a forceful kiss. Lin Tian's eyes widened in surprise, completely caught off guard by her sudden move. A few moments later, she finally pulled away and looked at him with clear desire in her eyes. The reward I want is you, she said softly. What do you think? She gently held Lin Tian's face in both hands. Lin Tian looked uneasy as he stared back at her. You want me? He asked cautiously. Are you serious? Ignoring his hesitation, the Dragon Mother pushed Lin Tian down, her voice turning low and gentle. Even though you made the dragon I gave you pregnant, she said, I don't mind that. Then her hand tightened around his neck, and her eyes narrowed with warning. But if you refuse me, she said quietly, I'll be very angry. Lin Tian gave an awkward, nervous laugh. Don't misunderstand me, he quickly said. I only meant that a weak goblin like me could never be worthy of the Dragon Mother. The Dragon Mother pressed herself close to him and spoke in a soft, satisfied voice. You are not an ordinary goblin. I can see the potential of a goblin king inside you. Dragons have always respected the strong, and I only wish to join with someone powerful enough to produce even stronger offspring. Lin Tian's eyes brightened as he looked at her. Faced with an offer no gentleman could easily refuse, he finally smiled. Then I can only obey. Before long, their private encounter echoed through the vast dragon lair. The sounds carried far enough to make the nearby dragons restless, and several of them secretly peeked in with curious eyes. Some time later, Lin Tian finally stood up and began putting his clothes back on. He looked completely drained, and even his steps were unsteady as he tried to move. He leaned against the dragon mother's horn while she slept, trying to catch his breath. I need to leave before she wakes up, he muttered. As he stumbled away on weak legs, he could not help shaking his head. That dragon mother is really something else. Lin Tian eventually managed to climb onto his dragon and return to the goblin tribe. The dragon mother is unbelievably powerful, he thought as he rode away. If I had stayed any longer, I would have been in serious trouble. Back in the lair, the dragon mother eventually woke up and shifted back into her half-dragon form. She sighed quietly as she thought about Lin Tian. He is exactly as I imagined. Perhaps one day, he really will lead the goblins into building a new world. Back at the tribe, the calm atmosphere was suddenly broken by a startled cry. What? Kasana stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. You want to let us go? The elf queen also frowned slightly when she heard his words. Her gaze lingered on Lin Tian with concern, as though she had something she wanted to say but could not bring herself to speak. Lin Tian got straight to the point. There are many human prisoners in the tribe now. With your people replacing them, and with your ability to continue your lineage, I can allow you to leave freely. The problem of preserving the elven bloodline was no longer an issue, but Lin Tian had another calculation in mind. Elves are more useful to me than human prisoners, he continued. Instead of forcing you to stay, I'd rather take a chance and let you decide whether you want to follow me willingly. The elves began murmuring the moment they heard that Lin Tian was truly willing to grant them freedom. The elf queen thought quietly for a moment, then placed a hand on Kasana's shoulder. Kasana, all of you, she said gently. If you wish to leave, then go. Kasana looked at her mother with mixed emotions in her eyes, torn between joy and uncertainty. Mother, suddenly, Lin Tian turned and saw the elf queen kneeling on one knee before him. She bowed with complete respect, her voice sincere and full of admiration. After spending this time with you, I've realized you are no ordinary goblin. Would you allow me to remain in this tribe and follow you? Lin Tian looked down at the elf queen, and a satisfied smile slowly appeared on his face. You're very intelligent, he said. Staying here may be the better choice. I can also guarantee that I won't cause trouble for the other elves. He understood that her decision had not been made lightly. Anyone capable of holding such a high position within their people had to be wiser than most. Leaving would not necessarily give the elves a better future. With only women remaining in the tribe, they would be safer under Lin Tian's protection here. Both Lin Tian and the elf queen understood the unspoken agreement between them. She was staying because she wanted his protection for the elves. Seeing her mother kneel before Lin Tian, Kasana's eyes quickly filled with tears. Mother, how can you stay here all by yourself? Kasana cried out and immediately dropped to her knees beside the elf queen. The other elves looked at each other in silence. Then those who wished to remain began kneeling as well. I won't leave either. From now on, I will follow the chieftain. Me too. I want to stay. The elf queen watched in surprise. She knew how desperately they had once wished for freedom, yet now they were willingly choosing to remain. As Lin Tian watched the elves kneel before him, he knew his guess had been correct. A small smirk appeared on his lips. Just as he expected, once the leader chose to stay, others would follow as well. This was exactly the outcome he wanted. Instead of forcing them into submission, he had given them the chance to choose it themselves. Lin Tian stepped forward and raised one hand. Those who have chosen to stay are no longer prisoners, he declared. From this moment on, you are my subordinates. I will guarantee your safety. Thank you, chieftain. The elves answered together. The addition of the elves filled Lin Tian with satisfaction. They would become a powerful asset for the growing goblin tribe. His immediate concern, the Sword Saint, had already fallen. With no major threat pressing against him from outside, this was the perfect time to expand his power. His eyes narrowed, and a confident smile appeared on his face. It's time to cultivate a large number of hero-class goblins. Just then, the mad goblin suddenly shouted, Boss, the tribe members are too small for me. He pointed repeatedly toward a cage, then kept winking at Lin Tian with an eager grin. Boss, come take a look. Lin Tian's good mood instantly disappeared. Just as Lin Tian finished dealing with one issue, another problem came crashing in. A goblin suddenly ran into the area, panting so hard he could barely speak. Boss, Goblin Sen looks like he's dead. Come quickly. Lin Tian's expression changed at once. What? Lin Tian rushed over without wasting another second. When he arrived, he found Goblin Sen sprawled across the ground, looking completely lifeless. Deep claw marks covered his body, making it seem as though he had gone through something terrifying before collapsing. The other goblins had gathered nearby, staring at him with nervous faces. What happened? Lin Tian asked sharply. I don't know. One goblin replied, his eyes still wide with fear. He was hiding here by himself. Then he suddenly went crazy and kept scratching at his own body until he collapsed. Several goblins nearby quickly nodded, confirming the same thing. Then, just when everyone thought Goblin San was truly dead, his body began to change. His skin slowly shifted from its usual green into a darker greenish-brown. His fangs stretched longer, his limbs thickened and twisted into a stronger shape, and sharp thorn-like spikes burst out across his body. Goblin San suddenly pushed himself upright. The goblin standing closest to him shrieked in terror and immediately hid behind Lin Tian. He's alive again. Lin Tian did not move. He stood still and watched Goblin San's transformation closely, studying the strange new power flowing through him. Standing before them was no longer an ordinary goblin. Goblin San now had long, razor-sharp claws, thorny spikes running down his back, and a long hooked tail dragging behind him. Lin Tian checked the information before him. Goblin San. Level 50. Mutated Goblin. Berserker class. Title, Revived. Divine Blessing. HP, 1200. Strength, 350. Defense, 400. Skills, Bone Spike, Bone Growth, Berserker Heart. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed in surprise. After mutating, Goblin San had become even stronger than before. Lin Tian was impressed, but he also became slightly cautious. If he had not gained so many attributes from the Dragon Mother, he was not even sure whether he could defeat Goblin San in a direct fight now. Goblin San felt the new strength surging through every part of his body. He jumped excitedly, raised his arms, and shouted with a huge grin, Boss, I'm not dead. I'm even stronger now. The other goblins stared at him in awe. Lin Tian let out a quiet sigh, clearly pleased with his newly strengthened subordinate. Not bad. Your strength and intelligence have improved a lot. Then he gave Goblin San his next task. From now on, focus on nurturing the next generation of goblins. Yes, boss. Goblin San replied with a proud grin. Lin Tian turned his gaze toward Brighttown. In 3 months, we'll go back and see what has changed. 3 months later, inside a tavern in Brighttown, several knights sat around a table drinking beer and speaking in low voices. Do you think the Sword Saint has recovered yet? One knight asked. I doubt it, another replied. A third knight laughed bitterly. If that had happened to me, I would have gone mad already. Then a confident voice suddenly came from behind them. A bunch of goblins still need the brave blood knights to handle them. Everyone in the tavern turned toward the speaker. A handsome young man stood there, carrying himself with the calm confidence of someone from a noble background. The knights immediately recognized him. It's Baron Boloa, someone exclaimed. A diamond-rank adventurer and the captain of the brave blood knights. Elsewhere, a vision appeared through the simulation system. It showed baby goblins peacefully playing inside their cradles. After 3 months of stable growth and reproduction, the tribe had accumulated 153 hero-class goblins from the new generation. At the same time, the royal family had issued a reward of 300 gold coins. That bounty drew adventurer groups of every level toward Brighttown, all of them planning to wipe out Lin Tian's tribe. The vision continued to reveal silhouettes of many different adventurers, old and young, men and women, tall and short, thin and heavy, each one arriving from a different future path. Their ranks ranged from silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and trial rank, all the way toward unknown legendary and mythical levels. The result was clear. Lin Tian was about to face diamond rank and trial rank enemies. The simulation ended after 1 month of projected time, awarding a score of 10 points and a 10-fold life bonus. Lin Tian stared at the result with his jaw hanging open. What the hell? The Sword Saint had already been terrifying enough. Diamond rank adventurers were elites among elites, and trial rank opponents could be even stronger than the Sword Saint herself. Are you kidding me? Lin Tian's expression darkened as he accepted the reality of the situation. This time, there was no avoiding it. I have to take care of everything myself. He slumped back into his chair, feeling the full weight of the coming threat settle heavily onto his shoulders. Just then, the Elf Queen and Goblin Mon approached him together. Chieftain, we have something important to report, the Queen said. Lin Tian looked up, surprised by the urgency in their voices. What is it? He asked. The Queen and Goblin Mon exchanged a worried glance before dropping to their knees. The new goblin generation has grown quickly, they explained, but the monster resources in the forest are no longer enough. Everyone is starting to run out of food. Goblin Mun continued. The nearby iron mine is almost exhausted too. Some goblins do not have weapons or equipment, and training has become difficult. Lin Tian frowned as he listened. Without enough food or weapons, there was only one conclusion. The resources around the tribe were no longer sufficient. Brighttown's situation was also changing in dangerous ways. Lin Tian thought carefully before making up his mind. They needed a location that was easier to defend and rich enough in resources to support the tribe's future growth. He stood up decisively. Everyone, prepare to relocate. Relocate immediately? Goblin Mun asked in surprise. Yes. The Elf Queen answered calmly before Lin Tian could say anything else. We are relocating. I will arrange it. She trusted that Lin Tian would find a way for the tribe to survive. The group moved through the dense forest and eventually arrived before a roaring waterfall hidden deep among the trees. Behind the waterfall stood a cave entrance. Inside, water dripped steadily from the stone walls, and every sound echoed through the quiet, shadowy chambers. After inspecting the area, Lin Tian was satisfied. This cave behind the waterfall is deep and complicated, he said. It's perfect for building a settlement. Holding a torch, he led the way into the darkness. His goblins followed behind him, along with Goblin Mun and the Elf Queen. Goblin Mun stayed close to Lin Tian, gripping his arm with wide, nervous eyes as she looked deeper into the cave. Lin Tian stared into the depths of the cave before turning around to give orders. Mad Goblin, Goblin-san, lead the others and clear away the rocks. Set up defenses throughout the area. Then he looked toward Goblin Mun. Goblin Mun, take care of the prisoners and the children. Yes, boss. The goblins answered together and immediately began carrying out his commands. They chose a suitable section of the cave and began clearing rocks away from the ground. Torchlight flickered across the walls, slowly pushing back the darkness as the new settlement started taking shape. Lin Tian climbed onto a high rock and looked down at the growing settlement beneath him. From today onward, this is our new home, he declared. Listen carefully. As long as you follow my orders, I will make sure you are fed and properly equipped. Then his expression became cold. But anyone who disobeys the rules will die. His firm words echoed through the cave. The goblins raised their weapons high and began cheering. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. We will obey. Their voices rolled through the cavern again and again. After overseeing the tribe's relocation and making sure everything had been settled properly, Lin Tian turned his attention back to the warning from the simulation. He gazed into the distance while rubbing his chin thoughtfully. The tribe is secure for now, he thought. Next, I need to investigate Brighttown. If the system's prediction was accurate, he needed to understand these adventurers before making his next move. Inside a Brighttown tavern, the bartender poured a fresh glass of beer and placed it in front of the guests seated at the counter. His curiosity was clearly growing. Baron Boloa, the bartender asked, aren't you normally interested only in high-level monsters? Why are you personally coming after goblins this time? Boloa took a slow sip from his drink, his eyes half closed and a faint smile resting on his face. It's simple, he said. My useless cousin, Loa, allowed himself to get captured by lowly goblins. I have to handle this personally, or my reputation will be ruined. I see. The bartender replied, finally understanding why the Baron had come to Brighttown himself. Before they could continue, a booming laugh cut through the tavern. Baron Boloa, you said you would handle the goblins yourself. Have you already forgotten about me? I did not come all this way for nothing. The loud laughter drew the attention of everyone in the tavern. Boloa and the bartender both turned toward the source of the voice. The Baron's eyes narrowed when he recognized the newcomer. Oh, it's you, old man. The nearby patrons began whispering among themselves, curious about who had entered. The old man strode forward with an arrogant posture, his gaze fixed firmly on Boloa. Exterminating goblins? I have that covered, he said. If you refuse to let me join, then hand over 1,000 gold coins. Anyone bold enough to speak to Baron Boloa that way was clearly no ordinary person. As everyone watched, they saw an elderly man with silver hair dressed in mage robes. He carried a staff crowned with a large red ruby. It's the Grey Hat Wizard, someone shouted. The leader of the Grey Hat Knights. A diamond-rank adventurer. Boloa was not impressed. In his mind, he had no reason to share the bounty with this old man when he could claim everything himself. Still, he laughed lightly and maintained a polite expression. Old man, you speak very boldly, Boloa said. What qualifications do you have to demand that? Boloa was about to continue trading words with the Grey Hat Wizard when another laugh suddenly broke through the tense atmosphere. Both Boloa and the old wizard turned toward the new voice. A cloaked figure sat back in a chair with a mask covering their face, casually holding a glass of beer. How amusing, the figure said with a quiet laugh. Do you really think that just because the Sword Saint has fallen, you can step forward and take the spotlight? The figure leaned back even farther. Do not forget, that cold-blooded woman has arrived as well. It was Lilina, a trial-rank adventurer whose name was known everywhere. Despite being a woman, she was famous for her ruthless efficiency and terrifying reputation. Why did she come here too? Someone whispered nervously. They say she only cares about money, another patron murmured. She'll kill anyone, whether they deserve it or not. Quiet, someone quickly warned. Be careful what you say about someone like her. Boloa and the Grey Hat Wizard both studied the cloaked figure carefully. Oh, it's the Wandering Knight, Boloa said. Are you here for the goblins too? The cloaked figure gave another quiet laugh. I have no interest in them, the figure replied. I came here to hunt a dragon. Slaying a dragon in this world was more than enough to make someone famous. Why compete over a bounty with so many rivals and such a low chance of success? The figure asked Boloa with a smile. If I kill a dragon, I can become a trial rank knight. Isn't that a far better reward? Seeing how determined the others were to claim the bounty, the cloaked figure offered them a warning. But I'll tell you this, do not underestimate the goblins. They may look lowly, but their potential for evolution is frightening, especially once mutations begin. The tavern immediately went quiet. Everything that had happened in Brighttown recently proved that those words were true. The gray hat wizard nodded slowly and took another sip of his beer. He's right, the old man said. I've lived for almost 100 years, and I have seen more goblins than you can imagine. His face grew serious. These lowly creatures have existed since ancient times. They have been the common enemy of every race for countless generations. We have killed them for thousands of years, yet they have never been completely eradicated. The surrounding patrons grew serious as they listened. Their expressions darkened because the wizard's words rang true. Goblins were weak individually, but they were incredibly difficult to wipe out for good. Exterminating goblins is always troublesome, the gray hat wizard continued. If it were not for the bounty, I would not even bother getting involved. Boloa looked toward the wizard, who had been fighting over the reward only moments earlier, but was now speaking with unexpected calm. A sense of unease rose inside him. The Sword Saint and several knight squads had already been defeated by these goblins. Facing them alone was not something Boloa felt fully confident about, especially with so many powerful adventurers gathering in Brighttown. An alliance might be the better choice. Boloa picked up a bottle of wine and offered it to the gray hat wizard. Old man, he said, how about we join forces against the goblins? Once we succeed, the entire bounty will be yours. The gray hat wizard's eyes lit up immediately. In a quiet corner of Brighttown, after finishing a hearty meal, Boloa spread a map across the table and studied the surrounding forest. Charging directly into that place with a large force is too dangerous, he said seriously. There are too many unknowns. We need to scout the area first, then make a proper plan. The gray hat wizard had clearly grown impatient. He lifted his staff with a dismissive look. Young people always make things unnecessarily complicated. Just leave it to us, old man. I won't interfere. Just then, something caught Boloa's attention. His eyes narrowed as he noticed a figure walking toward them from a distance. A tall person in battered iron armor approached slowly, with a sword strapped across their back. Their heavy footsteps carried through the street as they headed toward the town gate. The gray hat wizard's expression shifted the instant he recognized the armored figure. That person is no ordinary adventurer, he muttered. Then he turned to Boloa. It seems Goblin Slayer has arrived too. Shall we have a word with her? Goblin Slayer? Boloa blurted out, staring in open disbelief. The armored figure kept walking as though she had not heard them at all. Boloa and the wizard exchanged glances, then stepped forward to block her path. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner, Boloa said, forcing a polite smile. The gray hat wizard added, greetings. Goblin Slayer finally stopped, but her voice was cold and impatient. I prefer not to be recognized. Why are you stopping me? Her blunt tone and strange, closed-off manner made Boloa frown. There was something unsettling about the way she spoke, as if everyone around her were simply wasting her time. Trying to smooth over the awkward moment, the gray hat wizard stepped forward. The Baron may not know this, he said, but this is Goblin Slayer. She once killed a goblin chieftain and slaughtered thousands of goblins, all by herself. Thousands, Boloa repeated, unable to hide his shock. That's incredible. Then he quickly asked, would you be willing to join us in exterminating the goblins? Goblin Slayer did not hesitate for even a moment. She simply pushed past Boloa and continued toward the forest. I don't need your help, she said without looking back. You'll only slow me down. Boloa stood there in stunned silence, his face darkening with anger. Damn that woman. The gray hat wizard watched Goblin Slayer leave with obvious irritation. What's so great about her, he muttered. When those goblins capture her, let's see whether she comes begging for help. The old wizard turned away impatiently. Don't waste time standing around. We need to move before she takes all the credit for herself. Boloa was still stunned by how recklessly Goblin Slayer had left without making any preparations. At the town gate, she walked out alone and headed straight toward the forest. Far away on a cliff, Lin Tian watched Brighttown with his detection ability active. Goblin Slayer. Level 65. Human. Class unknown. Titles: Goblin Slayer, Pretty Boy Tyrant, Murderer. HP: 900. Strength: 260. Defense: 450. Her skills included critical hit and blood of a villain. Her equipment consisted of rusty armor and a rusty broadsword. But her total combat attributes were listed at an absurd range of 1,000 to 3,000. Lin Tian's eyes widened as he stared at the numbers. Wait a second. Is the system malfunctioning? He muttered. 1,000 to 3,000 total attributes. He checked the information again, but the result did not change. No error detected. The system responded. There is more. Lin Tian's gaze shifted again. A group of knights was moving through the area as well. He watched their formation carefully and realized they were also coming after him. He quickly identified the leaders. Baron Boloa, Holy Knight, possessing anti-monster skills, with total strength around 1300. Grey Hat Wizard, Archmage, carrying a wide variety of spells, with total strength around 1400. After checking their abilities, Lin Tian gave a faint, dismissive smile. These two diamond rank adventurers don't seem particularly smart. They shouldn't be too much trouble. But when Lin Tian looked back toward Goblin Slayer's retreating figure, his expression became more serious. That Goblin Slayer, he muttered, is someone I need to watch carefully. The view shifted to the former site of the Goblin tribe. The Grey Hat Wizard, Baron Boloa, and their group had followed the old traces all the way there. They searched through the abandoned area for any sign of goblins, yet found nothing useful. Strange, the Grey Hat Wizard muttered. A tribe that large should have been discovered long ago. The battle scars they had passed on the way suggested the goblins had once lived nearby, but the entire place now seemed empty. Then Baron Boloa noticed something on the ground. He picked it up and waved toward the Grey Hat Wizard. Old man, come take a look at this. In his hand was a lock of long blonde hair. Boloa handed the hair over. The Grey Hat Wizard brought it close to his nose and sniffed it carefully. With decades of experience behind him, recognition quickly appeared in his eyes. A smug smile slowly spread across his face. If I'm not mistaken, the Grey Hat Wizard said confidently. This is elf hair. An elf? Boloa asked in surprise. Could the elves be helping the goblins? That's impossible. The Grey Hat Wizard opened a small glass vial containing a blue butterfly and dropped the lock of hair inside. I have searched this entire forest, he said. There is nowhere obvious for them to hide. It is highly likely that the elves helped the goblins relocate and conceal themselves. The blue butterfly fluttered out of the vial, moving through the air like a living tracking device. This kind of butterfly is drawn to the scent of elves, the Grey Hat Wizard explained with confidence as he followed its path. It should be able to find the trail left by both the elves and the goblins. The butterfly eventually led the group to a riverbank, then began circling uncertainly. It looks like it has lost the scent, Baron Boloa observed. Could they have crossed the river? Boloa asked. As soon as he spoke, the blue butterfly flew back and returned to its glass vial. Growing frustrated after their search led nowhere, Boloa turned to the Grey Hat Wizard. Old man, why don't we wait for Goblin Slayer to locate them first? Then we can take advantage of the chance. But the Grey Hat Wizard suddenly adjusted his hat and gave a dismissive scoff. No need. He pointed across the river. Look over there, near the edge of the forest. Boloa followed his gaze. On the other side of the river, one of Lin Tian's goblin underlings had appeared. The goblin seemed to be scouting the area, but the moment it noticed the adventurers, it immediately turned around and ran. It's a goblin, Baron Boloa shouted. After it. He and his knights rushed forward at once, galloping across the river in pursuit. Hurry up, don't let it escape. High above on a cliff, Lin Tian watched the entire chase unfold. A confident smile appeared on his face. Good, he said quietly. The prey has taken the bait. Perched on the back of his dragon, Lin Tian continued surveying the area below. Excellent, he said with satisfaction. They've swallowed the bait. Then something else entered his sight. Lin Tian froze for a moment, his expression tightening as he looked down more carefully. It was Goblin Slayer. She was casually walking toward the river, humming an odd tune as though she wanted someone to notice her. Lin Tian continued observing from above, refusing to act recklessly. Then Goblin Slayer reached up and removed her helmet. Lin Tian stared down in astonishment. Beneath the helmet was a beautiful woman with a curvy figure, dressed in only a few scraps of cloth beneath her armor. She stretched lazily, then stepped into the cool river and began bathing without the slightest hint of concern. She looked completely relaxed, calmly washing herself in a forest filled with monsters and danger. Lin Tian finally recovered from his surprise and muttered, So Goblin Slayer is actually a woman. He continued watching her from above, his brows furrowed in thought. She doesn't seem entirely human, he said to himself. And her strength is abnormal. To be in this situation and still feel like bathing, she's truly strange. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes as suspicion began to grow. A beautiful flower like that always has thorns, he thought. This feels too unnatural. Is she deliberately trying to lure me down? Could she have already noticed me? With that thought in mind, Lin Tian lightly tapped the dragon's back. The dragon immediately spread its wings and took off. But instead of flying toward Goblin Slayer, Lin Tian turned away and headed in another direction. That woman is troublesome, he decided. It's better to deal with the others first. His judgment was correct. Goblin Slayer had indeed been trying to lure Lin Tian into a trap. When she saw the dragon fly away, she watched its path with a thoughtful look in her eyes. What kind of intelligent creature is he, she wondered. She slowly licked her lips, and a predatory gleam appeared in her eyes. I really want to have a taste. Elsewhere, Lin Tian's goblin underling was exhausted from running away from Baron Boloa and the Grey Hat Wizard. the goblin finally stopped. Baron Boloa raised a hand, signaling his knights to halt as well. Everyone, be careful. The goblin tribe must be nearby. Without warning, a storm of flaming arrows fell from the sky. Scatter, someone shouted. It's an ambush. The gray hat wizard reacted immediately. He raised his staff and began casting a spell, preparing to block the incoming attack. A burst of flame erupted at the last second, swallowing every incoming arrow before it could reach them. The burning shafts vanished in midair, and for a moment, everyone could only breathe in relief. That had been far too close. Baron Boloa turned toward the gray hat wizard with open admiration in his eyes. You're still as sharp as ever, old man. But the gray hat wizard was clearly drained from casting the spell. He bent forward slightly, breathing hard as he muttered, less talking. Before anyone had the chance to relax, the gray hat wizard's expression darkened again. The attack was not finished. Almost as though it had been waiting for that exact moment, a figure came rushing straight at them with terrifying speed. It's coming, the gray hat wizard shouted. The charging figure burst into view. It was the mad goblin. With an axe in one hand and a sword in the other, the monster lunged forward in a savage rush, roaring so fiercely that the sound tore through the battlefield. The gray hat wizard's eyes narrowed as he sensed the mad goblin's strength. That one could be hero class, he warned sharply. Everyone, focus your attacks on him. The others immediately answered and readied their weapons, preparing to bring him down together. The 2-meter-tall mad goblin stormed toward them at breakneck speed, his sword and axe flashing wildly as he closed the distance. The gray hat wizard reacted without hesitation, raising his staff and chanting quickly. A huge fireball formed above the battlefield, glowing brighter and brighter before crashing toward the mad goblin. It was a magic fireball. The mad goblin clenched his teeth when he saw the spell racing toward him. That old mage was far more stubborn than he had expected, refusing to give him even a second to breathe. Only seconds later, the fireball detonated with overwhelming force. The blast spread through the area like a miniature atomic bomb, shaking the ground and swallowing everything in front of it in scorching flames. When the firestorm settled, a huge crater had been carved into the earth. At the same time, the gray hat wizard planted his staff firmly into the ground and began setting up another spell. Blue light flowed outward in streams, mixing with clear currents that spread across the ground and formed a glowing magic circle. Life spring, strength recovery. The massive fireball slowly began to fade, but thick smoke still rolled across the battlefield, hiding whatever remained inside the blast zone. The gray hat wizard squinted into the smoke, trying to see through the heavy haze and confirm whether the mad goblin had been destroyed. Then the impossible appeared through the flames. That damned goblin was still alive. He had not been burned to ashes. He had not even been stopped. The gray hat wizard and his men stared forward in stunned disbelief, their voices catching as they cried out. What? For a terrifying moment, none of them could move. Sweat ran down their faces while their bodies froze in place. Through the smoke and burning air, the mad goblin came charging out like a demon crawling straight from hell, rage blazing in his eyes. The gray hat wizard and his men could only stare as the world around them seemed to slow down. He survived that, Baron Boloa shouted from behind them. Seeing his allies trapped in shock, Baron Boloa forced himself to snap back to reality. The refined expression normally resting on Baron Boloa's face twisted into fury. He gripped his sword tightly and shouted at the others. Look around you. The goblins are closing in, and they're all hero class. Having survived countless battles, the gray hat wizard quickly recognized the Kirshu among the goblins. His eyes widened as he shouted, Why do these goblins have weapons and armor? Don't let them get close. Then he turned toward Baron Boloa. I'll leave this to you. Baron Boloa's entire body tensed. He tightened his grip around his sword hilt, now fully on guard. The gray hat wizard drove his staff into the ground again, reinforcing the magical barrier. Blue light rippled outward alongside streams of clear water, spreading into a large magic circle beneath everyone's feet. Life spring, strength recovery. Each person quickly moved into position. As the gray hat wizard poured power into the formation, they could feel fresh strength flowing through their bodies and restoring their exhausted limbs. One of the men sprang high into the air, strengthened by the magic circle below him. A bow and arrow made entirely from ice formed in his hands. He drew the frozen string back and released. A rain of icy arrows poured down toward the advancing goblins. Intermediate magic, ice pierce. Another soldier struck the ground with his fist, unleashing earth magic beneath the goblin's feet. Intermediate magic, quicksand field. The solid ground suddenly softened into a deep, muddy trap, pulling goblins downward and swallowing them whole until only their shields remained visible above the surface. From another direction, poisonous magic began falling from above like a deadly rainstorm. The corrosive droplets instantly ate into the goblins' skin, making them howl in agony as they desperately raised their shields over their heads. Intermediate magic, punishing rain. From high above the battlefield, a dark figure watched the chaos unfold. Soldiers and goblins clashed below, their weapons striking each other with loud metallic echoes. Lin Tian observed without changing expression. Once he saw the perfect chance, he gave Goody a signal. Goody, open a path for the mad goblin to break through. Goody received the command and broke into a wicked grin. Understood, boss. He rushed down toward the battle beneath him and came crashing into the ground with tremendous force. Dust exploded outward from the impact, spreading across the field in a thick cloud. In the very next instant, Goody shot toward the gray hat wizard like a fired bullet, his murderous intent pressing down on everyone nearby. By the time the gray hat wizard sensed the danger and turned his head, it was already too late. Goody had reached him. Goody's attack came slashing down, barely missing the gray hat wizard by a hair. It was only the old mage's quick reflexes that saved him from being cut down on the spot. If he had been even slightly slower, that strike would have ended him. Sweat poured down the gray hat wizard's face as he glared at the goblin, his teeth grinding together in anger. You damned goblin! The gray hat wizard roared, clutching his staff as tightly as he could. Goody smirked at him with cruel amusement. You were only lucky I missed, old man. But next time, you won't be so fortunate. He turned his body slowly, never taking his eyes off his target. His sharp claws twitched at his sides while madness filled his bloodthirsty stare. With the center of the barrier broken, the magic holding it together was dispelled. The mad goblin immediately seized the opening and led the charge through the enemy lines. His massive 2-meter frame surged forward at terrifying speed, sword and axe cutting through anyone who stood in his path. Killing intent rolled off him like a wave, making him look like death itself had joined the battle. Inspired by their leader, the other goblins rushed forward behind him like an unstoppable swarm. Any soldier who tried to block their path was cut down without mercy. The enemies were closing in from every side like a broken hive spilling out its swarm. Baron Boloa tried to hold on to his composure, but fear was already spreading through him. Even so, he raised his voice and forced out an order. Don't be afraid. Shields to the front. The soldiers immediately formed a shield wall, locking themselves together in a desperate defensive line. But these goblins were no longer the weak creatures they had expected to crush. They had become powerful warriors. The mad goblin led the assault, smashing soldiers aside before driving his sword straight through them. A purple-haired goblin lunged at another soldier, tackling him down and pounding him repeatedly with brutal force. Baron Boloa could see the truth now. The shield wall was not going to save them. It was only delaying what was coming. Baron Boloa raised his sword and stared at the goblins advancing before him. By the power of holy light, I will destroy evil. The air around him shifted immediately, and the temperature began to rise. A tiny flame flickered into existence, but it rapidly grew larger, spinning faster and faster until it became a gigantic, blazing tornado. The inferno tore across the battlefield, devouring everything in its path. Super magic, holy light enchantment. The flames roared violently, casting their glow over the face of a nearby figure. Then, from somewhere in the distance, a cold laugh echoed through the chaos. The battle only grew more intense. Baron Boloa looked around and felt his heart sink. This is bad. We're surrounded. He tightened his grip on his sword and shouted orders to the remaining soldiers. Everyone, gather together. Form the blood rage formation. Put the wounded in the center, and use healing magic to restore their strength. Even with enemies closing in from every direction, Baron Boloa refused to surrender. He frowned deeply, hatred burning in his eyes as he glared at the goblins surrounding them. We have to kill every one of them. Lin Tian watched the battle from afar, calmly judging the strength of the enemy. They really are high-ranking opponents. They won't be easy to handle. Diamond-rank adventurers from the Adventurers Guild. They're stronger than I expected. His gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. If this had been any other large goblin tribe, they wouldn't have stood a chance. A faint smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. But unfortunately for them, they came to the wrong place. The battle continued with everyone fighting at full strength. Then, from within the goblin ranks, a different creature slowly stepped forward. Its body was covered in spikes. A long hooked tail dragged behind it, and its claws were far sharper than those of an ordinary goblin. The moment the gray hat wizard saw that creature, his entire body stiffened. His eyes widened, his pupils shrank, and his brow drew together so tightly that his face went rigid with alarm. It's mutant class, he shouted. From somewhere far away, a clear feminine voice drifted through the air. With one hand resting on her hip and the other brushing thoughtfully beneath her chin, she watched the battlefield with amused interest, as though she had discovered something fascinating. Goblins, truly a beautiful and powerful species. The battle did not continue for much longer. A blood-curdling scream suddenly tore through the forest, echoing between the trees. The gray hat wizard's face had gone completely pale, all color drained from his skin. Blood poured from his mouth as his life force faded away, and the light in his eyes slowly disappeared. The outcome had been decided. The goblins had won. Goblin San lifted the gray hat wizard into the air as easily as if he were holding a chicken. Bloodthirsty hunger burned in his eyes while a chilling laugh echoed through the forest. With the old mage's staff broken and the mage himself defeated, the remaining soldiers were quickly captured or killed. Goblin San's eyes were bloodshot as he sneered at the old mage hanging helplessly in his grasp. Apparently finding the gray hat wizard too boring to bother with, Goblin San threw him aside like a discarded toy. Nearby, the severely wounded Baron Boloa leaned heavily against his sword for support. Horror twisted across his face as he watched the gray hat wizard crash down like a broken doll. His heart pounded wildly. Disbelief filled his eyes, and sweat ran down his face without stopping. Baron Boloa's eyes darted around in panic as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, the gray hat wizard." In his final desperate moments, the gray hat wizard caught sight of his companion, and his survival instinct flared up one last time. This was his final hope. Gasping for breath, he stretched out a trembling hand toward Baron Boloa and pleaded, "Save me, save me." But instead of coming closer, Baron Boloa quickly backed away as though he had seen something terrifying. The gray hat wizard was left alone, still reaching forward with his withered hand. "Save me." Baron Boloa's eyes turned bloodshot as he stared at the old mage. His pupils tightened, and his brow furrowed in disbelief. "This can't be. No, no, it can't be." Then Baron Boloa sprang to his feet almost on instinct. He turned around and ran in the opposite direction, screaming in terror. These goblins are demons. He ran faster than he had ever run in his life, abandoning the gray hat wizard behind him along with the old mage's desperate cries and horrified, hopeless gaze. The goblins slowly moved closer to the gray hat wizard, every approaching step sounding like the toll of a death bell. With his last hope gone, the old mage clawed desperately at the ground. His face was pale, his eyes had gone dull, and he could only keep muttering in despair, "Save me, Baron Boloa." Meanwhile, Baron Boloa had thrown away every last trace of dignity. He was running purely to survive. "Just make it through this," he panted, gasping heavily for air. But he did not dare stop. He kept rushing straight ahead. As he fled, Baron Boloa had to dodge attacks from the elves. He raised both hands over his head to protect himself, while arrows whistled past him from behind. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" he cursed as he ran. The elves continued chasing him, and a fear unlike anything he had ever known gripped his heart. First goblins, and now elves? I should have known the elves were here too. Who can save me? Then, without warning, a figure appeared directly in front of him. Baron Boloa's eyes focused on the person before him, and a tiny spark of hope suddenly returned. "I'm saved." The moment he recognized who stood before him, Baron Boloa threw away all concern for his dignity and shouted desperately, "Goblin Slayer, please, save me." But the instant he finished speaking, 3 figures appeared behind him, already prepared to strike. From above, the 3 figures looked like demons descending straight from hell. Their swords moved in only a few elegant strokes, each blade carving a graceful arc through the air before fresh blood scattered across the ground. Baron Boloa stood there overwhelmed by terror, his eyes darting wildly in every direction as he searched for another threat. Beads of sweat rolled down his face like tiny pearls, while his mouth hung open and he struggled to drag in air. When Baron Boloa turned around, he saw the 3 goblins that had been chasing him moments ago. All of them had been impaled, their bodies already limp as they collapsed one after another onto the ground. The sight shattered whatever remained of his composure. Baron Boloa suddenly burst into manic laughter, his gaze unfocused and his expression completely unhinged. The polished, refined nobleman he had once pretended to be was gone. He stared at the fallen goblins and laughed hysterically, looking utterly insane. Without caring how Goblin Slayer reacted, he grabbed onto her clothes and clung to her desperately. "Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll definitely repay you." Goblin Slayer looked down at him with open disgust. Running into someone like this was nothing but a nuisance. He was weak, yet still tried to act tough. He could not fight, had to be rescued in the most pathetic way possible, and now he would not even let go of her clothes. Disgusting. She had only saved him because it was convenient. Get lost. Goblin Slayer violently shook Baron Boloa's hand away, and killing intent flared around her body. Her eyes beneath the helmet were full of disgust and contempt as they bored into him. Her voice was cold enough to freeze him in place. "If you really want to repay me, stay as far away from me as possible, you idiot." Then Goblin Slayer turned without hesitation and strode straight into the dense forest. Baron Boloa remained kneeling on the ground, his face still twisted with fear as he stared after her disappearing figure. He reached out as if he could stop her, but she was already moving farther away. In desperation, he shouted after her, "Don't go. This isn't an ordinary goblin tribe. There has to be a goblin overlord here." But Goblin Slayer treated his warning like the useless rambling of a coward who had lost all dignity. She merely gave a faint smirk and answered without looking back, "Really? The more, the better. That's exactly what I want." The forest stretched through a maze of towering mountains, jagged rocks, loose soil, and thick vegetation that crowded every path. Despite the chaos that had erupted nearby, the deeper woods were eerily quiet. The mad goblin held the gray hat wizard in his grip, studying the old mage with crimson eyes that shifted back and forth. He stroked his chin as if judging something amusing, then let out a triumphant laugh. Without warning, a sword drove straight into his back. By the time the mad goblin realized something had pierced him, it was already far too late. The sharp blade had sunk deep into his flesh. His consciousness immediately began slipping away, his eyes rolling upward while his pupils lost focus and turned blank. The mad goblin's massive 2-meter body lost all strength. His fingers loosened, and the gray hat wizard dropped from his grip before the mad goblin himself crashed heavily onto the ground. Everyone around them froze in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. Only seconds ago, he had been standing there laughing triumphantly. Then, in an instant, he had collapsed like a sack of rice. The entire area erupted into confusion as every eye turned toward the fallen mad goblin. Watching from a distance, Lin Tian frowned and narrowed his eyes at the crowd gathered around the mad goblin. Something was clearly wrong. Very few opponents should have been capable of matching the mad goblin's strength. Yet there he was, lying helplessly on the ground. Mad goblin, what happened? Lin Tian muttered. While everyone's attention remained fixed on the mad goblin, heavy footsteps began sounding from far away. Thump, thump, thump. Goblin San, standing nearby, perked up his ears and looked toward the sound. A knight in armor was approaching with a sword in hand. Who was that, he wondered. I didn't see that person during the battle earlier. Did they just arrive? Goblin Slayer only glanced toward Goblin San for a moment, ignoring the confusion written all over his face. She calmly lifted the sword from her back and rested it across her shoulder. Her tone was casual, as though she were asking an ordinary question. Are you the leader of these goblins? Then she looked him over and added, You look stupid. Goblin San's face instantly darkened. Where did this brat come from? Does she have no manners at all? Didn't anyone teach her how to speak when meeting someone for the first time? The insult made his blood boil. He bared his sharp teeth, his eyes turning bloodshot with rage. She needs to be taught a lesson. We have to kill her. He had been humiliated right in front of everyone. If he did nothing now, where would he put his pride? The other goblins would laugh at him forever if he let that insult pass. With a deafening roar, the goblins rushed forward, their fighting spirit blazing as they raised their weapons and shouted together, Kill her. Goblin Slayer did not move back. She stood calmly in place without even a trace of fear, gripping her sword and lowering into a guarded stance while she waited for her prey to come closer. The air around Goblin Slayer seemed to grow heavier as her aura intensified. Behind her mask, a fierce killing intent burned in her eyes. Goblin Slayer gave an excited laugh, raised her sword, and stepped back slightly. Her body lowered close to the ground, ready to spring. Then she vanished forward like a gust of wind. With only a few swift movements of her sword, goblins were sent flying through the air as blood blossomed behind them. It happened so quickly that the horde barely understood what was happening. She was alone against many enemies, yet she cut them down with frightening ease. High above the battlefield, Lin Tian broke out in a cold sweat as he stared at Goblin Slayer in disbelief. What did she just do? Those had looked like ordinary attacks, yet she had cut through his troops as though they were nothing. These goblins had been strengthened so much, but she was still mowing them down effortlessly. What kind of trick is this, he thought. According to the system, those were only normal O-rank attacks. Could she use magic as well? Watching his fellow goblins fall one after another only drove Goblin San deeper into rage. His bloodlust surged, and his body began changing before everyone's eyes. The spikes covering him grew longer and sharper, enough to pierce anything in their way. His teeth lengthened into vicious fangs, his muscles expanded, and his eyes darkened into an even deeper red filled with madness. Goblin San stared at Goblin Slayer without blinking. Then bones began forcing their way out through the flesh of his chest, tearing through his front torso. The more pain he endured, the more destructive power he gained. He threw his head back and roared, completely entering a berserk state. Goblin San shot toward Goblin Slayer at incredible speed, driven forward by pure bloodlust and madness. A thick crimson aura rolled off his body as he rushed in to crush her. Goblin Slayer remained completely calm. She simply watched her approaching prey without any sign of panic. Then she shifted into position and dashed toward Goblin San like a phantom. As she passed beside him, she casually muttered, a berserker. Even at that close distance, she still took the time to assess every part of him with cold precision. Then Goblin Slayer swung again. A gust of wind swept past them as she lowered her stance and steadied herself after the strike. Behind her, Goblin San stood completely frozen. Every spike on his body had been severed. Even with his enhanced speed, she had matched him with a single attack and struck back with overwhelming force. The realization hit him hard. This opponent was far beyond ordinary. Goblin Slayer tightened her grip around the hilt of her sword. Power began flowing through her body, and a faint purple glow slowly formed around the blade. She lifted her hand slightly, adjusted her footing, and lunged forward in the next instant, driving her sword toward Goblin San's back. Goblin San sensed the danger, but his body could not react as fast as she moved. He turned his head just in time to see the armored knight closing in. Die! Sweat poured down his face as he watched her attack approach. Running would not guarantee his escape, and he had fought so hard to evolve into what he was now. Was he really going to die here? Just as Goblin Slayer's blade was about to pierce Goblin San, streaks of thick mud-like substance suddenly appeared across the sword. The sticky material spread over her body and clung tightly to her, instantly hindering her movements. Damn it! Goblin Slayer looked down at the strange mud wrapped around her body, her movements slowing as it tightened. My body is stuck. From a distance, Lin Tian summoned his dragon, mounted it, and rose into the air. The battle had already cost him too many troops. Continuing this fight might no longer be worth the losses. But Goblin Slayer was clearly valuable. If he could capture her, she would become an important asset. For a moment, Lin Tian considered whether he should use the chance to retreat. Yet her strength and desirable qualities made her far too valuable to abandon. She would be an exceptional breeding asset. After thinking it over, Lin Tian made his decision. Riding majestically through the sky on his dragon, Lin Tian gave an order to every goblin below. Fall back, form a circle, and keep your distance. Throw rocks if you have them, and use ranged attacks if you can. The goblins heard him and immediately looked upward. They quickly gathered weapons, stones, and anything else they could throw, then formed a circle around Goblin Slayer. Hearing the sudden commotion, Goblin Slayer turned her head and looked up. A dragon. After watching carefully, she realized that a goblin was riding it. A smirk appeared on her face as excitement and anticipation rose inside her. I knew this place wouldn't disappoint me. Even though the mud was restricting her movements, it could not weaken her enthusiasm for these goblins, especially their leader. From the surrounding mountains, enormous boulders began raining down toward the forest. They crashed into the ground with thunderous booms, kicking up massive clouds of dust that swallowed the view. Seeing a giant boulder about to crush her, Goblin Slayer swung her sword without hesitation and sliced the huge rock into smaller pieces. But the attack did not stop there. Rocks and arrows came pouring down toward her like a flood. After some time, Goblin Slayer drove her sword into the ground and steadied herself. She had finally shed the strange mud and could move normally again, but constantly dealing with the falling rocks and arrows had drained her strength. She dropped to one knee, breathing heavily as Lin Tian watched her from above on his dragon. Lin Tian crossed his arms and looked down at the struggling woman with a smug expression. He sneered as he spoke. You've been fighting for more than an hour. Looks like you're finally about to give up. He watched her panting body with confidence. You've spent too much energy. Any human would be exhausted by now. It's almost over. Then, without warning, Goblin Slayer raised her hand and slowly removed her helmet. The helmet fell onto the ground, stunning everyone who saw it. They had assumed she was a powerful male knight. Instead, beneath the armor was a beautiful blonde woman. A strange crimson aura began spreading from her body, while an unusual light glowed in her eyes. Goblin Slayer lifted her gaze toward the goblins. The moment they looked into her eyes, the goblins froze in place as though they were staring at a goddess. They stood there dumbfounded, completely forgetting that they were still in the middle of a battle. From his position in the sky, Lin Tian's mind filled with questions. He stared down at the strange scene below, utterly confused and unable to understand why his goblins had suddenly stopped moving. Then Goblin Slayer slowly walked toward the gray hat wizard's body. Her eyes scanned the battlefield before settling on one particular spot. Her brow tightened slightly. With one smooth movement, she plunged her hand into the left side of his chest. Blood burst out immediately, staining her hand a deep crimson. It ran between her fingers and soaked into her skin, while the metallic smell of fresh blood filled the air around her. Goblin Slayer lifted her blood-covered hand to her tongue and tasted the still warm heart. A flicker of excitement passed through her eyes as she closed them and savored the sensation, a shiver running through her body. They say a human heart is the most nutritious, she said. The moment Lin Tian saw what she was doing, his expression tightened in alarm. This is bad, he said, staring down at her. Look at her. She's devouring the heart. Suddenly, Goblin Slayer stood back up with her sword in hand. Her strength had completely returned. The exhaustion from before had vanished as though it had never existed. She turned her eyes toward the goblins and moved so quickly that her body became a blur. 1, 2, 3. With every graceful swing of her sword, death spread through the battlefield. Bright red blood burst outward like flowers blooming, overwhelming the air with the sight and smell of slaughter. After cutting down the final goblin, Goblin Slayer stood without a trace of fear. Blood splattered across her pale, determined face, creating a sharp contrast against the fragile appearance she seemed to carry beneath the armor. Goblin San watched his fellow goblins die, and completely lost control. He grabbed a sharp knife and charged at Goblin Slayer, his eyes bloodshot and his face twisted into a murderous mask. "You stinking woman. Die." Seeing him rush closer, Goblin Slayer smirked. She calmly reached behind her and drew her sword. Her target had entered the perfect range. Perfect. Just the right distance to send you on your way. A faint purple light gathered at the tip of her sword. Before Goblin San could even understand the pain, she thrust the blade straight into his chest. Goblin Slayer looked down at him as though a superior being were staring at an ant beneath her feet. The same purple light formed in her palm, growing brighter and brighter in her hand. Then the power surged into Goblin San's body like an exploding bomb. His chest burst apart from within, and the force blasted him backward through the air. Goblin Slayer remained standing exactly where she was, completely unshaken, as though his death had nothing to do with her. From the sky, Lin Tian finally realized that the power Goblin Slayer used resembled the magic the Grey Hat Wizard had cast earlier in the battle. Without wasting even a second, Lin Tian urged his dragon into the sky and flew straight toward Evely, who was still kneeling among the wounded goblins and pouring healing magic into their injuries. From high above the battlefield, he spotted her at once, then had the dragon dive down through the air. "Evely, come with me. Everyone else, fall back," he shouted. The moment Evely heard her master's voice, she stopped her healing without hesitation and immediately followed his order. When the goblin leader gave the command to retreat, Goblin Slayer spoke up before anyone could leave. Her tone was calm, almost curious. "Wait, it has been a very long time since I last saw a goblin as intelligent and powerful as you." She slowly stepped closer to Lin Tian, speaking with the easy familiarity of someone addressing an old friend. "Just let me take a better look at you. In return, I will spare your lives, and I can even bring back the ones who were stabbed." Her eyes drifted across the fallen goblins scattered over the ground before returning to their leader. She spoke as though she were granting him an enormous kindness. "You are not in any position to refuse." But Lin Tian had once trusted people too easily. In his previous life, that foolish trust had led to his capture, where he was treated like an experiment until he finally died a miserable death. The memory of that former weakness made Lin Tian want to slap himself awake for ever being so naive. A cold scoff escaped him as he stared at her with open contempt. "Do you really think I would believe that kind of nonsense?" The girl lifted one eyebrow, and a playful gleam flashed through her eyes. Her lips curled into a mischievous little smile. "Huh? You still do not believe me?" As though she had decided to prove her point through action, she reached for her armor and began removing her equipment right in front of him. One piece after another came off. She casually tossed each part of her gear onto the ground until the armor lay scattered around her feet. Once she had fully disarmed herself, she raised her head and looked straight at Lin Tian. Her eyes were wide and innocent, and she smiled as though she had done nothing suspicious at all. "Do you believe me now?" Yet watching her willingly cast aside her weapons did not make Lin Tian feel safer. It only made the uneasiness in his chest grow heavier. His eyes narrowed as he carefully studied every movement she made. She looked harmless on the surface, almost childlike, but Lin Tian knew better. This was a ruthless killer standing in front of him. He could not afford to relax for even a moment. If she was willing to disarm herself so openly, then she had to be planning something far more dangerous. Lin Tian guided his dragon down and made it land directly in front of her. The beast's enormous wings beat through the air, sending violent gusts sweeping across the ground and whipping dust around them. The dragon's pressure, together with Lin Tian's own intimidating presence, spread outward like a warning. Even so, the girl did not flinch. She stood there as if the crushing pressure meant nothing at all, quietly watching the goblin leader descend from his dragon and step onto the ground. After landing, Lin Tian walked several steps forward and removed the hood hiding his face. His true appearance was finally revealed beneath it. Looking at her with a calm, guarded expression, he said, "Then let us speak clearly." The moment Goblin Slayer saw the true appearance of the infamous goblin leader, surprise flickered across her face. It was clearly not what she had expected. She folded her arms across her chest, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. "So you are only a low-level goblin," she said. "That really is beyond anything I expected." Lin Tian gave a dismissive snort and ignored her pointless remark. He had no interest in trading meaningless insults. "You have already seen what you wanted to see," he said bluntly. "Did you not promise that you would revive them?" She smiled softly, and without warning, a metal spike appeared in her hand. She rolled it lazily between her fingers, then placed the tip against her tongue and slowly licked it. Her eyes remained fixed on Lin Tian with unsettling interest. "Do not worry," she said. "I will keep my promise. But first, you need to satisfy me." In the next instant, the spike shot forward like a streak of lightning and buried itself in Lin Tian's shoulder. The attack came so quickly that he had no chance to react. By the time he understood what had happened, it was already too late. A savage wave of pain tore through Lin Tian's body, forcing him down onto one knee. While he struggled to endure it, She continued wearing that innocent expression, watching him suffer with a playful smile on her face. I truly enjoy hunting powerful goblins, she said lightly. Playing with them first, then killing them afterward. You may look like a low-level goblin, but your mind is the same as a goblin king's. She moved closer, her eyes glittering with excitement. One finger rested lightly against her lips as she leaned toward him, clearly enjoying the situation far too much. You really do excite me. Lin Tian frowned at her innocent act, gritting his teeth as he forced himself to stay composed. I will pass, he thought bitterly. Then he spoke aloud. You set this up from the beginning, did you not? His accusation only made her laugh. Lin Tian stared at the woman in front of him, and the coldness in his heart deepened. The pain in his shoulder became worse with every breath, leaving him gasping unevenly as he struggled to stay upright. I was careless, he thought. I never expected her to use such dirty methods. I walked straight into this madwoman's trap. Standing before this sweet-looking yet terrifying woman, he felt a chill creep down his spine. Her innocent face only made her feel more dangerous. Then Lin Tian suddenly noticed something strange behind him. He turned his head toward his soldiers and saw that they were all behaving unnaturally. What is going on? He thought in alarm. Why are they moving like they are being controlled? Realizing that something was seriously wrong, Lin Tian raised his voice toward them. What are all of you doing? Why have you turned your backs on me? Before he could understand what was happening to his soldiers, the madwoman had already appeared directly in front of him again. That same harmless, innocent expression was still resting on her face. She crouched down in front of Lin Tian as he knelt on the ground and looked at him with a playful smile. They are under my control now. Can you not see what they are doing? Lin Tian quickly scanned the battlefield around him. She was right. Every goblin had turned away from him and stood completely still. None of them responded. Even Evely had fallen under her control. Who is this woman? Lin Tian thought, his heart pounding harder. That power of hers is terrifying. In that desperate moment, he suddenly felt a heavy weight press against his back. A warm breath brushed the side of his neck, and a woman's voice whispered into his ear. Be good, and I promise I will not kill you. Her whisper struck Lin Tian's ears like thunder. He was already exhausted and suffering from the pain of her attack, but now she was deliberately tormenting his mind as well. But she still was not finished with him. Her voice remained soft and playful as she added, I also want to be with you. Let me see. Before Lin Tian could fully process the fear twisting inside him, he was shoved down onto the ground. His head struck the dirt with a dull thud. From his previous life until this reincarnation, he had never experienced anything so bizarre. He had somehow become the captive of a madwoman who kept hiding behind an innocent face. Goblin Slayer looked down at him with eyes that seemed strangely gentle and affectionate, like she was staring at someone she loved. Then, in a soft voice, she asked, What will you become? She suddenly giggled, leaned down, and lightly kissed him on the lips. Lin Tian froze in shock. This woman was completely impossible to predict. Is this really happening? He thought, unable to make sense of the situation at all. Deep inside the thick forest undergrowth, Baron Boloa was still worried about the person who had saved him, Goblin Slayer. Despite his fear, he gathered his courage and carefully made his way back toward the battlefield to see what had happened. He pushed through layers of tangled leaves and dense branches until he finally reached the edge of the area. When he heard unfamiliar sounds ahead, he realized he had found the right place. Baron Boloa slowly pushed aside the bushes in front of him. What he saw beyond them was a scene he never could have imagined. He froze completely. Then he stumbled backward and dropped heavily onto the ground, sweat immediately pouring down his face. Afraid that someone might notice him, he hurriedly covered his mouth with both hands to keep himself from making a sound. Goblin Slayer is a woman, he thought in disbelief. But why is she with a goblin? Still overwhelmed by shock, Baron Boloa failed to notice that a goblin had quietly approached him from behind. The sudden presence startled him. His eyes filled with terror as the realization hit him. This is bad, he thought. I am finished. This is it. It is over. A terrified scream suddenly echoed through the forest. No. Goblin Slayer had kept her word. Every injured soldier had been brought back to life, and now the goblins were busy clearing the battlefield and carrying their spoils back toward the lair. Hurry up. Move faster, the purple-haired goblin urged as everyone worked. There is still so much loot left nearby. Not far away, Lin Tian stood with his arms crossed, staring coldly at the girl. His voice carried a clear warning. This is the goblin lair. If you insist on following us, you will have to face the consequences. But she ignored the threat completely. Instead, she smiled at him with playful defiance. I already told you. I want to see how strong you really are. As for the consequences, you should worry about whether you can handle them. Her power was far too frightening to underestimate. Still, being treated like helpless meat on a chopping block left Lin Tian deeply uncomfortable. Lin Tian's expression hardened. His eyes sharpened like an eagle's as he fixed them on the girl. Who exactly are you? What is that strange power? How can you control my limbs? You even managed to control me. His question seemed amusing to her, as though he had asked something completely ordinary. She looked at him casually and spoke as if she were revealing some harmless little secret. "If I tell you everything," she said, "will you allow me to follow you?" Seeing how relaxed she was, Lin Tian stayed cautious. Until he knew whether she was an ally or an enemy, he could not let down his guard. He walked past her and replied, "That depends on what you tell me." She could clearly sense that he still did not trust her. Even so, she answered calmly, "I am a descendant of the Goblin King." The words hit Lin Tian like a bolt of lightning. He immediately frowned, clenched his teeth, and turned back toward her in disbelief. A descendant of the Goblin King? What? Lin Tian's eyes widened, and his pupils tightened as he stared at the girl in front of him. "You are a descendant of the Goblin King? Then why do you look human?" His gaze slowly traveled over her human silhouette. She fell silent, her head lowered, and her hair slipped forward to hide her eyes from view. After several quiet seconds, she finally answered in a low voice, "Perhaps it is because my mother was human." The memory of her gentle mother and the circumstances surrounding her birth came flooding back all at once. "I was born because the Goblin King, the ruler of the goblins, forced himself upon my mother," she said. "I lived under the goblins' captivity and torture while growing up. In theory, the stronger a goblin becomes, the more difficult it is for them to reproduce. Yet somehow I survived. I grew up healthy. And then, one day..." Her voice became slow and deliberate as she continued. "I took up a sharp spear and began killing the goblins one by one, including my own father." She spoke about it as though every moment remained clear in her memory. "More than 10 years ago, I personally killed the Goblin King when he tried to force himself on me as well. Every stab was decisive. I did not stop until he finally drew his last breath. After that, I walked up to his corpse and devoured him raw. I carved away his flesh piece by piece and consumed all of it." Her tone stayed disturbingly calm. "Once I had eaten him completely, I inherited the power of the royal bloodline. That is how I gained the ability to control goblins. Then I slaughtered the entire underground goblin city. That power comes from the blood, flesh, and genes of a king-class goblin." Lin Tian frowned deeply, his eyes moving over her as he carefully reconsidered everything he had witnessed. "So you can control us because you inherited the power of the royal bloodline." She laughed like a child and picked up a knife, using its polished surface to study her reflection. After blowing lightly across the blade a few times, she looked back at Lin Tian with a smile. "I mixed my blood into the forging process when weapons were made. Once someone is struck by one of those weapons, they are marked with my genes. Suicide becomes impossible. You cannot resist me anymore. After that, you will naturally fall under my control." She picked up her helmet and held it in her hands. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Lin Tian with a strangely affectionate expression, while her smile remained as innocent as a child's. "I became a goblin slayer because I hate goblins. And hunting powerful goblins, playing with them, then killing them afterward," she smiled sweetly. "That is simply my personal hobby." After hearing the story of her life, Lin Tian could no longer look at her the same way. He felt a trace of sympathy for what she had suffered, but the moment she mentioned her strange hobby, that sympathy was mixed with uneasiness. No wonder her personality became so twisted, he thought. "I do feel sorry for her. If she became my enemy, she was born to be the natural nemesis of goblins. That would be extremely dangerous for me." And because she could control other goblins, Lin Tian knew she was even more dangerous than she appeared. It would be far better to build a relationship with her than create another powerful enemy. Lin Tian stepped closer with a friendly, handsome smile on his face. His eyes carried a welcoming warmth as he spoke. "It seems we have something in common. In that case, join me." The invitation caught her off guard for a moment. Then the corners of her mouth lifted, and she suddenly burst into laughter. She quickly covered her mouth with one hand, clearly amused by his reaction. "How interesting," she thought. "I thought he would be afraid of me, and that I would need to use some method to control him. But it looks like that will not be necessary. It has been a long time since I found someone who understands me." She had expected him to panic and run away after hearing her story. Instead, he had welcomed her with open friendliness. "This will save me trouble later," she thought. Lin Tian watched her reaction and listened to her words in complete silence. What the hell does she mean by controlling me? His eyes twitched, and his expression became completely frozen. He had only just praised her royal bloodline, yet she was already acting crazier than ever. She put her helmet back on, then strode forward on her long legs. When she spoke again, her voice had returned to the deep, masculine tone she had used before. That was far more interesting than continuing to sit around here. Lin Tian watched her walk away, her retreating back growing smaller in the distance, but his face gave away nothing. He looked almost completely indifferent. As she left, she glanced over her shoulder with a faint, playful smile. Of course, she was the kind of person who protected what belonged to her. Now that she had found something useful that suited her tastes, she intended to keep it safe, at least until she eventually grew bored of it. Until then, no one else was allowed to damage it. What kind of line was that supposed to be? Lin Tian stood there in silence, completely thrown off by the strange choice of words. It sounded less like something a normal person would say, and more like a painfully cheesy line from some ridiculous romance novel. Had she somehow picked up the wrong dialogue? With a helpless, exasperated look, Lin Tian finally muttered goodbye and turned around, heading back toward his cave. Behind him, the steady sound of water began to echo again. Drip, drip, drip. Inside the dark cave, the faint dripping of water rang out again and again, each drop striking the stone floor and sending a hollow echo deeper into the shadows. The system panel had changed once more. Lin Tian was now level 55, a goblin by race, with no occupation listed. His titles and abilities included God Insulter, can create gods, infected with the blood of the king, and God's blessing. His HP had risen to 1,950, while his attack reached 650 and his defense climbed to 1,450. His skills now included Swordless Style, Keen Senses, 18 Forms, Flashback, and Size Alteration. Altogether, he had gained 2,200 stat points and an additional 100 HP. Seated comfortably in a soft chair covered in thick fur, Lin Tian rubbed his chin as he studied every number on the panel. Not bad at all. For someone with royal blood, she had handed him a surprisingly generous amount of stat points. Just as he was quietly enjoying the reward, a loud shout suddenly exploded through the cave. "Cousin, you're still not dead." The sudden yelling shattered the quiet. Lin Tian frowned slightly and turned his head toward the source of the noise, clearly annoyed by the commotion. What is all that racket about now? Further below, the two prisoners had started making a scene again. Baron Boloa was tied up so tightly that he looked like a sausage stuffed into a rope net, yet he was still screaming and laughing like he had lost his mind. He aimed his mockery straight at Loa. "Look at you, you pathetic dog. You've completely disgraced our family. No wonder the Sword Saint didn't even bother coming here personally to save you." Loa sat nearby as still as a block of wood, refusing to react at first. But when he finally spoke, his words struck exactly where they hurt most. Loa slowly turned his cold eyes toward his cousin, contempt written clearly across his face. In a soft, cutting voice, he said only one thing. "You useless idiot." Then Loa shifted his gaze toward a large pot steaming in the distance and signaled in that direction with his eyes. "Take a good look at that pot," he said flatly. "You'll be dead before I am." Baron Boloa followed his gaze, and the smugness on his face quickly began to fade into suspicion. Before that suspicion could turn into full-blown fear, Baron Boloa suddenly felt his entire body lift off the ground. When he looked up in panic, he saw a burly goblin holding him by the body as casually as someone carrying a chicken. His face went pale in an instant. His whole body trembled violently, while his legs kicked uselessly through the air. Terror tore through him, and he began screaming at the top of his lungs. "What are you doing? Put me down." Right in front of him stood a huge pot of boiling water, thick steam rolling from its surface in waves. A few more steps, and Baron Boloa would be dropped straight into it, until his skin became smoother than a baby's bottom. His voice cracked as he screamed in terror, desperately trying to tempt the goblin with whatever weakness he could think of. "Don't kill me. I'm a noble. I can give you women, lots of women." Nearby, Loa leaned back against a rock as though he were simply watching an entertaining performance. Then, at last, he spoke up. "Stop." Loa's voice remained low and steady. "I want to speak with your leader." The moment Lin Tian heard that Loa wanted to meet him, his interest was immediately stirred. He walked over with an amused look on his face, studying the prisoner who had stayed silent for days and was suddenly willing to talk. One cousin was dangling beside a boiling pot, about to be cooked alive, while the other sat tied up like a dog. What a fascinating family reunion this had become. Loa raised his head slowly. His face showed almost no emotion, and his eyes looked dark, empty, and unnervingly calm. "Release him," he said. "In return, I'll agree to any demand you have." The instant Baron Boloa heard his beloved cousin say that, it felt as though an angel had descended from the heavens to save him. Tears poured down his face as he broke into desperate sobs. Cousin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have insulted you. I'm the dog. I'm the dog." In his heart, Loa's image immediately rose into something almost sacred, like a shining golden statue. Watching the once arrogant noble cry and grovel so pitifully, Lin Tian found the entire sight rather amusing. Lin Tian stepped closer to Loa and looked down at him with a cold, mocking sneer. "A prisoner like you is actually trying to negotiate with me?" His eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you really think you're still the same person you were before all this happened?" Loa lifted his sharp gaze without hesitation. "Cut off one of his legs, then let him go," he said. "He'll carry news of my survival back to the family. Once they learn I'm alive, they'll definitely send more people here to rescue me. Then you'll have even stronger people to devour." His expression stayed completely calm as he added, "And if possible, don't let that bitch Sword Saint escape either." Baron Boloa's eyes flew wide open, and his pupils shrank in disbelief. Inside his head, he was practically screaming. What the hell was Loa talking about? What kind of insane nonsense was this? His entire face twisted as he stared at his cousin, unable to believe what he was hearing. Just a moment ago, Loa had looked like some noble and righteous savior. Where had that image gone now? Then Loa seemed to snap completely. He stared down at his own hands and suddenly burst into wild, hysterical laughter. Drool slipped from the corner of his mouth as he muttered the same words again and again. They all deserve to die. They deserve to die. They deserve to die. His voice rose with growing madness. I want to kill them. Kill them all. Kill them all. Hearing Loa rant like a madman, Lin Tian could not stop himself from laughing. Lin Tian looked at him carefully, his amusement deepening. So you're serious about this, he said. Fine. I accept your terms. Loa only kept laughing and muttering to himself, clawing at his own hair as his voice continued to spill out in broken fragments. Kill them all. Kill every one of them. Kill them all. From behind Lin Tian, the tribe mother frowned deeply as she watched Loa's unstable behavior. Concern filled her eyes. Boss, if we let him go, won't that be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains? What if he exposes the location of our tribe? Lin Tian turned toward her and immediately understood what she was worried about. She was not only concerned for him, but for the entire tribe as well. He gave her a relaxed smile and answered calmly, Don't worry. Don't you trust me? He already had a plan in mind, and he had no intention of letting someone like Loa play tricks on him. Back in Brighttown, inside a tavern, a panicked shout suddenly rang through the room. It's over. It's over. They're finished. The bartender had been wiping glasses like usual when he looked up at the shouting man. What's over? He asked, trying to calm him down. Don't get worked up like that. The exhausted man in front of him looked as though he had been running through the night. It was still early in the morning, and the bartender could not understand what had caused this much panic. Nearby, the bald knight frowned, his voice tense as he waited for an answer. I just saw Baron Boloa, the man blurted out. He was missing a leg, and he was riding toward the capital on horseback. The entire tavern erupted the moment the news spread. People turned toward one another in disbelief, their voices quickly blending into a wave of shocked discussion. What? How is that even possible? Someone cried out. Baron Boloa and the others actually failed? A hooded figure sitting quietly with a glass of wine seemed especially interested. They were all elites, the figure said, sounding doubtful. Are they really finished? Is that true, or are we just hearing rumors? Someone quickly answered. The Grey Helm Squad and the Blood Rage Squad are all dead. Baron Boloa is the only one who survived. At that moment, Goblin Slayer entered the tavern with her sword resting across her back. The light from outside framed her tall figure as she stepped through the doorway, carrying herself with the calm authority of someone no one dared challenge. In an even voice, she confirmed the rumor. That's right. They're all dead. Baron Boloa is the only survivor. She crossed the room, found an empty table, pulled out a chair, and sat down without any rush. The bald knight, his face still tense, hurried over to her side. Goblin Slayer, you were in that battle too? He asked. Yes, she replied simply. Then she raised one hand toward the bartender. A beer, please. The hooded figure moved closer, clearly curious about what had happened. And those goblins? Goblin Slayer remained seated as a glass of beer was placed in front of her. She looked down at it casually before answering in a calm, matter-of-fact tone. There were hundreds of high-level goblins, including a mutant. I dealt with every one of them. The bartender and the bald knight both froze where they stood, stunned so completely that they seemed to forget how to breathe. Those goblins had a reputation for being incredibly difficult to kill, yet she spoke as though wiping them out had been an ordinary task. It was almost impossible to take in. Then a loud laugh boomed from somewhere behind them, just as expected from Goblin Slayer. After hearing Goblin Slayer's account, the whole tavern came alive with excitement. Cheers and shouts broke out from every direction. The bartender quickly smiled and declared, Your drinks are on the house today. The bald knight stared at Goblin Slayer with shining eyes, grinning from ear to ear. Praise continued to fill the room. That's why she's called Goblin Slayer. Hundreds of high-level goblins, and even a mutant. No wonder Baron Boloa and his people failed. Without warning, a powerful gust of wind rushed into the tavern from outside. Something rode in on that wind, moving so fast that no one could see it clearly. Every pair of eyes in the room was immediately pulled toward the disturbance. Then the air outside the tavern suddenly turned cold. Thousands of bats poured into view, swarming through the darkness in a black wave. One after another, then hundreds more, they flooded into the building and sent everyone into panic. People ducked beneath tables and scrambled for cover while frightened voices rang out. What are those things flying in here? After several tense minutes, the bats finally gathered near the ceiling and clung there overhead. The people in the tavern stayed frozen in place at first, too frightened to move. When the chaos slowly began to settle, they crawled out from beneath tables with swords and staffs clutched tightly in their hands. Everyone looked upward. The bald knight's eyes widened in shock, while the mage stood sweating heavily, his teeth clenched so tightly that he barely dared breathe. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the tavern, Goblin Slayer calmly lifted her beer and took a sip as though nothing unusual had happened. Then she raised her eyes toward the hundreds of bats above. their red eyes glowing in the dim tavern light. A faint smile touched her face. Cold-blooded mercenaries, huh? That is quite an unusual way to make an entrance, one of the bats said, speaking in a seductive voice. Goblin Slayer, you claimed there were hundreds of goblins. Have you found their lair yet? Goblins are known for hiding themselves well. While everyone else in the tavern watched the ceiling in nervous silence, afraid to make even the slightest movement, Goblin Slayer remained completely relaxed in her chair. She lazily swirled her beer in the glass. I haven't found the lair yet, she answered. After killing them, we came back. I see, the voice above cooed softly. One bat swooped down from the ceiling and stopped directly in front of Goblin Slayer. It folded its wings close to its body and looked at her with a sly, charming smile. Then you can leave the search for the lair to us. I hope you'll be willing to cooperate. Goblin Slayer said nothing in response. She simply rose from her chair at an unhurried pace and gently pushed the chair back beneath the table. As she walked toward the tavern exit, she spoke without even turning back. I don't like working at night, and I don't like working with other people. The bat watched her leave without giving the offer any real consideration. Its glowing red eyes slowly changed, the seductive look disappearing as a colder seriousness took its place. What a shame, it murmured. Then it seems we'll have to take the reward for ourselves. Later that night, deep in the dense forest not far from Bright Town, the sky that was normally filled with stars had been swallowed by a vast blanket of bats. They moved through the darkness in a huge flock, following the scent of fresh blood farther and farther into the woods until they reached an area near a waterfall. The bats came to rest on the branches surrounding the area, hanging upside down from the trees as they quietly watched the darkness below. One of the bats carefully surveyed the surroundings before speaking towards someone higher up in the trees. Captain, what do you think? It doesn't look like there's a large army here. Hanging upside down from a nearby branch, the captain answered in a low voice. The smell of blood ends here. It has to be inside. Let's move. Yes, Captain, the others replied together. The bats took flight again and soon discovered a cave hidden ahead. Hundreds of them streamed inside in a long black line. One goblin guard saw the overwhelming number of bats and stood there in confusion, scratching his head as he muttered, "Bats?" Another goblin noticed his stunned expression and immediately scolded him. "What are you staring at? Stay focused. It's like you've never seen a bat before." Inside the damp cave, water dripped steadily from the ceiling and echoed through the darkness. The bats circled through the air above, carefully inspecting every corner from overhead. Below them stood only a few dozen goblins. One bat sounded doubtful. There are only this many goblins. And just one mutant. It looked around uneasily. Did we come to the wrong place? This looks like nothing more than a medium-sized tribe. The captain, however, watched the goblins with a greedy and cunning gleam in her eyes. A wide smile spread across her face as she spoke. No mistake. These are high-level goblins, just like Goblin Slayer said. Excellent. Her gaze sharpened with hunger. Before they wake up, drain every last drop from them. The sight before her looked like a feast laid out in advance. Drool gathered at the corner of the captain's mouth as she immediately gave the order to her sisters. Attack. Drain them dry. The bats bared their sharp teeth and aimed directly for the goblins' necks. This time, they were certain they would capture every target. They would get themselves a satisfying meal, and then claim the reward as well. Just as the captain was reveling in the thought of the feast and reward waiting before her, a sudden attack struck from behind and caught her completely off guard. The attack hit the captain before she could even react. In an instant, her whole body went numb, every bit of strength draining out of her limbs. Her balance vanished beneath her, and she crashed heavily onto the cave floor with a dull thud. A figure then stepped out from the darkness. Still shaken by the sudden blow, the captain forced herself to lift her head and see who had attacked her. The moment her eyes focused, she froze completely. Standing there was a priest. Inside a goblin lair, the shadowy figure moved into the firelight and revealed herself to be a female priest gripping a staff in one hand. The captain's thoughts went completely blank. What was a priest doing inside a goblin cave? Had they somehow entered the wrong place? Or had they walked directly into something far worse than they expected? Before the captain could make sense of the impossible sight in front of her, flames suddenly burst to life throughout the cave. Fire spread across every corner, flooding the dark interior with a harsh orange glow and exposing every place where the bats might have hidden. That was exactly the weakness of the bats. Once they were trapped in fire with nowhere to escape, their advantage in the darkness disappeared completely. The goblins who had seemed to be asleep were suddenly awake and ready. They stood around the cave with torches, weapons, and hostile eyes, sealing off every possible route. The captain realized at once that they had been lured into a trap. Her teeth clenched as fury burned in her eyes. Damn it, we can't get out. One of her frightened subordinates looked toward her in panic. Captain, what are we supposed to do now? Lin Tian stepped forward through the gathered goblins, a faint smirk resting on his face as he looked at the trapped bats in the center of the cave. You came all the way here to suck my blood? He said calmly. Then let's see what you're really capable of. The captain immediately turned toward him. Even among all the goblins around her, this one stood out. His expression, his confidence, and the way everyone watched him made it obvious. He was the leader of this tribe. Without wasting another moment, she beat her wings hard. A fierce whirlwind burst through the cave as she launched herself toward Lin Tian and the surrounding goblins. The sudden gust forced everyone nearby to stare into the swirling air in confusion. A few seconds later, something dropped from the spinning wind with a heavy thud. The captain emerged from the whirlwind in her true form, followed by numerous strikingly beautiful women behind her. She stared coldly at the goblins in front of her. "We've been discovered," she said without hesitation. "Then kill every one of them. They're only goblins." The moment she transformed, Lin Tian activated his system and inspected her information. Lilith was level 61, a vampire with the occupation of none. Her title was Countess's Consort, and her abilities included Immortal Body and Curse of God. She had 1,900 HP, 500 attack, and 500 defense. Her skills included Blood Siphon, Rainbow Bloodlust, Shadow Form, Infect Equipment, and Exquisite Light Armor. Her total stat value reached 2,800. Lin Tian's eyes widened as he looked at the display. Her strength was no joke. Lin Tian stared at Lilith's numbers, his expression growing cautious. Her stats were extremely high, far beyond what he had expected from a simple group of mercenaries. Fortunately, the system had warned him that the cold-blooded mercenaries might come after the tribe, so he had already prepared for their arrival. Lilith shot into the air and pulled a whip from her waist. With a sharp crack, she lashed out at the goblins surrounding her, sending several of them flying like ragdolls. Her voice echoed through the blazing cave, cold and alluring at the same time. "Let's find out whether your fire burns us first, or whether you all die first. You thought you could trap us by exploiting our weakness against flames? How naive. In our original forms, fire might frighten us. But now that we've transformed, you'll learn that even a rose comes with thorns." Lin Tian only gave a quiet scoff. His long hair hung across his eyes, hiding part of his expression, while a small smile appeared on his lips. "Is that so?" he replied. Then, from behind Lin Tian, a powerful chorus suddenly rose through the cave. A group of muscular goblins with sculpted six-packs began singing together in unison. As their voices joined, the power of the holy hymn gathered into a brilliant golden shield of light. The louder the goblins sang, the stronger that golden barrier became. Holy light flooded outward with a terrifying force, filling the cave with a blinding glow that made the vampires recoil in horror. Their skin began to burn beneath the radiance, as if they had been dragged into direct sunlight. Painful screams echoed through the cave as the intense light seared into their flesh. Lilith raised an arm to shield her face, gritting her teeth against the pain. Her expression twisted with disbelief and anger. "Damn it," she hissed. "How can lowly goblins like these use holy magic?" The singing only grew louder. With every rising note, the holy light became more intense, spreading across the entire cave until the trapped vampires were swallowed by its golden radiance. Unable to escape the burning light, the vampire group was forced down one by one. Their bodies trembled under the assault, their strength fading until they could do nothing but fall to their knees. With Lin Tian standing at the front and the goblin choir continuing to press them with holy light, the outcome had already become obvious. Lin Tian stepped closer and spoke in a composed tone. "Continuing this fight won't benefit either side. Why don't we sit down and talk instead?" One of Lilith's subordinates hurried over and helped the weakened captain back to her feet. Lilith looked at the goblin leader with open disdain, a mocking smile tugging at her lips despite her condition. Talk? Was he serious? A lowly goblin was actually trying to negotiate with vampires. The idea sounded ridiculous to her. Lin Tian walked over and lowered himself onto one knee, rubbing his chin thoughtfully while studying Lilith and the women behind her. "You came here for the reward, didn't you?" he asked. "But there's one thing I don't understand. Vampires live on blood. Why would a race as powerful as yours need money in the first place? Why do you still need to chase rewards?" His gaze narrowed in genuine curiosity. That seems strange. Hearing the question, Lilith felt a sudden wave of helplessness. Outsiders would never understand how difficult life had become for her group. Still, trapped in such an awkward position, she forced a proud smile onto her face. As a member of a noble race, she could not afford to look weak in front of goblins. Since she had to explain herself, Lilith finally answered. "Do you think dealing with the Holy Church and the Sword Saint is easy? If we hadn't signed an agreement not to drink human blood, we wouldn't need to earn money just to buy blood in the first place." "Oh, so that's how it is," Lin Tian said, finally understanding. He rubbed his chin again and looked over the vampires in deep thought. They were strong, clearly much stronger than most of his tribe. If he could recruit them, the overall strength and quality of the entire goblin tribe could rise dramatically. After Lin Tian questioned her, Lilith explained more about the difficult position her group was in. His tense expression slowly eased as he understood that their lives were not as easy as they appeared. "I understand," he said. "Then let's cooperate. Lilith looked him over from head to toe, clearly surprised by the offer. Under Lilith's watchful gaze, Lin Tian quickly lifted one hand and gave a signal to his subordinates. I can provide blood for you, Lin Tian said. At his signal, the 500 muscular goblins raised their hands to their chests and began chanting together. The holy chorus gradually weakened, and the burning golden light slowly faded from the cave. The vampire women immediately rose and gathered together, with several subordinates rushing to support Lilith. She gave Lin Tian a skeptical scoff. The blood of your kind isn't enough for long-term use, she said. I have an entire group of vampires to feed. How many barrels of blood could you possibly have? Would that even be enough for my sisters to eat? Her eyes narrowed. Don't make promises you can't keep. As soon as Lilith finished speaking, Lin Tian's expression suddenly turned serious. His eyes opened wide, his brows lifted, and a bright, trustworthy smile spread across his face. Raising one long finger as though he were explaining something incredibly important, he spoke with absolute sincerity. There are records saying that the kidneys are the source of essence. For bloodthirsty demons, that essence can serve as a substitute for human blood. With that overly serious expression, he looked completely certain that he could convince them. Of course, he was not trying to lure anyone into a trap. This was simply a mutually beneficial cooperation. Lilith and the other vampires stared at him in total confusion. What was this goblin even talking about? None of them understood a single thing. The women beside Lilith looked at one another, their minds spinning as they tried to follow his strange explanation. Finally, they leaned toward their captain and whispered, Captain, what does he mean? Lilith could only exchange equally confused looks with them. Seeing that none of the vampire sisters understood him, Lin Tian slowly closed his eyes and put on an air of deep mystery. After coughing lightly a few times, he opened his mouth again and began explaining in a more detailed way. Legend says there is a type of demon known as a succubus, Lin Tian began. Long ago, they discovered that essence carried a special effect. From then on, they survived by absorbing it. He continued in a solemn tone, explaining that in this modern age of widespread knowledge, such demons were commonly known as sex demons, or simply succubi from old legends. Succubi were famous for their angelic faces and devilish figures. But their appearance was not their only special trait. Unlike creatures that needed to hunt or harm others, they could find willing partners and gain the nourishment they needed through that connection. Where there was supply, there was demand. In Lin Tian's mind, the arrangement made perfect sense. At the moment, Lilith's group needed exactly what Lin Tian's goblin tribe had in abundance. The goblins simply lacked suitable partners. If both sides worked together, there could hardly be a better arrangement. It would be a symbiotic relationship where everyone gained something. Lin Tian spread his arms wide, and his underlings immediately showed off their powerful physiques, revealing their six-packs and bulging muscles. With complete confidence, Lin Tian declared, there are many things we goblins might lack, but this is not one of them. As long as we reach an agreement, I guarantee you'll never have to worry about running out of blood again. Lilith's subordinates looked at one another and began whispering in uncertainty. Some of them had heard stories about creatures like that before, but they still could not decide whether Lin Tian was telling the truth. While the group remained half convinced and half doubtful, Lilith stepped toward Lin Tian with confidence. Whether it's true or not, she told her sisters, we'll find out after we try. Her subordinates immediately became worried. The safety of their whole group could not depend only on the words of these suspicious goblins. Several vampire women hurried forward and grabbed at Lilith's clothes, calling out to stop her. Captain, one of the subordinates watched Lilith's retreating figure with deep concern. We are the Countess's women, she said hesitantly. The Countess herself is sealed away. Shouldn't we wait for the day she returns? Is it really all right for us to make this decision now? If they truly stayed with the goblins, their shortage of blood might finally be solved. But the Countess's future still weighed heavily on their minds. Lilith turned back, her beautiful red eyes filled with firm determination. Over the past few hundred years, how many sisters have we lost? She asked. If this method really works, then we can finally rest and wait without suffering or risking our lives every day. To her, this was the simplest path, one that would cost them the least. It could protect the vampire group and preserve their numbers without forcing them to hunt for rewards. At the same time, it could satisfy their need for food and allow them to wait safely for the Countess. Standing firmly by her choice, Lilith walked toward Lin Tian. Let's try it, she said. Then we'll know whether you're telling the truth. But if you're lying, these goblins will pay the price. After following Lin Tian's instructions, Lilith's body was soon covered in a thin layer of sweat. Heat spread through her, coloring her cheeks with a warm flush. The air inside the cave seemed to change as well, carrying the strange comfort of late spring drifting into early summer, leaving everyone nearby feeling relaxed and unusually hot. The vampire sisters watched the two of them put Lin Tian's proposal to the test, and their excitement quickly became impossible to hide. Several covered their faces, their cheeks turning red as time passed. Then, little by little, Lilith began to notice a change in herself. Her pupils suddenly narrowed, and her red eyes widened in shock as she felt the unexpected result. A soft laugh escaped Lilith's lips. Her eyes curved with delight, and excitement brightened her flushed face. "I can't believe it," she said. "It's real. It can actually replace fresh blood." The moment she finished speaking, Lin Tian barely had time to react before he was shoved down onto the ground with a heavy thud. The vampire sisters immediately swarmed over him, pressing him down as eager voices overlapped all around him. "It's real. I want to try too." In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian was overwhelmed by the crowd of beautiful female demons. He struggled to breathe beneath the chaos and gasped out, "Hey, don't rush. Calm down a little. One at a time." After finally escaping the group of starving vampires, Lin Tian stood there trembling from exhaustion. He reached one hand toward the tribe mother and weakly said, "Help me up." Lyre quickly rushed to his side and supported Lin Tian, letting him lean against her body. She could not help laughing at his miserable condition. "Boss, you really had a hard time," she said. Lin Tian rested against her, his face pale and his body weak as though every ounce of energy had been drained out of him. "Those vampires are completely insane from hunger," he muttered. After recovering from the test, Lilith walked over in her heels with a confident stride. She stopped in front of Lin Tian and spoke clearly. "Goblin, I agree to cooperate with you. What do you want us to do?" Lilith asked directly, rubbing her chin as she studied the goblin leader. If Lin Tian could meet her group's needs, then it was time to learn what he expected in return. After all, there was no such thing as a free meal. Lin Tian slowly looked around the cave, causing Lilith to follow his gaze. "This place stays dark throughout the year," he said. "It's a very suitable place for your group to hide." He paused and leaned on one arm, raising his eyes toward the cave ceiling. "All you need to do is protect this cave and stop anyone else from invading it." Seeing how weak her husband still looked, Lyre quickly wrapped an arm around his shoulder with concern. Lilith listened to Lin Tian's request, and surprise slowly gave way to understanding in her eyes. She closed her eyes and smiled without saying a word. If those were truly the only terms, food, shelter, a safe place to stay, and the chance to keep themselves active and healthy, then this arrangement was almost unbelievably favorable for her entire group. She drifted past Lin Tian, her graceful figure swaying gently with every step. One hand rested against her chin while her eyes slowly measured him from head to toe. At last, she gave a small nod. "All right, I accept." Humming a light tune to herself, she skipped toward the entrance of the cave as though she had just made the easiest decision in the world. Lin Tian stood where he was, completely speechless. For a brief moment, he seriously began questioning every choice that had brought him here. Had cooperating with her been a brilliant move or a terrible mistake? At the entrance of Bright Town, torches burned brightly through the night, casting trembling light across the streets and gates. Ever since the mercenaries had gone into the forest to wipe out the goblins, a long stretch of time had passed without any news from them. Rumors began spreading from house to house that the cold-blooded mercenaries had vanished without a trace. Before long, many adventurers came to the same uneasy conclusion. The mission to eliminate the goblins had failed yet again. Later that night, the tavern was packed and noisy with drinking adventurers when a furious shout suddenly cut through all the chatter. "You coward! You useless piece of trash! I've been sick of you for a long time." An argument immediately erupted at one of the tables. One man gritted his teeth, waving his hands angrily as he glared at the hooded figure across from him. "You don't even have the guts to fight goblins, yet you call yourself a C-rank adventurer?" The hooded man shot back without backing down. "Don't try to chain me down with your fake sense of morality. I'm not interested in risking my life so you can earn a reward. If you want to fight goblins, then go fight them yourself. I have better things to do than waste my time hunting monsters just because you throw a few empty words at me." While the argument continued, the tavern door slowly creaked open. A bright beam of moonlit light spilled into the room, instantly drawing everyone's attention toward the person standing in the doorway. A slender woman stood at the entrance, appearing almost as though she had stepped down from the moonlight itself. Her presence was pure, graceful, and so distant that the entire tavern seemed rough and filthy around her. The strong stench of alcohol made her frown, and she quickly lifted a handkerchief to cover her nose before walking inside on long, steady legs. The arguing man finally saw her face clearly, and his mouth fell open in shock. He could barely believe who had entered the tavern at this hour. "Why is she here today?" he muttered, before blurting out in disbelief. "The Sword Saint." The hooded man recognized her as well. His anger disappeared at once, replaced by a quick, eager smile. He stood straighter and greeted her with clear excitement. "Sword Saint, you've recovered? That's wonderful news." After several minutes of noisy discussion, everyone in the tavern was stunned by what they had heard. One person pushed through the crowd and hurried up to the Sword Saint. "Sword Saint, are you planning to go to Dragon Island alone? Are you asking all of us to join forces and deal with the goblins at the same time?" The room burst into another uproar. The Sword Saint answered calmly. "That's right. Only by doing that can we eliminate both the dragon race and the goblins at once. A man standing in the crowd looked deeply uneasy, his expression full of doubt. But it's only ordinary people like us left now, he said quietly. Can we really pull this off? His hesitation quickly spread through the room, and the people around him began exchanging restless, worried looks. Then someone laughed and stepped forward from the crowd, looking directly at the Sword Saint. Isn't it just a matter of putting in some effort? Count me in. The Sword Saint glanced at him without much reaction. It did not matter who volunteered, as long as someone was willing to support the plan. She had not expected much from the crowd in the first place. A man with a cigar clenched between his teeth slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke and smiled. I'm willing to help the Sword Saint fulfill her mission of protecting people, he said. I'll gather everyone and lead them into the forest to wipe out the goblins. The man was Allison, a member of the Diamond Rank Gunner Squad. Recognizing him, the Sword Saint gave Allison only a brief glance before answering in a casual tone. Very well. The task of dealing with the goblins is yours. With someone now staying behind to handle that part of the plan, she could move on to the next step. She turned toward the hooded man, her expression becoming serious. The only way to reach Dragon Island is by sea, she said. I heard you possess magic that can control objects. Are you willing to escort me there? The hooded man blinked in surprise. He had never expected the Sword Saint herself to ask for his help. A wide smile quickly spread across his face. He bowed deeply and respectfully, barely able to contain his excitement. To fight alongside the Sword Saint would be the greatest honor of my life. Beneath the shadow of his hood, his eyes gleamed with calculation and secret delight. His heart was already racing with ambition. Once this succeeded, he was certain he could rise all the way to become a myth-rank adventurer. Far away on Dragon Island, black dragons circled through the vast blue sky above a mysterious island hidden beneath clear waters. They flew in wide, endless loops around it, never letting their eyes leave the island below, as though guarding something far too precious to abandon. Deep beneath the ground, at the bottom of a dark cavernous abyss, the dragon mother held her beloved egg close against her body. Wrapped around it protectively, she had fallen into a sweet and peaceful sleep. Without warning, the ground began to shake violently. The cave trembled from end to end, and waves of dust and smoke poured down from above as loose debris crashed to the floor. Feeling the violent tremors, the dragon mother jolted awake. She gently set the egg down before immediately shielding it with her massive body and wings. Her eyes narrowed as she stared toward the shaking ceiling. What is happening? She roared. The disturbance had fully awakened her. Her subordinates quickly flew toward the mouth of the cave, rushing out to investigate the situation and report what was happening outside. After hearing their report, the dragon mother frowned as realization slowly came to her. Then her beautiful brows relaxed, and she looked toward her subordinates with a faint, knowing smile. I understand now. I never expected that woman to stand back up again. Her voice carried open disbelief. I struck her spirit hard enough to break most people. Who would have thought she had a will stronger than concrete? Her gaze returned to the egg beside her. The dragon mother gently stroked its shell, and although her touch was tender, restrained anger could be heard in her voice. And she had to choose this moment, she murmured. Pulling the egg close again, she embraced it lovingly and pressed a soft kiss against the shell, her eyes overflowing with endless affection. She carefully placed the egg back on the ground and looked at it with a warm, gentle smile. My child, remember this well, she said softly. Your father is a very special goblin. Once those words were spoken, the tenderness vanished from her expression. The dragon mother returned to a battle-ready stance, her eyes becoming sharp and dangerous as an overwhelming killing aura swept through every corner of the cave. Her human form slowly shifted and twisted back into her original dragon body. Fire burned fiercely in her eyes, and rage poured from her massive frame. That damned woman, she growled. It's time to settle this. With that, a colossal black shadow burst from the cave and shot into the sky like lightning. The dragon mother tore through the wind at terrifying speed, racing toward the threat. Outside, the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Dark drops slid from the tip of a sword and fell one after another onto the ground below. The forest had become a graveyard. Dragon corpses were scattered everywhere, their massive bodies covering the earth in every direction. From among those fallen dragons emerged the Sword Saint, dressed in white and carrying her sword with calm elegance. She walked forward at an unhurried pace, as though strolling through a peaceful flower garden rather than a battlefield covered in death. After walking a short distance, she stopped. The dragon mother descended from the sky in front of her, and the impact of her colossal body shook the ground beneath them. Wind roared through the ruined forest, sending dust and loose stones spinning into the air. The dragon mother's red eyes locked onto the Sword Saint. That madwoman had chosen today of all days to attack her home, and she had even come alone. The Sword Saint's white robes whipped violently in the wind, yet she remained completely unmoved by the dragon mother's overwhelming presence. The Sword Saint tightened her grip around her sword. Her eyes shone with open challenge, and a faint smile touched her lips. So you finally decided to show yourself. Seeing that the Sword Saint was still acting so arrogant, the Dragon Mother felt like slapping her on the spot. She tilted her head and sneered down at her. I never thought someone defeated by goblins would have the nerve to crawl back up again. What's wrong? Do you still have the nerve to cling shamelessly to life? Every trace of displeasure on the Sword Saint's face made the Dragon Mother feel 10 times better. Before measuring who was stronger, she wanted to crush the woman's spirit with insults first. But the moment those words struck their mark, the Sword Saint's aura suddenly flared, burning fiercely around her. The Sword Saint's eyes narrowed with dangerous anger as she stepped toward the Dragon Mother. How I choose to live is not for you to decide, she said coldly. But you threatened my people, and now your life belongs to me. Her voice hardened further. I hate you damn dragons. Let's see how long you can keep acting so proud. The distance between them vanished as the battle began. The Sword Saint swung her blade behind her in one smooth motion, drawing a brilliant arc through the air. Golden light flashed in her eyes as powerful sword energy erupted around her, wild and sharp enough to cut through the wind itself. The Dragon Mother watched every movement carefully. She only scoffed, clearly refusing to be intimidated by the Sword Saint's rising power. Then she opened her mouth wide. Dark power rapidly gathered in her throat, condensing into a demonic purple flame before surging forward as a terrifying breath of dragon fire. Sword energy and dragon fire collided head-on, two monstrous forces crashing together and tearing through everything around them. The ground cracked beneath the impact, dust exploded into the air, and the violent wind howled as though the clash might rip space itself apart. Not far away, a hooded figure hid behind a large rock, trying desperately to stay out of the earth-shaking battle. Watching the Sword Saint fight the Dragon Mother, the hooded man was terrified by the dragon's enormous size. He gritted his teeth and curled deeper into the corner, not daring to show himself. That dragon is huge, he whispered fearfully. Too huge. If she notices me, I won't even be enough to fill the gap between one of her teeth. All he could do was watch from hiding, unable to offer any help while silently cheering for the Sword Saint. In his panic, he failed to notice the Dragon Mother's tail sweeping down toward him. Just as the danger closed in, someone suddenly grabbed him. His entire body froze, and fear stole his voice before he could even make a sound. Everything happened far too quickly for him to understand. The Sword Saint moved with astonishing speed. She grabbed the hooded man by the collar, lifted him into the air, and pulled him away from the Dragon Mother's attack in a single motion. If she had been even 1 second slower, he would have been smashed into dust. Realizing that her enemy was now behind her, the Dragon Mother quickly turned and shifted her focus. The Sword Saint released the hooded man and landed lightly on the ground. Unable to handle the sudden motion, he crashed down a moment later like a sack of rice. Noticing that the Dragon Mother's full attention had turned toward her, the Sword Saint frowned and shouted angrily, "Get out of here! Stop getting in the way!" The hooded man remained dazed on the ground, staring blankly up at her. The Dragon Mother did not give the Sword Saint any time to recover. Her red eyes lifted toward the sky as she opened her jaws wide and unleashed a deafening roar that shook the entire area. In the next instant, magic circles appeared overhead. Then sharp stalactites began raining down like arrows, crashing toward both the Sword Saint and the hooded man in a violent flood of stone. With her sword raised, the Sword Saint charged straight into the storm of falling rock. She cut through the descending stalactites one after another, forcing a path forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, the hooded man was still lying on the ground in shock, frozen in place and unable to move. Stalactites crashed down all around him, striking the ground close enough to make him tremble violently. He curled up in fear, covering himself as best he could while screaming in terror. The hooded man's face went pale as another wave of stone came crashing down around him. He could only curse under his breath in raw panic. "Oh, motherfucker!" The Sword Saint darted through the falling rain of stone with astonishing speed. Her small figure moved like an angel cutting through chaos as she used the descending stalactites as footholds, leaping higher and higher until she closed the distance to the Dragon Mother. The magic circles above continued releasing massive stone spikes without pause, but she ignored them completely. Realizing the danger was closing in, the Dragon Mother opened her mouth and let out a furious roar. Before she could launch another attack, the Sword Saint gripped her sword with both hands, leapt into the air, and poured every ounce of her power into the blade. The sword erupted with a blinding, brilliant light as it came down toward the Dragon Mother's head, carrying all the force the Sword Saint could unleash. It was the super sword skill. In that desperate instant, the Dragon Mother had no time to defend herself. The blade tore through her flesh, and deep wounds opened across her body as pain surged through her in violent waves. She roared in agony. The Sword Saint remained in front of her with sword in hand, her eyes fixed on the Dragon Mother without the slightest hesitation. Strike after strike came down, each slash cutting through the dragon's thick hide and forcing another scream from her throat. Her cries echoed across Dragon Island and rose all the way into the sky. Far away inside the cave, a faint cracking sound suddenly broke the silence. The eggshell had begun to split open. A tiny dragon slowly crawled out from the broken shell. Its eyes turned toward the distant cries of pain that carried through the air. Driven by urgency, the newborn dragon let out a weak cry. Its voice was still young and unsteady as it flapped its tiny wings, desperately trying to lift itself into the sky. Blood continued dripping onto the ground below. Drip, drip, drip. Each drop struck the earth with a heavy, chilling sound. The Sword Saint stood lightly atop a jagged rocky outcrop, looking down from above. Beneath her, the Dragon Mother was on her knees, one hand pressed tightly over her injured eye. The burning pain forced her to grit her teeth as blood ran down her face. The Sword Saint looked down at her with cold indifference. Almost, she said. I was aiming for your forehead. Unfortunately, I missed and only struck your eye. The Dragon Mother slowly forced herself back to her feet. Hatred burned in her gaze as she stared at the Sword Saint. You mad woman, she growled. Today, I'll fight you to the death. Just as the two were about to clash again, the little dragon suddenly flew toward them. Sensing another presence approaching, the Sword Saint paused and looked into the distance. The Dragon Mother also recognized who it was immediately. The newborn dragon rushed closer, crying out as loudly as it could, Don't hurt my mother. The little dragon stretched its neck toward the sky and let out a desperate roar. But its weak wings could not support it for long. Its small body suddenly dropped from the air and crashed painfully onto the hard ground. The Dragon Mother's face changed the instant she saw her newborn child fall. My child, she cried, taking several hurried steps toward him. The Sword Saint watched everything with the same detached, arrogant expression. Sword in hand, she moved slowly toward the Dragon Mother. With the danger closing in from behind, the Dragon Mother had no way to protect her child. For one brief, helpless moment, the Dragon Mother could only look at her child and cry out, Run, my child! Run to the place your memories guide you. Only there will you be safe. The moment her words ended, a bone-chilling coldness surged up behind her. The Sword Saint had already reached her. The Sword Saint raised her sword high, then brought it down in one merciless strike. The little dragon saw everything. Tears flooded his eyes as he screamed, Mother! A clean slash flashed through the air, and crimson blood burst outward like peach blossoms scattering across the battlefield. The metallic scent of blood filled the air. The blade severed the Dragon Mother's head from her body with terrifying precision. The cruel woman standing before him had killed his mother right in front of his eyes, and that sight carved itself into his heart forever. Tears streamed down his face as grief crushed his chest and made it hard to breathe. His throat turned hoarse as he cried out again, Mother! The little dragon understood the terrible difference in strength between himself and the woman who had killed his mother. He could only watch helplessly as everything unfolded before his eyes. Powerlessness and humiliation flooded through him, leaving him with no choice but to follow his mother's final words. Closing his eyes as tears fell freely down his cheeks, he beat his wings and fled. The Sword Saint simply stood there after killing the Dragon Mother, watching the little dragon disappear into the distance. Seeing that victory was certain, the hooded man rushed out and ran toward her. He looked down at the Dragon Mother's corpse and laughed triumphantly, then turned toward the fleeing dragon with a sinister smile. Blue light gathered across his body and condensed into his palm as he cast a spell. Sword Saint, leave that kid to me, he shouted. I'll take care of it. A barrage of attacks immediately shot through the air toward the fleeing little dragon. Sensing the danger behind him, he twisted away at the last moment and narrowly avoided the assault. Then he turned in midair, opened his mouth, and retaliated by blasting flames directly toward the hooded man. The hooded man had never expected the little dragon to fight back. He froze in shock as the flames rushed toward him. By the time he felt his skin beginning to burn, his eyes had already widened in panic. He clenched his jaw and tried to react, but it was far too late. The skin on his face was scorched black and red. He clutched his burning face, screamed in agony, and collapsed to the ground, rolling around wildly. The Sword Saint stood beside him without the slightest concern, watching him struggle as though he were nothing more than a clown. Looking down at him, she sneered. If you don't have the strength, don't pretend to be impressive. You couldn't even handle a child, and you let him counterattack and injure you. Useless. You're only valuable as a tool for me to use. You should be grateful for even that. After some time, the worst of the pain finally began to fade. Still trembling from the pain, the hooded man reached toward his waist and pulled out a small vial. He quickly uncorked it and poured the liquid directly over the burns on his face. His face was covered in scorched flesh, with raw red and black burns tangled together across his skin. Rage filled his bloodshot eyes, and veins spread through them like spiderwebs. His face twisted as he roared, Damn it! Where did that black lizard go? I'll stew it into soup. He could not accept that such a tiny dragon had reduced him to this miserable state. If he caught that little lizard again, He wanted to chop it into pieces. Just as he continued raging, the Sword Saint's cold voice cut through the air. It's gone. Since the little dragon had not harmed her people, she had chosen to spare its life. She ignored the hooded man's screams and complaints, not even bothering to look at his injuries as he writhed on the ground. Then she turned and strode away. I have to go. It's not too late to provide reinforcements yet. I need to personally eliminate those goblins destroying Brighttown. The thought of those goblins made her expression darken, and her pace quickened as she left. After the enemies had gone, the dragon mother's body gradually lost its remaining warmth. Her half-human, half-dragon form could no longer hold itself together. The energy inside her body slowly dispersed, and her form began changing back. Before long, she had fully returned to her original dragon body. Only after the enemies disappeared did the little dragon dare to fly back. He landed beside the dragon mother's body, sobbing as he cried out again and again, "Mother! Mother!" But she lay there in silence, unable to answer him. In only a short time, the newborn dragon had been forced to endure unbearable grief. The little dragon tried to lift the dragon mother's body, but the difference in size was far too great. He gritted his teeth and strained with everything he had, yet he could not move her even an inch. Still struggling, he spoke through his tears. "I'll take you home, Mother. There has to be a way to save you. But I can't move you." Before long, his small body gave out completely. He collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and shaking. No matter how desperately he tried, every attempt ended in failure. In despair, the little dragon lay there panting, trying to think of some way to bring his mother back to the lair. After a few moments of painful thought, he made a desperate decision. He knew it might be wrong, but he felt he had no other choice. "Forgive me, Mother," he whispered. "I have to devour you. Only then can I gain enough strength to take you home." Not long afterward, the little dragon's body began to change. The once small dragon transformed into a massive and powerful creature, growing until he matched his mother's enormous size. Now huge, he raised his head toward the sky and let out a roar that shook everything around him. Feeling power surge through every part of his body, he spread his wings wide. Holding his mother's head close, he rose into the sky and flew over countless mountains and forests, following the place revealed through his mother's inherited memories. At last, he reached his destination, the dragon lair, a vast place threaded with veins of burning magma. Smoke and dust filled the air around the dragon lair. The moment the little dragon saw where he had arrived, he immediately descended while carrying his mother's head. His heart burned with desperate urgency. As soon as he landed, he frantically searched in every direction, hoping someone might be there, someone who could bring his mother back to life. His eyes were filled with hope and longing as he searched everywhere. Even though he had never been here before and fear still lingered inside him, he ignored it all. He wanted only one thing, to save his mother. Then, without warning, a dark shadow dropped from the sky above him. Before the little dragon could react, the shadow slammed into him with crushing force. He was driven into the ground beneath it, pinned so hard that he could barely breathe. The dragon who had attacked him stood over his body, baring its fangs with a sinister laugh. It did not care who the little dragon was, or why he had come. It only saw an intruder. The ambush had come too suddenly. The dragon mother's head slipped from the little dragon's grasp and fell several meters away across the ground. A black dragon pinned the little dragon beneath its claws, forcing his head against the earth and giving him no chance to fight back. Then it turned toward the Dragon King and reported, "Dragon King, we've captured an intruder." Meanwhile, the little dragon stared anxiously toward the dragon mother's head and cried out, "Mother! Mother!" At last, the Dragon King appeared. His golden pupils widened as his gaze fell upon the scene. The red flame Dragon King stood in his colossal form, his towering horns and fierce, majestic face making him look every bit like the ruler of the great dragon lair. The Dragon King noticed something lying on the ground. His eyes narrowed. "Is that Philbus's head?" He moved closer to the little dragon, his golden gaze heavy with authority. "Who are you?" This young dragon was unfamiliar to him. He had never seen anyone like him among the clan before. The little dragon was not afraid of the Dragon King. All he could think about was his mother. He was helpless against the enemy, but now he believed someone from his own kind might still be able to save her. This place had been his only hope, and now even that hope seemed to be slipping away. "That is my mother's head," he said. "I followed the inherited memories to come here. Please save my mother." After hearing the little dragon's words, the dragons around them began discussing the situation among themselves. "Those cuts are too sharp," one of them said, "and they carry the aura of the divine. There's no mistake, it was that woman." When Philbus was mentioned, the Dragon King's expression grew impatient. "What a pity," he said. Philbus was supposed to inherit the crystal power of the former Dragon King, but she insisted on entering the human world. From that point, the Dragon King appeared to understand exactly what had happened. The Dragon King stepped closer to the little dragon and lowered his head, carefully sniffing his scent. The little dragon watched him with confusion, unable to understand what the Dragon King was doing. After a moment, The Dragon King stepped back and signaled for his subordinates to retreat. Curiosity filled his eyes as he looked down at the little dragon. You really are her child, he said. But you are not a pure-blooded dragon. Who is your father? Now free from the black dragon's grip, the little dragon slowly stood and stretched his aching limbs. When he heard the question about his father, he remembered what his mother had told him. I never met my father, he said. But mother told me that my father is a goblin. The entire area fell silent as though everyone had been struck by lightning. The dragons exchanged bewildered looks, their faces stiff with disbelief. What? Someone muttered. Did I hear that wrong? A goblin? The idea was so absurd that no one could immediately accept it. The dragon who had attacked him earlier became enraged the moment he heard the word goblin. It kicked the little dragon again, sending him sprawling across the ground. Its teeth clenched as fury burned in its eyes. A goblin's son, it roared. What a disgrace to the dragon race. Dragon King, let me eat this hybrid. The Dragon King saw the fury in his subordinate's eyes, but he did not stop him right away. He stayed silent, clearly weighing the situation. This child really was the Dragon Mother's son, a descendant of the former Dragon King's bloodline. If they killed him now, they might be destroying the last remaining crystal bloodline in the entire dragon race. Yet he was also the son of a goblin. The Dragon King knew that simply accepting him would leave his subordinates unconvinced, and they might create even more trouble for the little dragon later. Seeing the child's resilience and lack of fear, he decided there was only one proper way to settle the matter. If the little dragon wanted to remain here, he would have to pass a test. It was also meant for the little dragon's own good. The Dragon King looked down at him and finally spoke. Little one, if you want to save your mother, then you must first survive. Your condition is simple. Defeat the dragon standing beside you. The little dragon remained dazed for a moment, as though he had not fully understood what the Dragon King had just said. Then a sinister laugh echoed from above him. Thank you, Dragon King, the hostile dragon said with a cruel smile. Finally, I get to have some fun. The little dragon looked up warily at the dragon towering over him, his jaw tightening with tension. The creature's expression was full of malice, and the pressure coming from such a powerful opponent nearly crushed him. Then the dragon opened its mouth and charged straight toward him. In that single, terrifying instant, every detail burned itself deep into the little dragon's memory, never to fade away. Without giving anyone time to react, the massive dragon unleashed his skill and swallowed the young dragon in one clean motion. Then he turned toward the two dragons behind him, a smug grin spreading across his face as if he had already proven his superiority. It all unfolded far too fast for anyone to stop it. Just like that, the child born from a goblin father and a dragon mother appeared to be dead. But only seconds later, the dragon who had swallowed him suddenly froze. His proud expression twisted into a grimace as discomfort surged through his body. Clenching his teeth, he strained violently, as though he was desperately trying to keep down the meal he had just consumed. A roaring stream of flame suddenly blasted from his mouth and kept pouring out. Pain distorted his face as his jaws split wide open, leaving him looking completely miserable. His eyes turned bloodshot as he screamed toward the other two dragons in absolute agony. It hurts. That brat is chewing through my insides. Help me. Somebody help me. The remaining dragons clearly wanted to step in, but the Dragon King's earlier command held them back, leaving them unable to interfere. The purple dragon could only stare at him and speak coldly. This was the king's decision. You have to endure it on your own. We are not allowed to help you. The moment those words left his mouth, the young dragon erupted from the larger dragon's stomach at breathtaking speed. All that remained behind him was the arrogant dragon's lifeless body, torn open by a massive, horrifying hole. After escaping alive, the young dragon was overwhelmed with joy. He shot through the air in circles, shouting at the top of his lungs, I survived. I won. Now I can save Mother Narv. Once his excitement settled slightly, he descended from the air and slowly made his way toward the Dragon King. The Dragon King did not look surprised in the slightest. In a calm, steady voice, he declared, From this day onward, you are part of the dragon lair. Your name will be Nidhogg. After devouring the larger dragon's flesh, the young dragon's appearance had already changed noticeably. Hearing those words, he lit up with excitement. Great. Then how are you going to bring my mother back? At that question, the Dragon King slowly turned his head and gave him the answer. Take Brimphilbus's head to the World Tree. Nidhogg listened closely, not daring to miss a single word. The Dragon King continued in the same measured tone. Fuse that head together with the roots of the World Tree and create a wooden dragon. That is the only way you can revive your mother. Meanwhile, Lin Tian sat inside his system space, carefully reading the glowing notice in front of him. It recorded how he had used the cave's terrain to prepare traps and defenses, then relied on the elves and vampires to repeatedly drive back waves of adventurers. Although many of his subordinates had died in the process, the final result was still a decisive victory, earning him a score of 81. He received 80 life points. The life simulation came to an end, and time advanced by 1 day. After reading it all, Lin Tian fell into thought. He had already been fully prepared when facing hundreds of adventurers. Now, all he needed was to accelerate things until the day of success arrived. A new prompt appeared on the panel in front of him, asking whether he wanted to skip ahead to the defense progress. Lin Tian did not hesitate and chose yes. When the time skip ended, the first sight before him was a wild celebration. The frenzied goblin and the others were sprawled across a mountain of loot, cheering over and over, "Boss is mighty! Boss is mighty! Boss is mighty!" Lin Tian remained seated on his throne, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Many high-level goblins had died, but their bodies were not going to waste. With hundreds of corpses available, the surviving high-level goblins could rapidly evolve into hero-class fighters and raise the tribe's overall strength. Another notice appeared soon after. After consuming more than 100 corpses, the goblins had finally reached level 50 and completed their evolution. The first evolution belonged to the gluttonous goblin. Its total power rose to 1,100, and it gained the special ability Gluttonous Meat Shield. The more flesh it devoured, the greater its health would become. The Great Hammer Goblin evolved as well, raising its total power from 900 to 1,000. Along with that increase came the evolved special ability, Great Hammer Fury. The Shadow Goblin also completed its growth, reaching a total power level of 1,200. Its newly listed special skill was Raise a Hand. Lin Tian rose from his throne and began walking slowly, lost in thought. Goblins were hated for one simple reason. They needed to consume flesh to grow stronger. Humans, on the other hand, could gain strength simply by killing enemies, whether those enemies were from another race or even their own kind. Nearby, Lowell was still bound tightly in place. After witnessing Lin Tian's tribe slaughter so many beings, fear and panic were written all over his face. Then, without warning, someone placed a hand on Lin Tian's shoulder. At the same time, a woman's voice spoke beside him. "I really didn't expect you to be this resourceful." It was the Countess. She slowly licked her fingers and continued with clear satisfaction in her eyes. "It has been a very long time since I enjoyed drinking human blood this much." She stepped closer to him and offered, "To repay you, I'll send someone to investigate the Sword Saint for you." The moment Lin Tian heard that name, his curiosity was stirred. Even so, his face remained calm and distant as he simply replied, "Oh, go on." The Countess looked pleased as she recalled what she had learned. "I heard that once she found out hundreds of adventurers failed to return, she rode away from Bright Town on a flesh-eating horse. She is planning to call in the legendary hunting squad and use them against you." Then her expression turned serious, and she gave him a direct warning. "You need to be careful. Those people used to fight alongside the Sword Saint." But Lin Tian immediately focused on the most important part of what she had said. The Sword Saint had left town. To him, that was not bad news at all. It meant he finally had a chance to leave the cave and breathe the outside air. After skipping forward in time, Lin Tian had originally assumed the Sword Saint would keep coming after him until she succeeded. Instead, when the situation became too difficult, she chose to seek help from elsewhere. The Countess watched Lin Tian remain so calm and could barely hide her surprise. "You do not look afraid at all," she said. "You are actually smiling." Before their conversation could go any further, a goblin subordinate rushed into the area in a panic. Boss, we have trouble." Lin Tian and the Countess immediately exchanged looks. Still breathing heavily from his run, the subordinate quickly explained, "A goblin squad from another tribe is approaching our cave. They are not far away." Lin Tian's expression grew serious. "Are they coming for us?" Even the Countess looked shocked. "What? Are you serious?" Lin Tian quietly considered the situation. There were supposed to be no other goblin tribes within 100 miles. That left only one possibility. Could these be the goblins who had owned this cave before him? As soon as he voiced that thought, the view shifted outside the cave. This incoming goblin group looked weak at first glance, and one by one, they were struggling their way up the cliff. Lin Tian stood waiting for them alongside Goblin San and Goblin Mon, ready to see exactly who had come to reclaim the cave. The goblins finally reached the stream, led by one particularly large figure at the front. From the looks of it, their leader was the only hero-class goblin among them. He impatiently urged the others forward. "Hurry up, what are all of you standing around for?" Lin Tian's system displayed the leader's information. His name was Goblin Beast, level 50, goblin race, with no occupation. He held the title of Hybrid Beast King blessed by the gods, and belonged to the hero class. His health was 750, attack 240, defense 230, and his skills included Beast Tiger Bloodline and Bite. He carried a bone club and wore leather armor, giving him a total power of 800. Lin Tian studied the information with narrowed eyes. This was a hero-class goblin he had never seen before, and his strength was not bad at all. Yet he was only a squad leader. What kind of tribe had enough power to treat such a rare hero-class goblin as an ordinary captain? Lin Tian turned to his two subordinates and spoke in a low, serious voice. "Get ready. We need to capture this squad alive. There is a good chance they are a special unit from some large tribe." Goblin Mun and Goblin San immediately became excited. Before the battle began, Goblin Mun licked his weapon and grinned. "Do not worry, boss. Leave it to us." By then, the approaching goblin squad had reached the middle of the river. The effect of carrying a beast bloodline was obvious. Their leader moved with far more awareness than the others. Goblin Beast suddenly stopped and sniffed the air around him. A faint scent of blood had reached his nose. "Why does it smell like blood here?" The other goblins looked around in confusion, unable to sense anything unusual. One of them answered, "Captain, I do not smell anything." Soon after, they arrived at the waterfall. Beyond that curtain of water was the entrance to Lin Tian's tribe's lair. The leader looked ahead and chuckled greedily. There must be food that wandered into the cave. Get ready to eat. The other goblins grew excited at once and rushed forward, eager to seize whatever they could find. Lin Tian's suspicion had been right. This cave had originally belonged to them. Then, in the blink of an eye, a red streak of light shot downward through the air at incredible speed. It was Goblin Mun. With a short knife in hand, he charged straight at Goblin Beast and slashed across him in one swift movement. The attack was so fast that by the time Goblin Beast understood what had happened, Goblin Mun had already pulled away and created distance again. Goblin Beast instantly shifted into a battle stance and shouted toward the others, "Enemies, prepare to fight." The low-level goblins showed surprising loyalty as they also raised their weapons and cried out, "Leader, we will protect you." But before they could wait for the next move, a goblin arm suddenly rose from the river water. It belonged to the frenzied goblin. He burst from the water and lunged at the underlings, grabbing them before attacking with savage force. The goblins who had just loudly promised to protect their leader instantly lost their courage. They abandoned him and fled in terror, screaming, "It is a mutant goblin. Run! Run!" Goblin Beast's rage flared as he watched them scatter. He had thought he was walking into a trap where he could gain something, only to discover that he had caught the attention of opponents far stronger than his own squad. The fleeing underlings were struck again before they could escape. This time, Goblin San launched his Earth Spike skill, sending sharp spikes bursting from the ground and impaling them one after another. In only moments, Goblin Beast was left standing there alone, stunned and confused. One low-level goblin was still trying to get away. As he ran for his life, he cursed in panic. "Damn it! The lair has been taken. I have to report this to the Lord," he shouted. Lin Tian noticed him attempting to escape and immediately drew his divine crossbow, aiming directly at the fleeing goblin. The arrow flew straight through the goblin's forehead, dropping him in front of Goblin Beast as the final underling collapsed. Lin Tian slowly lowered and put away his crossbow. Beside him, the frenzied goblin was already biting down on another goblin's head. Everything had happened far too quickly for Goblin Beast to understand. Questions filled his mind, but there was no one left for him to ask. His body trembled as sweat poured down his face. "Damn it," he muttered in disbelief. "Aren't you supposed to be nothing more than a bunch of low-level goblins? A bunch of cowards." Before he could even finish that last insult, Goblin Beast's strength suddenly gave out. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious on the spot. Lin Tian and the frenzied goblin watched his body struggle for a moment before he finally went limp. A system notice appeared immediately, revealing the cause. Goblin Beast, level 50, had been poisoned by the Earth Goblin. Lin Tian's expression turned serious as he stood over the unconscious Goblin Beast. His gaze stayed fixed on the captive while he quietly considered what to do with him next. In the next moment, Goblin Beast had been bound tightly in heavy chains, left completely at Lin Tian's mercy. But he was far from cooperative. He thrashed against the restraints and shouted furiously, "Get away from me! Stay away, you trash! Who gave you the right to question me? I'll eat all of you!" Watching him struggle so wildly, Lin Tian looked almost annoyed. He lifted a hand and brushed back his flowing hair with a faint sigh. Looks like you still need a little lesson from the real world before you understand your situation. This time, you are finished, kid." The instant Goblin Beast heard the word lesson, he paused for a second before shouting back with stubborn defiance. "Lesson? What lesson? You think you can scare me?" Deep down, he still believed he was built like a wild beast and could never be broken so easily. But only a minute later, the room was filled with blood-curdling screams. Blood-stained tools surrounded him, and the once proud Beastman no longer had the strength to act brave. His body was drained, covered in countless bleeding wounds, and even speaking had become difficult. "I was wrong. I'll tell you anything. I cannot take this anymore." Goblin Beast finally cried out in surrender. Seeing that he had finally learned his place, Lin Tian stopped. He slowly turned away, wiping the blood from his hands as he walked. Then Lin Tian looked back over his shoulder with a relaxed smile, as though nothing unusual had happened. "That is more like it. Now tell me, what tribe are you from? Where is your tribe located? And why did you come here?" Terrified beyond reason, Goblin Beast hugged his own head and spilled everything he knew. "I belong to the Beast King tribe in the Demon Forest to the west. This cave used to be my leader's lair. He sent me back here to retrieve something, but I never expected to run into you. Lin Tian listened closely while his subordinate stood nearby, still holding the tools and ready to continue at any moment. Lin Tian did not stop there. His voice remained calm as he asked another question. What level is the leader of your tribe? Goblin Beast continued crying as he answered. Our leader is already a goblin lord, but he is close to evolving again. He is about to become an overlord. That answer caught Lin Tian off guard. Ever since he had transmigrated into a goblin, he had never encountered a goblin lord before. Now he had learned that this tribe's leader was not only one of them, but was also close to becoming even stronger. Seeing Lin Tian fall silent, Goblin Beast panicked and hurriedly continued without being asked. Oh right, the thing we came to take back is a treasure. It is extremely important to our lord. You can search for it yourself if you do not believe me. Lin Tian raised his eyes at once. A treasure, you say? Not long after, his subordinates discovered the item Goblin Beast had been talking about. The moment Lin Tian opened the box, strange green smoke drifted out from inside. The system quickly identified the object, a B-rank abyssal artifact, a ring forged by the leader of the ghoul tribe. Once activated, it could imprison an enemy's soul within the ring and convert the captured soul's strength into additional power for its owner. However, it required the target's blood before the ability could be used. The instant Lin Tian realized what he was holding, he slipped the ring onto his hand without hesitation. His eyes brightened as he muttered, I did not expect to find something this valuable. Goblin Beast saw the ring being taken and immediately forced a hopeful smile onto his face. I have already told you everything. You have the item now, so you can let me go, right? Lin Tian answered simply, of course. Yet while his mouth said one thing, his hands were clearly preparing to do something else. Lin Tian grabbed Goblin Beast's hand with the ring-bearing hand, then used his fingernail to slice open his skin. Blood began running down from the cut, and Lin Tian carefully let the ring collect it. Goblin Beast stared at him in confusion and fear. What are you doing? Lin Tian's smile slowly turned sinister as he looked directly at him. I am going to release your soul. With Goblin Beast's blood now on the ring, the abyssal artifact immediately began to reveal its true power. Lin Tian sat down and calmly tested his new treasure, looking almost like a god of death deciding who would live and who would die. A green spiritual aura flowed from the ring and formed into the shape of a giant hand. It shot forward toward Goblin Beast, forcing him to stumble backward in terror. At that moment, Goblin Beast regretted every choice that had brought him here. But by then, there was no way left for him to escape. He watched the demonic green hand creep closer and closer to his head, then screamed in pure panic. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy swallowed him whole. His soul was slowly dragged out from his body, then pulled into the ring resting on Lin Tian's hand. As Goblin Beast's empty body dropped to the ground, Lin Tian immediately felt new strength entering him. Green energy wrapped around his body before gradually sinking into him and becoming part of his power. A notification appeared before him. His total power had increased by 200. After finishing his first test with the new ring, Lin Tian looked genuinely excited. It only gave me 200 power this time, he said, but a stronger soul should give much more. Then Lin Tian lowered his gaze toward Goblin Beast's corpse and began calculating. The Beast King tribe possessed strength comparable to an entire human city. Now that their treasure had fallen into his hands, they would surely respond sooner or later. Perhaps he could use their anger to distract the humans who were still hunting him down. Lin Tian raised a hand to his chin, absorbed in his plan and unaware that Goblin Slayer had approached from behind. Let me think about how I can use this. Then Goblin Slayer arrived and looked down at the body. Is that a goblin from the Beast King tribe? Lin Tian turned around when he heard her voice. Oh, you recognize them? The female Goblin Slayer answered without hesitation. Of course I do. She looked down at Goblin Beast's corpse with a grave expression before continuing. You cannot touch people from that tribe. Lin Tian immediately frowned. He had been preparing to make a major move. So what exactly did she mean by that warning? Goblin Slayer began explaining the danger. The Beast King tribe is under the protection of the Great Tomb. Even the Lion Empire is not qualified to openly challenge them. Even I would not dare to provoke them, Goblin Slayer added. She crouched down and carefully examined Goblin Beast's body before looking back at Lin Tian. And you killed one of them. Hearing that, Lin Tian finally felt a chill of concern. Even Goblin Slayer feared this tribe, so how could he possibly face them alone? What exactly is this Great Tomb? He asked. It sounds dangerous. Goblin Slayer turned toward him and continued her explanation. The Great Tomb rules the Demon Forest, a massive land stretching thousands of miles to the west. Inside it, there is at least one level 12 demon. That is a world-class existence. As she finished speaking, she slowly rose to her feet. Lin Tian stood there in confusion, lightly rubbing his chin. Level 12. Then the meaning of those words truly struck him. The danger he had just stepped into was far greater than he had first imagined. Suddenly, Lin Tian jolted upright as a new idea flashed through his mind. All right then. He raised the hand wearing the ring and stroked it lightly. The The green aura spilled out from the ring and flowed back into Goblin Beast's corpse. Goblin Slayer watched in confusion and asked, "What are you doing?" Lin Tian answered calmly, "I need your help. Use your blood control ability on him. Make him return to the Beast King tribe and report that the abyssal artifact was stolen." By then, Goblin Beast's soul had already been returned to his body through Lin Tian's ring. Lin Tian continued, his eyes settling on Goblin Slayer. "But the ones who stole the abyssal artifact will not be us. It will be the royal nobles of the Lion Empire." Goblin Slayer's eyes widened, and cold sweat ran down her face. She asked again just to make sure she had heard him correctly. "Are you talking about the Stinman and Pheromone families?" At the same time, Goblin Beast had been revived, though he was now completely under Goblin Slayer's control. Lin Tian looked down with a firm, confident expression. That is right. He recalled how he had previously released Baron Boloa on purpose, planning to use Loa as bait and lure those people into an ambush for more experience. The plan was already taking shape in his mind. With a sly smirk, he said, "Let the snipe and clam fight each other, and the fisherman will take the profit." The view then shifted to a grand and sprawling kingdom where the people clearly lived far beyond ordinary means. This was the capital of the Lion King. Inside the kingdom's main hall, the atmosphere was loud and chaotic. The moment anyone entered, they could hear an enraged man shouting, "You useless trash! Damn you, get out! You have disgraced this family." The one yelling was Baron Boloa's father, unleashing his fury on his son. Baron Boloa was kneeling in the middle of the hall, desperately trying to defend himself. "Father, please listen to my explanation." When his father remained silent, he hurriedly repeated everything he had witnessed. "Those goblins are not just strong. They are intelligent too. We are no match for them. Even the Grey Helm squad has been wiped out. Oh, and Cousin Loa is still alive." Instead of calming down, Baron Boloa's father grew even angrier. His teeth clenched as he looked ready to slap his useless son across the face. He was Count Fairman, Baron Boloa's biological father, and he no longer wanted to hear another word. To think that descendants of such a powerful family had been defeated by filthy goblins was beyond humiliating. Count Fairman slammed his hand down hard, cutting off Baron Boloa before he could keep rambling. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Count Fairman rose to his feet and pointed directly at Baron Boloa. "You still dare to speak? The two heirs of Tefermala lost to goblins, and now everyone outside is laughing at our family. Are you proud of yourself?" Baron Boloa was still trapped in the shock of what he had witnessed, barely able to process his father's words. The furious scolding only pushed him deeper into panic, until he lost control and wet himself without realizing it. The people around him immediately covered their noses, staring at the pathetic sight with open disgust. Baron Boloa could only sob helplessly. "Father, father, I am sorry." Inside his mind, the only thing he could see was Lin Tian's goblin form. Every image of Lin Tian killing without mercy kept replaying over and over, haunting him until he could not think of anything else. Tears poured down Baron Boloa's face and mixed with the yellow liquid spreading across the floor, making him look utterly miserable. He continued whimpering through his fear. "Scary, he is so scary. That goblin is too scary." The disgusting mess before him made Count Fairman's eyes bulge with rage. Losing to goblins had already been shameful enough, but now his son had humiliated him in front of everyone. "You lost to goblins, and now you are urinating in the middle of the hall. Do you have any idea how much face I have lost because of you?" he roared. "You? Drag him out." Just as Count Fairman finished giving the order, the sound of footsteps came from outside the hall. Before the newcomer could even be seen, a voice arrived first. "Fairman, do not be so angry." Ferryman was a refined-looking middle-aged nobleman, carrying himself with the pride of someone born into power. He stepped inside with a maid following quietly behind him, then spoke in a measured tone. "Do not let your anger consume you, Count Ferryman." He walked to the center of the hall and stopped beside the kneeling Baron Boloa. Resting both hands on his cane, he looked down at the disgraced young man before turning to Count Ferryman. "I came here to work with you," he said. "Together, we can erase the humiliation your family has suffered." Those words calmed Count Ferryman slightly, but he still did not understand what the visitor meant. "What exactly are you suggesting?" he asked. "Surely you know the king's order. Every noble above the rank of Viscount must keep their troops prepared, and those forces cannot be deployed whenever we please." His eyes locked onto the newcomer. "Besides, the king has already sent word to the Sword Saint. What more is there for us to do?" The man's expression darkened at that response. He frowned at Count Ferryman, and a calculating glint passed through his eyes. Then he slowly stroked his mustache and let out a quiet, knowing laugh. "Your view of this matter is still far too narrow." Straightening his posture, he made his true intention clear. "If we leave everything for the Sword Saint to handle, the king will see our two families as incompetent and useless. Is that really the reputation you want?" Count Ferryman was clearly affected by those words, though he knew the man before him too well to answer so easily. He merely clicked his tongue, his face tightening as he weighed the proposal in silence. The nobleman leaned closer and lowered his voice, speaking as though he were offering the most reasonable solution in the world. Let your son report the goblin situation directly to the king. Then each of our families can mobilize 1,000 soldiers. Even a goblin overlord would be wiped out under that kind of force. The entire hall suddenly fell quiet. Those standing nearby exchanged uneasy looks and began whispering to one another, shaken by the scale of the plan they had just heard. Count Ferryman let out a tired sigh. He knew perfectly well that the man in front of him had his own motives, but revenge still mattered most. His family had been humiliated, and too many people had already died at the goblin's hands. At last, Count Ferryman slowly rose to his feet and clasped his hands behind his back. He looked down coldly at his worthless son, then spoke in a firm voice. Fine. Do not think I am unaware of what you are planning. Bring this useless fool with me. We are going to meet the king. Several days later, the waterfall surrounding Lin Tian's tribe looked as peaceful as ever from the outside. Clear water poured over the cliffs, and the scenery seemed almost tranquil. But deep inside the cave, the atmosphere could not have been more different. Heavy bangs echoed through the lair one after another, loud enough to make nearby goblins cover their ears in fear. The reason soon became clear. Loa was being used for target practice. An apple rested on top of his head, and a bullet hole had been blasted cleanly through it. His face still carried that disturbed, vacant expression as he stared upward and muttered, "Hit it." Lin Tian had gotten himself a new toy. He stood nearby with a pistol in hand, admiring it with a satisfied smile after testing its power. Meanwhile, Loa trembled from head to toe, repeatedly mumbling, "Monster, monster," beneath his breath. Lin Tian examined the pistol with clear excitement. I did not expect this homemade pistol to work so well. The only problem is that it wastes too much gunpowder. Kasana, the tribe mother's daughter, stared at the weapon in amazement. Looking between the pistol and Lin Tian, she exclaimed, "Leader, you are incredible. I want to try shooting too." Taking the chance, Kasana rushed over and wrapped her arms around him, pressing close as she pleaded in a playful voice, "Teach me. Please, teach me." Lin Tian felt her soft body against him and briefly closed his eyes, enjoying the moment. Then he answered with an easy smile, all right. I will teach you." Just as Lin Tian was about to show the elf how to hold the pistol, a voice shouted urgently from the distance, Boss! It was Goblin Mon. Goblin Mon rushed over and quickly delivered his report. Bright Town is gathering a huge number of human soldiers. They are all armed and fully equipped. Lin Tian and Kasana immediately stopped what they were doing and listened closely. Then another goblin hurried in behind Goblin Mon with more alarming news. "Boss, I also detected a large number of goblins moving this way. They seem to be from the Beast King tribe." Goblin Mon spun around in shock. "What?" Fear spread among the others, and someone cried out, "Are we really going to die like this?" Yet while everyone else panicked, Lin Tian's eyes lit up with excitement. He pulled Kasana into a confident embrace and smiled as though everything was unfolding exactly as he wanted. "Looks like the real show is about to begin." Kasana looked up at her foster father with admiration. Enemies were closing in from every direction, but Lin Tian was still smiling and talking about a show. Her resolve hardened immediately. She needed to learn how to use the pistol quickly, or she would never be able to fight beside him. A few days earlier, deep inside a dark and damp cave, a voice echoed through the shadows. "Leader, the human army has come and stolen the abyssal artifact." I barely managed to escape. Before the voice could say anything more, Goblin Beast's body was hurled forward and smashed violently against the ground. His corpse was being controlled by Goblin Slayer. Sitting in the darkness before him was the Goblin Lord of the Beast King tribe. His enormous body was surrounded by writhing tentacles, making him look like something truly demonic. He appeared to be a terrifying hybrid of goblin and octopus. With only a flick of his hand, he caused Goblin Beast to die for real. "Useless trash," he growled. Then he opened his slimy mouth wide and took a deep breath before issuing an order to every subordinate around him. "Gather everyone. Follow me. We will attack the humans and reclaim the abyssal artifact." The Beast King tribe's goblins were stunned by the sudden command. From those inside the cave to those stationed outside, no one understood why they had been ordered to attack humans when everything had seemed peaceful only moments before. Back in the present, Bright Town stood beneath the moonlight as banners bearing two lions holding swords fluttered in the night wind. The city walls were packed with guards. Every soldier wore armor and carried weapons, leaving the defenses looking far stronger than before. Below the walls, the delegations from the two counts had arrived with their troops. The bartender and several Bright Town residents stood at the front, waiting to welcome them. The bartender had now become Bright Town's new chief. He bowed respectfully and addressed the visitors. "Welcome, Count Ferryman. Welcome, Count Stenman." The townspeople behind him lowered their heads together in greeting. Count Stenman looked around, noticed the Sword Saint was nowhere in sight, and immediately frowned. "Where is the Sword Saint?" At that moment, a hooded man appeared from the distance. He was the same warrior who had once fought alongside the Sword Saint to slay a dragon. The Sword Saint has left to deal with other matters, he said. Why have the two counts brought so many troops here? The town chief and Count Steinman exchanged looks at the mention of the two counts. Once Steinman realized the Sword Saint was absent, his attitude became arrogant. Ignoring the hooded man's question, he turned his horse as though he were ready to leave. If the Sword Saint is not here, there is no reason for me to waste time speaking with you. The hooded man's anger immediately flared. I am the Dragon Slayer, he shouted. I am the warrior who fought beside the Sword Saint. How dare you speak to me with such disrespect? The title Dragon Slayer made Count Steinman freeze. He knew better than anyone how difficult dragons were to defeat, and he had not expected to meet someone so powerful, especially someone close to the Sword Saint. His expression changed at once, and he forced an awkward smile. Oh, I understand. My apologies. We came here to eliminate the goblins. Before anyone could say another word, a dark streak suddenly plunged from the sky at terrifying speed. Panic spread through the crowd as the hooded man stared upward. What the hell is that? Out of the darkness, the shapes of goblin legs gradually appeared, followed by the foul stench unique to their kind. Then thousands of goblins rushed forward together, charging straight at the people gathered below. The guards on the wall were thrown into complete panic. Goblins, they shouted. How did they get up here so quickly? Others cried out in disbelief. Aren't heavy troops guarding the walls? How did this many goblins get inside? Count Ferryman's face twisted with rage at the sight. I have not even attacked you yet, and you dare ambush us first? He clenched his teeth and roared, Damn goblins. You walked straight into your own trap. Lion army of the Empire, destroy them. The moment Count Ferryman finished giving the command, he and his cavalry surged forward with spears in hand. Their momentum was fierce, and no one intended to retreat before winning. This time, they meant to reclaim every bit of pride and vengeance the goblins had taken from them. A brutal clash immediately broke out between humans and goblins. The low-level goblins were no match for Count Ferryman's soldiers. With a few sweeping strikes to either side, Ferryman cut down several goblins with ease. At the same time, the cavalry tore across the battlefield, stabbing and slashing through the goblin ranks. Goblins fell with nearly every strike, and the metallic smell of blood quickly spread throughout Bright Town. The hooded man, despite carrying the title of Dragon Slayer, seemed to be having a more difficult time. He relied on magic and could only pick off the goblins one at a time. High above the chaos, a familiar dragon flew through the night sky, with someone riding on its back. While everyone below focused on the battle, no one noticed the dragon silently drawing near. Lin Tian looked down from above and smiled at the spectacle beneath him. This is even livelier than I expected. Below, the battle appeared to be reaching its final stage. A sword came to a halt, its blade dripping steadily with fresh blood. Count Ferryman looked down at the goblin corpse he had just killed and gave a contemptuous scoff. Goblins are nothing but low-level trash. What is there to fear? The arrogance in his voice made it clear that disaster was waiting just around the corner. Count Ferryman turned to look at his soldiers with a satisfied smile. At this pace, he believed the battle would be over in less than an hour. The first wave of low-level goblins had already been completely wiped out. Suddenly, a horse and its rider were thrown through the air from outside the city. They crashed down with such force that both were crushed on impact, spraying blood across the ground. Though Count Ferryman was old, his reactions were still sharp. He leaned back in surprise and narrowly avoided the gruesome impact. What the hell was that? He shouted. Even Lin Tian, watching from above, was startled by what he saw. Something terrifying had appeared, making him jump in shock. From beyond the gate, the Goblin Lord stepped into Bright Town. His enormous body moved slowly and heavily, almost clumsily, but his size was overwhelming. He stood nearly as tall as the gate itself, reaching roughly 7 or 8 meters in height. One of the city guards was wrapped up in the Goblin Lord's tentacles as he entered. The guard hung there helplessly, looking utterly miserable. The moment he saw his own troops being slaughtered, the Goblin Beast King let out a furious roar that shook the battlefield. Red shockwaves burst outward from his mouth, making his presence feel overwhelming. Then he charged forward in a rage, crushing human corpses beneath his feet as he barreled through the streets. Lin Tian's system immediately revealed the monster's information. Goblin Beast King, level 79. Race, Goblin. Occupation, none. Titles, Beast King, Emissary of the Tomb, Extreme Sin, Blessed by the Gods. Health, 2000. Attack, 700. Defense, 670. Skills, Beast King's Roar and Brutal Strike. Equipment, none. Total power, 3000. The instant Lin Tian finished reading those numbers, he was completely stunned. Lin Tian stared down at the grotesque creature in disbelief. What the hell is that thing? He blurted out. How can something this disgusting-looking be so ridiculously strong? The soldiers serving the two counts began panicking the moment they saw the Goblin Beast King tearing through the battlefield. They quickly formed a protective circle around Count Ferryman and Count Steinman. Ferryman's face tightened as he shouted, "Retreat! Everyone, retreat now!" Both counts could feel the danger closing in on them. Steinman clenched his teeth and stared at the monstrous figure. What is that thing? Is it an overlord-class monster? Ferryman kept backing away as he answered. I do not know. Fall back first. Let our families handle this later. Just then, someone suddenly stepped forward and called out, Father. The two counts turned toward the voice. A group, led by a young woman, had arrived to help. She was Loa's cousin, Lona. With a serious expression, she faced the elders and said, We will draw it away. Leave the rest to the soldiers. With that, Lona walked past Steinman and headed forward to carry out the plan. Steinman watched her go and warned, Be careful. Do not end up like your cousin Loa and become useless. Lona gave a firm nod. Understood. Lona and her companions immediately prepared to move. Some raised their spears, while others began gathering magic in their hands. Their plan was simple but dangerous. Lure the Goblin Beast King away from Bright Town before he could cause even more destruction. The mage following Lona had already finished preparing his spell. He raised his voice and shouted, Everyone, get ready. Take this. A beam of power shot out from the mage and struck the Goblin Beast King directly in the face, knocking his huge head to the side. The hit succeeded, and his attention immediately shifted toward Lona's group. The Goblin Beast King slowly turned his head toward the attacker, glaring at the group with complete confidence as a deep growl rolled from his throat. Taking advantage of that brief opening, the four of them sprinted toward the town gate. Lona led from the front and shouted, Quick, let him outside the city. The other three followed without hesitation. Behind them, the Goblin Beast King changed direction, dropped into a crawling posture, and began chasing after them with a furious roar. Watching from above, Lin Tian realized the situation was beginning to drift away from his original plan. He gritted his teeth and muttered, Not good. If they keep going that way, they will run straight into my people. This is becoming troublesome. Lona's group had already put some distance between themselves and the monster, but the Goblin Beast King remained frighteningly close behind. He looked enormous and slow, yet every one of his strides covered the distance of 7 human steps. Seeing that, Lin Tian could only let out a helpless sigh. Lin Tian slowly closed his eyes and sighed to himself. I did not want to interfere yet, but this time, you have forced my hand. His eyes had only been shut for a moment, but Lona's image immediately came to mind. His gaze drifted down toward the blonde girl with the ponytail as she ran below. What a pity, he murmured quietly. That girl's fate is still impossible to predict. After several minutes of fighting between Lona's group and the Goblin Beast King, the situation had already turned grim. They had lost the mage, along with several soldiers who had come with them. The blonde warrior saw one of his comrades fall and immediately lost his temper. Gritting his teeth, he shouted in rage, You are nothing but goblins. Your fangs will become our first trophy. Seeing his companion lose control, the man wearing the black vest turned back and warned him, Do not be careless. He kept circling the monster, trying to create an opening for Lona to land the finishing blow. As he spoke, power gathered around his hands, ready to clear a path. Boom. A deafening impact rang out as the Goblin Beast King slammed his enormous hand down exactly where Lona had been standing. Luckily, she reacted quickly and dodged away. The ground beneath his palm shattered violently, breaking apart into cracked pieces. After narrowly escaping, Lona had another companion step in to hold the monster back. She planted her feet, lowered her stance, and began gathering power through her body. In her heart, she reminded herself, I am the Academy's model student. I have to win this battle. The moment the Goblin Beast King let his guard down, Lona seized the chance. She swung her spear, leapt toward him, and shouted as she struck, High-level martial skill, spear piercing. As soon as the words left her mouth, a golden stream of energy burst from her spear and pierced toward the Goblin Beast King's chest. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, he had no chance to defend himself in time. The Goblin Beast King roared in pain. High above, Lin Tian continued watching Lona with growing interest. Her total power is only around 1,700, he thought. The others are near 1,000. I did not expect them to last this long against him. Interesting. After fighting for what felt like hours, the Goblin Beast King finally spoke. He bared his mouth full of sharp teeth and roared angrily. You filthy woman! How dare you sneak attack me? With that, he lifted his head toward the sky and opened his mouth wide as he began gathering energy. Strange purple auras gradually flowed into his body. Lona's earlier strike had looked like it pierced straight through his chest, but it had not been powerful enough to deal serious damage. The attack had only torn away a small amount of flesh from his side. Lin Tian's eyes widened as he watched the monster prepare his next move, clearly surprised by what he was seeing. Once the Goblin Beast King had gathered enough power, he unleashed it all at once. Countless purple blade-like auras erupted from his mouth and blasted outward in every direction. The attack was called Beast King's Roar. It was not only a massive area attack, but it also acted like an incredibly powerful shield around him. At that moment, no one dared get within 100 meters of the Goblin Beast King. Even Lin Tian, standing high above on the dragon's back, was shaken by the force of the shockwaves. He had to make the dragon fly even higher to avoid the danger. Yet the Goblin Beast King's roar continued without stopping, and the sound only grew more brutal. The noise became so unbearable that Lin Tian had to cover both ears. He frowned deeply and gritted his teeth as he muttered, "That sound is terrifying. It is far more ferocious than I expected." Even the dragon could not endure it much longer. Because of its huge body, it was affected over a wider area than anyone else. It flapped its wings in agitation and cried out in pain. Seeing the dragon becoming unstable, Lin Tian immediately shouted, "Calm down." After several unbearable minutes of sound torture, the Goblin Beast King finally stopped roaring. He looked around and saw that everyone in front of him had been defeated. One after another, they had fallen under his previous attack. The swordsmen and spearmen who had been so aggressive earlier were now lying motionless on the ground, unable to continue fighting. Even if some of them survived, being hit at such close range would likely leave their hearing permanently damaged. The once elite and well-trained group had been reduced to only Lona. Her clothes were ripped apart, her body was battered, and she no longer had the strength to stand. Trembling as she stared at the monster, she whispered, "Why is this happening? How can there be such a powerful goblin?" Fear completely took hold of Lona. Sweat poured down her face as she finally understood that she might die here. In a helpless voice, she admitted that she had no way to deal with such a monster. Her legs had gone stiff with terror. She wanted to stand up and run, but she could not force them to move. Tears began spilling down her face as she cried out desperately, "Father, teacher, help me, save me." In the blink of an eye, the Goblin Beast King stood directly in front of Lona, his entire body overflowing with killing intent. The wound on his side had already healed. He glared down at her as though she were a trapped mouse, unable to run and unable to survive. Just like Baron Boloa before her, Lona was so terrified that she wet herself without even realizing it. Tears and mucus ran down her face as she broke down completely, crying in vain, "Help me! Somebody help me!" Then Lona let out a blood-curdling scream so loud that it echoed far beyond the battlefield, carrying all the way back toward the counts. The two counts heard the scream as well. One of them immediately said, "Lona's group must be in trouble." Another voice tried to remain calm. "Count, we are commanding this battle. We cannot afford any mistakes now. Please stay calm." While the two counts argued, the hooded man suddenly noticed something in the distance. He pointed forward with a trembling hand and stammered, Look over there." Far away, the Goblin Beast King was walking toward Bright Town step by step, his body still overflowing with murderous intent. The hooded man shook uncontrollably when he saw the gigantic figure moving closer. What is that?" he asked in fear. The Goblin Beast King looked like a bizarre mix of a gorilla, a lion, and an octopus, with a lion-like mane and long tentacles trailing from his body. The Goblin Beast King had not killed Lona right away. Instead, he wrapped her up in his tentacles and dragged her back toward Bright Town like a trophy. Her clothes were torn, her body hung limp, and she had no strength left to fight. Tears streamed down her face as she looked utterly miserable. The moment Count Stenman saw his daughter in that condition, rage exploded across his face. His teeth clenched, his eyes widened, and he looked as though he wanted to tear the filthy goblin apart with his bare hands. Stenman's eyes turned red with fury. He grabbed his sword and shield, then charged forward without hesitation to save his daughter. "Damn goblins," he roared. "Give me back my daughter." Seeing his ally lose control, Ferryman quickly called after him, "Count Stenman, come back. We are about to win." The Goblin Beast King noticed Stenman's reaction and only became more confident. He smirked with open contempt, completely unafraid of what was coming toward him. Then he saw a bright streak rushing toward him from the direction of the town gate. It was Stenman, and his speed was far faster than anyone expected. In the blink of an eye, Stenman arrived in front of the Goblin Beast King and swung his sword with all his strength. "Give me back my daughter," he roared. But the Goblin Beast King was not about to back down. He met the attack head-on, channeling power through his body until a red glow surrounded him. Then the Goblin Beast King swung his enormous hand forward, laughing with cruel delight as he said, "You are seeking death." The Goblin Beast King's fist shot forward with terrifying speed and slammed into Count Stenman. To the monster, it looked like nothing more than a casual swat. But for Stenman, it felt like an enormous boulder had dropped straight down from the sky. The impact was so overwhelming that Stenman was smashed straight into the ground before he could even react. His body went limp at once, his head buried in the dirt, and his eyes rolled back as he lost all ability to fight. He had rushed in without knowing his limits, and the result was exactly as brutal as expected. Seeing their count fall, the soldiers immediately rushed in with spears raised. They stabbed toward the Goblin Beast King from every direction, desperately trying to stop his rampage before he could attack again. The Goblin Beast King slowly shifted his gaze toward the soldiers, his eyes cold enough to resemble a death god's. Still, the soldiers refused to back down. With shields raised and spears pointed forward, they formed a tight ring around him. At that moment, Count Ferryman saw an opening and shouted toward the hooded warrior, "Sir Warrior, now? Finish him with one decisive strike." Normally, the hooded man might have chosen to retreat, but with everyone watching and urging him forward, he had no choice but to act. He gathered a golden sphere of light in his palm, with tiny sparks snapping and circling around it. As the power built up, he muttered under his breath, "I have to risk it." Then he raised his other hand and continued casting. The golden sphere began to swell rapidly, becoming larger and brighter as more energy poured into it. Once he judged the spell powerful enough, he sprinted toward the Goblin Beast King. He leapt upward, stepping on a soldier's shield to launch himself even higher, and shouted, "High-level magic skill." The force from below threw him into the air, and the glowing sphere continued to grow in his hand. He swung his arm forward and cried out, "Concentrated energy ball." Golden lightning immediately fused into the sphere, making its destructive power surge. The Goblin Beast King finally sensed the danger, but by then the attack was already too close. The blinding light filled his vision, and even though he recognized the threat, there was no time left to dodge. Then a deafening explosion tore through the battlefield. The golden light from the hooded warrior's attack flooded the entire area, illuminating the battlefield as brightly as daylight. The low-level goblins panicked when they saw the massive blast. Thinking they might be struck next, they scattered in every direction, screaming, "Run! That is terrifying! Run quickly!" Back near the center of the battlefield, the hooded warrior's all-out attack had consumed a huge amount of his strength. His breathing had become heavy, and his body looked visibly drained. He stared at the Goblin Beast King while panting hard. The golden sphere had burned away the monster's tentacles and scorched a thick layer of skin from his chest. Steam and sizzling sounds continued rising from the fresh wounds. After waiting for a moment and seeing that the goblin was no longer moving, the hooded warrior slowly began to laugh. He covered part of his face and turned away with a triumphant grin. "I thought it was something special," he laughed. "But in the end, it is only a goblin." He spread his arms and puffed out his chest, proudly shouting toward Count Ferryman, "We won! I won! I am a legendary hero." But he failed to notice that Ferryman and the surrounding knights were trembling in fear. They had seen something he had not. The Goblin Beast King was still alive. The creature's body began writhing as new flesh rapidly formed over the burned areas. The hooded warrior remained completely unaware while the monster's regeneration continued at an alarming speed. Before long, fresh skin had already covered the charred wounds. After resting for only a few minutes, the Goblin Beast King stretched his jaw by opening his slimy mouth wide. Then he lunged toward the prey, standing in front of him. The tentacles along his body were also starting to recover. The hooded warrior suddenly felt a cold chill behind him, but by then, it was already too late. Count Ferryman and the soldiers saw the horrifying result unfold right before their eyes. In one swift, brutal motion, the hooded warrior was torn apart, and blood sprayed across the battlefield. The man who had been celebrating only moments ago disappeared in an instant. The Goblin Beast King looked even more terrifying now, with the hooded warrior's blood smeared across his mouth. He chewed slowly and thoroughly before swallowing the fresh meat with obvious satisfaction. Only then did Count Ferryman truly understand how terrifying goblins could be. He had always believed they were weak and foolish creatures, obsessed only with their crude instincts. Now sweat poured down his face, his legs locked in place, and fear kept him from moving as he watched the monster feed. High in the sky, a gigantic shape gradually came into view through the dust below. Weapons continued clashing on the battlefield, kicking up thick clouds that blocked the sight line. Lin Tian gave a command from above. "Zihuan, get closer." Once he found a better angle, the scene below became clear before Lin Tian's eyes. His expression immediately turned serious, his brows drawing together as he kept his focus fixed on the creature. Judging from what he could see, the monster below was not merely recovering. It had begun evolving. With every movement, increasingly disturbing sounds came from the Goblin Beast King's body. Beneath his skin, sharp claws and rows of fangs began pushing outward as his form changed. His teeth grew longer and more bloodthirsty, while his murky eyes turned a deep, blood-red color that filled anyone who saw them with fear. Long purple tentacles sprouted from his head and back, writhing as though they had lives of their own. Even his abdomen transformed into a bottomless mouth, lined with fangs on both sides and constantly opening and closing in hunger. The system identified him as a level 80 brutal goblin. Lin Tian checked the details, but the result shocked him so badly that he rubbed his eyes twice. What the hell? His total power is 3,100? Is this what an overlord-class monster looks like? While Lin Tian was still stunned by the information, a swift attack came from below. The evolved goblin reached down and seized Steinman by the head, lifting his entire body effortlessly into the air. Steinman clawed and struck wildly, but his strength meant nothing. His skull felt ready to split apart, his throat burned, and his eyes began turning white as his consciousness faded. Ignoring those weak struggles, the goblin opened his mouth wide and extended his long tongue, staring at the helpless prey with hungry eyes. He had already been terrifying before evolving, and now he had become something far worse. With one snap of his jaws, Steinman was reduced to nothing but fresh meat. One bite, the taste of warm blood, and Steinman's brief final scream made the goblin's eyes shine with even greater hunger. The thick scent of fresh blood filled his mouth, intoxicating him with every swallow. Lin Tian watched the monster devour humans faster than the soldiers could fight back. At this rate, the human side would surely lose. But another problem immediately came to Lin Tian's mind. If that brute kept eating everything on the battlefield, what would be left for his own tribe later? Lin Tian sat cross-legged on Zi Huan's back, leaning forward as he watched the goblin overlord crush through the battlefield like a rampaging bulldozer. His face became serious. He is swallowing all the experience and all the food, Lin Tian muttered. If I let him keep going, my tribe will have nothing left. I need to step in and control this brute. Below, the goblin overlord's own subordinates were already breaking apart and fleeing under the soldiers' pursuit. One unlucky goblin was immediately crushed beneath the overlord's foot. The enormous weight pinned him to the ground so completely that he could not even scream. His eyes rolled back, his body collapsed beneath the pressure, and he died on the spot. The other goblins saw what happened and instantly understood what awaited anyone who tried to run. They dropped to their knees in terror and cried out, "Boss, we will not run anymore. We will not run." Under the crushing pressure of their leader's glare, the goblins felt the air around them turn cold. His eyes seemed to say it all, "Run again, and you will join your ancestors." The overlord was already furious that he had to carry the entire battle himself. His subordinates were not helping him at all. They had only tried to escape. Running? His expression seemed to say, "What the hell are you running for?" The goblin overlord roared with a twisted expression. "Everyone, charge. Anyone who retreats will end up exactly like him." Hearing that, the goblins had no choice but to surge forward like a flood. After watching one of their own get crushed underfoot, they could only gamble their lives on charging ahead. Retreat was no longer an option. All 500 goblins rushed forward together. Count Ferryman and the soldiers stared at the charging goblin wave in stunned disbelief. The goblins had already been troublesome enough, but now they were attacking all at once like an unstoppable flood. "We are finished," Ferryman muttered, his face turning dark with fear. Sweat ran down him as he shouted orders at the soldiers. "Quick, fall back into the town. Shut the city gates." The soldiers saw how bad the situation had become and immediately scattered towards safety. At that moment, rank and status no longer mattered. Staying alive was all that mattered. The goblin overlord saw the fleeing humans and roared after them. "Block them. Do not let the fresh meat escape." Under his brutal command, the goblins seemed to gain a burst of energy. They quickened their pace and charged after the humans with everything they had. From above, Lin Tian calmly watched every movement below. The goblins kept pressing forward, herding the soldiers back into Bright Town. As the humans ran through the gates, the goblins chased after them without hesitation, and soon both sides had poured into the city. Lin Tian's brows lifted slightly as his eyes curved into a satisfied smile. The battle was unfolding exactly the way he wanted. Then he smiled silently and raised one finger to the corner of his lips, shaping his mouth as if preparing to whistle. A clear whistle echoed across the cold night. From Zihuan's back, Lin Tian quickly signaled to the subordinates waiting below, telling them to begin the plan they had prepared in advance. From the nearby bushes, a group of goblin subordinates burst out carrying large sacks. They rushed like arrows toward the battlefield where the fallen soldiers lay. The goblin at the front shouted, "Boss ordered us to collect every corpse. Hurry, move faster." The goblins immediately began stuffing bodies into the sacks as quickly as though they were gathering vegetables from a field. Then, from the distant forest, an earth-shaking noise rang out alongside a flash of explosive light. Birds and animals fled into hiding. That light cut through the forest and crossed over rivers at incredible speed, heading directly toward Bright Town. While the goblins gathered their food, they suddenly sensed a powerful force approaching. Lin Tian frowned at once and turned toward the source of that strange power. He immediately told his subordinates to carry the sacks and bring the food back. "Is that goblin returning already?" he wondered. "Something is about to happen." Lin Tian quickly ordered Zi Huan to fly lower. Leaning down, he commanded his subordinates to retreat at once. The goblins realized their boss had given the order, grabbed the sacks, and hurried away together. Meanwhile, night fog settled over Bright Town, and a freezing wind began cutting through the streets. The goblin overlord roared in rage. "Hand over the abyssal artifact, and I will give you a painless death." Count Ferryman clutched his bleeding shoulder, unable to understand what the monster was talking about. "I do not have whatever you want," he snapped. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. Low-level beasts like you are not qualified to negotiate with me." The goblin stared back at him with bloodthirsty, cruel eyes. "Humans really are disgusting," he sneered. "You took my treasure, denied it, and still dare call me low-level and unqualified? In the next instant, the goblin leapt forward so quickly that his entire body vanished from sight, leaving behind nothing but a burst of dust. Before Count Ferryman could react, the goblin's massive hand had already closed around his body. Every bone in Ferryman's body felt as though it were about to shatter, and the pain was so unbearable that he could not even speak. Ferryman's eyes rolled white, and his face twisted in agony. The goblin glared into his eyes with bloodshot rage and demanded, "What do you mean? Did you not steal the ring?" Ferryman's body stiffened, but he refused to answer. He gritted his teeth and stared back stubbornly, not daring to make a sound. The goblin remained suspicious, wondering whether this man truly had taken the artifact. Then suddenly, he sensed a powerful force rapidly approaching from afar. The goblin overlord quickly turned his head toward the incoming presence. But before he could understand what it was, a flash of light struck him head-on, leaving him no chance to avoid the attack. Tiny sparks appeared high in the sky like floating fireflies. They gradually gathered together above the goblin overlord's head, forming a brilliant golden sword of light. In the very next second, the golden sword crashed straight down into the ground with immense force. The impact was so violent that the goblin overlord was thrown backward by the blast. Furious, he threw back his head and roared. As the heavy cloud of dust slowly began to thin, a shadow emerged through the drifting haze. Standing atop the sword's hilt was a figure, her outline gradually becoming clear as the wind swept the smoke away. A heroic female warrior stood before them, carrying herself with both fierce authority and striking grace. She looked like a silver moon descending into the battlefield, while the soft breeze tugged at her flowing robes and made her already radiant presence seem even more dazzling. The crushing force of that descending sword had slammed the goblin straight to the ground. When he finally looked up and recognized the woman standing in front of him, disbelief spread across his face. Why was she here? He had only come to reclaim what had been stolen from him, yet somehow he had run into a monster like this. Before he could even begin to understand what was happening, a sharp burst of pain ripped through his body. A vicious slash struck him without warning, and his scream tore through the air. After landing that attack, she quickly returned to the side of her master. Behind her stood a broad-shouldered young man with a buzz cut, a spear gripped firmly in his hand. Black armor covered his body, but it could not hide the powerful physique he had clearly built through relentless training. The sound of approaching footsteps made Mazzo turn around. An older man named Austin was walking toward them, his silver beard swaying slightly as he carried a massive weapon over his shoulder and stroked his chin. With a teasing look, he asked whether they really needed to gang up on a goblin like that. Beside him stood a small, plain-looking girl clutching a doll tightly against her chest. That girl was Emma Ferryman. The moment she saw the Sword Saint return with the rest of the hunting squad, joy burst across her face as though someone precious had finally come home. Tears streamed down her cheeks, yet she was smiling so widely that she could barely contain herself. "Sword Saint, you finally made it." And the hunting squad came too. The battle had dragged on from the afternoon, through the dark hours of night, and all the way until dawn finally arrived. Little by little, the rising sun spread its light over Bright Town, revealing the aftermath of the long, brutal night. Lin Tian had originally planned to rush in and finish off the mutated goblin overlord himself. Luckily for him, the Sword Saint's group had arrived only seconds ahead of him. He quickly descended, shifted back into human form, and remained nearby to watch how everything would unfold. As he watched from a distance, Lin Tian quietly muttered that he had never expected the hunting squad to arrive at such a perfect moment. He had been ready to personally suppress the brutal goblin, but now there was no reason for him to step in. From the town gate where he stood, Bright Town looked strangely calm, almost as though no major battle had ever taken place. But deeper inside the town, the truth was impossible to ignore. Buildings around the center had been battered and damaged during the fighting the night before. Even after Marshall's attack, the mutated goblin overlord was still standing. The Sword Saint, Marshall, and the others watched him closely, waiting to see what he might do next. Ferryman, however, was the only one whose fear had completely taken hold. He had watched his companions die right in front of him, so the sight of that monster left him trembling in place, too terrified to move. Without warning, the goblin overlord turned toward one of his own subordinates beside him. His clawed hand shot out in an instant, and before the smaller goblin could react, the mutated creature had seized him tightly by the throat. The subordinate did not even have time to understand why he had been attacked. His body was slowly lifted off the ground, dangling helplessly in the goblin overlord's grip. The pressure around his neck became unbearable, squeezing him so violently that blood spilled from his mouth. The mutated goblin opened his mouth wide, preparing to swallow his subordinate whole. His eyes burned with a terrifying red glow, making the scene even more horrifying. A large hole still remained in his abdomen from Marshall's earlier strike, but the monster seemed completely focused on feeding. Then he forced the subordinate's entire body into his mouth. The desperate screams continued for only a moment before being drowned out by the awful sound of chewing. The mutated goblin swallowed without hesitation, showing absolutely no mercy toward one of his own kind. After devouring his fellow goblin, the huge wound across his chest began to close little by little. At the same time, Lin Tian received a notification from his system. The mutated goblin had activated an ability called Brutal Devour, a skill that allowed him to heal himself by consuming another goblin. Lin Tian folded his arms and looked down at the mutated goblin with a faintly surprised expression. So this creature even possessed a natural skill like that. Still, he could tell that one meal would not restore the goblin completely. If the monster wanted that wound to fully heal, it would need more time. Thinking that, Lin Tian slowly smiled. Everything was still moving exactly the way he had hoped. In fact, this development made the situation even better for him. When the Sword Saint saw the creature recovering before her eyes, she reached for her sword once again. Marshall, standing behind her, stared at the goblin in disbelief. He was struck through the neck and chest, and he still refuses to die? The Sword Saint answered with calm confidence. He is an overlord-class monster. That much is expected. But now, one final strike should be enough to end this. The mutated goblin suddenly flinched. The instant he saw the Sword Saint draw her blade, fear flashed across his face. Without anyone noticing, his berserk state quietly faded, and his mind returned to normal. Just as expected of the Sword Saint, her power and reputation were clearly not exaggerated rumors. Sweat began to pour down the goblin's face as fear took over. He immediately forced on a harmless expression and shouted as loudly as he could. Wait, I was tricked into coming here. I never wanted to fight anyone. Just let me return to the Great Tomb, and I swear I will never come back. The moment she heard the words, Great Tomb, the Sword Saint's expression changed. Her brows drew together as she stared directly at him. You came from the Great Tomb? The mutated goblin became agitated at once, acting like a child whose treasured possession had been taken away. He pointed one huge arm toward Ferryman and shouted, Yes, this bastard is the reason for everything. He stole my things. Ferryman immediately jumped to his feet and yelled back, You're lying. I swear I never stole anything from a low-level demon like you. The Sword Saint and the other three exchanged uneasy glances, all of them looking at Ferryman as though they were silently asking why he would ever steal from a goblin. But the Sword Saint did not believe the situation was that simple. Her frown deepened as a troubling thought crossed her mind. It had to be him, that hateful goblin. She had dealt with too many strange incidents involving goblins to ignore the pattern. This mutated goblin had enough strength to come from the Great Tomb, a place hundreds or even thousands of miles away. There was no way he had simply wandered here on his own. Someone had deliberately brought him to Bright Town. Hearing her words, Austin shifted the huge sword on his back and looked over in confusion. Who are you talking about? Which goblin? Isn't the one standing in front of us the problem? The Sword Saint answered in a serious voice. He says he came from the Great Tomb, which is far beyond this region. But the goblin attacks around Bright Town have always come from creatures living nearby. Emma looked up at the Sword Saint with wide, startled eyes as the meaning of those words sank in. Then she carefully asked, So someone used a trick to lure him here from the Great Tomb? Just so we would fight each other? Marshall was just as shocked as everyone else. His brow tightened as he looked toward the goblin. A goblin came up with something like this? That's hard to believe. Just as everyone began to think the truth had been uncovered, Ferryman suddenly roared. I don't care who is behind this. Count Stenman and the wandering hero both died because of him. We cannot let him leave alive. His anger was impossible to dismiss. The people who had died could not simply be forgotten, and their deaths demanded a price. Austin heard Ferryman's furious words and broke into a pleased smile. The expression on his face made it seem as though he had been waiting for an excuse to join the fight all along. He drew his massive sword and raised his shield, while power surged through his entire body. A strange green aura spilled out around him, giving him an almost demonic presence. His eyes flashed red as he smiled coldly and spoke in a low voice. Then let me take care of him. In an instant, the balance of the battlefield completely reversed. At that moment, Austin looked more like a monster than the mutated goblin ever had. The goblin overlord, who had been so terrifying moments ago, now looked like a frightened puppy in front of him, frozen by the overwhelming pressure rolling off the old man. Then, without warning, a massive golden tornado came crashing down from the sky. The golden tornado was heading directly toward the Sword Saints group. Austin had been just about to attack, but the sudden strike forced him to stop. Everyone looked upward in shock, their attention snapping toward the roaring storm above them. Austin reacted instantly, ducking away with a swift movement and narrowly avoiding the attack. The tornado missed him and tore through the area before flying off into the distance. It looked powerful enough to churn dust across the entire battlefield, but the Sword Saint remained calm. She merely lifted one hand to protect her eyes from the dust, while the other struggled against the violent wind. The mutated goblin was startled by the sudden attack, but it did not take him long to realize what it meant. Amid the confusion, he had been given a chance to escape. He turned and ran immediately. Only a complete idiot would stay behind and face monsters like those people. A moment later, the tornado slowly began to weaken. The Sword Saint kept one hand over her eyes and tried to peer through the remaining dust, searching for the source of the attack. Then her eyes suddenly widened at what appeared before her. The attack had come from none other than Lin Tian. The dragon's enormous figure hovered in front of the Sword Saint, and she was still shielding her face from the dust as she shouted in confusion, "Why are you here?" On the dragon's back, Lin Tian stared down with a frown. Just moments earlier, he had used Divine Crossbow once again. Below him, Exile Owan was roaring as she tried to assist her master. In truth, everything was still unfolding within Lin Tian's calculations. Looking down at the people beneath him, he thought that the brutal goblins still had value, especially that ability to devour others and heal. Letting the Sword Saints group kill him now would be a waste. It would be better to create some confusion, help him escape, and deal with him later once he was weakened. With that decision made, Lin Tian ordered Zihuan, "Let's go after that brutal goblin." Zihuan immediately obeyed. She turned through the air, spread her wings, and flew after the fleeing goblin. The goblin and the dragon disappeared together, leaving the Sword Saints group below in total confusion. As Lin Tian flew away, the strange whirlwind he had created slowly faded from the battlefield. The Sword Saint looked up with an unhappy frown and clenched her jaw. "I won't let you escape." She still had not realized that Lin Tian was the one behind the attack. Most likely, she believed some dragon had come searching for revenge after losing its home. She immediately activated a skill. Wind gathered beneath her feet, lifting her body into the air and allowing her to rise after the fleeing dragon. The moment Lin Tian saw her chasing after him, he nearly jumped in shock. What the hell? She can even control the wind? Something that difficult, and she can just do it? She truly lived up to the name of Sword Saint. Below him, she gathered her strength and prepared to swing her sword again. Lin Tian realized that things might become very troublesome, but then the Sword Saint suddenly froze in midair. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Why is there a small goblin up there? At last, she became certain that her suspicions were correct. She might have shown some mercy to a dragon, but she would never forgive a goblin. Her face darkened as she swung her sword and gathered countless streams of green energy around the blade. Staring directly at Lin Tian, she spoke in a cold, angry voice. "So it really was you. Steel Tempest." The moment she shouted the skill's name, her sword cut through the air. 7 streams of azure sword energy burst forward at once, racing straight toward the goblin and his dragon. Lin Tian's eyes widened when he saw the incoming attacks. The 7 blades of sword energy were closing in fast, and for a moment, shock flashed across his face. He immediately shouted an order to Zihuan. Zihuan dodge. Although Z1 was enormous, she was far from clumsy. With a swift turn through the sky, she moved aside and narrowly avoided every stream of the Sword Saint's sword energy. The 7 streams of sword energy slammed into the hill below with terrifying force, carving straight through the earth and splitting the entire slope in two. The impact sent debris and dust bursting into the air. Had Lin Tian taken that attack head-on, there was no doubt that it would have been the end for him. Zihuan kept flying at full speed, her wings cutting through the air as she carried Lin Tian farther away. Standing on her back, Lin Tian turned his head to check whether the Sword Saint was still chasing them. Letting out a breath, he muttered that he had been lucky to dodge that strike. Even with several lives to spare, he doubted he would have survived a hit like that. Far behind them, the Sword Saint could no longer close the distance. She slowly descended from the sky and landed lightly on the ground, her expression filled with helpless frustration once again. Standing below, she could only watch as the dragon and the goblin disappeared farther into the distance. Her fists tightened at her sides, and the frustration in her eyes became impossible to hide. Then she suddenly widened her eyes and shouted toward the fleeing Lin Tian. "Run as far as you want. I will not let you escape. I'll kill you with my own hands." Lin Tian heard every word from above Zihuan's back. He leaned backward slightly and glanced down at her with a troubled look. "That crazy woman is seriously strong and completely terrifying. Fine, let's see how I deal with you later." The scene shifted back to the waterfall where Lin Tian's tribe lived. Since Lin Tian had taken his forces out to battle, the place had become unusually quiet, with only the sound of rushing water echoing around the hidden settlement. But from far away, something was rapidly approaching. The noise grew louder and heavier with every passing second, until a violent boom suddenly shook the area. It was the Goblin Overlord. He was charging forward like a streak of lightning, fleeing for his life from the Sword Saints group. Anything that stood in his path was smashed aside as he bulldozed his way through the wilderness. Even while running at full speed, he kept throwing nervous glances over his shoulder, checking again and again to see whether anyone was still following him. After running for some time, the Goblin Overlord finally reached the entrance to Lin Tian's cave. He planted his feet hard into the ground and came to an abrupt stop. Looking around, he muttered that there was no danger for the moment. He decided to hide inside the cave first, knowing that things would become troublesome if the others caught up later. After saying that, his eyes widened as he carefully scanned the area around him. At the same time, he raised his nose and began sniffing the air, trying to pick up any unfamiliar presence nearby. Just like his subordinate before him, the moment he arrived, he detected the powerful scent of other goblins lingering around the area. His head snapped to the side as he searched the surroundings and shouted, "There are other goblins nearby. I can smell them." Then he suddenly paused. The words of his subordinate and ferryman came rushing back into his mind. "Leader, the magic ring was stolen by the human army here. I swear in the name of account that I have never taken anything from a low-level demon like you." At that moment, the goblin overlord believed he had finally understood everything. His eyes widened as though an important truth had suddenly clicked into place. "I see. That bastard wants to keep all the spoils for himself. He tricked me." In his mind, the missing item had to be somewhere nearby. He was convinced that his subordinate had deceived him, completely unaware that another force had been manipulating the entire situation from behind the scenes. Without wasting another second, he swung his huge arm and drove his fist into the cave entrance with all his strength. He clawed at the cave entrance with both hands, tearing at the stone as he leaned his massive mouth full of sharp teeth closer to the opening. His roar thundered through the cave. "Whoever is inside, get out here right now." Inside the cave were only Lin Tian's female family members, the tribe mother, her daughter, and Goblin Mon. The roar from outside, mixed with the sound of the entrance being smashed apart, left all of them frightened and tense. Goblin Mon looked toward the shaking entrance, her voice trembling with worry. "What are we supposed to do? Is he going to force his way inside?" Kasana's expression hardened as she spoke fiercely. "Then we go out there and deal with him." But the tribe mother immediately turned around and stopped her in a stern voice. "The leader ordered us never to expose ourselves. None of us are allowed to go outside." The violent noise outside also caught Goblin Slayer's attention, and she stepped out to see what was happening. The moment she appeared, she calmly said, "Don't worry." Hearing that, the elf mother and daughter both turned toward her. Goblin Slayer gave them a reassuring smile and continued, "I trust Lin Tian. He would never allow anything to happen to any of you." Just as Goblin Slayer finished speaking, a loud explosion suddenly erupted outside the cave. The Goblin Overlord heard the blast and immediately stopped. He turned around, narrowed his eyes, and shouted into the distance, "Who's there?" The moment he spotted the enemy, he stopped tearing apart the cave entrance. He spun around and leaped into the nearby stream. His enormous body struck the water with such force that a towering column of water exploded into the sky. Across from him was Lin Tian, who had finally caught up while riding Zihuan. Looking down from the dragon's back, Lin Tian gave a faint smile. "Just as I expected, you ran here. You really are fast for a goblin overlord." Then his expression changed, his eyes narrowing as his voice dropped. "But don't even think about escaping from my hunt." Without another word, Zihuan opened her mouth and unleashed a massive pillar of fire directly at the goblin overlord. But with his enormous body and a power level exceeding 3,000, the dragon's flames were not enough to truly harm him. He narrowed his eyes through the fire and glared angrily at the enemy in front of him. Using the flames to block the goblin overlord's vision, Lin Tian swiftly pulled out his crossbow. He looked down at his target, preparing to strike while the monster was still unable to see clearly. The moment the goblin overlord noticed what Lin Tian was holding, surprise flashed through his eyes. His pupils shrank as he stared upward. "Don't think I'm slow just because I'm big." He immediately proved it with his movements, springing and twisting through the air to avoid Lin Tian's attacks. At the same time, he continued rushing forward, closing the distance with frightening speed. Boom! A deafening impact rang out as the goblin overlord's fist smashed into Zihuan and sent the dragon staggering backward. Her massive body crashed down, throwing dust, broken stones, and debris into the air. But when the dust settled enough to see, Lin Tian was nowhere in sight. The goblin overlord's eyes suddenly widened. Sweat began to form on his face as though he had just noticed something deeply terrifying. From inside the swirling dust, Lin Tian slowly stepped forward. His figure emerged through the haze with an intense killing intent surrounding him. The ring on Lin Tian's hand began to release a strange blue glow. That light was what truly stunned the goblin overlord. It was not only Lin Tian's murderous presence that made him panic, but the sight of the ring itself. The goblin overlord stared at the glowing ring in total confusion. The spoils, how did they end up on this guy's hand? Then his body tightened, and a fiery red aura surged around him, making his already massive figure look even more terrifying. He opened his mouth and roared furiously at Lin Tian. "You low-level creature. So you were the one who stole my spoils. Return the abyssal artifacts to me now." Despite the overwhelming pressure coming from him, Lin Tian did not seem bothered at all. He already understood the enemy's strength. Raising his arm, he looked directly at the goblin and asked, "You mean this?" Then Lin Tian tilted his head slightly and gave him a look of complete contempt. "And what happens if I don't feel like giving it back?" The mutated goblin overlord became even more enraged. He glared at Lin Tian with hatred burning in his eyes and shouted, "Hateful!" Right after that, he stomped hard against the ground and launched himself toward Lin Tian at high speed. As he charged, his voice rang out with rage. "This is all because of you. Give the ring back." Lin Tian, however, remained where he was, his cold gaze fixed on the charging enemy as he waited. In the blink of an eye, the goblin overlord's enormous face, nearly half the size of Lin Tian's body, was right in front of him. Behind that face came a giant fist, rushing forward with crushing force. Boom! The attack exploded through the air with a shocking impact. But Lin Tian, far smaller and much quicker, slipped away from the strike in an instant. He retreated a short distance and casually placed his hands in his pockets, wearing an arrogant expression. In Lin Tian's eyes, the goblin overlord looked no different from a slow, oversized brute. Seeing that he was being deliberately looked down on only made the goblin even more furious. Lin Tian looked at him with open contempt and said, "With a body that heavy, how do you expect to catch me?" The moment those words left his mouth, the place where Lin Tian had been standing was left with nothing but a fading afterimage. Lin Tian had already teleported behind the goblin overlord. His eyes were filled with deadly intent as he looked down at his prey. Raising his right hand, he pulled out his weapon and shouted, "Flash!" The goblin overlord was stunned by Lin Tian's lightning-fast movement, his eyes widening in shock. Before he could even turn around, a scream burst from the goblin overlord. Blood sprayed through the air as the attack struck him from behind. At that moment, Lin Tian's system displayed a new notification. He had obtained the super skill, Brutal Howl. After Lin Tian's attack landed, the goblin overlord's body was already covered in bruises and injuries. Even the 2 strands of hair on top of his head had been burned away. His whole body was badly scorched, and screams of agonizing pain kept pouring from his mouth without stopping. Meanwhile, Lin Tian looked completely fine even after unleashing that devastating attack. There was no sign of backlash anywhere on his body. Only his opponent's blood had splashed across his face. He casually wiped it away, clicking his tongue as he looked down with open contempt at the dying creature before him. Without giving the goblin overlord even a second to recover, Lin Tian activated another skill. A faint violet glow wrapped around his entire body as he lifted his head and tightened every muscle. Then he drew himself back, ready to unleash the next savage strike, Brutal Howl. The instant he called out the skill's name, purple energy surged forward like raging fire and swallowed the goblin overlord whole. Lin Tian might have had lower overall power, but he was far from lacking powerful abilities. And after fighting humans and fleeing for miles, the goblin had already exhausted far too much strength to stand against him. After enduring Lin Tian's relentless attacks for a while, the goblin overlord's enormous body finally gave out. Its legs buckled beneath its own weight, and it crashed down hard, looking as though it no longer had the strength left to fight. Lin Tian slowly walked toward the fallen body, certain that the goblin overlord had finally been defeated. The creature's eyes had rolled white, foam spilled from its mouth, and blood spread across the ground beneath it. For such a fearsome monster, it now looked completely miserable. The moment Lin Tian saw that his opponent had gone down, his usual excited grin returned. He threw both hands into the air and happily shouted that he had only been testing his luck. He never expected that gamble to actually reward him with such a useful skill. But just as Lin Tian celebrated his newly acquired skill, the goblin overlord suddenly struck him with a crushing punch. Lin Tian had assumed the monster was already dead, so the attack caught him completely off guard. As he was sent flying, he could only wonder how it had recovered so quickly. The force of that blow knocked Lin Tian backward across the ground. In front of him, the goblin overlord's entire body had turned red, and it lowered itself as though preparing to charge again. Filled with fury, it roared that a mere low-level goblin dared to challenge it. In the next instant, the goblin overlord slammed its foot into the ground and rushed forward in a blur. It poured every remaining ounce of strength into its massive fists and launched one colossal punch after another at Lin Tian. Even with its body badly injured, the monster's attack speed remained terrifyingly fast. Lin Tian had no choice but to keep both arms raised and block every incoming blow. After raining down a brutal series of punches, the goblin overlord pulled back for one final attack. Energy gathered around its fist as it poured everything it had left into that single blow. Its mouth opened wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and it roared at Lin Tian, "Die for me!" A deafening explosion followed as the goblin overlord brought its fist crashing down with murder in its eyes. Lin Tian blocked with both hands again, but the monster's raw strength was still overwhelming. That final punch drove his entire body into the ground, splitting the earth beneath him with deep cracks. At that moment, Lin Tian checked the monster through his system. The display showed that the brutal goblin had a total power of 2,700. Even while buried beneath that crushing force, Lin Tian smirked and muttered that the strength was terrifyingly delicious. Luckily, the creature was badly injured, and its earlier fight with the hunting squad had weakened it even further. The goblin overlord stared down in disbelief when it saw that Lin Tian was still holding back the attack. It muttered that this little goblin could actually endure its strength, and that his power kept growing more and more frightening. Beneath the monster's fist, Lin Tian's arms trembled violently from the pressure. Then a sudden scream rang out. The goblin overlord saw something beneath it and froze in shock, its eyes widening instantly. Lin Tian had launched his counterattack. With his left hand, he condensed a glowing golden sphere of energy and drove it straight into the goblin overlord's right chest. The moment that force surged into its body, the monster's face twisted in disbelief, its mouth hanging open as it stared at Lin Tian. After taking Lin Tian's attack, the goblin overlord suddenly seemed to lose every bit of strength in its body. It slowly began to collapse, still roaring through clenched teeth that it was impossible. It could not lose to A. Before the monster could even finish its sentence, its consciousness faded. It dropped to the ground in front of Lin Tian and lay completely still. Lin Tian finally let out a breath of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he admitted that after fighting for hours, this thing had been unbelievably tenacious. Then Lin Tian glared down at the goblin's body and coldly reminded it that there was no food here for it to recover with. Once its weak point had been struck, death was inevitable. He added that if the creature had not still possessed some value, he would have stabbed it through the heart long ago. A few minutes later, the scene shifted back to the cave where Lin Tian's tribe lived. The soft sound of the nearby stream filled the quiet space, creating an almost peaceful atmosphere after the violent battle. The goblin overlord's body still lay on the ground inside the cave. Lin Tian looked toward someone nearby and gave a simple order, telling them to deal with this brutal goblin. The one he was speaking to was Goblin Slayer. As soon as she heard his order, she looked at the fallen goblin and immediately asked what he planned to do now. Was he going to seal its soul into the ring again to increase his strength, now that their plan had succeeded? Lin Tian answered seriously that the situation had changed. The Sword Saint's hunting squad had interfered, and his identity had already been exposed. Lin Tian continued, explaining that someone named Marshall was part of that team. Marshall could use earth magic, which meant he could easily track them down through the ground itself. After hearing that, Goblin Slayer looked back at Lin Tian and asked what he intended to do next. Lin Tian slowly removed the ring from his hand while looking down at the goblin overlord's corpse. Since this creature came from the Great Tomb, he suggested using that connection. Why not borrow its background and make the people of the Great Tomb deal with those enemies for them? Goblin Slayer stood behind him, clearly surprised by what she had just heard. She asked if he was really planning to use that trick again, then warned him seriously that it was far too dangerous. In her eyes, it was best not to become involved with the people of the Great Tomb at all. She understood how powerful they were, and that was exactly why Lin Tian's decision worried her. Lin Tian understood the danger too, but he also knew his tribe alone was not strong enough to defeat the Sword Saints. Lowering himself beside the body, he quietly told her that this was their best option. With those words, Lin Tian placed the ring back onto the goblin overlord. Then Lin Tian stood up and gave Goblin Slayer another order. She was to command the goblin overlord to return to the Great Tomb and report what had happened, offering the abyssal artifact, so they would avenge the brutal goblin. Seeing how determined Lin Tian was, Goblin Slayer had no choice but to accept. She stepped closer and sighed helplessly, saying she truly did not know what to do with him. She walked forward, pulled off her gloves, and let out another quiet sigh. In the end, she agreed that they would follow Lin Tian's plan. With her other hand, Goblin Slayer took out a short blade and lightly cut her palm. Blood began to gather along the wound as she prepared to begin the ritual. The moment she finished cutting herself, she stretched out her hand over the goblin overlord's body and let drops of blood fall onto it. At the same time, she began reciting words no ordinary person could understand. When the final phrase left her lips, Goblin Slayer gave a firm command. Stand up, quickly. A green aura spread across the goblin overlord's hand. Slowly, almost mechanically, its arm rose from the ground in response to her command. Then the goblin overlord became completely obedient. It bowed respectfully and spoke in a low voice, greeting its master as a humble slave. Goblin Slayer stood proudly before it and repeated the instructions Lin Tian had entrusted to her. After hearing them, the goblin immediately obeyed and promised that it would complete the mission without fail. Several hours later, deeper inside the cave, bright sparks drifted upward through the darkness, as though something was burning nearby. It turned out that Lin Tian's subordinates had built a campfire to celebrate their victory. The purple-haired goblin and the others sat around the warmth of the flames, tearing into the delicious food and enjoying the reward of surviving the battle. Then Lin Tian's system notification sounded. It informed him that Master had accumulated 300 life points. Lin Tian carefully studied the reward points displayed before him. Stroking his chin, he hesitated because he could not decide what to exchange them for. Behind him, his subordinates were still loudly arguing and fighting over food near the fire. The system panel then displayed another option. It said he could summon a level 6 demon that would obey him completely. Beside the words was the image of a roaring monster, while Lin Tian continued staring at the screen and thinking it over. He considered using the points on the demon for protection, but quickly rejected the idea. A level 6 demon was only about as strong as a brutal goblin. Even 3 brutal goblins together might still be unable to defeat the Sword Saint. With that decision made, Lin Tian swiped his hand across the system screen and switched to other options. He thought it would be better to choose practical skills that could directly make him stronger. One skill after another appeared before him. The first was heterogeneous fusion. It allowed its user to take parts from an opponent and fuse them with their own body. Every fused part would provide certain attribute improvements, although it could not grant innate skills and would not alter the user's appearance. The next skill was Blood of Ruin. Its attacks carried the Ruin effect, which could nullify an opponent's holy power, weaken all of their attributes, and deal even greater damage to anyone already affected by Ruin. After studying both skills, Lin Tian continued weighing their value. Heterogeneous fusion did not seem especially powerful at first glance, but when paired with his ability to devour genes, it could become incredibly useful. For example, he could fuse dragon wings onto his body and then devour the dragon's flight-related skill. As that thought crossed his mind, an image appeared of Lin Tian standing with a huge pair of dragon wings spreading from his back. Then another image appeared, the vertical pupil of a snake's eye staring directly forward with an unsettling intensity. Lin Tian considered another possibility. He could fuse Medusa's eyes with his own, then devour her petrification ability. Still undecided, he scrolled toward the remaining skill and thought that Blood of Ruin seemed to be his only real answer against holy power. Heterogeneous fusion was appealing, but he did not have any suitable demons available to fuse with right now. Finally, he made his choice. With that, Lin Tian pressed his hand down on the system panel and selected Blood of Ruin. A skeletal hand holding a blazing red flame appeared before Lin Tian. At the same time, the system announced that Blood of Ruin had been successfully exchanged. Then another message followed, congratulating Master on receiving the miracle effect of life and returning all 300 life points. Lin Tian froze in disbelief. Why was there such an incredible bonus? Lin Tian's eyes widened as he shouted in shock that it was real. Then he completely lost control of his excitement. He started waving his arms, jumping around, and yelling that he loved the system. He even declared that if the system were a person, especially a woman, he would definitely never mistreat her. Nearby, Lin Tian's subordinates saw him standing alone in the corner, laughing wildly and throwing his arms around. They could only stare at him blankly, completely confused about what had suddenly happened to him. Without wasting another second, Lin Tian used the return points to exchange for the remaining skill as well. The system confirmed it immediately. Heterogeneous fusion had been successfully acquired. Lin Tian clenched his fist in excitement and shouted that this came at exactly the right time. With it, he could finally overcome the limits of devouring goblin genes. 2 problems had been solved at once, and he could barely hide how satisfied he was. Just as he was enjoying his victory, someone suddenly called out, "Boss." The unexpected voice startled Lin Tian, and he quickly turned his head to see who had approached. It was Goblin Mun and Ely, who had apparently been watching Lin Tian's strange reactions for quite some time. Goblin Mun shyly asked what was wrong with him, while Ely happily grabbed his hand as though she wanted to pull him somewhere. Faced with their unusual enthusiasm, Lin Tian could only force an awkward smile and say it was nothing. Then Goblin Mun seemed to remember something important. Tilting her head, she asked whether Lin Tian had just said something about never mistreating women. After bringing it up, she lowered her head and hesitated. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say more, but she kept stopping herself before the words could come out. After acting bashful for a while, Goblin Mun finally raised her head again. Her eyes sparkled as her hand lightly brushed over her clothes, and she softly asked Lin Tian if that was what he wanted. Lin Tian immediately waved both hands in embarrassment and hurriedly explained that she had misunderstood him. Goblin Mun and Ely both looked disappointed by his answer, their expressions full of regret. On the outside, Lin Tian kept smiling, but inwardly he was exhausted. He could only sigh to himself, wondering why there was never a peaceful day when she kept chasing after him several times a day. While the awkward rejection and teasing continued, a goblin subordinate suddenly rushed in with an urgent report. The human prisoner was causing trouble again, and he had even stolen 2 weapons. The 3 of them exchanged looks at once, while Lin Tian simply gave a cold snort. That human actually dared to make another move. Lin Tian immediately gave the order, telling the subordinate to take him there at once. With that, Lin Tian, Goblinmon, and Ely quickly followed the goblin subordinate through the tribe. The human causing chaos inside the tribe was Loa. The moment he saw the two familiar weapons, his mind seemed to break completely. He clutched his head and cried out to his father and sister, begging their forgiveness and blaming himself for everything that had happened to them. Loa had finally reached his limit. He had believed the Sword Saint would save him out of their bond as teacher and student, but instead, one person after another had fallen to the goblins. His father and sister had not escaped that fate either. Still sobbing over the weapons, Loa suddenly noticed Lin Tian approaching. He jumped in fright and stared at him in panic. A moment later, Loa rushed toward him and called out Lin Tian's name. Ely looked at Loa's dirty, disheveled state with obvious disgust and instinctively leaned closer to Lin Tian. Lin Tian said nothing at all. He simply slipped his hands into his pockets and watched quietly to see what Loa was about to do. Loa's face twisted between laughter and tears as he begged Lin Tian for an answer. He asked whether his father and sister were still alive. Lin Tian answered him without the slightest warmth. He said Loa's father had been bitten to death by an overlord-class creature. As for his sister, Lin Tian told him that she had already been violated long before this. Those words struck Loa like a bolt of lightning. He went completely still, his expression empty as though his mind refused to accept that what Lin Tian said could possibly be real. After a long silence, the truth finally sank in. Loa let out a small, broken laugh that sounded far more painful than crying. Then he grabbed his head again, laughing and crying at the same time. He blamed himself for provoking Lin Tian and for foolishly joking in front of him. Everything was his fault. Looking toward Ely, he said she could at least continue living, and he prayed that the church might save her someday. But Ely was no longer paying attention to Loa's words. Her attention remained fixed on Lin Tian, as though Loa's grief and desperate confession meant nothing to her now. With that, Loa suddenly stood up and sprinted away at full speed. Before anyone could stop him, he slammed his head violently into a nearby rock. Ely was so startled that she immediately wrapped herself around Lin Tian, while Lin Tian watched the shocking sight with wide-eyed surprise. Loa's body slowly slid down the rock, leaving a large pool of blood behind him. He had already been tortured into an extremely weakened state, and after throwing himself into the stone like that, there was no way he could survive for long. Lin Tian slowly walked over and lowered himself beside Loa. Sitting down near the twitching human, he raised one hand as if summoning something and quietly muttered that he had tortured this man for so long that he had almost developed feelings for him. So why was Loa suddenly trying to end everything now? Lin Tian lifted his knife high above Loa and spoke in a strangely calm voice. He said that enough time had passed, and even his hatred had faded away. This final blade, he claimed, would at least reduce Loa's suffering after all those months of torture. At last, Loa was freed from his pain and reunited with his family in the Great Tomb Forest. Meanwhile, the Goblin Overlord faithfully carried out Goblin Slayer's command and arrived at his destination. Standing outside, he raised his voice and called for Nyodali, introducing himself as the leader of Lost Island and asking whether Nyodali was home. Hearing his name being called, Nyodali reached out with one massive hand, gripped the wall, and stepped out from behind it. The Goblin Overlord looked up at the figure before him and immediately became uneasy. Even he seemed frightened as he stared at the one who had answered his call. Standing before him was a minotaur nearly 20 times larger than the Goblin Overlord. The goblin was already several times larger than Lin Tian, yet beside this enormous creature, he looked tiny. The moment Nyodali appeared, he let out a low growl and demanded to know why he had been called. The Goblin Overlord shouted back that he had spoken so loudly because he was too small and feared Nyodali would not hear him. Then he explained that he had gone to retrieve what belonged to him, only for those people to slaughter his entire family. Nyodali still seemed confused by the explanation and made a puzzled sound. He was a man-eating minotaur named Nyodali, and he clearly had not yet understood the full situation. The Goblin Overlord then dropped to his knees and respectfully presented the ring Lin Tian had given him. He explained that it was a demonic artifact made by a ghoul tribe related to Nyodali's kind, so offering it to him was like returning something to its original owner. Hearing that, Nyodali lowered his enormous arm and took the ring from the kneeling goblin. He examined the treasure in his hand, clearly pleased by what he saw. Then he thanked the Goblin Overlord and asked what he wanted done in return. Everything had gone exactly as Lin Tian intended. The Goblin Overlord solemnly gave his answer and said that he wanted to kill them. Nyodali fell silent and began to think. A red aura slowly rose from his massive body, making him look even more intimidating than before. The Goblin Overlord could feel that pressure and instinctively stepped backward in fear. After a moment of silence, Nyodali coldly reminded him that he had an agreement with the God-defying church. He was not allowed to set foot in human territory. Still, he said he would ask the Lord for permission to help. The Goblin Overlord was instantly overjoyed when he heard that answer. A smug smile crossed the Goblin Overlord's face, as though Lin Tian's plan had already succeeded. Nyodali stepped forward, power surging through his body, and said that if it was to seek revenge against humans, he believed the Lord would agree. It was obvious that this matter had caught his interest. Neodali continued tensing his massive body as an overwhelming presence spilled from him. Then he added that it had been a very long time since he had last eaten fresh meat. Several days later, back inside Lin Tian's tribe, Lin Tian stood alone while examining his system panel again. His current status appeared before him. Lin Tian was now level 70, with Goblin as his race and no occupation. His titles included Offender of the Gods, God Creator, and Blessed by the Gods. His health was 2,000, strength was 540, and defense was 710. His skills were Mutation, Heterogeneous Fusion, Blood of Ruin, Brutal Howl, and Unarmed Agility. His equipment included exquisite iron armor, an exquisite short sword, and an elemental crossbow. In total, his power had reached 3,100. Even after seeing those improved numbers, Lin Tian still looked troubled. He raised a hand to his forehead and sighed to himself. After several days of practice, he had almost mastered Blood of Ruin, and his level had increased as well. But the Sword Saint's total power was at least 4,000, leaving a huge gap between them. Perhaps the only choice was to join forces with the brutal Goblin and the others to deal with her. After all, he was the one who had chosen to begin on hell difficulty. Then Lin Tian's expression became serious again. Stroking his chin, he thought that it was almost time for him to stop hiding. Once he joined forces with the others and destroyed Bright Town, this starting place, he would be able to create an entire army of hero-class fighters. Thinking that far ahead finally allowed him to relax. He let out a long breath and quietly marveled that he would no longer need to keep his head down and hide. Just then, Goblin Slayer approached from behind him and called his name. She informed him that the brutal goblin had already led his people to the entrance of the cave and was waiting for Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not even turn around. He simply replied that he already knew. But Goblin Slayer did not leave after delivering the message. Instead, she moved closer with an unusually affectionate expression and softly told him to wait. One of her hands rested around his shoulder while the other took hold of Lin Tian's hand. Leaning close, she gently asked whether he needed them to accompany him to Bright Town. Lin Tian answered that there was no need. This battle was only meant for the Sword Saint and several other powerful opponents. If the situation turned against him, he could still escape alone. But if they followed him, they would only become a burden. Goblin Slayer stayed close against his shoulder and told him that she had already given the brutal goblin his instructions. He was to follow Lin Tian's commands from now on. Then she warned Lin Tian not to disappoint her, because if he did, she would punish him severely. Hearing that warning, Lin Tian coldly brushed Goblin Slayer's hand away and started walking forward without looking back. He told her to stop acting so confident, because no one knew yet who would be punishing whom. Then, with a teasing edge in his voice, he told her to take a bath, lie down, and wait for him to return. Goblin Slayer could only stand there in silence, watching Lin Tian's figure grow farther away. This time, she did not dare say another word to stop him. A moment later, she slowly licked her lips and gave a cold little snort. With a greedy look in her eyes, she quietly admitted that he was actually pretty cool. Lin Tian stepped outside the cave and made his way through the cold, shallow water beneath his feet. Moving at an unhurried pace, he headed toward the brutal goblin and the group that had just arrived. When Lin Tian finally reached them, he immediately put on an air of superiority. Both hands remained tucked into his pockets as he stood tall and stared calmly at the people gathered in front of him. The brutal goblin lowered his head respectfully the moment Lin Tian appeared. But Neodali looked down at the tiny goblin, who seemed no bigger than one of his fingers, and asked the brutal goblin beside him whether this low-level goblin was really the friend he had mentioned. Without Lin Tian controlling him, the brutal goblin could only stand there silently and fail to answer. Lin Tian, meanwhile, kept his hands in his pockets and quietly studied the giant before him. It turned out Neodali had not come alone. He had brought several subordinates nearly as massive as himself, apparently to protect his little brother. From Lin Tian's point of view, those towering creatures looked no different from colossal titans. Even so, Lin Tian stayed quiet and continued observing every one of them carefully. As the two sides stood facing one another, Lin Tian's system suddenly displayed Neodali's information. Neodali was level 80, a minotaur with the occupation of the circuit. His titles included level 7 demon and man-eating ghoul. He had 2,300 HP, 660 strength, and 700 defense. His abilities were Forceful Charge, Battle Instinct, and Ghoul Transformation. He carried no equipment, and his total power was 3,300. After reading the numbers, Lin Tian realized that Neodali's overall combat strength was roughly on the same level as his own. That discovery left Lin Tian somewhat disappointed. He had expected the brutal goblin to bring back stronger reinforcements, but instead, he had only found a group of minotaur ghouls whose specialty seemed to be eating people. Neodali noticed that the little goblin below still had not made a move, so he spoke again in a contemptuous tone. He said he had expected at least a level 6 Overlord-class goblin, but this one did not even look like a regional leader. After all the boasting, they finally got to the real matter. The brutal goblin spoke up and reassured Nyo Dali, telling Mr. Nyo that Lin Tian's strength was comparable to his own. Nyo Dali did not seem interested in hearing more. He simply gave a loud order, telling them to stop talking and lead the way. Seeing that everything was unfolding exactly as planned, Lin Tian's mouth curled into a faint smirk. His brows lowered slightly as quiet satisfaction showed across his face. Elsewhere, in Bright Town, guards walked back and forth along the city wall, keeping watch over the area outside the gates. Before long, the Minotaur ghouls and the brutal goblin reached the town. The brutal goblin pointed toward Bright Town and warned Nyo Dali that this was the place. Still, he felt the need to add one warning. Inside was a woman who used a sword, and she was unbelievably fierce and powerful. Instead of worrying, Nyo Dali looked even more pleased after hearing that. He laughed happily and told the brutal goblin that he liked strong food. In his eyes, the stronger the prey was, the more delicious its meat would be. With that, they charged toward Bright Town without hesitating for even a moment. Their huge bodies shook the ground as they ran, and heavy booming sounds echoed one after another through the area. The soldiers stationed on the city wall felt the violent trembling beneath their feet and immediately panicked. Some wondered if an earthquake had struck, while another guard turned pale and stammered for someone to look outside quickly. Then they saw them. The Minotaur ghouls were rapidly closing in on the town, each one running at full speed with excitement because they believed they were about to feast on human flesh. The guards began screaming in terror as they recognized the approaching monsters. They shouted that Minotaur ghouls were coming and that there were far too many of them. The sight of those enormous creatures threw the entire town into chaos. At that moment, Lin Tian appeared in the sky, riding his dragon high above Bright Town to watch from a distance. Below him, the Minotaur ghouls had already begun tearing through the area. The townspeople ran in every direction, screaming that the monsters had come to eat them and begging someone to save them. Hearing the terrified cries from above, Lin Tian frowned to himself. He wondered whether Minotaur ghouls were really that frightening. In his opinion, intelligent goblins were far more terrifying than simple Minotaur ghouls. Down below, the Minotaur ghouls continued causing destruction together. One swung an axe, while another attacked with bare hands, smashing apart the sturdy buildings as they searched for people to eat. The sudden invasion pushed Bright Town into complete danger. Watching from above, Lin Tian calmly thought that once he took over Bright Town, this place would eventually become one of his own cities. After rampaging through the town for a while, one Minotaur ghoul had already eaten several people. He lifted a small human high into the air with one hand and laughed in delight, saying that the meat was delicious, fresh, and that he wanted more. With saliva dripping from his sharp teeth, the Minotaur ghoul opened his massive mouth wide and prepared to swallow the unfortunate human in his hand. Suddenly, a streak of golden sword aura tore through the air from somewhere nearby. Boom! A long wound split across the Minotaur ghoul's body, running from the top of his head down his back. The strike came too suddenly and hit with terrifying force, sending him pitching forward as the human slipped free from his hand. For a brief moment, it looked as if the ghoul might withstand the attack, but that hope did not last. Just a second later, the massive creature's strength failed completely. Its enormous body crashed to the ground, its mouth still hanging open before it had even finished its meal. The human who had narrowly escaped death was Bright Town's chief. Still trembling from the shock, he turned around and looked behind him, desperate to see who had saved his life. The ones who had arrived were the Sword Saint and her companions. They had heard the commotion and rushed over just in time to rescue him. The moment the town chief saw her, he cried out the Sword Saint's name, Darren. Austin, who was part of the group, looked around in confusion at the Minotaur ghouls rampaging through Bright Town. Unable to understand why they were here, he asked why there were suddenly so many Minotaur ghouls. Then Marshall's eyes widened sharply, as though he had just spotted something important in the distance. It turned out that Marshall had noticed the brutal goblin standing farther back. He had run into a familiar face, but it was not one that made him happy. Marshall immediately shouted that the goblin was from the Great Tomb, and that he must have brought the Minotaur ghouls here to take revenge. Marshall gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue in frustration, cursing that he should have killed that goblin immediately. The Sword Saint looked over as well, and quickly understood the situation. In a quiet voice, she admitted that this was her mistake from last time. She should not have chased after that goblin. As she spoke, energy began gathering inside the sword in her hand. A heavy blue aura flowed from her grip and slowly spread across the blade, filling the weapon with pressure and power. Her eyes hardened with killing intent, and her slender brows drew together as she stared at the Minotaur ghouls ahead. She said that this mistake was one she would correct herself. With that, the Sword Saint stomped the ground and shot forward at incredible speed. Blue energy wrapped around her entire body, lightning flashed through her eyes, and the anger pouring from her made her presence feel overwhelming. A bloody battle immediately erupted between the Sword Saint and the Minotaur ghouls. Wherever her sword moved, bodies fell. Every slash carried not only strength, but also the resentment burning inside her. Why did this have to happen in Bright Town? Why did it have to fall on her again? Even 3 or 4 Minotaur ghouls attacking together could not touch a single hair on her head. She moved through the battlefield with ease, leaping from one target to another and cutting them down one by one. Watching his subordinates fall so easily, Neodali finally became furious. Rage burned across his body as he raised a veined fist and prepared to bring it down on her. The Sword Saint immediately sensed the incoming danger behind her. She jumped away in alarm and turned toward Neodali just as his full-powered fist smashed down. The impact sent dust and broken rocks flying everywhere. Despite his massive body, Neodali was far quicker than he looked. As the dust slowly began to clear, the sight was astonishing. Just as expected of the Sword Saint, even a Minotaur ghoul with a total power of 3,500 was not enough to overwhelm her. She had blocked Neodali's punch with only one hand. The dust continued drifting away, revealing the Sword Saint's small figure beneath Neodali's enormous arm. Her hand was pressed against his fist, stopping it completely, while she glared at him with murderous eyes. Neodali had come here expecting fresh meat, but now even keeping his own life safe would not be easy. Neodali's eyes widened in disbelief when he realized that she had blocked his attack. He could hardly believe it and shouted that she had actually stopped his punch. The sight made Neodali feel threatened, so he threw several more punches at her in quick succession. He showed no mercy toward the Sword Saint and wildly attacked her with everything he had, clearly determined to fight until the end. High above the battlefield, Lin Tian continued watching carefully, waiting for the right chance to make his move. He crossed his arms and looked down at the fighting below. The combined strength of the Minotaur ghouls was slightly lower than the Sword Saint's, but they were still close enough to keep her occupied. As long as he found a way to control her, striking her would become much easier. Then something below suddenly caught Lin Tian's eye, making him turn his attention in that direction. He wondered what it was. It was Marshall. Lin Tian noticed that Marshall was using the Sword Saint's battle against the Minotaur ghouls as an opportunity to target the brutal Goblin, whom he considered the true culprit. Earth energy began wrapping around Marshall's body, making it clear that he was preparing something. Earth magic. With those words, Marshall's body began sinking into the ground. But before disappearing beneath the soil, he still made sure to spit out a hateful insult at the brutal Goblin, calling him a damned beast. Marshall promised that he would show the Goblin how he planned to kill him. Watching from above, Lin Tian saw the opening he had been waiting for and gave a sinister smile. So this was earth magic. Lin Tian thought that he had been waiting for exactly this moment. Then he immediately activated his own ability. Using earth element, he sent countless pillars of earth shooting downward toward the ground below. The countless pillars Lin Tian launched struck and exploded one after another. Marshall's body was blasted up into the air along with the flying dust and debris. Marshall crashed down headfirst onto the ground, his eyes rolling white as his body went limp. He did not even have time to close them before Lin Tian's single attack robbed him of any ability to keep fighting. The moment Marshall was brought down by Lin Tian, the Goblin Overlord reached out with one huge hand and seized his helpless body. Without wasting a moment, the Goblin Overlord dragged Marshall closer to its face. Its jaws opened wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth as it prepared to devour him alive. From within the Sword Saints group, Emma watched the entire scene unfold before her eyes. Seeing Marshall fall and then get dragged toward that monster's mouth, she cried out in alarm that something was terribly wrong. Marshall! Emma quickly raised her bow and pulled the string tight, preparing to launch her strongest shot. As she called out super archery, divine arrow of fiction, streams of pale golden energy gathered at the arrowhead, growing brighter and more concentrated by the second. Below, Lin Tian sensed that Emma was about to release an arrow. He immediately turned his body into a swirling tornado and shot through the air toward the Goblin Overlord. Everything went exactly as Lin Tian intended. His tornado intercepted Emma's divine arrow of fiction before it could reach the Goblin Overlord. The arrow was incredibly fast, but the spinning wind was even stronger and completely stopped it. Standing above on the rooftop, Emma stared in shock as her arrow was blocked so suddenly. Her brows tightened, and she could only ask in confusion what had just happened. After stopping the attack, Lin Tian dropped down from the rooftop and landed firmly on the ground below. Golden energy surged around Lin Tian's entire body, giving off an intimidating presence as he looked coldly toward Emma. He slowly remarked that it was lucky he possessed an agility skill too. But his real reason for blocking that arrow was simple. He had no intention of letting anyone steal such delicious prey from him. Lin Tian turned urgently toward the Goblin Overlord and told it to leave Marshall to him. It was to go help the Minotaur ghouls instead. The Goblin Overlord flinched at the command and immediately stopped what it was doing. The Goblin Overlord turned around and carefully placed Marshall's body back down. Then it bowed respectfully toward Lin Tian and obediently answered that it understood. After issuing the order, Lin Tian casually crossed his arms, slipped his hands back into his pockets, and began walking toward Marshall's body. A pleased smile appeared on his face as he praised Goblin Slayer's command seal for being so convenient to use. Lin Tian licked his lips while staring down at the wounded man lying on the ground like a perfect meal. Then he called for earth magic, and what followed made it painfully clear what Marshall's fate would be. A notification appeared before Lin Tian, confirming that the devouring process had begun. From above, Emma watched in horror as Lin Tian began eating her teammate. Her eyes widened, one trembling hand covered her mouth, and she stammered in disbelief that Lord Marshall could not possibly be gone. Austin had witnessed the same horrifying sight. Rage immediately exploded inside him as he swung his sword with all his strength, carving a long wound across a Minotaur ghoul's forehead while shouting Marshall's name. After bringing down the Minotaur ghoul, Austin rushed straight toward Lin Tian with his shield and great sword in hand. Power surged around his body as he clenched his jaw, his eyes burning red with fury. He screamed that Lin Tian was a damned beast for daring to do that to Marshall, while Lin Tian simply stood there and waited without fear. Once he got close enough, Austin leaped into the air and pulled his sword back for a full-powered strike. He shouted the name of Marshall's skill, mountain-splitting stone-breaking, as countless streams of fire gathered around the blade. The attack looked devastating, yet Lin Tian still did not move. Lin Tian remained where he stood, staring directly at Austin without the slightest sign of fear. Then he calmly activated his own skill, unarmed. The instant unarmed activated, Lin Tian lightly redirected Austin's full-force sword strike to the side. Austin's eyes widened in complete shock when this tiny goblin blocked his attack so effortlessly. Their gazes met. Lin Tian was perfectly calm, while Austin looked completely shaken. Austin gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Lin Tian, unable to hide his disbelief. He had expected that one attack to split the goblin in half, but instead, Lin Tian had blocked it as if it were nothing. Lin Tian gave Austin no chance to retreat or recover. His voice turned cold as he activated super demonic skill, Brutal Howl. A burst of blue energy immediately rushed toward Austin. Austin could only grit his teeth and take the attack head-on. The strike came too quickly for him to dodge in time. Then countless streams of blue energy erupted outward from Lin Tian's Brutal Howl, spreading across a wide area and shaking the entire battlefield. Emma was forced to watch another teammate disappear before her eyes. Her body trembled uncontrollably as tears continued running down her face. Unable to bear the bloody sight any longer, she turned away and refused to look. Below, Lin Tian tore into his new spoils without hesitation. In his mind, Austin had brought this fate upon himself simply because he was a man. Had he been a woman, Lin Tian would not have treated him this way. A few minutes later, nothing remained of Austin except bare bones. His end was so miserable that it was difficult not to pity him. Emma's face had gone pale with fear. She could not believe what she had just witnessed. First Marshall, then Austin. Two of her teammates had died right in front of her, and the shock was pushing her mind to its breaking point. Even Austin had been eaten alive. After taking 2 lives, Lin Tian leaned against a nearby wall and carefully checked the system panel in front of him. The system congratulated him for reaching level 75 and raising his total power to 3,200. Lin Tian looked down at the display with delight, amazed that he had gained 5 levels at once. But while he was focused on the reward, Emma quietly drew her bow again to avenge her fallen teammates. She pulled it to its limit, and countless arrows appeared around a glowing 6-pointed star. Emma gritted her teeth, her grief turning into pure rage. She shouted for the stinking goblin to die before releasing the attack. A storm of arrows raced toward Lin Tian. He was still focused on the system panel and had dismissed Emma as too weak to threaten him, so he did not even bother to defend himself. A streak of golden light suddenly pierced through Lin Tian's right shoulder. The unexpected pain made his eyes widen, and he hunched over while clenching his teeth in anger. Lin Tian grabbed his injured shoulder and looked upward toward the direction the arrow had come from. His brows drew together as his expression darkened. Before he could fully react, another arrow came tearing down at him with terrifying speed. Lin Tian was caught by surprise, but he barely managed to dodge aside in a flash. The place where Lin Tian had been standing was instantly filled with dozens more arrows fired by Emma's hatred. He moved to the side and frowned, realizing that he had only escaped because he reacted in time. Above him, Emma continued firing without pause. She poured every bit of strength she had and every remaining arrow into the goblin below. Each arrow glowed with a brilliant golden aura as they rained down with frightening force. Emma's arrows kept falling from above, forcing Lin Tian to leap and twist through the ruins to avoid them. As he dodged, he glanced back and cursed under his breath. That woman was firing arrows like a machine gun. Without the stone wall slowing them down, he would never have been able to avoid them all. While jumping away from another volley, Lin Tian spotted the brutal goblin nearby again. He seized the chance and loudly ordered Brutal to knock down the bell tower immediately. The brutal goblin instantly obeyed and shouted that it understood. It burst out from the rubble with wind-tearing speed, green aura surging over its body as it charged straight toward the bell tower where Emma stood. Emma sensed the danger above and stopped firing at once. Using its 2-meter-tall body like a battering ram, the brutal goblin slammed violently into the bell tower. The structure cracked apart and began to collapse. Although Emma saw the monster rushing toward her, its speed was too great for her to dodge in time. Emma was thrown down onto the tiled roof. She gritted her teeth, clicked her tongue in frustration, and cursed under her breath. From below, Lin Tian saw the opening he had been waiting for. He pulled out his divine crossbow again, and a satisfied smile spread across his face as he decided to take advantage of the moment. 3 or 4 arrows shot from Lin Tian's divine crossbow in rapid succession, each one aimed precisely at Emma. Emma saw Lin Tian's arrows rushing toward her and immediately tensed up in alarm. She gritted her teeth and cursed him for attacking while she was caught off guard. She quickly jumped down, narrowly avoiding every arrow Lin Tian had fired. Emma landed lightly on the ground, but her face looked exhausted and worn from the fight. Lin Tian frowned when he saw Emma dodge every shot. Then he gave a faint smirk and realized that she could even escape attacks like those. He would have to wait until her skill entered its recovery period before he had a real chance to strike. After calculating his next move, Lin Tian turned and ran, deliberately trying to lure out Emma's skills. Seeing him flee, Emma smirked with confidence and taunted him. He wanted to run, but she would soon see whether his legs were faster than her arrows. Emma immediately drew her bow again, gathering energy and pouring it into the arrow aimed at Lin Tian's back. Her eyes locked onto him as she shouted that he should not think he could escape her sight. Boom! One of Emma's arrows exploded like a grenade the moment it struck. Lin Tian kept darting left and right through the ruins, weaving around every shot she fired and narrowly avoiding them all. Emma continued attacking with everything she had, completely determined to fight to the death. In her eyes, only one outcome mattered now. Either he died, or she did. But then Emma suddenly dropped to her knees without warning. The sight caught Lin Tian off guard, and he immediately turned his attention toward her. Emma's entire body began trembling uncontrollably. Her arms and legs had gone weak, and she could no longer move with the speed and agility she needed. Sweat covered her from head to toe as she realized in disbelief that her stamina had run out at the worst possible moment. She could only think that this was bad. She had completely exhausted herself. Still forcing herself to look toward Lin Tian, Emma clenched her teeth and tried to encourage herself. She told herself that she only needed to hold on a little longer, that she could definitely keep going. Before she could finish the thought, Emma collapsed and lost consciousness. Lin Tian's plan had worked perfectly. Because the elf's agility allowed Emma to react so quickly, he had deliberately stayed out of reach and forced her to burn through every last bit of stamina before making his move. Seeing her fall, Lin Tian and the brutal goblin slowly walked toward her. The brutal goblin approached first, green energy rolling over its body as killing intent filled its eyes. It stared down at Emma with a terrifying expression. To that monster, the unconscious elf now looked like fresh meat waiting to be eaten. Saliva dripped from the brutal goblin's mouth as it opened its jaws, exposing sharp teeth. Then it lunged down toward Emma, ready to swallow her whole. But just before its mouth reached her, a familiar voice cut through the air. Lin Tian told it to get out of the way because Emma belonged to him. The brutal goblin immediately froze, stopping its crazed movement and glancing toward Lin Tian. After giving that order, Lin Tian slowly stepped closer to Emma and sat down beside her. A sinister look crossed his face as he examined her small, unconscious body. He remarked that eating such a powerful elf would be a waste. Emma remained motionless, completely unaware of what was happening around her. Lin Tian gently lifted Emma with both hands and carried her away from the battlefield, heading toward a more secluded place. As he walked through the ruined streets, he wondered to himself what kind of new ability he would gain from her this time. Soon, Lin Tian's figure disappeared behind the drifting dust, leaving the brutal goblin behind with nothing to eat. Several minutes later, in a destroyed corner of Bright Town, Emma slowly opened her eyes after being unconscious from exhaustion. Her thoughts were confused, and she had no idea where she was. The last thing she remembered was fighting that goblin. For a moment, she wondered whether she had died and what kind of place she had awakened in. Then Emma's eyes suddenly widened. The sight in front of her filled her with shock and fear. The one standing before her was Lin Tian. He had removed his clothes, revealing his lean, muscular body as he prepared to approach her. But to Emma, all she could see was a thin, long-haired goblin standing over her with hostile intent. The moment she recognized him, she shouted for that damned goblin not to come any closer. Emma immediately struggled, trying desperately to escape, but her body would not rise. Looking down, she realized that her arms had been tightly bound. Panic rushed through her as she muttered that she could not move. She had been unconscious, so she had no idea what Lin Tian had already done or intended to do to her. Fear took hold of Emma completely. She twisted against the restraints and cried out in despair, demanding to know what the goblin had done to her and begging him to stay away. Lin Tian ignored her pleas. He simply sat beside her with a provoking expression and slowly told her not to rush, because she would find out soon enough. The tone in his voice and the look on his face made Emma tremble. Her throat tightened so badly that she could barely force out another word. What followed was completely one-sided. Emma, powerless and restrained, could do nothing to resist what Lin Tian had decided to do. Elsewhere, the Sword Saint had already exchanged several hundred blows with Neodali. Her next strike carried a final, decisive weight. With killing intent blazing in her eyes, she unleashed it toward him. Neodali was slashed across the chest and screamed in pain. His total power was lower than the Sword Saint's, but his sheer endurance had allowed him to last this long. Just surviving against her for so many rounds was already close to a miracle. Neodali's giant body finally fell backward without strength. The Sword Saint immediately seized the opening, leaped upward, and cut across his neck with a light but lethal motion. From that moment on, Neodali was sent to join his ancestors. After bringing him down, the Sword Saint showed clear signs of exhaustion. Her brows tightened as she quietly admitted that he had truly been a difficult opponent. Suddenly, an incredibly loud scream came from the Sword Saint's right side. The Sword Saint recognized the voice instantly. She turned toward the sound with a startled expression, wondering what had happened and why she was hearing such a scream. Elsewhere, after being subjected to Lin Tian's brutality, Emma's clothes had been torn apart. She sobbed and trembled as she held a small knife in her hand, believing that she had been irreparably defiled. Overwhelmed by despair, she wanted to end her own life. The Sword Saint rushed to the scene and saw Emma about to harm herself. Tears welled up in her eyes as she swung her arm and ran forward as fast as she could, shouting for Emma to stop. But Emma's blade came down before anyone could reach her. Blood immediately began to flow from the wound. The Sword Saint froze at the sight, her eyes widening in horror. She had never imagined things would reach this point. One by one, every member of her team had been taken away from her. Panicking, the Sword Saint rushed to Emma's side and called her name. She desperately asked why Emma had done this, but Emma was already lying still on the ground. The Sword Saint lifted Emma into her arms and began crying as she tried to wake her. She begged Emma not to die and told her to hold on because she would take her for treatment immediately. But Emma remained silent and did not respond. After being shaken for a while, Emma finally opened her eyes. Looking at the Sword Saint with deep sadness, she cried and told Alice that Marshall and Austin were dead. Emma slowly raised a trembling hand and touched the Sword Saint's face. Through tears, she called her Princess Alice and said that she did not want to bear a goblin's child. She begged Alice to avenge them. Hearing those words, the Sword Saint became even more heartbroken. She held Emma's hand and promised that she would kill every one of them, begging Emma not to die. After saying those final words, Emma was finally reunited with Marshall and Austin. Her arm fell limp onto the brick ground as the Sword Saint grieved beside her. At that moment, the remaining Minotaur ghouls surrounded the Sword Saint. They did not care about the grief between her and Emma. Instead, they argued among themselves that their boss had been killed by her, so whoever ate her would become the new boss. One of them excitedly shouted that they should kill her and eat her. The Sword Saint slowly laid Emma's body down. Her face darkened, and rage filled her expression. Then she raised her sword as all the anger, pain, and hatred inside her reached its peak. She gradually stood back up, golden energy surging over her entire body and making her presence feel overwhelmingly powerful. With a low and furious voice, the Sword Saint declared that every one of them would die. The instant she finished speaking, the Sword Saint drove the blade in her hand through her own chest. Her teeth ground together as blood continued pouring from behind her. The hatred within her had reached an extreme point, and it was clear that she was activating some kind of powerful ability. The soldiers watching from nearby fell into complete confusion. Just moments ago, the Sword Saint had been declaring that she would fight the enemy to the death, so they could not understand why she had suddenly stabbed herself. They stared at one another in shock, asking whether the Sword Saint had just committed suicide. The Minotaur ghouls were no less shocked. Their mouths hung open as they stared down at her, trying to understand what she was doing. Then the Sword Saint's body rose into the air. A solid golden shield surrounded her as Count Ferryman looked up in alarm and shouted, asking what she was doing. Even with the sword still lodged in her body, the Sword Saint remained conscious and in control. That wound had clearly awakened a different form of power inside her. The Sword Saint lifted her bright eyes and looked down at Ferryman and the soldiers below. In a slow, serious voice, she ordered every soldier to leave the area immediately. Otherwise, they would all die. The soldiers immediately scattered in every direction, searching desperately for somewhere to hide. As they ran, they screamed in terror, crying that they were going to die and that they had never seen the Sword Saint like this before. To them, she now looked even more frightening than the monsters. Far away, Lin Tian heard the rumbling shockwaves and felt the ground shaking even after leaving Emma behind. The repeated explosions made him turn his head and look back toward the battlefield. Lin Tian was confused by the disturbance. He wondered whether the Sword Saint had already defeated all the remaining Minotaur ghouls. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Lin Tian finally ran back to see what was happening. But the sight waiting for him was something he had never seen before. Lin Tian's eyes widened as he stared ahead in disbelief. Before him stood a colossal version of the Sword Saint, her full power completely released. Her heavy armor no longer restrained her, and a pair of wings had appeared behind her, making her look like a true saint. With cold, murderous eyes, she looked down at the Minotaur ghouls below while pulling the sword from her own body, preparing to unleash a finishing attack on everyone present. Even Lin Tian had entered her line of sight. A golden aura immediately appeared beneath his feet, locking him in place before he could react. He looked down in shock and realized that things had gone terribly wrong. The Minotaur ghouls tried to flee for their lives, but they too had been locked in place. Panic spread through the group as they screamed and demanded to know what was happening. Still, one stubborn ghoul refused to back down. Even while trapped, he shouted at the others to stop running and eliminate her instead. That shout only made the Sword Saint angrier. She continued gathering power and pressing down on them. Under her overwhelming aura, the Minotaur ghouls were forced to crawl on the ground. Even the loud one from before was overcome by fear, pushed down to his knees as he cried out that the pressure was too strong and that he could not move. With her target finally trapped below, Sword Saint Darren beat her wings and swept closer through the air. She raised her blade high overhead, pouring every last bit of strength into the holy sword as she shouted, "Super sword technique." The instant those words left her mouth, Darren did not hesitate for even a second. Hatred burned in her eyes as she brought the sword down with all her force toward the pack of Minotaur ghouls beneath her, determined to end this in one crushing blow. Holy judgment! A colossal blade of power smashed down into the ground below. The impact shook the battlefield, kicking up a violent cloud of dust that swallowed everything in sight. A moment later, the dust began to clear. What remained was a gigantic scar carved across the ground, and the Minotaur ghouls had been torn apart by that single slash. Heads, arms, legs, and even halves of their bodies had been cleanly severed. With the entire group wiped out, Sword Saint Darren's transformed form finally faded away, and her body returned to normal. She landed heavily as her body shrank back down, and the overwhelming aura around her slowly disappeared. Those massive Minotaur ghouls had been reduced to nothing more than scattered straw before her. Darren scanned the ruined ground for any monster still twitching, ready to finish it off, but there was no one left alive. Even after returning to normal, the Sword Saint's current strength was still terrifyingly high. Watching from outside the battlefield, Lin Tian received a system display showing Darren's current power. Her total combat power had surged all the way up to 5,000. And just like that, the battle between humanity and the monsters came to an end. Both sides had paid a brutal price. As the dust slowly drifted away, Bright Town was left buried beneath broken stone, rubble, and the wreckage of war. From outside, Lin Tian glanced toward the Sword Saint and quietly thought to himself, "Good thing I got out when I did. I thought this girl was only a swordsman, but she's actually using magic too. Does she really have to risk her life like this just to raise her combat power?" At that moment, Count Ferryman stepped forward, cheering with relief and admiration. As expected of the Sword Saint, the undefeated Holy Sword still protects this kingdom. But Darren did not answer him. The golden light around her had already vanished, and she still looked as though she had not fully recovered from what she had just done. The soldiers rushed out as well, raising their arms and laughing in celebration. Their voices rang through the ruined town as they shouted, "Sword Saint Darren, long live." Then, without warning, the wound in Darren's stomach began to throb violently. Blood suddenly burst from it. Darren immediately clutched her stomach, desperately trying to stop the blood from pouring out. After forcing her strength higher than her body could bear, the backlash had finally caught up with her. She struggled to remain standing, using her sword to support herself as her knees threatened to give out. Then she coughed up a mouthful of blood, and every painful detail was caught by Lin Tian's eyes. His system gave him another update. Darren's total combat power had fallen sharply, dropping to 2,500. The moment Lin Tian saw it, a delighted smile spread across his face. His chance had finally arrived. Let's see how long you can keep standing with that little strength left. Even while suffering through the pain, Darren remained alert. She frowned at Count Ferryman and the soldiers, warning them, "It isn't over yet. The real culprit still hasn't been dealt with." As she spoke, Darren pulled out a vial filled with blue liquid. She was preparing to drink the recovery potion and restore her strength once again. The familiar golden vortex appeared. The second Lin Tian saw Darren preparing to drink the potion, he immediately unleashed a skill of his own, aiming to stop her before she could recover. A powerful strike slammed directly into Darren's wounded stomach and sent her flying backward. Her armor shattered under the impact, and the vial of recovery potion broke apart with it. The Sword Saint screamed in agony. The broken vial hit the ground while Darren's back crashed hard against the floor. Pain locked her body in place, leaving her unable to rise. Count Ferryman and the soldiers panicked at once. Sword Saint, are you all right? Lin Tian confidently appeared above them. At that moment, no one on the battlefield seemed capable of stopping him. The old Count Ferryman recognized him instantly and shouted, "It's that goblin! Everyone, get ready!" Then he fixed an angry glare on Lin Tian and roared, "You vile, contemptible coward! You dare attack when she's weakened?" After struggling for a while, Darren forced herself back onto her feet. But after just one attack from Lin Tian, her entire body was already covered in fresh damage. Count Ferryman stepped in front of her to shield her and shouted, "Sword Saint Darren, focus on healing your injuries. Leave this bastard to us." The moment Lin Tian heard his name spoken aloud, his face darkened. A strange smirk formed at the corner of his mouth as he asked, "What did you just call me?" Count Ferryman still believed he had the upper hand. Like a hero charging toward an enemy, he rushed forward alone while repeating his earlier insult. "You vile, contemptible coward." Lin Tian answered with 2 arrows from his divine crossbow. They shot forward like lightning, and with the distance so close, Count Ferryman had no way to avoid them. The arrows struck him directly, throwing him backward before he collapsed unconscious. Lin Tian looked down at him coldly and said, "Not that sentence. The one before it. You already know I'm a goblin, so why are you still trying to reason with me?" The soldiers charged toward him despite seeing their leader fall. None of them backed down. One of them shouted to rally the others, "Kill him!" The rest answered together, "Kill him! Avenge Count Ferryman!" Lin Tian had no interest in wasting more words. He pulled the short knife from his pants, smiling with chilling delight. "Come on, then. Step in, all of you." Then Lin Tian moved. His blade flashed through the air, drawing smooth, merciless lines across the necks of the soldiers one after another. They were completely helpless against his terrifying speed. Among the remaining soldiers, one man who looked like a squad leader turned toward the others and shouted, trying to keep them from losing their nerve, "Don't retreat. By time for Sword Saint Darren to recover." Then he faced the goblin before him and shouted again, "Offer up your hearts." The battlefield suddenly went silent. Lin Tian's blade had pierced straight through the man's armor. With one swift stab, Lin Tian tore out the heart of the squad leader who had been shouting only moments earlier. The attack had been too fast for him to react. He coughed weakly, his voice breaking as he tried to speak. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at his own chest. The pain was too overwhelming for him to force out another word. Lin Tian still held him in place by the arm and spoke in a cold, almost admiring voice. "That courage of yours wasn't bad. You're free now. I'll be taking your heart." Seeing Lin Tian's brutal attack, Darren swung her sword and shouted, "Raging Sword Aura." 3 streams of blue sword energy burst toward Lin Tian at once. He sensed them immediately, yanked the heart free from the squad leader he had killed, and twisted his body to the side while glancing back toward Darren. The sword aura was rushing at him far too quickly. Lin Tian grabbed the squad leader's body and pulled it directly in front of himself, using the fallen soldier as a shield against Darren's attack. The moment Darren saw the goblin block her sword aura in such a cruel way, her eyes widened. She gritted her teeth, fury rising across her face. She immediately rushed forward and swung her sword toward him with all her strength. But Lin Tian reacted just as fast, slipping to the side and taking advantage of the opening created by her swing. Darren lost her balance and leaned forward. Lin Tian instantly rushed behind her, aiming for the back of her neck. The moment Darren sensed the goblin rushing toward her from behind, she quickly leaned aside and lifted her leg high, preparing to stop his attack. Just as Lin Tian closed in, he had no choice but to raise his arm and block Darren's kick. He frowned as he studied her seriously, clearly weighing something in his mind. She had fought hundreds of rounds against the Minotaur ghouls, stabbed herself to force out more power, and suffered the backlash afterward, yet she still looked far healthier than she should have. The force of Darren's kick blasted Lin Tian backward. He slammed one hand against the brick floor, trying to stop himself from sliding any farther away. Lin Tian frowned at the Sword Saint and thought, that kick is no joke. Her combat power has already dropped to 2,500, yet she can still hit this hard. With that, Lin Tian finally became serious. He straightened himself up and stared at Darren with the cold, predatory gaze of a hunter. At the same time, Lin Tian activated his superclass demonic skill. A familiar pattern spread out around him as he slammed his hand down onto the brick floor. Countless streams of oppressive green aura erupted in every direction, and the shockwave was so powerful that the nearby soldiers were thrown to the ground, losing their ability to fight. Darren was struck by the aura as well, her eyes turning white as she briefly lost consciousness. But almost immediately after that, she woke up again. It seemed Lin Tian's attack still was not enough to bring her down. Instead, Taking that blow only made Darren even more irritated. She frowned deeply and glared at him with growing anger. Darren swung her sword toward Lin Tian again and shouted, body-cleaving sword intent. Lin Tian barely seemed bothered by the attack. The only real damage was that his hair had grown too long from going without a cut, so he casually let Sword Saint Darren's blade trim it for him. As he watched Darren's skill tear through the air, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and silently weighed the situation. It looked like relying on demonic skills alone was not going to be enough to deal with her. If this keeps going, we could both end up badly hurt, Lin Tian thought. I might even lose. As a holy system fighter, the Sword Saint naturally restrains me. Just as that thought passed through his mind, the severed strands of his hair drifted down onto the brick floor. Across from him, Darren remained stubbornly determined, refusing to give up until the goblin standing before her was defeated. Darren tightened both hands around her sword and charged straight at Lin Tian. Her voice rang out through the ruined street as she shouted, "Today, this ends." Every step carried the same fierce resolve. No matter what happened, she had decided that she would bring down this enemy herself. But while Darren burned with fury, Lin Tian showed no fear at all. He stared back at her and asked with a cold grin, "Sword Saint, do you know what defeat tastes like?" "Shut up." Darren's furious shout was her only answer. By the time the words left her mouth, she had already closed the distance between them. Lin Tian shifted his footing, ready to evade, and calmly replied, "Then come and prove it." A thunderous crash burst from Darren's sword as it slammed into the ground. Lin Tian had already leapt away, narrowly avoiding the strike, while the brick floor beneath him was carved apart and blasted into the air. Darren frowned as she watched him land farther away. Her grip tightened around the hilt. "Let's see how long you can keep dodging," she thought. Then Darren turned toward the remaining soldiers and gave the order, "Everyone, attack him together. Kill him." The soldiers raised their weapons and rushed toward Lin Tian without hesitation. But before any of them could reach him, one unlucky man was already seized by the throat. Against Lin Tian, the soldiers were completely helpless. To him, they were weak and vulnerable, like fish dragged out on a dry land with no way to fight back. Lin Tian casually lifted the captured soldier, then tossed him toward Darren as though he were nothing more than a ball. Darren had been rushing forward to strike Lin Tian herself, but the flying soldier forced her to jump aside in alarm and avoid hitting her own man. The soldier crashed onto the ground, and by then Lin Tian had already sprung away to a different position. Darren quickly looked around, trying to locate him before he disappeared again. Then she realized what he had done. Lin Tian had used the opening to dash toward the cluster of soldiers, clearly moving among them to gather more blood. Wherever Lin Tian passed, soldiers dropped behind him. Blood splashed across the broken street as Darren rushed after him and caught hold of one wounded soldier. "If you have any courage, stop running around," she shouted. "Stand still and fight me." But Lin Tian ignored her completely. He knew taking down Darren directly would not be easy in her current state. Instead, he continued weaving through the soldiers as though he were carrying out another plan, stabbing yet another man along the way. Before the soldier could even lay a hand on Lin Tian, his life had already been taken from him. Lin Tian immediately threw the soldier he had just stabbed back toward Darren, using the body to block her path while he escaped again. In his mind, he was carefully calculating the advantage. By using human bodies to obstruct her, he could keep his speed ahead of the Sword Saints. At least when it came to movement, Lin Tian believed he could outrun Darren. Behind him, Darren felt pain and sorrow for every soldier being hurt, but she had no choice except to keep chasing the goblin. Murderous intent filled her eyes as she shouted after him, "You filthy, despicable creature. Stop running." Lin Tian glanced back with a pleased expression. Everything was unfolding exactly as he wanted. "As long as I keep this up until her faith breaks and her guard falls apart," he thought, "I can use blood rupture to finish this." And so the chase continued. One ran, one pursued, and the two of them kept circling through the battlefield for an entire hour. By then, thick dust hung over the battlefield like a heavy curtain. Beneath it, the coughing and groaning of wounded soldiers echoed through the ruins. Every soldier Lin Tian attacked had been stabbed, but none of the wounds were fatal. Their bodies twitched across the ground as they begged through the pain. "Sword Saint, kill me. I can't endure this torture anymore." "That's right, avenge us. Kill us." Seeing her own soldiers suffer like that, Darren's panic began to grow. Lin Tian grabbed another soldier and placed his knife against the man's neck. Then, with a mocking tone clearly meant to tear at Darren's spirit, he said, "I'm getting bored. Let's end this for today. After all, you've already lost this battle." Those words only made Darren angrier. Her strength was nearly gone, yet she still refused to let him escape. "Don't even think about running," she shouted. With rage surging through her body, Darren swung her sword at Lin Tian, but he instantly shoved the soldier he was holding directly into her path. The soldier saw the killing intent in Darren's eyes and froze in terror. Her sword came down before she could stop it. The soldier was cut in half, blood spraying across the broken ground as his body collapsed without strength. Lin Tian had already leapt backward, widening the distance between himself and Darren. Lin Tian watched her reaction with a satisfied look on his face. Good, he thought. Keep going like this, and she'll completely lose her mind. Just as Lin Tian had planned, Darren finally snapped. She rushed forward in a blind frenzy, slashing through every remaining soldier in her path. People fell wherever she went as her voice shook with rage. I have to kill you. Lin Tian then sprang out of the battlefield, leaving the Sword Saint behind among the chaos she had created. From a safe distance, Lin Tian watched Darren's actions and smirked. Well done, Sword Saint, he said mockingly. You're better at killing people than you are at killing monsters. A moment later, Darren seemed to wake from her rage. Her entire body was covered in human blood. She stared around with widened eyes, unable to believe what she had just done. Behind her, rows of soldiers lay scattered across the ruined streets. Bright Town, once already devastated by battle, now looked stained in the dark red color of death. Darren stood completely frozen, her body rigid and her mind unable to accept the sight before her. Why? She whispered. The sword slipped from her hand and struck the ground with a sharp metallic clink, the sound cutting through the dead silence around her. Darren slowly raised her trembling hands. They were covered in blood. I killed so many people, she stammered. The people I was supposed to protect. Unable to endure it any longer, Darren clutched her head and screamed. No. That's impossible. Lin Tian slowly approached from behind. He raised his short knife, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he looked at her broken state. This is my chance, he thought. Lin Tian bit into his finger and smeared his own blood across the tip of the short knife, preparing to activate the blood rupture skill. He did not hesitate. Lin Tian hurled the short knife toward Darren, and it buried itself deeply in her shoulder. Darren let out a painful scream as the blow struck. The moment her knees touched the ground, rain began falling from the sky. It was as though even the heavens were mourning the desperate state she had been reduced to. Soon after, Darren's entire body became wrapped in a faint golden glow. The holy power inside her began to leak away little by little, fading into nothing. Darren's limbs could no longer move. She weakly lifted her eyes toward the darkening sky and whispered, Lord Divine Being. Despair filled her eyes as pain tore through both her body and her heart. It wasn't my fault, she said faintly. I wanted to protect everyone. She slowly reached one bloodstained hand toward the sky as dark clouds swallowed the space above her. Have the gods abandoned me too? She asked. After those words, her strength finally disappeared. Darren collapsed powerlessly onto the rain-soaked tiled ground and lost consciousness. And with that, the blood-soaked battle came to an end. Only after seeing Darren faint did Lin Tian begin walking toward her. As he approached, he spoke in a calm voice. Once blood corruption takes hold, holy power will be completely lost. When he reached her, Lin Tian sat down beside the fallen sword saint and looked at her with a strange sense of admiration. He reached out and touched her shoulder. Truly powerful, he said. But even someone like you carries a fatal weakness. Then his expression changed. A cruel smile appeared beneath his cold, lifeless gaze as he looked down at Darren. This power still isn't enough, he continued. Why not surrender to me? Join the great Goblin army, and help me overthrow the superstitious religion ruling this world. Rain and lightning filled the sky as the storm grew heavier over Bright Town. Lin Tian decided that his moment had come. He tore away the cloth covering Darren and began violating her helpless body while she remained unconscious. Even in her faint state, tears slipped down Darren's face and mixed with the rain pouring over the ruined town. Flashes of lightning exposed Lin Tian's bare torso beneath the storm. Lin Tian wore a look of sick satisfaction as he muttered, It's raining this hard in the middle of the day. What a wonderful moment. The rain came down harder and harder, washing over the ruins of Bright Town. Beneath the storm, the sound of the downpour mixed with the vile violence of the goblin's actions. Suddenly, a savage goblin came sprinting away in panic. Its footsteps were frantic as it shouted at the top of its lungs. The church. The church's people are here. Run. Lin Tian was caught off guard when he heard the warning. He looked after the fleeing goblin, frowned deeply, and ground his teeth. The church, he snarled. They couldn't come early or late. They had to show up at this exact moment. Damn them. The next second, armored footsteps appeared directly behind him. Metal clanged against the tiled ground, growing closer and closer. Lin Tian was still in the middle of his vile act and showed no desire to stop. He slowly turned his head to look behind him, then frowned in disbelief. Why are there so many of them? The church warriors saw what Lin Tian was doing to the unconscious sword saint. Yet instead of rushing him immediately, they drove their swords down into the tiled ground one after another, using the heavy clang of steel to intimidate him. The man leading the force was one of the Pope's Holy Guard retainers. The moment Lin Tian saw such a massive church army closing in, he snatched up his cloak, pushed off the ground, and leapt away from Sword Saint Darren's side. He landed firmly on the rain-slicked tiles, turning to face the armed church warriors head-on. The Pope stood at the front with rage burning through his entire body, heat seeming to roll off him even beneath the cold rain. For several tense seconds, neither side spoke. Only raindrops clicked against the stone, and the heavy armor of the holy guards clattered softly as they shifted into position. Behind them, Darren remained unconscious and motionless on the freezing tiled ground. The Pope lowered his eyes toward Darren and felt his expression harden. Even a sword saint with such tremendous prestige had fallen into disaster, defeated by nothing more than a small goblin. Then the Pope turned his gaze back to Lin Tian, his brow furrowing with disgust. "Another little goblin," he said angrily. "You look weak and harmless, yet you hide terrifying power behind that devilish face. You truly are a demon." Lin Tian said nothing. Standing across from them, he carefully watched every movement the church force made while the soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, waiting only for the order to attack. At last, the Pope raised his voice and gave the command. "Holy guards, heed my order. In the name of the divine being, and for the peace of this world, advance." The guards immediately raised their swords before their chests and began chanting together. "Punish the demon. Hallelujah." As their voices joined into one, golden light began igniting around them in sequence, shining brightly through the rain. Seeing the pressure rolling off the holy guards, Lin Tian's eyes widened slightly. He ground his teeth and stared at them with a deep frown, realizing their strength was far beyond ordinary soldiers. The instant their chant ended, the holy guards rushed forward without giving Lin Tian another moment to prepare. Their swords flashed through the rain, and every one of them charged with clear murderous intent. Lin Tian quickly activated a skill and formed a protective barrier around himself. Swords slammed down one after another, and the repeated crashes of steel striking his shield rang out through the ruined street. Even while blocking their attacks, Lin Tian kept studying the guards closely. His brows drew together as he thought. They're wearing armor that heavy, yet they can still move this fast? That's ridiculous. A system display appeared before him, revealing the strength of the enemies surrounding him. Holy Guard Total Power Index, 3000. One Holy Guard brought his sword down with a powerful slash, but Lin Tian reacted in time and sprang away from the strike. The guard gritted his teeth when he saw Lin Tian escape again, glaring in frustration as the goblin landed far away. Lin Tian braced himself with one hand against the ground, breathing heavily as he stared back at the armored warriors. "They're stronger than I expected," he thought grimly. In the next instant, Lin Tian raised his hand before his face and lightly sliced open his palm with the short knife. He narrowed his eyes at the enemies in front of him, his expression turning serious. But so what, he thought. Blood began gathering in his palm. Lin Tian snapped his arm forward, scattering it toward the holy guards as he shouted the familiar technique. Blood of ruin. One of the guards was struck directly in the face by Lin Tian's blood. The effect came immediately. His expression twisted in pain, and he staggered backward before falling hard onto the ground. Just like Darren before him, the guard's holy power vanished from his body. He lost consciousness and crashed onto his back against the wet brick floor. The fallen guard finally understood what had happened and began writhing on the ground in panic. "My holy power. What did that goblin do to me?" Seeing his comrade collapse, another holy guard raised his sword to stop the others from rushing after Lin Tian. "That creature is forbidden. Do not pursue him any farther." The remaining guards hesitated and stepped back, no longer daring to charge recklessly. Lin Tian instantly took advantage of their fear, springing away and disappearing from their reach. The guards could only stare after him in alarm. "That goblin truly is a demon," one of them muttered. After leaping a safe distance away, Lin Tian glanced back toward the church force and clicked his tongue in irritation. Damn it. So this is the strength of the Holy Church. Even their guards have power indices of 3000. I'll have to completely change my plan. Not long after, Lin Tian swiftly vaulted over the outer wall of Bright Town and disappeared into the distance. Back near Darren, the Pope took a cloth and covered the unconscious sword saint. Then he turned to the holy guards and gave another command. "Prepare to withdraw. This child must be baptized and guided by the Pope. Otherwise, she may fall completely onto the evil path." One of the guards stepped forward and asked carefully, "Your Holiness, what about that goblin threat? And what of Angel Ailey?" As the Pope lifted Darren into his arms, he answered in a low voice, "It is already too late." The Pope looked far off into the stormy sky and continued, "The Grand Pope has already said that the divine being has chosen a new angel. There is no longer any reason to search for her." Several hours later, Lin Tian returned to Bright Town to retrieve his coat. He slapped the coat with one hand, brushing away the dust that still clung stubbornly to the fabric. Standing above the shattered streets, Lin Tian slid both hands into his pockets and looked down over the broken remains of Bright Town with a proud, imposing posture. Below him, the only bodies left scattered across the ruins were those of the Minotaur ghouls. Beside them stood the fresh gravestones of Bright Town's dead. Lin Tian glanced over the battlefield and thought, "So the human bodies have already been buried. Good. At least the Minotaur ghoul corpses are still here." A sinister smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now I can finally sit down and enjoy a proper meal. After Lin Tian finished collecting and eating the Minotaur ghoul meat, his system appeared with a new notification. Congratulations. You have reached level 80. Several days later, after all the fighting and traveling, Lin Tian finally returned to the cave where his tribe was waiting for him. His 4 wives were immediately filled with excitement when they saw him return. Everyone wanted to know what had happened during the days he had been away. Goblin Slayer was the first to speak. How did everything go? Awin quickly nodded in agreement, while Zerua leaned forward eagerly. Great leader, tell us what happened. Konos noticed the change in his body and raised her voice in surprise. Can't everyone see it? The great leader has become even stronger again. Meanwhile, the spirit queen mother stayed calm. She did not speak, but her gentle eyes remained fixed on Lin Tian. Lin Tian leaned back against the fur-covered chair, resting his weapon toward Alice near as he spoke in a loud, confident voice. I already took action, and none of you even knew it. The female sword saint belongs to me now. The 4 women were stunned. Out of everything he had said, only one sentence remained echoing in their minds. The sword saint belongs to him now. Goblin Slayer stared at him in disbelief. Impossible. You defeated her, and you really went through with it? Lin Tian closed his eyes and sighed with faint regret. Of course I did, but it was a shame it ended too soon. I was planning to press things further when the Holy Church arrived and took her away. Goblin Slayer could not hold herself back after hearing that. She immediately lunged toward Lin Tian and pounced on him. Zerua looked on in surprise as Goblin Slayer pinned Lin Tian backward. One hand gripped near his neck while the other tugged at his shirt, her expression full of impatient excitement. I knew it, she said. You're the most perfect one. Ever since you left, I've been waiting for you. I even bathed again and again. Don't make me wait any longer. But Lin Tian had only just returned from his clash with the Sword Saint, and exhaustion was clearly written across his face. He quickly used every excuse he could think of to get free. Let me off for today, he said. I still have something important to announce. Hearing that, Goblin Slayer reluctantly restrained herself. She got up and stepped aside, allowing Lin Tian to stand again. Lin Tian immediately rose to his feet and spoke with authority. This time, we won a major victory. We've gained valuable time for the tribe to grow. Now we need to move to a new hiding place, somewhere human retaliation cannot easily reach us. The entire group looked surprised and asked at once, where are we going? Lin Tian's lips curled into a calculating smile. A place even the Holy Church does not dare enter carelessly, he said. The Great Mausoleum. The next morning, before the fog around the tribe had fully cleared, Lin Tian summoned every member and announced that the migration would begin. The female spirits moved through the tribe, handing each member a bundle so they could pack up their belongings for the journey. Standing outside, Lin Tian quietly considered the situation. The Great Mausoleum and the Holy Church have a non-aggression pact, he thought. That gives us the perfect conditions to build a truly powerful goblin tribe. Now we only need enough captives and resources to grow the tribe. Lin Tian continued to himself. With that decision made, the migration officially began. Lin Tian rode ahead on a dragon, flying over the moving tribe as he called down another reminder. Remember this clearly. Our main goal is to capture people, not kill them. Anyone who resists is yours to deal with. The goblins below raised their voices together. Yes, great leader. We understand. Several days later, a map showing the tribe's migration route and capture progress appeared before Lin Tian. After passing through 10 villages, they had seized only 230 women. Lin Tian studied the number with dissatisfaction. It was still far below the quantity he wanted. Lin Tian had already explored the road ahead and understood both the terrain and the potential spoils in every settlement along the route. Over the next 700 kilometers, there are 19 villages and 2 small towns, he said. Capturing more than 1,000 additional people should not be difficult. Just as he finished speaking, the group arrived near the first small town. Lin Tian turned his head and announced, "There's a town ahead." The goblin pack immediately surged toward the town. Lin Tian rode his dragon ahead of them and shouted instructions from above. Prepare the sacks. Finish this quickly and cleanly, then continue moving. This town is called Koselera. Warm sunlight poured down over the peaceful streets of Koselera. Its people had no idea that disaster was already rushing toward them. Deep inside the town, a fat, blonde-haired old man stood on a raised platform, apparently trying to warn the people about the danger. But the crowd below did not take him seriously. "Mayor, you're overreacting," someone said. "I heard it's only a group of goblins raiding villages. I've killed so many goblins that I could pile their bodies into a mountain." The soldiers below the platform spoke confidently among themselves. Just then, an injured man limped forward on a crutch, his entire arm wrapped in thick bandages. He looked around at the crowd and warned them in a strained voice, "Don't get careless. Those goblins are terrifying. They're much larger than normal goblins. Anyone who had already crossed paths with Lin Tian's tribe understood exactly why he had been left in that condition. But the people of this town still had no idea what was coming. One man answered with a confident, almost mocking smile. So they're the larger type? That's nothing worth worrying about. He puffed out his chest and continued. Even if they were some kind of hero race, I could handle them. This young adventurer was named Ace, a level 50 fighter who had complete faith in his own strength. Mayor Frank heard that and immediately roared from the platform. Then get ready. They're probably about to pass through here. The moment the old mayor finished speaking, the sentry high above spotted movement in the distance. He threw his arms up and shouted at the top of his lungs. They're coming. The goblins are coming. The people below froze for a moment, then looked up in alarm. Soon after, the fighters gathered at the town gate, gripping their weapons tightly as they prepared to meet the incoming attack. Ace stepped confidently to the front despite being only level 50. He glanced back at the others and thought, watch me handle this. They're just lowly goblins. What is there to fear? Then Ace turned to his companions with a serious look and called out, brothers, let's see who can kill the most goblins. The loser pays for everyone's drinks for a month. What do you say? But his two friends only shook their heads and backed away. Forget it. We can't compete with you. You're the strong one, so you handle it. Ace looked disappointed by their answer and muttered, how boring. Fine, I'll take care of all of them by myself. He gave his friends a dismissive look and added, you two can go back and rest. Leave this to me. But before he could finish speaking, Ace noticed that his friends were trembling uncontrollably, as though their legs were about to give out beneath them. Confused, Ace let out a small sound and turned his head, trying to see what had frightened them so badly. The moment he looked over, his face changed. A towering wall of dust was rolling toward the town, and above it flew an enormous dragon that looked terrifying even from far away. The distance between them was shrinking fast. On the ground, Kaishan led the hero-class goblin infantry forward at full speed. Above them, Lin Tian rode a black dragon through the sky, already thinking about the next spoils waiting for his tribe. The sight shattered Ace's confidence in an instant. Terror took over his face as he collapsed to the ground, his limbs shaking while he desperately crawled backward toward the town. Still backing away, Ace trembled and cried out, why? Why is there a dragon fighting alongside goblins? This isn't normal at all. Run. The crowd immediately scattered in panic, cursing the sentries for misleading them. Those damn sentries lied to us. These aren't ordinary goblins. Ace finally forced himself up and shouted after them. Wait for me. From high above, Lin Tian watched the town's defenders lose their nerve and narrowed his eyes. Interesting, he said. They actually came prepared. Move in. What followed was not a battle so much as a one-sided disaster. The women who could still bear children were seized as captives, while any men who resisted were either killed or left permanently crippled. Elsewhere in the town, Ace's friends struggled desperately against the goblins. Meanwhile, Ace crouched beneath a table, clutching his head as his entire body shook. His friend glanced over in frustration and shouted, didn't you say you could handle goblins? Then get out here and handle them. Still hiding beneath the table, Ace stammered. Why are they so terrifying? Are those things really even goblins anymore? Just as he finished speaking, a large goblin foot appeared directly in front of him. It belonged to Kaishan. Kaishan crouched down, lowering its face close to the floor so it could look under the table. It wore a strangely friendly smile as it stared at Ace. Ace broke out in a cold sweat the moment their eyes met. Ace's terrified scream echoed through the streets of the entire town. Kaishan had not even touched him yet, but Ace was already so frightened that he fainted on the spot. Kaishan slowly stood upright and clicked its tongue in disappointment. It had expected something more entertaining, but Ace had already collapsed before it could even react. After Kaishan gave him a rough little greeting, Ace remained sprawled awkwardly on the ground, completely unconscious. Kaishan looked down at the fallen adventurer for a moment, then raised its head toward Lin Tian. Great leader, this one looks fairly strong. How should we deal with him? Lin Tian only glanced down at Ace and did not answer right away. He studied Ace for a long moment and silently checked his strength. Level 50, but his total combat power is only a little over 700, Lin Tian thought. That's barely on the level of the tribe's low-ranking fighters. Far too weak for his level. After that, Lin Tian lost interest completely. Turning away, Lin Tian said coldly, handle him however you want. Rest afterward, then get ready to move out. Kaishan's face immediately lit up with excitement. Thank you, great leader, it shouted. 10 days later, Lin Tian's tribe was moving through a dense forest. The tribe escorted a long group of captives behind them, while Lin Tian led from the front. Directly behind him walked 3 of his closest wives. Lin Tian turned back toward the growing line of prisoners, folded his arms, and spoke with a serious expression. It looks like the workload is going to increase dramatically from here on. Then he turned toward Zirua, Konos, and Goblin Slayer. Can the 3 of you handle the burden? Zirua's eyes immediately brightened. The moment Lin Tian assigned her the task, she answered eagerly, great leader, don't worry. Leave it to us. We can manage it. Nearby, the Spirit Queen Mother still carried herself with her usual pride, clearly basking in the attention she had received during the recent nights. She touched her hand to her lips and spoke in a soft, teasing tone. As long as the great leader gives me his attention once each day, I would be willing to work myself to exhaustion. Lin Tian's scalp immediately tingled when he heard that. He hurriedly waved his hands and forced a laugh. Stop, stop. At that rate, I'll die from exhaustion myself. For once, Lin Tian looked genuinely troubled. Under his breath, he muttered that he finally understood how Shang Mofeng and Xiao Mofeng must have felt. Not long after, the group reached another place, a small tribe surrounded by a heavy atmosphere of gloom and death. The instant Lin Tian stepped into the area, the mutated goblin overlord reported in a serious voice, "Great leader, this is my former Beast King tribe." It stood directly behind Lin Tian and continued with clear enthusiasm. But the name has changed now. It is called the Qi Kuang tribe. Lin Tian only gave a brief sound in response. A moment later, he mounted Oxio Wan, using the massive creature as transportation. Sitting high on its back, Lin Tian looked down at his subordinates and ordered, "Find a place to rest first. I'm going to scout the terrain." Before long, Lin Tian spotted several magical creatures gathered nearby, resting together in the shadows. In another direction, a giant snake slithered across the sharp, pointed structures surrounding the area. Lin Tian looked down in surprise at the creatures below. This place is so small, yet there are already so many magical beasts above the 5th rank, he muttered. The Great Mausoleum truly is a place humanity has every reason to fear. 1 month later, many nuns had gathered inside the town palace, kneeling together in prayer. Every face was filled with solemn devotion. They lay prostrate before the great hall's massive doors, praying in complete silence. At the top of the stairs stood the king and an elderly bishop. The king asked anxiously, "How is Alice near? What is happening inside?" The bishop bowed respectfully and replied, "Labor began 10 minutes ago. She may give birth very soon." The king looked as though fire were burning inside him. He was anxious, furious, and unable to calm himself. Yet Alice near was far too important for him to ignore what was happening. Everyone in the holy hall, including the king himself, waited outside for the Sword Saint's child to be born. To the kingdom, the entire situation had become a terrible humiliation. Even as the ruler of the country, the king could only stand there and wait. Inside the hall, the Sword Saint endured the unbearable agony of childbirth. She hated the tragedy growing within her, but she had no choice except to bring the child into the world. With tears in her eyes, she clenched her teeth and screamed through the pain. The nuns surrounded the weakened Sword Saint and did everything they could to help her through the delivery. Seeing her trembling in pain, one nun stayed close beside her and urged gently, "Try a little harder, my dear. Just a little more." For a fleeting moment, even the stone statue of the Virgin Mother seemed to wear the faintest smile, as though it had silently witnessed what was about to happen. Then sunlight poured down through the skylight, spreading across the entire room. At that exact moment, the goblin human child released its first cry into the world. "It's born," one of the nuns shouted, her voice breaking through the stunned silence. But once they saw the newborn's skin and features, so different from those of an ordinary human child, terror spread through the room. No one dared reach for the baby. "It's a goblin." Still, one nun appeared to have already prepared herself for this moment. She slowly moved toward the newborn, her face filled with cold, killing intent. It was obvious that she had come forward intending to harm the helpless child. Before the nun could act, Alice Near reacted with startling speed and violently yanked her away from the baby. Even though she had only just given birth, Alice struggled to push herself upright and shield the child with her body. Her instincts as a mother would not allow anyone to hurt it. "Don't touch my child." The newborn was unusual in every way. Despite having only just entered the world, it had already begun crawling on its own, inching closer to Alice Near. What was it trying to do? Alice stared at the child in confusion, unable to understand what it wanted. But one of the nuns took a closer look at its small movements and immediately realized the answer. "It seems hungry," she said. "It was just born, and it already knows it needs food." Without another word, Alice Near suddenly pulled the child close and wrapped both arms around the baby everyone else had been calling a monster. The innocent newborn looked up at its mother as she held it protectively against her chest. "Look," Alice said with quiet sincerity. "It really is hungry." At that moment, the king rushed into the room, his face full of worry. "Alice Near, are you all right?" "I'm fine," she answered. Alice Near kept the newborn tightly in her arms. Seeing the Sword Saint holding the child she had just delivered, the king stood still with a cold, unreadable expression, not speaking right away. But his anger and discomfort soon burst out. To him, Alice had cast aside everything that once made her the proud Sword Saint. "Alice Near, what are you doing?" Yet the shock she had suffered was far too great for her to care about such things anymore. She no longer cared that the baby was born from the enemy she hated most. Alice looked down at the child in her arms and softly said, "Your Majesty, look at it. It's nursing." That answer only made the king's rage grow worse. He clenched his teeth and tried to force himself to stay calm. The Sword Saint, famous across the land, was treating a goblin child as though it were truly her own. At last, the king spoke with a firm, commanding voice. "Give that goblin to me. This is an order." Alice held the newborn even tighter, gently stroking its tiny face as though she could not bear to let it go. "Your Majesty, I do not dare disobey you," she said. "But this is the decree of the divine being. This is the punishment the gods have given me." The king looked as though he could not believe what he had heard. Panic crossed his face as he stepped closer and asked, "Alice Near, what are you saying?" He could not accept the sight before him. The woman who had once fought with every ounce of her strength for the people of the kingdom was now holding the child of the creature she had once sworn to destroy. "You devoted everything to protecting this kingdom," the king said. "The divine being would never punish you." But the nightmare had clearly shattered Alice Near's resolve. Her spirit had become unstable, and the once mighty Sword Saint now looked completely exhausted. "I did things that angered the gods," she said weakly. "I killed so many soldiers. The divine being took away my power and sent this punishment upon me." She was drowning in pain and remorse. No matter how the child had come into the world, she had carried it, suffered through the pregnancy, and endured the agony of bringing it to life. The nun beside her quickly stepped forward and tried to comfort her. "This is not the punishment of the divine being," she said. "It was only a terrible mistake. Please, wake up." But Alice did not seem to hear a single word. She continued protecting the newborn with stubborn desperation. Then she forcefully pushed the nun away and shouted, "You don't understand. None of you understand." Alice Near's face changed completely as her mind seemed to slip deeper into despair. The noble presence she once carried as the Sword Saint had disappeared. "I am no longer the Sword Saint," she whispered weakly. "I'm only an unfortunate woman named Alice Near." Then the cruel truth hung in the room. "You gave birth to a goblin." Alice immediately hugged the child tighter, driven by the fierce instinct of a mother protecting her baby. She looked at everyone in the room as though they were all threats, stood up, and shouted, "Get out! All of you, get out now!" The king watched in fury and heartbreak as the woman he loved stood before him, seemingly driven to madness by everything that had happened to her. "Impossible. Alice Near," he muttered. "I will help you take revenge." The following morning, the king summoned Klein to the holy hall. Klein knelt deeply before the king seated above him. The king looked down with a stern expression and asked, "Do you know why I summoned you here?" Klein lowered his head, seemingly already aware of what his father, the king, intended to say. "I will put down the Goblin rebellion," he answered without hesitation. "For Alice Near, for Austin, and for every citizen of the kingdom who died, I will take revenge." The king watched him carefully, clearly pleased by his courage, but his voice remained severe. "Good. Then answer me one more thing." His gaze darkened with restrained anger. "Are you afraid of the great mausoleum?" Klein pressed a hand firmly against his chest, knelt before the king, and answered in a powerful voice. "Even if I must face the superclass beings inside the great mausoleum, I will not tremble." Hearing that answer, the king's expression finally showed satisfaction. The king struck the arm of his chair hard and rose to his feet, his voice filled with authority. "Good. Klein, I grant you 10,000 elite soldiers and 12 holy guards. Even if you must march into the great mausoleum itself, you will crush that goblin tribe for me." Klein's eyes widened slightly after hearing the king's command. 10,000 elite troops, and even members of the Holy Church would accompany him. The scale of this mission was far greater than he had expected. Klein struck his chest once more and shouted before the king, "I will not fail the trust you have placed in me." His loyalty and determination could not have been clearer. Far from the royal palace, many spirit beasts had begun watching Lin Tion's goblin tribe from the shadows outside the village. One large snake slowly raised its head from the darkness, cautiously scouting the situation ahead. From a distance, the beasts could see many captured women moving busily through Lin Tion's village. Each woman carried a basin of water into the small huts. Many female goblins were giving birth that day, making the entire village unusually busy. Lin Tion was deeply concerned about the situation and immediately gave Lyre an order. "Lyre, gather all the spirits and have them assist with the deliveries." She quickly nodded and obeyed. But just then, hurried goblin footsteps suddenly rang out nearby. "Great leader!" Lin Tion immediately turned around. The mutated goblin overlord had rushed over in panic. Lin Tion asked at once, "What is happening outside?" The overlord quickly reported, "Great leader, more and more magical creatures are gathering ahead. We won't be able to hold them back much longer. Please come and see." Lin Tion's face darkened with frustration as he tried to suppress his anger. "Damn it," he muttered. They were all drawn here by the noise. Near the village, magical creatures had gathered in dense numbers. Black-scaled corpse pythons, evil-eyed blood spiders, and blood-sucking demons stood in rows, pressing forward with clear hostility. The timing could not have been worse. This was one of the most important days for the tribe. Lin Tian quickly mounted Zihuan and rose into the air to inspect the creatures threatening the village. Sitting on the dragon's back, he gritted his teeth in irritation. Damn it! I checked everything within 10 kilometers. Where did all these magical creatures come from? Looking at the growing swarm, Lin Tian finally understood the danger before him. He had thought the Great Mausoleum would offer his tribe a safe place to hide, expand, and build a stronger base. But at this critical time, when the tribe was bringing new life into the world, they had drawn the attention of far too many magical creatures. Only then did Lin Tian realize how badly he had miscalculated. His face twisted with frustration as he tightened his grip around the crossbow and poured a stream of power into it. I was too careless, he thought. Lin Tian steadied himself and came to a hard conclusion. The situation has reached this point. There's no other choice. Still seated on Zihuan's back, Lin Tian returned to the tribe and shouted an order to the goblin soldiers guarding the gate. All goblins, listen carefully. Lead everyone to retreat through the cliff path behind the village. Then a strange, hoarse voice suddenly spoke from nearby. A tiny goblin like you can actually control a dragon? Lin Tian froze and turned around, surprise clear in his eyes. Standing directly before him was a bizarre creature with an eagle's head, enormous wings, and a broad, powerful body shaped almost like a human warrior. He muttered uneasily, his voice low and tense. That guy, he's the magic creature lord who rules this entire area. Lin Tian checked the information displayed before him, and just as he had expected, the title Magic Creature Lord stood there in plain sight. Faced with such a dangerous opponent, he took a moment to quietly assess the situation. Then he remembered what Cambao had once told him. Ever since the Great Mausoleum and the church signed their agreement, the man-eating eagle had completely cut off contact with humanity. If he could somehow cooperate with this lord, things might turn in his favor. The eagle lord suddenly spread its enormous wings and shot high into the air, its presence pressing down on everyone below like a crushing weight. Looking toward Lin Tian, it asked, "Are you the leader of this tribe?" Lin Tian immediately softened his attitude and answered with respectful calm. "Greetings, Lord Great One. Yes, I am." Even though they had only just met, Lin Tian chose to speak directly and confidently. His posture made it clear that he had no intention of fighting this powerful creature. He wanted to build a connection instead. "Lord Great One, would you be willing to help us drive these magic creatures away?" The Eagle Lord found the request rather strange. Its eyes opened wider as it stared down at Lin Tian from above. Then it asked in confusion, "And why exactly should I help you?" Lin Tian lifted his eyes toward the Lord and answered with deliberate caution. "In return, I can offer you 10 humans." The moment it heard the word humans, the Eagle Lord's expression shifted. Interest flashed across its face, and a pleased smile slowly appeared. Without another word, the Eagle Lord threw its wings open, releasing a fierce surge of energy into the air. One powerful flap sent an enormous shockwave rolling across the entire area, making its overwhelming strength impossible to ignore. Drawn in by Lin Tian's offer, the Lord acted immediately. That single sweep of its wings was enough to scatter every beast that had been surrounding Lin Tian's tribe. None of the beasts dared remain under that terrifying pressure. Panic spread through the pack, and they fled in every direction without even looking back. The following morning, the Eagle Lord descended near the tribe's new base after helping clear away the monsters. Approaching Lin Tian, it spoke in a serious tone. "The smell of humans can attract every monster within 100 miles. Is this your first time entering the Great Mausoleum?" Lin Tian let out a quiet sigh as the realization settled in. Humans released a great deal of sweat while reproducing, and their body odor was so strong that not even the scent of goblins could completely cover it. No wonder humanity feared the Great Mausoleum so deeply. This was the reason they could never move through it safely. Knowing that this eagle-like figure was one of the rulers of the Great Mausoleum, Lin Tian treated him with even greater courtesy. He bowed respectfully and invited him inside. "I'll remember that advice. And thank you again, Lord Great One. Please, come in." With that, the two of them entered the base together. As Lin Tian guided the Eagle Lord through the tribe's base, he began to bring up the promise he had made earlier. "About the matter I promised you." But before Lin Tian could finish his sentence, the Eagle Lord froze in place. Its mouth slowly opened, its eyes widening as though it had suddenly witnessed something impossible. Right in front of it stood more than 1,000 human women captured by Lin Tian's tribe and forced into reproductive servitude. The Eagle Lord shouted in disbelief. Why are there so many humans here?" It turned sharply toward Lin Tian, its fear now obvious. "You goblins have turned every one of them into breeding tools." The sight had shaken it deeply. In all the years of the Great Mausoleum's history, nothing like this had ever happened before. Still visibly worried, the Eagle Lord continued. "Do you have no idea about the agreement between the Great Mausoleum and the Church? You're trying to get yourselves killed." Unlike the anxious Eagle Lord, Lin Tian remained completely composed. He ordered his subordinates to bring out 2 sacks containing dead humans as a gift. Then he calmly reassured the Lord, "Don't worry. These are prisoners we captured before entering this place, and every one of them has already stopped breathing." The Eagle Lord was still uneasy about the situation, but the offering quickly improved its mood. It accepted the gift with clear satisfaction, then left Lin Tian with a promise. "Fine. If any trouble appears later, come find me. I'll make sure your tribe can continue developing safely in this place." Lin Tian looked as though he had finally achieved what he wanted. He lowered his eyes slightly and replied with respectful gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Great One, for your protection. Whenever you wish to visit in the future, you will always be welcome here." The Eagle Lord was delighted to hear that. As it flew away, it laughed loudly and called back, "Then I won't stand on ceremony anymore. I'll report this situation to several of the other Great Lords first." Only after the Eagle Lord had disappeared into the distance did Lin Tian finally release the breath he had been holding. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and murmured, "At last, now we can develop without worrying so much." Afterward, Lin Tian headed toward the place where the newest batch of goblins had been born. Once there, he asked Ziyu, "How many have been counted so far?" Ziyu continued recording diligently before answering. "The number has already reached 3,000. Once the second batch is born, there should be even more. Unfortunately, though, none of the 10 offspring from the mutated species and overlord species survived." Hearing that report, Lin Tian let out a small sigh. It seems mutated species and overlord species really are much harder to reproduce in greater numbers. With that thought in mind, Lin Tian pulled back the curtain and stepped outside, leaving Ziyu watching him in surprise. Standing outside, Lin Tian looked into the distance and quietly considered the tribe's next move. "Still, this is enough for now. From here on, we only need to capture more monsters and animals, then use them to breed large numbers of low-level goblins. As long as we fill out the army's ranks, that will be enough." That night, inside his hut, Lin Tian sat alone and calculated his next step. There was no need for him to personally handle the work of capturing monsters. Using the simulation system would be faster, safer, and far more efficient. His eyes narrowed as he activated the system. Begin simulating human life. At once, a familiar information panel appeared before him. Human life simulation system is starting. Current scenario. You have entered the Great Mausoleum for the first time. After enduring many hardships, you have finally gained the chance to settle down and develop for the long term. Now, you must reproduce many more low-level goblins to expand your strength. You lead a large army into the demonized forest and begin hunting. On the first day, you encounter numerous 4th rank and 5th rank monsters. You kill them all and bring their bodies back as food for the goblin pack. Several days later, you capture 500 1st rank monsters, including meat-eating rabbits and crying-face monkeys. While returning, you capture a 7th rank maned electric bear with a power level reaching 3,000, intending to use it to improve the quality of the goblin pack. Soon after, you capture several other 7th rank monster types as well, greatly increasing the aptitude of the entire tribe. A month passes, and the tribe gains another 3,000 reproductive tools. Just as this rapid period of expansion begins to make everything look promising, humans suddenly launch an attack against the tribe. The system displays images of Lin Tian's people being attacked, with bodies falling and piling up across the tribe. Watching the terrible outcome unfold, Lin Tian's interest is immediately stirred. He rubbed his chin as he thought it over. Humans attacked us? This is the Great Mausoleum. Are there really people bold enough to sneak all the way in here? Soon afterward, the system panel presented him with its usual 3 options. Choice 1. Fear no enemy and fight on your home ground. Bonus points, 30. Choice 2. Remain on defense. Bonus points, 20. Choice 3. Negotiate and discover the enemy's true intention. Bonus points, 0. Lin Tian chose the final option without hesitation. Let's see what you people are really after. The system continued with the result. The opponent refuses to answer you. By the time you realize something is wrong, soldiers have already poured down from the cliffs and begun massacring your tribe. Several holy guards appear from both the front and rear, closing in to surround you. After a fierce battle, you can only escape with a small number of survivors. The result is a crushing defeat. Summary. When a lion becomes enraged, make sure it can no longer bite you. Evaluation, 10 to 1 points. Reward, human life points times 10. Simulation finished. Time progressed, 1 month. Lin Tian looked genuinely surprised by the result. He had not expected humanity to go this far. Rubbing his chin again, he said coldly, "Since they're already this furious, then I need to find a way to deal with them before they become an even bigger problem." Without wasting another second, Lin Tian immediately left to find the mutated brutal goblin. Within the tribe, that goblin was the one most familiar with the Great Mausoleum, having survived there far longer than the others. Lin Tian looked toward it and asked, "Cambao, Do you know where the lord of this area lives? The mutated brutal goblin was startled by the question and quickly looked toward Lin Tian. Then it raised a hand and pointed high into the distance. He lives in the highest forest around here. His tribe is settled up there with him. After hearing that, a sinister smile curled at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. This time, he intended to use the opportunity to pull out the thorn in his side once and for all, the Lion Empire and the Holy Church. 1 month later, after finishing the tribe's preparations, Lin Tian followed the direction Cambao had given him and arrived at the Eagle Lord's residence. As soon as he arrived, he laid out all of his deductions. The Eagle Lord listened, then immediately pushed back. How do you know they will come here? They can't possibly come here. The Eagle Lord frowned as it stared at Lin Tian, continuing in a firm voice. The Great Mausoleum already has an agreement with the church. Lin Tian answered with equal seriousness. While scouting outside, I saw a large human army moving in this direction. And after everything I did before entering this place, I'm certain they're coming to punish me. At that moment, the Eagle Lord finally understood what was happening. Its expression changed, and it responded with a pleased smile. Is that so? Then I understand now. After saying that, it spread its wings wide and prepared to take flight. Rest assured, I will never allow humans to run wild inside the Great Mausoleum. And it won't just be me. Several of the great lords here will never permit it either. With those words, the Eagle Lord took off at once to report the situation to the other lords. Before disappearing, it called down to Lin Tian. Wait here while I make my report. I'll return to find you afterward. Lin Tian immediately raised his voice in respectful reply. Thank you, Lord Great One. At the outer edge of the Great Mausoleum, a full force of human soldiers had already gathered. They had come with only one purpose. They would not turn back until the Goblin pack had been completely wiped out. A red-haired commander rode at the front of the army. Raising his fist high into the air, he shouted to ignite the soldiers' fighting spirit. Soldiers, today, we march with one resolve. If we do not destroy the Goblin pack, then we do not return. Do you have the determination to enter the Great Mausoleum? The gathered soldiers answered together with a thunderous shout. Yes. The commander had barely finished speaking when a massive dragon suddenly appeared overhead, its wide wings beating through the sky as it circled above the army. Still seated on his horse, the commander lifted his head and stared upward without blinking. The sight before him left him stunned. A goblin was actually riding on the back of a dragon. His thoughts immediately raced back to the intelligence report, and he silently confirmed it for himself. So it was true. There was no mistake. High in the air, Lin Tian sat proudly atop the enormous dragon, looking completely at ease. The beast slowly descended toward the powerful legion below, carrying him straight toward the human army. Every pair of eyes on the battlefield turned toward the figure in the sky. The commander spotted Lin Tian and shouted up at him. You up there? You're the goblin who destroyed dozens of our villages and towns, aren't you? Lin Tian simply folded his arms and looked down at the crowd below, as though their numbers meant nothing to him. Then he raised his voice and asked, Have you already forgotten the covenant between the church and the Great Mausoleum? And yet you still dare to provoke us? Those words instantly struck a nerve. The commander's expression twisted with anger as he drew his sword and shouted back, You're nothing more than a pack of rats that ran into the Great Mausoleum to hide. Why should we care about some covenant before killing you? Fueled by rage, he pointed his sword straight toward Lin Tian's face, his voice full of arrogance. Do you see the army standing behind me? We'll march in there, grind your bones to dust, and avenge both my grandfather and Sword Saint Alasnia. Behind him, the legion roared with fighting spirit, their combined pressure spreading across the battlefield. But even in the face of such a massive force, Lin Tian treated them like something smaller than a toenail. He spoke lightly, almost as though sharing a harmless secret. So that's what this is about. Then let me tell you something interesting. When the Sword Saint was mentioned, Lin Tian's mind drifted back to the meal from that day. He slowly spread his arms with a pleased expression, savoring the memory as he joked, very soft. And the taste was even sweeter than honey. That single remark pushed the situation past its limit. The Legion commander's face turned pale with fury, as if Lin Tian had trampled directly on the Sword Saint's name. He roared at the top of his lungs, You, shut your mouth. Unable to bear another second of it, the commander swore he would rip Lin Tian into 100 pieces. He turned toward an iron-armored knight beside him and shouted, Your Highness, Holy Guard, let us charge in and kill him now. I want to crush him into ashes. Up above, Lin Tian remained relaxed, watching the enemy lose control after only a few provoking words. He gave a cold, dismissive laugh. I only came to see what kind of situation I was dealing with. Who would have thought I'd run into weaklings who lose their minds after just 2 sentences? Below him, the Holy Guard clenched the reins tightly. He was clearly furious too, but unlike the Duke, he managed to keep his composure. Turning toward the commander, he said, Wait, Your Highness Duke. Our scouts haven't returned yet. Entering the Great Mausoleum recklessly is no different from walking into death. The Duke could only grit his teeth and force himself to endure it. Hearing that, Lin Tian's interest rose immediately. He repeated the word to himself with a faint smile. Scouts. At that moment, Lin Tian lifted a human by the head with one hand, holding the man in the air as easily as if he were a chicken. He let everyone below see the captive clearly before asking, "Are you talking about this, Scout?" With that bloodthirsty posture and chilling stare, Lin Tian looked less like a goblin and more like a demon standing above the battlefield. 10 minutes earlier, 2 scout soldiers had been hidden in the forest near Lin Tian's tribe, carefully watching everything from high above. One of them stared down in disbelief and muttered, "A low-class goblin pack actually dares to keep this many humans and monsters captive?" The other nodded grimly. No wonder the Sword Saint was harmed. We need to get back and report this immediately. But the instant those words left his mouth, strange noises suddenly rose from the forest around them. The 2 scouts stiffened in fear, then slowly turned around as the color drained from their faces. Kaishan and several mutated goblins, all under Lin Tian's command, had been standing behind them the entire time. Before the scouts could react, the goblins launched their ambush. The 2 men turned in terror, and their screams soon echoed through the forest. Back in the present, the situation had reached a breaking point. The Duke raised his sword and gave the order at once. "Entire army, listen to me. Advance. Move in and slaughter every goblin." Thousands of soldiers surged forward with swords and spears in hand. Their cheers thundered through the air as they pushed ahead, completely confident that their overwhelming numbers would crush the goblins with ease. The Duke threw back his head and laughed arrogantly. "What's wrong? Are you scared now?" Terrified. To him, the humans below had no idea what they were facing. Lin Tian only sneered as the Duke continued. "This is what happens when you provoke a lion. I'll grind your bones into dust." Since humanity had chosen to act, Lin Tian no longer hesitated to reveal the piece he had prepared. From within the darkness, a huge coarse foot stepped forward, sharp claws digging into the ground as a heavy voice rose through the night. The figure that emerged had the body of a human but the deadly features of a giant eagle, combining the frame of a man with the wings, talons, and predatory presence of a bird. The moment it appeared, the entire legion's attention was dragged toward it. The Duke and everyone around him quickly turned to look. He clenched his teeth, struggling to contain his anger, before shouting a warning to the army. "It's the man-eating eagle. Everyone, be careful." The eagle lord laughed loudly, its eyes gleaming with dangerous amusement. "Church, it's been a long time. Have you already forgotten the covenant you set yourselves?" Among them, the Holy Guard was the one who understood this demon better than anyone else. The Holy Guard raised his sword and answered in a firm, commanding voice. "Man-eating eagle, this operation was ordered by the Pope. You have no right to negotiate with us." The Eagle Lord showed no trace of respect. It lifted one sharp claw and pointed it directly toward the Holy Guard's face. "You won't be able to act this arrogantly for much longer. Once that old man dies, I'll personally crush every one of your heads." The Holy Guard lifted his chin with absolute loyalty behind his iron mask and replied without hesitation. "The future is none of your concern. I came under the Pope's orders to destroy the goblins. If you dare stand in our way, death is the only outcome waiting for you." Immediately afterward, the Duke turned to the soldiers surrounding him and shouted, "Entire army, continue advancing. Kill them." Before Lin Tian even needed to make a move, the Eagle Lord spread its wings and launched itself high into the sky. Its voice rang out from above the battlefield. But the Eagle Lord was not alone. In the sky and across the ground, countless mutated monsters appeared alongside goblins under Lin Tian's command, all glaring at the human army with open hostility. Flying centipedes and winged snakes filled the air, while below, endless ox-headed and horse-faced monsters stomped the earth hard enough to make the ground tremble. From above, the Eagle Lord called down. "Do you really think the Great Mausoleum is a place you can enter whenever you want and leave whenever you please?" The Holy Guard pulled his reins forward and spoke clearly, his gaze fixed on the Eagle Lord. "So the Great Mausoleum has decided to protect the Goblin Pack." The Eagle Lord stared back with irritated eyes before slowly answering. "You can understand it that way." That look alone made its position perfectly clear. The Holy Guard remained still on horseback, his face cold and unreadable behind the iron mask. He looked upward and remained silent for a long time, weighing the situation. At last, he decisively turned his horse, sheathed his sword, and told the Duke, "Your Highness Duke, withdraw the troops." The Duke stared at him in disbelief and asked again, "Your Highness Holy Guard, did I hear that correctly? The Lion Empire has never fled from battle, even in death. I must kill him." But the Holy Guard answered again, his calm voice cutting through the Duke's fighting spirit. "This is not fleeing." The Duke still looked completely bewildered, but the Holy Guard had already made his decision. He was preparing for a far larger confrontation. "Withdraw the army." Just like that, the entire powerful legion split into 4 groups and retreated at high speed. Lin Tian watched their movements from the back of the Red Dragon, while the Eagle Lord remained nearby in the air. As he watched the humans pull away, Lin Tian called out, "Lord Great One, this doesn't seem very good. Because of me, a major war has started." But the Eagle Lord did not blame him at all. It had already seen through humanity's true purpose. It isn't only because of you. They're using your situation to show that the Great Mausoleum is no longer afraid of the church. Only then did Lin Tian fully understand. So that's how it is. The Eagle Lord then turned back toward him, its expression growing completely serious. By the way, develop your tribe quickly. Several great lords within the Great Mausoleum think highly of you. They left a message. If you can become the Goblin King, you will gain the right to enter the real Great Mausoleum. It was not only good news, but also a clear path for Lin Tian's future growth. Lin Tian's eyes immediately lit up with interest. The thought of the real Great Mausoleum stirred him deeply. He looked upward and replied, "The real Great Mausoleum. The resources there must be extraordinary." Inside the cathedral, furious screams rang out from every direction. Crowds of people gathered together in outrage, shouting, "Kill the goblins. That sword saint woman no longer deserves to hold the holy sword." More and more people joined in, cursing the sword saint together. Even though soldiers tried to hold them back, the crowd continued to shout wildly. "Is she still the sword saint we used to admire? Why would she go so far as to raise goblins? It's disgusting. We worshipped her for nothing. She's nothing but trash. You disgusting bastard." Elsewhere, the heavy sound of steel footsteps echoed down the corridor. Someone was walking forward with force, and every step carried a clear sense of anger. That person was not a knight. It was the king himself. As he walked, he gave orders with obvious frustration. "Enough. The goblin problem still isn't resolved, and now this mess has appeared too." The nun beside him spoke carefully. "On one side are the people. On the other is her. Only you can decide what happens next." The king clenched both fists and ground his teeth, and the look on his face made even the nun beside him nervous. Without another word, the king reached the room and pushed the door open with force. He stood at the doorway and called out loudly, but then his voice stopped. Whatever he saw inside made his face freeze with anger. For a moment, the king could not say a single word. His lips pressed tightly together, and his clenched teeth trembled. Inside the room stood Sword Saint Alice Near, together with a child who had the appearance of a goblin. She was playing with the child as if they were an ordinary family. The king watched in shock, unable to believe she had changed this much for a goblin. Anger filled his mind. Had I known this would happen, I should have eliminated the problem from the very beginning. Unable to control himself any longer, the king drew his sword and rushed straight inside. "Alice Near, move aside. I might hurt you," he shouted. Meanwhile, the child remained innocently seated on the wooden horse, still playing happily beside his mother. While the child was enjoying himself, the king's sharp sword suddenly pointed directly at him. The child froze in panic, his innocent mind unable to understand what crime he had possibly committed. In a single, terrifying instant, fresh blood sprayed through the air. The king had moved without hesitation, clearly intending to cut the goblin child down where he stood. But Alice Near refused to let that happen. Driven by a mother's instinct, the sword saint threw herself in front of the child and seized the blade with her bare hands, blood staining her grip as she glared straight at the king. "Your Majesty, what do you think you're doing?" Behind her, the little goblin was still frozen in shock, unable to understand the danger closing in around him. The king stood before her as the ruler responsible for the entire nation, and his voice rang through the room without the slightest hesitation. "For the people, and for the future of this empire, I have to pull you back onto the righteous path." Yet even as he spoke, Alice Near had already reached for her own sword. Her fingers closed tightly around the hilt, and her stance hardened with resolve. No matter what anyone called him, no matter that he was born a goblin, she had made up her mind to protect her child. With her sword drawn, the sword saint rushed forward to make one thing perfectly clear. She was not someone who could simply be threatened into submission. The king stood stunned for a moment, unable to believe that the sword saint would one day raise her blade against him. Behind Alice Near, the little goblin's wide eyes lit up with excitement as he watched his mother take up her sword. That sight only pushed the king's anger even further, and he roared her name. "Alice Near." Alice Near's face twisted with bitterness at the king's cold attitude. Pain and resentment filled her eyes as she asked him in a strained voice, "Your Majesty, do you see me this way too?" There was no one left standing beside her now, and that lonely truth made the hurt on her face even harder to hide. The answer came not in words, but in a blinding burst of divine light. A supreme holy technique erupted before her, holy body golden light. The force of the attack hurled the sword saint far across the ground. Before her, an overwhelming stream of golden light poured from the king, completely suppressing her holy sword until it was knocked from her hand and sent flying away. Grimacing through the pain, Alice Near struggled to force herself back onto her feet. While the sword saint remained crouched on the floor, weakened and shaken, the sound of bare footsteps suddenly echoed into the chamber. The king immediately stiffened, then turned around in alarm to see who had entered. The man who appeared was Bishop Shuji. The bald bishop carried a book beneath his arm, dressed in the flowing robes of the cathedral, and his arrival seemed tied to the holy power that had just overwhelmed Alice Near. The moment he stepped inside, he began reciting another supreme, holy technique. Holy judgment imprisonment. At once, countless golden pillars burst up around the sword saint from every direction. They closed in like the bars of a divine prison, locking her in place directly before the king's eyes. The king watched in silence as Alice Near was sealed inside the cage of light. Only after she was restrained did he turn toward Bishop Shuji and speak with a heavy expression. Bishop Shuji, please take care of this matter. Seeing her like this, I do not have the heart to do it myself. There was still compassion buried somewhere in his heart, but he could never accept the existence of a goblin, the Empire's inherited enemy. Even trapped inside the glowing cage, Alice Near refused to surrender. She lunged forward, gripping two of the shining bars with desperate hands as she cried out, "No, that punishment belongs to me. I am the one who must receive the god's punishment. I have already lost all of my holy power." Bishop Shuji slowly turned his face toward her, his expression stern and almost sorrowful. "The gods have not abandoned you," he said. "You are the one who abandoned the gods." His voice carried no warmth, and his cold face showed no trace of hesitation. Then Bishop Shuji raised a small cross in front of his forehead and began walking toward the goblin child. His voice rang out through the chamber. "Hand this goblin over to me, Your Highness." Alice Near. The little boy still had no idea what was happening. He crawled across the floor and stared at Shuji in confusion, unable to understand why his mother had been trapped. A fierce beam of light suddenly burst forth and struck directly toward the boy's face. His large, round eyes were helplessly drawn toward the shining glow. Alice Near saw every second of it, and the fearless sword saint vanished from her expression. At that moment, she was no longer a legendary warrior. She was only a mother watching the child she loved slip beyond her reach. A scream soon echoed from outside the holy temple. No. Yet beyond those walls, the people's voices rose together in celebration, shouting, "Long live His Majesty." After everything had been dealt with, the king walked out carrying the child's body in his arms. His face was dark and grim as he approached the crowd step by step. The moment the people saw him, they began cheering, eager to know whether the monster had finally been destroyed. Some even began whispering cruelly about the sword saint, wondering whether she was dead too, and saying it would be better if she had died alongside him. Without another word, the king threw the small corpse down in front of the people who had demanded its death. The crowd instantly recoiled in terror, stumbling backward and screaming as they stared at the goblin's lifeless body. The king's voice turned colder than ice. "The explanation you wanted has been given." Then, his face burning with fury, he shouted down at the crowd. "Anyone who dares speak another word of slander against the sword saint will suffer the consequences themselves." The people immediately fell silent after hearing that threat from the king himself. Not one of them dared open their mouth again. They could only shrink back nervously, stealing frightened glances in his direction. The next day, inside the vast royal hall, a nun came rushing in with panic written all over her face. She hurriedly reported to the king, "Your Majesty, Alice Near, she has disappeared." The moment the king heard that the woman he had tried to protect was gone, he shot to his feet. Shock flashed across his face as he demanded, "What?" Elsewhere, inside the goblin camp, Ho Yi's six-armed body crouched low to the ground. A powerful layer of hellish blue fire exploded around him, wrapping him in a violent aura. Then he rose to his full height, brimming with excitement and pride. Ho Yi threw back his head and laughed loudly, thrilled by the power now flowing through his body. "Boss, I can use magic now." At once, the system panel revealed his new details. Frantic Goblin, level 70. Race, Goblin. Occupation, Dark Mage. Titles, New Mutated, Gluttonous, Blessed by the Gods. HP, 2000. Strength, 501. Defense, 540. Skills, Evil Hand Magic Flame, Frantic Strength Impact, Pressure Field. Equipment, none. Total combat power, 3100. His gluttony had finally developed into an exceptionally rare form. Nearby, Kaishan and Ji Lu were just as excited as Ho Yi. Their eyes widened as they clasped their hands together, raised their faces toward the sky, and shouted wildly. "What's so special about that, boss? I want to eat more meat too." "Me too. I want to reach level 70. Yeah. Not far away, Lin Tian was lying lazily on top of a huge rock with one leg crossed over the other. Without even sitting up, he calmly told his subordinates, "The mutated forest doesn't welcome monsters. If you want more food, go outside and hunt it yourselves. You'll gain combat experience while you're at it." Ji Lu's face instantly froze, and he timidly answered, "But boss, it's really dangerous outside." The second Lin Tian heard that excuse, his anger flared. Still stretched out on the rock, he glared down at them and scolded them without mercy. "You two are unbelievably lazy. Who do you think you relied on to survive until now? Do you really think staying beside me means you'll always be safe? Ji Lu and Kaishan immediately began trembling like limp noodles. Frightened by Lin Tian's words, the two goblins tapped their tails anxiously and scrambled away on all fours. We're going right now, boss. Please don't be angry. Seeing this, Hui slammed his fists against his own chest, as if he needed to release the power boiling inside him. Boss, let me go with them. Lin Tian merely glanced after them and muttered under his breath. I've made things too comfortable for these guys. All they think about is eating without doing any work. Suddenly, a strange sound drifted through the area. Lin Tian spit out the stalk of grass resting in his mouth, lifted his head, and narrowed his eyes. What was that? A pair of long, slender legs came into view nearby as Eagle Lord slowly descended to the ground. Lin Tian turned toward him, visibly surprised by the sudden visit. Lord Man-Eating Eagle, what are you doing here? Eagle Lord approached him at an unhurried pace, speaking to Lin Tian with unusual friendliness. Little Lin Tian, I want to introduce you to another lord. Lin Tian was immediately interested. Building more connections could only benefit him, so he replied with a willing smile. Meeting another lord? I'd be happy to. On the surface, Lin Tian treated it like a simple meeting meant to build friendly ties. But deep down, his thoughts were much more practical. The more powerful people he knew, the more options he would have later when a dangerous enemy appeared, and the easier it would be to drag someone else in front to take the hit. As soon as Lin Tian agreed, Eagle Lord enthusiastically pointed behind him. As long as you don't mind, it's the one standing right there. Hearing that, Lin Tian immediately turned around, his body tense with both caution and curiosity. Standing directly behind him was an enormous salamander with a long red tongue hanging from its mouth. It was the Southern Lord, Golden Salamander. The creature's towering body and bulging muscles made Lin Tian look tiny by comparison, forcing him to crane his neck just to see its full size. Lin Tian immediately activated his eye ability and checked the Lord's information. The system panel revealed, Golden Salamander. Race, Demi-Human. Level, 88. Total combat power, 3,990. After reading the numbers, Lin Tian quietly judged the situation in his mind. This guy wasn't actually that strong. He was just absurdly large. But then the giant salamander suddenly began walking toward the cages where Lin Tian kept the humans. Its eyes were fixed on the thinly clothed breeding machines sitting inside. Lin Tian called out to him, Lord Golden Salamander, are you interested in humans? Yet the salamander ignored him completely and continued forward. The salamander stopped beside the cage packed with the human breeding machines and pushed its massive head closer to the bars. Staring at them with hungry eyes, it whispered, these people look delicious. Then it turned toward Eagle Lord. Birdman, let's split them half and half. Eagle Lord moved closer and questioned him. You mean half for each of us? Before I brought you here, didn't you say you would only eat one? But the second golden salamander saw so much prey gathered in one place, he immediately changed his attitude. His voice became loud and domineering as he declared, I'm here now. In my territory, everything belongs to me. And you goblins? You're nothing but low-class, useless creatures. Eagle Lord stared directly at him and answered without backing down. But here, I'm the one who decides. Go back to the south. Golden Salamander glanced over at them, anger beginning to roll through his eyes. He shouted at both of them. Don't act like your tribe has never eaten human meat before. You still dare to call yourselves specialists at eating humans. Then he added as though he were being generous. I was already being fair by offering half. Lin Tian's patience finally began to run out. He tilted his head, cleared his throat, and said, you can touch whichever one you want, but taking all of them is not allowed. Lin Tian's entire body seemed to burn with fury. His face darkened, killing intent filling his eyes as he shouted at the massive salamander. What kind of insect thinks it has the right to demand half? Can you even swallow that much? Seeing Lin Tian ready to fight, Golden Salamander began showing his own power as well. He stretched out his long tongue and looked down at Lin Tian with open contempt. Are you talking to me? He sneered. Low-class trash. The tension in the air became impossible to ignore. Eagle Lord immediately spread his wings in front of Lin Tian, shielding him with his body as though he intended to protect him. Both Eagle Lord and Lin Tian watched Golden Salamander carefully, their eyes filled with caution. Eagle Lord was already beginning to regret introducing this salamander in the first place. He steadied his voice, then delivered one last warning. Leave now, unless you want to be beaten. But Golden Salamander's mind was clouded by nothing but his craving for human flesh. He pushed his head forward, stuck out his tongue, and spat out his conclusion. You just want to keep all of these humans for yourselves. Fine. I'll kill this goblin first, and then we can talk. One side wanted Lin Tian dead, while the other refused to let him be touched. With Lin Tian caught between them, Eagle Lord and Golden Salamander prepared to clash. Both of them lowered their bodies and stared each other down, their powerful energy surging so violently that even Lin Tian, standing behind Eagle Lord, had to remain on guard. Golden Salamander believed Eagle Lord had betrayed him just to keep the humans for himself. He raised his head, opened his tooth-filled mouth wide, and roared, "Birdman, you really are cruel. But you can't guard them forever. I'll come back and kill every one of them." After saying that, Golden Salamander realized he could not win against the people here. He turned around and stormed away, his heavy feet smashing into the ground with loud, resentful thuds as he fled. Lin Tian watched the troublesome salamander disappear into the distance, and Eagle Lord could not hide his embarrassment. After all, he was the one who had personally brought that greedy creature here. With an apologetic look, Eagle Lord turned to Lin Tian and admitted, "Sorry, I never expected him to be that greedy." Lin Tian, now much more relaxed, stood with one foot slightly forward and a faint smile on his face. "There's no need to apologize," he said. "But if I kill him, what would the Great Ones in the Great Tomb do?" The situation was clearly more complicated than it first appeared. Eagle Lord hesitated for quite a while before finally giving him a straightforward answer. "They would either punish you for it, or they might let you take his place as the Southern Lord." Lin Tian did not look particularly impressed by that offer. He raised a hand to his chin, rubbing it thoughtfully as he looked toward the salamanders retreating back. "So becoming the Southern Lord means I can summon demon beasts?" he asked. Yet even while considering it, he understood the downside. Once he became a lord himself, he would no longer be able to hunt demon beasts as freely as before. His expression immediately soured. Lin Tian clenched his teeth and spoke with complete disgust. "Even if someone handed that position to me for free, I still wouldn't want it." Elsewhere, the ground was littered with the remains of countless beasts. Skeletons and broken bones lay scattered across the abandoned area, turning the place into a gruesome field of hunting trophies. This was the result of Lin Tian's order. Ho-E had gone out alone to hunt, and he had returned with a massive pile of prey. With his belly already full, the six-armed goblin sat there happily chewing on one enormous beast leg. Kaishan had also become much stronger after feeding. He looked delighted with himself, lifting his long tail high as energy radiated from his body. His evolved form appeared larger and more imposing than before. Wanting to test that new power immediately, Kaishan leaned his body forward and swung his tail with all his strength. The thick tail cut through the air like a giant blade designed to slice apart flesh. The trees around him were cut clean through in an instant. 3 huge trunks nearby crashed flat onto the ground, their cuts so smooth that it looked as though a massive saw blade had passed through them. The force was terrifying. If that tail ever struck an ordinary person, there would be nothing left except a shattered body. Seeing how much stronger he had become, Kaishan threw his head back and roared with pride. His fists tightened at his sides as he celebrated the enormous increase in his power. Near a quiet stream, a young salamander was bathing alone in the shallow water. It had noticed a dragonfly hovering nearby and was carefully watching it like prey. The little salamander licked its lips and slowly crept closer, its face bright with excitement as it prepared to snatch the dragonfly from the air. Then, without warning, a large rough hand burst up from beneath the water and reached toward the young salamander. The little creature turned around at the last second, its face twisting in sudden terror. In the blink of an eye, the young salamander was dragged beneath the surface. The dragonfly escaped unharmed and fluttered away freely, while only the salamander's small tail could be seen briefly above the water. A moment later, the young salamander's blood-covered head lay motionless on the ground. Ho-Yi's voice drifted from nearby as he examined it. "It's still just a juvenile, but it's already more than a meter tall." Ho-Yi, Ji-Lu, and Kaishan soon gathered together to share the young salamander as a meal. While chewing on the tail, Ho-Yi happily said, "This meat is so fresh. It tastes amazing." Kaishan greedily continued eating and nodded in agreement. "It's delicious. It's no worse than human meat." Ji-Lu barely looked up, completely focused on eating as he muttered, "I wish we could eat meat like this every day." While the 3 goblins were happily eating, they suddenly stopped at almost the same time. It was as though the exact same thought had entered all of their minds at once. Their 6 eyes met for a brief moment. Then, one by one, they turned toward the distance behind them and wore the same dangerous smile. The 3 pairs of eyes gleamed with interest. Whatever those goblins had just thought of, it was clearly not going to end well for someone. Meanwhile, the salamander tribe lived beside the river in a cluster of small houses. Inside one hut, an adult green salamander complained to his mate, "That child runs around all day. Aren't you worried some demon beast will catch him?" The female salamander was preparing to leave, but she did not look afraid in the slightest. "Why should I be scared?" she said confidently. "My husband is a lord. What demon beast would dare lay a hand on my child?" Then a voice suddenly came from behind her. "Are you looking for it?" Startled, the female salamander immediately turned toward the nearby bushes after hearing the sound of leaves rustling. There, lying on the ground, was the dead body of a salamander from her tribe. She stared at the corpse in grief and disbelief, unable to accept what she was seeing. Then Ho-E stepped out from the bushes with an aggressive expression. Hoey walked toward the pale female salamander, power visibly radiating from his body. Frightened, she stumbled backward and shouted, "Who are you? This is the Lord's territory. How dare you come here?" But her warning meant nothing to Hoey. All he could think about was salamander meat and the delicious prey standing right in front of him. He clicked his tongue playfully and looked her over. "What kind of lord are you talking about?" he said. "Still, this lady does look quite charming." His words struck directly at the pride of the salamander tribe. The salamander protecting her immediately stepped forward with a spear in hand. It raised its voice and roared, "How dare you insult the Lord's wife?" Its body swelled with anger, veins bulging as it prepared to fight. "I will." Before it could finish speaking, Kaishan suddenly appeared behind it. With one brutal strike, he pierced straight through the salamander's body. The guard cried out in agony as Kaishan lifted it high into the air, and the system immediately displayed that its disguise had been cancelled. The protecting salamander died in a miserable state. Kaishan casually pulled his hand back, while the female salamander's heart sank. Her face turned pale as fear completely took over. Hoey came up behind her, tied her hands, and grabbed her by the neck. He lowered his face close to hers, and spoke as though he had already decided her fate. "This one has to be saved for the boss." The terrified female salamander could only cry out for help. "Help me." Her voice echoed through the nearby houses, and salamanders began rushing outside from every direction. There were so many of them that they seemed to spill out like ants. The moment they saw their lord's wife being threatened, the whole tribe fell into chaos. "There's a monster invasion. It looks like a goblin pack. The lord isn't here. What are we supposed to do?" "Forget it. Grab your weapons and fight them." After shouting those words, the adult salamanders armed themselves with knives, hammers, and whatever weapons they could find. They rushed toward the goblins while yelling furiously, "Kill them all! Charge!" Hoey only smiled when he saw their determination. His two sharp fangs nearly reached the corners of his eyes as his expression twisted with excitement. He taught them the difference in power almost immediately. Energy surged through his entire body, and with a single pointed finger, he released a violent blast straight at the charging salamanders. Their bodies were thrown apart by the impact, blasted in every direction as they screamed in pain. Then Kaishan stepped in. He looked like a terrifying monster as he crouched low, his tail swaying continuously behind him. Sharp spikes suddenly fired from that tail and pierced into the attacking salamanders one after another. They could only rely on brute force, and against Kaishan's evolved attacks, they suffered massive damage before collapsing to the ground. Ever since tasting the young salamander, Ji Lu had become unable to forget how delicious salamander meat was. The moment Ji Lu saw salamander corpses scattered across the battlefield, he rushed over greedily and began eating them as though they were his favorite food. Surrounded by bodies, he kept licking and tasting the meat without stopping. It was during this feast that Ji Lu successfully completed his evolution. While Ji Lu was focused on swallowing another salamander, one survivor quietly crept toward him from behind with a knife raised in its hand. The attacker looked nervous, but Ji Lu had already sensed the danger approaching. His mouth was still busy chewing when he casually swung one hand behind him. That single light motion blew away the head of the salamander, trying to ambush him. The growth in his strength was now terrifyingly obvious. Before long, Lin Tian's 3 goblin subordinates had slaughtered and hunted a huge number of salamanders all by themselves. Their bellies full, they happily gathered up their loot and started heading back. Hoey walked ahead, punching toward the sky with a proud expression as he said, "We're full. Let's head back. The boss told us not to wipe them out completely. We'll wait for them to reproduce, then we can come back again." "Take the salamander mother and child back for the boss," Hoey continued. "He'll definitely praise us." Behind them, one wounded salamander remained alive on the battlefield. One of its arms had already been eaten, and it could barely move as it reached forward in despair. "Lord Golden Salamander," it groaned painfully. "Where did you go?" At that very moment, the entire salamander tribe had sunk into mourning. When Golden Salamander finally returned, his face changed instantly. The sight before him was so shocking that he could barely believe it. "Is this my tribe?" Having just arrived home, Golden Salamander stood frozen before the grim morning scene. Corpses were everywhere, and the whole tribe seemed covered in darkness. Salamanders had fallen across the ground for reasons he could not understand, while those barely alive could only moan weakly, "Help us, Lord." Then a strange crunching sound came from the bushes nearby. A surviving salamander had been hiding in those bushes the entire time. The moment it saw its lord return, it finally dared to crawl out and cry for help. "Lord Golden Salamander, please save the madam and the young lady." The goblins captured both of them. Golden Salamander had already been dealing with problems involving goblins, and this new disaster pushed him over the edge. His face turned pale with fury as he leaned forward and growled, "Goblins!" The surviving salamander bowed down, full of resentment, and stuttered through the whole story. Golden Salamander could not believe it. "Impossible. I just came back from the goblin tribe. They wouldn't dare retaliate this quickly." Then he suddenly caught a scent in the air. His mouth wrinkled as he sensed something horribly familiar. The realization hit him all at once. Golden Salamander's eyes widened, his teeth clenched, and he roared so loudly that the whole area shook. His wife's scent was gone from the tribe, mixed only with the foul smell of those damn goblins. Golden Salamander exploded forward like a whirlwind. The furious lord raced at terrifying speed, charging straight toward the goblin base. As he ran, he swore with murderous rage, "I'll kill your entire tribe." Every heavy step slammed into the ground with a thunderous impact. Back at the goblin tribe, Ho-E, Kai-Shan, and Ji-Lu were happily running home after their successful hunt. When they saw Lin Tian sitting by himself, the three goblins excitedly waved their arms and legs as they called out, "Boss, come over here quickly. We brought back some delicious gifts." Lin Tian heard their voices, looked up toward them, and was immediately startled by what they had returned with. Lin Tian stared at the three goblins in surprise. Every one of them had evolved, and their presence was clearly different from before. A satisfied smile slowly appeared on his face as he looked them over. The system panel immediately displayed Kai-Shan and Ji-Lu's new information. Kai-Shan had reached level 71 as a mutated goblin bone warrior, bearing the titles Rib-Stripping Warrior, Mutated Goblin, and Blessed by the Gods. His HP was 1,700, with 580 strength and 700 defense. His abilities included Evil Bone Growth, Magic Bone Growth, Attack Enhancement, and Devour. Equipped with the Evil Bone, his total combat power had risen to 3,000. His greatest traits were his immense strength, power nearly equal to Ho-Yi's, and absolute loyalty to Lin Tian. Ji-Lu had reached level 72. Though he remained an ordinary goblin without a formal class, he now carried the title Perfect Assassin and was also blessed by the gods. His HP was 1,500, with 490 strength and 410 defense. His abilities included scent detection, target tracking, disguise, increased speed, and the instinct to sense danger from afar. His total combat power had also reached 3,000, relying on flexible skills, rapid movement, and a specialty in capturing targets alive. After carefully reading the numbers, Lin Tian could not hide his satisfaction. His eyes lingered on Kai-Shan as he said, "I didn't expect you to become almost as strong as Ho-E. A mutated species really is something else." Then Lin Tian looked toward Ji-Lu and quietly considered his growth as well. Ji-Lu's base attributes were lower, yet his total combat power matched Kai-Shan's. That was likely because of his assassin-style abilities. With proper equipment, he would probably become even more dangerous. Lin Tian had barely finished judging their strength when loud, furious shouting suddenly broke through the camp. "Let me go, you damn goblins. I'm the Lord's wife. How dare you capture me?" The screaming immediately drew Lin Tian's attention. Ji-Lu and Kai-Shan turned around as well, while Ho-E stood nearby carrying his fresh loot. The female salamander was slung over his shoulder, struggling wildly as she shouted, "My husband will kill every one of you." Ho-E did not waste time arguing with her. He grabbed her by the head and gave a sharp pull, striking her in a way that made her body suddenly go limp as she fell backward. "Shut up already," Ho-E said flatly. Then he marched toward Lin Tian, proudly presenting what he had brought back. Holding the captured salamander securely with several arms, he showed her off like a prize. "Boss, we caught them for you. One young, one old. Pick whichever one suits your taste." Lin Tian did not react right away. He slowly looked the salamander over from head to toe, and once he heard her shouting about being a lord's wife, his expression turned puzzled. "The lord's wife?" he asked. "Where exactly did you catch these two? Don't tell me it was from that gecko lord's tribe." Even though she was in pain, the female salamander still forced herself to look arrogant. "That's right," she snapped. "My husband is the Southern Lord. Now you understand who you've offended, don't you? It's too late to be afraid." She still believed her husband was powerful enough to crush anyone who challenged him. In other words, these goblins had truly gone after the family of the same loudmouthed lord who had caused trouble earlier. Lin Tian gave a cold, contemptuous laugh. "So it really is that noisy old lord. The one who wanted to drive my tribe away and even threatened to kill me." The moment she heard that, the salamander lord's wife finally realized that something terrible was about to happen. Fear flooded her face as she screamed, "You! What are you going to do, you lowly goblin? You wouldn't." Before she could finish, Lin Tian rose without hesitation, raised his crossbow, and fired. The shot tore into her abdomen, leaving everyone around them stunned by how coldly and decisively he acted. The salamander crashed face down onto the ground, trembling in pain as weak, broken cries escaped from her mouth. The goblins behind Lin Tian erupted into wild excitement at the sight. Lin Tian simply lifted one hand and announced, "These two salamanders are your reward." The moment they heard that, the goblins celebrated as though a festival had begun, shouting together, "Thank you, great boss. Long live the great boss." The crowd instantly rushed forward, fighting over the rare prize with frantic excitement. Goblins pushed and shoved each other, arguing loudly over who would get there first and demanding that someone save a share for them. Their attention was completely consumed by the strange delicacy before them. Lin Tian did not even bother watching the chaotic mob for long. Once he had left the smaller goblins to their reward, Lin Tian turned toward Ji Lu and asked, "What did you three do in that tribe? You only brought back these two." Ji Lu lowered his head respectfully and answered honestly, "We found the salamander tribe, defeated them right away, and ate almost all of them. But we left a few alive so they could reproduce later." Lin Tian's eyes widened the moment he heard that. He stared at them with his mouth slightly open and blurted out, "What?" Seeing their boss's reaction, Ho Yi, Ji Lu, and Kaishan immediately panicked. The three goblins huddled close together, trembling as they quietly muttered, "Great boss, we were wrong." They were certain that punishment was coming. Instead, Lin Tian suddenly burst into loud laughter, looking more pleased than ever. "Well done," he praised them. "Especially you, Hui. I didn't raise you for nothing. You even knew to catch some toys and bring them back for me." The three goblins had been tense only moments ago, but now they were being praised instead. Hui scratched his head with a bashful grin and said, "Great boss is praising me too much. It was only what I was supposed to do." Ji Lu and Kaishan also smiled nervously, finally relaxing. Lin Tian, meanwhile, was delighted by the thought of the Salamander Lord's face when he learned that his tribe had been destroyed and his family had been taken. Just as Lin Tian expected, Golden Salamander eventually arrived. The moment he reached the area, he caused a huge disturbance, lashing his tail violently against a tree in uncontrollable rage. The Salamander Lord immediately began venting his anger by smashing houses and killing several goblins near the entrance. Striding through the camp with murderous fury, he roared, "You damn goblins! Come out and return my wife and child to me." Then his eyes suddenly changed. The anger in his face grew even heavier as he focused on something ahead. Right before him were the remains of his wife and child, surrounded by a crowd of goblins that had torn through them. By then, the gruesome feast had left almost nothing behind except bare bones. The goblins, their mouths still stained from eating, slowly raised their heads and looked toward him. When Golden Salamander recognized the skulls stripped completely clean, he let out a shattered roar. "My wife, my daughter." Seeing the Salamander Lord's devastated face, Lin Tian slowly stepped forward and called out in a mocking tone, "Speak of the devil, and the devil arrives. Too bad for you. You came too late." That final blow broke something inside Golden Salamander. Having lost everything, he could no longer contain the hatred boiling through him. Steam like breath poured from his mouth as he roared, "Today, I'll wipe out your entire tribe. Blood will pay for blood." After shouting those words, he gathered every bit of power inside his body. His massive frame bent forward as a fierce blast of blue fire formed in his throat, aimed directly at Lin Tian. With nothing left to lose, the Salamander Lord attacked with everything he had. A long column of blue flames erupted from the Salamander Lord's mouth, but Lin Tian countered almost immediately. Lin Tian crouched low, opened his mouth, and released a violent shockwave of his own. The brutal force shattered the blue fire column in midair, and the Salamander Lord was thrown backward as his attack collapsed. In the same instant, Lin Tian seized the opening and summoned a massive blade. It shot forward through the air before Golden Salamander could fully recover. Still stunned from the shockwave, the Salamander Lord was struck in the right side of the chest. The blade plunged in all the way to the hilt, and dark blood began leaking from the wound. A wave of pain hit Golden Salamander at once. His face twisted violently, but he clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure it. The stabbing pain pushed him to act quickly. In a flash, Golden Salamander teleported away from the blade's edge, escaping before Lin Tian could finish him. Lin Tian only stared at him with obvious disgust. Golden Salamander staggered backward, clutching his injured chest while resentment burned in his eyes. His sharp teeth scraped together with a clicking sound as he glared at Lin Tian. "Damn goblin, what was that just now? Why did I suddenly lose consciousness?" His question only made Lin Tian more interested. A twisted smile crossed Lin Tian's face as he replied, "You want to die? Then I'll grant your wish. This is the East. You can't summon demon beasts here." Those words struck directly at Golden Salamander's weakest point. He immediately erupted into rage, spewing blue flames as smoke and fire burst from his nose, eyes, and mouth. "I don't need demon beasts," he roared. "I can still kill you myself." Then the Salamander Lord forced more energy through his body. His muscles swelled, veins bulged across his frame, and his enormous body began expanding even further. By stimulating his growth ability, he could multiply his physical strength and heal his wounds automatically. The injuries in his chest and arms began closing at a frightening speed. Not long after, the wounds had nearly recovered, and Golden Salamander clenched his fist tightly as his power surged back. Golden Salamander had transformed into a far more terrifying state. His head and tail had grown even larger, and thick muscles now covered his entire body. Flames burned brightly in both eyes as he stared at Lin Tian with smug confidence. "Strength, endless strength," he declared. "What do you have that can stand against me?" At last, he had finally revealed his strongest move. Even Ho-E and Ji-Lu became wary in front of this monster. Ji-Lu lowered his body into a battle-ready stance, hesitation flashing across his face even though he still seemed eager to fight. "Great boss," he warned. "This guy looks far too dangerous." Lin Tian also knew this was no longer an opponent he could casually look down on. He remained on guard while quickly considering the most effective way to defeat him. First, he would use the earth element to restrict Golden Salamander's movement. Then he would allow corrupt blood to seep into the creature's body. But before Lin Tian could make a move, a glowing sword tip suddenly burst out through the center of Golden Salamander's chest. The giant salamander had been caught off guard for a second time, and his screams rang out in waves of agony. Even Lin Tian looked up in complete surprise. Blood spilled from Golden Salamander's mouth as he stared down in disbelief. He had only just powered himself up and had not even launched his next attack, yet now he was already suffering a wound that felt fatal. The damage did not stop there. The sword had cut straight through his entire body, from his head all the way down to his tail. The massive salamander was split apart, wailing helplessly as there was nothing he could do to resist. As the two halves of Golden Salamander's body fell apart, a familiar figure emerged from behind them. The one responsible was Alice Near, the Sword Saint. Her clothes were ragged and worn from hardship, but her arrival was still overwhelming. In one clean strike, she had ended the Salamander Lord without giving him any chance to fight back. Alice Near slowly raised her eyes toward Lin Tian. Her beautiful face carried the exhaustion of the difficult journey she had endured while searching for him. The moment she finally saw him, she spoke with relief in her voice. "At last, I found you." The moment Ho-E recognized the Sword Saint, he reacted strongly. He stepped forward as though he meant to protect Lin Tian, while another goblin shouted in terror, "We're dead. The Sword Saint has come to the tribe. Great boss, run first. I'll hold her back." Behind them, frightened goblins were already hopping around in panic and trying to flee. But Alice Near looked far weaker than expected. Her body swayed unsteadily, and she could barely remain upright. Even the strap of her clothing slipped loose as her strength gave out. Then Alice Near collapsed forward and fell face-first onto the ground directly in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian and the goblins closest to him could only stare in complete shock at what had just happened. Once Lin Tian was sure there was no immediate danger left, he slowly walked over to Alice Near's side. She had chased all the way to this place while already exhausted, yet she had still brought down the Salamander Lord with a single sword strike. Even Lin Tian had to admit that her strength was frightening. Fortunately, Alice Near had fainted after using up the last of her strength. Otherwise, with the Sword Saint no longer able to fight, Ho-E would have rushed in to take advantage of the opening. He raised his axe and eagerly suggested, "We should finish her now while we have the chance." Lin Tian clicked his tongue and smiled at the reckless goblin. "You really do have a big mouth, kid." Ho-E talked boldly, but he did not dare step any closer to Alice Near himself. Instead, he quickly pointed his weapon toward Ji-Lu and Kai-Shan. "You two do it," he said. The moment they heard that, both goblins froze where they stood like wooden dolls. Ji-Lu and Kai-Shan did not argue or make excuses. They simply leaped backward at once, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the unconscious Sword Saint. Ho-E stared at them in shock, but deep down, he was even more terrified than they were. The two goblins immediately began pretending they had not heard Ho-E at all. They sat down nearby and acted as though they were deeply focused on some meaningless conversation. To them, the Sword Saint's presence alone was terrifying enough, even when she was lying unconscious on the ground. Ji-Lu cautiously pointed toward Alice Near and looked to Lin Tian for an answer. "Great boss, are you sure this is safe?" Lin Tian turned toward Ho-E and spoke with a faint grin. "Even passed out, she still looks this frightening. Which one of you would actually dare to kill her?" Ho-E's face went blank. At that moment, he finally understood that this was not a risk worth taking. After saying that, Lin Tian took the initiative and stepped closer. Alice Near's pale body lay motionless on the ground, completely drained of strength. Lin Tian crouched down to inspect her, a pleased look appearing on his face. Keeping her alive would clearly be far more valuable than killing her. By then, Alice Near had completely collapsed and lost consciousness. It seemed that all she had wanted was to reach this place before her strength ran out, leaving herself in Lin Tian's hands. Without wasting time, he ordered several female goblin attendants to tie her up securely. The sky gradually darkened over the camp. Night passed quietly, and before long, the next morning arrived. At dawn, Alice Near was still bound tightly at the wrists and ankles inside a locked room. Lin Tian had Ziyu keep watch over her condition, while he remained outside observing in silence. Ho-E and Kai-Shan hid behind the doorway, peeking inside with open curiosity. Ziyu could not resist moving closer to inspect Alice Near. She gently touched the Sword Saint's face and pressed against her smooth skin, clearly fascinated by how soft and firm it felt. A faint blush crept across the goblin girl's cheeks as jealousy appeared in her eyes. She stared at Alice Near as though wishing her own skin could look just as flawless. After a while, Alice Near's eyelids slowly began to move. Her breathing came out in weak, shallow breaths, but her condition gradually stabilized. Loose blonde hair covered part of her disheveled face as consciousness finally started returning to her. The instant Alice Near showed signs of waking up, Lin Tian stepped forward and stood directly in front of her. Looking down at her calmly, he greeted her in a familiar tone. "It's been a long time, Sword Saint." Hearing that familiar voice, Alice Near slowly lifted her head. The moment she saw Lin Tian, her eyes widened in shock, then quickly filled with overwhelming relief. She sprang up as though she had finally found someone dear to her after a long separation. "Goblin, Goblin, I finally found you. This is wonderful." Alice Near's reaction caught Lin Tian completely off guard. He immediately stepped back and warned her, "Don't move. You're seriously injured, and you're not in any condition to fight us." Ziyu, standing nearby, looked delighted simply because the Sword Saint had regained consciousness. But instead of attacking or demanding revenge, Alice Near kept struggling against her restraints and calling out desperately, "Goblin, Goblin." Her voice did not sound like a threat. It sounded more like someone begging for help from the last place she had left to turn to. That strange reaction made both Lin Tian and Ziyu step back cautiously. Neither of them knew whether Alice Near was about to lash out or collapse again. Lin Tian frowned deeply as he watched her expression, unable to understand what had happened to the proud Sword Saint. Lin Tian's voice suddenly turned firm as he looked toward Ho Yi and the others. "How long have I been raising you all? Stop standing there and watching. Hold her down properly." But the goblins had developed a deep fear of Alice Near. Even after receiving Lin Tian's order, none of them dared move forward. Her reputation alone was enough to make their bodies stiffen. Ho Yi hesitated awkwardly, scratching at his head while avoiding eye contact. Kaishan stood beside him just as frozen, looking more like a stone statue than a warrior. Before anyone could act, Alice Near suddenly slipped free from the ropes binding her. The goblins stared in panic, completely useless as the prey escaped right in front of them. In the blink of an eye, she crossed the room at terrifying speed and appeared before Lin Tian. Then, instead of attacking, she dropped to her knees at his feet and lowered her head. The goblins around them immediately assumed something terrible was about to happen. Kaishan leaned toward Ho Yi and whispered in panic, "We're finished. Great Boss is going to die because of you." Ho Yi's face turned pale as he waited for Alice Near to punish Lin Tian. Yet the Sword Saint did not strike him at all. She simply remained kneeling before Lin Tian, completely abandoning the pride she once carried. Lin Tian himself was stunned by the sight. He stood there with a blank expression, staring down at Alice Near as though his mind had stopped working for a moment. Then Alice Near, dressed in torn and ragged clothes, wrapped both arms tightly around Lin Tian's leg. Her voice trembled as she begged him, "You terrible goblin. I didn't come here to fight you. I came here to ask something of you." Lin Tian had been ready for another battle, but now he stood frozen in place. Alice Near raised her face, her eyes wide and desperate as she looked directly at Lin Tian. "Can you give me another child?" Her attitude was completely different from the Sword Saint everyone knew. Watching Alice Near kneel and plead before Lin Tian left the others in panic. Even the goblin standing nearby could not find the words to react, while Ziyu's face turned bright red from shock. Lin Tian himself looked down with a twisted expression, wondering whether she truly saw him as someone who could simply grant children whenever she wished. Alice Near continued trying to prove how serious she was. She pressed herself forward desperately, making it clear that she wanted another child more than anything else. "I mean it," she insisted. "The hatred between us can disappear, but you have to give me another child. If you refuse, I will never forgive you." Unable to understand why Alice Near had changed so drastically, Lin Tian asked again in a grave voice, "Say that one more time. Are you saying that you already gave birth to our child before?" Lin Tian's expression changed as he thought about the child connected to his own blood. He leaned closer and asked with clear concern, "Where is that child now?" The moment Alice Near heard the question, her face turned pale with terror. The fierce attitude she had shown moments earlier disappeared completely. Alice Near curled forward, covering part of her face as confusion and pain overtook her. It was obvious that she had been through something unbearable. "Lord God, please forgive me," she whispered. "The child did not complete the punishment. That commoner killed it. Please, give the child another chance." As she spoke, her thoughts seemed to unravel further and further. She promised that if she were given another child, she would raise the next goblin child properly without fail. After hearing her strange words and watching her broken behavior, Lin Tian quickly understood what had happened. The corrupt blood had weakened Alice Near so severely that her mind had begun to collapse. She had convinced herself that the gods were punishing her, all while desperately avoiding the truth of what had truly happened. Lin Tian immediately seized on that fragile state of mind. Lowering his voice, he spoke to her, as though confirming her fears. "That's right. You killed many of your own people. Of course the gods would be angry with you. But if you want to ask me for another child as atonement, then there will have to be conditions. The moment he stopped speaking, Alice Near became frantic. What conditions? She asked quickly. I'll agree to anything. Lin Tian slowly leaned closer until his face was near hers. A faint, calculating smile appeared as he realized she had willingly placed herself in his hands. You will listen to everything I say, he told her. At least until your atonement is complete. Consider that the punishment the gods have chosen for you. Inside, Lin Tian was already pleased. A powerful fighter like Alice Near had practically walked into his camp and offered herself to his control. Alice Near's expression brightened immediately. As long as she believed it was a punishment from the gods, she was willing to accept it without hesitation. Then I will do it, she said with sudden joy. I'll complete the punishment properly. Her happiness made her look almost like a child who had just been given a precious reward. Lin Tian quietly enjoyed the outcome. He had expected to face another earth-shaking fight, but instead, the Sword Saint had willingly accepted his terms. Very good, he said calmly. Then it settled. Lin Tian personally led Alice Near farther inside, leaving Ziyu and the goblin subordinates standing outside in stunned silence. He coldly told everyone behind him, "You all go outside first." The four of them remained frozen for a moment before finally obeying and leaving the room. Inside the room, Alice Near loosened the damaged straps of her clothing and made her willingness clear. It was obvious that during the difficult journey searching for Lin Tian, she had thought about this moment again and again. Alice Near lay down on the straw-covered mattress, her exhausted eyes fixed on Lin Tian. In a quiet, pleading voice, she said, "Please, help me." Lin Tian did not need to wait any longer. He had already been impatient after being interrupted before, and now Alice Near herself had made the request. Looking down at her, he answered, "Since you're the one asking, I won't hold back." The door remained closed as Lin Tian moved closer to Alice Near. Their private exchange continued inside the room, hidden from the goblins waiting outside. Alice Near's body trembled as she struggled through the powerful emotions that had built up during the long days of searching. Her breathing became uneven, and faint sounds escaped her lips as the room fell quiet around them. More than 2 hours later, outside Lin Tian's tent, one of the goblins had told the Countess about Alice Near begging Lin Tian for another child. The Countess could hardly believe what she was hearing. "Stop joking," she shouted. "The Sword Saint is the strongest woman of her generation. I refuse to believe something like this." But when the Countess finally looked inside the room for herself, the sight before her left her completely stunned. Her wings spread wide in shock as she could only mutter, "What is this?" Seeing Alice Near resting on the familiar bed, the Countess stood rigid with disbelief. "Lord Sword Saint, how can this be possible?" Alice Near was curled up and recovering after the exhausting encounter, while the goblin standing behind the Countess quietly watched the room. The goblin folded her arms, her face cold but slightly worried. "You saw it and heard it yourself," she said. "If news like this ever reaches the Empire, no one knows what kind of storm it will cause." The Countess had no answer to that. Later, after everything inside had settled, Lin Tian stepped outside with Ziyu to enjoy the cool air. Together, they looked out across the distant mountains and the quiet landscape surrounding the camp. Ziyu gently poured a cup of tea for Lin Tian and asked, "Great boss, what are we going to do with the Sword Saint now?" Lin Tian accepted the cup and answered in a cold voice, "Bring her back to my place. We can't let her run away or do anything reckless. First, take her to wash up and change into clean clothes." As soon as she received the order, Ziyu turned around and answered, "Understood. I'll handle it right away." Lin Tian quickly drank the tea, clearly tired after everything that had happened. Then Lin Tian turned back towards Ziyu and added, "Wait, haven't some people been dying from disease lately? Prepare the bodies for me. I'll have a use for them soon." Ziyu did not question him and immediately replied, "As you command." After Ziyu left, Lin Tian sat alone and stared into the distance. The Salamander Lord had just died, and that would likely attract the attention of the other lords around the Great Tomb. With that possibility in mind, Lin Tian began considering a visit to Eagle Lord. The moment Lin Tian thought of visiting Eagle Lord, he was already heading for the man-eating eagle tribe. He even brought prepared gift packages with him, standing atop a large bear as he arrived. After hearing the shocking news, Eagle Lord cried out in alarm. "What? You already killed the Southern Lord?" Standing before Eagle Lord, Lin Tian began explaining what had happened. But before he could finish, Eagle Lord cut him off. "There's no need to explain. It may cause some trouble, but there is still a way out. If you take the Salamander Lord's position, the Great Tomb may be willing to show some understanding." Lin Tian clearly had no interest in becoming a lord himself. He tilted his head slightly and answered without hesitation, "Lord, I'm not really interested in that position. Can one of my subordinates take it instead?" Eagle Lord found the request strange. His eyes lowered toward the gifts Lin Tian had brought, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "It's not impossible, but sending one of your subordinates there would come with risks." Lin Tian immediately looked at him with curiosity. "Risks? What kind of risks? Eagle Lord paced back and forth as he explained. The Dream Demon has been eyeing the Southern Lord's position for a long time. Now that Golden Salamander is dead, he'll definitely try to seize it. If you compete with him, I believe you can defeat him. But your subordinate may not be able to. A lord can summon a huge number of demon beasts to fight for him. Lin Tian listened closely to every word. After hearing that, Lin Tian became even more curious. What exactly is this Dream Demon? Eagle Lord explained in greater detail. He is an 8th-rank demon with the power to manipulate dreams. Through dreamscapes, he can interfere with another person's consciousness and control them. But his actual fighting ability is weak, which is why he has never managed to overthrow a lord, even after all these years. Lin Tian rubbed his chin and thought silently for a moment. The phrase dream manipulation immediately sparked an interesting idea in his mind, and his eyes slowly narrowed with interest. His thoughts drifted to Alice Near. If he could place a suggestion inside the Sword Saint's dreams and make her obey him completely, wouldn't that make things much easier? With that thought in mind, Lin Tian turned back to Eagle Lord and asked, Lord Eagle, can you take me to meet him? I want to cooperate with him, Lin Tian added. Eagle Lord agreed to the request and quickly led him toward the Dream Demon's lair. The place was dark, overgrown with thorns, and filled with an unsettling atmosphere. As soon as they arrived, Eagle Lord gestured toward the gloomy surroundings. This is where the Dream Demon lives. The second Lin Tian stepped inside, he could already feel a strange, evil current in the air. He had not even met the Dream Demon yet, but the distorted dreamlike power around the area was impossible to ignore. Before long, a slimy black shadow appeared overhead. It flickered in and out of view as it floated high above them, its voice echoing down through the darkness. The Dream Demon had finally appeared. Its body looked like a ragged flying corpse, with dried legs, clawed hands, and a crooked mouth stretched into a grin. Slowly drifting downward, it asked in a twisted tone, So who is the one here looking for a sweet dream? Lin Tian immediately checked the creature's information. Dream Demon, level 84. Race, undead. Profession, none. Title, born from nightmare. HP, 2000. Strength, 690. Defense, 492. Skills, Dream Control, Enchantment Eye, and Etherealization. Equipment, none. Total combat power, 3,800. The Dream Demon's single eye opened wide when it recognized Eagle Lord. It seemed almost delighted to see him. So it's the man-eating eagle, it said with a grin. Why did you bring a goblin here? Having finally found the person he needed, Lin Tian stepped forward with a calm and friendly expression. I want to cooperate with you. I'll help make you the Southern Lord, and in return, you only need to help me control other people's dreams. Behind him, Eagle Lord stayed silent and allowed Lin Tian to handle the conversation himself. The Dream Demon swooped lower, clearly looking down on Lin Tian's small goblin body. A lowly goblin like you thinks he can make me the Southern Lord? It scoffed. Eagle Lord finally spoke up from behind. The Golden Salamander you failed to defeat for years has already been killed by him, along with his entire tribe. The Dream Demon's strange one-eyed face immediately changed after hearing that. It froze in surprise, then burst into delighted laughter. Ho ho ho. So that day has finally come. The enemy it had failed to overcome for so long was dead, and all of its attention shifted instantly. Fine, fine. Tell me, whose dreams do you want me to control? Lin Tian had been waiting for that question. He spoke with a calm, almost casual tone. No one important. Just a human. Eagle Lord leaned close and quietly whispered to Lin Tian. Then I'll return to the Great Tomb and report that he should be confirmed as the new Southern Lord. But he also warned Lin Tian carefully, don't underestimate him. You defeated the Salamander Lord here, but in the south, you would have no chance against that salamander. A lord can summon a massive number of demon beasts for support. Just as Eagle Lord finished speaking, Lin Tian suddenly turned around with a mysterious smile on his face. Lord Eagle, wait a moment. I just thought of a new plan. The Dream Demon was so thrilled at the thought of becoming a lord that it had completely lowered its guard. I'm finally going to become a lord, it muttered happily. Seeing that expression, Eagle Lord immediately understood what Lin Tian might be thinking and hesitated. You aren't planning to attack him, are you? He is a spirit body. You can't swallow his power, and if you destroy him, there will be no one left to cooperate with. Lin Tian did not answer right away. Instead, he looked at the information displayed before him and smiled dangerously. Heterogeneous fusion allowed him to seize parts of an opponent and merge them into his own body. Each piece could grant a certain increase in attributes, though it would not transfer the opponent's talents or alter his form. Then Lin Tian looked directly at the Dream Demon and lowered his voice. Ordinary goblins may not be able to swallow something like you, but I'm different. Lin Tian slowly moved closer to the Dream Demon, still wearing a relaxed expression. Dream Demon, let's discuss the details of our cooperation. I need to understand how dream control works before we can coordinate properly and use its full potential. The dream demon had absolute confidence in its own ability. It opened its eye wide and answered cheerfully. As long as someone dares to look directly into my eyes, no one can escape my control, unless their will is strong enough to realize that they are inside a dream. That answer only made Lin Tian more interested. A dangerous smile spread across his face as his hair partly hid the calculating look in his eyes. Is that so? Only a moment earlier, Lin Tian had been acting friendly, but in the next second, his expression changed completely. He summoned his sword and lunged at the dream demon with all his strength. Then let's see whether your dreams are stronger or my blade is faster. Feeling the danger, the dream demon immediately released spiritual power to defend itself, activating etherealization. Eagle Lord instantly became worried for Lin Tian and shouted a warning. Not good. Don't look into its eye. But as Lin Tian rushed in, the dream demon was already using all of its power. Its single eye opened wider and wider until it looked horrifying, releasing an evil charm that spread through the entire area. Even though Lin Tian had been warned, he could not avoid the gaze in time. His eyes were caught by the dream demon's terrifying eye, and the strange light shot directly into his face. Lin Tian immediately fell from the air and slammed face first onto the ground. Eagle Lord quickly flew farther back, giving the battlefield space as the dream demon's evil aura surrounded Lin Tian completely. From the darkness, the dream demon's voice echoed with smug satisfaction. He doesn't know his own limits. He's dead for sure. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes snapped open. Blood vessels spread across his eyeballs, and panic filled his expression as he stared ahead. He forced himself upright, struggling to sit up and trying to crawl backward toward something he could use for support. Lin Tian had been caught off guard, but when he lowered his eyes, he saw blazing cracks spreading beneath him. Heat surged up from below, and his entire body felt like it was being scorched. Already injured from the fall, Lin Tian now found himself trapped in an even harsher situation. In only a few moments, boiling magma surged up around him. The lava was hot enough to burn an ordinary person to death within seconds, and Lin Tian's lower body was already trapped inside the burning pit. Luckily, Lin Tian realized he was trapped inside a dream. Otherwise, if this had happened in reality, he would have been left in no condition to face the women waiting back at camp. At the same time, the dream demon's black shadow appeared in the distance once more. Now that it believed Lin Tian was completely under control, it strengthened the dream and laughed loudly. You can't escape. Stay trapped in your own dream forever and die there. The dark figure drifted closer to Lin Tian's face, sneering as it continued. You still wanted to kill me? You really are. Before it could finish speaking, a stream of fire suddenly tore through the dream demon's thin body. A hole was blasted straight through it while the creature was still laughing. The dream demon stared down at the damaged part of its body in disbelief. Its sharp teeth bared as it pointed toward the torn hole and stammered. You? How is that possible? Lin Tian was already standing again. He had not been swallowed by the illusion at all, and the dreamscape had failed to control him completely. Looking at the dream demon, he spoke calmly. Inside a dream, fear becomes a trap. Once someone believes they are destined to die, they can truly lose their life. That is how your dream control works. Power gathered around Lin Tian's clawed hand as though everything had gone exactly as he expected. Only now did the dream demon understand what true danger felt like. Lin Tian gave a cold smile. It's a good trick for fooling other people, but trying to use it on me was your mistake. Energy overflowed from Lin Tian's hand as he jumped into the air. You celebrated too early, he said. Bright electric flames burst across his body, making his spirit look like something even more frightening than a demon. Lin Tian flew forward and released a huge wave of energy that wrapped around the dream demon's dark head. Electric sparks tore through its body until it became ragged and broken, leaving the dream demon with no choice but to endure the numbing agony. After the strike landed, the dream demon's body inside the dreamscape began cracking apart piece by piece. It could not believe that its strongest ability had been broken so easily. Trembling with anger and disbelief, it stammered. How? How can you do this? The moment those words left its mouth, the dreamscape itself shattered. The boiling magma, the burning pit, and the terrifying illusion all disappeared in an instant. Lin Tian snapped awake all at once, his eyes flying open in stunned disbelief. For a moment, he simply stared ahead as if trying to understand what had happened, then slowly planted a hand against the ground and pushed himself back to his feet. Above him, the dream demon was still reeling from the electric shock that had blasted it from behind. Humiliated and furious after losing control, it hurled a stream of sinister power straight at Lin Tian while diving downward, its enraged scream ripping through the air. Damn it! Damn it! I will never forgive you. The instant Lin Tian steadied himself, he raised both hands without wasting another second. The familiar divine crossbow flashed into existence in his grasp, ready for battle once again. Lin Tian sprang into the air and fired immediately, sending a blazing arrow straight toward the dream demon. The fire was far more powerful than ordinary flames. It tore through the creature's thin, shadowy body, burning deep into it as the demon shrieked in agony. The dream demon dropped helplessly from the sky and crashed toward the ground. Its once arrogant shape had become nothing more than a twisted, messy mass of black shadow, and it no longer dared to shout as boldly as it had before. Seeing that his target had finally weakened, Lin Tian rushed back in without hesitation. The dream demon understood that it was in real danger now. It clenched its teeth tightly, and fear was written clearly across its dark, trembling face. But just as Lin Tian lunged forward and reached out to seize part of its spirit body, the dream demon suddenly shot upward. It slipped away from his grasp at the last possible moment, narrowly avoiding being captured. At that moment, a message rang out in Lin Tian's mind. He had successfully obtained a new ability, dream control. Now the two of them faced each other alone, locked in a tense standoff. The dream demon tried desperately to keep its distance, while one of its arms twisted into another unstable form and rippled without stopping. Lin Tian stared at it with chilling, killing intent, his expression so cold that he looked less like a human being and more like a nightmare come to life. Then Lin Tian's arm began to mutate. It moved sluggishly, like a mass of boiling liquid, swelling larger and larger before their eyes. Every muscle in Lin Tian's body tightened as he activated heterogenic fusion, and his arm continued expanding into a huge, soft, distorted mass of flesh. Lin Tian thrust that mutated arm forward with force. In an instant, it wrapped completely around the dream demon's body. Slimy chunks of flesh crowded over the creature from every side, trapping it so tightly that only one glowing red eye remained visible. Everything happened in a flash, leaving the dream demon with nowhere left to run. Watching the entire fight unfold, even the Eagle Lord was terrified. Its eyes widened into round circles, its mouth hung open in shock, and it stood there staring without blinking. Once the dream demon had been dealt with, Lin Tian slowly returned to his original form. The grotesque flesh receded, and his body gradually settled back into its normal state. The Eagle Lord cautiously walked closer, still looking unsettled by what it had witnessed. "Lin Tian, are you all right?" it asked, worry filling its voice. Even now, it clearly could not believe what had just happened. Still confused, the Eagle Lord pressed him for an answer. "Lin Tian, how did you get out? I thought there was no way you could escape." Lin Tian, however, remained calm and answered as though it were nothing important. "It is already taken care of. Let's go." With the dream demon defeated, the two of them headed back along the road, talking as they traveled. As they walked, Lin Tian brought up something he had been thinking about. "Now that the dream demon is dead, I want Cashin to take over the position of Southern Lord." The Eagle Lord understood his intention and agreed without hesitation. "Do not worry. I will speak to the great burial ground for you." Far away from there, the view returned to the forest near Eli Yuchan's tribe, where another quiet but dangerous situation was unfolding. Inside a small hut, the Sword Saint was still lying on a straw bed. Her body was motionless as she rested in the dim, silent room. She slept deeply, completely unaware of the outside world. After gaining the dream demon's power, Lin Tian began using dream control to quietly enter her mind while she remained trapped in sleep. A dark doorway slowly appeared within the dreamscape. Lin Tian's figure emerged through the shadowy entrance, and step by step, he entered the Sword Saint's dream. When Lin Tian arrived, the Sword Saint was dreaming of her own homeland. Before him stood a magnificent, massive citadel, grand and imposing beneath the sky. Lin Tian hovered in the center of it all and looked down from above, where a loud, restless crowd had gathered in the distance. As he moved closer, the voices became clearer. The crowd had surrounded the Sword Saint, hurling cruel accusations at her from every direction. "Kill that goblin. Punish this so-called Sword Saint. She must never be forgiven. She holds a holy position, yet she has committed depraved acts. She is a disgrace, the greatest disgrace in history." Lin Tian looked down at the Sword Saint as she stood there suffering beneath the endless abuse. She had been tormenting herself inside this dream again and again, convinced that she was someone stained by sin. Lin Tian felt a brief trace of pity, but then his eyes brightened with interest. A dream where she was condemned by thousands of people was exactly the kind of pressure that could force her rebellious heart to rise. A faint smile appeared on his face. This was the state he needed. Suddenly, a blinding light burst out from below. The people who had been cursing the Sword Saint were forced to shield their eyes, unable to bear the brightness. None of them dared to look straight ahead. Inside that brilliant light stood a hidden divine figure, with only its robe and radiant wings clearly visible. Lin Tian had taken advantage of the moment and transformed himself into a godly being, leaving the common people completely stunned. The crowd immediately fell to their knees, competing to bow lower than one another. "Godly Lord, the deity has appeared. Please protect us. We have finally met the deity." But even while praising the divine figure, they still refused to let the Sword Saint go. Their fingers pointed toward her as they cried out. Look, it is that enchantress. She has blasphemed the holy gods. The deity will punish her. Their anger only grew louder and more vicious. Then everyone turned toward the Sword Saint at once, their accusing fingers aimed directly at her. They dumped every bit of blame onto her shoulders and screamed together. Kill her. Terrified, the Sword Saint staggered backward inside her dream. Her face was pale with despair, and she looked as though she had already been pushed into a corner with no path left to escape. Her small, unsteady steps carried her closer and closer to the edge of an abyss. When she looked back, there was nothing behind her except a deep, black void. The crowd continued forcing her backward, trying to drive her into the bottomless darkness. Curses filled the air from every side. She deserves death 1,000 times over. She cannot be forgiven. Kill her. Kill her. She must not be forgiven. Even then, the Sword Saint did not want to die. Her strength finally gave out, and she collapsed to her knees. With tears in her eyes, she clasped her hands together in desperate prayer, holding on to the smallest possible hope. Godly Lord, please save me. Please forgive me. Still wearing the form of the godly being, Lin Tian looked down at her from above. He raised one hand and released his power. In an instant, every person around the Sword Saint froze in place, unable to move or speak another word. Then the divine figure spoke down to her in a cold, dignified voice. Holy official Alasner, do you know what crime you have committed? Hearing those words, the Sword Saint immediately knelt lower and looked up with a trembling voice. I killed the people I was supposed to protect. But Lin Tian deliberately twisted the meaning of her guilt. Killing Imperial soldiers and harming your companions are only minor offenses. You gave birth to goblins. Admit that sin sincerely, and I may forgive you. The Sword Saint lowered her eyes in guilt, her face filled with pain and confusion. Then she looked back toward the divine figure and asked earnestly, Godly Lord, what other sins have I committed? From above, Lin Tian continued playing his role perfectly. His voice became harsh and full of fury as he answered. You protected a group of evil demons, selfish and lowly creatures. He spoke sternly before the crowd, condemning them as greedy and tyrannical people who had drowned themselves in wine, lust, power, and resources. That is the sin for which you will never be forgiven. Those words struck directly at the weakest place in the Sword Saint's heart. She had already been drowning in sorrow, but now even the faith she depended on seemed to have abandoned her completely. Tears streamed down the Sword Saint's face as the thought crushed her heart. So all this time, she had been protecting evil demons. She slowly raised her gaze toward the divine figure, her expression full of pain and disbelief. Then the world around her began to change. The common people who had been standing nearby twisted into the filthy demonic creatures she feared most. Strange cries echoed through the air as the creatures clawed at themselves and tore at their own clothes. At the same time, Lin Tian's voice pressed deeper into her mind. Without these people, your companions would never have died. The Sword Saint's suffering grew even worse. Around her, the demon-like faces began adding cruel insults of their own. What kind of holy maiden are you? You are only a parasite hiding behind armor. You and those filthy creatures are accomplices. Burn this fraud alive. She is the disgrace of the Empire. Feed her to the goblins. In the Sword Saint's eyes, the people around her had become real demons. All of them rushed toward her together, shouting as they reached for her life. Kill her. Tear her apart. Atone for your sins before the deity. By then, she could not endure the pressure anymore. In her eyes, humans themselves had become a race of evil demons, closing in on her from every direction. The Sword Saint forced herself back on her feet, unable to suppress the rage building inside her any longer. She threw her head up and screamed at them. Shut up. She had endured far too much, and all she wanted now was for the torment to finally stop. At that moment, a powerful mass of energy gathered in the Sword Saint's pale hand. The force glowed and trembled as it began concentrating into a single point. The energy compressed tighter and tighter until it took the form of a sword. You evil demons, she shouted. Gripping the spiritual blade she had just summoned, the Sword Saint rushed forward to attack the creatures charging at her. You people, she cried out again, then swung her sword down in a furious, savage slash. Standing alone with only one sword in hand, Alasner faced every demon rushing toward her and fought them all without holding back. One after another, the creatures were cut in half by her blade. Before long, her golden sword was stained with the color of blood. When it was over, the Sword Saint sank weakly to the ground and stared at her own hands in horror. The demons she had slaughtered so wildly were no longer demons when she looked again. They were the common people she had once protected with all her heart. Her small mouth trembled as she gasped for air, unable to believe what she had done. Godly Lord, I killed people. I killed people. Still in the form of the deity, Lin Tian slowly descended toward the Sword Saint. He came to a stop before her and spoke in a calm, deliberate voice. You have seen the truth clearly now, haven't you? They only want you to protect them, but they never once thought about protecting you. Then Lin Tian opened his hand and extended it toward the Sword Saint. With a few carefully chosen words, he turned her entire way of thinking upside down, giving her something new to believe in. When you fell from the divine altar, the first ones to bare their fangs and tear you apart were those very evil demons. Those words seemed to pull the Sword Saint back from the deepest edge of despair. Whenever guilt tried to crush her, Lin Tian replaced it with the feeling that she had done the right thing, because the people she had once loved were nothing but evil creatures in disguise. Slowly, she raised her beautiful face toward the deity, staring in a daze before a faint smile finally appeared. Her eyes remained full of tears, but perhaps, for the first time, she no longer believed she deserved to die. "I understand now, godly lord," she whispered. At that moment, Lin Tian reached his arm down toward her, and after only a brief hesitation, the Sword Saint accepted his hand. Once Lin Tian saw that she trusted him completely, he added another command. "From now on, devote yourself to slaughtering those evil demons." Yet the Sword Saint still worried about the power she had lost. Her fingers tightened around her weapon as she asked in a trembling voice, Then how can I regain my holy power?" Lin Tian knew exactly how to keep her under his control. His expression turned solemn again as he answered with divine authority. "Only when not a single one of those evil demons remains. I have also arranged a messenger to help you punish them. You must give that messenger your full support." With that, the moment came for Lin Tian to leave the dream. The Sword Saint's vision began to blur around the edges, but she looked strangely calm, as though she had finally convinced herself that everything she had done was justified, and that she had truly been forgiven. The Sword Saint quickly rose and called after him, "Godly Lord." Before disappearing, Lin Tian left her with one final, firm reminder. Remember this well. After successfully entering her dream and twisting her thoughts in his favor, he followed the lingering dark aura out of the dreamscape. Lin Tian reappeared beside the Sword Saint's sleeping body. Looking down at her as she rested peacefully beneath him, he stretched his arms and let out a tired breath. "I did not expect that to be so exhausting." Then Lin Tian slowly crouched closer beside her. Leaning near enough for his voice to reach her sleeping ears, he whispered quietly, "From now on, you are no longer the holy maiden of the sword." The next morning brought a bright, peaceful day to Lai Yuchan's tribe. The mood throughout the camp seemed unusually cheerful, especially because they had managed to capture a tasty cat. Near the Sword Saint, someone had placed a basket filled with fruit, meat, and fresh bread. Lin Tian stood nearby and spoke plainly, "Eat. We still have to complete the mission assigned by the deity." The Sword Saint had only just awakened, but those words mattered more to her than the food in front of her. She leaned toward Lai Yuchan, her voice low and uncertain as she asked, "How do you know about that?" Still caught between sleep and wakefulness, the Sword Saint could not fully understand what was happening. She stared at Lin Tian, trying to connect him with the deity's words from her dream. "Could it be you?" But Lin Tian only gave her an ambiguous gesture. He lifted his hand, formed a sign with his fingers, and answered with a mysterious expression, "Heaven's secrets must not be revealed." As she looked at Lin Tian standing before her, the Sword Saint began to form a vague guess in her mind. She did not dare speak it aloud, but one thought kept circling through her head. Could this goblin be the divine messenger mentioned in her dream? Lin Tian turned and began walking out of the hut. The Sword Saint hurried after him, calling out, "Wait, what am I supposed to do now?" Without stopping, Lin Tian answered calmly over his shoulder, "I will tell you when the time comes." Not long afterward, a disappointed voice sounded out nearby. "Why is she only level 60? Her total combat power is not even 1,000. Standing before Lin Tian, Alice Near trembled like a frightened puppy. A heavy iron chain still hung around her neck as she lowered her head and apologized. "Lord, I am sorry. I will work hard and become stronger." Her status showed clearly. Alice Near, level 60. Human race. No profession. Holy body title, Attendant of God. Heroic monster hunter. Total combat power, 980. Lin Tian leaned his face closer to Alice Near and asked in a gentle voice, "How long have you studied magic?" She remained obedient beneath his gaze, almost like a puppet simply answering whatever was asked. "I only studied for 1 year before following my senior to train. There are still many things I have not learned yet." Lin Tian was quite pleased with the Alice Near standing before him now. A cruel smile slowly crossed his face as he spoke with satisfaction. "Your talent does not seem bad at all. It would be a real waste to simply throw it away." A little later, Lin Tian gathered all of his goblin soldiers together. The crowd below him erupted into loud cheers and restless shouting. Standing above them with dignity at his side, Lin Tian raised his voice. "A few hundred miles away from the great burial ground lies a city called Klingborg. Do you want jewelry, women, and food?" The goblins instantly roared with excitement, gathering like the entire tribe had just been invited to a festival. The goblins shouted wildly from below, "Big brother, we want it. Rob them. Rob them. Take them. Take them." Lin Tian's excitement rose with the crowd. He thrust his fist into the air and yelled, "Good. Put on your armor. We leave immediately. The goblins cheered even louder. Big brother is wise. Later, Lin Tian found Alice near alone while she was practicing magic. He approached her and spoke in a tempting tone. I heard the Lord of Klingborg is a white hat mage. That city has plenty of magic books. Come with me, and I will take you there so you can study those books. What do you think? By then, Alice Near had already accepted Lin Tian's influence completely. She immediately lowered her head before Lin Tian and answered with complete respect. I offer endless thanks to the great lord. Just then, the figure of a powerful woman appeared and cut directly into the conversation between Lin Tian and Alice Near. Klingborg, she declared, we are going there to slaughter them. Both Lin Tian and Alice Near turned toward the voice. It was the Sword Saint. She had regained her strength and was already dressed in armor prepared for battle. Even concealed beneath the heavy battle gear, her commanding presence and striking figure remained impossible to ignore. Lin Tian looked at the powerful weapon he had prepared for himself and broke into a long laugh. Then he turned toward the Sword Saint and asked, do you truly have the determination for this? The Sword Saint stepped forward without hesitation and spoke boldly in front of Lin Tian and Alice Near. Of course I do. This is the deity's mission. By now, her heart was filled with resentment toward humans. Her eyes hardened as she looked ahead and continued. That cursed group of evil demons caused me 10 years of suffering. It is time for them to pay the price. Before long, Lin Tian mounted Zihuan and headed toward the human territory to scout the area himself. Ji Lu was able to fly as well, so Lin Tian brought him along to inspect the terrain from the sky. Before moving toward the city walls, Lin Tian and Ji Lu hovered high above the area and carefully studied the situation below. That day happened to be a special occasion, and a large number of people had gathered together in a park inside the city. For the goblins, this crowded gathering only made the situation more favorable. Ji Lu flapped his wings above Lin Tian's head and asked curiously, Big brother, why are so many people gathered down there? Lin Tian looked toward the crowd and casually gave his guess. It seems they are holding some kind of festival. Then Lin Tian gave Ji Lu a new task. Go back to the camp and wait for orders. I will stay here and scout the city. Ji Lu nodded immediately. Understood, big brother. Lin Tian watched the scene more carefully from above. A large number of elite soldiers stood guard around the area, while an elderly man appeared to be conducting a formal ritual with a young girl beside him, and directly below them stood the Lord of Klingborg. The old man happily announced to everyone gathered below, from this moment onward, my granddaughter Avril will become the new female city lord of Klingborg, as well as the youngest female city lord in history. The elderly man was the former city lord of Klingborg, White Hat Mage Kling, 80 years old. Beside him stood the new city lord, 16-year-old Purple Hat Mage Avril. The moment the announcement ended, the entire crowd burst into cheers. Voices rose from every direction as the people shouted, Long live City Lord Avril. The Kling family protecting us is our honor. The people continued to shout. Avril had only just taken office, yet she was already receiving overwhelming support. Her face brightened with happiness as she raised her voice to the crowd. Thank you all for believing in me. I will do even better than my grandfather and bring everyone a happier life. And I promise that I will never disgrace the holy position like the holy maiden of the sword did. Standing before the crowd, Avril's expression suddenly became far more serious. She used the moment to make another declaration. According to the latest information, the holy maiden of the sword may be hiding somewhere within this city. Whoever discovers her must report to me immediately. I will personally return her to the church for judgment, so the entire country can be satisfied. The crowd seemed to find even more confidence in her words and began cheering harder than before. We believe in you. Long live Her Highness Avril. Some people even shouted wildly, I want to be your dog, Avril. My Avril. Watching his granddaughter receive so much praise filled Kling with pride. He placed a hand on her shoulder and said warmly, Very good. You have only just taken office, yet you are already thinking about Klingborg and the Empire. You truly are my good granddaughter. High above the celebration, Lin Tian observed everything through his demonic eye. As he watched Avril standing among the cheering crowd, she quietly entered the range of his next possible target. Resting his chin as he sat on Zihuan, Lin Tian muttered to himself with an amused expression. So the news was true. The new city lord of Klingborg has only just taken office, and she is already calling for the capture of the holy maiden of the sword. The situation had suddenly become much more interesting to him. Lin Tian gave a sly smile and laughed quietly. Then this is perfect. Back at Lin Tian's tribe, the Sword Saint, Alice Near, and the leader of the elf tribe were waiting with the others. The moment Ji Lu spotted Lin Tian returning, he immediately raised his voice. The old leader is back. The goblins behind him quickly burst into noisy cheers. The elf tribe leader narrowed her eyes as she looked up at Lin Tian and called out, Old leader, how is the situation over there? Standing firmly atop Zihuan, Lin Tian spread his wings wide and looked down at the gathered forces. Their military strength is less than 6,000. Most of their soldiers are concentrated inside the city, and their defenses are loose. This is the right time to attack. Ho-E, break open the city gate for me immediately. Ho-E led the goblins forward in the direction Lin Tian pointed and answered loudly, understood. From outside the forest, the goblins rushed forward in excitement, following one another as they charged toward the human city. At the front of the formation, the goblins pushed a massive battering ram as they stormed ahead. Behind them marched an enormous goblin army, spreading across the land like an unstoppable invading force. The two soldiers stationed high on the city wall had barely spotted the goblin army charging toward the gates when panic seized them both. Their faces went pale as they shouted at the top of their lungs, "Damn it! Goblins! It is a goblin invasion. Hurry and report this to the city lord." But just as the guards turned to run inside with the warning, two brilliant streaks of force shot down from above their heads. Before either man could take another step, their bodies stiffened completely, and they toppled backward like frozen statues. Those flashes of power had come from firearms. Under Lin Tian's command, the soldiers below were still squeezing the triggers of their matchlock guns one after another. Leading them was the elf tribe's matriarch, who looked just as imposing as ever. With a proud sway of her body, she praised the new weapons. As expected of the matchlock guns invented by the old leader, they are much easier to use than bows and arrows. Beside her, her daughter remained fully focused, carefully aiming and firing at the wall. After being battered again and again, the city gate finally gave way. With a violent crash, the entrance to Klingborg was broken open. The moment the gate fell, the goblins erupted into wild laughter and poured into the city. They rushed in from every direction, charging across the ground, swinging along ropes, flipping through the air, and scrambling over obstacles by any means they could. From the streets to the rooftops, goblins seemed to be everywhere. Their confidence had completely changed. They no longer looked like the weak creatures humans once looked down on, but like a real invading army. Standing on Zihuan's back above the battlefield, Lin Tian issued his order with a sharp voice. "Damn it, destroy their strongest weapons first. After that, regroup at my position." The goblins below looked up at him, and delighted grins spread across their faces as they prepared to follow his command. In only moments, the area had been swallowed by fire and chaos. Flames spread through the city, screams rose from below, and a thick column of smoke shot hundreds of meters into the sky. Disaster had truly arrived in Klingborg. Elsewhere, Kling and Avril had been speaking privately when they noticed the strange signal in the distance. Both of them turned their heads at once, their faces draining of color as panic rose in their eyes. What was that sound? When they looked back toward the inauguration ceremony, the solemn celebration had vanished completely. In its place was a raging sea of fire, filled with terrified cries as explosions continued one after another. The grandfather and granddaughter hurried over, only to find people scattering in every direction without even understanding what had happened. The crowd screamed in terror, "A dragon! The dragon is here!" Avril immediately raised her voice and tried to calm them. "Everyone, do not panic. Anyone who can reach the shelter, get there immediately." "Move now," Avril shouted again. Then she turned to call for her grandfather, only to see Kling already using his power to rise into the sky. Below him, the terrified citizens had abandoned all order and were running for their lives. Hovering high above the city, Kling looked toward the breached gate and finally saw the invading forces clearly. The sight of so many goblins flooding into Klingborg left the old man stunned. He could hardly believe that this day had come so quickly. From the air, Kling released his power and roared a command toward the city. "Infantry, move out and engage the enemy. It is a goblin invasion." Avril heard every word clearly. Avril stood frozen for a moment and stared toward the distant streets. Goblins. She had not even been city lord for 30 minutes, yet disaster had already fallen upon her. Her new position seemed cursed from the very beginning. The moment she heard that goblins were attacking, Avril let out a tired, frustrated sigh. Her face twisted with disgust, and she did not even bother trying to hide how much she despised them. Avril turned toward the nearby soldiers and raised her hand with commanding force. "Soldiers, listen carefully. These low-class monsters must be dealt with quickly. Finish them, then go back and drink." The army immediately bowed in unison and answered, "We obey the city lord's command." Then Avril faced the sturdy men gathered in front of her and shouted with heroic confidence, trying to keep everyone moving. "Keep going. Today is my birthday, and the Kling family will distribute food and gifts." At the mention of food and rewards, the frightened citizens began to gather their courage again. The streets filled with renewed excitement, though it was hard to tell whether they were fighting for their city or simply for the benefits promised to them. On the other side, Ho-E led the goblins into battle. He and his companions rushed forward first, unleashing their abilities against the ordinary soldiers. Flames swept through the front line, scattering human warriors in every direction. Nearby, Kaishan roared and released a powerful shockwave from his body, blasting the surrounding soldiers away. One after another, they were thrown to the ground with heavy injuries, dropping their weapons as they fell. The goblin horde then surged through the streets, killing those who resisted and terrorizing the civilians, including the women caught in the chaos. The goblins reveled in the destruction around them, consumed by their hunger for humans and their excitement at being surrounded by flames, panic, and slaughter. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had come face to face with Kling. Kling stood atop the sharp edge of a tall building, while Lin Tian remained mounted on Zi Huan in the sky. Their eyes locked from a distance, and the cold tension between them was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Kling glared at Lin Tian with deep hatred burning in his eyes. You dare to tame a dragon? So you are the goblin responsible for making the holy maiden of the sword fall from grace. Lin Tian only smirked, showing no fear at all. Instead, he looked almost pleased by the accusation. I did not expect my reputation to have spread this far already. Those words seemed to push Kling's anger even further. Power erupted from his body as fury completely took over him. His eyes turned blank white, and his voice thundered with authority. As expected, you are not simple. You deliberately stopped me from acting, but have you considered the consequences of that? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and watched the old man with visible irritation, carefully judging the strange power gathering around him. Kling summoned a soul stone that shone with an intense, brilliant glow. He held the precious object carefully in both hands, and its light illuminated his determined face. His gaze was icy and merciless, as though this soul stone was the trump card he had saved specifically for Lin Tian. Without saying anything more, Kling summoned a massive sphere in the sky and sent it flying directly towards Zi Huan. As it rushed closer, the enormous meteor-like mass accelerated with terrifying speed. Lin Tian looked upward, and his eyes widened when he saw the huge object hurtling toward him. Even he had not expected the old man to unleash such an overwhelming attack in a single move. Riding on Zi Huan, Lin Tian weaved through the air and narrowly dodged the incoming strike. But the enormous meteor kept following him as though it had locked onto his exact position. It was then that Lin Tian realized Kling was controlling it through the power of the Soul Stone. Kling clenched his teeth and wore a smug expression, certain that he could crush the goblin in front of him. I have survived this long for a reason. Do not think I am so easy to deal with. Lin Tian glanced back at the old man and gave him a faint, mocking smirk. Then Lin Tian tightened his grip on Zi Huan's hard dragon scales as the dragon sped through the sky. Looking completely confident, he said, since that is how it is, I will give you a very big gift. Lin Tian's true target was Avril once again. He turned Zi Huan around and flew straight toward the young city lord, catching even Kling completely off guard. Below, several Klingborg soldiers saw the dragon diving toward them with a massive chunk of earth racing behind it. Their bodies began trembling as they stared upward, barely able to speak. Behind the dragon, that is. Run away, someone finally screamed. In an instant, no one cared about protecting their new city lord anymore. They cared only about saving themselves, and they fled in every direction while crying out in terror. Run, help, get away. Behind Lin Tian, the meteorite was still chasing him, and he was deliberately leading it toward Kling's granddaughter. The distance was not far. Avril quickly ran onto the fortification and looked down from above. Meanwhile, Lin Tian kept circling through the area with a playful expression, making everyone near the hall panic and scatter. It is a meteorite. Run now. Avril stared at the incoming threat and, for the first time, truly understood that the goblins were not mindless creatures. They were clever enough to use her as a target. With no clear plan in mind, she could only grit her teeth and curse inwardly. This was bad. Those damned eyes. From Zi Huan's back, Lin Tian shouted out a command. Zi Huan, use the move I taught you before. Zi Huan lowered its head and sped forward, opening its mouth as though it understood every word. Then Zi Huan raised its head, and several streams of powerful fire began gathering inside its open jaws. Bracing itself with all its strength, the dragon drove its head sharply downward. Zi Huan poured out all of its strength and released a vast torrent of fire. The raging flames boiled through the sky and burned everything they touched, descending toward the people desperately, trying to escape below. That burst of fire also created enough force to push Zi Huan downward and send it flying sharply to the side, allowing Lin Tian and the dragon to escape the pursuing meteorite. The move Lin Tian had taught Zi Huan was to use the recoil from its flames to force a sudden change in direction. At the same time, the huge meteorite had already rushed close to the fortification. It could no longer bend through the air to keep chasing Lin Tian and Zi Huan. The rock began cracking from within, shaking violently as it barreled forward. Kling's desperate attempt to protect Avril had become an enormous threat aimed straight at her. With no time to waste, Avril steadied herself and thrust both hands forward. Energy gathered around her palms as she poured everything she had into the attack. Super tier magic, space crack. A huge liefeng suddenly opened in midair, stretching wide like a giant mouth. The magical energy immediately locked onto the falling meteorite, and the massive stone began glowing under the force of Avril's spell. The crack in the sky widened more and more. As the meteorite drew closer, the opening expanded until it swallowed the entire mass whole. Then, after consuming the huge stone, the liefeng slowly closed, shrinking away until it vanished from sight. Only then did Avril finally let out a long breath of relief. Even now, she could hardly believe that if she had been 1 second slower, the meteorite might have destroyed the entire citadel. After dealing with the meteorite, Avril quickly looked up, but Lin Tian and Zi Huan were nowhere to be seen. Startled and furious, she shouted, "Where did that damned dragon go?" Elsewhere, Avril's grandfather had landed on a corridor. He caught sight of a dragon-winged shadow and looked up, only to find Lin Tian and Zi Huan returning through the sky. They hovered directly in front of him as if they were deliberately provoking him. The sight made Kling feel as though Lin Tian was daring him to attack again. The old man's face twisted with disgust as he cursed upward. "How are you still alive? Where's my meteorite?" Standing with his hands on his hips atop Zi Huan's back, Lin Tian looked down at Kling with complete confidence and mocked him. "Your granddaughter is truly impressive. Otherwise, your entire castle would already be nothing but ash and dust." Beside Kling, a soldier with one arm missing staggered forward through the chaos, barely able to stay upright. "Lord Kling, we cannot hold them back any longer. Please, you have to act." But as Kling turned toward him, his expression abruptly changed. His eyes fell on the soldier's torn arm, and shock flashed across the old mage's face. Kling immediately raised his hand and cast a healing spell, Earth Vein Absorption, drawing power into the wounded soldier's body. Even while tending to his injured man, the old mage gritted his teeth and cursed the invaders with rage. "Those filthy villains. I will kill every last one of them." Even with enemies right in front of him, he still chose to protect his own people first. Without warning, a massive wave of fire came rushing toward them at terrifying speed. The flames tore through the air like a blazing torrent, closing the distance in an instant. Although Kling was old, his movements were anything but slow. He thrust his palm toward the oncoming flames, and frost energy burst outward from his hand. The fire below was crushed and frozen apart almost immediately, but the wounded soldier behind him still could not fully escape the danger. Fear showed clearly across the man's face. Kling's eyes hardened with fury. He stared toward Lin Tian, clenched his teeth, and roared, "Damn Goblin. If you want to fight, then fight me directly. You are no better than a beast, using dirty tricks like this." Lin Tian only looked amused. To him, playing dirty was nothing unusual, especially when goblins had far more ruthless methods available. He looked down at Kling and answered without shame, "Are you trying to use morality to pressure me? Sorry, goblins do not have morality." Facing an enemy who showed no mercy and waited only for a chance to strike, Kling felt his confidence begin to waver. He silently admitted that he may have underestimated Lin Tian. If this kept going, his army would be destroyed before he could turn the situation around. Outside the city gate, the soldiers stationed at the fortifications could no longer withstand Lin Tian's invading force. Only a handful of them remained, and they were forced to retreat back inside the city while shouting, "Fall back! Retreat to the castle and defend it from there." "Retreat! Retreat!" the soldiers cried out as they abandoned their positions. Many threw away their shields and swords just to run faster, caring only about keeping their lives. They rushed through the streets toward the citadel, yelling, "Get inside the castle! Hurry! Close the gate! Quickly seal the gate!" The city entrance slammed shut, sealing the remaining defenders inside. The battle had barely gone on for half its expected length, yet the human soldiers were already desperate to rest and regroup. Their strength had been drained, countless people were heavily injured, and they had no choice but to retreat. As they caught their breath, the soldiers cursed bitterly. "Are those really goblins? They fight like an elite army. Damn those bastards. We lost 3,000 men, and they only lost a few hundred." Among the shaken crowd, one exhausted soldier finally cried out in despair, if only the sword saint were here." Avril heard the complaints from above and immediately grew dissatisfied. Her expression tightened as she shouted down at the frightened people, "Have you all forgotten my proclamation already? The Kling family will protect you." She was desperately trying to calm the people before panic spread any further. Standing beneath the citadel, Avril raised her voice again. "With us here, this place will become the strongest fortress. No one will be able to break through." Behind her, the 3 strongest mages in Klingborg were doing everything they could to hold back the enemy's attacks. Goblin soldiers flooded forward from every direction, pressing hard against the fortress. The mages answered with explosive magic, forcing the invaders back again and again. Their combined spells slowed the goblin advance and briefly stopped the assault from pushing deeper inside. Lin Tian quickly realized that forcing the attack any further would not work. He immediately rode Zihuan forward and gave Ho Yi an order from above. Pull back for now. Do not waste your lives here. The goblins obeyed at once, turning away from the fortress before they suffered unnecessary losses. When Avril saw the goblins retreating, relief and pride immediately returned to her face. Standing high on the citadel, she shouted down, "Look at that! We drove away those high-class monsters with ease. They do not dare come any closer." But Kling did not share her confidence. He stared at the retreating goblins and felt something was wrong. Goblins that had defeated the Sword Saint could not possibly be this weak. Without their surprise attack, the human army would have been wiped out long ago. Lin Tian rose higher into the sky on Zihuan, allowing his troops to retreat while he faced Kling and Avril alone. Avril pointed at him and asked her grandfather with excitement, "So he is the one who defeated the Sword Saint? Then if I defeat him, does that mean I have surpassed her?" Kling believed he held the advantage, and he laughed proudly. "My good granddaughter, that is right. He is only a stepping stone for you to shine brighter." Lin Tian remained strangely calm in front of them, showing no arrogance at all. His voice was low and hoarse as he spoke from Zihuan's back. "I did not want to wipe you all out. But you people do not know when to stop, so do not blame me for what happens next." Avril was still young and inexperienced. Seeing the goblins retreat, even slightly, had made her believe she was stronger than she truly was. She lifted her chin and answered with arrogant confidence, "What? Are you planning to cause even more trouble?" Lin Tian slowly turned his body and glanced toward the area behind him. His calm gaze looked almost like a silent signal being sent to someone waiting in the distance. Standing atop Zihuan and above his powerful goblin army, Lin Tian gave a firm command. "A few of you come with me. The rest stay here." The goblins immediately moved at his order, and several of them rushed forward to follow him. On the citadel wall, one of the mages began to feel uneasy. He looked toward Avril and asked carefully, "Lady Avril, could they be planning something?" Avril's face remained bright as she reassured him, "Do not worry. The shelter is protected by a magic barrier. They will never be able to break it." At that moment, Hou stepped forward under Lin Tian's direction, his body moving with sudden force. Lin Tian did not need to send many people. With Hou leading the way and Lin Tian standing on Zihuan behind him, that was already enough. By then, the entire citadel was covered by a glowing yellow barrier. Hou looked up and called out, "Old leader, you all stay back. Let me test my strength against it." The moment he finished speaking, Hou lunged forward and drove several fists down into the ground with brutal force. The impact shook the earth beneath everyone's feet. He continued punching again and again, each blow heavier and more violent than the last. His fists hammered the ground like thunder, and the glowing shield began trembling under the pressure. Cracks of instability spread across it, and the barrier was no longer as solid as it had been before. Above the walls, Kling could no longer remain calm. Kling suddenly crouched down, his face filled with alarm as he shouted, "Damn it! The barrier is about to break." His warning came too late. In only a short moment, Hou shattered the magic shield completely. The glowing barrier broke apart into countless fragments, and violent force erupted around the gate. It was then that everyone understood why Lin Tian had brought these goblins here in the first place. Inside the citadel, men, women, and children stared in horror as the protective barrier disappeared before their eyes. Their faith in the new city lord began crumbling along with it. Voices rose through the frightened crowd. "Where is City Lord Avril? Why is she not here? Who can save us now? Sword Saint. I wish the Sword Saint would come save us." Below them, Lin Tian stood quietly and watched their fear take hold. Lin Tian looked over the situation for a long moment, carefully thinking through the next step. Then he muttered to himself, "If the people inside refuse to come out, then I will have to find a way to lure them out." Outside the city, goblins continued flooding through the streets and attacking ordinary civilians. The people had no power to resist as goblins armed with huge blades and heavy hammers cut through the chaos. Screams, furious roars, and desperate cries filled every corner of the citadel, turning the city into a place of panic and despair. The one-armed soldier standing beside Kling hurried forward again and pleaded with him, "City Lord, old City Lord, open the gates quickly. We have to go out and save the people." But Kling remained deep in thought. He stared into the distance before answering heavily, "Anyone who goes out there now will die. This is our final citadel." Even he was completely lost about what to do. Kling clenched his teeth so hard that the strain showed on his face. Panic was beginning to break through his composure. In his heart, he cursed bitterly. He had spent years building that magic barrier, only for the goblins to destroy it so easily. As more time passed, the people trapped inside the fortress grew increasingly frustrated and restless. A soldier in the crowd finally could not endure it anymore. He shouted, "My family is still outside. I have to go save them. Who is willing to charge out with me?" The people behind him had no real weapons, but they still grabbed whatever they could find nearby. One after another, they answered with burning determination, "We are coming too. Let's go. I will go with you." Driven by the need to save their families, the people inside the fortress decided to defy every order. They marched toward the city gate and began removing the wooden beams blocking the entrance. Together, they broke apart the stones and pushed against the barrier, forcing the gate open little by little. More and more people joined them, shouting as they worked. 1, 2, 3, push. From above, Avril watched them with clear irritation. Avril immediately shouted down at them from the upper level. What are you all doing? Stop right now. Stay here, and I can protect everyone. She raised her voice with all her strength, desperate to force the people below to stop opening the gate. Then, without warning, strange sounds began rising behind Avril. She froze in place and did not dare turn around immediately. Her eyes widened in fear as she glanced backward, and the anxiety on her face became impossible to hide. When Avril finally turned around, she saw that the 3 strongest mages in the fortress had all collapsed. None of them looked capable of standing back up. The sight left Avril completely stunned, as though she had become a lifeless statue. She had never expected the situation to collapse so quickly. At that moment, the new city lord had nothing left she could do. She had held her position for less than an hour, yet disaster had already swallowed Klingborg whole. Avril screamed in despair, "Grandfather!" Her cry echoed through the dark fortress as goblins continued closing in. Elsewhere, the elf tribe's matriarch stood calmly with her weapon in hand. She gently blew across the still-hot gun barrel, looking completely relaxed. The confidence of someone close to victory surrounded her. The elf tribe's matriarch, her daughter, and their people had formed a powerful support force for Lin Tian. She directed their attacks with skill and precision, then stood with a satisfied smile as she looked toward the ramparts. Meanwhile, Avril rushed back toward her grandfather, breathing hard and looking completely panicked. Why are elves fighting together with goblins? And why are their attacks so accurate? Their firepower is so strong. Kling was using his magic to restrain the elf matriarch's assault when he answered, "I do not know, but it seems the elves also see humanity as their enemy." Below the fortress, the elf tribe's matriarch raised a finger and pointed directly toward Kling and Avril. Her voice rang out sharply across the battlefield. "Sisters, humans have kidnapped our people again and again, turning them into slaves to be traded away." Kling and Avril stood frozen as she continued. "Today is the day we settle that debt with our guns." Kling raised both hands and gathered every bit of power he had left. A massive source of energy formed around him as he compressed the magic with all his strength and shouted, "Super tier magic." The old mage successfully created an enormous wall of power known as the Gate of Heaven. It crashed down in front of the fortress and formed a giant barrier, replacing the outer gate that had already been compromised. Kling bent his back and struggled to hold the spell in place against the overwhelming pressure. Kling turned sharply toward Avril and shouted, "Avril, run now. The Gate of Heaven cannot hold for long." His urgency came from knowing the truth. He was running out of ways to stop the goblins. Just then, a soldier came running toward them in a panic. "Bad news. Lady Avril, the rear exit of the fortress has been completely blocked by goblins." Avril's face immediately lost all color. The arrogance she had carried at the beginning was gone, replaced by tears gathering in her eyes. Kling, still trying to remain strong, turned around and roared, "How can this be? Why are these goblins so powerful?" As the civilians tried to fight back with bare hands, they faced goblins built like powerful warriors and armed with swords. The young men trembled with fear as the enemy approached. Their voices broke with desperation while they begged Avril, "Lady Avril, can you not think of a way? Someone save us. Are we really only waiting here to die?" In the middle of that hopeless chaos, the people suddenly noticed a dark silhouette standing on the roof of a nearby house. The figure stood still against the wind, and people began pointing upward in shock. "Look, there is someone on the rooftop. It is the Sword Saint. We are saved. We are saved." The crowd erupted the moment they recognized her. It felt as though they had suddenly found a lifeline in the darkest possible moment. "Sword Saint! Sword Saint!" they cried out. But the woman standing on the rooftop looked nothing like the protector they remembered. Her posture was calm and dignified, yet her eyes carried a cold discomfort as she looked down at the people she had once sworn to protect. Still, the crowd continued calling to her with hope. "Our Sword Saint, you finally came. No one else can be trusted. We can only rely on you." While the goblins closed in around the trapped crowd below, the Sword Saintess balanced high above them on the razor-thin tip of a rooftop, her figure standing perfectly still against the sky. Then, in the blink of an eye, Alice Near vanished from sight so completely that the people beneath her froze in confusion. Before they could understand where she had gone, the Saint's sword streaked toward them, wrapped in blazing power, as a massive sword wave surged from its edge. Flames burst across the air as the attack tore straight toward the enormous white gate Old Man Kling had created. Alice Near cried out, unleashing her technique with crushing force, and the radiant sword energy slammed into the barrier. Wherever that burning light touched, the white gate began to erode and rot away beneath it. But the sword wave did not stop at the gate. Its destructive force reached the helpless civilians below as well. Only moments earlier, they had been cheering at the sight of Alice Near, yet now the very sword saintess they celebrated had struck, and people began falling where they stood. Alice Near's next sword strike came crashing down toward Old Man Kling's position. Desperately, he gathered what little strength he had left and formed a protective barrier, hoping it could hold for even a few seconds. Looking up at the saint's sword descending above him, Kling already knew his defense could never withstand Alice Near's power. The instant her attack reached him, Kling's barrier shattered apart like fragile glass. The old man staggered back, his footing nearly giving out beneath him. He had poured every bit of his strength into defending the fortress walls, yet against Alice Near, all that effort was not even worth a fraction of her power. Kling was thrown from the upper level and sent tumbling through open air. As he fell helplessly toward the ground, even his mage hat slipped free and spun away behind him. His fall ended with a brutal impact that left him sprawled painfully across the ground. At that moment, Kling could no longer keep fighting. The pride he carried as the city lord had been crushed along with him. Above the ruined streets, Alice Near slowly descended and landed on a nearby stone step. The survivors stared at her in disbelief, unable to accept that the sword saintess had turned her blade against humans. Clutching his stomach, Old Man Kling forced himself back onto his feet and shouted upward, "Sword saintess, what the hell are you doing?" But Alice Near looked down at the people she had once sworn to protect with nothing but cold disgust. Lin Tian's influence and the resentment festering inside her had twisted her completely. Her lips pressed into a hard line as her hateful gaze swept over the terrified crowd below. Still weak from the impact, Kling struggled upright and glared toward the sword saintess. Then he turned sharply toward his granddaughter and shouted, "Avril, something is wrong with the saint sword. You children need to follow me into the fortress and hide, now." The new city lord and the former city lord did not hesitate for even a moment. They turned and fled first, abandoning their citizens without another glance. Watching them run for safety, the people cried out in despair, "Are you really closing the gate? My lord, you promised you would protect us." Only Lin Tian remained above the chaos, seated calmly on Zihuan's back beside Alice Near, who still held the saint's sword with solemn authority. Looking down at the panicked humans, Lin Tian said, "These people are demons to you, Alice Near. You heard them yourself before. They kept talking about nailing you to a cross so you could supposedly atone for your sins." Those words drove the anger inside Alice Near even deeper. She lowered herself into a crouch and pressed her hand down with force. A violent stream of battle chi immediately flared around her, roaring outward like a storm ready to break loose. With the saint's sword in hand, Alice Near began walking toward the surviving citizens, her steps calm while their bodies shook in terror. In that moment, her blood-stained presence looked less like a savior and more like a demon descending upon them. Frantically, the crowd began shouting excuses. "Sword saintess, don't listen to the goblin's lies. We never said we wanted to nail you up. Avril was the one who said all of that just to gain fame. She may be young, but she's the truly wicked one. If anyone deserves to die, kill her. We still worship you." A soldier hurriedly stepped in front of the crowd, forcing himself to stand tall even as fear trembled through his body. Hoping to soothe Alice Near's rage, he called out, "Sword saintess, we were wrong earlier. All of us who are still alive understand that now." Behind him, the others copied his strained smile and began trying to plead along with him. Yet before the soldier could finish his words, Alice Near swung her sword with chilling indifference. His head was sent flying away in an instant, and the crowd was left staring at the bloody result before anyone even had time to react. Alice Near narrowed her eyes, her voice low, heavy, and filled with unbearable hatred. "I've endured enough of demons pretending to be human. From now on, I will use the same methods once meant for slaughtering magical creatures on all of you." The soldier collapsed in front of them, and the people behind him instantly understood that they would be next. They turned and ran in complete panic, while Alice Near followed at an almost gentle pace. Their cries filled the streets as they begged for mercy. "Please don't kill me, sword saintess. I'm sorry. I apologize. Please spare me." When the pleading finally stopped, bodies lay scattered all around Alice Near's feet. She stood silently amid the people she had once been willing to sacrifice herself to protect. Now, their selfishness, fear, and arrogance had dragged them into a fate they could no longer escape. Lin Tian remained seated cross-legged on Zihuan's back, resting his chin in one hand as he watched the carnage below. "Why does this feel so familiar?" he murmured. "It's almost like the story of Jesus, who spent his life saving mankind, only to be nailed to a cross by the very people he tried to save." His eyes stayed fixed on Alice Near, standing alone beneath the color of blood. "The only difference is that the sword saintess doesn't have that endlessly forgiving heart," Lin Tian said. "Instead of allowing herself to be destroyed for others, she is choosing to let others die in her place. All that's left in her now is hatred and terrifying killing intent." Behind the fortress, a crazed goblin suddenly came flying out from inside the building. Its body smashed through the wall, blasting apart a huge section of stone and sending debris raining across the ground. The one responsible was Avril. Her clothes were torn, her body was exhausted, and she could barely support herself against the broken wall. Grinding her teeth in anger, she muttered, "That bitch deserves to die. She actually dared to betray humanity. If she hadn't done that, I never would have ended up in such a miserable state." Still cursing under her breath, Avril grabbed a bundle of belongings and headed outside. She shoved the door open with a furious expression and snarled, "Just wait until I become a great archmage. I'll settle the score with every last one of you." Suddenly, Avril heard a trembling voice beside her. A small goblin child stood nearby with a tiny sword raised defensively in both hands, its entire body shaking in fear. Avril turned toward the grotesque little figure, and the moment their eyes met, the child looked completely terrified. The little goblin instinctively dropped its knife and began crying so hard that tears and snot ran down its face. "Please don't kill me. I won't dare do it again. Can you spare me?" Whatever hatred it held no longer mattered. Right now, survival was the only thing left in its mind. Avril narrowed her eyes, her face tightening with irritation as she glared down at the trembling child. "You're lucky today," she growled. "Don't let me see you again." With that, Avril clutched her bundle close and stormed away without sparing the kneeling goblin another glance. Inwardly, she cursed the pathetic child as she hurried toward the secret basement, determined to reach her grandfather before anything could block her path. But as Avril continued forward, a sudden jolt shot through her body without warning. The shock spread through her limbs, making her whole body seize up in an instant. Avril's face twisted in pain as she grabbed at her neck and stared around in alarm. "It hurts. You filthy, lowly goblin, why did you bite me? I haven't even killed you yet. It hurts so much." She stumbled back and pressed herself against the nearest wall, panic rising in her chest. Then she looked up and saw a dark, evil aura flowing toward her from the corridor ahead. Hidden within that sinister aura was Lin Tian himself. He stepped into view with both hands behind his back, carrying an overbearing air as though everything had already fallen under his control. Looking at Avril, he said leisurely, "Little girl, your greatest mistake was thinking too highly of yourself." Lin Tian slowly walked closer to the new city lord, his expression calm and unreadable. "I came here looking for the magic book," he said, "but it seems I found something even more useful than a book." At the word book, Avril's body trembled as though cold water had been thrown over her. The moment fear took hold of her, Avril immediately gave in. "The book, the magic book is in the secret basement," she blurted out. "I can take you there, so please spare me. Don't eat me." Lin Tian leaned closer and slowly looked Avril over from head to toe. "Why are you so scared?" he asked in a low voice. "Weren't you the one who wanted to capture the Sword Saintess and wipe out the entire goblin clan?" Avril shook with fear and rushed to defend herself. Those words were only to gain support. "I never truly meant it. Please believe me." Lin Tian had seen enough deceit to recognize the cunning written across Avril's face. His disgust was impossible to hide as he stared at her. "Your attitude changed far too quickly," he said coldly. "How am I supposed to believe anything you say?" When she realized Lin Tian still did not trust her, Avril's face drained completely of color. Despair spread across her expression as clearly as though the word itself had been carved into her skin. Her lips parted, but only a broken sound escaped. Without warning, Lin Tian reached out and pinned Avril's pale hands down with one hand, stopping her before she could pull away. Avril was forced against him and left with no room to resist his control. Leaning close, Lin Tian spoke in a warm but cruel voice. "You still have a lot to learn. It's fortunate you never truly became city lord. Otherwise, the people under you would have suffered terribly." As he held her in place, his hand moved lower, trapping her completely. Avril's eyes flew wide with raw panic as she realized what Lin Tian intended. She struggled helplessly, her terrified cries choked off before they could become words. "What are you planning to do?" "No, it's over. I'm finished." The ordeal continued for 30 agonizing minutes as the system's cold notifications flashed one after another. Life increased by 200, attack rose by 80, and defense climbed by 100, rewards granted after Lin Tian's forced encounter with the young dragon. Afterward, Lin Tian adjusted his lapel and looked down at Avril with an indifferent, almost dismissive gaze. Without spending much effort at all, he had already broken her completely. In his mind, the Kling Castle trial was beginning to feel far too easy. Then another furious scream suddenly rang out nearby. "You goblin! What are you doing to my Avril?" Hearing the voice, Lin Tian immediately turned his head, his brows drawing together. Above Lin Tian's head, a swirling layer of light began to form, radiating power so intense that even he was caught off guard. The energy gathered faster and faster until a harsh cry rang through the air. "Cruel hell!" A sharp glint flashed at the edge of Lin Tian's eyes. Whoever had just finished gathering that much power now looked completely different, their presence suddenly fierce and valiant. The strange energy shot directly toward Lin Tian and slammed into his body. A powerful pillar of light immediately erupted around him, swallowing his figure in its blinding force. Lin Tian planted his hands against the ground and launched himself backward to create distance. Even while retreating, his eyes stayed locked ahead, following every movement and refusing to miss a single detail. Thick, pitch-black dust and smoke spread across the area, hiding everything beyond it. Within that dark mist stood a shadowy figure whose identity could not yet be seen clearly. Lin Tian straightened and looked through the fading smoke. The one who had attacked was none other than Avril's grandfather, Old Man Kling, who had rushed over to save her. But he had arrived too late, and Avril was already in Lin Tian's grasp. Lin Tian's eyes turned deadly as he glared at Kling and cursed, "Damn it! I almost failed to block that in time." Old Man Kling steadied the energy in his hands and growled back with furious hatred, "You evil goblins! I will wipe every last one of you out." Driven past the point of endurance, Kling gathered every ounce of hatred in his body into one final attack. He shot into the air with a blazing sphere of energy already formed between his hands, then rasped out a hoarse, furious cry, "Die!" But just as he prepared to unleash it, a crimson sword flash suddenly tore straight through the wall. The brilliant red strike came screaming toward him before he could react. Kling never even got the chance to release his technique. He spun around in alarm, only to find that terrifying red slash already right in front of him, and the next instant, the full force of the attack smashed directly into his body. The unlucky old man was blasted clean through the wall. His body flew out from the upper floor and began plummeting helplessly toward the ground below. Still suspended in midair, Kling desperately tried to steady himself. Then he finally saw who had struck him, and his face twisted in shock as he gasped out, "The Saint's sword." As he continued falling, a tiny gleam suddenly flickered directly in front of Kling's face. In that brief instant, he understood what was happening. The sword was coming down after him. Within only a few breaths, the descending blade caught up to him and drove him toward the ground even faster. It pierced straight through his body in one clean, merciless motion, leaving the massive sword buried in the center of his chest. Kling could only choke out broken breaths as the sword saintess's crushing footsteps approached. She had made sure Kling would not survive. Standing above him without moving, the sword saintess looked down at the fallen body with a cold, unwavering stare. At that moment, there was nothing left in the sword saintess except resentment. Whatever Lin Tian had planted inside her mind had changed her completely, and she stared down at the former city lord with eyes so cold that not even a trace of pity remained. Behind the sword saintess, Lin Tian quietly laughed to himself. He had not expected her to become even more terrifying after falling into darkness. The white-hatted mage had not even been given enough time to finish a chant before she erased him completely. Lin Tian slowly stepped closer to the saint's sword. After cutting down the strongest fighter in the fortress, the sword saintess turned toward him and asked in a firm, steady voice, "Is there anyone else who needs to be killed?" With both hands still tucked into his pockets, Lin Tian looked down calmly and replied, "That is basically everyone. You have worked hard." Afterward, Lin Tian entered the fortress library first. Long rows of bookshelves stretched out on both sides of him, packed with precious documents and carefully preserved records. Alice Near followed close behind Lin Tian and calmly explained what the library contained. There were more than 100 high-level magic spells, 10 super-level spells, 3 super-tier positions, and even 1 world-level spell. The moment Lin Tian heard that, he generously told her, "Take everything you like." Alice Near's eyes immediately brightened with delight. She obediently lowered her head in a respectful bow. Compared with the way she had behaved in the past, her current appearance was far more pleasing to Lin Tian's eyes. "Thank you, master," she said softly. "Once I finish learning them, I will serve you even better." While she spoke, Lin Tian noticed a pile of gold nearby, and his eyes widened in surprise. Lin Tian reached down, picked up a gold bar from the pile, and held it close to his face so he could inspect it carefully. An interested smile appeared on his face as he murmured, "I did not expect to find such an unexpected reward." Human currency was useless to him, but gold was still hard currency throughout the demi-human world. Elsewhere, a glass filled with red wine slipped from someone's hand, crashed against the floor, and shattered into countless sharp pieces. The king had just received the report that Alice Near had killed all of Kling's people. He pointed the tip of his sword toward the soldiers kneeling before him and roared, "Alice Near joined the Goblin gang, then slaughtered soldiers and civilians? If there is even one false word in your report, I will have you executed. Is this truly real?" The king's harsh fury made the soldiers tremble from head to toe. They bowed even lower and hurriedly answered, "It is true, your majesty. None of us ever imagined that a mere group of goblins could cause such a disaster." Before the king could say anything else, another person rushed in from outside. Breathing heavily, he cried out in panic, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Fortress Kling has completely fallen." Even in his panic, the messenger did not forget to perform the proper salute. Then he shouted the rest of the report. The Goblin gang invaded Fortress Kling at the very end. Mage Kling tried to resist. The king froze after hearing those words. He collapsed weakly back into his royal seat, his limbs going limp as his lips tightened. "The Sword Saintess destroyed Heaven's Gate," he muttered. "And then she killed thousands of soldiers and civilians." When he heard that Mage Kling had also been killed, the king could no longer keep his anger under control. He gripped his sword tightly, fire burning in his eyes as he shouted. "A noble Sword Saintess actually raised her blade against civilians because of goblins? This is completely absurd." "Goblin," the king roared. "You think you can destroy my Lionheart Empire? Keep dreaming. I will make you pay for every single thing you have done." With that declaration, the king rose sharply to his feet and headed straight for the great doors. He ordered the knights nearby, "Summon every minister here at once. I will personally invite the Pope." The people behind him immediately accepted the command and moved to carry it out. Later, seated high above the gathered officials and nobles, the king addressed the hall with grave authority. "Gentlemen, you already know that Fortress Kling has fallen. For the Lionheart Empire, this is one of the most painful days in our history, a humiliation that must be carved into our hearts and burned into our bones. We must never forget it. Today, we declare total war on the Goblin tribe. We will reclaim Alisnir, and we will rebuild Fortress Kling." Faced with the nation's crisis, the officials and nobles were stirred by the king's words. Their fighting spirit surged back to life as they shouted together, "Reclaim Alisnir! Rebuild Fortress Kling!" Standing close by, the Pope finally spoke. "I understand, Your Majesty. You summoned me here because of this matter, correct?" The king had granted the Pope a seat above the others, a place that reflected his enormous authority. Holding his position firmly, the Pope asked again, "Have you truly made your decision? Declaring war on them also means declaring war on the Great Tomb." The king turned toward him with a determined expression. "I am already old. Before I die, I must win back a peaceful land for my people. The Great Tomb has been a threat for far too long. It cannot be allowed to remain." The nobles below immediately began whispering among themselves. One woman spoke with clear fear in her voice. "The Great Tomb, the terror of that place is beyond anything goblins could ever compare to." A nearby count nodded grimly and added, "It seems all of us must prepare ourselves for death." The Pope rose from his chair, gripping his staff as he stood tall and solemn. "If His Majesty has truly made up his mind, then send word to every church member across the continent. Tell them to return immediately." The king stood as well and thrust his fist high into the air. "Good," he declared. The gathered subjects answered him with renewed passion, shouting, "May the true God protect us. Victory will once again belong to the Lionheart Empire." Soon, the entire great hall was drowned beneath endless cheers. Back with Lin Tian's Goblin tribe, the survivors from Fortress Kling were gathered together as they transported their belongings toward a new base. Tents, supplies, and countless possessions were moved in a massive procession, making the entire group look like a full legion on the march. After traveling for some distance, the frenzied goblin leading the group suddenly stopped. Ahead of them stood a figure with a pair of hawk-like wings, and Lin Tian recognized him immediately. "Eagle Lord," he called out. Since they had unexpectedly run into the hawk-winged man on the road, Lin Tian pulled closer and asked, "What are you doing here?" Eagle Lord answered with confidence, "The Great One sent me to bring you into the Great Tomb. Come with me, and do not be too nervous." Lin Tian blinked in surprise when he heard that name. "The Great Tomb," he repeated. His expression made it clear that he was reluctant to go. Still, after thinking it over for a moment, Lin Tian made his choice. He climbed onto Zi Huan and took to the sky, following behind Eagle Lord. While they flew through the air, Lin Tian looked down at a prosperous settlement below and called out curiously, "Eagle Lord, what tribe is that? Why does it look so developed?" Eagle Lord circled once through the sky before giving him a clear answer. "That is a fortress built by werewolves. Their king is a level 10 magical creature, but the church suppressed him and forced his people to survive here. They are not under the management of the Great Tomb." Hearing that, Lin Tian became even more curious. "Werewolves," Lin Tian repeated under his breath. A dangerous glimmer quietly flashed through his eyes. And so, Lin Tian continued following Eagle Lord toward the Great Tomb. As he flew behind those wide hawk wings, he thought about what he had learned. The Great Tomb clearly had more than just 4 lords. It was also home to many different races. He had heard that the werewolf clan and the vampire clan shared some kind of connection, and he decided he would investigate it further later. They flew until the sun had disappeared beyond the horizon. At last, Eagle Lord led Lin Tian to an enormous base. Once they landed, the hawk-winged man pointed ahead and said, "That is the Great Tomb." The ground beneath Lin Tian's feet was littered with countless white bones. They were scattered everywhere in a chaotic mess, creating a sight that was grim, eerie, and deeply unsettling. Even so, Lin Tian boldly walked toward the entrance. He left Zihuan outside, because the moment the mount arrived, it sensed the cold and sinister aura flowing from within and became cautious. Lin Tian then followed Eagle Lord into the main hall, where darkness and vast empty space stretched ahead of them. With every step, more corpses seemed to lie beneath their feet. Before long, Eagle Lord led Lin Tian deeper inside until they both stepped onto a glowing seal. Turning around, Eagle Lord lowered his voice and said, "Let us go. The Great One is waiting for you below." As soon as he finished speaking, the seal began shining brighter and descended slowly like an enormous elevator. Seeing something so elaborate hidden beneath the great tomb, Lin Tian could not help feeling genuinely surprised. The glowing platform carried them down smoothly and steadily. It was the first time Lin Tian had ever encountered such a strange device, so his eyes quietly examined everything around him. Even so, he forced himself to keep a calm and composed expression. Before long, they had descended deep underground. The darkness around them grew heavier, and the strange elevator began moving even faster than before. Lin Tian turned his gaze toward the path ahead, and the moment he saw what waited there, he was completely startled. Finally, the glowing circle reached its destination deep below and came to a stop, its light slowly fading away. Lin Tian had expected the underground depths to be nothing but dirt, stone, and narrow tunnels. Instead, a magnificent fortress stood before him, grand enough to rival anything above ground. Only then did realization strike him. So this was the Great Tomb. Everywhere he looked, bizarre monsters crowded together in dense groups. Some had twisted bodies, others wore distorted faces, and all of them gave off a wild, aggressive presence as their noisy voices filled the enormous space. After taking in the sight around him, Lin Tian was certain of it. This place was nothing less than a massive farm for magical creatures. Then Lin Tian's gaze traveled farther ahead, toward the figure seated on a throne in the distance. A dark silhouette rested high above the crowd with overwhelming authority, while countless huge skeletons lay piled beneath the throne like a mountain of bones. That figure was the master of the Great Tomb, the Bone King. Her entire body was made of bare bone, without a shred of flesh, yet she could still speak and move as though she were alive. The foul stench of death surrounded her, and despite being a king, she even had beautiful level 10 succubi in revealing outfits seated at her side. The information before Lin Tian's eyes revealed the Bone King's terrifying strength. Level 100, with a total combat power of 9,999. The moment he felt that suffocating aura, Lin Tian could not completely hide his fear. Cold sweat formed on his forehead as he thought, nearly 10,000 combat power. What kind of absurd monster is this? How could those old fools in the church possibly fight someone like her? Faced with a powerhouse on this level, Lin Tian instantly changed his attitude. He lowered his head respectfully, put on the most obedient expression he could manage, and greeted her with a flattering smile. "Respected Great One, good evening. You look truly magnificent." Even Eagle Lord was taken aback by how naturally Lin Tian switched into that manner. Looking at him in disbelief, he could not help thinking, this kid really knows how to survive. Before Lin Tian could continue flattering her, a succubus sitting above twisted her body and called down sharply. "Kid, are you blind? Our Bone King Great One is a woman." Lin Tian froze on the spot. He had stepped on a landmine before he even finished his first round of praise, and he had not even figured out the boss's gender. Sweat immediately poured down his face as if he had been drenched in water, while even Eagle Lord beside him hurriedly added, "Female. She is female." Fortunately, the Bone King did not seem interested in making a big issue out of the mistake. She ignored it and turned directly to the main matter. "I heard you captured Fortress Kling and even brought the Sword Saintess into your tribe. I admire what you have accomplished." Lin Tian forced a friendly smile as he faced her. Inside, he was completely baffled. How could a body made entirely of bones produce the voice of such a cool young woman? Still, he quickly laughed it off and replied, "Demon Lord, you are praising me too much. I only succeeded because I was lucky." The Bone King answered before he could say anything else. "A lowly goblin who can achieve this much calls it luck, and you expect me to believe that?" Her tone remained calm. "Do not worry. I have no intention of punishing you. In fact, I intend to reward you." A succubus behind her swayed lightly and added, "Receiving the Demon Lord's favor is already an honor beyond measure." The Bone King continued, "The Salamander Lord was also dealt with by you. Eagle Lord reported that he had become your subordinate, so I know what you have been planning." Her gaze remained steady as she added, "If you wish to claim the magical creature resources within my great tomb, then I will permit it." But then the Bone King's expression suddenly hardened. Her cold eyes fixed on Lin Tian as her voice turned commanding. "You must become the Lord of the South, and also the Lord who governs every magical creature throughout the great tomb." The shocking order left Lin Tian stunned. He raised his eyes slowly, still unable to fully accept what he had just heard, yet he could not find the words to refuse. The declaration caused an immediate uproar throughout the cavern. The Bone King's followers stared in disbelief, voices breaking into hurried whispers and shocked cries. What? Why would the Demon Lord give such authority to him? Even the succubus could not accept it. She hurried to the Bone King's side and protested. Are you serious? We may not care about the magical creatures outside, but letting a lowly goblin manage them all is far too risky. The Bone King remained unmoved. I have made my decision. He has the ability. But the succubus continued arguing. If he controls all of them, he will drive them toward death. Most of those creatures will simply be hunted and eaten. The Bone King narrowed her eyes, clearly displeased by the challenge. A scarlet light flickered in her gaze before she spoke in a low, chilling voice. What is wrong? Could it be that you are actually afraid of a goblin? The succubus immediately understood the warning hidden inside that pressure. Her body bent low at once, and she no longer dared to argue. I spoke too much. Please forgive me, Demon Lord. Seeing the Bone King's attitude, Lin Tian quietly pulled himself back and became more cautious. Inwardly, he could not stop questioning it. She was giving him control over the entire magical forest just like that. Could it truly be so simple? Standing before Lin Tian, the Bone King raised her voice so everyone could hear. I declare this before all my followers. From today onward, you are the Lord of the South and the tribal Great Lord. You may hunt magical creatures in large numbers, but you must also bear the responsibility that comes with it. Anyone who dares invade the Great Tomb must be resisted with every ounce of your strength. At that point, Lin Tian knew there was no real way to refuse. He lowered his head respectfully, his brows drawn together and his eyes deep with thought. Thank you, Demon Lord, for your favor, he said solemnly. I will protect the Great Tomb well. Not long afterward, Zirua heard that Lin Tian had received his new position. She rushed over with the excitement of a puppy greeting its master and cried out, Big brother is amazing. Someone that strong still treats you so well. I am so jealous. But Goblin Slayer immediately ran over and knocked her on the head. Idiot, she snapped. We are about to be used as cannon fodder, and you are standing here feeling jealous? Lin Tian sat on his throne with his chin resting against one hand, staring into the distance with a grim expression. That old monster knows the Lionheart Empire wants me, he said quietly. She wants to use me against the church while she sits back and collects the rewards. I have spent so long plotting against others, yet now I have fallen into an obvious trap with no easy way out. Lin Tian's words made Goblin Slayer grow serious as well. She rubbed her chin and said cautiously, That is the church we are talking about. They beat the Bone King's undead forces so badly that the humiliation lasted 100 years. Do we really have any chance of winning? Ziyuan fidgeted nearby and asked. Then what are we supposed to do now? Lin Tian's feelings were tangled, but he clenched his teeth and forced confidence into his voice. I already have a plan. Do not worry. In the end, the only one who can win will be me. Soon afterward, a strange message appeared before Lin Tian. He had become the great lord of the entire magical forest through unexpected luck, but behind that title, he was only being treated as a chess piece. He began making preparations, producing a large number of ordinary goblins while secretly building an elite legion. Yet half a year later, the Empire's Church Legion launched a full assault on the Great Tomb. His tribe was crushed beneath that overwhelming force like a stone beneath a rolling wheel. Everything ended in failure, with no reward gained, and half a year had passed. After returning, Lin Tian sat down beside Alice Near and began considering the result carefully. It seemed that no matter how much the goblin race developed, even elite goblins alone would never have enough power to resist the church's legion. And the church was not even the only threat waiting for him. The creatures inside the Great Tomb were just as dangerous. Lin Tian shut his eyes tightly and remained silent for a long moment. Finally, he slowly released a deep breath, trying to sort through the pressure gathering in his mind. Alice Near lay beside him and watched him with growing concern. Seeing that he was lost in thought and paying no attention to her, she looked up and asked softly, Master, what is wrong? Lin Tian answered, I am thinking about whether there is some way to increase our strength by a huge amount. Hearing that, Alice Near immediately sat upright. Her expression remained calm as she replied as though the answer were obvious. That is simple. You need powerful items, like the ring on your hand. Lin Tian listened closely to every word she said. He raised his hand and looked toward the magical creature ring resting on his ring finger, its faint light glimmering quietly before his eyes. For the first time that day, Lin Tian's thoughts began moving in a new direction. Goblins could only produce light armor, but what if they had a huge number of magical tools stronger than heavy armor? That alone could raise the tribe's strength by an enormous amount. As soon as he found that possibility, Lin Tian's mood brightened. He sat upright in excitement, wrapped both arms around Alice Near's shoulders, and asked loudly, Alice Near, is there any way to obtain a massive number of magical tools? I want to build an ace legion. Seeing how eager Lin Tian had become, Alice Near did not want to ruin his excitement. But after hesitating, she could only answer honestly, No, there is not. Lin Tian, who had just been brimming with hope, went completely still after hearing those words. Alice Near explained further. Magical tools are extremely rare for everyone. Ever since the dwarves disappeared, the number of people capable of making them has become even smaller. Lin Tian fell into thought, then hesitantly asked, the dwarves disappeared? Alice Near nodded calmly. That is right. They vanished 10 years ago. No one even knows whether they still exist. Perhaps someone in the Great Tomb knows something. Lin Tian immediately began calculating the risks. The Bone King was far too clever. If she discovered that he was investigating the whereabouts of the dwarf tribe, she would quickly see through his real purpose. Then another thought suddenly entered Lin Tian's mind, and his eyes lit up again. He burst into laughter and shouted, that is right. There is still the purple gold dragon mother. Alice Near stared at him in surprise as he continued excitedly. How could I possibly forget about her? Once the idea appeared, Lin Tian acted immediately. He climbed onto Zi Huan's back, and together they flew across mountains and valleys toward the place where the purple gold dragon mother had once stayed. But when they arrived, the place was empty. Dragon remains lay scattered across the landscape, yet not a single living dragon could be seen anywhere. Lin Tian's expression darkened as he asked, Zi Huan, why is there not even one dragon left in your hometown? Even Zi Huan looked around in confusion, clearly unable to understand it. Lin Tian landed, bent down, and picked up a fallen fawn from the ground. He studied it carefully before muttering, I remember the purple gold dragon mother saying she had to return to the ancient dragon tribe. Was it for a year, or maybe longer? Zi Huan stood beside him and followed his gaze into the distance. Lin Tian looked toward the far horizon and began guessing that the ancient dragon tribe had to be located somewhere much farther away. So the two of them continued flying, crossing the land for 5 straight days without stopping. Eventually, Lin Tian arrived at a completely unfamiliar region while riding Zi Huan. Below them lay a strange lake of scorching lava, and in the middle of that blazing surface stood an enormous tree, with the air around it heavy, dry, and suffocatingly hot. Zi Huan carried Lin Tian in a wide circle beneath the huge canopy. Looking at the impossible sight, Lin Tian could not help saying, how can a tree this large even exist here? The entire area was barren, filled with broken rocks and gravel, while burning lava stretched out below it. After observing the strange tree for a moment, Lin Tian finally noticed something important. So it is beneath the roots, he said, his gaze settling on the hidden area below. Zi Huan, take us down. Let us see what is there. After a brief pause, Lin Tian finally decided to land in that burning place. The instant his feet touched the ground, a fierce wave of heat rushed through the soles of his shoes. The scorching earth felt hot enough to sting straight through them. Even with shoes on, Lin Tian could barely tolerate the heat. Zi Huan was a fire dragon, yet even he was uncomfortable after landing and instinctively curled his body tighter. Lin Tian looked around the blazing wasteland and muttered, damn it. She did not trick me, did she? Could any living creature really survive in a place like this? Neither of them noticed it at first. Then, without warning, something began pushing its way up through the boiling surface of the lava lake, sending ripples of molten fire spreading outward. A faint movement sounded behind him. Lin Tian immediately turned around, his eyes narrowing as he stared into the glow, lips pressed into a tight line, while every instinct in his body told him to stay on guard. Right in the center of the blazing lake, a colossal dragon slowly rose from the lava. Its body was several times larger than Zi Huan's, and the moment its massive head broke through the molten surface, it gave them a cold warning. This was not a place outsiders were allowed to enter, and if they refused to leave, they would have to bear the consequences themselves. The pressure rolling off that dragon was so terrifying that Zi Huan nearly wet himself on the spot. His whole body shook uncontrollably. Even though the heat around them was already suffocating, Lin Tian understood at once that this new danger was far worse. He clenched his teeth and kept his eyes fixed ahead. And that was not even the end of it. More enormous dragons began appearing above the lava lake, circling through the scorching air as they gathered around them. A huge green dragon stuck out its long tongue and sneered, asking whether just anyone thought they could stroll into the territory of the ancient dragon tribe. Beside it, a brown dragon added that goblin meat would only leave a bad smell in their mouths, so they might as well throw Lin Tian straight into the lava. The dragons looked down at the tiny intruder with hungry eyes, already ready to tear him apart. Seeing that the dragons were about to attack without listening to anything, Lin Tian quickly raised his voice to stop them. He forced himself to stay calm and told them not to act so rashly. He said that he and Zi Huan were friends of the purple gold dragon mother, and that they had come with no hostile intentions at all. The moment they heard that name, the dragons froze. They gathered their heads together, whispering in panic as though they could not believe what Lin Tian had just said. Then one of them cautiously asked whether he meant Finbei, the purple gold dragon mother. If that was true, did that mean Lin Tian was Nidhogg's father? After that question, the green dragon suddenly lowered its enormous body and plunged straight beneath the lava lake. The other two dragons watched the strange move in confusion, while Lin Tian followed its movement with a questioning look in his eyes. Lin Tian could not hide his confusion anymore. He lifted his head and asked them directly who Nidhogg was, and who exactly Finbei was supposed to be. It quickly became obvious that every dragon there feared the creature inside the cave. Their expressions were filled with respect and unease whenever the name came up. The gray dragon lowered its head toward Lin Tian and explained that Finbei was the true name of the purple gold dragon mother. As for Nidhogg, she was the child born from Finbei and a goblin. The moment Lin Tian heard that, he realized he had just found the opening he needed. Without wasting the chance, Lin Tian immediately turned to the gray dragon and asked if it could take him to meet Finbei. Since things had already reached this point, he wanted to see the purple gold dragon mother with his own eyes. That request left the dragon completely speechless. Its eyes widened as it stared at Lin Tian, clearly unsure whether it should agree, refuse, or simply pretend it had not heard him. After standing there and thinking for a while, the large dragon finally turned around and began walking deeper inside. It told Lin Tian to follow, but warned him to leave that inferior dragon outside. Otherwise, the heat farther in would be enough to kill Zi Huan before long. As soon as it finished speaking, the dragon lowered itself and slipped into the passage ahead. The two smaller dragons behind them still had not recovered from the shock. They muttered nervously that they had almost been scared to death. The tiny goblin standing in front of them might actually be Nidhogg's father, and that was enough to make them afraid to even raise their voices. If they had made a mistake, it would be a disaster big enough to shake heaven and earth. Even though they were frightened, the two dragons soon began arguing among themselves. One called the other an idiot, saying that if they were wrong, the worst that could happen was losing face. But if Lin Tian really was Nidhogg's father, and he reported their past misdeeds to her, then every one of them would be finished. Once Lin Tian entered Nidhogg's territory, the space opened into something unbelievably vast. Brilliant light shone down from above, lighting every corner of the enormous chamber. Yet the heat below was so intense that it felt as though it could roast skin and flesh right off the bone. The gray dragon led Lin Tian farther inside, then curled its huge body around the area before stopping. It told Lin Tian to go in alone because Nidhogg was waiting deeper within. If Lin Tian truly was her father, the dragon said it would return later to pick him up. For now, it had to report the situation to the Dragon King. Lin Tian simply waved a hand beneath it and thanked the dragon without making a fuss. With that, Lin Tian stepped into the place by himself. The area was completely empty, and the silence was so deep that even the sound of his own footsteps echoed clearly through the burning cavern. After walking for some distance, Lin Tian began spotting huge dragon bones scattered all over the ground. Rotten flesh still clung to some of them, filling the air with a foul and heavy stench. Looking at the remains, Lin Tian could not help wondering just how powerful his child had become to be eating creatures this enormous. Still, Lin Tian did not let his guard down. He glanced sideways and behind him, quietly realizing that Nidhogg seemed willing to eat even members of her own kind. He continued forward slowly, then lowered his head as he moved past something nearby. At that moment, he suddenly sensed that it was not some lifeless object after all. By the time Lin Tian understood that a massive dragon had been standing right beside him, his body had already gone stiff. The dragon child feared by so many others had appeared beside him in an instant, without making the slightest sound. When Lin Tian turned around, the dragon's face was already directly in front of him. Its huge mouth opened slightly, releasing a blast of scorching breath that washed over him. The energy pouring from its body was suffocating, far more terrifying than anything Lin Tian had imagined. This was Nidhogg, and her rugged, aggressive face made her look like a true monster. The moment Nidhogg saw Lin Tian, she looked at him strangely. Suspicion filled her eyes as she asked what he was supposed to be and why he dared barge into her territory. Even someone claiming to be her father would have to fear standing before her like this. Cold sweat poured down Lin Tian's face. Inside, his thoughts were racing as he tried to figure out the right way to deal with her without making the situation worse. But before he could say much more, Nidhogg became even angrier. She threw open her giant mouth and let out a roar so powerful that violent gusts surged through the cavern. Her foul breath blasted straight into Lin Tian's face, carrying the kind of smell that suggested she had never brushed her teeth in her life. Lin Tian planted his feet and fought with everything he had just to remain standing. In that desperate moment, Lin Tian thrust one hand forward and spread all 5 fingers directly in front of the dragon's face. Then he gathered every bit of courage he had and shouted as loudly as he could, telling her to wait. Surprisingly, that single shout made Nidhogg stop. The furious air around them slowly settled, and the dust that had been flying through the cavern began drifting back down. For a brief moment, everything went completely still. Once the air finally became quiet enough, Lin Tian spoke again. He asked Nidhogg whether her mother was the purple gold dragon mother named Finbei. At the mention of Finbei's name, Nidhogg's eyes immediately lit up. Suspicion still remained on her face, but now curiosity had appeared as well. The corner of her mouth curled into a faint smile as she asked Lin Tian why he knew her mother's name. That was exactly the question Lin Tian had been waiting for. Once she asked it, he knew he finally had a chance to lead the conversation where he wanted. A small smile appeared on his face as he felt things beginning to move in the right direction. Standing in front of the dragon everyone treated like a monster, Lin Tian spread his arms and stood with his legs apart. He looked almost delighted, like a father finally meeting his child after being separated for a very long time. Then he opened his mouth and declared with complete confidence that he was her father. To Nidhogg, the difference between them was like an ant standing before an elephant. There was no way she could immediately believe that some random little man who had appeared from nowhere was related to her by blood. Annoyed, she said that her father was supposed to be a goblin. So what exactly was Lin Tian supposed to be? But Lin Tian was ready for that question. He calmly asked her whether she had ever actually seen what a goblin looked like. Everything had happened so quickly that Nidhogg shut her eyes for a moment and tried to steady her thoughts. Lin Tian's face remained completely serious, and he did not rush to speak again. He simply gave her the silence she needed to think. After a short pause, Nidhogg slowly lowered her enormous head toward Lin Tian and began sniffing him carefully. She took in his scent again and again, then gave a small nod. There really was something familiar about him. In the end, she admitted that he smelled at least a little like her. Then, right in front of Lin Tian's eyes, Nidhogg's huge body began shrinking. Her form collapsed inward and transformed into a dark, murky source of black flame. The small dragon was shape-shifting. Before long, the black fire faded away, revealing a little girl who looked a little older than 10. She stood in front of Lin Tian and looked up at him with a clear, sharp voice. She told him to come with her and meet her mother, but warned that if he had been lying, she would eat his flesh. Seeing that his child had already grown into a girl this old, Lin Tian could not help standing there in stunned silence for a moment. For a while, he seemed unable to find any more words. Then he simply lowered his head, gave a quiet chuckle, and accepted it. Since things had reached this point, there was nothing left for him to worry about. Lin Tian followed behind Nidhogg, watching the way she walked as she led him onward. He casually remarked that her pair of dragon horns looked just like her mother's, though her personality was clearly something else entirely. Nidhogg ruffled her hedgehog-like hair and snapped at him to stop saying unnecessary things. After traveling for a long time, Nidhogg finally brought Lin Tian to the roots of the world tree. Lin Tian remained behind her the entire way, quietly following wherever she led. As he looked around, Lin Tian could not help glancing back in amazement. This place truly became stranger and more magical the deeper they went. Meanwhile, Nidhogg looked unusually happy as she stared ahead, until the little girl suddenly spotted something in the distance. Nidhogg immediately opened her mouth and called out for her mother. The wings behind her shifted in excitement as she hurried forward, looking almost like a puppy running to greet its owner. Lin Tian became cautious at once. Then Nidhogg urgently asked her mother whether the person standing behind her was really her father. Hearing that question said so directly, Lin Tian was caught off guard. He stood there awkwardly for a moment before slowly lifting his head. For an instant, Lin Tian did not know what else to say. Before him was Nidhogg's mother, the purple gold dragon mother who had once been with him. Now, only her head remained attached to the trunk of the world tree. She blinked as she looked at him and softly called his name, saying that she had never expected to meet Lin Tian again. The moment Lin Tian saw the purple gold dragon mother in that condition, his heart tightened painfully. He immediately asked why she had ended up merged into the inside of the tree like this. Hearing his question brought old memories back to Funbei's mind, and sadness covered her face. She clearly did not want to speak about it right away. Still, she said that it was a long story. A crazy woman had already killed her, and now she could only rely on the world tree to keep herself alive. After saying that, she looked at Lin Tian with concern and asked what had happened to him. Funbei asked whether that crazy woman had not gone looking for him. Lin Tian had no idea what she meant, but he relaxed after hearing the question. He raised his head and told her that he had been doing fine. In fact, that woman was now part of his tribe, and she was even carrying his child. The moment Funbei heard the word pregnant, her eyes opened wide in disbelief. She stared at Lin Tian and loudly demanded to know whether what he had just said was actually true. Then her expression slowly darkened, and her voice lowered into a growl. She finally admitted that Lin Tian truly was not like any other goblin she had ever known. From that moment on, Funbei looked at Lin Tian with completely different eyes. Thinking of the threat hanging over them, she seemed to feel as though a heavy burden had been lifted. She turned to Nidhogg and told her plainly that this really was her father, so she should not look down on him. Then she urged the little girl to call him father properly and let him hear it. The girl still looked painfully awkward and shy, keeping her gaze low as if she did not know where to put her hands. Seeing that, Funbei bluntly stepped in to introduce her properly. Everyone called this child Despair, she explained, but beneath that frightening name, Nidhogg was actually gentle by nature and easily embarrassed. Nidhogg had no comeback after acting so hostile earlier. Her head dropped in embarrassment, and even her huge dragon form seemed smaller somehow. It was hard not to feel sorry for her. Since the day she was born, she had never known who her father was, and now that father was suddenly standing right in front of her. Now she was already old enough to understand what this moment meant. Her cheeks turned bright red as she kept staring at the ground, gathering every bit of courage she had. At last, Nidhogg slowly raised her face. Her eyes sparkled with nervousness, making the usually terrifying girl look unexpectedly adorable. Her lips moved, and she softly called out, "Father." For the first time in his life, Lin Tian heard a sweet daughter call him father. Even his hardened heart melted on the spot. He blinked at her in surprise, completely unsure how to respond, before finally letting out one long breath. Lin Tian stepped closer to the little girl, who was still shrinking in on herself from embarrassment. But just as he moved in, he noticed that something about Nidhogg was beginning to feel strange. Without warning, Nidhogg suddenly reacted violently right in front of him. A burst of power exploded outward, instantly shattering the warm father and daughter atmosphere. Lin Tian had not even figured out what was happening. 1 second, everything felt like a touching reunion, and the next, it had turned into a full-blown fight. As the dust slowly cleared, Nidhogg had already transformed back into her dragon form. She flew in circles through the air, restless and agitated, while even Lin Tian stood below without understanding what her strange reaction was supposed to mean. Lin Tian finally turned to Finbei and asked the question that had been bothering him. Was their child not growing far too quickly? Nidhogg had not even reached 1 year old, yet she was already larger than Finbei herself. Finbei listened, then calmly suggested that perhaps Nidhogg had inherited his traits. After all, goblins were known for growing unusually fast. After hearing that explanation, Lin Tian stopped focusing on Nidhogg and became serious. He told Finbei that he had actually come to find her because there was something important he needed to ask. Did she know where the dwarf tribe was located? At the mention of the dwarf tribe, Finbei's expression shifted. Her brows tightened, and she paused as if searching through old memories. After a long breath, she admitted that she had only heard rumors herself. Their movements had always been mysterious, and their location was difficult to trace. Still, although her strength was almost gone, she told Lin Tian that Nidhogg could take him to meet the Dragon King. The Dragon King might know more. After saying that, Finbei slowly withdrew her head back into the ancient tree. Her form sank deeper and deeper into the trunk, but her voice continued echoing out as she disappeared. She thanked Lin Tian for helping avenge her, then explained that her body had not fully recovered yet, so she needed to rest here for now. Before her voice faded, she added that he had to come back later and show her what had become of that crazy woman. Lin Tian stood there quietly, watching Finbei disappear into the tree. For a moment, he did not know what to say. His heart only felt heavy and awkward. Beside him, Nidhogg's dragon body was as huge as a mountain, yet the way she moved around him was almost like an excited puppy. Nidhogg lowered her massive head toward Lin Tian and asked him innocently, "Father, are we leaving now?" Lin Tian straightened up and smiled. He was still a little overwhelmed by how quickly this child had accepted him, but he tried to speak with the confidence of a real father. He told her that they were leaving, and that they were going to meet the Dragon King. The Dragon King's cave was even worse than the place they had just left. The heat filled every corner of the cavern, pressing down on them so heavily that simply breathing felt difficult. At last, Nidhogg brought Lin Tian before the towering Dragon King. The instant the Dragon King saw them, the ruler's eyes widened in surprise. So this was Despair's father? A real goblin? The servant dragons nearby immediately began whispering among themselves. They could not believe that any creature could stand so close to Despair and still be alive. Nidhogg was known to eat almost anything, and more than a few dragons had already been ambushed and devoured by her. The dragons around them looked Lin Tian up and down, all sharing the same doubtful expression. To them, he did not seem impressive at all. Some even felt sorry for Finbei, though none dared say it aloud. They had never expected a crystal giant dragon like her to have a child with an outsider, and they quietly mourned what they believed was the loss of her pure dragon bloodline. Lin Tian stood beside Nidhogg and faced the Dragon King without backing down. In a loud, clear voice, he said that he had come with no hostile intentions. He only wanted to ask about the location of the Dwarf Kingdom. Behind him, Nidhogg also put on a serious expression, doing her best to look respectable. Before the Dragon King could answer, a white dragon crackling with sparks of electricity stepped forward. It leaned close to Lin Tian and bluntly told him that the dwarf tribe had already been wiped out by humans long ago. According to the dragon, there was no reason for Lin Tian to keep searching. Lin Tian froze in disbelief. Could they really all be dead? The news hit him like a fall into a bottomless pit. Lin Tian had come all this way, wasting precious time, while back home there were still countless responsibilities waiting for him. His thoughts darkened as he wondered whether this entire journey had been for nothing. But just as Lin Tian began to lose hope, the Dragon King spoke again in a dignified tone. The Dragon King said there might still be another surviving branch of dwarves. However, Lin Tian would need to agree to certain conditions first. Since the matter was too important to ignore, Lin Tian immediately became respectful. His face turned earnest as he told the Dragon King to speak freely. As long as the request was something he could handle, he would do his best to help. In the deep corner of the cave, the Dragon King spoke in a low, serious voice. The first condition was that Lin Tian had to stop Nidhogg from hunting and killing her fellow dragons. Lin Tian agreed right away, but added one condition of his own. The dragons were not allowed to bully Nidhogg either. Nidhogg stood off to the side without daring to say a word. Her whole body stiffened as if she had turned to stone. Deep down, she could only wonder who exactly was bullying whom here. At that moment, Lin Tian's expression became noticeably more serious. He could tell that this first condition was not what the Dragon King truly cared about. So he asked directly what the second condition was. The Dragon King lowered its enormous head until it was nearly level with Lin Tian's small body. The heat rolling off its breath was enough to scorch his skin. Then the Dragon King slowly opened its mouth and said that Lin Tian would need to come somewhere else first before hearing the second request. Not long afterward, Lin Tian followed the Dragon King to another location. This place was completely isolated, with no other dragons anywhere nearby. The Dragon King landed first, claws gripping tightly against the ground. Its movements looked strangely hurried, as though it did not want anyone else to find them. The place turned out to be a hidden paradise within Dragonland. Streams of magma flowed through the area, while smooth, beautiful stone slabs spread across the ground like a strange volcanic beach. The Dragon King landed gently and spread its massive wings. Then it slowly opened its jaws and released Lin Tian from its mouth. Lin Tian stood there, confused and wary, unable to understand why the Dragon King had brought him aside for a private conversation. The moment he regained his footing, Lin Tian looked around curiously and asked the Dragon King if it could finally tell him what this was about. Before Lin Tian could receive an answer, the Dragon King suddenly began to transform. In the blink of an eye, the sight before him made his face change completely. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell open in shock. Lin Tian immediately realized there was no such thing as a free lunch. Something about this situation clearly felt dangerous. The Dragon King had transformed into a white-haired beauty wearing a fitted red dress. Her appearance was stunning, but the provocative look in her eyes made it clear that she had not brought him here merely to talk. Lin Tian could hardly process the absurd situation in front of him. He had been backed into a corner, staring at the transformed Dragon King with complete disbelief. Then it finally became clear that whatever request she was about to make would not be simple. The Dragon King stood directly in front of Lin Tian, leaving almost no space between them. Her gaze burned with open desire, making her intentions impossible to misunderstand. Moving far too quickly, the Dragon King forced Lin Tian all the way into the corner of the cave. The pressure coming from her was overwhelming enough to make him tremble. He could only raise his voice nervously and ask what exactly the Dragon King was doing. But before Lin Tian could finish the question, the Dragon King used her power to restrain him. She leaned close, her beautiful face only inches away, then quietly revealed her true condition. She said she did not want to waste time anymore. In exchange for telling him the dwarf tribe's coordinates, she wanted him to give her a dragon egg. All he had to do was agree. Lin Tian was completely stunned by the request. He already had more than enough trouble dealing with the women in his own tribe, and now the Dragon King was making such a demand. He instinctively leaned back and asked with a trembling voice whether she was serious. He was only an ordinary goblin, so why would the Dragon King want something like that from him? The more Lin Tian tried to act harmless, the more impatient the Dragon King became. Her expression darkened as she pressed him closer and spoke with clear warning in every word. She told him to stop pretending. Nidhogg's existence had already proven that goblin blood could produce powerful dragon hybrids. If Lin Tian refused, then he should not expect to leave this hidden cave. The Dragon King explained that the bloodline of the ancient dragon tribe was incredibly rare, and the throne had always been decided through bloodline strength. Across countless years, powerful dragons such as the crystal dragons had repeatedly taken control of the crown. The fire dragon line had only recently managed to rise into kingship, and their position was still unstable. Whatever strange situation this had become, Lin Tian understood that both sides stood to gain from an agreement. Under the Dragon King's heavy pressure, Lin Tian quietly calculated the situation. It seemed she wanted to use his bloodline to strengthen her hold over the throne. If he agreed, the outcome would likely benefit him more than harm him. Once he thought it through, a faint smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even then, Lin Tian pretended to hesitate for a while longer. He thought about the possibility of having another child, then quietly considered that all of them would still be his descendants. Who knew whether they might help him control the entire dragon tribe in the future? After acting as though he had thought long and hard about it, Lin Tian finally let out a deep breath. He told the Dragon King that if this was truly her condition, then he had no choice but to satisfy her request. He wore the expression of someone being forced into an impossible situation, even though he had already made up his mind. The instant Lin Tian agreed, the Dragon King's face lit up with delight. After being deprived of affection for so long, she looked as though she had finally received something she had been waiting for. She licked her lips and could barely hide how impatient she had become. Less than 3 seconds later, the Dragon King rushed straight at Lin Tian. This Queen of Dragons was far more forceful than he expected, immediately taking the lead and pushing him down onto the stone floor before he could react. The Dragon King's satisfied voice echoed through the hidden cave as she praised Lin Tian for understanding the situation. What followed was a long, exhausting private encounter that drained both of them. Even the powerful Dragon King was left breathing heavily and covered in sweat, yet she still admitted in surprise that she had never expected such a small goblin to suit her so well. Even though Lin Tian had already been through plenty of trouble with women, he still forced himself to stay clear-headed. Once he found an opening, he reminded the Dragon King that he had fulfilled his side of the agreement. Now it was time for her to give him the dwarf tribe's coordinates. But even as he spoke, the situation only grew more intense. An hour and a half later, Lin Tian finally sat up to rest. He slowly put his clothes back on, while sweat still soaked his body from both the volcanic heat and the Dragon King's overwhelming presence. The Dragon King finally decided to pause and lay stretched out across the stone surface to recover. Turning toward Lin Tian, she told him that more than 100 years ago, the Dwarf Kingdom had built a hidden branch settlement beneath an underground palace near the Rocky Mountain Range. If any dwarves had survived, they would most likely be hiding there. Lin Tian quickly finished fixing his clothes, knowing that once he had this information, he could finally leave. Hearing that, Lin Tian looked directly at the Dragon King with a serious expression. He repeated the name to make sure he had heard correctly. The Rocky Mountain Range. The moment Lin Tian learned the location from the Dragon King, he wasted no time at all. Riding on Zihuan's back, he quickly flew toward the Rocky Mountain Range, heading straight for the place where the hidden dwarf kingdom was supposed to be. As soon as he arrived, Lin Tian activated his keen sight skill. Power gathered in his right eye, strengthening the protective layer around it and widening the range of his vision as he carefully scanned the land ahead. With his enhanced sight, the massive stone mountains in front of him became visible in a strange negative-like image. His gaze pierced through the rock, searching deeper and deeper below, until he finally noticed a small black dot far beneath the mountain. When Zihuan flew closer, Lin Tian realized that the dark spot was actually a person. The figure was struggling on a cliff for some reason, clinging to the rock wall and looking around in panic. Lin Tian could not help blurting out that this had to be the entrance to the Dwarf Kingdom's underground palace. The moment Lin Tian saw an actual dwarf standing there in the flesh, his face brightened. After waiting and searching for so long, he had finally found a trace of someone from the dwarf tribe. The small man was clinging desperately to a dangerous cliffside, putting every ounce of strength into climbing higher. His goal was a purple sunflower growing from the sheer rock wall. As he reached for it, he muttered to himself that once he picked that flower, Xiaomei would surely see him differently. Just then, Lin Tian's voice suddenly echoed from above, greeting the little dwarf. The startled young man spun around, only to find a towering dragon beside a tall green-skinned figure staring down at him. That sight nearly scared the dwarf out of his mind. The second he noticed Lin Tian's strange green skin, his body recoiled against the cliff. His lips trembled as he stuttered out one terrified word, "Goblin." Unfortunately for him, the rock he was relying on chose that exact moment to crack. A sharp snapping sound rang out beneath his hand, like a warning that something terrible was about to happen. The small piece of stone suddenly broke apart completely. The dwarf lost his grip and plunged straight off the cliff into the abyss below. Before he could even process what had happened, his body was already falling faster and faster through the open air. The young dwarf crashed through layers of thick forest canopy, smashing branches as he dropped. The impact startled flocks of birds from the trees, sending them scattering wildly through the forest. He finally slammed headfirst into the ground below. Blood spilled from the wound on his head as he lay there gasping weakly, every breath becoming harder than the last. Even at the edge of death, he could only think about Xiaomei and regret that he had not even managed to win her heart. With his vision beginning to fade, the dwarf tried to force out one final wish. He still had not confessed to Xiaomei, and he had not even experienced love once in his life. At that moment, Lin Tian slowly descended from above, completely unhurried despite having spent several days searching for this place. Seeing that the dwarf was about to die, Lin Tian walked closer with an almost absurdly calm expression. He shook his head in disappointment and muttered that this guy was just another hopeless lovesick fool. Lin Tian had expected he might need to fight, but instead the dwarf had practically frightened himself to death. Then strange power began gathering around Lin Tian's hand. Long green-black tentacles slowly stretched outward, carrying an eerie and terrifying aura. Lin Tian looked down at the dying dwarf and told him not to give up yet, because dying now would only make things more troublesome for him. A notification appeared as Lin Tian activated his aberrant fusion skill. Lin Tian pulled his hand back after successfully fusing with the unlucky dwarf. In the next moment, his entire body changed, and he transformed into the same small golden-haired dwarf who had been trying to pick flowers on the cliff. Watching his boss suddenly become that tiny golden-haired dwarf, Zihuan was completely stunned. Its mouth hung wide open in disbelief, so wide that its jaw nearly looked like it might dislocate. Even in his new dwarf body, Lin Tian still carried himself with the same commanding confidence. He nodded calmly and told Zihuan not to be so surprised, because this was the true strength of aberrant fusion. Not long afterward, Lin Tian and Zihuan flew back toward the cliff where the dwarf had been climbing. Standing at the cliff's edge, Lin Tian carefully gave Zihuan instructions. He said he needed to enter the dwarf kingdom alone, and he had no idea how long it might take. Until he returned, Zihuan was to stay outside and wait for him. After giving the order, Lin Tian folded his arms and looked ahead with a faint smile. He was already calculating what this trip could bring to his tribe. It was not just about earning large numbers of magic tools. More importantly, he needed to obtain the dwarves' forging techniques, so his people could mass-produce magic tools and build a powerful army of their own. Zihuan could only swallow its disappointment and remain outside. With everything prepared, Lin Tian walked forward alone and entered the territory where the dwarves lived. The climb took him quite a while, and by the time he reached the higher ground, even Lin Tian had lost a little strength from the journey. Standing on the cliff and catching his breath, Lin Tian suddenly froze at the sight before him. His pupils widened in surprise. The dwarf kingdom was far grander than he had expected. Tall buildings and modern-looking structures filled the area, looking no different from a human city. Hidden deep within a vast ancient forest, the kingdom stood completely isolated from the outside world. As Lin Tian admired the view, plans for claiming this place quietly began forming in his mind. Once he successfully entered the dwarf kingdom, Lin Tian found himself surprised again and again. Everything here was completely different from the outside world he knew. Because he was now wearing a dwarf's body, the streets and houses around him looked almost perfectly scaled to his size. The residents seemed happy and relaxed, freely crowding the streets without fear. Unlike the people outside, they did not have to hide indoors because of monsters. Walking through the city felt strangely similar to strolling through a lively modern town. Even the dwarves' clothing was fashionable and far more open than Lin Tian expected. Looking around at the bustling streets, he could hardly believe his eyes. The capital of the dwarf kingdom was unbelievably prosperous. Compared with the Great Mausoleum, this place truly felt like paradise. Lin Tian was busy looking at the pretty young women walking through the streets when a woman suddenly marched toward him with one hand on her hip. Her voice was loud and sharp as she mocked his idea of paradise. Lin Tian immediately turned his eyes toward her, realizing that someone had just insulted him. This woman seemed to be Xiao Mei, the girl the dwarf whose body Lin Tian had taken kept thinking about. The moment she saw him, she showed no warmth at all. She immediately demanded to know where the flower she had told him to fetch was. Then she accused him of failing again and called him useless, disappointment written all over her face. From her attitude, Lin Tian quickly understood who she must be. Lin Tian gave her a brief look, then curled his lips into a faint sneer. So the lovesick fool whose identity he had taken was named Dennis, and this arrogant woman was Xiao Mei, the girl Dennis had been obsessing over day and night. Now Lin Tian finally understood the situation clearly. Lin Tian did not feel like wasting time on her. He walked straight past Xiao Mei and casually left her with only 3 words, "Crazy woman." It was the first time in her life that someone had treated her so coldly. But Lin Tian had more important things to handle, and he had no intention of stopping for her. Xiao Mei could not accept being ignored like that. She quickly rushed after him, blocked his path, and threw out an arm to stop him in the middle of the crowd. Furious, she demanded to know whether she had spoiled him too much lately and made him think he was someone important. Her eyes widened with rage as she accused him of daring to insult her. Lin Tian turned around sharply without showing the slightest fear. He leaned closer and stared right into her face. Then he asked whether he was supposed to run around picking flowers just because she ordered him to. Finally, he bluntly demanded to know who the hell she thought she was. Dennis had once been hopelessly obsessed with her, but Lin Tian had no reason to keep acting like her servant. Xiao Mei was so shocked that she could barely believe what she had heard. Her face stiffened, and she stammered in disbelief, asking what he had just said. Lin Tian had already grown completely fed up with her attitude. He pushed her firmly aside to clear a path and told her to move out of the way. Xiao Mei had been dismissed like a stray dog, and all of her old arrogance vanished for a moment. She could not believe that Dennis, the man who used to follow her around every day, now dared to fight back. Trembling with anger, she shouted that he must be crazy. If he dared treat her this way, then he should never expect her forgiveness again. She called him useless and said she hated him. Lin Tian, still wearing Dennis's face, simply replied that they should leave things exactly like that. Her body trembled with hatred as anger surged through every part of her. Xiaomei stared at Lin Tian's back as he walked away, looking as though she wanted to devour him alive. Through clenched teeth, she swore that she would make Dennis regret this. A short while later, Lin Tian pushed open the door of a tavern and stepped inside. His eyes swept across the room as he quietly thought things over. He still knew almost nothing about the dwarf kingdom, and a crowded tavern where all kinds of people gathered was the perfect place to overhear useful information. Once he made up his mind, Lin Tian walked to the counter and placed several shining gold coins on the table. He told the owner to bring out the best wine available. Delighted by the payment, the owner quickly served him the drinks. Then Lin Tian noticed someone sitting nearby on his left. A golden-haired woman in a bright red dress was seated alone, looking bored as though she had nobody to talk to. Lin Tian quickly picked up a bottle of wine, walked over to her table, and opened the conversation by inviting her to share a drink with him. To his surprise, the woman did not seem guarded at all. Her expression immediately brightened with interest, and she agreed without hesitation. Still, she teased him by saying that his way of starting a conversation was terrible. Lin Tian sat down beside her, poured wine into a glass, and put on a cheerful expression mixed with fake embarrassment. He admitted that she had caught him. Inside, however, he was sneering. He thought that if this had happened outside, someone who mocked him so casually might not have lasted long enough to keep talking. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. For empty wine bottles were scattered across the table, and after drinking through all of them, both Lin Tian and the woman were already noticeably tipsy. The woman in the red dress gradually leaned closer and closer until she was nearly resting against Lin Tian. In a playful voice, she told him that his alcohol tolerance was not very impressive, but at least he had money. She said he was much better than the useless people at the Adventurers Guild who only knew how to eat for free. That single mention immediately caught Lin Tian's attention. Once she was drunk enough, the blonde woman began spilling everything she knew. She explained that ever since the kingdom disbanded its army, many soldiers had gone off to become adventurers. But in recent years, the executioner demons had become far too rampant. People who had grown used to peaceful lives no longer had the courage to take risks, and almost nobody wanted to become an adventurer anymore. Even after drinking, Lin Tian's mind remained sharp. Hearing the key part of her story, he immediately asked what would happen if someone managed to deal with those executioner demons. Before Lin Tian could even finish the thought, the blonde woman wrapped an arm around his neck and laughed loudly. She told him that anyone who defeated those demons would become a hero of the dwarf race. A hero like that could even request an audience with the king directly. Lin Tian clinked his glass with Conley's and took a slow sip. A hero, he thought quietly. If he wiped out the executioner demons, he could gain a direct path to the king. Then he could openly ask to learn the dwarves' forging techniques. Everything was starting to fall into place exactly as he wanted. After spending the entire night drinking himself senseless, Lin Tian woke up at the inn with a pounding headache, as though someone had been hammering directly against his skull. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying in a soft, comfortable bed. The moment he sat up, Lin Tian froze. Lying beside him was the blonde woman he had met in the tavern the night before. Their clothes had been tossed carelessly across the floor, while the girl herself was still sleeping peacefully beneath the blankets. At that moment, the blonde woman shifted in her sleep and slowly woke up as well. She clearly remembered what had happened between them, and instead of looking embarrassed, she moved closer with a playful smile. Leaning toward him flirtatiously, she softly asked whether he was awake already. Lin Tian's expression immediately became a little cautious as he wondered what exactly had happened last night. Before Lin Tian could finish his question, the girl suddenly pounced toward him and pressed close, almost cutting off his words. She leaned beside his ear and whispered in a teasing, affectionate voice, asking whether he had drunk so much that he forgot everything. Then she began reminding him about the heated night they had shared, adding that the way he acted had made her wonder whether he was truly an ordinary dwarf. The blonde woman openly praised Lin Tian's strength and said that even though he looked like a dwarf on the outside, there was something unusually powerful about him. It was a feeling she had never sensed from any other dwarf man before. Lin Tian did not dare respond too much, since he was still pretending to be someone else. Lin Tian held his aching head and quietly let out a long breath. At least he had not exposed his true identity while drunk. He could only thank his luck, because getting careless for one night had nearly ruined everything he came here to accomplish. He quickly turned his thoughts back to the real goal. Next, he needed to deal with the executioner demons and use that achievement to earn an audience with the king. But a lone dwarf claiming to defeat an entire group of monsters would sound ridiculous without witnesses. He needed people from the guild to see it happen. Lost in those calculations, Lin Tian completely forgot that the woman beside him was still watching his thoughtful expression. Once he finished planning everything out, Lin Tian decisively threw off the blanket, sat upright, and began putting his clothes back on as quickly as possible. The blonde woman suddenly sat up in surprise, regret filling her voice. She asked why he was getting dressed when the sky was not even fully bright yet. But Lin Tian was clearly in a hurry. While pulling on his pants, he apologized and said that he had important business to handle, so he needed to leave first. In barely over a minute, Lin Tian had completely dressed himself and headed straight for the door. As he stepped out of the room, the blonde woman called after him in despair, demanding to know his name and where he lived. She begged him not to leave, calling him the man of her destiny. Not long afterward, Lin Tian arrived at the Adventurers Guild. He stood outside the entrance for a moment and looked the building over carefully. Clicking his tongue, Lin Tian muttered that the place looked far more deserted than he expected. A short while later, two heavily bearded dwarves appeared and hurried over to greet him. Once Lin Tian explained that he wanted to join the guild and hunt the executioner demons, their faces lit up with excitement. They eagerly welcomed him, praising him as a young man with courage, ideals, and ambition. The two dwarves then leaned closer and admitted in low voices that the guild might look empty, but it was still the only one in the entire kingdom. After that, they curiously asked what Lin Tian was capable of. The executioner demons were dangerous and unusual creatures, so they wanted him to show at least some proof of his strength. While the two dwarves kept asking questions, Lin Tian's attention drifted to the large hammer in their hands. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary weapon, but something about it told him that it was not nearly as simple as it appeared. After taking a closer look, Lin Tian learned that it was called the Great Iron Welding Hammer. It could create a powerful layer of iron armor around the user's entire body. The dwarves continued asking about Lin Tian's own abilities, but he did not bother explaining. Instead, he suggested that they leave immediately and deal with the executioner demons while the opportunity was still there. The two guild dwarves led Lin Tian toward a dark and gloomy graveyard. Lin Tian took the lead as they entered, while the two older men followed cautiously behind him. The fat dwarf carrying the giant hammer could not stop talking as they walked. He wondered why they could not see a single executioner demon anywhere. Then he confidently claimed that those monsters were naturally cowardly, and they had probably sensed Dennis approaching and hidden themselves out of fear. But the moment he finished bragging, several executioner demons crawled out from the darkness all at once. Their mouths stretched wide open, their long tongues hanging out in a disgusting way. Even Lin Tian had to admit that these creatures looked far more horrifying than the goblins of his own tribe. The executioner demons prepared to rush forward and attack. However, the instant they sensed the terrifying force coming from Lin Tian, their expressions changed completely. Bright red magical energy burst out around his body in every direction, and the monsters immediately recoiled in fear. Only a second later, the three demons had already turned around and fled for their lives. Lin Tian and the two guild dwarves stood there watching as the monsters ran away without daring to fight. The demons escaped so quickly that all three of them could only stare after their backs in silence, barely blinking as they disappeared into the darkness. Even though the monsters were fast, Lin Tian quickly noticed the many footprints they had left behind in the dirt. The moment he understood what that meant, a dangerous smirk appeared on his face. These executioner demons were smarter than they looked. A moment later, Lin Tian pushed aside a thick layer of bushes. The branches rustled softly as all three of them hid nearby and carefully looked ahead. When Lin Tian and the two guild dwarves finally stepped forward to get a clear view, they stood there with their eyes wide open, completely unable to speak. What stood before them was an entire swarm of executioner demons. The three creatures from earlier had clearly run back to report what happened, leading them directly to the nest. Now dozens of demons had gathered together, pulling more of their kind out from hiding and forming a defensive line against the three intruders. The sight made the two older dwarves begin trembling from head to toe. There were so many executioner demons that they seemed to cover the area like weeds. One of them cursed in panic, saying that 50 demons already counted as a full pack, so why were there this many? The hammer-wielding dwarf was equally stunned and kept asking what they were supposed to do against dozens of monsters. Lin Tian looked at their frightened faces and answered simply that there was nothing to hide from. They just needed to kill them all. The moment he finished speaking, killing intent exploded from his body as he strode straight toward the demon pack. Behind him, the old dwarves watched in disbelief, still shouting that the monsters would attack together. Lin Tian acted as though he had not heard a word. He continued forward without hesitation, carrying himself with enough confidence to make even the demons pause. Then Lin Tian leaped high into the air and picked out a suitable target below. His hand tightened around the shining sword as he descended. At that moment, he looked more terrifying than the executioner demons themselves, and the speed of his fall made the monsters stare upward in terror. Lin Tian landed smoothly in the center of the demon swarm. With complete control over the battlefield, he swung his sword again and again, sending sharp slashes tearing through the monsters. Each strike hit with terrifying force, cutting down the executioner demons one after another. No one could believe that a dwarf could possess such overwhelming power. The two guild dwarves stood frozen with their mouths hanging open, their eyes locked on Lin Tian as he fought. They could not understand what kind of person he really was. These were executioner demons that even retired warriors struggled to defeat, yet Lin Tian was cutting through them as easily as if he were slaughtering chickens. A short while later, Lin Tian stood with the severed head of an executioner demon in his hand. Killing intent still rolled off him in waves, and the strong smell of blood clung to his entire body. He slowly walked back toward the two guild dwarves. Demon corpses were scattered all across the ground beneath his feet. With the same calm tone someone might use after finishing an ordinary meal, Lin Tian told them that it was done and that they could leave now. The two old dwarves looked at Lin Tian with completely different eyes now. Their faces were filled with pride, admiration, and disbelief. They had never seen someone so young and so powerful. With excitement in their voices, they urged him to return with them. Not long afterward, Lin Tian returned to the Dwarf Kingdom's palace together with the two guild dwarves. They carried several executioner demon heads in their hands, hoping to report the victory directly to the king. But the moment they reached the palace gates, the guard stopped them. The guard said that the king was unwell and could not receive visitors for the time being. After risking their lives yesterday, the guild dwarves were furious that they could not even report the achievement today. The dwarf wearing the horned steel helmet stepped forward angrily and told the guards to look properly. He lifted one of the demon heads and practically shoved it toward the soldier's face, declaring that they had already wiped out the executioner demons. But the guard remained cold and said he was only following orders. The soldier did not dare disobey the command given to him. However, just as the argument continued, a voice suddenly echoed from inside the palace, ordering the guards to let them enter. The palace doors opened on their own. Inside, a woman wearing a red dress sat alone on an enormous royal throne, looking as though she had been expecting someone to arrive. She held a fan in front of her mouth, and every part of her carried an air of nobility and luxury. This woman was Queen Adele, the ruler of the dwarf tribe. The moment the horned helmet dwarf saw Queen Adele, he hurried forward and performed a respectful salute. He announced that they had come to report a major achievement, then quickly presented Lin Tian's accomplishment. Dennis had destroyed the entire executioner demon pack that had threatened the kingdom for years. The royal family had struggled with those monsters for a long time, yet a single young dwarf had wiped them out completely. Queen Adele was visibly startled by what she heard. Her eyes turned toward Lin Tian as she carefully studied the young face of the person who had supposedly destroyed an entire demon nest alone. When she saw Lin Tian's calm eyes and the faint, mysterious smile on his face, Queen Adele began making her own judgment. This man truly seemed extraordinary. Could he be the unusual dwarf mentioned in the rumors, the one with strength that could match a beast? As that thought crossed her mind, the queen shyly raised her fan to cover more of her face. It seemed the blonde woman from the tavern had already spread certain stories about him throughout the city. After hearing the good news, Queen Adele immediately gave her order. She said the guild's reward would be delivered later, but Dennis was to remain while everyone else withdrew. The two guild dwarves were overjoyed. They bowed repeatedly to thank the queen before leaving to collect their reward. But Lin Tian stepped forward directly and made his true request clear. He told Queen Adele that he did not need gold, silver, or treasure as a reward. Before she could ask what he wanted, Lin Tian said that he wanted to learn the dwarves' blacksmithing techniques. Before Lin Tian could finish speaking, the queen's fan snapped shut with a sharp clack. Queen Adele seemed increasingly interested in him. She rose from the throne and slowly approached, saying that she would have to think carefully about his reward. It had been many years since the kingdom had seen a young dwarf as brave as him. As she spoke, the queen made her interest in Lin Tian impossible to miss. She leaned her fair face close to his, then used her fan to lift his chin. Pulling him nearer, Queen Adele whispered that she did not care much about the executioner demons. If Lin Tian wanted the blacksmithing techniques, then he would have to pay a different kind of price. Lin Tian stood still as though roots had grown beneath his feet. Inside, he felt deeply wronged. After everything he had done, it seemed his achievement was not being recognized the way he expected. The thought of having to pay some other price made his expression darken with discomfort. Realizing that Lin Tian had misunderstood her, Queen Adele's teasing smile only deepened. In an unusually gentle voice, she told him not to get the wrong idea. After all, he had spent the previous night with her younger sister, and under normal circumstances, that alone would have earned him a severe punishment. But since he had destroyed the executioner demons and performed such a great service for the kingdom, she was willing to let that achievement cancel out his offense. As for the blacksmithing techniques, that would require a separate negotiation. Lin Tian stared at the queen in complete surprise. Her younger sister? The image of the blonde girl from the inn immediately flashed through his mind. Inside, Lin Tian could only cry out in disbelief. Could that blonde-haired girl from last night really be Queen Adele's younger sister? After recovering from the initial shock, Lin Tian slowly stepped closer with the most righteous expression he could manage. He pressed a fist against his chest and swore that Queen Adele was falsely accusing him. He insisted that after getting drunk, it was clearly her younger sister who had taken advantage of him instead. But the queen only stared at him with fascinated eyes, her attention seeming to settle somewhere other than his serious speech. Queen Adele did not even try to hide her amusement. She leaned her beautiful face closer to Lin Tian's chest and repeated one word with a smile. Conscience. Then she told him that she did not know where this so-called conscience was supposed to be. Her eyes slowly traveled over him from top to bottom, carrying a mysterious and playful look. Then the queen became even bolder. She reached out, took Lin Tian's hand, and deliberately placed it against her chest, leaving him completely frozen on the spot. Queen Adele leaned closer again until her face was only a short distance from his. Lin Tian was so startled that he could barely get the words out, asking whether she was serious. But she only continued teasing him, saying that he could find out the answer himself by touching her conscience. Inwardly, Lin Tian could only think that this queen was far too direct for someone he had only just met. Even with the queen openly tempting him, Lin Tian somehow kept his head clear. He did not move recklessly and instead asked whether Queen Adele was trying to set him up. Until she explained herself properly, he said, he would not dare do anything without permission. By then, Queen Adele was clearly growing impatient. Her eyes burned with frustration as she answered in a slightly sulky tone. She pointed out that Lin Tian had already acted boldly with her younger sister, so why was he suddenly pretending to be so cautious around the queen herself? Queen Adele pressed even closer and finally revealed what she wanted without any shame. The king, she said, was close to dying, and she would soon become the new ruler. If she wanted to choose a handsome man to stand beside her as her queen, what exactly was wrong with that? The instant she mentioned the king, the queen's mood noticeably changed. She turned away and began muttering with resentment about the old man. According to her, he was not even that old, but he had already lost all the strength and vigor a husband was supposed to have. She blamed him for wasting his youth by indulging himself every day without restraint. Lin Tian could only stand there speechless, quietly trying to process her attitude. After venting her frustration, Queen Adele turned back toward Lin Tian. She lightly licked one finger and made another provocative gesture that immediately increased the pressure on him. Then she told him plainly that if he wanted the blacksmithing techniques, he had to listen to her. Lin Tian hesitated for only a moment, but the result was already obvious. Their private struggle began soon afterward. As time passed, Lin Tian's strength continued rising. His vitality increased by 240, while both his attack and defense rose by 100. The exhausting encounter lasted for more than an hour before either of them finally slowed down. Inside the room shared by the queen and king, Lin Tian did his best to satisfy Queen Adele. Yet even afterward, the queen still looked at him with obvious greed, as though she wanted to continue. Lin Tian leaned close and quietly asked whether she could finally agree to teach him the blacksmithing techniques. Queen Adele only stared at him with a dreamy expression, too absorbed to answer right away. At the most inconvenient possible moment, a soldier suddenly rushed to the door in a panic. He poked his head inside and urgently reported that something was wrong. The king had passed away. Queen Adele was already exhausted from her time with Lin Tian, and the unlucky soldier had chosen the worst possible moment to barge in and witness something he definitely should not have seen. The soldier's face turned bright red. His mouth fell open, and for several seconds, he could not bring himself to close it after seeing what was happening inside. He blurted out a shocked cry, but regardless of what he had seen, he still had to follow proper etiquette. The king was dead now, which meant the queen held the greatest authority in the palace. Realizing that, the soldier lowered his head, clasped his hands, and respectfully repeated that the king had passed away. He begged Queen Adele to come at once. At last, the moment Queen Adele had been waiting for finally arrived. Her old and weak husband was gone, and instead of grief, excitement flashed through her eyes. Still barely covered, she sat up and casually rubbed one side of her chest before letting out a dangerous laugh. She said that today truly brought double happiness. She did not even bother pretending to mourn the husband who had just died. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and the queen hurriedly began putting their clothes back on. Lin Tian quickly said that he would return to the guild first and come find her another time. But just as Lin Tian tried to slip away, Queen Adele stopped him. Her expression turned serious as she told him to come with her. From now on, the palace would also be his home. Then she began talking about their future together as though everything had already been decided. She would become king, and he would become queen. The only problem was that Lin Tian was currently disguised as a male dwarf. Hearing that logic, Lin Tian could only raise his eyes toward the ceiling in confusion. What kind of nonsense was that? Why was he supposed to become the queen? Not long afterward, they arrived at the room where the king had taken his final breath. Numerous nobles had gathered there to see him one last time, and a heavy, mournful atmosphere filled the entire chamber. The king had reached the age where death was no surprise, so Queen Adele did not seem truly regretful. The old dwarf lay pale and still, his life finally over. Sobs echoed around the room from every direction, and among all those mournful voices, the queen's crying was somehow the loudest. Lin Tian could hardly believe what he was watching. Just moments earlier, Queen Adele had been alone with him, and now she was acting out a perfect tragedy in front of her husband's corpse. She hid her expression behind her fan, but Lin Tian could still sense how false the grief was. He began wondering whether the king had truly just died or had simply become a dry corpse long ago. Queen Adele noticed his look and whispered that it was not her fault. When Lin Tian reacted in surprise, she explained that the old man had been completely paralyzed ever since he forced her to marry him 10 years ago. That, she said, was why she had been so eager to find someone else to stand beside her. Queen Adele folded her fan and leaned toward Lin Tian with a warm, affectionate expression. She told him that she would be busy handling the coronation ceremony over the next few days, so he could freely walk around the palace in the meantime. Seeing that she had arranged everything for him, Lin Tian simply nodded and answered respectfully. Suddenly, Queen Adele raised one finger and pressed it against Lin Tian's lips, stopping him from speaking further. The confused look on his face made it obvious that he had no idea what this woman intended to do next. Without caring who might be nearby, Queen Adele leaned close to Lin Tian's ear and whispered in an intimate voice that he should stop calling her queen. She wanted him to call her little darling instead. Lin Tian found the whole situation unbearably cheesy, but for the sake of his larger goal and the magical tools he wanted, he forced himself to go along with her demand. Lin Tian closed his eyes and called her little darling just to get it over with. The expression on his face looked painfully forced, as though every word had cost him a great deal of suffering. A few days later, Lin Tian stood before the gates of the magical item storehouse. This was the treasure room he had practically spent every bit of his charm and endurance trying to gain access to. Looking back on the last 2 days, he remembered how much effort it had taken to get the key from Queen Adele's hand. The dwarves had not produced new magical items for 15 years, but Lin Tian still believed there had to be at least some old stock remaining inside. Standing before the door, Lin Tian inserted the key into the lock and began turning it exactly as Queen Adele had instructed. 2.5 turns to the left, then another 2.5 turns to the right. But the strange opening method did not end there. Following Queen Adele's bizarre instructions, Lin Tian had to begin dancing in front of the storehouse door. He moved in an absurd rhythm, muttering the required words under his breath while singing folk songs and performing the traditional dance she had taught him. As ridiculous as it looked, the method actually worked. The moment Lin Tian finished the dance, a loud chime rang out from the enormous gate. The eye embedded in the door glowed a bright red, and Lin Tian looked up in shock, excitement rising in his chest. Knowing that he had succeeded, Lin Tian personally pushed the heavy door open and stepped inside. The magical item storehouse had finally been opened before him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The instant the door opened, Lin Tian eagerly prepared himself to admire the treasures within. But then his eyes widened, his heart skipped a beat, and the color drained from his face. The storehouse itself was enormous, and rows upon rows of wooden chests filled the space. Yet every one of them was empty. The place was so silent and abandoned that it felt as though even the sound of insects crawling could be heard. Lin Tian and calmly moved farther inside, and began checking each chest carefully. Box after box revealed nothing but emptiness. As he searched through the barren storehouse, Lin Tian finally understood the miserable state of the kingdom. There was nothing left. That lazy former king had likely spent years selling off every magical item just to maintain his comfortable life. No wonder the dwarves had been living so peacefully while their nation quietly fell apart. After walking a little farther, Lin Tian suddenly stopped. His eyes caught sight of something that had not been completely lost after all. In a dusty corner covered in cobwebs, 3 magical items lay abandoned by themselves. Lin Tian immediately recognized that they were not ordinary treasures. One was life armor, a living armor that survived by absorbing the host's blood. It possessed powerful defensive abilities, its own awareness, and could automatically sense incoming attacks before activating protection. Another was the unlucky blade, forged from the spine of a magical dragon. The deeper the wielder's obsession became, the more terrifying its power would grow. The third item was the black tribi. It had been forged by dwarves from the remains of a creature that came from somewhere unknown. This eye could see through all things, but anyone using it had to be careful. If they were not strong enough, it might turn around and control them instead. Very quickly, Lin Tian found himself drawn toward the life armor. He reached out and touched it, and the moment his fingers made contact, he could feel a strange sense of pleasure coming from the magical item itself. Lin Tian stared at the armor with admiration and confusion mixed together. This was the true power of dwarf forging. It did not feel like they had merely created a weapon. It felt as though they had created an actual living creature. He sat down and studied the 3 treasures more carefully. Then he focused on the life armor and wondered aloud whether it really needed fresh blood from its host to survive. There was only one way to find out. Lin Tian lightly bit one of his fingers until blood appeared. Then he pressed the bleeding fingertip against the armor and drew a firm line across its surface, allowing it to absorb his blood. At once, the once solid armor reacted violently, and slimy tentacles burst outward from its body. The tentacles snapped toward Lin Tian's hand like venomous snakes hunting prey. They moved so fast that he did not have time to pull away. In an instant, the armor began revealing the true extent of its strange power. Within moments, the mass of tentacles spread across Lin Tian's entire body. The sticky substance wrapped around him tightly, covering him in an eerie source of magical energy. He looked as though he had been buried in a pool of dark mud, yet the power radiating from him grew more concentrated with every second. Once the binding was complete, Lin Tian discovered that the armor had 3 forms. The first covered his entire body and made him larger and more powerful. The second form was lighter and smaller, improving his speed and agility. The third fused with one of his arms, creating a far more stylish and striking appearance. After displaying all 3 forms, the armor suddenly withdrew from Lin Tian's body and plunged directly into his chest. The force was so overwhelming that he fell backward and could do nothing but let out a startled shout. In the end, the armor transformed into a necklace around Lin Tian's neck, shrinking down into a glowing stone that sparkled with strange power. The stone gave off an attractive pull that immediately caught his interest. Holding it in his hand, Lin Tian gave a satisfied smile and wondered just how strong its defensive ability truly was. Only then did Lin Tian notice the second magical item resting in the corner of the room. The unlucky blade looked old and rusted, no different from a discarded meat cleaver. Below it lay the black tribe, waiting silently in the shadows. Lin Tian reached out toward the blade and firmly gripped its handle. An invisible force seemed to resist him, as though the weapon did not want to be taken so easily. But Lin Tian refused to let go and pulled it free with determination. The instant Lin Tian's fingers touched the blade, a terrifying surge of power shot into him. In barely 2 heartbeats, that violent energy had already raced through every corner of his body. The magic power inside the weapon immediately began to churn like a raging tide. As the current rushed through his limbs, Lin Tian felt his whole body tremble with exhilaration, and the corners of his mouth stretched into a broad grin. He even swallowed hard at the crushing pressure rolling through him. Still, after savoring the feeling for a moment, he quietly changed his mind. Better to save it and bring it back for Alice Near to use later. At the very least, sneaking into the dwarves' magic item vault had not been a complete waste. Lin Tian casually rested the blade across his shoulder and headed for the exit. But when he stopped at the door and looked back over the enormous vault, disappointment spread across his face. Out of such a huge collection, only 3 items were worth taking. It was a pity. In the end, he could only force those lazy dwarves to restart the Apollo Forge and make new magic tools for him. At a minimum, they would need to produce 20 items every day. Only then might they barely meet his needs after 2 months. It was the last option he wanted to use, because he had no desire to remain in this place any longer than necessary. He braced his hands against his waist and let out a helpless sigh. It looked like he would have to keep eating and sleeping here for quite a while longer. Yet the faintly sly curve of his face gave him away. Deep down, he clearly did not mind spending a few extra days enjoying the Queen's company. By the following morning, strings of paper firecrackers were bursting loudly above the streets. Their sharp explosions rolled across the kingdom, announcing that a grand occasion had finally arrived. That morning, the kingdom officially held its coronation ceremony. Citizens packed both sides of the main road, cheering with bright smiles as they welcomed their new ruler. In the center of the street, a magnificent carriage moved slowly forward, carrying Queen Adele and Dennis through the celebration. Adele lifted her hand and waved warmly to the crowd, while cheers echoed from every direction. The entire dwarf kingdom was filled with the joy and noise of a festival. Near the roadside, several young women squeezed together in excitement, their voices rising over one another as they stared toward the approaching carriage. Everyone wanted to know more about the man who had become the Queen's chosen partner. One of them gasped, asking whether the rumors were really true. Was Dennis truly the most masculine man in the entire city? They said he had even shattered a record that dwarves had never seen before. The girls could barely hide their envy, wishing they could trade places with Queen Adele for even one day. To them, Dennis looked unbelievably handsome. The men of the dwarf kingdom, however, were in no mood to celebrate him. Beneath all the cheers, jealousy and irritation showed plainly across their faces. Several men standing near the street muttered bitterly among themselves. They could not understand how Dennis had managed to charm even Queen Adele so completely. To them, it was like she had become addicted to him. They were all dwarves, so why was he somehow so much more impressive than the rest of them? Lin Tian, meanwhile, wore a calm expression from beginning to end. He had expected this reaction long before the ceremony began. A faint smile rested on his lips as he quietly told himself that the racial advantage of a goblin truly was the real thing. The ceremony continued smoothly until a woman suddenly rushed into the middle of the road and blocked the entire procession. She shouted the false name Lin Tian had been using, Dennis. The unexpected interruption forced the carriage to stop at once, and the citizens lining the street all turned their attention toward the woman standing in the road. It was none other than Siamei, the woman Dennis had once chased so desperately that he had nearly thrown away his pride for her. She had clearly never forgotten what happened before. Now she stood arrogantly in front of Lin Tian's path, making a scene in the middle of the city. Pointing at him, she shouted, "Stop right there, you heartless liar. Didn't you say you only loved me? How dare you deceive me like this?" To everyone watching, she looked like a crazed woman who had suddenly leapt out to play the victim. Queen Adele immediately raised her fan to cover her mouth and leaned closer to Lin Tian. In a soft, curious voice, she asked, "Little darling, who is this woman?" Every gaze nearby turned toward him. Lin Tian kept his face steady and answered without hesitation, "She is only someone obsessed with me. She is not worthy of being compared to you, little darling." The crowd watched Siamei cause trouble in such a public place, and before long, mocking whispers spread through the citizens. People wondered what corner she had crawled out from and whether something was wrong with her head. Some openly laughed at her arrogance. Even the older women in the crowd sneered that they had not dared to flirt with Dennis, yet this girl was demanding that he chase after her again. In their eyes, Siamei had already embarrassed herself beyond saving. Even so, Siamei refused to move from the front of the carriage. She kept pointing at Lin Tian and screaming with growing anger. "Why are you acting like this? You used to chase after me like your life depended on it. Why didn't you tell me you were this amazing? You are only angry with me, right? I already came here myself to take you back. What else do you want me to do?" Her expression looked pitiful on the surface, but none of it had anything to do with Lin Tian. Those feelings belonged only to the past Dennis she had once toyed with. Lin Tian rose to his feet on the carriage, his voice suddenly turning cold and commanding. He looked down at Siamei and said that forgiving her was not impossible, considering she had found the courage to block the queen's carriage. But if she truly wanted his forgiveness, then she would have to let the entire city witness her sincerity. He ordered her to kneel down and beg him loudly with the most heartfelt expression she could manage. Lin Tian knew exactly how proud she was, and he had deliberately chosen the busiest street in the kingdom to make her humiliation impossible to hide. After hearing his demand, Siamei froze in place. Her confidence immediately faltered, and disbelief filled her face. "What? You want to force me to do something like that? Are you crazy?" But by then, everyone around them was staring directly at her, waiting to see what she would do. At that moment, Siamei began calculating bitterly in her heart. Dennis was now the hero who had slain the executioner demons, and the entire city called him the most masculine man among the dwarfs. Perhaps, if she agreed to his condition, she might still be able to make him chase after her again. Siamei's thoughts took an even more ridiculous turn. She clasped her hands tightly and forced herself to make a decision. As long as Dennis could return to liking her the way he once had, then enduring a little humiliation did not seem impossible. With that foolish hope still alive in her heart, she decided to bear it. Lin Tian had only meant to tease her, but Siamei actually dropped to her knees. The surrounding crowd stared in disbelief, and many could not help admiring just how far she was willing to go. In her heart, Siamei felt as though she had become a dog publicly accepting a master in front of the whole kingdom. Still, with her head lowered and a defeated expression on her face, she spoke to Lin Tian. "Please forgive me, Master Dennis. I am willing to do anything for your highness." The citizens on both sides of the road immediately found fresh material to gossip about. Their whispers grew louder, filled with ridicule and amazement. They could not believe she had thrown away her pride so completely. Behind Siamei's obedient pose, however, her anger was boiling. Her teeth clenched hard, her face burned red, and she could barely endure the humiliation. Yet she still convinced herself that the crowd meant nothing. As long as she could win back the Dennis from the past, no one could say for certain who would get the last laugh. Lin Tian had only wanted to have some fun, but this woman had taken everything seriously. Looking down at her pleading posture, his face turned cold. "Guards," he ordered. "Throw this woman who is making a fool of herself in the street off to the side. She is disgusting to look at." Queen Adele, seated nearby, watched the whole thing with amusement. She leaned close and softly teased him. "Little darling, you really are too naughty." The guards immediately moved in to obey his command. Siamei struggled furiously as two soldiers grabbed hold of her arms and tried to drag her away. "Dennis, you lied to me," she screamed. "I already did what you asked. Why will you not forgive me?" Even now, Siamei stubbornly waited for a final bit of mercy, but the only answer she received was Lin Tian's cold silence. After humiliating herself before the entire crowd, Siamei finally exploded with rage. She dropped flat onto the road and began throwing a loud tantrum, shouting without shame, "I am allowing you to chase me now. I am even allowing you to sleep with me. Do not tell me you do not want me anymore." Lin Tian understood people like her far too well. He did not care about her tantrum in the slightest. To him, She was no different from a trash bag tossed onto the roadside. He gave her only one indifferent glance before speaking a sentence that struck her harder than any slap. Someone like you, who can behave this way in the middle of the street, thinks she deserves to climb up to my level? The moment she heard those words, Siamei seemed to finally understand the truth. Her eyes widened in horror, and despair washed across her reddened face. Inside her head, a single thought screamed over and over again. Why? Why had everything turned out like this? The two soldiers roughly dragged Siamei off to the side of the road so the royal carriage could continue moving. With her head hanging low, she stared hopelessly at the man she had once made chase after her desperately. Now, he looked at her as though she were nothing more than a stray dog. Regret flooded Siamei's heart without end. Dennis had never even truly gotten close to her before, all because she had played hard to get too many times. She cried out in despair, unable to understand why Dennis had suddenly become such a different person. Once the parade celebrating the new ruler came to an end, the entire city sank into a wild celebration of food, drink, and laughter. Back inside the magnificent palace, nobles gathered in great numbers for the royal banquet. Outside, commoners filled the streets, raising overflowing cups of wine as they celebrated deep into the day. Within the palace, the nobles drank until they were lightheaded, then swayed and danced across the hall in a cheerful drunken haze. During the banquet, Lin Tian stood beside Queen Adele with his arm linked through hers. Wearing a polite smile, he greeted three beautiful noble women in front of him. Good evening, ladies. I am Dennis. Being able to admire the grace and beauty of so many distinguished women is truly an honor. The three women speaking with Lin Tian were Duchess Jamala, the renowned maker of world-class magic tools, along with Linda and Win, both important members of the royal family. Duchess Jamala lifted her fan and replied to Queen Adele with a teasing smile. Your Majesty truly knows how to choose men. The last one gave you the throne, while this one has a very sweet mouth. By then, the stories of Dennis's strength in battle had already spread throughout the entire kingdom. There was not a single woman in the kingdom who had not heard the rumors, and Duchess Jamala was no exception. She leaned closer with an elegant smile, hiding her lips behind her fan as she asked softly whether those rumors about Dennis's prowess were true. Was he really as impressive as everyone claimed? The question struck Queen Adele exactly where it pleased her most. Her cheeks flushed a vivid red, and she laughed happily before answering at once. Of course it is true. I have endured for 10 years, and only now have the gods finally taken pity on me. Sometimes I even suspect he is a god who descended into this world. Before long, the noble women's favorite topic at the banquet had become their shameless curiosity about Lin Tian. The noble women continued whispering to one another, convinced that Lin Tian could not hear them. But he knew perfectly well what they were saying, and he had noticed their curious eyes the entire time. No wonder Queen Adele had looked so radiant these past few days. The women were openly jealous of her. As for Lin Tian, however, he had a completely different purpose in mind. He reached toward the table and picked up a glass of wine, all while quietly running calculations through his mind. Queen Adele had only recently taken the throne, and her authority was still far from secure. Lin Tian raised the wine glass and took a slow drink, putting on the appearance of an elegant nobleman savoring the celebration. Yet beneath that calm expression, he was already planning his next move. If he wanted Adele to reopen the Apollo Forge, which had been sealed for 10 whole years, and begin producing magic tools again, many people would certainly oppose him. It seemed he would need to find the right chance to draw more powerful allies to his side. Later, everything shifted to Queen Adele's bedchamber. Because this was an especially important night, the room had been prepared in every possible way. The blankets, sheets, pillows, cushions, and even the decorations around the room had all been arranged carefully in advance. After such an exhausting day, Lin Tian stretched out across the soft bed just to rest for a moment. Before long, fatigue slowly pulled him into sleep. A loose bathrobe hung around his body, still untied and carelessly draped over him. Then, without warning, a knock sounded from outside the room. Lin Tian's eyes immediately narrowed with suspicion. His voice became sharp and alert as he called out, "Who is it?" A moment later, someone began entering the room. The woman raised a finger to Lin Tian's lips, silently telling him not to make a sound. He stared at her in surprise, unable to believe who had slipped inside. It was Duchess Jamala. Before Adele and Lin Tian could even properly enjoy their private night together, Jamala had already sneaked into their room. With obvious hunger in her eyes, Jamala slowly ran her tongue across her lips and whispered, "Prince Dennis, do not shout. If you dare make a sound, I will accuse you of molesting me." Her gaze lingered on him without shame. Since such an enticing prize had appeared before her, she had no intention of letting it escape. Jamala clearly wanted Lin Tian badly, and she moved first because she feared she would regret missing this chance forever. She rushed toward him with bold determination. The entire kingdom had been fascinated by rumors of Lin Tian's remarkable prowess, and she wanted to experience it for herself. For a brief moment, Lin Tian did not know how to react. He allowed her to press forward while his words came out in a flustered stammer. Wait a moment. If the queen sees this, it will not look good. Inside, he was stunned. Were the women of the dwarf tribe all this straightforward? But then another thought quickly followed. Jamala might be a duchess, but she also held influence that reached the skies and possessed the skill to forge world-class magic tools. Once that thought crossed his mind, Lin Tian immediately changed his approach. He turned the situation around and seized control instead of allowing the duchess to remain the one taking the lead. Lin Tian rolled over and took the upper hand, catching Jamala completely by surprise. At the same time, he calculated quietly in his heart. If he could win her over, then she might become someone willing to help him later. With that thought in mind, the two of them soon slipped into a heated private struggle. Just as their heated encounter was reaching its peak, a sudden knock thundered against the large door outside. Both of them froze in shock and turned toward the sound, their hearts filled with alarm and frustration. Then a woman's voice called from outside, asking, "Is the queen here?" Jamala quickly grabbed the large blanket from the bed and wrapped it around herself from head to toe. At the same time, Lin Tian shot upright and straightened himself so quickly that he looked as though nothing had happened. Hidden beneath the blanket, Jamala signaled urgently for Lin Tian to stay quiet. She was terrified that whoever stood outside might discover her. When no answer came from inside the room, the person beyond the door muttered uncertainly, "Is the queen not here?" The woman outside added that she had something important she wanted to discuss with Queen Adele. A moment later, the door slowly opened a narrow crack. Lin Tian moved carefully toward the doorway, intending to lean out and quietly close it again. But just as he reached the entrance, he came face to face with Linda and Win. The two women exchanged knowing looks and laughed softly. One hid her smile behind a fan, while the other blushed brightly. They seemed to understand each other's intentions perfectly. Both had come looking for the queen, yet Queen Adele was nowhere to be found. Oddly enough, the two young noble women did not look disappointed at all. Win lowered her head with a bashful smile, though excitement was practically spilling from her face as she murmured, "What a pity." Linda quickly nodded along beside her, her eyes shining as she added, "That is right. In that case, we can only speak with Prince Dennis in private." Just moments earlier, Duchess Jamala had come searching for him, and now these two noble girls had arrived with equally obvious intentions. Caught in that situation, Lin Tian truly had no idea how he was supposed to handle all of them. He could only stand there with an awkward smile, looking as though he had decided to leave everything to fate. Acting as naturally as though they had returned to their own room, Linda and Win boldly made their way toward the honeymoon bed shared by Lin Tian and Queen Adele. Then, without the slightest hesitation, the two girls sat down on either side of him, leaning close as if there were absolutely nothing unusual about it. Lin Tian's face turned bright red from embarrassment. Looking from one girl to the other, he stammered, "You two are." Before he could finish, Linda leaned close and let out a soft breath against the back of his neck. With a playful smile, she whispered, "There is something we want to ask Prince Dennis about." Her words sounded innocent enough, but the way the two girls pressed in around him told a completely different story. Lin Tian immediately panicked. "If you want to ask something, then ask it. Why are you pulling at my clothes?" But Linda and Win only threw themselves against him, desperate to satisfy the longing they had been holding back. Beneath the large blanket, Duchess Jamala was absolutely furious. She had nearly gotten what she wanted, only for these two to barge in and ruin everything. Inwardly, she cursed them for showing off. If she had not been afraid of being discovered, she would have dealt with the two troublemakers herself. Then, just as the room descended into even greater chaos, a voice suddenly sounded outside the door. "Sister, are you in there?" Before anyone could react properly, Linda and Win panicked at the thought of being caught. They quickly shoved Lin Tian off to the side, grabbed the large blanket, and crawled beneath it to hide. But the moment they pulled back the blanket, both girls froze. Hidden underneath was Duchess Jamala herself, still looking as elegant and imposing as ever. Who could have imagined that such a dignified duchess had actually arrived ahead of them? The three women stared at one another in complete embarrassment, all of them unsure where to look. Linda and Win blurted out together, "Sister Jamala?" Jamala could only force an awkward laugh, pretending the situation was nothing worth discussing. Right then, Queen Adele's younger sister came hurrying over, her face filled with excitement after hearing all the rumors surrounding Lin Tian. Without even waiting for Lin Tian to answer the door, she pushed it wide open and rushed inside with a delighted expression. "Sister, do not blame your younger sister," she called out happily. In her heart, she was thinking that Adele had been far too selfish for keeping Dennis all to herself. She was already imagining how wonderful it would be to spend a private night with him. Yet the second she stepped into the room, her joyful expression froze solid. There, standing awkwardly in the corner, were Duchess Jamala, Linda, and Win. The three noble women had their faces covered with their hands, too ashamed to meet anyone's eyes. They stood silently like they wished the ground would swallow them whole. Adele's younger sister stared at the strange sight in complete disbelief. What was going on here? All of her carefully imagined plans had collapsed before they could even begin. In the end, all four women could only lower their heads and quietly retreat from the room. No one dared say another word. Each of them wore the same defeated, gloomy expression as they slipped away and left Lin Tian behind. After making sure the four women had finally left, Lin Tian stood with his arms folded and watched them disappear down the hall. He slowly shook his head, looking both amused and exhausted. I never expected noble women to be this eager, he muttered to himself. Then his eyes narrowed slightly, and that familiar calculating look returned to his face. After thinking it over, he realized that this unexpected situation had actually saved him a great deal of effort. With that thought settled, Lin Tian quietly told himself that it was finally time to move forward with his plan involving Queen Adele. Late that night, lights still glowed from countless homes throughout the dwarf kingdom. It seemed that no one was ready to sleep just yet. Across the city, people were enjoying their own celebrations behind closed doors, and the royal palace was certainly no exception. It was the honeymoon night of Queen Adele and her new prince consort. Lin Tian held the small red-haired queen close, gently stroking her as she leaned back in his arms. Their faces drew near, and the two shared a long, affectionate kiss in the quiet warmth of the room. Before long, the two became lost in their private affection, staying close as their eyes met again and again. The distance between Lin Tian and his little red-haired queen disappeared completely, leaving the room filled with a heated and tender atmosphere. When he felt the timing was right, Lin Tian lifted a hand and gently brushed Queen Adele's cheek. Then, in a softer and more serious voice, he said, "Your Majesty, there is something concerning the future of this kingdom that I want to discuss with you." Queen Adele was far too absorbed in the moment to focus on anything else. Her cheeks were red as a ripe tomato, and her breathing had already grown uneven. Looking at him with dazed eyes, she asked, "Is there really anything more important than what is happening right now?" Lin Tian took advantage of the moment and calmly brought up the matter he had been planning. "The strength of our kingdom has been declining for too long," he said. "Why do we not reopen the Apollo Forge and begin producing magic tools in large numbers? It would be the fastest way to strengthen the nation." Hearing that proposal, Queen Adele was visibly startled. Her previous mood faded as she stopped and looked at him with growing seriousness. "Reopen the forge?" she asked. "It has been sealed for so many years. Besides, forging magic tools has never been a simple matter." Queen Adele still carried many concerns. The process of creating magic tools was incredibly complicated. It required mining the right materials, enchanting them properly, and receiving the nobles' blessings of the gods before a successful item could even be forged. If they wanted to produce such tools on a large scale, then they would have to mobilize the strength of the entire kingdom. As she spoke, Queen Adele rose from the bed and walked toward the window. She stood there with her back to Lin Tian, staring out into the distant night. The citizens and nobles had lived peacefully for so many years that they had grown accustomed to comfort and laziness. She had only just taken the throne, and she feared that issuing such a massive order so soon would bring resistance instead of support. But Lin Tian had already considered that problem. He stood up behind her, walked closer, and spoke with confidence. "As for the citizens, I have a solution." Queen Adele turned around in surprise. She had not expected Lin Tian to think so carefully about something that concerned the kingdom. Lin Tian laid out his thoughts plainly. The dwarves were deeply attached to a life of drinking and enjoyment. So, he suggested that everyone who joined the forging effort should be promised a daily supply of high-quality wine without charge. As he continued speaking, Lin Tian leaned close and used his charm to make the queen feel completely at ease. He explained that, for the sake of fine wine, the dwarves would certainly be willing to contribute their strength. At the same time, Adele would appear generous and caring toward her people, allowing her to build authority and prestige as their new ruler. Then Lin Tian lowered his voice and whispered close to Queen Adele's ear. "As for the nobles, leave them to me. I will take care of them." His words carried a quiet confidence that made the offer difficult to refuse. How could Queen Adele resist him in that moment? Rather than doubting his intentions, she felt touched by how thoroughly he had considered her situation. Her face softened with affection as she looked at him. "My Dennis, I never imagined you had thought so carefully for my sake." And so, the night continued in warmth and passion. Queen Adele's loving voice filled the room as she held onto him closely and whispered, "Baby, you only make people more and more captivated by you." A few days later, under Queen Adele's decree and the irresistible promise of fine wine, the dwarves' enthusiasm was finally awakened. The entire kingdom began moving in the direction Lin Tian had hoped for. The plan continued to progress smoothly. The dwarves still remembered the methods needed to make every kind of magic tool. Each item required the proper talismanic materials, enchantments, and blessings from the nobles before it could be successfully forged. Wanting to understand the dwarves' production methods more clearly, Lin Tian personally went down into the mines. However, he had not expected that his visit would create a completely different kind of trouble. Everywhere he went, Women between the ages of 16 and 35 peeked at him from behind mining equipment and stone pillars. They cheered loudly whenever he appeared. The moment he paused to rest, they rushed toward him like wolves spotting prey. One woman wiped the sweat from his forehead, while another eagerly offered to massage him. Lin Tian became completely embarrassed, but he could only grit his teeth and remind himself that, for the sake of the plan, he had to endure it. That evening, a banquet had been prepared in the Dwarf Queen's dining hall for Queen Adele and Prince Consort Dennis. As they ate together at the long table, Adele could not stop praising him. "I never knew my Dennis was this talented," Queen Adele said with obvious pride. "You even went down into the mines yourself. After seeing your example, even the nobles have become more motivated to work." Lin Tian answered respectfully from across the table. "Your Majesty, it is only what a loyal subject should do." Then Lin Tian reached over and held Queen Adele's hand, speaking in a gentle, reassuring tone. "My dear, today was only the first day of mining. The royal family is paying for the celebration tonight, but I should still go out and check on everyone. I need to encourage them personally so they do not start complaining." His words sounded considerate and responsible, but Lin Tian had another reason in mind. He wanted to make sure nothing interfered with the progress of the magic tool forging plan. Queen Adele immediately became worried when she heard that he wanted to leave so late. Turning toward him with concern in her eyes, she asked, "At this hour? What if you run into danger?" All day, she had already been uneasy because she knew that women across the kingdom were constantly watching her man. Lin Tian still wore an innocent smile as he answered her concern. "What danger could there be? I am not even afraid of ghouls. Is there really anyone in this kingdom who can harm me?" After finishing dinner, Lin Tian immediately set out and began visiting the taverns one by one, urging everyone to keep their spirits high and continue working hard. After sharing a few drinks with the dwarf elders at one tavern, Lin Tian stood up to leave. Before walking away, he smiled and said, "I will be going now. Everyone, keep drinking and keep working hard. Better days are waiting for all of us." The men were deeply pleased by his dedication. They raised their voices in cheerful thanks and promised him, "Prince Dennis, thanks to you, we have enough fine wine to drink without end. Do not worry. With this much wine waiting for us, we will work until we are completely satisfied." As he continued down the street, Lin Tian quietly whispered to himself that fine wine truly was useful after all. The heavy stone that had been pressing on his heart finally felt lighter. After walking for some time, Lin Tian arrived outside an old tavern. He stopped at the entrance and looked at the nearly empty building. According to his patrol route, this was the final tavern he needed to visit that night. Since the place looked so quiet, he assumed that hardly anyone came here. Lin Tian closed his eyes briefly and let out a tired breath. After running around all day, he thought it would not hurt to step inside and have a drink to ease his thirst. With that decision made, he pushed the tavern door open and stepped inside. The second he entered, a maid carrying beer hurried right up to him and practically offered the cup to his lips. With obvious excitement, she welcomed him loudly. "Welcome to the tavern, Mr. Dennis. Would you like ordinary beer, or would you prefer something stronger?" Only then did Lin Tian begin to sense that something was wrong. His body stiffened slightly, and he looked around with growing unease. "Something does not feel right here," he muttered. The women inside the tavern all turned their eyes toward him the instant a man entered. The moment they recognized him, their eyes lit up. He was exactly the man they had been talking about over every cup of wine that morning. Lin Tian looked around at the crowd of women and suddenly understood what had happened. Every tavern he had visited earlier had been filled with men, but dwarven women loved wine just as much as men did. There was no reason they would all be absent from the other taverns. The truth was that they had gathered here together. By the time Lin Tian figured it out, it was already far too late. Lin Tian did not even dare to meet the hungry stares of the women in front of him. His eyes shifted uneasily from side to side as a bad feeling crept up his spine. Deep down, he already knew this visit would bring far more trouble than benefit. He quietly turned his body, hoping to slip out before anyone could stop him. But the instant he reached for the exit, panic flashed across his face. The door would not move. Somehow, it had already been locked. The women slowly closed in around him, their eyes full of dangerous interest. With nowhere left to run, Lin Tian was quickly surrounded. One after another, they smiled at him and spoke in sweet, inviting voices. "So it really is Prince Dennis. You must be thirsty after working all day. Come on, have a drink with us." After locking the door, the maid hurried away to retrieve the tavern's treasured liquor. When she returned, she pressed close to Lin Tian with a bottle in her hands and a bright, eager smile on her face. "Prince Dennis, you have to try our tavern's specialty wine. It is incredibly delicious." As she spoke, the maid poured the liquor into a cup and carefully held it out toward him. Her eyes gleamed with expectation as she urged him again. "Please, Prince, give it a taste. I promise you will like it." Lin Tian did not think much of it. He lifted the cup and drained it in a single gulp. The women around him immediately burst into cheers, their excitement rising at once. As expected of Prince Dennis, he really is amazing. But after swallowing only one glass, Lin Tian's face began to darken. A moment later, he slammed the empty cup down onto the table with a heavy thud. The women watching nearby exchanged sly looks, their expressions turning far more serious once they realized their plan had worked. The liquor was so overwhelmingly strong that Lin Tian could not endure the burning sensation for long. He suddenly sprang to his feet and let out a loud cry. A stream of hot breath burst from his mouth, rising like flames as the alcohol scorched its way through his body. Still gasping for air, Lin Tian grabbed the bottle with trembling fingers. His eyes widened as he stared at it in disbelief, finally realizing that this was no ordinary drink. When he read the label on the bottle, his mouth fell open. Written across it were the words, "Special tea wine, 92% strength." Lin Tian could only curse under his breath. What kind of monster would call something this strong tea wine? Before he could do anything else, the alcohol struck him completely. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian lost consciousness and collapsed face first onto the table. The women surrounding him licked their lips and gathered around with eager smiles, and before long, a wild night began. Wave after wave of trouble came at him without mercy, pushing him to his limits again and again until he could barely tell how many times he had fallen and forced himself back up. The next morning, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes through a thick haze. The first thing he saw was the unfamiliar ceiling above him. Then, as his vision cleared, he noticed the women around him still sleeping soundly throughout the room. Every face around him carried the same look of overwhelming satisfaction. The sight made Lin Tian freeze in shock. His eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief, "What the hell happened here?" A while later, after somehow managing to get dressed, Lin Tian staggered outside and reached for the doorway with a shaking arm. His entire body felt drained, and he had to brace his hands against his hips just to remain standing. Inwardly, he bitterly blamed himself. Had he really come all the way to the dwarf kingdom just to get himself worn down like this? He had thought he would be the one taking advantage, only to end up nearly collapsing instead. Back in Queen Adele's bedchamber, her tearful voice filled the room. She stood close to Lin Tian, blaming herself with trembling guilt. "My dear, it is all because I did not stop you from going out last night. I am the one who harmed you." Lin Tian's face had become pale and lifeless, and even speaking seemed to take all the strength he had left. Barely able to raise his voice, he looked toward the queen and whispered, "My dear, I feel like I may not make it." Adele cried as she held his hand tightly against her cheek, desperately trying to encourage him. "No, you have to stay strong. You cannot leave me." But the moment Queen Adele finished speaking, Lin Tian's body finally gave out. His eyes rolled shut, and he fainted completely. Lying there without movement, he looked as though even his soul had left him behind. The queen was instantly terrified. Seeing him remain completely still, she cried out in panic, unable to believe what she was seeing. "No, that cannot be happening." Thus began the legendary aftermath of Lin Tian's battle against an army of eager women. Half a month passed before he finally recovered enough strength to leave the bed. When his feet touched the floor again, he let out a breath of relief and muttered, "At last, I can finally get out of bed." Lin Tian raised an arm and stared at himself with bitter frustration. Since arriving in this world, he had faced all kinds of enemies, yet none of them had ever pushed him so close to death. This was the first time he had suffered so miserably. He had nearly lost his life without even fighting a real enemy. After that, Lin Tian turned toward the system panel and began thinking through his next move. He decided that he needed to simulate the future directly, obtain the magic tools as quickly as possible, and leave this cursed place without further delay. The system immediately responded that the life simulation was beginning. Then Lin Tian suddenly slapped his own hand as though a crucial thought had struck him. His eyes widened, and he blurted out, "Wait a second. I almost forgot the most important thing." Not long after, Lin Tian arrived at the dwarf forge. He stood in the workshop, quietly watching the dwarves move about as they worked with full focus. His attention settled on one blacksmith in particular. The dwarf raised a heavy hammer high into the air, then brought it down again and again against a glowing piece of metal, shaping it into a broad, powerful blade. The elderly dwarf with a thick, dense beard was Master Bill, the respected forging expert who led the kingdom's craftsmen. When Bill noticed Lin Tian standing nearby, he turned with a warm expression and asked, "Prince Dennis, your complexion looks much better now. Did you come to inspect the progress?" Everyone has been working with great enthusiasm. Lin Tian did not put on any princely airs. Instead, he treated Master Bill with complete courtesy and spoke in a respectful tone. "Master Bill, I am very satisfied with everyone's progress. But I came today because I need to ask you personally to forge a special magic tool for me." Hearing that, Bill's eyes filled with curiosity. "A special magic tool? Does the prince have a particular purpose for it?" A strange, serious expression slowly appeared on Lin Tian's face. His voice lowered as he answered, "I want to use it against the strongest forces on this continent." Then Lin Tian spoke their names directly in front of Master Bill, the immortal race and the church. The thought of those two powers filled Lin Tian with frustration and a growing desire to erase them. Since ancient times, neither side had been easy to deal with. Master Bill studied him seriously. For someone as young as Lin Tian, openly preparing to face such forces was no small matter. After a moment, Bill carefully reminded him, "Prince, the strongest powers on this continent may not be limited to those two. Still, your thinking is not wrong. When facing enemies of that level, preparing a weapon made specifically for them is the right decision." As the leading forging master of the Dwarf Kingdom, Bill spoke with complete confidence. He thumped his chest firmly and promised Lin Tian in a powerful voice, "Leave it to me. When the time comes, I will forge a magic tool that will satisfy you." Lin Tian immediately bowed with solemn respect. Raising his right hand in a formal salute, he lowered his voice and entrusted the matter to Bill. "Then I will be relying entirely on you, Master Bill." After leaving the forge, Lin Tian's next destination was the dwarves' magic item storehouse. He approached the large entrance at an unhurried pace, casually spinning the key around one finger. Looking at the massive door before him, Lin Tian felt a quiet excitement rise in his chest. The most important part of his plan had already been arranged. This time, he finally had a way to make sure everything would be completed properly. With that thought in mind, Lin Tian stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold, he quietly gave the system a command. "System, begin the life simulation." The system immediately appeared before him. Life simulation starting. Current location, the Dwarf Kingdom. After enduring countless hardships to reach this kingdom, you became a legend by killing the executioner demon. Queen Adele and women throughout the country came to admire you. However, because your charm became too overwhelming, you were surrounded by a group of eager women in a tavern and nearly lost your life from complete exhaustion. To preserve your life, you decide to remain inside the royal palace and study the art of forging under Duchess Jamala. Time passes. In the first month, the output of magic tools reaches an astonishing total of more than 700 items. In the second month, the dwarf women join forces and make a demand. They insist that you share hardships with them by going down into the mines, drinking with them, and leaving no one out. After presenting the simulated future, the system offered Lin Tian several choices. Choice 1. Agree to their request and share hardships with them, earning 100 points. Choice 2. Avoid meeting them, protect your life, and earn 10 points. Choice 3. Act freely, earning 30 points. Just reading the options made Lin Tian break into a cold sweat. If he chose the first option, those women might truly drain him dry. The second was safer, but refusing them could interfere with the forging work and delay everything. Lin Tian did not like dragging matters out or beating around the bush. After considering it for a moment, Lin Tian shouted with determination, "I can only gamble once." Then he decisively selected the third option, free action. The system immediately revealed the result. In order to calm the dwarf women, you hire guards and even bring Queen Adele down into the mines. However, you underestimate the dwarf women's determination, and the situation nearly gets completely out of control. That evening, in order to avoid being forced into drinking too much, you rely on a large supply of anti-alcohol medicine and barely escape the dangerous situation. After 3 months of struggling with both cleverness and courage, you finally obtain 1,000 magic tools. 700 are Tier 10 items, 250 are Tier 11 items, and 50 are world-class magic tools. Summary. For the first time, you understand just how terrifying excessive romantic luck can be. Men must also protect themselves when they go out. Points earned, 50 out of 100. Reward, 50 life points. Your choice was fairly good. Lin Tian happily stepped into the spatial passage and began teleporting through it. His heart was filled with relief. At last, the ordeal was over. He could finally escape this place that had become a living nightmare for him. 3 months later, Lin Tian stepped out of the swirling vortex of space and time. According to the simulated timeline, the Dwarf Forge had already completed its work, and all the finished products had been delivered to the kingdom's storehouse. The dwarves had produced a vast number of items. Lin Tian stood before rows of sturdy battle armor forged by their hands. A delighted smile spread across his face. The power of mobilizing an entire kingdom truly was astonishing. Luckily, he had not used force to make the dwarves obey him from the beginning. Once they were willing to work on their own, their efficiency became something extraordinary. Lin Tian walked carefully from one suit of battle armor to the next, examining the details, structure, and materials with a sharp eye. After looking through the collection, he nodded in satisfaction. There were no legendary magic tools at the half-moon level or higher, but producing thousands of high-level items in such a short amount of time had already exceeded all expectations. Then, just as he was about to continue inspecting the armor, Lin Tian suddenly noticed something unusual nearby. On top of a wooden chair sat 2 square boxes. Resting neatly inside them were 2 bright rings, placed side by side as though they had been waiting for someone to find them. The 2 rings carried colors that represented completely opposing powers. Their appearance was simple, yet they possessed a beauty that seemed to pull at the soul. One glowed with the force of surging fire, while the other shone with an icy chill. The moment Lin Tian saw them, he recognized what they might be, though he was not completely certain yet. Lin Tian studied the pair of rings with growing curiosity. They certainly looked like rare spatial magic rings, but their appearance was almost too perfect. For a moment, he wondered whether they were merely convincing replicas made by some talented dwarf blacksmith using the originals as a model. Unable to resist any longer, Lin Tian picked up the ring glowing with fire-like energy and slipped it onto his ring finger. He slowly turned it around, feeling the faint pulse inside the metal. If this really was a spatial magic ring, then testing its effect would tell him everything. The moment the ring settled on his finger, the gemstone embedded in its surface lit up. A burning source of energy poured from it, spinning in strange currents around the gem. In an instant, its fiery radiance spread through the room, brightening every dark corner as Lin Tian watched with intense interest. Then the ring released its power completely. A strong wave of energy spiraled outward into a large circle around Lin Tian, wrapped around him for a brief moment, and then spread through the room before gradually fading away. Lin Tian clenched the hand wearing the ring, and delight immediately appeared in his eyes. The effect really is perfect. A sly smile slowly curled across his lips. Until now, he had been wondering how he could secretly move all those magic tools out of the kingdom. But with this ring, that problem had practically solved itself. After finishing his business inside the magic item storehouse, Lin Tian calmly stepped back through the massive doors and returned outside. As he walked away, he could not help feeling pleased with himself. This time, even part of his original plan had become unnecessary. Everything was falling into place much more easily than expected. Now there was only one thing left to do. Lin Tian needed to find Master Bill and see what kind of surprise the old forging master had prepared for him. Meanwhile, inside Master Bill's forge, the old blacksmith was pouring every ounce of effort into the special weapon Lin Tian had requested. The heat inside the workshop was brutal, yet Bill remained completely focused on finishing the equipment. With another crushing strike of his enormous hammer, a fierce wave of fire burst upward from the forging table. The weapon was nearly complete now, and even before its final stage, the pressure it gave off was already astonishing. At that moment, Lin Tian arrived at the forge and immediately spotted the magic tool taking shape in Bill's hands. The energy rolling through the workshop made his eyes widen. Just standing near it was enough to feel an overwhelming sense of oppression. The weapon had become the center of attention throughout the entire forge. Other blacksmiths stopped their work and turned around in amazement, stunned by Bill's skill. With only an incomplete forging blueprint, Master Bill had still managed to create a half-moon level magic tool. Now only the final quenching remained. To complete it, they would need to use the special extract refined from dwarf blood. A while later, Master Bill finally drew the completed weapon from the blazing forge. It was a magnificent spear. The spear head shone brilliantly under the furnace light, its sharp aura sparkling so intensely that anyone who looked at it could not help being captivated. It was flawless, beautiful, and clearly unlike any ordinary weapon. Gathering every bit of his strength, Master Bill prepared to lower the spear into the giant furnace below. Inside it, bright red molten lava churned and boiled, waiting to give the weapon its final tempering. The instant the spearhead entered the molten lava, a bolt of lightning suddenly tore down from the sky. It ripped through space and struck directly into the dwarf forge. The lightning carried terrifying force, pulling in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as dark clouds spun overhead. In moments, the sky above the dwarf kingdom became so black that even daylight seemed to disappear. After being tempered by the burning lava, the spear was further refined by the natural lightning crashing down from the heavens. At last, the powerful magic weapon was born in Master Bill's hands. He stood proudly and raised the spear high toward the sky. That single motion released a soul-shaking pressure so fierce that everyone nearby had to cover their eyes, afraid of being injured by its domineering light. Standing outside the forge, Lin Tian stared at the weapon that would soon belong to him. His eyes were filled with unmistakable ambition. "That power is incredible," he said with excitement. "So this is the strength of a legendary half-moon level magic tool." Once the weapon was complete, Master Bill carried it over and solemnly placed it in Lin Tian's hands. Like an elder giving careful advice, he explained, "Prince Dennis, I forged this magic tool specifically for you with everything I had. Its name is the Zeus Spear. It cannot compare to the true original, but it is more than strong enough for battle. This spear is a natural enemy of the immortal race, and it can also stand against holy power without conflict. For your purpose, it is the best choice. But remember, using it will drain an enormous amount of stamina. Only someone with strength and vitality like yours can wield it properly." Lin Tian accepted the spear and nodded with satisfaction. "So that is how it is. Thank you, Master Bill." He was clearly eager to take the weapon and leave as quickly as possible. "Then I will be going now." But Master Bill quickly called after him. Prince, wait. Why are you in such a hurry? The spear does not truly belong to you yet. Call for it now, and it will not answer. Give it an order, and it will not obey. Master Bill's expression became unusually serious. There is still one final step before it can fully recognize you as its master. You must use your blood to bind it. Hearing that, Lin Tian had no choice but to turn back. He cut a shallow line across his hand and allowed several drops of fresh blood to fall into the prepared bowl. The moment his blood touched the liquid inside, its color changed immediately. A second later, the bright red lava that had been used to forge the spearhead mixed with Lin Tian's blood. Unexpectedly, a dark black aura arose from the mixture, cold and unsettling. It was the kind of strange presence only a veteran like Master Bill would recognize. The old master's eyes widened in shock. What exactly was that sinister aura? When Lin Tian saw Master Bill's expression change so suddenly, he became slightly suspicious. Turning toward the old master, he asked, "Is something wrong, Master Bill?" Master Bill suddenly forced out a laugh. His face looked awkward, as though he was hiding something behind that smile. "It is nothing," he said quickly. "I will help you complete the final ritual right away." After the complicated ritual was finished and the powerful spear finally accepted its master, Bill respectfully presented it to Lin Tian with both hands. Then he gave one final warning. "Now it truly belongs to you. No one except you can bring out its full power. If anyone else tries to touch it, they will suffer a backlash. I hope this spear will one day point toward the enemy you mentioned." Lin Tian smiled brightly and gave the old master a reassuring answer. "Of course, Master Bill, you can rest assured." Still, Lin Tian could not completely shake the uneasy feeling in his chest. Master Bill had been looking at him in a very strange way. But no matter what the old man suspected, Lin Tian had finally obtained the weapon he needed against the church and the great mausoleum. He needed to leave this place as quickly as possible. That evening, inside the royal castle, Queen Adele was so shocked by the sudden news that she nearly collapsed. "What did you say?" she cried out. "Dennis has disappeared?" The maid trembled as she stepped forward and respectfully held out a letter with both hands. Her voice was full of fear. "Yes, Your Majesty. We could not find Prince Dennis anywhere. This letter is the only thing he left behind for you." Queen Adele became even more anxious. She hurriedly snatched the letter from the maid's hands and shouted, "Give it to me, quickly." As soon as she opened the letter and read the words inside, Queen Adele's eyes softened with longing. Her expression became strange and distant, as though her thoughts had suddenly been pulled somewhere far away. The letter Lin Tian left behind was filled with solemn, heartfelt words. It said that by the time she read it, he would already be traveling to seek a future for the dwarf race. He could not remain satisfied with their peaceful life beneath the earth. He wanted to become the pioneer who cleared a path for the dwarves to return to the surface world. There was no need to search for him or mourn his absence. The day he returned would be the day the dwarves' glory rose again. At that very moment, Lin Tian was running through the dwarf kingdom as though his life depended on it. He knew that his identity was close to being exposed, and once that happened, this place would no longer be safe for him. He could only use every bit of speed he had and escape. Before long, Lin Tian reached the rocky passage that connected the dwarf kingdom to the human world. The closer he came to the exit, the faster he moved. He was almost there, just a little farther, and he would finally be free. Looking ahead at the passage before him, Lin Tian could barely hide his joy. Almost there, he thought. At last, I can finally get away from this devilish place. But just as he was about to rush forward, Lin Tian's footsteps stopped abruptly. A knight clad from head to toe in iron armor appeared directly in his path. The figure shone with powerful energy and stood there like an unmovable wall, clearly determined not to let Lin Tian take even one more step. The armored figure was none other than Master Bill. No one knew how long he had been waiting there, but both of his hands were already gripping a massive hammer. His face was filled with fury as he stared at Lin Tian and demanded, "Prince Dennis, something is not right. What is your real name?" Lin Tian did not immediately know whether he should reveal the truth or keep pretending. He forced a wide, innocent smile onto his face and asked, "Master Bill, what do you mean by that?" But Lin Tian's act only made Master Bill even angrier. Power surged from the old master's body, and a brilliant stream of spiritual force lit up the entire cave. "Stop pretending," Bill roared. "When you shed your blood, I sensed an extremely cold and evil aura. You are not a dwarf at all. That scent belongs to a race closely related to us, but not one of us." Master Bill's voice echoed through the cave as he shouted the truth directly at him. "Goblin." At that point, Lin Tian realized there was no reason to keep acting. His expression became calm, and he stared straight back at the old master without trying to hide anymore. Master Bill then pointed toward the spatial magic ring on Lin Tian's hand. "That ring of yours," he said coldly, "is filled with the magic tools our people forged over these past months, is it not?" Lin Tian did not deny it. The answer was obvious. As soon as the accusation was spoken, Lin Tian's figure vanished from where he stood. In a strange flash, he disappeared from Master Bill's sight and reappeared directly behind the old master. Bill spun around in shock. Master Bill was still trying to understand how strong Lin Tian truly was. Before he could raise his hammer or prepare any defense, Lin Tian's foot slammed into his face with terrifying force. The powerful kick sent Master Bill spinning through the air before he was thrown violently away. The old master crashed hard into the rocky wall. Before he could recover, Lin Tian rushed forward and planted a foot firmly against Bill's chest, pinning him to the ground. Bill gritted his teeth through the pain, but there was nothing left for Lin Tian to hide. He revealed his true appearance and leaned down toward the old master. Why make things so difficult for yourself? You are not my opponent. I truly do not want to kill anyone. At that moment, Lin Tian's status display showed a combined strength of 5,000, while Master Bill's was only 2,800. The difference was overwhelming. Bill finally understood the truth. So you really are a goblin, and such a high-level magical one at that. But why did you go through all this trouble to take our magic tools? With your strength, you could have simply robbed us. You are far more cunning than I thought. Lin Tian answered him in a cold, steady tone. What else could my reason be? I need them to fight the great mausoleum and the church. Those words made Master Bill even more furious. He shouted straight at Lin Tian. What? So that is why you asked me to forge that kind of weapon? Your strength has already surpassed our entire kingdom, has it not? But as Master Bill continued, his voice slowly weakened. You are a high-level intelligent race with extraordinary power, and your goal is far greater than I imagined. It seems you never intended to harm us directly. You only used us for what you needed. Still pinned beneath Lin Tian's foot, Master Bill gathered his remaining strength and spoke again. If you are finished using us, then I have one condition. I hope you will keep your promise someday and lead the dwarves back to the surface. Master Bill's request caught Lin Tian completely off guard. His expression changed as he looked down at the old master, clearly surprised by what he had just heard. Lin Tian turned and began to leave, but Master Bill suddenly pushed himself upright and called after him. I believe that under your influence, my people may even be willing to serve you. Lin Tian paused at the exit, lowered his voice, and answered calmly. Master Bill, I am glad you understand. If we meet again a few months from now, then I welcome the dwarf race to join my empire. With that, Lin Tian stepped through the passage and left the dwarf world behind. Master Bill remained where he was, staring after him in stunned silence. An empire, he muttered to himself. The dwarves had stayed underground for decades, unaware of how much the outside world had changed. Who would have thought that even a goblin now dreamed of building an empire? Back in the great mausoleum jungle, Lin Tian rode through the sky on the back of the little yellow dragon, heading straight toward the old forest where his tribe awaited him. During the 3 months he had been away, the tribe had expanded at an unbelievable rate. 50,000 low-tier goblins had been born, along with 10,000 high-tier great species goblins. And after returning from the dwarf kingdom, Lin Tian had brought back an entire mountain of magic tools for his followers. The moment he returned, his wives and the goblins quickly gathered around him. Their faces were full of excitement as they crowded near, eager to see the treasures Lin Tian had brought back. Hui received several powerful Tier 11 weapons, a saber, shield, axe, and halberd. Their rare purple stones could release and perfectly enhance many kinds of magic attacks. Kaishan was given a world-class void dagger. It could create a temporary teleportation point, allowing short-distance instant movement, while wounds caused by its blade carried a void effect that could not be healed or recovered from normally. Ji Lu quickly claimed the world-class Athena spear and shield. The spear could strike with divine piercing power, while the shield automatically blocked and reflected most magic and physical attacks. Ziyu happily received the world-class Cupid's tear earrings. When she was attacked, the earrings could protect her inside an indestructible, tear-shaped crystal. Only the power of love could break that defense. Goblin Slayer also found something perfectly suited to him, the world-class Godhood Bracelet. It could seal up to 6 loyal subordinates inside a divine space, summon them into battle at any time, and even strengthen them through divine power. The elf tribe's mother immediately tried on her new world-class Sun God Longbow. Once fully charged, it could lock onto an enemy for 3 seconds and strike with 100% accuracy, making the attack impossible to dodge or block. Another girl received Tier 11 Kylan earrings, and her face turned red with delight. In the eyes of others, the wearer would appear at her most beautiful, while the earring's charm power could cloud an opponent's mind. The crowd burst into cheers, shouting their thanks and promising to follow Lin Tian forever. Once everyone had received their rewards, the Sword Saint slowly stepped forward. Lin Tian reached into the collection and brought out a new sword especially for her. The Sword Saint looked at the unfamiliar blade with slight confusion. This is, she began. Lin Tian answered directly, take it. Conquer the power inside. That is your mission. The weapon he had chosen for her was a world-class ominous blade. Its fused racial power could summon the black illusion of a magic dragon. allowing the user to suppress the restless souls trapped within. During battle, it could transform the wielder into a dark racial state and add a blood-devouring effect to attacks. But there was one warning. The weapon carried the will of a black race, and anyone without a firm enough mind could be controlled by it instead. Unlike the others, the Sword Saint did not react with joy or excitement. She let out a long breath and looked at Lin Tian with uncertainty. Shouldn't a god be giving me a holy weapon instead? Lin Tian immediately put on a serious expression and began speaking as though it were a sacred duty. A powerful demon is sealed inside this weapon. You need to conquer it before it falls into someone else's hands and harms the world. Isn't that a divine mission? After hearing that explanation, the Sword Saint no longer questioned him. She simply nodded and replied, I understand. The Sword Saint gripped the sword firmly with both hands, tightening her fingers around its handle. The moment her hands settled on the weapon, a violent wave of energy burst outward. Lin Tian stood nearby, quietly watching her adapt to the new magic tool. The Sword Saint had barely begun to hold it when she felt a strange current flowing from inside the blade. Her eyes suddenly widened as she stared down at the weapon in shock. In the next instant, the Sword Saint seemed to sink into a strange illusion. She found herself inside a dark stone cave filled with a heavy, suffocating sword aura. Ahead of her stood a bizarre monster with glowing eyes, a long red tongue hanging from its mouth, and rows of sharp fangs exposed in a twisted grin. Slowly, it began rushing toward her. As the hideous creature drew closer, its voice curled around the Sword Saint's ears like a whisper from a nightmare. That is right. Take me in. Give me the seeds of your hatred, and I will grant you power capable of rivaling everything. Outside the illusion, the Sword Saint had already been affected by the sword's power. She pointed toward empty space as though the monster truly stood in front of her, and the energy around her surged so violently that she could barely control it. Lin Tian simply watched with calm interest. Inside her mind, the demon's voice continued urging her, quickly, kill me. Ho-E, Zu, and the elf tribe's mother were terrified when the Sword Saint's aura suddenly turned fierce and frightening. They cried out in alarm. She is going to attack the boss. That presence is terrifying. What should we do? But Lin Tian understood exactly what was happening. He did not rush to defend himself. Instead, he followed every movement of the Sword Saint with his eyes, wearing a faintly satisfied smile as he waited to see what she would do next. The Sword Saint was clearly fighting a brutal battle within herself. She grabbed at her own face, struggling as though she were being torn apart by an invisible force. The voice echoed through the Sword Saint's mind once more. How long can you resist? Her hand holding the sword kept trying to thrust forward, while her other hand desperately grabbed her wrist to restrain it. Furious, she roared. You think you can tempt me with power? You are not enough to control me. At last, she seemed to reach the limit of what she could endure. One side of her face darkened under the demon's influence, while the other remained clear. She opened her mouth and shouted with all her strength, Divine Lord. A terrifying force erupted from the Sword Saint and the blade in her hand. The energy blasted outward in every direction, making the surrounding space tremble violently. The ground cracked beneath her feet, and even the air itself seemed distorted by the overwhelming magic power. The demon trying to seize control of the Sword Saint was slowly erased by her own strength. Even as its power faded away, it screamed unwillingly, Stay with me. How can this be happening? Once the energy finally dispersed, the Sword Saint's body weakened. She dropped down heavily and drove the sword into the ground to keep herself from collapsing completely. Her breathing was ragged, and exhaustion covered her face. In a low voice, she muttered, No, not now. After suppressing the demon sealed inside the sword, sweat covered the Sword Saint's face. She forced a tired smile, lifted her gaze toward Lin Tian, and admitted with difficulty, The Divine Lord truly helped me. This was the correct choice. Messenger, I will carry this mission through to the end. Lin Tian walked over slowly once he saw that the situation had stabilized. With one clawed hand, he gently lifted the Sword Saint's face and leaned close, still guiding her thoughts exactly where he wanted them. In a low whisper beside her ear, he asked, Is God with you now? After seeing that the Sword Saint would not attack Lin Tian, Ziyu hurried forward with urgent news. Boss, something happened while you were gone. The man-eating eagle lord came here looking miserable. One of his wings was broken. He seemed to be searching for you, but you were away, so he left. Goblin Slayer added. We tried asking what had happened, but he refused to explain. He only said it was nothing. The moment Lin Tian heard that, unease rose in his heart. He turned at once and said, The man-eating eagle lord? I am going to see what happened to him. Not long after, Lin Tian arrived in the giant jungle. Before he even entered the settlement, terrified cries and panicked screams were already echoing through the area. Lin Tian's sudden arrival caused the bird tribe to panic even more. He immediately raised his voice to reassure them. Do not be afraid. It is me, Goblin Lord Lin Tian. As he looked around, he saw that the entire settlement was under immense strain. Even the healthy young bird people were covered in injuries. Lin Tian frowned at the sight before him and asked, "What happened here? Why are all of you injured?" Before anyone could answer, a female bird person slowly approached Lin Tian. Her expression was heavy with fear and sadness. "The Lord, he is sick," she said quietly. She was the wife of the man-eating eagle lord, a beautiful bird woman with large wings and a shy, gentle face. Even while meeting Lin Tian, embarrassment showed in her eyes. Still, she forced herself to explain that her husband had fallen badly ill. The eagle lord's wife quickly led Lin Tian to the place where her husband was resting. Inside, Lin Tian found his old friend lying weakly on the bed, with one of his massive wings broken. Lin Tian's expression changed at once. "What happened? You are a lord. How did you end up in this condition?" The eagle lord's wife immediately revealed the cause. It was the western and northern lords. As she said their names, she covered her face and began to cry. She explained that those lords had come once before and beaten her husband until he was severely injured. The man-eating eagle lord had wanted to seek Lin Tian's help, but Lin Tian had not been there. He also could not bring himself to ask Lin Tian's tribe for aid, fearing that they would be injured as well. Seeing her husband struggle even to breathe, she painfully continued telling the story. After returning later, the same group of lords brought their tribesmen back again. They broke the eagle lord's wing, roasted part of it, and ate it right in front of everyone. Then they beat the bird people throughout the settlement without mercy. Seeing his close friend lying there in such a state, Lin Tian could not suppress his anger. He asked, "Why would the northwestern lords attack you? Are they not afraid that the great mausoleum will punish them?" Through tears, the eagle lord's wife explained that her husband had recommended Lin Tian to the great mausoleum, and Lin Tian had even become one of its grand lords. Because of that, the others had grown resentful and held a deep grudge. After hearing the entire story, Lin Tian's anger rose to its peak. Yet instead of shouting, he became frighteningly calm. He lowered his head and spoke in a quiet voice. "I understand now. Madam, I am truly sorry that you were dragged into this disaster because of me." With that, Lin Tian turned around and walked toward the exit without hesitation. Before leaving, he gave her a firm promise. "I will take responsibility for your injuries. Stay here and wait for me." An hour later, Saintess Alice Near had arrived in the bird people's territory at Lin Tian's command. She focused her high-level charm magic over the wounded villagers, releasing a healing spell called Spring Rain to treat everyone who had been beaten. Chains still remained around Saintess Alice Near's feet, but she had already submitted completely to Lin Tian. Without resistance, she poured her energy into healing the bird people, using all her strength to save them. The bird people sat below and stared at Alice Near's small figure in confusion. But as the healing light spread over them, their wounds began closing at an incredible speed. Strength returned to their bodies almost immediately. They looked at one another in shock. "This is healing magic? How are we recovering so quickly?" Soon, grateful voices rose from the crowd. "Thank you, Goblin Lord. Our Lord can be saved now." After treating the village, Saintess Alice Near had to use even stronger magic. This time, she entered the room to heal the bird lord himself, who was still lying there nearly unable to move. Inside the room, the Saintess's healing light became dazzling. She concentrated all her power and called out as she worked to restore his life force. Before long, the entire room glowed with warm light and renewed vitality. Only moments later, the Eagle Lord was finally able to sit upright. His body still ached, but most of his injuries had recovered. His wife burst into tears of relief and rushed over, holding tightly to his hand. "Husband, this is wonderful. You finally woke up." When the Eagle Lord opened his eyes, he saw Lin Tian standing in front of him. Confusion filled his face. He could not understand why his close friend was there. "Little Lin Tian, why are you here? Am I dreaming? Am I already dead? My wounds do not even hurt anymore." Lin Tian answered with surprising calmness. "Brother, it is really me. You are not dead, and this is not a dream. I came here to save you." Even after hearing Lin Tian's words, the Eagle Lord's resentment had not faded. He began recounting his anger through clenched teeth. "Those bastards keep coming back and causing trouble for my people. I truly cannot swallow this anger." Then the Eagle Lord turned toward Lin Tian sincerely and made a request. "Little Lin Tian, I need your help with something." But Lin Tian immediately cut him off. "You do not even need to ask. I was already planning to do the same thing." A dangerous smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. "I will summon a large number of magic beasts and help you take revenge. But before that, I have one more thing to give you." Lin Tian took out a Tier 11 magic tool, the Wind Wing Blade. Its ability could create a tearing storm within the range of its target, continuously slicing every enemy caught along the path. It also increased flight speed by 200%. The Eagle Lord stared at the weapon, and his eyes immediately lit up with excitement. His entire face changed as he realized what Lin Tian was offering him. This is a high-level magic tool, isn't it?" he asked in disbelief. "It is far too precious. How can I possibly accept something like this?" Lin Tian answered without hesitation, his tone blunt and unwavering. Brother, who needs a new pair of wings more than you do? Don't tell me you have already forgotten about revenge. The Eagle Lord fell silent at once, his expression tightening as doubt flashed across his face. After a brief struggle, he finally gave in and nodded. All right. Only then did the Eagle Lord allow Lin Tian to see the terrible damage hidden beneath his feathers. His wings had been badly ruined, the wounds deep enough to make the situation look hopeless. Lin Tian offered him a solution, but there was one brutal condition. The shattered remains of the old wings had to be broken away completely before the new pair could be fitted. He looked directly at the Eagle Lord and asked whether he was truly ready. Even with fear in his eyes, the Eagle Lord gritted his teeth and agreed to go through with it. Do it, the Eagle Lord shouted, forcing every bit of courage into his voice. A heartbeat later, a terrified scream exploded from him like thunder rolling through the sky. The entire village shook under the violent tremors, and little birds perched along the houses were thrown from their resting places. They tumbled to the ground in panic, folding their wings tight against their bodies while crying out in fear. Several minutes later, they moved to a quiet stretch of forest near the house. Tall trees surrounded the clearing, and the open space gave the Eagle Lord the perfect place to test the strange new gift he had just received. The Eagle Lord barely needed to move. With only a light sweep of his wings, a sharp force tore forward through the air, slicing cleanly through a row of thick, towering trees as though they were nothing more than dry grass. Nearby, Lin Tian stood with the Eagle Lord's wife and the Saintess as they watched him test his new wings. The sight left everyone stunned, and loud applause quickly broke out across the clearing. Amazing. That's incredible, they praised. No one expected the Eagle Lord to grow stronger after having his old wings removed, yet the moment the new pair settled into place, he burst out with pure excitement. This feeling, it feels incredible. The Eagle Lord descended gently from the sky and landed with surprising grace. Wind curled around his body as he touched down, carrying a powerful presence that made the air itself feel heavier. His eyes softened with emotion as he turned toward Lin Tian. Brother Lin, I honestly do not know how I can ever thank you for this. Lin Tian only gave a faint smile, though a dangerous light flickered in his eyes as he looked toward his close friend. It is nothing. To me, this is not even particularly precious. Then his voice lowered, carrying a cold excitement. Get ready. I cannot wait any longer to feel the satisfaction of tearing through their flesh and blood. Deep down, Lin Tian was thinking of something else as well. This was the perfect chance to test the magical weapon properly and see what kind of power it could truly release. The Eagle Lord's expression turned equally dangerous. His lips curled slightly as he looked back at Lin Tian, and he answered with a low, eager voice. I have been waiting for this day for a very long time. Elsewhere, the landscape was calm and strangely beautiful. Clear blue water stretched out beneath a peaceful breeze, while huge rocky mountains rose around the lake like ancient walls guarding the area. Beneath the surface of the water, small creatures rested quietly along submerged branches. Everything looked still and harmless at first glance, as though the lake held nothing more than peaceful life hidden in its depths. Then one brown-armed creature suddenly reached out and snatched a large dragonfly that had landed on a piece of wood. It shoved the insect into its mouth and chewed greedily, as if it had been starving for who knew how long. Its face looked neither human nor goblin. Brown skin covered its body, while long, razor-sharp claws extended from its hands, making its true nature impossible to mistake. Lin Tian and the Eagle Lord had arrived at the lake as well. The Eagle Lord studied the quiet water and spoke in a serious tone. This is the season when big-eyed dragonflies lay their eggs. Water demons love feeding on those eggs more than anything. Do not let this peaceful surface fool you. There are countless water demons hiding underneath. Lin Tian had not come alone, either. Powerful warriors stood behind him, including Ho-Yi and the elven matriarch. Ho-Yi hesitated as he stared at the vast lake before them. We have to go into the water? I do not know how to swim. Lin Tian kept his gaze fixed ahead and replied calmly. Then this is exactly the right opportunity to breed a line of goblins born with the ability to swim. These water demons will make excellent breeding stock. Ho-Yi and the elven matriarch stood close together, both looking toward the two commanding figures ahead of them. The elven matriarch frowned slightly and asked, But how are we supposed to lure all of them out here? Lin Tian heard her question and let out a knowing smirk. This lake stretches for dozens of miles. I refuse to believe water demons are the only creatures living inside it. As he spoke, Lin Tian stepped onto the center of a high stone slab. He spread his arms and legs wide, and a dense stream of power began circling around his body. Then he unleashed the monster summoning technique, using only his thoughts to seize control of the magical creatures scattered throughout the entire lake. The clear blue water below immediately began to boil with motion. Bubbles erupted across the surface in rapid bursts, rising and bursting loudly, as though the whole lake had been turned into a massive boiling pot. Among the water demons, the fish beneath them suddenly went completely mad. Schools of fish shot toward the surface and began attacking the demons who had been hunting nearby, aiming viciously at their private parts. The water demons were caught off guard and could not dodge in time. "What is this?" one of them screamed. "These damn beasts have gone insane. I have killed so many already, but they still do not fear me. They keep chasing me just to bite me." Another water demon snorted at his panic. "You think getting bitten by low-level magical creatures is bad? I was swallowed whole by a giant monster fish near the lake bed. I was lucky to crawl back out from its claws." Unable to endure the chaos any longer, a huge water demon stomped violently up through the surface of the lake. Its massive foot struck the water hard enough to send waves crashing outward in every direction. The towering creature emerged while gripping a huge crocodile in one hand, then launched itself high into the air. Its body was as large and powerful as a wild bull, but its face had mutated into something grotesque, with fish-like gills and fins growing along its head and body. Anger burned in its eyes until they turned blood red. "Something is wrong," it roared. "Someone is controlling these worthless beasts. Who is behind this?" It was a level 90 water demon lord, ruler of the water realm and blessed by the life god. Its strength reached 2,700, its defense 880, and its skill power 740, bringing its total power to 4,300. It possessed deep abyss soundwave and bone-corroding poison spit, yet carried no equipment and held no profession. As it surged forward, its blood-red eyes locked onto a silhouette standing inside its territory. The water demon lord's face twisted into deep, rag-like wrinkles as it stared forward without blinking. A harsh snort burst from its nostrils, heavy with rage and disgust. Standing on top of a high rock were Lin Tian and the Eagle Lord. Neither of them showed the slightest fear in front of the gathering water demons. Their backs were straight, their expressions calm, and their presence alone made the monsters hesitate. The Eagle Lord raised his voice and said, "You are smarter than I expected." The water demon lord, however, only glared at the unfamiliar outsiders with open hostility. The water demon lord soon recognized the Eagle Lord and broke into a mocking laugh. "Isn't this the little chick whose feathers I plucked clean last time? What happened? Did they finally grow back? And now you brought a group of useless goblins along to help you." As it sneered, several of its underlings crawled up from beneath the water, their wet bodies dragging across the shore. One of the underlings noticed the tempting figures behind Lin Tian and immediately pointed upward with excitement. "My lord, look. Humans, elves, and even women." His voice grew greedier as he continued. "That gives us another reason to fight. Once we finish off those two men, we can enjoy the extra gifts those two girls will bring us." The water demon lord became even more excited after hearing that. It slowly pushed out its saliva-covered tongue, licking it back and forth with a disgusting grin. "It seems we truly have a prophet among us today." "Move," the water demon lord shouted. "Bring those two women back here immediately." Driven by lust and excitement, the water demons rushed toward Lin Tian without hesitation. 5 of them charged at once, splashing through the shallows as they closed in. Lin Tian stood calmly at the center of the formation, then suddenly tensed his body as a fierce burst of power erupted from him. The water demons had not even managed to touch a single strand of Lin Tian's hair when the shockwave exploded outward. All 5 were struck at the same time and blasted away in different directions, their bodies scattering across the ground. Lin Tian had unleashed the remnant cry skill. After crushing the charging water demons in one move, Lin Tian turned his cold, furious gaze toward the water demon lord. His voice came out sharp and decisive. "Kill them. Roast the males like fish and eat them. As for the females, keep them alive." The moment Lin Tian gave the order, the water demons found themselves completely helpless before his subordinates. Jilu appeared behind one of them without warning and drove a deep strike into its back. On the other side, Hou-Yi did not waste words or movement. Every time another water demon came within range, he cut it down immediately. Hou-Yi wielded the new saber Lin Tian had given him, and every swing tore through the water demons standing in his path. One after another, they were split apart before they could mount any real resistance. Above them, the elven matriarch was no less fierce. She rushed forward, drew her bow with all her strength, and released an arrow at another water demon. The shot struck cleanly, and the monster collapsed backward at once, its body stiffening before it died on the spot. The water demon lord watched its companions being slaughtered one after another, and the color drained from its face. Rage quickly replaced the shock, and both of its eyes burned an even deeper red. It stared around in disbelief, then slowly staggered several steps forward. Its legs seemed unsteady as it looked at its fallen companions lying beneath the enemy's blades. Finally, it burst out in horror. "What kind of monsters are these? Are they really goblins?" The water demon lord could no longer hold itself back. It threw its head up and howled, opening its mouth wide enough to reveal rows of jagged teeth. "Stop! Stop right now!" Before it could finish shouting, a bright blue attack swept through the air and slammed directly into its head. The water demon lord jerked backward, pulling its head in and squeezing its eyes shut. One side of its face was torn open, and blood sprayed across the ground. The eagle lord was the one who had struck. With his newly installed wings spread behind him, he looked far more imposing than he ever had before. He hovered directly in front of the water demon lord's face and spoke with icy confidence. "Today, I will give you something you will never forget for the rest of your life." The water demon lord bent forward in pain, both hands clutching its wounded head as it tried to endure the agony. Humiliated and enraged, it finally forced itself to look up again. Its roar shook the air. "I will kill you." With that, it leapt forward and swung its sharp right hand toward the eagle lord in a savage attack. "Die!" it screamed. Yet despite the monster's desperate aggression, the eagle lord remained completely calm. He simply stood there with his arms crossed, waiting for the water demon lord to come closer. The instant the water demon lord struck, its hand went numb from the violent shock. Panic flashed across its face as it realized it could not pull free. All it could do was stare at its own arm, which had been tightly bound by the layer of energy spreading from the eagle lord's body. Lin Tian watched the exchange and let out a quiet chuckle. "Looks like I do not need to step in myself after all. With Brother Eagle's current strength, he should be more than capable of finishing this on his own." Still, Lin Tian lifted his eyes toward the sky, a cautious thought crossing his mind. He had heard that the water demon race could gain terrifying strength whenever rain fell, powerful enough to rise to an epic level. Looking at the clear weather above them, he silently wondered whether it truly would not rain. After enduring the pain for a long time, the water demon lord was finally released. Its arms were still covered in painful injuries as it pressed itself against the ground. Then a strange energy began gathering around its entire body, wrapping it in an eerie aura, as though it was preparing to make a final move. The water demon lord slowly forced itself upright. Supporting its injured body with one hand, it turned toward a figure hidden behind a large boulder and shouted, "Crying Rain Demon, what are you still waiting for?" Unexpectedly, the girl known as the Crying Rain Demon was sitting quietly in that very spot. She raised her face toward the sky and released a powerful cry. The sound had barely left her throat before the entire space around them seemed to tremble under its influence. The sky, which had been blue only moments before, rapidly darkened into heavy gray clouds. Then rain began pouring down in thick sheets. Lin Tian looked up, his teeth clenching immediately. Not good. At the same time, the eagle lord sensed the danger as well. His face went pale as he stared at the rain crashing down around them. The eagle lord spun around with urgency written all over his face and shouted toward Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, take your tribesmen and retreat right now. It is raining. Rain is his home turf." The change was immediate and unnatural. As the rain poured from the sky, the water demon lord's body began to swell and grow. Only moments ago, it had looked much smaller in front of the eagle lord, but now its whole form expanded into a huge, bloated mass. It laughed with satisfaction while glaring down at the eagle lord. "Too late now, little chick." The eagle lord raised his head and stared up at the suddenly enlarged monster, shock clearly spreading across his face. Before he could even fully process what was happening, the water demon lord launched its attack. It tightened its enormous body, threw both arms outward, and opened its mouth wide. A storm-like wave of glowing force burst from its throat, swirling violently through the rain before crashing straight into the eagle lord. The impact sent him flying far away as the water demon lord roared, "Deep abyss sound wave." In the blink of an eye, the terrifying sound wave slammed into the eagle lord and hurled his entire body straight toward the lake below. He crashed down like a falling meteor, and the once calm surface erupted violently. Waves surged outward in all directions, shaking the water as though an earthquake had struck beneath it. Only seconds later, the water demon lord used the force of the rain and launched himself high into the air. Lin Tian looked upward just in time to see that enormous, swollen body looming directly above his head. Killing intent filled the monster's face as it prepared to plunge down. "Now it is your turn, Goblin," it roared. "Die." Its brown-skinned hand curled tightly into a huge fist as it dropped toward Lin Tian. The water demon lord came crashing down at a horrifying speed, aiming to crush Lin Tian beneath one devastating blow. Yet Lin Tian did not panic in the slightest. Blue energy rose from his body in a steady glow, wrapping around him just before the water demon lord's enormous fist came slamming down. The impact was so violent that Lin Tian disappeared from sight altogether. Jagged pieces of rock burst into the air, dust rolled across the battlefield, and the water demon lord stood amid the wreckage with a cruel, satisfied grin spreading over its face. Certain that victory was already in its hands, the water demon lord threw its head back and laughed wildly. It stood in the broken stone and shouted into the air, "This time, you will not even need a grave." But then, right beneath the place where Lin Tian had vanished, a huge hole suddenly appeared. The opening was deep enough that its bottom could not be seen, and a strange sound echoed faintly from within. The water demon lord's eyes widened at once, surprise and unease spreading across its face. Lin Tian suddenly shot out from the depths of the hole. Even more shocking, he had not been injured at all. His skin had become covered in a layer of hard, dark scales that protected him from the crushing attack. He rose into the air with complete confidence and stared directly at the water demon lord. "That was fun," he said coldly. "Now it is my turn." The water demon lord was still frozen in disbelief when Lin Tian rushed forward. Before it could react, a heavy blow smashed directly into its ugly face and sent its head snapping backward. Lin Tian did not give it time to recover. He followed up immediately and ended the exchange with his blood destruction skill. The water demon lord staggered from the blow, furious that such a small goblin body could strike with that much force. It glared at Lin Tian, hatred growing stronger the longer it looked at him. Deep inside, panic began to rise. "Damn it," it thought. "Something is draining the strength inside my body." Before the water demon lord could fully understand what was happening, Lin Tian vanished from its sight. In the next instant, he had already appeared directly behind the monster's back, catching it completely off guard. Lin Tian might have looked small beside the giant water demon lord, but his movements were fast, sharp, and merciless. He twisted through the air and drove a terrifying kick straight into the monster. The force sent the massive body flying across the battlefield, dragging a long path through the ground before smashing into the rocky mountain ahead. The earth and stone beneath it were ripped into a huge curved trench. The water demon lord was slammed deep into the side of the mountain, its body stuck tightly between shattered rock. It coughed several times, struggling just to breathe, and looked far weaker than before. Terrifying, it muttered. "He actually broke through the hardest scale layer on my body so easily." Then it looked ahead and saw Lin Tian approaching with a murderous expression. At that moment, it finally understood that it was no match for him. Realizing it could not win, the water demon lord suddenly pushed itself free from the mountain and leapt upward. Its entire body shot toward the sky as it tried to escape from the battlefield as quickly as possible. The eagle lord had no intention of letting it run away. He spread his powerful wings and immediately flew after it. "Trying to escape?" he shouted. The water demon lord panicked as it fled and screamed toward the lake below. "Where's the lake ghost? Why have you not come out and saved me yet?" In its heart, it knew that even being devoured by magical beasts in the lake would be better than facing Lin Tian directly. The moment the water demon lord gave that desperate command, the eagle lord's face changed. He stopped in midair, stunned by the horrifying sight beginning to rise in front of him. A bizarre monster slowly stood up from beneath the lake. Its body was wrapped in countless chains, and its form looked like a grotesque collection of mismatched creatures forced together. It had several heads, each one strange and unlike any normal beast. Its massive body stood upright like a human's, but countless arms stretched from its sides. The moment it appeared, the entire area became restless, and the air itself seemed to tremble. The eagle lord hovered above the water and stared down at the monster. He did not immediately continue chasing the fleeing water demon lord. Instead, he took a deep breath and cursed himself inwardly. He had been too careless. This situation had become troublesome, and only the sword saint could deal with it properly. The eagle lord quickly turned toward Alasnir and called out, "Alasnir, move now. The lake ghost belongs to the ghost race and does not have a real physical body. Those skeletons and chains are only objects it uses as a host. Once its ghostly energy touches someone, their life force will drain away quickly." Alasnir stepped forward calmly from below, her expression barely changing. "Is that so?" she answered. Alasnir simply drew her darkened sword and swung it downward from above. A blazing surge of energy burst from the blade, taking the shape of a massive dragon silhouette as it rushed forward. The enormous dragon had streaked through the air at dizzying speed and slammed directly into the many-headed monster rising from the lake. The force of that slash was so overwhelming that no one could clearly see what happened to the monster inside the explosion of power. The entire area was swallowed by the violent energy, leaving only the sound of the attack tearing through the air. The eagle lord stared with his bird-like eyes opened wide in disbelief. He could hardly believe what he had just witnessed. "How is that possible?" he muttered. "That weapon can actually kill a ghost race creature?" After the sword saint destroyed the monster emerging from beneath the lake, Lin Tian wasted no time. He quickly summoned the spear that the dwarf tribe had personally forged for him. Holding the weapon in one hand, Lin Tian stepped forward as a burning aura rose around him. A faint smirk appeared on his face, but his eyes remained cold as they locked onto the water demon lord. "You want to escape through the water?" he asked. Lin Tian bent his body slightly and gathered power into the spear. Electric sparks crackled across its surface as energy surged through the weapon. Then he hurled it forward with all his strength. The spear tore through the air like a rocket, shooting straight ahead in a single unstoppable line. The spear skimmed across the surface of the lake at incredible speed. Even the water could not weaken its momentum. Instead, the force of the weapon pressed down over the entire area, making the lake itself seem to buckle beneath the terrifying pressure. The Sword Saint watched Lin Tian's attack with surprise flashing across her face. Another world-class magical artifact, she thought. But the power pouring out from this spear was far beyond the limits of an ordinary world-class artifact. In only a short moment, countless monster corpses began floating to the surface of the lake. They had all been struck by the electric current released from Lr Yuchia. One spear attack had sent the current racing through the water, killing the creatures below in miserable fashion. Sometime later, Lin Tian's group had completely wiped out the water demons. Red flames flickered around the battlefield as evening slowly settled in, and the sky above gradually turned dark. The water demon Lord lay slumped beside the cliff, completely drained of strength. No one had tied it up, but it no longer had the energy to resist or even stand properly. Then the smell of grilled meat drifted through the air and reached the water demon Lord's nose. Its tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. Red veins filled its eyeballs as it turned toward the source of the smell, with hatred burning across its face. What it saw made its entire body tremble. Lin Tian's tribe was gathered nearby, calmly eating the roasted flesh of the water monsters from the lake. Two goblins were even carrying one of the water demon Lord's own tribesmen away while the frightened creature screamed and begged, "Lord, save me. Please save me." Meanwhile, Lin Tian tasted the meat with complete calmness. "Not bad," he said. "It is similar to fish, but much more tender. The meat around the waist is especially good." The water demon Lord exploded in rage the moment it saw that horrible sight. Its face twisted with pain and resentment as it roared, "Beasts! You lowly beasts! What are you doing?" Its voice shook with fury as it screamed again. "Give me back the lives of my clansmen. How dare you eat the flesh of my people?" Lin Tian slowly walked closer to the water demon Lord. The monster avoided his eyes, no longer daring to look straight into Lin Tian's face, yet it still forced its voice to remain loud. At the same time, confusion filled its mind. It was not exhausted enough to be completely helpless, so why could it not stand? "Damn it," it growled. "Move? Why can my body not move at all?" Watching it struggle pitifully, Lin Tian held a piece of its kin's roasted flesh and slowly sat down beside it. He looked at the water demon Lord and asked, "Do you know what this is?" The monster became even more enraged. It knew Lin Tian was deliberately humiliating it, but there was nothing it could do. Grinding its teeth, it growled, "Damn goblin. I will kill you one day." The Eagle Lord stepped in at that moment, his expression full of satisfaction as he looked down at the defeated water demon Lord. "When you and the Northern Lord invaded my land again and again, slaughtering my people, did you ever show any mercy?" he asked. Everything happening now pleased him deeply. With a gloating smile, he added, "You only got what you deserved." The water demon Lord had no answer. It could only stare up at the Eagle Lord in silence, its mouth opening and closing as though it wanted to argue, but could find no words. What it had done in the past had finally come back to it. At the same time, the water demon Lord looked toward its remaining people. Fishmen were being dragged away by goblins along the road, crying desperately toward the one they once depended on for protection. "Great Lord, save us. Please save us," they begged. But the water demon Lord could do nothing. It could only shout helplessly, "Why are you still taking them? Do not be so cruel. If you truly have the courage, then wipe out my entire water demon tribe." Lin Tian laughed quietly at those words. A half-smile appeared on his face as he looked down at the water demon Lord. "Do not worry. With the way your water demon tribe looks, even my subordinates would not be interested in touching them." His voice then turned colder. "But they still have other uses for me. I will take very good care of them on your behalf." Hearing that, the water demon Lord became even more terrified. Its voice broke as it screamed, "I beg you, great goblin, spare my remaining clansmen. This has nothing to do with them. If anyone deserves punishment, punish me." Lin Tian stood up coldly and turned his back. He put another piece of meat into his mouth before speaking in an indifferent tone. "There is no such thing as admitting a mistake on my side." The water demon Lord was consumed by rage, but its body could not rise to strike Lin Tian even once. All it could do was curse helplessly, its mouth shaking with hatred. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Sooner or later, I will kill every one of you." Those words made Lin Tian stop walking. He went silent, and the sudden stillness around him sent a chill through everyone nearby. Lin Tian slowly turned his face back. His voice was not loud, but every word carried a suffocating pressure. "Who gave you the illusion that you would survive?" The water demon Lord refused to submit, and immediately shouted back, "You dare kill me? I am the Western Lord personally appointed by the Demon Master. A reptile like that golden lizard cannot even compare to me." The Eagle Lord leaned closer to Lin Tian and lowered his voice. "Actually, within the Great Mausoleum, lords are not allowed to fight each other to the death. Unless one side is no longer a lord, no challenge can be made." He continued cautiously, There was once a level 10 lord who devoured another lord. The Bone King sent people to erase him directly. If you intend to kill the water demon lord, I am afraid it may bring trouble. Lin Tian understood the situation immediately. He knew when to push forward and when to pull back. With a calm wave of his hand, he said, "It is fine. I know exactly what I am doing." Then his eyes narrowed slightly. "When the time comes, I will let them die in despair." Lin Tian lowered his gaze, and a calculating expression appeared across his face. His voice became cold enough to make the people around him shiver. It is time for that man in the north to taste regret as well. Inside, he had already made his decision. He would settle every rebellious force once and for all, so none of them could betray him from behind when the Great War finally arrived. Lin Tian's group soon reached the northern territory. Ice and snow covered everything around them, and the freezing air cut across the land without mercy. Fortunately, the entire team was protected by a heat insulation barrier, another magical artifact made by the dwarves. The goblins behind Lin Tian stared around in amazement. "Big brother, this magical artifact is incredible," one of them said. "It is freezing everywhere, but I do not feel cold at all." Even the Sword Saint could not hide her curiosity about the strange artifacts Lin Tian possessed. She looked toward him and asked, "Mr. Messenger, you went to the dwarves. Exactly how many magical artifacts did you bring back with you?" Lin Tian looked slightly guilty for a moment and answered vaguely, "It is nothing. There are only enough for us to use." The item in Lin Tian's hand was the Heart of Apollo, a world-class magical artifact. It could release heat comparable to the sun itself, reaching temperatures of several thousand degrees, while allowing its owner to control that heat freely. Within a range of roughly 10 meters, it could melt anything that came too close, yet it would never harm the person using it. The elven matriarch looked around the endless frozen land, searching from one side to the other. "The Northern Lord has always lived alone," she said. "In a snowfield this vast, how are we supposed to find him?" Lin Tian remained calm as ever and answered, "I already have a way." Lin Tian immediately began summoning magical creatures. The whole group stopped in the middle of the white snow-covered road as he stepped forward first. Everyone watched him closely, unable to guess what he was about to do next. Only a few minutes later, the forest ahead began to stir violently. Magic beasts of every size emerged from between the snow-covered trees, their eyes glowing an unnatural red, as though someone had seized control of their minds. The spirit matriarch suddenly raised her hand and pointed toward the ground. "Look carefully. More of them are crawling out from beneath the snow." Even the Eagle Lord could only stare in amazement. Great Lord Lin Tian truly is terrifying. Wherever he goes, magic beasts gather around him. All we have to do now is wait. Just then, a tiny snow spirit came fluttering out from the distance. Her face was pale and miserable, and her entire body looked drained of strength, as though she had barely managed to escape. Struggling to stay airborne, the little girl hurriedly reported, "Great Lord, I know where the red-furred snow monster is hiding." The moment she finished speaking, the tiny snow spirit collapsed straight into the spirit matriarch's open palms. The matriarch froze in surprise as she caught the little body with both hands, her expression clouding with shock. She tried to steady herself and rise properly, but her whole body trembled as she looked down at the exhausted spirit. Although she was clearly at her limit, the snow spirit still forced herself to continue. Her voice shook as she gasped, "He's inside a cave. I can take everyone there." The moment Lin Tian heard that, the smile on his face slowly widened. Instead of showing concern, his expression turned even more dangerous, and his voice dropped into a cold, eager tone. "I've already waited long enough." Guided by the snow spirit's trail, Lin Tian and the others continued deeper along the frozen white path. Before long, the route led them into a wide and open stretch of land. Snow covered nearly everything in sight, but unlike the dense forest behind them, there were only a few trees here. Jagged rocky hills and bare stone formations rose all around the empty snowfield. As they walked, the spirit matriarch carefully carried the wounded snow spirit in her hands. While keeping the tiny girl safe, she lowered her gaze and asked with concern, "How did you end up injured so badly?" The little snow spirit's face was swollen and bruised, making her look pitiful as she spoke. Trembling in the matriarch's palm, she finally revealed the truth. "We've been captured by the red-furred snow monster lord. He keeps us here as slaves." She explained that snow spirits like them were magic creatures born from snowstorms that had raged for months without stopping. Their bodies could produce snow essence stones, crystals packed with powerful magic energy. Any magic beast that consumed one of those stones could rapidly increase its own strength. "For decades, he has captured us and forced us to keep producing them," the snow spirit continued weakly. "Even when some of us are tortured to death, he still refuses to let the others go." After hearing her story, Lin Tian did not show much pity for the tiny spirit. Instead, his eyes sharpened with interest when he realized how valuable those snow essence stones could be. So they could help magic beasts evolve and grow stronger. that only made the red-furred monster even more worth killing. With that thought, the group pressed onward toward the cave. Before long, Lin Tian suddenly came to a stop. His feet halted in the snow, and everyone behind him immediately became alert. Lin Tian and his group stepped into the entrance ahead of them. It was a massive stone cave, dark and cold inside. The instant they crossed into it, an ear-piercing roar echoed from deeper within. "Where is that little worm? Get over here. Do you want another beating? This time, I'll beat you to death." The voice came from a huge, hairy gorilla standing inside the cave. One of its massive hands tightly gripped a tiny fairy, while its ferocious mouth twisted into a cruel grin. "Even if you revive," it snarled, "I'll just beat you to death again after you come back." Without warning, a powerful beam of light shot upward from below and struck the gorilla's hand. Startled by the sudden impact, it instinctively loosened its grip. The little fairy dropped from its palm and tumbled onto the ground. The gorilla spun around immediately, its face twisting with rage. Two sharp, tusk-like fangs jutted from its mouth, making its already vicious appearance even more frightening. It bared its teeth, glared toward the entrance, and roared, "Who's there?" Standing at the cave entrance were Lin Tian and his entire group. Behind them stood the Sword Saint and the Fairy Queen Mother, while a group of huge, muscular goblins waited nearby with the clear intention of beating the gorilla into the ground. The creature looked them over with obvious displeasure. It narrowed its eyes, curled its lips back, and exposed its fangs in contempt. "Where did all you little shrimps come from?" it sneered. "You actually dare to barge into my territory?" Lin Tian calmly turned toward the little fairy resting on the Queen Mother's shoulder. "Is that the one?" he asked. Then, without wasting another second, he gave the small fairy an offer. "Kid, if I deal with him for you, will you follow me from now on?" Perched on the Queen Mother's shoulder, the little fairy nodded so fast she nearly lost her balance. "Okay, as long as you don't hit me, I'll go with you." Across the cave, the giant gorilla heard every word. Its face darkened at once, and it pointed angrily at the tiny fairy. "You little worm, I raised you for so long, and this is how you repay me? You ungrateful brat. You actually brought people here to teach me a lesson." As it continued raging, the gorilla's dark eye shifted across the group and suddenly stopped on someone near the front. Its face tightened into a frown. Then it let out a rough, phlegmy growl and said with mocking recognition, "I thought someone impressive had come. Turns out it's you, you mixed feather bird." The one standing in front of it was the Eagle Lord. His face hardened immediately, and the defiance in his eyes was impossible to miss. The giant gorilla showed no fear at all. Instead, it leaned closer toward Lin Tian's group with an arrogant grin and continued provoking the Eagle Lord. "What's wrong? You got yourself a pair of iron wings and suddenly think you're worth something again? Don't forget what happened before. I tore off your real wings, roasted them, and ate them myself." Those disgusting words instantly made the Eagle Lord's face turn red with fury. In that moment, all he wanted was to launch himself into the air and slice the gorilla's loud mouth clean off its head. His legs shifted restlessly, ready to leap forward at any second. "Shut up," he shouted. But before he could attack, Lin Tian casually raised a hand, signaling for the Eagle Lord to hold back. Seeing that reaction only made the gorilla laugh harder. It bent forward, clutching itself as it howled with laughter right in front of them. Then it lifted its head and pointed directly at Lin Tian's group. Still completely unaware of the punishment waiting for it, the gorilla continued speaking with arrogant confidence. "You really think bringing a useless goblin here means you can beat me? Was your brain smashed apart when I beat you before?" Lin Tian did not even need to move. The frenzied goblin was already furious. With a violent roar, it launched high into the air and unleashed its strongest strike directly at the gorilla's filthy mouth. The attack tore through the creature's thick fur in less than a blink. "You dare call the boss trash?" When the dust cleared, the massive gorilla was barely recognizable. Only the lower half of its body remained standing, while its talkative head had been blasted somewhere far away. One of its legs had dropped to the ground, leaving the enormous body kneeling crookedly in the cave. But the gorilla possessed an extremely strange ability. Even after losing such a huge portion of its body, it began changing almost immediately. Thick white slime started oozing from every torn section, growing in greater and greater amounts before slowly crawling upward and rebuilding the missing flesh. Even after being damaged that badly, the gorilla could still speak. "You've got some strength," it muttered, its voice dripping with mockery. "But that barely scratches an itch." Lin Tian's group watched in stunned silence, their eyes widening as they saw the creature recover from an attack that should have destroyed it. Within only a short time, the gorilla had completely restored its original body. It stood up again as though nothing had happened, without a single visible injury left behind. Taking the chance to boast, it threw its chest out and shouted, "See that? On this snow plain, I am immortal. I am the god of this place." After surviving the attack, the gorilla immediately prepared a counterattack of its own. It tensed its entire body, and violent energy burst outward around it. The blizzard inside the cave twisted into a huge tornado column. dragging wine through the entire space until the ground shook and the cold became suffocating. "Freeze in my blizzard, you scum," it roared. Even Lin Tian's group had to become cautious in the face of that overwhelming display of power. At that point, the Sword Saint could no longer stand by and watch. She had already realized that the gorilla's strength was no joke, so she decided to step in and end the fight herself. Moving with incredible speed, the Sword Saint shot into the air and slashed several times in rapid succession. Her sword energy spread across the cave like a giant net, wrapping around the gorilla's massive body from every direction. The attack happened so quickly that, by the time the move was released, she had already slipped back to a safe distance. The sword energy was terrifyingly sharp. The gorilla's body was shredded into countless pieces, its flesh splitting apart again and again. But every time its skin was cut open, the wounds began healing almost instantly. No matter how many times the Sword Saint tore it apart, the creature regenerated with disgusting speed, its body clinging together like an unkillable leech. Still, the gorilla clearly felt the pain. What was that just now? The gorilla stared toward the place that had caused it such burning pain, unable to understand what it had just faced. What was that horrifying pressure? At that moment, the Sword Saint stood there with murderous intent pouring from her entire body, filling the cave with a suffocating sense of danger. The gorilla had barely recovered from that shock when it turned toward Lin Tian and lost its composure all over again. Lin Tian was walking forward slowly, holding a glowing mass of energy in one hand. Lin Tian said nothing. He simply kept walking closer, one steady step after another, and that silence alone made the creature panic. "What is that thing now?" the gorilla muttered. Everything was happening too quickly for its grape-sized brain to understand. Its eyes turned bright red as it stood frozen in the center of the cave and suddenly roared, "Wait!" Before the gorilla could figure out what was happening, Goblin leapt high into the air. One hand gripped a huge saber overflowing with spiritual power, and he came crashing down toward the gorilla's body. The creature turned around in shock just as it realized another attack was about to land. The gorilla had not even finished reacting when Goblin rushed straight in. With all his force behind it, he swung the saber into the creature's right chest. The blade cut clean through the gorilla's huge body in one heavy, brutal slash. The gorilla's body was torn apart yet again, and its face twisted into a completely blank, foolish expression. What kind of monsters were these people? Wasn't this supposed to be its own home field? And after all those attacks from the others, there was still one person whose anger had not been released at all, the Eagle Lord. Seizing the opportunity, the Eagle Lord shot into the air with a loud burst of wind. He cut across the cave like a streak of lightning and rushed directly toward the gorilla. "Now it's my turn to tear you apart dozens of times." His unbelievable speed collided with the gorilla's enormous body, and a huge explosion erupted as dust, snow, and smoke blasted through the cave. "Help! I can't take this anymore. You lunatics!" the gorilla screamed as snow and dust filled the air around it. "If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. What kind of strength is it to gang up on me?" Only now did the creature finally understand what fear felt like. One system message after another appeared in front of Lin Tian. Defeated +1, revived +1, defeated +1, revived +1. Watching the gorilla repeatedly get beaten down and regenerate again, Lin Tian felt completely satisfied. This was perfect. Lin Tian's subordinates had beaten the gorilla into a literal pile of pulp. Once he decided the creature had suffered enough, Lin Tian finally spoke. "Stop. That's enough tormenting him. This won't actually kill him." The entire group immediately stopped attacking and turned toward their boss. The glowing energy ball in Lin Tian's hand became brighter. He brought it close to his mouth, his eyes fixed straight ahead as his voice turned rough and cold. "Let me finish this once and for all." After absorbing the power, Lin Tian raised the red badge in front of him. His eyes remained firm and ruthless as he stared at the white slime before him. Then a blazing stream of fire shot from the badge and rushed directly toward it. A massive pillar of fire erupted inside the cave, twisting upward with the same overwhelming shape as the tornado the gorilla had created before. But this time, the monster was trapped inside it, being burned alive. Lin Tian simply sat back and watched calmly. The gorilla that had been hated by every spirit beast in the forest finally screamed in despair from inside the raging sea of fire. The flames were so thick and violent that its body could no longer be seen through them. After some time passed, nothing remained inside the gorilla's cave except a pile of ashes. The fire slowly cooled, weakening little by little until the blazing heat finally began to fade away. Yet even within that pile of ashes, a weak shape still remained. Lin Tian noticed it and slowly walked closer, bright light gathering around his right hand. As he approached step by step, the gorilla's voice broke into terrified screams. "Don't come closer. Don't come near me. I'll die. Please, stay away from me. I really will die." Lin Tian clenched his teeth, holding his anger down as his voice came out low and heavy. "You really are interesting. If I hadn't come here to kill you, why would I bother going through all this trouble just to find you?" The giant gorilla staggered backward, trying to put some distance between itself and Lin Tian, as fear finally crept into its eyes. It shouted in a panic, "You madman! This was only a small conflict. It hasn't reached the point where you need to kill me. I am the Northern Lord. If you kill me, the great demon lord will be furious." Lin Tian paid no attention to those empty threats. He simply stretched out his hand, and a blazing red flame rose across his palm. Then he aimed that burning hand directly at the trembling gorilla. Lin Tian had no interest in wasting words. He preferred letting his actions speak instead. In one swift motion, he lunged forward and pressed his scorching hand toward the gorilla. The overwhelming force pinned the creature backward, and sizzling sounds immediately filled the cave as the fire burned into its body. The gorilla shrieked miserably, "Stop! Stop now! I'm melting!" Under that terrifying heat, the giant gorilla's body began to collapse into a shapeless puddle. It melted down like ice cream left beneath a blazing sun, turning into a soft mass of flesh that bubbled weakly and let out faint, miserable gurgles. Lin Tian stepped closer and looked down at the melted remains with calm curiosity. Carefully, he scooped up a tiny bit of the strange substance on his fingertip, moving slowly as though he did not want to disturb any hidden surprise inside it. Then he placed it in his mouth and tasted it. After a brief pause, Lin Tian nodded in approval. "Not bad. It tastes just like strawberry ice cream." The next second, Lin Tian lowered his face directly into the fresh, melting pile and started eating without hesitation. The gorilla could do nothing except groan helplessly from inside the soft mass. "You're eating me right in front of me. You murderer. You don't just want to kill me. You want to destroy my body, my mind, and my soul." At that very moment, a system notification appeared before Lin Tian. "Ting. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the snow skill." Lin Tian paused after reading the message, and a strange thought immediately formed in his mind. Eating this thing gave him a skill? Then he only needed to eat more if he wanted even more rewards. With that idea in mind, Lin Tian looked down at the cold, melting flesh still in his hand. His eyes examined it with growing interest, and he became even more eager to continue eating. Lowering his head again, he devoured it as though he had been starving for days, hoping he might gain the gorilla's regeneration ability as well. Meanwhile, miserable cries echoed from the unlucky creature. "Monster Slayer, stop! That's my little brother. Don't eat him. You're not allowed to eat him." Nearby, the Sword Saint and the Wood Spirits stood completely frozen. Their faces had gone pale from the horrifying sight in front of them, and for a moment, none of them knew how to react. A little while later, Lin Tian finally stopped. By then, he had already eaten most of the gorilla's body. The weakened creature cried out in despair, "What have you done to me? You've ruined everything. I can't even reproduce anymore." With the most precious part of its body gone, the gorilla no longer had any hope left of living normally. Rage and despair twisted across its face as it roared at Lin Tian. "You damned bastard. The great demon lord will never forgive you for this. Just wait for him on the other side." Seeing the gorilla grow increasingly frantic, Lin Tian slowly raised one hand. With a light flick of his fingers, a rolling wave of power spread outward, sweeping through the cave as though it intended to crush everything in its path. Power continued pouring from Lin Tian's body, massive yet strangely controlled. His eyes glowed with a frightening light, and his posture made it clear that he was ready to fight at any moment. "I've changed my mind," he said coldly. "I can't let you die that easily. I need to completely crush that person's resolve first." Those words made the gorilla freeze where it stood. Its eyes opened wide, and its mouth moved soundlessly as its mind failed to process what Lin Tian had just said. All it could do was repeat the same word in a trembling voice. What? Only moments earlier, the gorilla had still been acting like it wanted to teach Lin Tian a lesson. But now, it suddenly turned around and ran straight for the cave entrance without daring to look back. "Damn it, I'll definitely make you pay for this." Lin Tian was about to chase after it when his footsteps suddenly stopped. Fortunately, he had enough control over his power to halt midway, leaving the fleeing gorilla to escape deeper into the snowy wilderness. Seeing Lin Tian allow the gorilla to run away, the Eagle Lord stepped forward and asked, "You're really letting him escape? Should I go after him?" Lin Tian relaxed his pace and answered in a calm voice, "No need. Let him go. For now, return and release every water demon as well." A dangerous smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. Do the rules of the Great Tomb say that killing them would break their regulations? Since this matter has already grown this large, we might as well use it to see what choice the Great Demon Lord will make. Far away inside the Great Tomb, the atmosphere was completely different from the cold, primitive cave the gorilla had lived in. The place was magnificent, spotless, and richly decorated, with light reflecting across intricate patterns carved into every wall and floor. After receiving a harsh lesson from Lin Tian, the Water Demon King and the Snow Monster Lord rushed to the Great Demon Lord to report what had happened. The Water Demon King cried bitterly, "I've suffered terribly. Lin Tian not only slaughtered my subordinates, but he also took away many females and turned them into breeding machines. Beside him, the snow monster lord wept with both anger and humiliation. I'm even worse off. I was living peacefully on the northern snow plain when they rushed in and attacked me. And that Lin Tian, he tried to eat me alive. He even destroyed my ability to reproduce. Great Demon Lord, you have to stand up for the two of us, they begged together. The Great Demon Lord looked down at the two defeated generals who had come running back in disgrace. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a pressure so powerful that it made the air feel heavy began spreading from her body. Rebecca, the succubus closest to the Great Demon Lord, slowly swayed her way into the hall after hearing their complaints. She glanced at the two miserable creatures and spoke with a teasing smile. That goblin does have some strength. But the two of you are supposed to be great generals, yet you were beaten into this state. Aren't you embarrassed that this might spread? The Great Demon Lord gave her order without hesitation. Rebecca, take them to the Goblin tribe. There is no need for me to explain further. You will handle this matter. Your command is understood, Great Demon Lord. The two defeated creatures immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as though a massive weight had finally been lifted from their shoulders. They dropped to the floor and repeatedly bowed their heads, shouting, "Thank you, Great Demon Lord. Thank you, Master." Back at Lin Tian's tribe, everything had been peaceful and quiet. Then, without warning, a huge beam of light descended from the sky and covered the entire tribe in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian and his first wife, Xia, were inside the house when the strange light appeared. Both of them quickly looked outside with wide eyes. Xia spoke first, her expression tense. "Boss, that is the Great Tomb's teleportation magic. They set it up while you were away, and we couldn't stop it." Lin Tian understood the situation immediately. He did not panic or waste time asking questions. Keeping his face calm, Lin Tian stepped toward the door, then turned back to Xia and said, "I understand. You lead everyone and keep working as usual. Leave this matter to me." As the pillar of light faded, a huge spatial portal opened above the tribe. Rebecca, the Water Demon King, and the Snow Monster Lord stepped through and arrived on Lin Tian's territory. Lin Tian had already come outside and was waiting for them. He looked over the group with a faint sneer. "I thought the Great Demon Lord would come personally. I didn't expect she would only send this noisy bunch." One of the two monsters immediately shouted, "Goblin, today is your last day. I want to find out what roasted goblin meat tastes like." Rebecca remained calm as she looked across the neat rows of houses throughout the goblin tribe. Her gaze moved over the countless goblins living there, and she gave a low, curious laugh. "This is truly unbelievable. Is this some kind of breeding farm? To produce this many goblins?" Rebecca crossed her arms and paced back and forth with an elegant, superior expression. "For a goblin tribe to grow to this scale, keeping everything running cannot be easy. I can only say that you have managed it with some skill. But there is one thing I still find strange." Rebecca suddenly stopped walking, and Xia immediately noticed the shift in her expression. "Only one thing? What is it?" she asked. At almost the same moment, the Sword Saint sensed an unfamiliar presence nearby. She quickly stepped out of the house, her eyes sharp as she scanned the area for danger. The instant Rebecca sensed the Sword Saint's presence, her body stiffened. A terrifying pressure rolled toward her, so perfect and overwhelming that it made her shudder. She immediately turned around, her eyes opening wide in disbelief. For a brief moment, Rebecca seemed unable to breathe. Her voice trembled as she stared ahead and whispered, "Is that the Sword Saint?" Rebecca recognized her immediately. The Sword Saint had not even stepped close, and she was simply standing beside Lin Tian. Yet that sharp, iron-like aura was impossible to mistake for anyone else. Rebecca felt deeply confused. She had met the Sword Saint once before, but the feeling this time was completely different. The danger coming from her now was several times stronger than before. The entire area fell quiet under that suffocating presence. Rebecca looked toward Lin Tian, unable to hide her shock. What had happened to the Sword Saint? The Sword Saint calmly walked over to Lin Tian and asked, "Messenger, do you need me to deal with these people?" Lin Tian replied without looking concerned, "No need. Go back and rest." She gave a short nod. "Understood." Rebecca's expression became even more confused. In her mind, the Sword Saint saw magic creatures as enemies who could never coexist with her. So why was she obeying a goblin's command so easily? Just what kind of existence was Lin Tian? Rebecca slowly floated up into the air, her flawless appearance immediately catching the attention of every monster in the tribe. Goblins rushed out from all directions, crowding together with desire in their eyes. Some even began shoving and fighting each other just to get a clearer view of her. The succubus's charm was so overwhelming that the entire crowd became restless and wild. While the goblin tribe was completely stirred up by Rebecca's appearance, Lin Tian remained calm and clear-headed. He crossed his arms, raised his voice, and spoke with cold impatience. "Why did you come to my territory? The Great Tomb didn't send someone here just to disturb people for no reason, did it?" Rebecca gently tilted her beautiful face, and casually brushed her hair aside. Her lips curved into a charming smile as she answered in a sweet voice. You really don't seem anything like the rumors. You are a goblin, yet you can still stay this calm in front of me. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold, and his tone became sharp enough to cut. Every word sounded like it was being forced through clenched teeth. I asked why you came here. If you still refuse to speak clearly, then I have no time left to waste on you. The air around him tightened, and a faint killing intent spread outward, making Rebecca feel as though one wrong word could make her disappear from his sight entirely. Rebecca, however, responded with a bright and easygoing expression. Her tone softened as she spoke. Don't be like that. I misunderstood you at first, but haven't I already admitted it? It is nothing serious. Just a small matter that has these two subordinates worried sick. Even the Water Demon King and the Snow Monster Lord stood there with their mouths hanging open. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. Was this truly Lady Rebecca? The Snow Monster Lord muttered without thinking. Something feels very wrong here. Why are you acting so attentive toward a goblin? But Lin Tian's face remained as cold as ice. His gaze did not waver in the slightest as he replied, a small matter? Then tell me what this small matter is. I want to hear exactly what you came here for. The Water Demon King's heart turned cold when he saw Lin Tian's expression. Terrified that Rebecca might not protect them, he hurriedly shouted, Lady Rebecca, hurry. He wants to kill us. According to the Great Tomb's rules, shouldn't we deal with him already? Rebecca turned toward the two monsters, but her face no longer carried that playful charm. Her brows drew together with clear displeasure as she said, You too. Why are you still standing there? Kneel in front of Lin Tian immediately. In an instant, bright red power burst from Rebecca's body. The pressure slammed down onto the Water Demon King and the Snow Monster Lord, forcing both of them to lower their heads and collapse toward the ground. Only then did Lin Tian slowly walk closer. His voice was low and steady as he spoke. One of them wanted to roast me. The other wanted to eat my meat. So tell me, what should be done? Rebecca answered casually, as though she were solving the simplest problem in the world. Isn't that obvious? Put the Water Demon King on a roasting rack, then let the Snow Monster Lord eat his meat. Wouldn't that settle everything perfectly? Lin Tian kept a straight face, but inwardly, he could not help feeling a little stunned. This succubus was even more ruthless than he was. He had only thrown out that suggestion casually, yet Rebecca had immediately turned it into something far crueler than he expected. The Water Demon King and the Snow Monster Lord were both suppressed so completely that they could barely move. Even so, they struggled to step forward and plead with her. Lady Rebecca, we can't do this. You can't treat us like this. Rebecca answered them with a cold look. The beautiful succubus quietly released her inner power, and a terrifying aura spilled from her body, swallowing the surrounding space in a dark, oppressive presence. Her voice lowered into something impossible to resist. Look into my eyes. Now do exactly as I say. Only a second later, the two monsters looked as though their souls had been pulled straight out of their bodies. Their eyes widened blankly, their mouths fell open, and all resistance vanished from their faces. Then, in perfect unison, they answered, We obey, Master. Not long after, the goblins had gathered into a loud, excited circle to watch the spectacle. The entire tribe buzzed with noise and curiosity. Right in the center, the Snow Monster Lord stood in a daze, personally placing the Water Demon King across a roasting rack. Even Lin Tian watched the scene unfold before his eyes. Rebecca moved close behind Lin Tian, her graceful figure nearly brushing against him as she asked in a sweet, melodic voice, So, are you satisfied now? Lin Tian was genuinely surprised inside, but he kept his expression calm and waved one hand as though dismissing an ordinary report. Enough. Stop it already. This is disgusting. From now on, whoever I deal with, whether they live or die, I make no guarantees. Rebecca gave a faint sigh and lightly played with her sharp nails. Still, they have served the Great Tomb for a very long time, she said, and they do have at least a little strength of their own. Before Rebecca could finish what she wanted to say, Lin Tian turned toward her. His face darkened, and a fierce red glow flickered in his eyes. The pressure rolling off him suddenly became so much more terrifying that even Rebecca felt a chill of fear in her heart. Rebecca's hand paused near her shoulder. A cold shiver ran down her spine, and her gaze remained fixed on Lin Tian's face for several long seconds. His aura had risen to such a frightening height that it felt as though he had reached the edge of something far beyond ordinary strength. Only after her mind snapped back to reality did Rebecca react. She quickly changed her expression, hiding the fear that had almost surfaced on her face. In the end, she let out a long breath and gave in. Fine. Forget it. Handle them however you want. Rebecca turned away and released her power again, wrapping herself in a layer of soft pink light. Before leaving, she added one final warning. But the Bone King has given you power. That means you must also bear the responsibility that comes with it. As soon as she finished speaking, Rebecca disappeared from sight. Only a fading wave of pink light remained behind, protecting the area for a brief moment before it vanished as well. Lin Tian did not say a word. His silence alone was enough to make the others nervous. The Water Demon King was now stretched across the wooden rack like a piece of roasted meat, his entire body glowing red from the heat. Meanwhile, the Snow Monster Lord had fallen into a crazed state and was tearing into the Water Demon King's roasted flesh, greedily eating every piece he could get. The instant Rebecca left, the spell controlling the two monsters was lifted. Their minds returned, and both of them woke from the trance at once. The Snow Monster Lord screamed furiously, "You damned goblin! What did you do to us? Why would Lady Rebecca favor you like that?" The Water Demon King also came back to his senses, still burning with pain and confusion. How did things end up like this? Faced with their furious shouting, Lin Tian remained calm and quiet. He slowly walked past both of them, then spoke without even turning his head. "Naturally, you have no way of knowing. The things you need to understand will only become clear after you die." A dangerous expression gradually spread across Lin Tian's face. He raised one hand and covered part of his face as his eyes began to change. Then he continued coldly, "I don't care about those things anymore. The life I want is simple. I want to turn the Water Demon King into an extraction machine every day, make the snow plains into my playground, and force the snow spirits to work privately for me whenever I please." Those words were the final blow that crushed any remaining hope the two monsters had. The Water Demon King could not endure it any longer. He suddenly lunged forward with rage burning in his eyes and shouted, "I'll risk my life against you." But before he could even make a move, one of Lin Tian's loyal warriors had already appeared behind him. Kaishan was holding a massive tree trunk as he leapt high into the air, ready to bring it crashing down on the Water Demon King's head. Kaishan swung downward with an overwhelming force, his body bending with the motion as a blinding streak of light flashed through the air. The strike was so fast and so silent that the smaller goblins could barely follow what happened. The Snow Monster Lord turned his head toward the battlefield just in time to notice a dark figure above him. A weapon was already descending toward his head with terrifying speed. The impact landed with a violent shock. Pain exploded from the wound and raced through the Snow Monster Lord's body like lightning, making every nerve contract at once. His mind could not react quickly enough to the sudden attack. In a single blink, his entire body seemed to freeze in place, leaving nothing but the sensation of tearing pain flooding through him. The fight ended almost as quickly as it began. The Snow Monster Lord's body dropped to the ground, and a dark stream of blood burst from the area near his eye. Both monsters collapsed right in front of Lin Tian without him needing to lift a hand. Silence spread over the area, and for a moment, the only sound anyone could hear was the cold wind moving past their ears. Only then did Lin Tian begin giving orders. "Go to the Lionheart Empire and gather information. Investigate the Holy Church as well. No matter what you find, remember that safety comes first." The goblin immediately answered, "Understood." After that, Lin Tian turned to Zue and asked, "The 1,000 goblins I told you to select and prepare earlier, are they ready?" Zue hurriedly stepped forward and reported, "Yes, they are all prepared. Their parents all had high-level aptitude." Zue continued, "Their potential has also been fully developed. They are already outstanding fighters." Lin Tian nodded in approval. "Good. Gather them together. I have something to say." Not long afterward, the elite goblin soldiers quickly assembled in response to his call. Lin Tian stood on top of a high wooden platform, looking down at the army gathered before him. These elite goblin soldiers had never personally met their lord before, but following the instructions of their seniors, every one of them had been equipped with powerful weapons. Even from a distance, the weapons gave off an intimidating and dangerous presence. Standing on the platform, Lin Tian raised his voice so that it carried across the entire camp. "Do you know who I am?" The goblins below immediately burst into motion, their blades clashing together as the sound shook the whole area. Goblin Slayer stepped up beside Lin Tian and crossed her arms proudly. Looking down at the elite army, she said, "Don't worry. Their training is complete. There is no need to waste time convincing them." Lin Tian gave a brief nod. "So that is how it is." Then he turned his full attention back toward the soldiers. Lin Tian shouted with a powerful, commanding voice, "Very good. I'm taking all of you somewhere. Along the way, stay focused and do not speak to anyone except me. Is that understood?" The goblin army answered together with a thunderous roar. "Understood, boss." Afterward, Lin Tian's expression turned more serious. He faced Xia and gave her careful instructions. "Xia, keep everything here running as it is. I will be gone for a long time. If anything happens, send word through the Eagle Lord. Put everyone's safety first. If you can hide, then hide." Lin Tian stepped closer, placed both hands on Xia's shoulders, and gently pulled her toward him. His voice became even more serious as he said, "If anyone from the Great Tomb comes asking, tell them I went to scout the human empire. Do you understand?" Xia nodded firmly. Her eyes were full of emotion as she looked at Lin Tian, but her answer came without hesitation. "Understood." Lin Tian turned back toward his army and silently thought about what was coming. The trump card needed to face the Holy Church, and the Great Tomb had to be fully prepared. The battle that would decide whether the Goblin race could truly stand firm on this continent was finally drawing close. The day the Empire would declare war, as predicted by the system, was now less than 2 months away. Lin Tian also made a promise to the Snow Spirit Girls. He would ensure that the Snow Essence stones exported from their homeland would be completely safe, and any message or request from them would be accepted. To create an elite force that could serve as his final trump card, Lin Tian led 1,000 goblins into the snowy region and began an intense period of brutal training. During that training, the goblins absorbed enormous quantities of Snow Essence stones. Those valuable stones were continuously produced and supplied by the Snow Spirits, while Lin Tian's forces gathered, collected, and mined resources across the entire frozen region to support the growing army. All 1,000 goblins eventually reached level 70. Their strength stabilized at an entirely new level, and they successfully evolved into several powerful new forms, including goblins, berserk goblins, demonized goblins, and even boss-level mutated goblin search units. Altogether, the force had reached a terrifying number of 5,500. Even so, compared with the truly wealthy and powerful clans, they were still far behind. Even if all of them became goblin kings, they would still be unable to endure even one strike from a true monster of the highest level. When the troops were ready to be deployed, Lin Tian stood before them and spoke to Alice Near. Next, you need to teach them how to use every available tool as efficiently as possible in battle. Standing nearby, the Sword Saint answered in a calm voice. There is no need to be so formal, messenger. For the final holy war, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Without being limited by their former restrictions, they only needed to make skillful use of the tools available to them and combine those tools with the right tactics. Through steady training, step by step, Lin Tian's groups could become a perfect army of killing weapons. More than a month later, when Lin Tian was preparing to leave on important business, he contacted the Sword Saint and the others through a private line. He gave the Sword Goblins a strict reminder. Until I return, all of you will stay here and train calmly. Without my order, no one is allowed to step 1 foot outside the snow plane. The Sword Goblin received the order respectfully. Standing at attention, he answered, At your command. Everything we do has been given to us by you. We will follow your instructions without question. After saying that, Lin Tian immediately climbed onto Zihuan, ready to depart without delay. The people around him could only remain where they stood as the darkness slowly moved farther away. Lin Tian spoke in a deep voice, emphasizing how urgent the situation had become. There was no more time to waste. Once every task had been handled properly, Lin Tian finally felt that the matters weighing on his mind had been arranged. Zihuan spread its snowy wings, carrying him high into the air. From above, Lin Tian could see the enormous forest below, completely blanketed beneath white snow. A few days later, Lin Tian and Alice Near looked down at the region below and could not hide their surprise. The density of houses spread across the land was far greater than either of them expected. They could not help but exclaim in amazement. In only a short number of months, the goblin population had multiplied several times over. There were now 80,000 little goblins and 30,000 great goblins. On top of that, there were 300,000 hero goblins and 100 leader goblins. Just then, Xie came rushing toward them from the distance, calling out loudly, Boss! Lin Tian turned his head at once. Behind Xie, the spirit matriarch and goblin slayer were also hurrying over as quickly as they could. The moment Xie arrived, she had to bend over with both hands on her knees, gasping hard from how fast she had run. Once she caught enough breath to speak, she hurriedly reported to Lin Tian. Boss, this came from Rebecca. She wants the goblin forces to grow stronger, so she has been consuming huge amounts of magic creature resources. Hearing that, Lin Tian finally understood what had been bothering him. No wonder that, on the way back, he had only encountered a few scattered high-level magic creatures and almost no weak ones at all. The Great Tomb had clearly committed everything it had to this coming battle. They were putting all their chips on a single fight. Lin Tian then turned toward the Berserk Goblin and asked, Right, where is Ji Lu? Has he still not come back? The Berserk Goblin scratched his head awkwardly and stammered out the answer. He has not appeared for more than a month, boss. I was worried too, so I wanted to report it to you. Lin Tian's expression gradually eased, returning to that familiar, dangerous calm. That guy probably hasn't run into any real trouble, he said. Still, he quietly decided not to waste time searching for Ji Lu right now. Too many things were already demanding his attention. A moment later, Lin Tian turned toward Goblin Slayer and asked directly, Goblin Slayer, how is the weapons preparation coming along? Goblin Slayer immediately pulled out the report she had prepared. The list was written clearly. 50,000 short swords, 20,000 long swords, 20,000 sets of iron armor, and another 5,000 weapons of various kinds. Holding the folder firmly in her hands, Goblin Slayer flipped quickly to the page containing the final numbers and handed it over for Lin Tian to inspect. The time was too short, she explained. So this is all we could prepare for now. Lin Tian read through the report, then nodded with satisfaction. You did well. Everything is moving much more smoothly than expected. Just then, a weak voice called out from nearby. Boss. Everyone around Lin Tian immediately noticed it and turned toward the sound. A badly wounded goblin was staggering toward them. Though pain twisted across his face and his injuries were clearly severe, he still forced himself to use every bit of remaining strength to deliver the message. Boss, the situation has changed. We need to leave this place quickly. There is no chance of winning. After getting out only those 2 sentences, the goblin's body finally gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground. Panic spread through the crowd at once. The goblins rushed forward, trying to support him while speaking over one another. Don't panic. Tell us clearly. What happened? What is the situation? The injured goblin forced himself upright again, though his body would not stop shaking. Fear remained written all over his face as he shouted. The Lionheart Empire has gathered 100,000 soldiers. Every one of them is wearing full armor. Those words struck the goblin leadership like a hammer. 100,000 fully armored soldiers was a number so staggering that the entire council fell silent in shock. Even the people standing closest to Lin Tian could not hide the alarm spreading across their faces. Lin Tian, however, remained calm and began weighing the information in his mind. Heavy infantry might not move as quickly as lightly armored soldiers, but they were like moving iron fortresses, hard to pierce, hard to kill, and capable of exhausting stronger enemies little by little. No wonder the system's earlier result had not gone the way he wanted. After thinking in silence for a moment, Lin Tian spoke slowly. The Lionheart Empire has obviously emptied its treasury for this war. Even if they somehow win, severe casualties could leave them weak enough for nearby enemies to swallow them afterward. The Sword Saint's face became extremely serious. She spoke in a low, firm voice, making sure everyone understood the real danger. This battle is not only against the Lionheart Empire. We also have to face the Holy Church standing behind them. The wounded goblin nodded rapidly, still trembling from fear. Yes, boss. The church has called together more than 5,000 people from all over the world. It is not only the Holy Cross Guard. There are monks among them with terrifying strength as well. Goblin Slayer then offered a suggestion. Perhaps we should retreat first. I can go and control another overlord species tribe. We could rebuild from the beginning. But Lin Tian did not lose his composure. He looked at her with a clear, steady gaze and asked, Retreat? Take this many goblins and go where? Look across the entire continent. Is there even one piece of land willing to accept goblins? In this world, simply being born a goblin meant being treated as though you had already committed a sin. From the moment of birth, they were branded as something unwanted. Everyone saw goblins as low and filthy. Every race wanted to drive them away, and every powerful force wanted them dead. In the eyes of others, a goblin's only worth was becoming a sacrifice or serving as a stepping stone for someone stronger. As old resentment rose in Lin Tian's mind, his expression slowly became colder and more ruthless. Even a goblin king cannot live peacefully for long, he said. Sooner or later, humans or another race will come to wipe him out. No one answered him. The others merely lowered their heads, silently understanding that bitter truth. The spirit matriarch stepped forward with worry all over her face. But if we truly fight them, we may have no chance of winning. Wouldn't all the effort and struggle we have put in until now be wasted? Lin Tian answered without hesitation. If we do not fight, we will never have a place where we can change our fate. Deep down, he understood that forcing the Great Tomb to act was the only way forward. Only by making both sides suffer could the goblin tribe possibly survive. After saying that, Lin Tian stepped forward and gave his orders decisively. Mobilize every force we have. Over the next few days, forge as many iron weapons and iron armor sets as possible. Start immediately. Elsewhere, near the gates of the Lionheart Empire, tension hung heavily over every road leading out of the city. The entire area was filled with a suffocating sense of pressure before the coming war. Rows of iron-armored cavalry rode through the center of the road with weapons in hand, their mounts pounding across the ground in steady formation. At the head of the line, a commander raised his voice and shouted, For the future of mankind, advance. Citizens crowded both sides of the road, cheering loudly as the army marched past. The noise was overwhelming, and excitement swept through the city like a wave. Yet in one quiet corner stood an elderly couple leaning against one another. Though they were close to the front, age had drained too much strength from their bodies for them to raise their voices with the crowd. The old woman wiped tears from her blurred eyes and murmured, Gods, are you playing with us? The old man supported her gently and replied, Magic creatures hunt because they need to survive. Humans punish magic creatures because they need to survive too. Even bloodthirsty magic creatures are only following their nature. His eyes stayed on the cavalry as they passed through the city gates, their silhouettes growing smaller and blurrier in the distance. Then, In a voice barely louder than a whisper, he asked, "If humans and magic creatures are both trying to survive, then who is truly in the wrong?" Back at Lin Tian's territory, preparations had already begun at full speed. High-level goblin troops were placed into formation, while others were assigned to logistics work, forging weapons and armor without rest. Lin Tian watched his subordinates work with both concern and determination. They had gone days with barely any food or sleep, yet they continued producing equipment. Even the low-level goblins had been given armor by default, while the stronger goblins were equipped from head to toe. Together with the remaining magic creatures from the Great Tomb, they could at least form an army capable of fighting. At that moment, another goblin hurried over and stopped not far behind Lin Tian. The messenger bowed quickly and reported, "Big boss, the Empire's army has stopped 30 miles away from the Great Tomb." Lin Tian nodded gently, his eyes narrowing as he thought about the terrain. 30 miles away, there should be a small plain there. It looks like they intend to start the war on that ground. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Tian turned and left without even a trace of hesitation. He quietly searched for an isolated location, somewhere deserted and completely out of sight. He needed a place with no people nearby and no hidden eyes watching him, somewhere he could make sure every move remained under his control. After confirming that no one else remained around him, Lin Tian finally opened his mouth and gave the command in a deep voice. "System, activate the life simulation system." In the next instant, a fierce vision of battle unfolded before him. At the same time, the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. The life simulation system is now starting. The Empire War had reached the 300th day since Lin Tian's transmigration. The force gathered for this battle was the strongest army he had ever built. 80,000 low-level goblins, 30,000 great goblins, 8,000 hero goblins, and 100 leader-class goblins. It was his most powerful united force so far. The rulers launched their attack and summoned another 20,000 low-intelligence magic creatures from the Great Tomb to support the goblin army. Even so, against 100,000 fully armored infantry and 30,000 heavy cavalry from the Lionheart Empire, the goblin forces suffered terrible losses. The chance of defeat rose to 51%. At the most critical moment, Veronica appeared and unleashed a terrifying chapter-level dark spell, Spawn of the Black Mountain Goat. The battlefield, which had been collapsing toward defeat, suddenly began to turn around. But once the church's strongest fighters entered the war, the advantage quickly tilted away again. The Empire and the Church focused all their power on the battlefield's strongest targets. Under that dense encirclement, there was no longer any path left to retreat. A violent frenzy swept through the battlefield, bringing the entire army to ruin. Saintess Alice Near was captured and could not escape the hand of fate. In the end, she was taken back and turned into another chess piece of the Great Tomb. Both sides suffered terribly, yet neither side truly won. The result was simple. Everyone had fallen into hell. The simulation score was 40 points out of 100. The life simulation ended after one day of progress. When the vision disappeared, Lin Tian felt as though every blood vessel in his body had been crushed close to bursting. His entire body was exhausted, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it, he thought bitterly. It ended this easily again. Lin Tian lifted his head and checked the system display in front of him. His level had reached 90. His race was Saint Goblin, while his profession remained empty. His title was Blasphemer of the Divine, and he possessed the ability to create divine mantra statues. His resuscitation value was 2,900, his strength was 889, and his defense was 1,030. His abilities included fusion, fire field, blizzard, blood pressure creation, mountain terrain manipulation, and remnant swordless hand. His equipment included life armor and a hand crossbow, while his original field prefix had been lost. His total combat power stood at 6,800. Lin Tian silently measured those numbers in his mind. He had surpassed 6,000 combat power and had already reached level 90. Yet the simulation still offered no real victory. The strength of the church remained unclear, but judging from their power, the old pope was likely close to 10,000 combat power. That was still far beyond what Lin Tian could match directly. Lin Tian muttered to himself as he continued calculating every possibility. Unless he used blood pressure or forced the enemy into a dead-end situation, everything would be extremely difficult. Getting close enough to the pope himself would be even harder. At that point, Lin Tian slowly steadied his breathing and calmed his thoughts. "It looks like I cannot reveal myself first," he said quietly. "I still need to make the Bone King summon the magic creatures before anything else." Elsewhere, deep within the Great Tomb, a gloomy silence covered the massive underground space. The air itself seemed heavy, as though something ominous was waiting to happen. There stood the Divine Eye, an ancient object capable of seeing through countless things in the world and catching fragments of the future. Near it, the Great Tomb Queen spoke in a calm voice. "The Goblin tribe's movements have become quite large." The Great Tomb Queen and Rebecca stood together, leisurely observing the world through the Divine Eye. The queen continued. It seems a major war is about to begin. Use the divine eye to predict the final result and see how this will end. Below them, 3 women raised both hands at the same time. Their lips moved as they chanted mysterious words, sending streams of energy upward to maintain the divine eye's operation. Suddenly, the divine eye trembled slightly. Then it began moving continuously, giving off a strange, comfortable glow as though it were quietly observing and recording every tiny change unfolding before it. In the very next moment, the divine eye narrowed sharply. A layer of living flesh slowly formed around its surface, wrapping itself over a pitch-black substance hidden beneath the eye. The 3 priestesses standing below were struck by a sudden pain that felt as though their flesh was being torn apart from within. Despair flooded their faces as one of them hurriedly cried out, "Great Demon Lord, the Pope's power is involved in this war. We cannot continue the prophecy as planned, but we did see a faint image." Rebecca's expression instantly turned cold with anger. She looked down at the trembling priestess and snapped, "Useless trash. Speak clearly. What exactly did you see?" The priestess shook so violently that her entire body seemed ready to collapse. Even with terror choking her voice, she forced the words out. "I saw it myself, the birth of a new god." The moment those words left her mouth, the great tomb queen let out a furious scream. Violent killing intent swirled through the chamber, and a blast of purple energy erupted from her body. The 3 priestesses were thrown violently through the air and sent flying away. Behind the corpse-like veil covering her face, only the queen's blazing red eyes could be seen. They burned with ferocity as she spoke in a freezing voice. "Nonsense. If gods truly existed, I would have died long ago. Get out." Rebecca quickly tried to calm the situation. "For a group of goblins to create such an effect, Your Majesty truly is remarkable," she said. The queen's voice lowered. "They are only chess pieces. It is time to settle matters with the Lionheart Empire and the Holy Church." As she spoke, the 3 priestesses hurried through a teleportation gate and fled the chamber. Without wasting another moment, the queen ordered Rebecca to make every preparation and drive the enemy forces out. Rebecca was briefly startled, then immediately lowered her head and accepted the command. Rebecca closed her eyes. When they opened again, a burning red light flickered within them, like a silent sign that she was already preparing to use her power. The succubus rose and walked toward the teleportation gate. Then she quickly turned back to the queen and reported, "Your Majesty, it appears that the goblin has already arrived." As soon as she said that, Lin Tian stepped through the entrance with hurried footsteps. Rebecca looked toward him and asked lightly, "We meet again. Is something wrong?" Lin Tian's face was solemn, his eyes sharp and cold. "The situation has become serious," he said. "The Lionheart Empire and the Holy Church have established camp only around 30 kilometers from here." The queen replied with a fierce aura radiating from her body. "So the war is about to begin." Before Lin Tian, information about Veronica appeared clearly. She was level 100, an undead necromancer with the power of the Immortal King's summon. Her life force was 3,800, her strength was 1,000, and her defense was 1,200. With skills such as Otherworld Summoning, Magic Creature Enhancement, and Evil Sky Curtain, plus the Death Cloak and Dark Scepter, her total combat power reached 9,999. Lin Tian silently weighed the difference between them. Her basic attributes were not overwhelmingly higher than his own, yet her total combat power was far beyond his. Clearly, most of her strength came from her terrifying skills and equipment. At that point, he finally understood why she could summon the spawn of the Black Mountain Goat. Standing before the queen, Lin Tian did not hide anything. He clearly reported that every task had been carried out according to her wishes. "The troops are nearly finished preparing, and this is already the highest limit we can reach. But against a fully armored human army, we are still at a disadvantage. We need Your Majesty to act first." Rebecca immediately stepped forward in anger, clearly unhappy that Lin Tian had spoken as though he could demand action from her master. But before she could continue, the queen stopped her. "This is no small matter," the queen said quietly. "If the battlefield truly requires it, I will mobilize a portion of my strength." At that moment, the queen slammed the scepter in her hand down against the floor. A dense stream of demonic energy burst from the weapon and spread across the surrounding space. Within only a few seconds, the surge of magic swallowed Lin Tian, Rebecca, and the queen. In an instant, all 3 of them were teleported to the camp that had been prepared in advance. When Rebecca saw the goblin territory before her, she could not hide her surprise. Only a few days had passed since she last visited, yet the goblin population had grown at a terrifying speed and reached such an enormous scale. The queen looked over the growing goblin settlement and gave a quiet evaluation. "It seems Lin Tian has handled his work well." Then she added, "If you survive the coming war, I will permit you to serve at my side." Lin Tian immediately answered politely, thanking her for the praise. But inwardly, Lin Tian gave a cold laugh. Being forced to follow the queen and serve beside her sounded like a joke. If she were not merely a terrifying collection of bones backed by overwhelming power, he would not have hesitated to consider dealing with her as well. Not long afterward, a foul stream of evil energy rose from the queen's scepter, carrying a pungent and unpleasant smell through the air. Her voice turned cold as she announced that she would further increase the army's strength. The queen raised her scepter slightly, and a pale purple beam of light shot from the ground straight into the sky. The pressure it created was so powerful that even Lin Tian could not hide his shock. He immediately realized this was an extremely high-level summoning spell. High in the air, a huge magic circle began shining with stronger and stronger light. Symbols across the formation continued rotating without pause, while an immense source of power kept flowing through the center. From inside that glowing circle, a pair of strange animal-like legs slowly emerged. The queen was clearly concentrating all her strength on the summoning ritual. Lin Tian watched without blinking, his eyes fixed on the circle as surprise slowly widened his mouth. The monster finally crawled completely into view. Its legs looked like a twisted combination of a donkey's and an African wild buffalo's, while its upper body was built like an enormous muscular warrior charging forward. Countless colorful lumps covered its skin, and thick, hairy tentacles grew from its head in a grotesque mass. It was the spawn of the evil god Black Mountain Goat, a level 100 aberrant creature with no fixed profession. It bore the title Exemplary Evildoer and belonged to the followers of evil. Its life force was 5,000, its strength was 800, and its defense was 1,000. Even without skills or equipment, its combat power still reached 6,000. Lin Tian stared at the creature standing before him and thought silently, so this was truly the spawn of an evil god. Its appearance alone was bizarre enough, yet its attributes were frighteningly high as well. A strange, indescribable sound suddenly rang in Lin Tian's ears, causing a violent headache to erupt in his mind. At the same time, a freezing sensation spread through his entire body, filling him with panic. The horrible noise made his thoughts shake and left him feeling deeply unstable. Lin Tian instinctively wrapped his arms tightly around himself, almost as though he were trying to hold on to the smallest possible sense of safety. Just then, the queen lightly swept her scepter through the air in front of him. "Do not stare at it directly," she warned. "These things can invade the mind." At some point, a spatial crack had appeared nearby, glowing with a strange red light from within. The queen spoke in a low voice. "You will deal with the Lionheart Empire. I will handle the others." After giving that order, the queen stepped straight into the spatial crack. Within only a few moments, the opening, the strange light, and the lingering magic all disappeared completely. Lin Tian sank down to the ground and began calculating in silence. He needed equipment and every advantage available just to reach more than 6,000 combat power. Yet the queen could casually summon a level 100 demonic creature. Was that the true gap between their strengths? At that moment, a fast-moving subordinate rushed over to Lin Tian with urgent news. "Boss, the Lionheart Empire's forces are approaching quickly." Only a second later, another subordinate dropped down from above Lin Tian's head. He carried a captured man in one hand and landed heavily before reporting that the target had been secured. The prisoner struggled wildly and shouted for them to release him. The subordinate threw the captive onto the ground like discarded trash, showing him no mercy at all. Then he quickly explained, "This man came from the Holy Land and specifically demanded to see you. There are also enemies hiding in the mountains, but we have them completely surrounded." Lin Tian slowly walked closer, his eyes carrying an icy and terrifying pressure. After inspecting the injured man for a moment, he asked in a powerful voice, "You came all the way into our headquarters. Were you not afraid of dying?" Even while clutching his wound in pain, the captive held a rolled document tightly in one hand. He raised his voice and declared, "I represent the Lionheart Empire. I have come to deliver a declaration of war. We demand a death match at Liang Plain outside the Great Tomb." Lin Tian gave a faint smile, and a spark of interest appeared in his eyes. "That is quite interesting," he said calmly. "Fine. I accept your declaration of war." The man was sweating heavily, his voice shaking despite his effort to remain composed. "Now that the declaration has been delivered, I should be allowed to return and report." Before he could finish the sentence, bright red blood suddenly sprayed through the air, turning the space around him into a horrifying sight. The envoy's face twisted in agony as a tragic scream ripped from his throat. He was killed cleanly in a single strike. It was not Lin Tian who had acted. His legs gave out, and his severed head rolled across the ground before stopping directly in front of Lin Tian. The sword saint had moved without missing a single blow, and the air around her was now thick with death. She still held the weapon in her hand as she stared coldly at the corpse. On the ground, the severed head still stared upward with terror frozen in its eyes. The sword saint lowered her head slightly and spoke in a quiet voice. "You see, you are no different from me. We are all people dragged out only to become someone else's joke." Lin Tian turned toward her and asked, "Are all preparations complete?" The sword saint answered respectfully, We can depart at any time. The reinforced goblin army in the forest has fully assembled. Lin Tian's army stretched deep through the forest in massive numbers. Behind the packed ranks of goblin soldiers and commanders stood Lin Tian himself, along with the trump cards he had prepared for this war. Marching alongside the tens of thousands of goblin troops was the Queen's gift, the spawn of the evil god Black Mountain Goat. The enormous creature towered above the forces around it, and possessed strength far greater than an ordinary leader-class monster. Its arrival threw the nearby goblins into an uproar. Hao Yu stared at the towering monster in disbelief and asked frantically, "Boss, what is that thing? Why does it make me feel so sick? That does not even look like a normal goblin anymore." But it was not Lin Tian who turned around to answer. One of the goblin subordinates looked back instead, opened his mouth, and broke into a strange, manic laugh. That reaction immediately made the crazed goblin furious. He looked around in every direction, but he could not find his eldest brother anywhere. Confusion filled his face as question after question flooded through his mind. A goblin smacked Hei on the shoulder, then leaned close and hissed, "Idiot! That one is only a body double." Hei jolted upright the instant he noticed a familiar figure standing behind him. His eyes widened, and he quickly blurted out, "Boss, you're here." The goblin in his altered form lifted his gaze and continued in an annoyed tone. "I already warned you not to stare directly at those two. They're heteromorphic creatures, nothing more than spawn bodies." Hei rubbed the back of his head with a foolish look on his face. Spawn bodies? For a moment, Hei stood there blankly. Then a strange thought suddenly sparked in his head, and his eyes lit up with excitement. "Boss," he asked without thinking, "if they can already produce spawn bodies, does that mean we can eat them and have them give birth to descendants too?" The goblin boss immediately rushed forward and brought his hand down hard on Gakuang's head. The blow made Gakuang stagger sideways, clutching himself in pain. "Focus," the boss shouted. "A battle is about to start, and you're standing here lost in nonsense." Gakuang held his aching head, his expression twisted with discomfort as he shot back. Ji Lu was curious too. He even ran over to watch before, so don't act like you're the only one allowed to lecture people. The two goblins kept snapping at each other without any sign of stopping. Yet while the legion continued marching ahead, Lin Tian remained motionless among them, lost in thought. A sudden realization flashed through his mind, and his eyes brightened as though he had finally uncovered the answer to a question buried deep inside him. Maybe his identity had never been as simple as he believed. If the laws of this world truly allowed every kind of creature to mate and produce life, then the gigantic black egg shaped by the black goat evil god was no ordinary object. Its existence might be proof that those ancient legends were not merely tales passed down through time. Old legends claimed that the origin of that enormous egg was tied to one of the 7 most powerful evil gods in this realm, the being known in different records as the goddess of the Black Mountain Goat. Most people treated those stories as nothing but superstition. But now, with that terrifying myth standing right in front of him, Lin Tian could no longer dismiss it so easily. A bold possibility slowly formed in his mind. If he could create a new seed of life from the sleeping power inside that egg, then he might gain a rightful position beside the Black Goat goddess herself, bound to her in the most legitimate way possible. Without wasting another second, Lin Tian quietly slipped away from the marching ranks. He gradually drifted toward the back of the massive army, hiding himself behind the endless crowd of monsters. Then, before anyone could notice what he was doing, he suddenly accelerated and shot out of the formation. Lin Tian bent low as he approached the enormous egg towering in the middle of the battlefield. It stretched upward like a dark skyscraper rising from the earth, so vast that it looked almost endless. The air around it felt heavy, twisted, and deeply unsettling. Staring at it for too long made the mind tremble. Restlessness crept beneath the skin, while confusion pressed down on his thoughts, as if something invisible were pulling his consciousness toward the edge of collapse. Even Lin Tian, whose spirit was far stronger than most, had to grit his teeth and force himself forward. His heart pounded wildly in his chest like a drum before battle. He squeezed his eyes shut and clenched both fists tightly. In his heart, he repeated the same thought again and again, "Finish it quickly." This was an unprecedented path, one that nobody else had dared to step onto, and he was about to leave the first footprints where no one had ever gone before. Gathering every bit of courage he had left, Lin Tian moved at last. In the decisive moment, he lunged straight toward the massive target without hesitating. Far ahead, the Goblin Grand Army continued advancing without pause. Step after step, they moved forward like a dark tide rolling toward the center of the battlefield. There were so many monsters that no one could possibly count them all. Their bodies surged together like a living flood, spreading across the land in an endless mass. The rumbling of their footsteps shook the forest floor again and again, making the ground itself seem to tremble beneath their march. The argument between the goblins had not even ended when Ji Lu suddenly froze. He rolled his eyes and looked back at the figures behind him, suspicion spreading across his face. Where did the leader go? He demanded. And honestly, which one of you is supposed to be the leader? You all look exactly the same. How am I supposed to tell? Before anyone could answer, one goblin let out an irritated curse. Ji Lu immediately cut him off. Can you be quiet for 1 second? The leader probably got driven insane by you idiots and ran off to hide somewhere. Elsewhere, the Empire and the Church had already established their camp. Tents stood tightly packed together, stretching across the land like enormous clusters of mushrooms after a storm. Thick defensive fences surrounded the camp, while tall watchtowers rose above the rows of soldiers. Patrols moved constantly along the perimeter. Their footsteps stayed perfectly even, their formations remained rigid, and every soldier carried himself with strict discipline. The entire camp was tense, stretched tight like a string ready to snap. Inside the command tent, King Charles II could barely contain his fury. His face darkened as he paced back and forth, anger pouring from him with every word. Where did the scouting team disappear to? He demanded. Why has no one returned yet? Charles II continued, his voice growing harsher. Don't tell me they were killed again. Those damn goblins. If they refuse to release the envoy, then they are practically declaring war against us. Whether the goblins truly wanted battle or were plotting some other scheme, Charles knew he had to understand their intentions before responding. But now even the envoy had been assassinated, and the situation had become impossible to ignore. Seeing the king close to losing control, Glenn hurriedly stepped in. His tone remained calm, but the caution in his voice was impossible to miss. Your Majesty, please do not let your anger carry you away over goblins, he said. Precisely because they are goblins, they are capable of acting without reason. At that exact moment, a scout from the front line rushed into the command tent. He was panting heavily, his face pale from the urgency of the news. Your Majesty, the scout shouted. The goblins are moving in. A cold smile slowly appeared on Charles II's face, filled with both mockery and anger. So they have finally decided to show themselves. Charles II clenched his fists until his knuckles tightened. In a low voice, almost like a vow made to himself, he whispered, Alice near, I will bring you back. Without another delay, the king and his generals left the tent at once. Orders spread through the camp, and the imperial forces began mobilizing at their fastest speed, preparing to meet the approaching army. Then the tremors began. Violent shaking rolled across the ground again and again, far stronger than anyone expected. The soldiers stopped where they stood, their faces darkening as an overwhelming sense of danger settled over the camp. What kind of thing is coming toward us? One soldier blurted out, his voice shaking. I can feel it in my bones. My skin is crawling. Another soldier stared toward the distance, trembling as he tried to estimate the scale of the approaching force. There have to be more than 100,000 goblins, he said. And that doesn't even include the monsters marching with them. How is this even possible? Terror began spreading through the ranks. Everyone was asking the same question in their hearts. Could a small goblin tribe really grow into something this enormous in only half a year? Amid the rising panic, Charles II gritted his teeth and forced himself to remain steady. He understood that the situation had already gone far beyond every prediction. If he allowed fear to take hold now, the humans would lose before the battle even began. His gaze swept across the restless soldiers. Then, in a low voice that carried the weight of a coming storm, Charles addressed them directly. Why are you panicking? We have 100,000 heavily armored soldiers here. Our formations are elite. Even if the monsters outnumber us 2 to 1, even if there are 200,000 of them, their fate will still be the same. They will be crushed. But the moment he finished speaking, an official standing nearby began trembling violently. Cold sweat slid down his back as he stared toward the distance. Your Majesty, he said cautiously, I do not doubt the strength of the Grand Army. But what are those pitch-black masses over there? Just looking at them makes my hair stand on end. Where did they come from? The atmosphere instantly turned heavy. At that moment, the cardinal stepped forward, his cloak shifting behind him as he opened an ancient holy book worn down by time. His voice was slow and clear, each word sounding as though it had been pulled from a forgotten record. They are mentioned in the old chronicles, he said. Those are eggs produced by a sinister entity, an ancient god bearing the image of the Black Mountain Goat. It is also known as the Black Goat, evil god. According to the old records, its body follows a cycle and releases black egg sacs like those, the cardinal continued. I never expected them to appear on this battlefield. He immediately turned toward the soldiers and gave an order. Pass this down to the entire army. Avoid looking directly at those eggs as much as possible. Even after hearing his explanation, confusion still hung in the air. Most soldiers and officials had never heard the name Black Goat, evil god before. It belonged to a legend from an era so ancient that it existed long before the current empires had even been founded. Charles II did not linger on the creature's origin. His attention immediately shifted elsewhere. Where is the Pope? He asked. The Pope is still at the rear, commanding the overall situation, the cardinal replied. I came ahead to oversee the battle, and I brought this with me. As he spoke, the cardinal drew out a broad, long-bladed greatsword. The blade gleamed with a cold, pale light, while its cross-shaped hilt carried an oppressive, sacred weight. It was Alice Near's battle relic, a rank 11 sword from the height of a former age. Artifacts of that level were unbelievably rare. Because of that, the blade and the cross-shaped hilt had once been separated and used as two different treasures. But now the two pieces had been reunited at last, restoring the weapon to its complete form. The great cross sword had finally awakened, and the power sealed within it for countless years could now be released without restraint. Among the church's holy relics, its full name was the Holy Great Cross Heavy Sword. Charles II fell silent for a moment. His complexion darkened, and his eyes remained locked on the weapon as though it had dragged an old memory back into the light. Then Charles II spoke words that stunned everyone near him. "That sword does not belong to us," he said quietly. "It must return to the hands of the one who was born to wield it." Meanwhile, Lin Tian's grand army had already advanced deep into the heart of the battlefield. The monsters began shifting into position, arranging themselves into a central formation as the distance between the two forces rapidly closed. On the opposite side, the Empire's legion moved at the same time. Shields lowered into place, spears angled forward, cavalry split outward to form wings, and infantry tightened their ranks into dense lines. The two enormous war machines were finally entering the zone of decisive collision. Under the blazing sun, the Imperial army moved with frightening precision. Every step, every turn, and every shift in formation followed a strict rhythm with almost no room for error. The sound of armor striking armor mixed with the thunder of marching feet, producing a fierce roar that made the earth shudder. Silver armor reflected the sunlight in blinding white flashes across the battlefield. The entire legion gave off an overwhelming presence, cold, disciplined, and majestic enough to make it seem as though they intended to crush everything standing in their way. Yet on the other side of the battlefield, Lin Tian's forces did not move at all. There were no battle cries, no disorder, and no visible hesitation. They simply stood in silence, their eyes fixed straight ahead as they patiently waited for the Imperial army to enter their reach. Among the Imperial ranks, Charles II's gaze suddenly stopped on a small, low-level goblin standing at the front of the monster formation. The creature looked weak and insignificant, so weak that Charles had to turn toward the person beside him to make sure he was seeing correctly. The answer he received came with unmistakable hatred. That goblin was the one who had carved an unforgettable grudge into their hearts. Standing beside him, Glenn clenched his teeth so hard that his face twisted with resentment. He could never forget what Lin Tian had done. More than that, he could not forgive the goblin for trampling on the most sacred symbol in Glenn's heart. But then Charles II saw someone else, and for a brief moment, everything around him seemed to disappear. Alice Near stood before him. Her skin was pale, her eyes were as blue as the open sky, and her face was still as beautiful as he remembered. But the warmth and innocence she once carried had vanished completely. Now, her gaze held only icy darkness and hatred buried so deeply that it seemed impossible to reach. Charles II could no longer hold himself back. His voice burst out across the battlefield as though he were trying to tear through the distance between them. He wanted to bring her home. He wanted to pull back the last trace of hope that had already slipped from his grasp. Glenn stepped forward as well, trying to remind Alice Near of the past. He spoke of the days when they trained together, when he faced her again and again only to be effortlessly defeated by her every time. He even made her a promise. If Alice Near returned and stood with the Empire again, they would not hold her accountable for punishing the people who had harmed innocent civilians. But every attempt to reach her was answered by nothing except a furious shout, filled with rage so intense it seemed ready to explode. Alice Near nearly lost control. Her voice cracked beneath the weight of anger and pain as she faced them. She did not want to listen. She did not want to return. And she no longer had any faith left to make her turn back. For more than 10 years, she had endured suffering and continued fighting only because she wanted to protect innocent people. Yet in the end, the very people who claimed to stand for justice had tried to push her toward death. Those words struck Charles II directly in the heart. Whatever hope he still held disappeared in an instant. His eyes widened, filled only with misery, helplessness, and a pain he had no way to undo. At that moment, the Cardinal Archbishop slowly drew his cruciform sword. "Alice Near," he called coldly. "Look carefully. Do you recognize this? Have you truly forgotten the duty the Church once placed upon you?" Alice Near laughed as though she had just heard the most absurd thing imaginable. "A duty," she said. "Did any of you ever bother to look at what kind of duty it really was?" As she spoke, Alice Near drew the blade of ominous misfortune. A violent surge of dark energy erupted from the weapon, rising so fiercely that the sky itself seemed to dim. Above the battlefield, a massive swirling vortex opened in the clouds. It devoured the flames surging around Alice Near and dragged the violent power rising from the ground high into the heavens. The Cardinal Archbishop's expression immediately stiffened. His eyes remained fixed on that terrifying sword. He could feel a threat from it, a danger he truly did not want to confront. Then a low-level goblin at the front of the monster ranks spoke up, carrying Lin Tian's command across the battlefield. That's enough. Are you trying to stand in the way of the master's will? You shameless parasites clinging to Alice near. Even the Cardinal Archbishop had finally reached his limit. He pointed his sword directly at Lin Tian, fury blazing in his eyes. You beast, he shouted. Do not slander us. If anyone here is a bloodthirsty warmonger, it is you. There is nothing left to discuss. Let this war begin. Lin Tian only gave a faint smile, looking almost harmless despite the tension filling the battlefield. Wait, he said. I know you're excited, but there's no need to rush. I'm not like you people. I don't enjoy bloodshed and violence. I'll give you one chance to surrender. King Charles II personally took command of the cavalry charge, galloping at the head of his mounted troops as they thundered straight toward the monster ranks. With that first crushing advance, the Great War had officially begun. Lin Tian immediately gave the order for the larger monsters to move first. Don't let them settle into formation, he commanded. Once they build a proper defensive line, their advantage in close combat will become too dangerous for us. The massive monsters rushed forward without even the slightest hesitation, their eyes glowing a savage red as they crashed directly into the armored knights. One knight stared at the charging beasts in horror and gasped. What in the world are these things? Wave after wave of towering creatures poured into the battlefield. Their sheer size and violent momentum sent a freezing fear through the soldiers, the kind of dread that crawled beneath the skin and settled deep in their bones. Even so, the Imperial soldiers refused to retreat. They lowered themselves behind their shields, gritted their teeth, and tried desperately to hold the line together. But no shield wall could fully withstand monsters standing 4 or 5 meters tall. The impact came like a landslide. In a single violent collision, the Empire's front line broke apart. Watching the formation shatter, Lin Tian immediately spotted the opening hidden inside the chaos. The center of the Imperial force had been exposed, and the perfect chance to strike had finally arrived. At Lin Tian's command, countless goblins poured through the gaps in the broken Imperial line. They surged into the opening from every direction, forcing both armies into a brutal close-range struggle where blades, shields, and bodies collided without pause. But even with their overwhelming numbers and crude iron armor, the goblins were still no match for the Empire's heavily equipped soldiers. The fight quickly turned into a messy, grinding deadlock, with neither side able to force the other back for long. Seeing the situation clearly, King Charles II issued a new set of orders at once. Lancers and saber cavalry, focus on the large monsters first. Shield infantry, reform the line immediately. From both wings of the battlefield, the sharp cries of warhorses suddenly pierced through the chaos. Cavalry units rushed toward the center, their hooves striking the earth like thunder as they gathered unstoppable momentum. To the infantry caught in their path, cavalry was death itself. Where the mounted troops charged, goblins were crushed beneath hooves and driven into the mud before they could even raise their weapons to fight back. Several saber cavalrymen swung their weapons together, their blades cutting into the body of a huge tusked boar. Strike after strike rained down on the level 5 monster until it finally collapsed beneath the relentless assault. The moment one target fell, the cavalry did not slow down. They immediately turned their horses and rushed toward the next massive beast. A satisfied smile spread across Charles II's face as he watched the cavalry tear through the monster force. Now witness the iron strength of the Empire, he roared. Crush every last one of them. Smash their skulls. Lin Tian watched the battlefield with a calm expression, though his eyes gradually became more serious. He finally understood why his earlier simulations had failed. The Imperial cavalry was simply too powerful. In the future, he would need forces like that for himself. But for this battle, he was not worried. Without warning, jet-black tentacles burst from the black mountain goat eggs across the battlefield. They snatched warhorses and riders out of the charge, lifting them into the air before throwing them straight into enormous gaping mouths behind the lines. The sound of flesh and bone being crushed echoed endlessly across the battlefield. Sparks flashed as the black mountain goat eggs entered the fight. To the cavalry, and to the entire Imperial army, they had become a living nightmare. More than 10 pitch-black tentacles extended from the body of each creature. Countless soldiers were grabbed, dragged high into the air, and held helplessly in place. At that distance, they could only watch in terror as the huge mouths below ground flesh and blood apart. In the middle of that horrifying scene, Lin Tian slowly looked over the battlefield with an amused expression. His bloodshot eyes reflected the terror spreading through the Imperial ranks. Then brilliant streams of sword light suddenly tore through the air. In an instant, several huge holes were blasted open across the bodies of the black mountain goat eggs. The Cardinal Archbishop had arrived. He rescued the captured soldiers, then looked coldly toward the 2 monstrous eggs. "Leave these abominations to me," he said. "The rest of you deal with the goblins." The Cardinal Archbishop shot into the air with his cruciform sword clenched tightly in his hand. From above, he unleashed a relentless storm of slashes, sending stream after stream of sword light crashing toward the enormous black mountain goat eggs. The massive creatures were simply too large to evade such a concentrated assault. With no room to dodge, they could only endure the rain of sword light falling toward them. If nothing interrupted him, it was only a matter of time before the Cardinal Archbishop cut the black mountain goat eggs down completely. But just as his attack was about to land, Alasnir suddenly appeared in front of the black mountain goat eggs. She raised her demonic sword high and released one overwhelming slash. The strike exploded through the air and wiped out the Cardinal Archbishop's entire offensive in a single blow. Alasnir's expression was colder than ever. Hellfire wrapped around her body, burning fiercely as she stood amid the bloodshed and chaos. Then she began walking toward the Cardinal Archbishop, advancing one deliberate step at a time through the sea of slaughter. Flames spread across the battlefield as Alasnir stood with her back facing the knights. Firelight flickered across her long blonde hair, but she never turned around to face them. From a distance, one knight called out desperately, begging her to come back. He called her their sword saint, as though that old title could still reach her heart. Another knight shouted after her, insisting that she did not need to continue down this path, that she was heading in the wrong direction. But their voices did not reach her. Alasnir silenced them herself, cutting off every plea and every attempt to pull her back. Then the bishop's furious voice rang out. His aged face filled Alasnir's view as he demanded to know why she had slaughtered the very people she once swore to protect. The accusation hung heavily in the burning air while flames curled and rose around her. Alasnir stood to one side, surrounded by fire, as the bishop continued speaking. He asked whether someone like her still deserved the empire's faith, or the respect he himself had once given her. The bishop looked down at Alasnir as though she were still the child he had once known. He reminded her that she had been chosen by God. He spoke as if the road of blood and fire before her was meant to cleanse her sins, as though obedience alone could become her salvation. The distance between them became painfully clear. The bishop stood high above, untouched by the flames, while Alasnir remained below, surrounded by corpses and burning ground. He declared that if the empire was to survive, she had only one choice: obey God's laws without question. His face hardened as he continued. Her pain, her fear, and her weakness, he said, were flaws that had to be erased. Only then could she become the perfect sword, the saintess everyone expected her to be. Alasnir finally raised her head. Her expression remained calm, but her eyes searched the bishop's face as she questioned everything he had just said about raising her and trusting her. "There's something I want to ask you," Alasnir said. She turned slightly and looked at him again. "Do you feel any regret at all?" Then she continued, reminding him that he was the one who had pushed her onto a path made of nothing but killing and obedience, stripping away everything else she could have had. The bishop watched her in silence. Then golden light began pouring out from his body. Massive wings formed behind him as his power rose, filling the battlefield with a brilliant glow. "You have fallen too far," the bishop declared. "You can no longer be saved." His gaze turned merciless. "So I will erase this mistake with my own hands." The bishop rose into the air as a huge golden magic circle formed above him. Power gathered inside the formation, growing brighter and more intense while the name of his spell appeared within the shining light. From the sky, a towering beam of golden light came crashing down. At the same time, a vortex of swords erupted from the shattered earth below. Countless blades twisted upward in a violent spiral as the ground continued breaking apart beneath them. Alasnir rose into the air, and the storm answered her call. Purple energy wrapped around her body as spectral swords began circling through the air around her. With that power gathered at her side, she unleashed Steel Tempest. The bishop thrust his hand forward and formed a shield of golden light. "Holy light barrier," he declared. He poured power into the barrier just as the first wave of purple blades came crashing against it. The bishop drove his foot into the ground with tremendous force, and cracks spread outward from the impact as he anchored himself in place against the assault. He looked upward with his eyes wide open. The strain on his face became impossible to hide as the pressure from Alasnir's attack kept increasing. Then something far darker appeared behind Alasnir. A colossal shadow took shape in the air, unmistakably forming into a dragon. Its purple eyes burned with terrifying power as Alasnir summoned the demonic dragon, Death Soul. The air around her became heavier and heavier as the dragon's presence spread across the battlefield. The bishop clenched his teeth and held his ground, refusing to move even as the crushing power above him pressed down harder. Then the dragon's enormous claw crashed down onto the golden barrier. A sharp metallic impact rang through the air as light and darkness collided. Pain and shock flashed across the bishop's face. "What kind of power is this?" he shouted. To him, the pressure felt like being ripped apart by a living nightmare, as though a real evil dragon was tearing into his body. Still, he continued fighting against the overwhelming force, his eyes locked upward while light, shadow, and steel clashed violently above him. King Charles II rode forward through the battlefield, wearing armor covered in animal pelts. A golden aura flared around him and took the shape of a roaring lion. Power surged outward as he activated Lion's roar of invincibility, his presence dominating the battlefield. Attack! A sharp command rang out. Soldiers rushed ahead with their weapons raised, charging directly into the fight. Steel collided with steel as swords met across the field, and the clash of battle spread in every direction. Across the rest of the battlefield, other groups had already been drawn into combat. Fighting erupted on every side as the massive war spread farther and farther outward. Amid the confusion, King Charles II suddenly seized a brown-haired man. "I finally caught Lin Tian," the king shouted, his voice filled with satisfaction. From behind him, Kaolian stepped forward without hesitation. With one clean movement, he swung his weapon and instantly severed the goblin's head. Lin Tian's body dropped forward as the severed head fell away. The entire moment seemed to wash over in red as his form disappeared from view. Kaolian stood over the fallen body and laughed loudly, celebrating what he believed was Lin Tian's death. Cheers suddenly exploded across the battlefield. Imperial soldiers raised their weapons and shouted that victory was theirs. "Their leader is dead," someone cried out. "The enemy has lost its commander. Make the rest of them surrender." But elsewhere, Lin Tian's face showed nothing but confusion. He could not understand why these people hated him with such intensity. Then, without warning, a figure wearing King Charles II's exact appearance lifted his head and shouted in shock, as though he had recognized someone who should never have been standing there. A hooded figure stepped forward from the shadows, crimson eyes glowing beneath the lowered cloak. The real goblin had finally revealed himself. Calmly, Lin Tian told them that Alice Near had followed him of her own free will. If anyone was trapped in an embarrassing position now, it was the people standing across from him. Kaolian and King Charles II both froze for a moment. Their faces twisted with the same complicated mixture of hatred and disbelief before they shouted together, "You!" Lin Tian answered them with nothing but a mocking sneer. His harsh, hoarse voice scraped across the battlefield and stabbed directly into the pride of both men. "Well," he asked with a grin, "did you enjoy the performance? I'd say I played my part rather well." That shameless response finally pushed Kaolian beyond his limit. He stepped forward and demanded a duel, his hatred burning openly in his eyes. "For 6 months, I trained for this," Kaolian said. "Every day, I prepared myself to kill you." Lin Tian turned his head slightly beneath the hood. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he accepted the challenge, saying he would give Kaolian the chance he had been waiting for. Lin Tian looked directly at Kaolian and accepted without hesitation. "A duel," he said. "Fine, I'll give you that chance. Go to hell, you arrogant goblin." Kaolian attacked head-on, throwing himself forward with absolute confidence. In his mind, the monster standing alone in front of him had no chance of surviving his strength. Lin Tian did not move from where he stood. He simply extended one hand and pulled a short, razor-sharp dagger into his grip, holding it loosely as Kaolian came rushing toward him. There was not even a trace of fear on Lin Tian's face. Instead, a faintly mocking smile spread across his mouth as he raised the dagger and met Kaolian's punch directly. Then, in that instant, a terrifying force surged out from behind Kaolian. His fist swelled with explosive power far beyond what it had held only a moment earlier. The pressure crashed into Lin Tian's dagger, and cracks began racing across the blade faster than the eye could follow. The dagger shattered completely. Sharp fragments burst outward like flying arrows, slicing into Lin Tian's body. Blood spilled across his torso as wounds opened one after another, making it look as though his defense had been completely destroyed. The goblins watching from nearby were shaken to the core. They had never imagined seeing Lin Tian wounded, much less being driven into such a dangerous state. "Boss," they wailed in panic. Kaolian gave Lin Tian no time to recover. The instant his defense broke apart, another punch followed immediately, aimed straight at his head. Kaolian believed this was the final blow. In his eyes, there was no way Lin Tian could survive it. Lin Tian's body was hurled backward, and a violent explosion of power erupted in the middle of the battlefield. Dust and smoke surged skyward, swallowing the entire area and blinding everyone nearby. When the smoke slowly began to settle, the monsters stared in horror at the enormous crater left behind. Gakwang and another goblin cried out in despair, unable to accept what they were seeing. They asked how their boss, the one who had promised to lead them across the world, could possibly fall like this. Another goblin hurriedly shouted that even if their leader was gone, their dream of conquest would not end with him. Kaolian and King Charles II stood still, both stunned by the sight before them. They exchanged uneasy looks, silently asking the same question. Was Lin Tian truly dead? The answer came almost immediately. Kaolian suddenly coughed up blood, his face twisting in pain as his body began to shake. A bone-chilling killing intent wrapped around him from behind. Before anyone had time to react, a horrifying sight unfolded. A cold blade had pierced straight through the chest of a nearby knight, leaving him frozen in shock as blood spilled down the weapon. Through the drifting smoke, Lin Tian slowly rose to his feet. He still held the posture of someone who had just thrown a weapon, and an overwhelming pressure poured from his body. The moment the soldiers felt it, fear spread through everyone watching. Lin Tian's eyes glowed crimson with murderous intent as he looked at the humans with open contempt. "Did you really think you could kill me that easily?" he mocked. Nearby, Kaolian staggered backward while clutching his wounds, barely able to keep himself upright. Kaolian could not understand what had happened. His eyes were wide with disbelief as he cursed Lin Tian for surviving an attack that should have ended everything. King Charles II watched his most trusted subordinate collapse before him, and a roar of grief and fury tore from his throat. Before the king could make a move, thunder suddenly split the sky. A bolt of lightning crashed down in the very next second, striking Kaolian and reducing him to charred remains before anyone could save him. Lucher stepped forward with open contempt in his eyes. He planted his foot on the corpse, pulled the spear of Zeus free, and then slowly turned his gaze toward King Charles II. He openly provoked the king, claiming every ounce of that rage for himself. Then, with a calm and almost amused expression, he asked, "Who's next?" Charles II burned with fury and prepared to charge forward himself. But Herbert rushed in and stopped him before he could act. "Wait, Your Majesty," Herbert warned. "This is not as simple as it looks. That might not even be Lin Tian's real body." Herbert quickly scanned the battlefield, forcing himself to stay calm. He knew that if they lost control now, their entire army could be dragged into complete annihilation. As he spoke, enormous monsters surged forward like a tidal wave, closing in on the remaining human troops from every direction. A gigantic goblin charged straight toward them. Herbert immediately rushed forward to intercept it, driving his weapon clean through the creature's body. But the moment his attack landed, Herbert's expression changed. The monster's strength was far weaker than he expected. That realization did not comfort him. It filled him with even deeper dread. This goblin was not the real one either. The situation was collapsing far faster than Herbert had feared. A thunderous roar erupted from behind them, stunning several members of the order. Then the slaughter began immediately. Ji Lu leaped up against a horse's hind legs in one smooth motion. His void dagger flashed through the air, killing a knight in a single strike. Without the support of the royal battle standard, the knight's strength barely posed any challenge to him. Nearby, Gaquang threw out his chains and bound two knights at once. He lifted them high into the air, then hurled them directly into the middle of the goblin horde. Elsewhere, a four-armed goblin charged forward with a massive axe in its grip. With one terrifying downward swing, it split a knight apart in a single strike. Bloodshed spread across the battlefield at a terrifying pace, swallowing the human forces before they could regain their footing. Watching his comrades fall, one knight forced himself to move forward. He drove his spear into the shoulder of the four-armed goblin, managing to wound it despite the terror in his eyes. Then he desperately shouted for Herbert to protect the king and get him out alive. Herbert rode hard through the battlefield, waving the battle standard as he fought to pull the stunned soldiers out of their frozen state. He tried to escort King Charles II away from the encroaching monsters, but by then, it was already too late. In the distance, a figure standing atop a colossal beast pulled a bowstring all the way back, preparing a shot from high above the battlefield. An arrow glowing with eerie green magic tore through the air at impossible speed. It struck Herbert from behind and drove toward his heart. The impact slammed into his shoulder instead, sending a wave of agony through his entire body. Seeing his final protector gravely wounded, King Charles II screamed in horror. Herbert collapsed as his vision began to fade. With the last of his remaining strength, he urged the king to leave him behind and escape. Around them, loyal knights stared helplessly at the devastation the monsters had unleashed. The battlefield echoed with their rage and unwillingness to accept the situation. Lin Tian slowly walked forward, his face filled with triumph and scorn. He mocked the humans openly, declaring that their own arrogance had brought them to this point. Their desire to wipe out the goblin race was the reason they now stood surrounded by destruction. Herbert screamed in despair as danger crept toward him step by step. Even while facing death, he declared that he would fight them with his life until the very end. Curses burst from his mouth without hesitation. The crazed goblins immediately fixed their weary but alert eyes on him. None of them dared lower their guard for even a second. "It can end now." The cold voice of Lin Tian's double rang out without the slightest fluctuation. In the next instant, he channeled power into the spear in his hand. Bright red lightning erupted around the weapon, crackling violently as the energy surged forward without slowing. That terrifying current pierced straight through Herbert's body. In that brief moment, he could clearly see the red light passing through himself. Herbert's knees finally gave out. He no longer had enough strength to remain standing, and he collapsed heavily onto the cold ground. He lay completely collapsed, blood pouring continuously from his mouth. His condition was so miserable that even trying to stand again was impossible. With despair in his eyes, Herbert struggled to whisper his final words. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I can't keep going with you anymore. But when I die, I'll drag every enemy down with me." A high-level martial skill suddenly activated. Herbert abruptly forced himself upright, and an intense momentum burst from his body. Although his power had already been exhausted, he relied on his final will to keep fighting. That was the immortal will. The crazed goblin in front of him sensed that something was wrong. Herbert had clearly been pierced through the body, yet he was still standing. Lin Tion's double understood the situation immediately and sternly warned everyone to step back. "Herbert is nothing more than a walking corpse driven by fury now," he said. "There's no need to sacrifice yourselves for nothing. Just wait for the skill to end." The crazed goblin nodded repeatedly, his tone filled with obvious respect. At that moment, Hubei looked less like a person and more like an empty shell driven wild by madness. He lashed out at everyone within reach, unable to tell ally from enemy as his attacks tore through both sides without mercy. Watching that horrifying sight unfold, the king's entire body began to shake uncontrollably. The sword slipped from the king's trembling fingers and dropped straight to the ground with a heavy clang. His grip had completely failed him. Even the weapon he had held onto for so long was now beyond his strength to keep. The king stood there quivering from head to toe, his mind finally breaking beneath the weight of everything around him. Painful cries kept spilling from his mouth as he stared ahead in despair, asking himself again and again how it had all turned into something this terrible. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the sword saint was still locked in a brutal clash with the priest who wielded steel gale. Her blade carved a long, crushing arc through the air, and every slash carried enough murderous force to make her seem less human and more like a demonkin standing before him. The priest was being pushed to his absolute limit beneath the sword saint's relentless assault. Each incoming strike was heavier than the last, forcing him to pour every ounce of speed, precision, and reaction into defense just to barely keep from being cut down. Their battle shook violently with every collision as waves of destructive power crashed into one another without pause. Neither fighter showed the slightest sign of slowing down. Worse still, the sword energy that missed its target shot into the surrounding ranks, ripping through nearby human soldiers before they even understood what had happened, killing them where they stood. Struggling beneath the sword saint's chain of attacks, the priest finally lost control of his anger and roared back at her. Regret and rage twisted together in his voice as he shouted that it was such a waste. If she had remained the holy sword maid, then one day, she might have risen even higher than the Pope himself. But the sword saint answered without the slightest hesitation. Her eyes burned with hatred as she fixed her glare directly on him and shouted for him to stop talking nonsense. To her, there was only one thing left for him to do now: prepare to die. Then a sharp metallic sound rang out near the sword saint's position. It was the unmistakable scrape of a weapon being raised overhead, close enough to warn that someone nearby was preparing to strike her from behind. The sword saint reacted instantly. She snapped her head toward the sound and, with her sharp instincts, caught sight of the danger rushing straight at her before the attack could fully close in. Rather than waiting to be cornered, the sword saint immediately struck first. She launched an attack to seize the initiative, then pulled her body backward in one swift motion, narrowly escaping the incoming blow. Because of that sudden interference, she had come within a breath of being injured. The knight who had rushed in wore a hard, cold expression, his eyes blazing with anger as he stared at her. In his eyes, the sword saint was no longer a comrade at all, but a traitor standing against them. By then, the priest was nearly out of strength and had no choice but to retreat toward the rear. At once, several knights rushed forward and formed a protective ring around him. Their leader announced that they had been sent by the Holy Mother to provide support. At the same time, the bishop gave them a stern warning. The sword saint's blade contained a ghost dragon soul, along with another power they still could not identify. The knight answered immediately that he understood. The moment he received that command, the knight gathered his strength without delay. His body lowered slightly, power surging through his legs, and then he launched himself upward with a fierce leap into the air. The sword saint now found herself trapped at the center of the battlefield. 3 tall, heavily built knights rushed at her from different directions at once. Even surrounded like that, she did not panic. Her eyes moved quickly from one enemy to the next as she measured every position around her. The instant the gap between them closed, the sword saint sprang into the air. Her blade flashed as she twisted mid-leap, sending several rapid slashes down toward the knights charging beneath her. Meanwhile, the priest had not stopped moving. Even while recovering, he continued casting high-level magic and created a massive, glowing circle in the air. It was a holy force field, and he poured all of his remaining strength into completing it. Moments later, a wall of energy rose around the battlefield and sealed them inside. The sword saint, the priest, and 5 large knights were all trapped within its shining boundary. It was clear that they had no intention of allowing anyone outside to interfere with this fight. The Sword Saint looked up at the bright wall enclosing her from every side. Her teeth clenched tightly as her eyes swept across the priest and each knight surrounding her, carefully searching for the next attack before it came. Without warning, 2 armored knights carrying massive sabers charged directly at her from the front. At the same time, another knight rushed in from the side, closing the gap and attacking from a different angle. 3 separate strikes came at her all at once. Yet the Sword Saint moved in time, swinging her blade through the air and catching every one of those slashes before any of them could reach her body. The force behind those attacks was overwhelming, but it still was not enough to knock the knights away. The Sword Saint was forced to keep holding her ground and block their pressure head-on. Before she could create any space for herself, another knight was already rushing in to join the assault. As she struggled to resist the attacks in front of her, one knight saw the opening. The remaining 2 immediately sent their blades toward her at the same time. But the Sword Saint recognized the danger at the last second and threw herself through the gap, slipping cleanly away from both strikes. During that sudden evasive movement, a strand of her hair brushed against the bright golden wall of spiritual energy surrounding the battlefield. The Sword Saint instantly realized just how dangerous her position had become. She could not allow herself to be forced all the way to the outer edge of that wall. If she reached it, the situation would become far worse than it already was. But in the brief moment when her attention was drawn elsewhere, she failed to guard her back. The priest had already grabbed a large sword and leapt into the air behind her. Only then did the Sword Saint sense the danger descending from above. By then, it seemed too late to escape. The priest's slash came straight for the back of her head and down her spine. In that instant, the battle balanced on the edge between life and death. Suddenly, the king ignored the danger around him and rushed forward, shouting with all his strength for them to stop. He begged the bishop and the knights not to hurt the girl. Alice Near was not a bad child, he insisted. She could still be saved. The king could not bear the thought of losing her, but the priest could already see how deeply the darkness had taken hold inside her. After taking the heavy blow, the Sword Saint barely managed to remain upright. Her limbs shook violently as the priest stepped closer with his sword still in hand. In a low, helpless voice, he told the king that it was already too late. The Sword Saint had gone too far, and there was no longer any path back for her. The priest raised his sword above his head with both hands, his eyes steady and completely resolved. The previous attack had already torn open Alice Near's back, leaving a long, bloody wound across her body. The priest surged forward and settled into a killing stance. His entire expression hardened with determination. This time, he believed Alice's mistake could no longer be forgiven. His voice dropped as powerful energy gathered around him, ready to strike her down. Then he spoke one final farewell. "Goodbye, Alice Near." On the other side, the king screamed out in desperation. His voice cracked until it became hoarse as he shouted no, staring helplessly toward Alice Near without any way to reach her. A long slash already stretched across Alice Near's back from the priest's earlier attack. Now another strike was about to descend upon her body, threatening to finish what the first blow had begun. Yet Alice Near showed no sign of moving away. She remained slumped on the ground with her sword beside her. Then, all at once, the world around her seemed to vanish. It was as though she had been dragged into another place entirely, her whole body swallowed by a strange layer of glowing color. Someone approached through that unfamiliar space. Each step the figure took created ripples like magical waves across the ground beneath them. Then a voice spoke softly to Alice Near, telling the exhausted girl that she looked tired and should rest, leaving the rest to her instead. The body that carried that voice was wrapped in a frightening black magical aura. Its shape, however, looked almost exactly like Alice Near's own. It was as if a darker, corrupted version of Alice had appeared before her and begun to speak. Alice Near raised her eyes toward the figure, suspicion filling her face. She immediately snapped back at it, ordering it to be quiet. She refused to be tricked by whatever it was trying to do. The dark woman simply stood there with her arms folded, looking completely at ease. In a surprisingly relaxed tone, she told Alice Near that she had misunderstood. She only wanted to give her more power. After all, if Alice died, then she too would fall into the priest's hands, and she would never again be able to enjoy the thrill of bloodshed. A terrifying smile spread across the woman's face within the pitch-black darkness. Her voice slowly became more excited, more twisted, as she added that Alice did not want to die by her hand either, did she? Hearing those words, Alice Near clenched her teeth and said nothing. Her face tightened with an emotion she could not hide, caught between disgust, fear, and the unbearable pressure closing in around her. For a long time, Alice remained silent. Then strange cries began to echo all around her. A dark blood-red illusion flickered in the distance, but suddenly a brilliant light burst through it, shining like a small sun and driving the darkness back. Even so, the woman's shrill voice still pierced through the air, insisting that it had to be this way and urging Alice to simply accept it. Back in reality, the priest was putting everything he had into his attack against the Sword Saint. Suddenly, a stream of red fire erupted and threw him off balance. His body nearly collapsed backward as a sword flying from the Sword Saint's direction struck him, almost costing him his life. Below his feet, red flames burst across the ground in every direction. The knights outside could not withstand the crushing pressure of that power either. Instinctively, they staggered backward and retreated from the heat. If they had stayed any closer, the flames were so intense that they might have been burned alive on the spot. Seeing the situation turn dangerous, the priest threw both hands up to shield his face. His eyes remained locked on Alice Near as he stared at her in alarm. Then he opened his mouth and screamed, as though he had already sensed exactly what was about to happen. Alice Near's body tightened as an intense struggle raged inside her. She suddenly fell backward with violent force, her body tossing from the impact. Then she fought with everything she had left, and black-red flames exploded from her entire body. The pressure was terrifying, while the air filled with the crackling roar of scorching fire energy. A moment later, Alice Near had fully fallen into darkness. When she slowly bent forward and returned to a normal posture, a horrifying smile appeared on her face. Her eyes were no longer the eyes of the Alice Near the king had once known. Panic swept through everyone watching. Voices rose in terror as they realized what had happened. Darkness had possessed her. She had been swallowed completely. The soldiers began shouting for the king to be protected, and several people rushed forward while others immediately turned back to shield him. The king stood behind two large knights, staring helplessly at his daughter as he called her name over and over. Alice Near, Alice Near. The priest opened his mouth wide and shouted with all the strength he could gather. They had to kill her immediately. Under no circumstances could they allow her to escape from the holy force field. Alice Near, now possessed by darkness, no longer spared a thought for the people who had once fought beside her. She let out a wild scream, as though she had finally been given permission to release everything buried inside her. At last, she cried out. At last, she could finally be completely delighted with herself. A strange power began to gather around Alice Near and condensed into a thick sphere of blood-red energy. From that sphere, long, unnatural tentacles stretched outward in every direction before turning toward the surrounding soldiers. The tentacles crawled into their mouths and pierced through their bodies, tearing into their internal organs. With only the slightest touch, entire groups of knights began dying one after another. Even the priest was beginning to look like he could barely hold himself together. A huge mouthful of blood burst from his lips, leaving his body weak and unsteady, while swollen veins stood out around his wide, strained eyes. Despite his condition, he could only stare at Alice Near's power with dread and mutter that something was terribly wrong. Although his strength was steadily being drained away, the priest's determination refused to break. He forced one trembling arm forward, ignoring the pain shooting through it, and slowly gathered a stream of power in his palm. Even while shaking, he aimed that remaining energy directly at Alice Near. The priest condensed that power into a massive divine blade, known as Divine Punishment. It shot forward through a dazzling storm of light, flying straight toward Alice Near as she stood at a distance and watched the attack approach. Seeing the priest create such an enormous weapon, one soldier behind him immediately cried out in concern. That attack was powerful enough to endanger their own forces as well. But the priest had no patience left for innocent lives. His only goal was to destroy Alice Near, whatever the cost. He shouted back that there was no more time to hesitate. They had to restrain her immediately before she fully became darkness itself. If a darkened escaped, he warned, the whole world would fall into chaos. At that point, the Sword Saint looked like an entirely different person. Her eerie, delighted laughter rolled across the battlefield while thick black mist twisted around her body, choking the air and swallowing the space nearby. With excitement blazing in her eyes, she rushed forward and declared that this great battle would become her rebirth. Deep within Alice Near's inner world, her true self was growing furious and overwhelmed. She warned Darkin, who was taking control of her body, that enough was enough. If Darkin kept going any further, Alice would kill her first. But Darkin showed no fear at all. Instead, her crisp laughter rang out even more brightly as she insisted they were almost there. Without this power, they would never defeat the enemy. The battle was nearly over, and they only needed a little more. Alice Near's true self suddenly became terrifyingly serious. Brilliant golden light began to rise all across her body, pushing back against the darkness around her. Then she spoke in a low, firm voice, repeating that she had already said enough was enough. The next instant, Alice Near erupted with a terrifying burst of energy, and the force around her carried an overwhelming magnetic pressure. Her entire body shone with golden radiance, making her look like a goddess of the sun as the light spread across the whole area. That sudden golden power made Darkin, who had been controlling Alice Near's body, turn around in shock. Still laughing loudly, she looked back toward Alice and said that they first had to deal with the enemies standing before them. With that, Darkin turned toward the battlefield and pulled out a massive blade. Demonic energy poured into it in a violent surge as she calmly announced the use of a supreme sword technique. Then, from where Alice Near stood, she raised the great blade high toward the sky, forming a strange sigil circle above her. The sigil shone with blinding brilliance. Blood-colored patterns spread around its edges, while thick black evil energy began gathering high in the sky like a storm waiting to descend. Those patterns and streams of dark power spun faster and faster until they merged into a massive vortex. At the center of that horrifying whirlpool floated a bright golden sword. Alice Near was forming bloody abyss, and the sheer scale of it left the priest frozen in disbelief, struggling even to breathe as he stared upward. The priest looked completely terrified. His lips trembled as he muttered that it was impossible for someone to create multiple magic circles like that. Alice Near's eruption of power had already begun damaging the entire formation around them. The soldiers received their orders and rushed at Alice Near together. She stood alone against several large opponents, but now she looked like a savage demon waiting for prey to come within reach so she could tear them apart. Her sword swept through the air in sharp diagonal arcs. In that instant, Alice Near unleashed her technique. The first man to reach her was cut apart before he could do anything. His head separated from his body, while another slash divided the rest of him so violently that his arm and body fell in separate pieces. Alice Near's strength had reached a level no one could match. The darkness around her grew thicker and deeper, making her seem like a true female demon king. The priest quickly shouted another order. No one was to rush in carelessly. If they exposed themselves now, they would only die immediately. Instead, they had to keep attacking from a distance with magic and gradually weaken her. As soon as the priest finished speaking, glowing circles appeared above the heads of the soldiers. From each circle, a sharp spearhead of light emerged. These were the shining spears they had created with magic, following the priest's command to resist Alice Near from afar. But those attacks meant almost nothing to Alice Near. She lightly moved across the streams of energy launched by the soldiers, slipping around them with astonishing ease. Her body bounced and shifted through the air as nimbly as a squirrel leaping between branches. Then she burst forward like a flash of lightning. The result was immediate. A group of soldiers was blasted apart and sent flying through the battlefield, dying in horrific fashion before they could recover. Even the Goblin soldiers on the opposite side, who had not joined the fight yet, were left terrified by what they witnessed. The priest knew this battle could no longer be turned around easily. Grinding his teeth, he realized that the situation was becoming a disaster. In his eyes, Alice Near had become a truly terrifying demon. The Pope had to intervene, he thought. The Darkin had to be destroyed at any cost. In the blink of an eye, the sword saint flashed directly in front of the priest. He instinctively stumbled back several steps, shocked by how suddenly she had appeared. Her eyes glowed crimson as she stared straight at him and shouted a cruel question. Were these wicked, ruthless humans plotting to kill her? The priest could only stare at her and mutter one stunned word. What? Then both of them struck at the same time. The sword saint and the priest launched their blades forward together, and their powers collided in a violent clash. But from the moment their attacks met, it was clear that the sword saint held the advantage. Their swords pressed against one another at close range. Then a cracking sound suddenly echoed through the battlefield. The priest's weapon was beginning to split apart under the crushing force of her blade. A second later, the priest's weapon finally shattered. He stood stunned before the sword saint's overwhelming strength, unable to mount any defense. Her next sword strike came down with terrifying force and immediately tore into his right arm. Now the priest had lost an arm. With his remaining hand, he clutched the wounded side tightly, trying to stop the blood from pouring out. He forced himself to endure the pain and ordered the people behind him to rush forward and escort him away. Yet even then, he could not accept the power of the darkness inside Alice Near. He demanded to know what kind of sword technique she was using, saying that only Ruin of the Sword Kingdom should have been capable of something like this. A soldier hurriedly warned him to be careful because she was speaking again. The sword saint's expression remained cold and merciless, but her voice carried open disdain. She said she had been born on battlefields, raised amid slaughter, and had ruled over humanity's fear of war for centuries. How could someone who had only lived a few decades dare compare swordsmanship with her? To her, this was nothing more than an ordinary move. After saying that, Darkin inside the sword saint made her body leap upward. She moved with frightening speed and graceful precision, flying through the air as she continued her attack and prepared to finish the priest herself. The knights standing before the priest saw her coming and immediately drew their blades. They rushed forward to shield him while urgently telling him that they had to leave at once. In the next flash, all that could be seen were long, powerful streaks of sword light cutting through the air, followed by the panicked screams of knights being struck down one after another. Blood dripped from beneath one knight's feet, falling drop by drop until a large red patch spread across the ground. Right in front of the priest, the man he believed possessed the strongest sword technique had collapsed in a miserable state. The priest called out Filford's name in panic, but Filford had no strength left even to stand. With what little breath he had, he told them to quickly notify the Holy Father. The priest clenched his teeth until his jaw tightened. Hatred filled his eyes as he glared toward Darkin, who was controlling Alice Near's body, and he growled out a furious curse. Now he turned his back and began walking toward the knights. His retreating figure looked defeated and miserable as he staggered away from the fight. The Sword Saint remained standing in place, watching his every movement. Within her, the Sword Saint's soul felt that something was wrong. She leaned forward slightly and wondered whether he was trying to escape. Darkin immediately warned her to wait. They were not a match for the Pope, and they could not afford to chase recklessly. Just then, Lin Tian arrived together with Jubi and Goblin. He was leading a woman whose hands were bound in chains. Raising his voice, Lin Tian told Alice Near not to keep chasing. He asked whether she could still control Darkin, reminding her that her body was already exhausted and needed treatment. But Darkin turned back and told Alice Near not to worry. Once the war ended, she would naturally disappear on her own. There were still many enemies left to deal with, she said, and what would happen if danger appeared again later? Alice Near's inner self could not completely deny her argument. What Darkin said sounded reasonable, especially when the Pope had not even made his move yet. Lin Tian's face hardened as he spoke bluntly. The Holy Pope was on an entirely different level from all of them. He ordered Alice Near to purify herself immediately. Alice Near raised one hand high, and a powerful golden light burst out directly before Darkin. The sudden radiance made Darkin panic, and she shouted for them to stop. She complained that she was being dragged down as though into a mud pit, and angrily demanded whether they had no sense of morality at all. After all, she was the one who had helped save their lives. Right after that, the dark power seemed to leave the Sword Saint's body. Her strength vanished, and she fell heavily to the ground. Lin Tian and the others panicked the moment they saw her collapse. They quickly rushed back toward the Sword Saint's side. Lin Tian urgently ordered his subordinates to treat her at once. Alice Near ran over and sat beside her, while Yuche supported the fallen Sword Saint in his lap. They immediately began giving her special treatment. At the same time, golden sunlight suddenly appeared high in the sky and poured down over the battlefield. The sight caught Lin Tian's group off guard, and they all looked upward. Lin Tian stared at the strange phenomenon in confusion, as though he had never seen anything like it before. He asked what it was. The Sword Saint was clearly in terrible pain, but she still remained conscious and forced herself to answer. She said it was world magic, heaven descending. The Holy Pope had finally made his move. Darkin's earlier furious complaints still echoed in the air, while out on the battlefield, the monster gifted to Learchair began to appear. The monster was being controlled by the stream of power descending from the sky. Its huge mouth opened wide, and countless tentacles writhed around its body. Those massive limbs struggled violently and smashed into the ground, sending thick smoke rising into the air. Nearby, many priests had gathered together and were trying to suppress it. The sound released by that creature was so unbearable that the entire goblin army felt as though their heads were splitting apart. Combined with the sweeping golden radiance, they could barely move and could only wail in pain and despair. Goblins cried out that it hurt too much and called desperately for their monarch. Lin Tian himself was not affected, but when he turned to look at his army, he realized that not a single soldier had escaped the suffering. The sight left him horrified. With the goblin forces restrained by that power, the human knights rushed forward and attacked them. The monster's suppression weakened the goblins by an entire level, while the human magicians were strengthened by one rank. It was a terrifying power, one that not only paralyzed the whole goblin army, but also steadily drained away their energy. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and thought bitterly that he had not expected that old man to finally act. At the same time, he wondered why Veronica and the others still had not appeared. Then Lin Tian glanced down at a dead man lying on the ground. A thought quietly formed in his heart. This was enough. With a plan already in mind, he decided to devour the human corpse below him. He released his power and absorbed the body. In a very short time, Lin Tian had taken possession of the dead knight's form. Without wasting another moment, he decisively left the area. The Sword Saint and Eola both noticed what he had done and watched him leave. Alice Near urgently called out, asking Ludier where he was going. Without stopping, he answered that he would find a way to deal with that old man. He told the girls to remain there and keep watch, warning them not to let him down. Meanwhile, at the Pope's location, the space around him had become connected to the heavens themselves. He was drawing down that source of power from above and pulling it directly toward the battlefield. This was the very place where the Holy Pope was carrying out his sacred ritual, surrounded by an air so heavy it felt impossible to breathe. High above the ground, the Holy Pope hovered on a massive stone slab. More slabs formed a wide ring around him, each one guarded by watchful figures standing at the ready. His attention never wavered for even a second as he poured out his power, trying to force down the entire goblin army by himself. System display, Douglas. Level 100. Race, human. Occupation, Holy Pope. Titles: Supreme of Faith, Below Even the Gods, Light of the World. Lifespan: 3,800. Strength: 1,300. Defense: 1,900. Skills: Descent, Collapse of All Realms, Ultimate Judgment, Ascension-like Blessing. Equipment: Crossrail. Total Power: 1,000. Disguised as nothing more than an ordinary knight, Alyosha quietly made his way into the area. The moment he stepped closer, he felt the overwhelming pressure in the air and froze in amazement. The fighting strength gathered here was beyond anything he had expected. Why were these people so unbelievably powerful? A worried thought kept circling through his mind. There was no way around it now. He would have to risk approaching personally and test just how far the Holy Pope's power truly reached. Once all of this was over, though, he would settle the score. Veronica would pay for this, and so would that blood-sucking demon. He swore he would grind Veronica's bones to dust and make her regret ever crossing him. Meanwhile, Luke here rushed toward the Holy Pope's position while pretending to be an ordinary human citizen. The instant he got close enough, he bent deeply at the waist and spoke with perfect respect. "Your Majesty, this servant has something urgent to report." A saintess standing beside Lin Tian turned her eyes toward him. Her voice was soft, warm, and almost as captivating as her appearance. "There is no need to rush. Please stand up first, then speak slowly." The second Lin Tian looked at the nun. An unfamiliar thought suddenly flashed through his head. He stared at her almost spellbound. What was wrong with this nun? Her spotless white cloak gave off a strange feeling that made his thoughts wander somewhere they absolutely should not. Why was he feeling something like that at a time like this? But just as quickly, Lin Tian snapped himself back to reality. He had work to do, and he needed to act immediately. All he needed was one opening. The moment the chance appeared, he would use the spear of Zeus, stained with the blood of destruction, to wound the Holy Pope. A small ring had already been prepared in his hand. He pulled it out, and a faint surge of power began flickering around it. The Holy Pope instantly sensed that something impure had entered the area. His eyes flew open, and his gaze snapped downward without hesitation. Not even half a second passed before a colossal blast of force came crashing down like an enormous arrow from the heavens. It struck Lin Tian head-on and hurled him through the air like a missile. His body was battered apart as he plummeted into the ground, and the impact exploded across the battlefield. Dirt, shattered stone, smoke, and dust burst upward in every direction. The entire area trembled beneath that single strike, making it painfully clear just how terrifying the power behind it truly was. After the violent shock finally began to fade, the thick smoke and dust slowly drifted away. From the crater below, Lin Tian gradually forced himself back onto his feet. He clutched his chest in agony, his disguise completely broken as his true appearance was exposed. Coughing hard, he muttered through the pain. "Good thing I had protective armor. Otherwise, that attack would have killed me." His whole body felt completely drained. It was as though every organ inside him had been scorched by fire. Lin Tian struggled upright while pressing a hand against his stomach. He looked toward the Holy Pope with fear still written across his face. That was terrifying. "Now I understand." Before he could say anything else to Veronica, the sky ahead suddenly darkened. Far above them, a glowing magic circle appeared, while thick clouds rolled in from every side. A powerful stream of lightning surged out from the magic circle and slammed down toward the ground near Lin Tian. The bizarre sight made him instinctively recoil as the air filled with a sharp, roaring hum. Then, in the middle of that strange phenomenon, a gigantic hand suddenly descended from above. It looked like the hand of some enormous ape reaching down from the sky. The earth shook violently beneath its weight. Even the thick, wrinkled skin of the massive hand split apart, tearing through the protective barrier around it. Lin Tian stared in complete shock. What kind of monsters were clashing with such terrifying force? Compared to them, he did not even feel qualified to stand on the same battlefield. Just then, someone stepped up beside him and spoke in a familiar voice. "Thank you, little boy." Lin Tian stiffened at once and quickly turned around. "Thank you, little brat, for keeping the Pope distracted." The owner of that voice was Veronica, the skeleton lord. She strode forward with her subordinates at her side, while a line of massive monsters loomed behind her. Veronica continued as she passed him. "Because of that distraction, I finally had enough time to summon the Hand of Calamity." Her army followed behind her as she moved toward the front lines. Without looking back, she gave Lin Tian one final warning. "We are going in. Make sure your goblin army wins this battle." After Veronica had gone a short distance, Lin Tian grabbed his stomach and called after her in pain. "Demon Lord, I think I'm about to die here. Can you at least let me go first?" Veronica answered coldly, without slowing down. "Your task is finished. Stay here. Once everything is over, I will send someone to rescue you." Lin Tian's expression darkened as he thought it over. Their plan had been far too well prepared. They had used him until he served his purpose, and now they were ready to leave him behind. Were they really that afraid he might turn against them afterward? Or did Veronica simply want to claim every reward from this battlefield for herself? Without another word, Lin Tian opened a potion bottle and swallowed every last drop in one breath. His eyes hardened as he made up his mind. Fine. Then he would take back what he was owed with his own hands. The army led by the skeleton lord advanced toward the Holy Pope's side. Soon, the two forces stood directly across from one another, neither side moving first. Their terrifying auras pressed together in silence, creating such suffocating tension that the soldiers around them could barely breathe. The old pope narrowed his eyes and leaned forward slightly, sweeping his gaze across Veronica's forces. "Veronica, what exactly are you trying to do?" he demanded. "Why must you keep adding more deaths to this world?" Veronica refused to give an inch. Her voice came back cold and direct. "You are the one responsible for all this killing, Douglas. I only want the life I once had, yet you never stop standing in my way." Those words sent the Pope into a fury. "A life?" he shouted. "You are already dead, so what right do you have to speak of living?" The nun behind him tried to grab his arm and calm him down, but he ignored her completely. "Your destiny is to remain buried in this great tomb forever." Behind Veronica stood the former Pope, his old face twisted with discomfort and resentment. Veronica herself remained at the front, lowering her voice until it became calm but frighteningly firm. "Looking at you now, it seems you do not have much time left. You should become my subordinate, just like your son. At least then, old age will never take you." "You dare say that to me?" The Pope's anger surged even higher. His wrinkled hand shook as he pointed directly at Veronica, his teeth clenched so tightly that his rage showed plainly across his face. Yet despite all that fury, he did not dare to make another move. At that moment, Veronica lifted her scepter and aimed it toward the Pope and his followers. They all unconsciously stepped back together. "Enough, old man," she said sharply. "Our battlefield is not here. Today, we settle every old grudge between us. Come forth, heresy, kingdom of darkness." In an instant, Veronica vanished from sight. At the very same time, the Holy Pope disappeared as well. It was as if both of them had teleported away to fight somewhere else, leaving their armies behind to face each other. With Veronica gone, Succubus immediately took command of the Skeleton Lord's army. Darkness spread across her body as she gathered her strength, then released that power toward the soldiers around her. "Now it is our turn," she declared. "Let's wipe them all out in a single strike." The moment she finished speaking, dark evil power surged forward from her body like a gigantic serpent. It twisted through the battlefield with incredible speed, curling around every obstacle in its way. Wherever it passed, knights lost their heads before they could even react. The attack moved too quickly and too flexibly for the human army to defend against. The priest saw the slaughter unfolding and knew he could not allow Succubus to continue. Even with only one arm remaining, he still forced himself to launch an attack. Yellow spiritual energy burst forward and shot toward her position. "You damned blood-sucking demon," he roared. Succubus had only just cut down several soldiers when the priest's attack struck her unexpectedly. Blood spilled from her mouth as she staggered back. It was obvious now that the priest was far more dangerous than he looked. Caught off guard by the hit, Succubus's face twisted with anger. She slowly turned around and glared toward the person who had wounded her. But before she could prepare another move, the priest's next attack had already flown close enough to strike her body. With no time left to escape, she could only watch as destruction rushed toward her. Out of nowhere, a rough hand grabbed Succubus across the chest and yanked her violently to one side, pulling her clear of the incoming attack. For a brief moment, Succubus had no idea who had taken advantage of that opening. But when she looked back, she realized the one who had saved her was the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint immediately tossed Succubus aside and rushed forward herself, placing her body directly in the path of the attack. The Sword Saint swung her blade through several swift movements, neutralizing the incoming strike before it could reach her. The attack exploded into countless fragments that scattered through the air, but those pieces still came flying toward her, forcing her to keep cutting until every fragment had been sliced into even smaller pieces. A massive wave of fire then surged forward at incredible speed. It rushed straight into the priest's attack and rapidly burned away the remaining destructive force. The Sword Saint finally relaxed a little and lowered her weapon. With Succubus helping from behind, the battlefield gradually returned to a temporary calm. The Sword Saint glanced back at Succubus and spoke in a firm, cold voice. "He is the one I'm going to kill. You do not need to interfere." She made her meaning clear. Alice Near intended to defeat the priest with her own hands. The priest shouted in rage, "Damn it! Your Highness, I have to use that thing. I must destroy that monster and Alice Near." The nun standing behind him tried to reassure him. "Sir, please do not worry. The Pope has not returned yet. Please wait patiently." But the priest turned toward her and shouted impatiently, "Hurry up. If I die here now, I will not even get the chance to fight." The nun hesitated, caught between fear and duty. She bit down on her lip and stood quietly for a moment, struggling to make her decision. Super magic, redemption by fire. The nun finally released her power and chose to support the priest. After weighing everything in her heart, she had agreed to act. Succubus stared at the blazing fire with both curiosity and caution in her eyes. Is that the aura of an angel? No, that can't be possible. The Sword Saint kept her gaze fixed ahead and explained that it truly was angelic power, more specifically, the power of a 12-winged seraph. Whoever used it would be reduced to ashes within 10 minutes, but during those final minutes, their strength would rise to an unbelievable level. That was the meaning of redemption. Alice Near immediately asked, then why don't we retreat for now? It only lasts 10 minutes, right? The Sword Saint did not answer right away. She drew in a deep breath, focused all her spirit, and tightened her brows. Her eyes narrowed as she stared straight ahead, carefully watching the priest without letting even the smallest movement escape her notice. I will become divine wrath itself, the priest declared. I will burn everything to ashes. With the nun's support behind him, blazing fire gathered around his missing side and formed a brand new right arm from pure flame. He lowered his stance, pulled that fiery arm back into a punching position, and the flames around him continued growing stronger and denser. Then he locked his eyes onto Alice Near, ready to unleash everything at her. The explosion that followed echoed across the entire mountain forest where Alice Near and the priest stood. The shockwave rolled outward for nearly 100 kilometers, splitting the ground in a huge circular fracture around them. It was no longer a normal strike. The force of that blow was practically the same as a bomb detonating across the battlefield. After the priest finished his attack, the chaos gradually began to settle. But Alice Near and Succubus had both taken devastating hits and were blasted far away from the impact zone. Before such terrifying power, neither of them had been able to resist. The priest looked toward Alice Near through the fading smoke, his voice cold and merciless. There is no escape from my judgment. It is time for this to end. The priest continued gathering flames in the center of his palm, feeding more and more power into the burning mass. His voice came out in a low, threatening hiss as the fire around his hand grew increasingly violent. This attack felt like the priest's final farewell to Alice Near. He leaned forward, pushed with all his strength, and sent a towering pillar of flame rushing toward the Sword Saint. The blazing column stretched for dozens of meters as it tore through the air. This time, he had no intention of holding anything back. Alice Near was still struggling to rise from the ground when that terrifying torrent of fire came flying toward her. She had not even managed to steady herself, much less prepare for another attack. At that critical instant, it looked as though the Sword Saint was about to be completely erased. Then, through the roar of the flames, someone came sprinting toward her. The figure was panting heavily, rushing forward as fast as his body could possibly move. It was the king. In the end, he simply could not abandon Alice Near. He knew she had been manipulated by an outside force, and even after everything that had happened, he still wanted to protect her. Spreading both arms wide, he stepped directly into the path of the burning attack and allowed the flames to engulf him instead. Alice Near's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. In that one instant, something buried deep in her memory seemed to stir. She never expected the king to throw himself in front of her at the very last moment, shielding her with his own body. My beloved Alice Near. Those were the final words the king left behind. He knew perfectly well that choosing this path could mean disappearing forever, yet he accepted it because he could not bear to see her hurt. He closed his eyes tightly and smiled through the pain. For him, simply being close to her like this was already enough to make him happy. The fiery force surged forward and struck the king squarely in the back. A violent blast erupted at once, and the scorching wave of flames swallowed the space around him in a terrifying explosion. Even in that final moment, the king still saw Alice Near as the young girl she had once been. He gently stroked her head and smiled with quiet warmth. From this day onward, this will be your home, and I will be your father. The younger Alice Near looked up in confusion, wondering why he would say such things, while the king's body slowly began to fade away. Before disappearing, he left one final message behind. This country can no longer be saved. At least let me use this life to repay all the protection you gave me. I'm sorry, my daughter. As his words faded, the king's body scattered away into ashes. Alice Near slowly lifted her head, completely stunned. Black ash drifted through the air in front of her, swirling where the king had stood only moments ago. She could not find a single word to say. With the king gone, only the priest remained standing in front of her. His attack had ended, but the shock of what had just happened had not. The two of them stood frozen in place, staring at one another with disbelief as the ashes continued falling between them. The old priest panicked and looked down at his own arm, his voice breaking as he stammered. What? What have I done? I actually killed His Majesty. His face twisted in horror. How many more unforgivable mistakes am I going to make? Meanwhile, the Sword Saint's anger kept rising, growing heavier and more dangerous with every second. Alice Near charged forward with killing intent pouring from her body. Her holy sword had already turned black, and flames burned fiercely along its blade. She raised it high and screamed, "Then die." The priest had no chance to defend himself in time. With one devastating swing, the sword saint cut through him cleanly. His head was sent flying from his shoulders, blood spraying across the ground before the severed head crashed down nearby. Even after his head struck the ground, the priest's eyes had not closed. His face remained locked in fear and regret, as though he still could not accept that his own hands had killed the king. Alasnir had brought him down with a single strike. One move was all it took to end the priest's life. She stood silently in front of his fallen body, her presence frighteningly cold. Nothing could be heard except her uneven breathing, each ragged breath carrying helplessness, grief, and deep resentment. Succubus slowly approached from behind and gently placed a hand on the sword saint's shoulder. "It's all right," she said softly. "We will always stay by your side." But Alasnir looked as though she no longer cared about anyone around her. In a cold, emotionless voice, Alasnir gave her command to the frenzied goblins. "Take the remaining heroes and follow me. It is time to capture the royal capital." Seeing Alasnir's attitude, Succubus froze for a moment and did not know what else she could possibly say. Instead, she turned toward the three-headed beast behind her. "Cerberus, go with them. This is no longer just a battlefield. Follow the queen's orders carefully. If anything happens, report back immediately." At that moment, the human army began falling into complete chaos. "Holy Mother, the king is dead," someone cried out. "The situation is already lost. We may be able to hold them back for a little longer, but you need to retreat now. If you stay, you will not survive this." A man hurriedly guided the Holy Mother toward a safer place, but she hesitated and could not bring herself to move. Then a huge halo suddenly appeared high in the sky, spinning like a violent storm. It came crashing down from above, and everyone below lifted their heads in panic. A figure suddenly fell from the center of that strange phenomenon and slammed into the ground, making the entire area tremble. Only the upper half of the body remained, while enormous wings beat constantly behind the fallen figure. The winged woman was Gabriel. The instant she arrived, she beat her wings and rose back into the air. Her voice rang out in anger. "You traitor! Why do you always stand against us? And what does any of this have to do with me?" Standing across from her was the skeleton lord, Lucifer. "At first, I had no real interest in this matter," Lucifer replied. "But once I heard it was connected to all of you, how could I possibly miss such a perfect chance for revenge?" Gabriel's expression darkened as she clenched her teeth. "Were you the ones who convinced others to frame me before?" she demanded. "I swear I'll return to the Garden of Eden and make every one of you kneel at my feet, begging for forgiveness." Then she glared at Lucifer and shouted, "You bastard!" After that, Gabriel turned toward the humans below. "Citizens, the Garden of Eden will never forget what happened to you today. As for the great Goblin tomb, we will help you deal with it." Just then, the Pope suddenly fell from the air and crashed onto the ground. The nun panicked and ran toward him as fast as she could. Pope Lord, are you all right?" She was already out of breath by the time she reached him. The Pope spoke weakly, his voice fading with every word. "All of you leave quickly. Go to the Sword Kingdom, where the holy light has never faded. Go to the 4-leaf clover kingdom and the 3-leaf clover kingdom as well. They can protect you." After saying those final words, the Pope closed his eyes and passed away immediately. The Holy Pope was gone. The nun collapsed beside his body and began crying uncontrollably. Pope Lord, Pope Lord." As her grief echoed through the battlefield, Lucifer finally turned her attention in that direction. Lucifer raised her voice with open disappointment. "Douglas, is this really the final trump card of your side? How disappointing. You saw your opponent and still chose to run away." Her eyes narrowed with contempt. "In the end, you angels are nothing more than this. No one can defeat me, no matter what you were like in the past." Behind her, Succubus wore an expression filled with admiration and fanatical affection. "There is a massive difference between them and the Great One," she said excitedly. "That group does not even have a truly superior mind. I love the Great One far too much." Succubus then hurried back toward the skeleton lord and asked eagerly, "That's right, Great One. What should we do with that filthy goblin mob, and with Lin Tian?" The skeleton lord answered without hesitation. "Only the sword saint is worthy of becoming my servant. Those goblins, including Lin Tian, no longer have any value to me. If you want to vent your anger, then kill them all." Succubus's face immediately lit up with joy. "The Great One treats me so well. When the time comes, let's hang Lin Tian's head at the dark Holy Land." Inside, she was thrilled. At last, she would have the chance to personally twist Lin Tian's neck. That annoying man had always been so grumpy with her. Did he really think he was the main character or something? Lucifer walked over to the Holy Mother and spoke in a gentle, tempting tone. "Holy Mother, how about coming with us to the Great Tomb? I will give you a chance to win my heart and become my woman. What do you say?" The nun immediately snapped back. "Get lost, you monsters. Is there nothing in your eyes except weapons and desire?" Lucifer's voice softened even further. "Do you truly not want to live?" The nun raised her voice and shouted, "If I feared death, I would never have appeared here. If you want to kill me, then do it." Lucifer looked at her more calmly this time, her voice almost gentle. Life is such a beautiful thing. Yet that religious fool brainwashed all of you until you became like this. Do you understand how much I have always treasured life? What a pity. After saying that, Lucifer raised her power and called out, "Heresy, summon the round table creatures of Sayer." Her voice grew sharp. "Since you no longer cherish your own life, then do not blame me for showing no mercy." But instead of the round table creatures appearing in the sky, a huge and brilliant cup of light suddenly materialized above them. In the very next second, an enormous stream of energy shot forward from behind and struck Lucifer directly. Lucifer had not even realized what was happening before the attack hit her full force. Her body collapsed onto the ground, unable to move properly as violent tremors ran through her limbs. The Skeleton Lord's face immediately twisted as she turned toward the one who had launched the surprise attack. That artifact was the Infinite Holy Cup. It could store an enormous amount of divine power, enough that even a dead person could wield world-class divine system magic capable of affecting a monster like Lucifer. To everyone's shock, the one who acted was the Corpse Pope. Even after death, he had still moved at the final moment. Lucifer glared at him with open irritation and shouted, "Corpse Pope, wasn't your soul imprisoned deep inside the dark realm by a soul-possessing monster? How did you return?" The dead priest answered in a low voice, "Fortunately, I still had my father. Pope Douglas was the one who brought my soul back from the dark realm," the Corpse Pope declared. "And now, I will personally drag every last one of you demons down to hell." As he raised his power, the technique known as Fallen Heaven ignited across the treasure in his hands, covering it in roaring crimson flames. Across from him, Lucifer also prepared herself, gathering a towering mountain of souls to meet the incoming attack head-on. The two enormous forces crashed together in an instant. Fallen Heaven slammed into the mountain of souls, and the collision erupted into a violent storm of energy at the center of the battlefield. Behind that raging blast came the horrifying cries of countless souls, their screams sending chills through everyone nearby. Flames spread everywhere as the screams of souls filled the air. The goblins caught in the chaos writhed in unbearable pain, unable to endure the crushing force around them. Large numbers of them were destroyed on the spot, their bodies breaking apart beneath the overwhelming attack. Even Succubus was pinned down beneath one of the monsters, trapped under its terrifying strength with no way to escape. All she could do was scream desperately, "Great One, save me." The Corpse Pope continued lifting the holy cup higher into the air, his voice deep and heavy with determination. "Before I turn into ashes, every one of you will be crushed into dust before my eyes." Lucifer's expression darkened as she weighed the situation. At first, she had intended to pull the old pope into a direct duel, but instead, the plan had turned against her. If this continued any longer, she knew she would not be able to hold out for much more time. "It is because you forced me to do this," Lucifer shouted. At last, she decided to reveal her final trump card. Heresy, transformation, dominate the Old Testament. A gigantic figure suddenly rose into the air, towering over the battlefield with both hands raised high above its head. Huge spheres floated around its massive body as dust and smoke spread across the ground below. Its red eyes glared downward through the haze, giving off a horrifying presence. The giant brought both hands down against the earth with brutal force. The impact sent a world-shaking shockwave tearing through the battlefield. That single strike was enough to leave behind mountains of goblin corpses, piled together in twisted heaps. Their bodies were crushed and tangled on top of one another, showing just how miserably they had died. At the center of the battlefield, only strange magical smoke remained, along with countless glowing yellow fragments falling from above. A voice rang out from within the fading light. "You lunatics! One day, the world itself will be destroyed by your hands. My lord, please send down your blessing and save everyone." Lucifer silently blamed the Corpse Pope for refusing to stop opposing her. The world had now drawn the attention of the heretical ancient gods. After unleashing that terrifying shock, the giant slowly crawled backward into the rift in space. The dimensional rift gradually sealed itself shut and disappeared, leaving behind nothing but a dark, gloomy sky hanging over the ruined battlefield. Lucifer looked exhausted. She leaned heavily on her staff, pressing it into the grass as she cursed under her breath. "Damn it! The power of that heretical ancient god is far too terrifying." Succubus hurried to support her. "It is all right, my lord. We have already won. You can return to where you used to live. Then you, Alasnir, and I can all live happily together." Lucifer looked across the battlefield with a satisfied expression. After enduring for decades, what does it matter how strong the church is? Even if they can restrain magical creatures, what difference does that make? In the end, they still failed. Her eyes moved over the soldiers lying scattered in bloody piles. Then a voice suddenly called out from behind her. "Demon Lord, have you forgotten about us?" Lucifer and Succubus both turned around at once. Their eyes sharpened immediately, and their bodies tensed with extreme caution. Behind them stood a large goblin army, with Lin Tian leading the group from the front. Lucifer's eyes widened in disbelief. How did your wounds heal so quickly? And what is going on with all those goblins? Lin Tian stood there full of energy and answered calmly. Those injuries were only minor. I brought them here to help. Help? Lucifer's face turned cold. Since when had Lin Tian secretly trained so many leader-level goblins? Succubus, already furious, shouted, My lord, stop wasting words on him. Since there are so many leaders here, just take them all as subordinates. Killing Lin Tian alone will be enough. Lin Tian curled his lips into a faint smile and looked back at them. You want to kill me? Are you sure about that? Deep inside, his anger was already boiling. That damned monster had finally shown her true colors. Today, he would make sure she could neither live nor die peacefully. You bastard! Succubus screamed. She immediately prepared an attack, her eyes filled with rage. I will make you understand just how powerful I really am. Succubus twisted her body and sent her tail whipping forward at incredible speed. The attack came rushing toward Lin Tian with terrifying force, cutting through the air like a deadly spear. The sharp tip of her tail drove straight toward Lin Tian's chest. Succubus opened her eyes wide, expecting to see him pierce through. But what happened next completely stunned her. The moment her tail struck him, it shriveled up and dried out as though all its strength had been drained away. Succubus cried out in pain, unable to believe what had happened. My tail? What is that thing? Meanwhile, Lin Tian calmly healed the wound on his chest with his own power. Lucifer, standing behind her, warned sharply, Be careful. The armor he is wearing is world-class. That only made Succubus even more furious. Succubus refused to accept being stopped by a mere goblin. She immediately summoned her weapon and glared at Lin Tian. He is just a goblin. So what if he has world-class defensive equipment? I refuse to believe he can withstand my super-tier charm magic too. In the next instant, Succubus disappeared from view. Only the blurred traces of her movement remained, while powerful spiritual energy spread around the battlefield and pressed down on everyone nearby. Succubus suddenly leaped high into the air. She moved so quickly that within a second, she had already appeared directly above Lin Tian's head. Her weapon was raised, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Just as Succubus rushed in, Lin Tian lowered his body. At some point, he had already summoned a magical weapon into his hand. Electric sparks flickered across his palm, releasing a pressure strong enough to make the air tremble. Succubus lunged downward, but Lin Tian raised a long spear and blocked her attack. Their powers collided head-on, neither side giving way. The force of their clash was so fierce that the ground beneath Lin Tian's feet cracked apart, sending chunks of soil and stone flying in every direction. Succubus still refused to give up. She clenched her teeth and pushed harder, trying to crush Lin Tian with even greater force. But Lin Tian was not as helpless as she expected. He held her attack in place without using all of his strength, then shouted, Lightning! A burst of lightning exploded through Succubus's body. She was shocked so violently that her entire figure spasmed in midair, smoke almost rising from her body as the electricity numbed every part of her. Succubus could no longer resist. Her body went completely limp, and she fell straight down toward the ground without any strength left to stop herself. Lin Tian stood calmly where he was and watched her drop like a broken doll that had been tossed aside. Lin Tian looked down at her and shook his head. What a pity. I have no interest in that kind of thing anymore. Inside, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had already expected that he might have to face Succubus, so he had forced himself to endure without seeking treatment. The aftereffects from the Wind Human Kingdom had left him unable to act until now. Otherwise, he might have ended up being played around with by her. Seeing her favorite subordinate badly injured, Lucifer's anger surged like a volcano about to erupt. She tried to keep her voice steady at first. So you were not enchanted after all. It seems I will have to see you differently now. But then her tone suddenly changed, and she roared. You chose the wrong opponent. Lucifer finally lost her temper. She pressed one hand to the ground, and a brilliant formation rose beneath her. Heresy Summoning, Immortal Knight Legion. Lin Tian's system immediately displayed the information before him. Immortal Knight, level 95. Race, Undead. Occupation, Knight. Title, Death Knight. The one who pursues darkness and carries sleepless killing intent. Health, 3000. Strength, 800. Defense, 1200. Skills, none. Equipment, Rusty Shield and Rusty Sword. Total power, 5000. Lin Tian's face tightened as he looked over the details. Creatures with nearly 5,000 power, and there were more than 100 of them. This was completely insane. Lin Tian immediately issued an order to the goblin army. Spread out, use your magical weapons, and wear them down. Explosions erupted one after another, blasting Lucifer's skeleton soldiers apart in every direction. Even the goblin warriors had to struggle against the destructive force of the attacks filling the battlefield. Lin Tian's capable subordinates acted without hesitation. They struck decisively, smashing the incoming skeletons into scattered pieces. Lucifer watched the battle with a grim expression. She had truly underestimated Lin Tian. He had secretly raised such a powerful force, and it now seemed he had done so specifically to deal with her. In the end, while two sides fought each other, the third party had been waiting to gain the advantage. Lucifer quickly decided to summon a dimensional rift. As it opened before her, she backed toward it and began retreating inside. With the little magic power she had left, trying to continue fighting would only lead her to death. She had to return to the Great Tomb first, even if only for a short while. The rift closed right in front of Lin Tian's eyes. Lucifer slipped inside and vanished completely, leaving behind no trace at all. The darkened goblin stepped closer to Lin Tian and asked for instructions. Big brother, what should we do now? Should we chase after her immediately? Lin Tian shook his head. It is already too late. By the time we reach the Great Tomb, she will have recovered a large part of her strength. Just then, a woman stepped forward from nearby and spoke up. I can help you. Lin Tian was startled and turned around to face her. Help us? How exactly are you going to do that? The nun raised the sacred treasure in her hands and presented it to him. I can use the Holy Grail to locate them and take you directly to the Great Tomb. But I have one condition. You must defeat Veronica. Otherwise, how can the people of our church ever rest in peace? Lin Tian carefully examined her information through the system. Catherine, level 99. Race, human. Occupation, radiant holy mother. Titles, incarnation of kindness, mother of all things, and the one who loves everyone. Health, 3,100. Strength, 900. Defense, 1,000. Skills, holy coordinate, song of Eden, heavenly salvation, and light guardian. Equipment, holy robe and light magic stone. Total power, 6,500. Lin Tian looked over the information in surprise. The Holy Mother's level was not low at all, but when comparing total combat power, she was still much weaker than others of the same status, especially someone like the Pope. Lin Tian looked at Catherine, gave a cold little laugh, and answered without hesitation. Then what are we waiting for? I never planned to spare that woman in the first place. Catherine spoke up with a worried hum in her voice. The power stored here, combined with what little magic I have left, is only enough for one teleportation. If we fail to defeat her after that, there will not be another chance for us to escape. Back inside the Great Tomb, where the Skeleton Lord had been hiding, two streaks of sinister energy tore through the air at blinding speed as they rushed toward the underground sanctuary. A dimensional rift split open inside the tomb. Succubus and the Skeleton Lord fell out of it and crashed onto the floor, both of them returning in an exhausted, miserable state. Succubus was so weak that she could barely push herself upright. Even so, the two women immediately staggered toward a table packed with magic potions. Succubus was furious, her voice echoing through the chamber as she cursed. That damned Lin Tian. He actually resisted my charm. Her eyes burned with hatred. Next time, I'll make him live like a dog, crawling on the ground and eating whatever Cerberus leaves behind. Nearby, the Skeleton Lord's expression was just as bitter, though she tried to remain composed. Do not worry. He will not survive past tonight. Once I restore my magic power, I will take back everything that belongs to us. Suddenly, the stone wall behind them split apart with a deafening crack. A huge opening tore through the mountain cave just as the two of them were secretly making plans to strike back against Lin Tian. Both women spun around in disbelief, their faces stiff with shock. They had never expected someone to interrupt them here, inside their own hiding place. This time, there was nowhere left for them to run. Lin Tian and his goblin army smashed through the massive rock barrier and stormed straight into the tomb. Every goblin carried a terrifying killing intent as they marched in behind him. Catherine stood at Lin Tian's side, making Succubus cry out in stunned disbelief. Lin Tian, and Catherine too. The Skeleton Lord narrowed her hollow eyes and glared at the goblins standing before her. Her voice dripped with disgust. People from the church actually dare to mix with goblins now. At that moment, Succubus showed just how fiercely loyal she was to her master. She rushed forward and placed herself directly in front of the Skeleton Lord, throwing her body into a battle stance. Great Lord, leave first, she shouted. I'll hold them back. Lin Tian, however, remained completely calm. To him, the two women were nothing more than obstacles that needed to be removed. His gaze turned cold as he looked at them. Then he casually called to his subordinate. Ji Lu, what are you waiting for? Ji Lu obeyed immediately and charged forward. Its body was already enormous, but its speed was even more frightening. The instant Lin Tian finished speaking, the massive goblin dashed ahead like a bolt of lightning. The Skeleton Lord instantly understood that Succubus could not withstand an opponent like Ji Lu. She shoved Succubus backward and rushed ahead herself. Be careful! Succubus panicked, never expecting her master to step in and protect her at such a dangerous moment. Great Lord! Succubus cried out. Ji Lu and the Skeleton Lord now faced one another directly. both of them releasing pressure so intense that even those watching nearby felt their bodies tense up. The clash was only moments away. After being pushed aside, Succubus could not accept what had happened. She immediately ran back toward the fight, but she had no way to help either of them. All she could do was shout helplessly, "Be careful!" Then Succubus turned her furious eyes toward Lin Tian and snarled, "You goblins had better not go too far. I will kill every last one of you." Succubus had barely finished speaking. 1 second passed, then 2, then 3. Boom. A blinding yellow bolt of lightning wrapped around her entire body. She never got the chance to say another word because Lin Tian had already acted. With nothing more than a pointed finger, he called down lightning and set her body burning. Succubus could neither dodge the attack nor resist it. Lin Tian stood with a large spear in his hand, its surface glowing with fire and magical light. The weapon's power pinned her down and overwhelmed her completely. With a faint smirk, Lin Tian said, "Heartless? Who told you I was just some weak goblin? And who decided from the start that I was not even human?" As for the skeleton lord, she was already pinned beneath Ji Lu's feet with no way to escape. Desperation filled her voice as she screamed, "Kill me if you want. Just spare Rebecca. Stop shocking her." Meanwhile, Succubus remained trapped inside the powerful current flowing from Lin Tian's magical spear. Even in that condition, she refused to give up. "No, great lord. We are proud high-level magical creatures. How can we surrender now?" Their shouting only made Lin Tian's expression colder. He looked directly into Succubus's face and spoke in an almost gentle tone. "I have tolerated you for a long time. You call yourself a high-level magical creature, right? You look down on me, right?" His eyes narrowed. "Then experience what it feels like to kneel beneath the fate of a goblin." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian increased the flow of power through his spear. Succubus's body was seized by unbearable pain, and her legs gave out beneath her. She collapsed to her knees right in front of him, clutching her stomach and screaming as though she were being torn apart and forced back to life again. The pain quickly became too much for her to endure. Succubus stretched both hands forward and begged desperately, "Goblin, I was wrong. Please stop. Why are you only attacking me? We do not even have some deep hatred between us." Only moments earlier, she had declared that she would never surrender. Yet after suffering just a little longer, Succubus threw away all of her pride and knelt before the goblin, pleading for mercy. The skeleton lord watched in disbelief, realizing that trying to protect Rebecca had only made things worse. Even while trapped beneath Ji Lu, she tried to call out, "Rebecca, you still?" Lin Tian casually turned toward her. "Right? I almost forgot you two are a pair." With that, yellow lightning surged into the skeleton lord as well. Both women screamed miserably as the burning current tore through them. Even a skeleton without flesh could not endure that kind of pain, while Succubus screamed until her voice turned hoarse. Only after letting them suffer for a long time did Lin Tian finally ease the attack. The stream of fire and lightning vanished. The two women lay flat on the ground like empty shells, covered in black scorch marks and ash. Smoke curled upward from their bodies as though they had been roasted alive. Their voices had become weak, reduced to faint groans instead of the loud threats they had made only minutes earlier. After giving them a proper lesson, Lin Tian finally felt satisfied. He turned toward Ji Lu and gave another order. "Succubus is not completely dead yet. Inject her with paralytic poison and take her away. Once our new settlement is arranged, we can decide what to do with her later." Ji Lu lowered its head in acknowledgement. "Yes." But just after Lin Tian gave the order, his expression suddenly changed. He slowly turned around, as if he had sensed something moving behind him. The skeleton lord had forced herself back onto her feet. A strange stream of dark energy flowed from her body, carrying a foul, pungent smell that filled the chamber. A glowing skull appeared above her, surrounded by bright magical currents. "I am undead," she hissed. "You think you can kill me? How naive." Catherine, standing behind Lin Tian, quietly whispered, "I forgot to tell you. The undead normally cannot be killed. They already exist outside ordinary logic." Lin Tian immediately turned and glared at her. "Then how are we supposed to kill her?" he asked. Catherine hesitated, then stammered, I do not know." Lin Tian stepped closer, his tone serious and low. "You are from the church, yet you do not know how to kill an undead creature." Catherine froze in place, unable to find an answer. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Tian decided not to press her any further. Instead, he gave Ji Lu a new command. "Take the skeleton lord and Succubus away. From now on, stay within half a step of her at all times. Use the demon sealing sword regularly, and keep draining the magic power from her body." Ji Lu lowered its head once more. "Yes, boss." After that, Lin Tian stepped away with Catherine to speak in another area. He lifted his face toward the sky and finally relaxed his body. "It is finally settled. The rewards from this battle belong to me now." Catherine slowly walked closer as he stood there. Lin Tian turned toward Catherine and looked at her in a strange, thoughtful way. Then he spoke softly. "Now then, how should I deal with you?" Catherine gathered her courage and spoke honestly. The matter of the Great Tomb is over. The people of the church are all dead, and it feels as though I no longer have any reason to keep living. Her voice trembled slightly. There is only one thing I ask. I do not expect Alice Near to forgive the people of the royal city, but can you please avoid carrying out a massive slaughter? Lin Tian listened to her request, then agreed immediately. Fine, he said. But what is the condition? Catherine's face suddenly turned bright red. She could not even bring herself to look directly at Lin Tian's face, and her hands tightened nervously at her sides. In a barely audible voice, she whispered, "Whatever you want is fine." Lin Tian answered without hesitation, speaking every word clearly. "I want you to announce to the entire country that they must surrender and swear loyalty to the goblins." Catherine looked up in shock. "Surrender to you?" Lin Tian calmly laid out his demand. "Every year, your people will pay 70% of their food as tax. Every adult woman will be required to give birth to and raise 10 goblin children until they are grown. If your people can accept those terms, their lives will not be much different from before, and I will make sure the goblins do not massacre humans." A faintly interested look appeared on Lin Tian's face as he considered it. Compared with blindly slaughtering everyone, using people as resources was far more practical. It would save trouble and leave him free to focus on developing production. He believed that a holy mother overflowing with compassion would do everything in her power to coordinate with him in order to save the people. Catherine immediately cried out in disbelief. "I may be kind, but I am not stupid. How could something like that ever be carried out?" Deep down, she had never imagined that a goblin would make such a demand. Lin Tian turned away and slowly circled around her, looking her over from head to toe. His voice remained gentle and warm, as though he were simply explaining something obvious. "Nothing is impossible. As long as you make them surrender to me first, I will eventually make them compete with one another for the chance to do that work." Back at the city walls, bodies were scattered everywhere. The air was thick with the stench of blood, smoke, and death. Below the towering walls, there was not a single stretch of ground without corpses. Human soldiers and goblins lay piled together, their bodies overlapping across the battlefield. Beneath the grand walls of the royal city, the massive goblin army stood in formation. Lin Tian stood at the front with his high-level goblin subordinates gathered beside him. Catherine stood next to Lin Tian, her face still confused as she looked up at the city. "The royal city is already finished?" Lin Tian stood beside her with a relieved look in his eyes. "Looks like the place has already been cleaned up. That saves me the trouble of having to do it myself." The sword saint approached him and spoke in a calm voice. "Messenger, the things I needed to do have been completed. I leave everything else to you now." Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. "Very good." The goblin army stood in neat, silent rows, every soldier serious and disciplined. But the moment Lin Tian appeared, his closest subordinates became excited. Cashin and the crazy goblin rushed over wildly, shouting, "Great boss! We missed you so much." They loudly celebrated how Lin Tian had collected the top-tier rewards and even seized the skeleton lord's home. Their strange chatter quickly turned into arguments about bizarre tastes, claiming that once someone played around enough, they naturally started enjoying weird things. The three of them were so excited that they tried to rush over and hug Lin Tian. Before they could get close, he threw a punch at each of them, leaving 3 dents in their heads. "Shut up, all of you." Then Lin Tian directly called out Veronica's name. He looked toward the ox-headed and horse-faced monsters nearby and asked, "These are your people, right? Do you want them to come and save you?" Veronica answered in an irritated tone, "Alice Near is still here. Do you really think they have the ability to save me?" She looked toward her followers and ordered them to stay below and continue transferring their power. "I am a prisoner now. From this moment on," Veronica told them, "all of you will follow this goblin." At that moment, Veronica's eyes flashed with a deep, blood-red light. Her voice rumbled through the air as she gave them a final warning. "Of course, you are free to resist if you want." Lin Tian and the Sword Saint said nothing in return. They simply stared at Veronica with cold, irritated expressions, their silence making it clear that her threat meant nothing to either of them. Lin Tian gathered a dense sphere of energy in his hand, lowered his body, and hurled it straight into the chest of the massive ox-headed monster. The blast hit with horrifying force, punching a huge hole through the center of its body. Veronica's face twisted with anger as she shouted, "What do you think you are doing?" Before her roar had even faded, another one of her primitive beasts was torn apart. Its head was severed, and the excess flesh around its body was carved away in an instant. Thick black fluid splashed across the ground right in front of Veronica. Veronica's monsters were rapidly overwhelmed by Crazy Goblin and Lin Tian's strongest subordinates. Their once enormous bodies were reduced to shattered pieces scattered across the battlefield. Veronica could only watch as her own forces were slaughtered, powerless to stop any of it. Lin Tian looked toward his goblins and gave them a practical order. "You are all close to evolving into overlord species. These creatures are top-tier nourishment, so devour them. The more you consume, the stronger you will become. Hai immediately urged Crazy Goblin to eat up first, saying there would be even more delicious prey to enjoy once they kept following the great boss. Another goblin scratched his head and eagerly agreed. Crazy Goblin was already tearing into the flesh of Veronica's fallen monster with complete enthusiasm. Between mouthfuls, he proudly shouted, "What a bunch of fools. I can feel myself getting stronger already. I'll catch even better prey myself from now on. The great boss will not even need to worry about it, and I'll bring the best ones back for him too." Veronica was tightly bound and forced down onto her knees by Ji Lu. Furious beyond words, she glared at Lin Tian and snarled, "You are truly cruel, Lin Tian. Do not ever let me catch you. I will not kill you quickly. I will make you understand what it means to suffer worse than death." Lin Tian answered lazily, "Catch me? Living in this world means knowing how to be careful. These are your people. What if they took advantage of the night and tried to rescue you while I was asleep?" After stuffing himself full, Crazy Goblin straightened his body and flexed his swelling muscles. A thick layer of dark energy rolled off him as he roared with excitement. "I got stronger again." A glowing panel appeared before them, revealing Crazy Goblin's new power. He had reached level 80, with his race rising into the Great Demon class. His body carried the demonized trait and the blessing of the Great Demon God. His vitality had climbed to 2,500, his strength to 710, and his defense to 890. He possessed skills such as Destruction Hand, Great Demon Domain, and Dark Lore, while carrying the Ozius Sword, the Axe of Mo, and the Shield of Asavan. His total power had surged dramatically. The Sword Saint stared in shock and whispered, "A great demon." Even Veronica could barely believe what she was seeing. A goblin can actually evolve into a great demon? Her eyes narrowed with disbelief. That is an overlord-level species. This is completely absurd. Crazy Goblin threw both fists into the air and let out a roar full of wild joy. "Great boss, I feel endless power flowing through me now. Any girl you want, I can drag her back for you." Lin Tian stood with his hands in his pockets and calmly corrected him. "Forget about that. Focus on the important work first." The battle then shifted into the royal city itself. The goblin army had already marched inside and seized control of multiple districts. Standing before the gathered citizens, Lin Tian spoke in a relaxed voice. "There is no need to panic, and there is no need to be afraid. I am not here to slaughter you. On the contrary, I will give you a way to survive, and perhaps live more fully than you did before." The crowd immediately broke into noisy arguments. "Why should we believe you?" one person shouted. Others quickly echoed the same question. "That's right. What reason do we have to trust a goblin?" Lin Tian raised an eyebrow and looked down at them. His voice dropped into something colder. "I want to build an empire. That is why I need your help. Without you, other empires will eventually swallow this land whole. It is as simple as that." One man stepped forward with an excited, challenging expression. "So that is your plan? Then why have you locked us up here? Do you think you can become our king?" He pointed toward Lin Tian. "A king cannot rely on strength alone. He needs the people's love and respect. Do you even understand that?" Another person added, "Exactly. If we refuse to cooperate, how can a few thousand goblins ever build an empire? Monsters are still monsters. You do not even understand public support. Without the people's approval, do not dream about becoming king, much less ruling an empire." Lin Tian's expression slowly changed. His eyes became more dangerous as he asked, "Is that so?" Killing intent began to pour from his body while he walked toward the man who had spoken too freely. He did not say another word, but every step made the crowd feel the weight of his murderous pressure. The man began trembling uncontrollably. What are you going to do?" "Kill me," he stammered. "If you kill people now, you are burying your own dream of building an empire. Go ahead, then, if you dare." But no matter how much he kept talking, Lin Tian's face remained as cold and empty as ice. Lin Tian did not bother arguing. He simply swung his hand once. In the dark shadow cast across the ground, the man's body was split into 3 separate pieces. Fresh blood splattered across Lin Tian's hands and face, yet instead of looking disturbed, he seemed strangely energized by what he had done. He smiled faintly. "I nearly forgot to tell you something. Yes, I want to become a monarch. But from the very beginning, I planned to become a tyrant." Lin Tian's tone remained calm, but no one dared to challenge him again. The crowd had just watched him use force without hesitation, and terror spread through them. Not a single person dared to utter another word. Catherine cried out from behind him, "Lin Tian, you promised me that you would not kill them." Hearing her voice, the terrified citizens immediately turned toward her as though she were their only hope. "Holy Mother, please help us, Holy Mother." Lin Tian replied bluntly, "Some people insist on seeking death. There is nothing else I can do for them." He stood before the crowd and made his demands clear. "As long as you obey my arrangements, you will have food, clothes, and a chance to keep living. But there are conditions. From now on, every household will hand over 70% of its food as tax. I have no interest in your money. And every adult woman will be required to bear and raise 10 goblin children until they are fully grown." The color drained from the citizens' faces. Fear and anger erupted through the crowd. 70% of our food? Someone shouted. That is no different from taking our lives. The little that remains will not even feed a family. Others reacted even more fiercely to the second demand. Forcing us to raise 10 goblin children is impossible. Even if you kill me, I will never accept that. Catherine finally stepped forward and spoke with painful honesty. The church is gone. The king is gone. We have had no one to depend on for a long time. Her eyes moved across the frightened crowd. The surrounding kingdoms will take advantage of this chaos. They will invade, seize territory, and massacre whoever is left. Human cruelty is not always less terrible than the cruelty of goblins. No matter which path we choose, continuing to resist may only lead to everyone being wiped out completely, Catherine continued. She tried to steady the people around her. Right now, survival is the most important thing. If the goblins promise that we can eat and stay warm, then even harsh terms may be the only road left to us. To remain alive, we may have to compromise. The people clearly did not want to accept it, but the Holy Mother had already spoken. They had nowhere else to turn. One of them asked in despair, Holy Mother, if we live in humiliation like this, then how is that any different from being dead? Catherine slowly raised a hand to the clasp at her collar. Her voice became quiet, almost trembling. Then, for all of you to keep living, I will have to do this. Her face burned red as her eyes shifted nervously toward Lin Tian. Her lips tightened before she softly called out to him, Sir. Lin Tian, Catherine asked quietly, may I ask one favor of you? Lin Tian glanced at her. What is it? Catherine began removing her outer garment in front of the crowd, making it clear that she was willing to offer herself to Lin Tian as an example. Her voice shook, but she did not retreat. I will offer my own body first. Let everyone see that I am willing to accept this, so they may have the courage to keep living. The citizens were stunned into silence before panic and confusion swept through them. Many recoiled in shock, unable to believe what Catherine was trying to do. Lin Tian himself looked unsettled and asked her again, right now? Here, in front of everyone. Before the moment could go any further, it was abruptly left unseen, cutting away with the outcome unspoken. Elsewhere, Lin Tian was standing beside the huge black mountain egg. Lin Tian looked down at the massive creature lying limp like a mound of ruined flesh and let out a regretful sigh. He had once planned that, given the chance, he might take the child to meet the Black Mountain Goat Mother Goddess and perhaps gain something from that connection. But now, that possibility had vanished completely. He moved closer to the wound in its body, peering into the deep, blood-red cavity that had already begun drying out. Something inside caught his attention. Inside the wound, Lin Tian found a soft lump of flesh covered in tiny tentacles. He carefully picked it up and examined it. Could this be my offspring? He muttered. Its vitality is far too strong. I need to find a proper container and raise it well. Elsewhere, Succubus was carried away by a goblin toward a more secluded place. She struggled constantly, her voice filled with rage as she cursed. Damn you, Lin Tian. Sooner or later, I will chop you into 100 pieces. Lin Tian gave a faint smirk as Succubus continued cursing in the distance, then turned back toward Catherine with some hesitation. Holy Mother, there is no need to set an example in such a hurry. We can leave that for later. But Catherine refused to back down. No, I must be the first to do it. As long as the people accept the conditions and can continue living, I will not hesitate. The citizens immediately rushed forward to stop her. Many of those standing behind covered their eyes, unable to bear the situation. No, Holy Mother. Absolutely not, they cried. Yet Catherine remained determined in front of the people, no matter how desperately they tried to persuade her otherwise. In the end, the citizens could not stand the thought of Catherine being humiliated for them. Fearful that the situation would go too far, they finally gave in. We agree, they said. We accept the goblin's conditions. Please stop this. Do not do it anymore. Seeing the people finally surrender, Catherine's eyes filled with tears. She wiped them away with her pale fingers and prepared to speak from the heart. As long as everyone can keep living, I am already satisfied, Catherine said softly. Lin Tian quietly released a breath of relief. Deep down, he felt he had nearly embarrassed himself in front of the entire crowd. The lingering condition in his body still had not recovered, and he knew he needed to find time for proper treatment. The scene then moved into the vast, luxurious royal palace. It no longer belonged to the king. The goblin tribe had completely taken it over. Lin Tian sat grandly on the royal throne, leaning back comfortably with one leg crossed over the other. He looked around the magnificent hall and spoke with clear satisfaction. This place is truly luxurious. From now on, we will live here. Ji Lu knelt respectfully on the red carpet before the new ruler and delivered his report. Big boss, Veronica has been securely imprisoned. Rebecca is also locked inside a hidden chamber, awaiting the next stage of the plan. Following your orders, several goblins are taking turns using the demon sealing sword to constantly drain Veronica's magic power. The goblins assigned to guard Rebecca have also been permanently neutralized. Hearing the report, Lin Tian's expression showed complete satisfaction. Lin Tian smiled with interest. Good. You handled it well. Then he raised his voice and gave another order. Prepare a great feast. Everyone who fought for me deserves to be rewarded properly. The goblin soldiers erupted into loud cheers. Thank you, great boss. Great boss is wise. That night, the royal palace glowed beneath the fierce light of enormous fires, burning brightly across the conquered halls. Just like they used to in the depths of the forest, the goblins piled up an enormous bonfire inside the palace. Flames crackled high into the night as they crowded around it, stuffing themselves with food, laughing wildly, stomping their feet, and dancing in pure celebration. At the center of the square, directly before the roaring fire, two goblins each held a woman in their grasp. One of them pointed toward the distance and burst into loud, mocking laughter. Wasn't Jia Lugai supposed to be thrilled after evolving? So why has he stopped laughing now? The goblin beside him smirked, licked his lips, and added, keep bringing it up, and he is really going to cry. Not far behind them, Lin Tian sat calmly with a huge piece of thigh meat in his hands, chewing without a care in the world. Nearby, the crazy goblin wailed like an oversized child, tears streaming down its face. Odo, big boss, with a body like this, I cannot do anything anymore. Who could possibly match my size? What is the point of my life now? Lin Tian kept eating and casually replied, not bad. You actually evolved far enough to start thinking about ending your own life. Goblin Slayer, slowly enjoying a cup of beer beside them, spoke up as well. If you manage to evolve into a king species, your body might shrink back down. King species are usually close to human size. The crazy goblin's eyes instantly lit up like two shining stars. It leaned forward in excitement and asked, really? Is that actually true? Goblin Slayer looked up at the giant goblin and gave a small nod. Yes. From what I know, most king species have bodies nearly the same size as humans. The moment it heard that, the crazy goblin threw back its head and roared so loudly that the palace grounds shook. Big boss. Then I have to evolve as fast as possible. Please, think of some way to help me. Lin Tian could only explain it patiently while trying to calm the frantic creature down. Where are we supposed to find more magic beasts for you to eat right now? Wait a few more days. Other empires will definitely send troops to attack us, and when they do, you can swallow them and level up. Otherwise, wait until I finish developing the snow elf farm. Just then, the nun slowly walked over to Lin Tian's side. Her steps were soft, and her voice carried the same sweet gentleness as always when she asked, may I ask for your help now? Lin Tian looked as though he wanted to avoid the subject completely. The nun, however, was clearly anxious, and he was already growing tired of putting it off. The moment he thought about that matter, his head began to ache. This holy mother truly was stubborn. Once she decided on something, she simply would not let go. Still, now that things had reached this point, Lin Tian realized he no longer had much reason to refuse. Goblin Slayer noticed the strange hesitation on Lin Tian's face right away. Even without hearing every thought in his mind, she could tell that something was weighing heavily on him. Lin Tian finally stood up and headed in another direction. Before leaving, he spoke to the Holy Mother in a firm voice. Go wait for me at the sanctuary first. I need to take care of something, then I will come back. The Holy Mother responded obediently, her tone still soft and gentle. Yes, I understand. Meanwhile, Lin Tian made his way toward the horse stable. He stopped beside a sturdy warhorse and looked it over carefully. Speaking under his breath, Lin Tian muttered, there have to be creatures in this world far stronger than a carnivorous horse. But for now, this will have to do. Once I am finished with it, it should become at least 10 times more ferocious than before. With that thought, Lin Tian placed his palm against the horse's body. At once, a bizarre reaction began. Blue light spread from beneath his hand, flowing across the horse's flesh in a glowing ring. This was the power of odd mutation fusion. In the next instant, the horse erupted in a blinding flash, as though some incredible transformation had been triggered inside its body. At the same time, a stream of powerful vitality surged into Lin Tian and wrapped around his entire body. The tiredness in his face vanished almost immediately, replaced by fresh energy. He stretched his arms, rolled his shoulders, and let out a satisfied sigh. Not bad at all. My spirit feels completely restored. My back is no longer sore, and even my legs do not hurt anymore. But when Lin Tian turned back toward the horse, he saw it collapsed on the ground, completely drained of strength. Its life force had been sucked away so thoroughly that it had fainted on the spot. Lin Tian clicked his tongue and stared down at it. Seriously? Old horse, I only changed a kidney. Was there really any need to react this dramatically? After storing enough energy for the 2 eggs, Lin Tian finally felt prepared. He headed toward the sanctuary where the beautiful nun had been waiting for him. By the time he arrived, both the Holy Mother and the Sword Saint were there, standing quietly as though they had been waiting for quite some time. As soon as he stepped inside, Lin Tian looked between them and asked, Catherine, what have you two been talking about? Catherine turned around gently, her expression becoming especially sweet when she saw him. "Mr. Ludia, you are back." The moment she spoke, she seemed to realize that the matter they had been waiting for could no longer be delayed. Catherine's cheeks turned red. Trying to act natural, she looked toward Alice Near and said, "Alice Near, may I be excused for a moment?" But the Sword Saint quickly stopped her. There was clearly something she had wanted to say for a while. "Please wait, envoy. There is something I would like to ask the Holy Mother. Would that be possible?" Catherine blinked in surprise, completely puzzled by the request. "Something? What is it that you want to ask?" Alice Near glanced upward, then spoke in an oddly indirect way. "Do the stars tonight not seem less bright than they used to?" The Holy Mother clearly had no idea what she was trying to imply. After a brief pause, she simply hummed in uncertainty. "Is that so?" Alice Near continued awkwardly, refusing to say what was really on her mind. "And the grilled Ziyue beef tonight felt a little burnt. I did not find it tasty at all." Catherine still could not understand her, and her confusion was beginning to turn into impatience. "There may have been a little bit of burning. But, Alice Near Highness, what are you actually trying to say?" For days, the Sword Saint had been searching for an opportunity to stay close to Lin Tian and do the things she had quietly been thinking about. Yet every time the moment came, she lost her courage and could not bring herself to say a single word. Faced with Catherine's direct question, Alice Near no longer knew how to respond. Her cheeks burned red, and after hesitating for a long moment, she could only let out a helpless sigh. The Holy Mother immediately understood what was hidden behind that reaction. Blushing as well, she asked directly, "Are you trying to stop Lin Tian and me?" Catherine then spoke with surprising resolve. "This is unavoidable, and I do not mind. As long as it allows the people to continue living, I am willing to do whatever is necessary." Alice Near had been struck right at the center of her secret feelings. Her entire face turned bright red, as though she had eaten a mouthful of hot chili. She could no longer bring herself to look anyone in the eye, yet she still forced out the concern that had been bothering her. "That is not what I mean. It is only that the envoy's health has not been good lately. He may not be able to handle it." But Alice Near's worries were completely unnecessary. Lin Tian had just absorbed a tremendous amount of vitality from the warhorse, and confidence was practically overflowing from him. With a teasing smile, he looked at her and asked, "Alice Near, you are not jealous, are you?" Alice Near immediately became flustered like a young girl caught hiding her feelings. She shook her head in panic and protested, "I am not." Lin Tian smiled, clearly wanting to reward the Sword Saint after she had waited for so long. He leaned close to her beautiful face and whispered, "You have had a hard time waiting all this time. Come on, let us go to the kingdom sanctuary together." With that, Lin Tian led both women toward the main hall. Alice Near still could not stop worrying as she followed him. "But are you really all right? My point is that your body has been under too much pressure. What if it is overloaded?" Lin Tian laughed heartily at her concern. "You do not need to worry about that." From a hidden corner nearby, 3 figures watched them leave. Goblin Slayer had clearly been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. She licked her lips, already thinking about joining them later. "Tonight, I am definitely not missing out on something this good." Beside her, the elves' matriarch sat with both cheeks flushed, looking equally eager. "Xirua, that man has ignored you for far too long. He really does not know how to take care of others." The moment Ziyue heard those words, her dazed expression vanished. Her entire body seemed to awaken with sudden energy. "Let us go." Goblin Slayer was the first to lose all restraint. She rushed toward the hall immediately, then waved for her sisters to follow. Ziyu, still frightened and lagging behind, called after her, "Sister, wait for me." An hour later, the crazy goblin wandered outside alone in complete misery. Tears rolled down its face as it walked, muttering to itself, "I truly deserve this. Why was I so greedy that I ate all those magic beasts? Still, Big Boss will definitely help me evolve soon." As it passed near Lin Tian's sanctuary, the crazy goblin heard several soft, sweet voices coming from deep inside the building. "Mr. Lin Tian, please be a little gentler. Big Boss, Xiyue will follow you forever. The envoy is amazing." The crazy goblin froze when those voices reached its ears. They sounded strangely familiar. Why does that sound like Alice Near's voice? And that newly arrived girl, Catherine, is Goblin Slayer in there too? Driven by curiosity, the crazy goblin crept toward the nearby bushes and tried to climb high enough to confirm what was happening. The closer it moved, the clearer the breathless voices became. "How did you become this strong after only a few months? I cannot take it anymore." Through the railing, it could see a shadow moving up and down in a steady rhythm. The crazy goblin had now witnessed something it absolutely should not have seen. Its body stirred with frustration, yet its enormous form left it with nowhere to release that feeling. It stared wide-eyed toward the place where its master was enjoying himself, and the resentment building in its heart only grew stronger. In the middle of the courtyard, the crazy goblin suddenly dropped to its knees and screamed in agony. Its giant body shook beneath the moonlight as its cries continued through the night. All of this suffering had begun because of its own mistake, yet it could do nothing except howl in despair. Everyone understood exactly why it was suffering, but no one had any way to help. The crazy goblin could only cry out bitterly, "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" The next morning arrived with beautiful weather. Gentle sunlight spread across the palace grounds, while a light, cool breeze drifted through the air. Lin Tian sat on the throne, while the Holy Mother and Alice Near stood before him. He gave them their next task in a steady voice. "Holy Mother Highness, you and Alice Near should lead a group of residents to the towns and villages throughout the Lionheart Empire. Explain the situation of the new empire to the people yourselves. If we rely only on local lords to pass along the message, too many people will refuse to believe it or accept it." Catherine answered without hesitation. "No problem. I will leave right away." As he watched the two women walk away, Lin Tian quietly considered the next stage of his plan. The people needed to accept the new order as soon as possible. Once they did, he could send more goblins into different towns, increase their numbers, and prepare the foundation for a much larger circle of strength. If everything continued moving forward smoothly, then the true strength of the Goblin Empire would finally be revealed. With that thought in mind, Lin Tian summoned the system. "System, start a life simulation for me." The system responded at once and appeared before him. A message unfolded across its surface. "In a modern setting, through your efforts, the Goblin Empire was successfully established. The Great Tomb and the church were eventually destroyed, and the Lionheart Empire became yours." Holy Mother Catherine began spreading the conditions for peaceful coexistence between humanity and the Goblin Empire, and the results were very good. Because the residents trusted the Holy Mother, they finally agreed to accept the new arrangement. However, on the fourth day, the Sword King Kingdom, the Three-Leaf Clover Kingdom, and the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom joined forces. The three powerful kingdoms surrounded the newly established Goblin Empire and launched a campaign of conquest. The moment Lin Tian read that result, anger flared inside him like a burning fire. Did fate decide to play a joke on me? I already expected other empires to attack, but why are three entire kingdoms attacking at once? The system then displayed three possible choices. Choice 1. Face the enemy. Reward plus 100 points. Choice 2. Close the gates, avoid battle, and begin diplomatic peace talks. Reward plus 10 points. Choice 3. Retreat from the disadvantageous situation and run away. Reward plus 0 points. Lin Tian considered every option carefully. Things had already reached this stage, so he chose to face the enemy. He needed to see whether he could gather information about the military strength of the opposing side. Once Lin Tian made his selection, the system revealed the result. Faced with humanity's attack, you arrogantly chose to open the gates and confront the enemy head-on. Unfortunately, even if you were capable of fighting, it was still meaningless against an allied force of 300,000 soldiers. After killing several tens of thousands of enemies, your entire army was annihilated, and the young Goblin Empire collapsed. Summary: against such a cruel enemy, you were never given a chance to catch your breath. Rating: 20 out of 100 absolute points. Life point reward multiplied by 20. The simulation is complete. Time progression: for days. Lin Tian's expression darkened as he finished reading. An army of 300,000, formed by an alliance of three kingdoms, would definitely include more than a few terrifying experts. Ordinary goblin soldiers could not hope to withstand that kind of force. Even powerful figures like the Holy Mother could face serious danger once they encountered the enemy's strongest warriors. After thinking in silence for a while, Lin Tian finally seemed to find the path he needed to take. Lin Tian lifted his face, determination hardening in his eyes. Under his breath, he said, "It seems I need to gather them, the ancient dragon tribe." Far away stood the Sword King Kingdom, a powerful nation protected by enormous city walls. Countless homes spread across the interior, while the royal palace stood at the center of the capital. Above the heart of the kingdom floated a massive sword, surrounded by streams of terrifying power that flowed endlessly through the air. Inside the palace, the king was enjoying dinner in an immensely grand dining hall. Beautiful attendants moved around the room, serving food and wine. Sitting with him were the rulers of the Three-Leaf Clover Kingdom and the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom, their presence making it clear that this gathering was far more than an ordinary meal. Near the long dining table sat a blue-haired girl known as the Wine Spirit Sylph. She had a flawless figure, and her long blue hair flowed far down her back like a waterfall. Calmly reading a book, she carried herself with such quiet elegance that anyone who looked at her could not help but admire her. She was the Wind Spirit herself. On the other side of the room, the Four-Leaf Clover King sat beneath his crown with a smug grin, keeping one hand carelessly on a female attendant beside him. His eyes remained fixed on Sylph as he boasted. The Wine Spirit contracted by the Sword King Kingdom truly lives up to the rumors. She is an absolute beauty. The Three-Leaf Clover King beside him wiped the drool from his mouth and nodded eagerly. Indeed, human women cannot compare with spirits. They are too pure, too beautiful. They make a man want all kinds of things. At the enormous dining table sat the rulers of the 4-leaf clover magic kingdom and the 3-leaf clover magic kingdom. One had a face round and bloated like a pig's, while the other wore a long, horse-like expression. The instant their eyes landed on the spirit, both old kings began drooling shamelessly. Their greedy stares made their thoughts obvious. They wanted to savor every last bit and leave nothing untouched. Suddenly, the king seated opposite them slammed his palm down onto the table with a loud bang. His expression darkened at once, and the irritation in his eyes could no longer be hidden. "You two had better watch your mouths," he said coldly. "Sylph is my contracted spirit, so show her the respect she deserves." The man who spoke was Edward Hitt, the ruler of the Sword King Kingdom. Yet the wind spirit herself did not appear bothered by their disgusting behavior. She calmly closed the book in her hands and laid it on the table before speaking. "It does not matter. Now that you have seen me, it should be time to fulfill your agreement with Edward and help liberate the Lionheart Empire, correct?" The elderly king of the 3-leaf clover kingdom immediately brightened, his gaze drifting back to the beautiful spirit as he answered, "Of course. But, my lady, you said you deeply despise the demons occupying the Nazarick Great Tomb. We are willing to destroy the demons who have seized the Lionheart Empire. In return, could you perhaps offer us a reward?" Sylph's gentle expression disappeared in an instant. Her face turned stern, and her voice carried none of its earlier softness as she asked, "What kind of reward are you asking for?" The 4-leaf clover king had not even bothered wiping away the drool at the corner of his mouth. He rubbed his chin, pretending to think deeply before answering with a lecherous grin. "A more intimate friendship with you would be nice. Or perhaps you could invite us for a drink." Then he broke into a loud, filthy laugh, clearly enjoying his own provocation. That disgusting tone pushed Edward's anger over the edge. He rose from his seat and slammed his hand down once more, this time shattering the dining table beneath his palm. "I said that is enough." His face tightened as he glared at the two kings across from him. Even then, neither old man showed the slightest fear. They only laughed and pulled the beautiful attendants beside them closer, leisurely raising their wine cups as though nothing had happened. Just a joke, just a joke. These beauties are already more than enough for us. Your Majesty Edward, come, let us have a drink and discuss the plan to suppress the enemy." The two kings deliberately tried to ease the tension, quickly steering the discussion toward other matters. On the surface, they appeared deeply respectful toward the Sword King. But behind those polite smiles, the two men secretly communicated through a private transmission that no one else in the hall could hear. "Brother, what do you think about letting Edward die somewhere inside Lionheart Empire territory?" one of them asked in secret. The other immediately agreed. "Just like I expected from my brother. I was thinking the exact same thing." The plan was simple. Once they pretended to be suppressing the magic creatures, they would launch a surprise attack from behind. After Edward was gone, they could take turns enjoying Sylph for themselves. The fat king laughed greedily. "A pure elemental spirit like that is something we can enjoy anywhere." Meanwhile, inside the newly invaded Goblin Kingdom, the skeleton lord had been tightly bound in thick iron chains. Unable to break free, she struggled against the restraints and cursed without stopping. "You shameless goblins. Release me right now." She had been hung by the neck high in front of the city, left dangling where everyone below could see her. Beneath her stood thousands of invading soldiers with spears in hand, staring upward in alarm as they cried out and wailed. Furious and humiliated, the skeleton lord shouted toward Lin Tian. "If these people want to die, then let them die. What is the point of tying me up here?" Lin Tian stood on the platform beside the bound woman, while several of his core goblin subordinates remained behind him. Looking down at the massive army outside the city, he spoke in a firm, mocking tone. "Do you still want to fight? Just now, all of you were talking about attacking the Lord of the Great Tomb. But now that you have seen what is in front of you, why are you suddenly as silent as clams?" Arrayed before Lin Tian's towering city walls stood the combined force of three kingdoms, the 3-leaf clover kingdom, the 4-leaf clover kingdom, and the Sword King Kingdom. Their army numbered 300,000 soldiers. The kings of the 3-leaf clover and 4-leaf clover kingdoms rode especially gaudy mounts, dressed and displayed in such a flashy way that anyone might want the same thing, though perhaps not if their wives had anything to say about it. The Sword King rode forward on horseback, his expression filled with doubt as he questioned a subordinate nearby. "What exactly happened here? Did you not report that Veronica had conquered Lionheart Empire? How could the goblins have defeated her so completely?" The subordinate quickly bowed and answered, "Your Majesty, this servant did not dare approach the battle on the Lionheart Plains. Even from dozens of kilometers away, the shockwaves were enough to affect the land. But when the magic beasts entered the city, this servant could only assume that Veronica had won." The king of the 3-leaf clover kingdom stared at Lin Tian for a moment, then suddenly narrowed his eyes in recognition. "I remember him now. Is that not the goblin who caused chaos in Bright, within Lionheart Empire, not long ago? He has occupied Lionheart for only about a year. How did his power grow so quickly?" The Sword King spoke in a grave voice, refusing to rush into an unknown situation. Do not act carelessly yet. We should withdraw first and discuss what is happening. But the fat king of the four-leaf clover kingdom was far too eager for battle. What is there to be afraid of? We have this many soldiers, so we should march forward and crush them directly. We can use this chance to wash away humanity's humiliation and reclaim the treasures the goblins stole. I cannot stand the thought of human women being defiled by those lowly magic creatures. Hearing that, Lin Tian merely raised an eyebrow and stared down at them from above, his expression unreadable. The Sword King immediately shouted, "I said no one is allowed to act rashly." But the old four-leaf clover king ignored him completely. He summoned a crimson stone tablet into his hand, raised it high, and roared, "World-class magic, Hell Forest." A status display identified the four-leaf clover king as Gilbert, level 99. He was a human magic master bearing the title of Magic World Master. Although he suffered from severe kidney failure, his life value stood at 2,300, his strength at 1,400, and his defense at 900. His abilities included Hell Green Forest, Green Vine Illusion, and Vincent's Exploding Feast. Equipped with the Eris Magic Stone, his total combat value had reached 9,000. The three-leaf clover king pulled out his own red stone as well, clearly unwilling to let his fat brother take all the glory. He raised his voice and shouted, "Brother, do not keep all the good things for yourself. Remember to leave a few useful items for me too." Then he activated his own power. World-class magic, Omega's extreme evil domain. Erupt. The moment those words left his mouth, huge clouds of dust began rolling across the sky. The darkness spread like a storm front swallowing the horizon. Behind the thick, murky cloud, the silhouette of an enormous dragon passed through the air. All three kings instinctively lifted their heads, their mouths slowly falling open in shock. With every passing second, the thunderous sound of massive dragon wings grew louder and louder.